In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the public training grounds, two diminutive figures were engaged in a flurry of movement. Clang. The sound of two bamboo swords colliding echoed as Itachi stepped back a few paces. "Your progress is indeed astonishing," he remarked. Izumi smiled modestly. "It's not that remarkable. Astonishing progress? Undoubtedly, for as a traveler from another world, he possessed the legacy of the Eagle Eye template. In this realm of shinobi, the prowess of the Eagle Eye, a formidable fighter from the world of pirates, was unparalleled in swordsmanship. Though according to the system's description, he had only unlocked 8, it was more than sufficient to contend with his peers. With a daily practice of swinging the sword 1,000 times, isn't it only natural for one's skills to flourish? Izumi cleverly masked his extraordinary advantage by attributing his progress to daily tasks. Swinging the sword 1,000 times rewarded him with a 0.01 increase in strength. After changing out of his white training attire, Izumi invited Itachi to enjoy some dango. Itachi, visibly tempted, feigned seriousness. "Too many sweets will lead to toothaches." Toothaches? Izumi chuckled inwardly. Wasn't Itachi known for his fondness for sweets? What was the point of his hesitation now? Before crossing into the world of Naruto, Izumi had gained a general understanding of each character. With Itachi maintaining his solemn demeanor, Izumi pressed on. "How about I treat you? Why is your esteemed clan so stingy with pocket money?" At the mention of family, a flicker of anxiety crossed Itachi's eyes, quickly replaced by composure. Family? The recent escalating tensions between the clan and Konoha were impossible for Itachi to ignore. "Relax, don't dwell on trivial matters while we eat," Izumi said as he pushed open the door to the shop, leading Itachi inside. Soon, a delightful array of colorful dango was presented before them. Here, cast aside thoughts of clan duties and the meaning of life, Izumi offered Itachi a skewer. Itachi gazed at his favorite treat, a myriad of emotions swirling within him at that moment. He had little appetite, yet this was a gift from a friend, and refusing it would surely strain their budding friendship. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Itachi's mind. Just as he was about to speak, Izumi interrupted him. "You, my friend, are wonderful in every way, yet you overthink everything." Observing Itachi's dazed expression, Izumi knew he was lost in thought once again. Mimicking the original story where Itachi playfully poked Sasuke, Izumi reached out and gently prodded Itachi's forehead. "Isn't it exhausting to worry so much? Wouldn't it be better to simply relish the present rather than concern yourself with mundane matters?" After Izumi's persistent encouragement, Itachi finally took a bite of the dango. Delicious! The sweet flavor blossomed in his mouth, allowing Itachi to momentarily forget everything else. As a prodigy of his clan, the weight of expectations had already been suffocating, compounded by the entangled interests of his family and the village. At last, he had the opportunity to set aside the trivial concerns that had no bearing on him and to purely enjoy the beauty of the moment. Seeing Itachi in this state, Izumi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Itachi, this fellow, has an inclination to shoulder every burden himself, ultimately resorting to his utmost limits under immense pressure to achieve a compromise between conflicting outcomes. As a time traveler, his mission upon arriving in this world is to alter the tragic destinies laid out in the original narrative. In his past life, the old rogue Kishimoto left countless unresolved issues in his wake. Now it falls upon me, Izumi, to rectify these shortcomings that at present. Itachi is but a child of 5, and there remains ample opportunity for redemption. However, his increasing moments of contemplation are a most disconcerting omen, which cannot be allowed to fester. Should the plot of the original tale progress unimpeded, the inevitable conclusion would see Itachi annihilating his entire clan, leaving only a single brother behind. This brother, in a fit of rage, would seek vengeance against Itachi, enacting a tragic tale of brotherly conflict. Ultimately, Naruto, the beloved friend of this brother, would intervene to reclaim his companion, resulting in a confrontation between the two. What purpose does this serve? So many lives lost, yet the outcome remains unchanged. Knowing the events of the future, Izumi is determined to stifle these calamities in their infancy. The discord within the clan and village has far surpassed what Itachi can resolve, yet he insists on seeking a path forward through his own abilities. When all avenues seem blocked, he can only cling desperately to what he can preserve, sacrificing everything else. Such a painful narrative is something Izumi is resolutely intent on avoiding. A plate of colorful dango was quickly consumed, and with a gentle smile, Izumi remarked, one must eat and drink well to possess the strength to tackle various challenges. With that, Izumi rose to settle the bill. Once again, he is the one to pay. Itachi could not help but indulge in wild imaginings. Every meal seems to be paid for by Izumi. Might this lead to resentment over time? Would he come to understand Itachi's predicament? Itachi realized he had no compelling reason to evade his share, which prompted a flurry of thoughts racing through his young mind until Izumi playfully tapped his forehead. "Forgive me, Itachi, let us save the whimsical musings for another time." With a flourish, he waved his hand dismissively, departing while Itachi looked on in bewilderment. "Really now?" Shaking his head, Itachi felt a twitch of his brow. With a deep sigh, he finally spoke. "Truly, it is you. Your unexpected abilities have always been anything but surprising." Having bid farewell to Itachi, Izumi returned to his dwelling. "I'm back," he announced, pushing open the shoji door. However, he halted abruptly in the entryway. Something felt amiss. Taking a few cautious steps back, he surveyed his surroundings. The pair of wooden sandals had been replaced at the entrance. Faint footsteps echoed nearby, and a familiar scent wafted through the air. Izumi's senses heightened. Apprehension surged within him. Suddenly, a striking figure burst forth from within the house. Colliding with Izumi in a flurry of surprise, the figure swiftly enveloped Iching in an embrace, exclaiming, "Have you been frivolously spending money again?" Upon recognizing the individual, Iching immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. "Sister Hondo, I was wrong." Chapter 2. Sister Akkad. One of the three shinobi, Orochimaru, the person who entered, was none other than the co-owner of this abode, Mitarashi Akkad. At that moment, she pinched the soft flesh at Izumi's waist and remarked, "Did I not tell you to refrain from frivolous spending?" The Mitarashi clan now had only Akkad remaining, and the ancestral wealth had long since dissipated. As the sole heir, she felt no connection to the family legacy. However, the younger brother she had taken in was relentlessly draining her finances. In response to Akkad's admonition, Izumi shrugged nonchalantly. "Calm down. I merely went out for some dango with friends." Truth be told, Izumi felt a warm sensation within. Being lectured by someone seemed rather pleasant. The 5-year-older lowly Akkad wore an adorably fierce expression. "Dango? How dare you, my reclusive little brother, indulge in dango without me?" Izumi was left speechless, nearly forgetting that aside from Itachi, who had a penchant for sweets, Akkad was equally infatuated with dango. Having lived 2 lives, Izumi found himself amused by Akkad's reaction. "Were you upset simply because I didn't bring you along?" Akkad wore a heartbroken expression. "Alas, my brother has grown up, disregarding the kindness I showed him during his upbringing." "Enough. Are you jesting? Kindness? Other than sharing a roof with me, have we had any other meaningful interactions? You spend every day immersed in the ninja academy and training grounds, claiming that all the mission rewards you earn after graduation will be spent on red bean soup. Fortunately, I, Izumi, had traversed into this world as someone capable of self-sufficiency. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for how to survive." With a twitch of his lips, Izumi slipped away. He retreated to his room, and with a thought, the system interface materialized in his mind. Hostname, Izumi. Character role, One Piece world character. Dracula Mihawk. Current world, Naruto. Ability strength, 8 system points. 10. Unlock system mall upon reaching 50. Daily task, swing a sword 1,000 times. Completed for today. Please continue tomorrow. Indeed, this was Izumi's golden finger, a system that granted him enhancements in attributes for merely completing daily tasks. Mihawk, a master swordsman of unparalleled strength within the pirate realm, was his role model. If he could attain a strength level of 100, he would undoubtedly stride through the world of Naruto with ease. As for the daily tasks, they were simple yet exceedingly monotonous, requiring intense physical training. For a child nearing the age of 5, such exertion was sufficient to leave him bedridden after training. This was also the reason Akkad would scold him for being a recluse. Every day, aside from eating and sleeping, he either wielded his sword at home or lay in bed resting. In truth, Izumi had previously attempted to spar with others, but alas, among his peers, only Itachi was a worthy opponent, and older individuals showed no interest in engaging with him. Upon reflection, it was quite understandable. Competing with someone younger than oneself was a source of embarrassment. Winning would be shameful, and losing even more so. Upon contemplating this, Iching shook her head. "Am I reclusive because of my own shortcomings? It is undoubtedly due to your ineptitude." A score of 8 may sound feeble, yet one must recognize that it belongs to the legendary eyeball. Even a mere 8 is more than sufficient for Iching to engage in several rounds of real-life antics on the streets. As for the system's marketplace, the explanation provided to Iching was unequivocal. The golden key is omnipotent. From trifling items like tricolored dumplings to grand abilities such as the Rebirth Eye and the Sage of Six Paths Physique, as long as one possesses sufficient system points, the marketplace can procure anything one desires. However, the system points currently at her disposal remain exceedingly scant. At this juncture, Iching deems the most reliable method to enhance her strength is to diligently complete her daily tasks. Moreover, Iching relishes this approach of skill enhancement through practice within the tumultuous world of Naruto, for each increment in power is a safeguard for survival. In the impending grand melee, where elite ninja are as common as dogs and shadows abound, failing to seize the opportunity to strengthen oneself during this tranquil era would render even the most basic survival exceedingly arduous, let alone altering the course of fate. The following day, Iching glanced at the tightly embraced red bean by her side, her eyes filled with exasperation. Her sister frequently ambushed her under the cover of night, and over time, she had grown accustomed to it, ever since she had been whisked away into this home by the passing girl in her childhood. Such occurrences had become commonplace. Iching recalled lamenting at the time, sometimes, being excessively handsome is not a blessing, especially in this world where maturity seems to dawn prematurely. Though still a boy, one must take care to protect oneself. Ahem, I have begun to indulge in fanciful thoughts, surely a contagion from Itachi. Struggling to extricate herself from the embrace of the red bean, Iching grasped her bamboo sword, intent on commencing her training. You little rascal. To her surprise, the red bean awakened with that gentle push. Iching was all too familiar with her brother's temper. Once roused, the morning grumpiness was inevitable. Sister, I shan't disturb you. I shall take my leave. Yet, with a firm demeanor, the red bean asserted, you cannot leave. Today, you must accompany me to meet my guiding jonin. Guiding jonin? This revelation momentarily stunned Iching. The guiding jonin of the red bean? If memory serves, it should be Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Being in his presence would undoubtedly yield significant advancements in training. The red bean spoke with utmost seriousness. Indeed, it is Uncle Snake. Iching let out a wry chuckle. Who desires to meet Uncle Snake, I say? To this, Iching resolutely declined. Although Orochimaru is a brilliant scientist, endowed with a plethora of advanced technologies, capable of creating constructs akin to mechanical nine-tails, he is also a perverse individual. His various cruel human experiments, and his unscrupulous methods to seize bloodline limits, along with his uncanny ability to evade death, are well known. Perhaps in the later arcs of Naruto, Orochimaru may not be the mightiest of characters, yet he undoubtedly ranks among the most repulsive. Unless absolutely necessary, Izumi, a young boy, wishes to avoid any contact with this serpentine figure. However, fate has it that Akane seized Izumi's arm, dragging him towards the direction of the Ninja Academy. Come with me. Chapter 3. Alas, Uncle Snake has taken notice. Itachi. In the Uchiha clan's domain, Fugaku furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze upon his son. Truth be told, as a father, he held a deep admiration for this prodigious child. At such a tender age, possessing such strength, he truly is my son. The future of our family's revival seems promising. Yet, it is regrettable that this son would betray the interests of the clan for the sake of the village. This infuriated Fugaku immensely. As the eldest son of Konoha's most prestigious family, every action of yours reflects upon the clan. Thus, Itachi did not absorb a word of the lengthy admonishment. The interests of the clan and the village have long been irreconcilable, a truth Itachi appears to overlook. His every action exudes a benevolent disposition towards the village, which raises a sense of alarm in Fugaku. Consequently, he seized this opportunity to lecture Itachi. Itachi, however, found this perplexing. Based on his understanding, the Uchiha clan is simply the Uchiha clan of Konoha. The Ninja Academy has commenced enrollment. After a period of reprimand, Fugaku shifted the conversation to the matter of the academy. Do you wish to enroll? In matters that would not impact the clan's interests. Fugaku held a particular respect for his ambitious son. Enrollment signifies representation of the Uchiha clan. Conversely, opting out would still allow Itachi to receive ample resources for development. Yes. The unexpected inquiry prompted a swift response from Itachi, whose mind began racing. The clan had tailored a development plan specifically for him. Even without enrollment, he could grow rapidly, perhaps even at an accelerated pace. Yet, Thoughts of Izumi and the many children not of the Uchiha clan filled his mind. Recalling the colorful Dango Izumi had treated him to, Itachi felt a renewed longing to enroll. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded, "I will go." Meanwhile, on the other side, Izumi was vigorously swinging his bamboo sword at the wooden posts of the ninja academy, the crisp sound of impact resonating continuously. By practicing 1,000 times each day, he could enhance his strength by a fraction. Immersed in his training, he found joy in the endeavor. Akane, seated on the grass nearby, could not help but voice her concern. "You should at least seek out Orochimaru-sensei. His brief explanations could provide you with more substantial improvements than this relentless training." Devotedly considering his well-being and eager to introduce him to one of the legendary Sannin, Akane was genuinely worried about her brother. Yet, her brother, rather than expressing gratitude, perceived her concern as meddling. What nonsense! With a complaint, Izumi continued his swordplay. He did not require Orochimaru's guidance. Although Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin, the protagonist has no need for his guidance. Simply completing tasks punctually suffices for advancement. Moreover, as the narrative progresses to its later stages, even Orochimaru finds himself powerless. His combat prowess is rather mediocre. It is his technological innovations that stand out. Yet, does Izumi intend to rely on technology to navigate the path of intellect and charm? Not at all. By merely adhering to the system's missions, one can effortlessly enhance their combat abilities. There is no necessity to delve into technology. Furthermore, Orochimaru is destined to betray the village in the future. Prior to his defection, he bestowed a cursed seal upon Anko, creating an indelible psychological scar for her. If Izumi were to follow Orochimaru, it is likely that Anko's predicament would remain unresolved indefinitely. With this thought, Izumi resolved to distance himself from Orochimaru as much as possible. Ignoring Anko's murmurs, he continued to wield his bamboo sword. Not bad, there is some foundation there. From a short distance away, a raspy voice echoed, "Orochimaru-sensei." Anko, startled, sprang to her feet, anxiously glancing at Orochimaru while signaling to Izumi. "Hurry over. Orochimaru has come out himself. Why aren't you stepping forward?" To her disappointment, Izumi merely paused for a moment before resuming his practice with the weapon. Orochimaru took a few steps closer, intrigued by this child who differed from his peers. He had been observing for some time, and the conversation between the two children had reached his ears clearly. It was rare to find someone who deemed him insignificant. Typically, upon hearing the name of one of the legendary Sannin from Konoha, even if not idolized, children would show utmost respect. A child who feels indifferent, how amusing. Orochimaru licked his lips, wiping his face with his tongue. How I wish to take him to my laboratory for study, but alas, I cannot be so brazen. At least for now, I am still a loyal subject of Konoha. Despite Danzo's covert support, I cannot resort to outright kidnapping. That old fool Sarutobi would certainly intervene. This was the inner contemplation of Orochimaru. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task, Strength Enhancement 001. Finally fulfilling the daily task. Izumi wiped the sweat from his brow and sat down, locking eyes with Orochimaru. The latter scrutinized Izumi for a moment, who reciprocated with a vigilant gaze. "Orochimaru-sensei," Anko said, her anxiety palpable as she observed the two. "Anko, keep up," Orochimaru commanded as he turned to depart. Anko sighed deeply. "Brother, you squandered your chance. You could have performed well just now." Unbeknownst to her, Anko was ignorant of the forthcoming developments. At present, all she desired was to care for her younger brother and provide him with a platform for growth. However, Izumi was acutely aware that, according to the storyline, Orochimaru very likely had already commenced human experimentation at this juncture. To the untrained eye, he appeared noble and righteous, yet behind the Fade lay a world of filth. In the shadows, a small white snake flicked its tongue. Orochimaru has departed, yet he has left behind a shadow to observe the young child. As a formidable figure of the shadow level, how could Orochimaru fail to perceive the intricacies in Izumi's swordsmanship? With a graceful rhythm of attack and defense, it is evident that he has benefited from the guidance of a master. This swordplay rivals that of the Hitachi clan, a sentiment echoed by Orochimaru himself. The previous Leaf Village ninja, renowned for his sword skills, was Hitachi Sakumo, whose blade was often seen glinting in battle, earning him the moniker of the White Fang of Konoha. Orochimaru intended to discreetly observe this child, curious about the secrets that lay beneath his charming and delicate exterior. From a distance, he caught sight of the small serpent in the shadows, and Izumi, seemingly sensing his gaze, shrugged nonchalantly. If you wish to watch, then do so. However, my next move will be rather impressive, so be prepared. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Izumi, I have arrived. A youthful figure, wielding a bamboo sword, suddenly emerged. Chapter 4. The astonishment of Uncle Snake for an entire year. Izumi, I have arrived. The sudden appearance of the young boy caused Uncle Snake, who had been observing everything through the small serpent, to narrow his eyes in surprise. Is this Uchiha Itachi? The eldest scion of the prestigious Uchiha clan of Konoha. In Uncle Snake's eyes, Itachi's value is of the highest caliber, possessing a bloodline limit, exceptional talent, and formidable strength. Should such an individual lie upon his experimental table, Uncle Snake is certain it would significantly advance his scientific endeavors. Izumi shrugged. You're late. Uncle Snake was even more astonished. Did these two know each other? Upon hearing Izumi's words, Itachi offered an apologetic nod. I apologize. My family and I were discussing matters related to school. I suppose I should bear the weight of family and village matters myself. Izumi understood the implications. Itachi chose to omit the intricacies of family affairs. Yet Izumi was not so easily deceived. Observing Itachi's expression, Izumi could surmise the underlying tensions. It seemed the burdens of family and village had stirred unwanted thoughts within Itachi. Sighing deeply, Izumi remarked, sometimes, overthinking is not a virtue. But speaking of the Ninja Academy, if my memory serves me right, it was established under the leadership of the second Hokage, specifically to cultivate lower-ranked ninjas. It provided commoners with the opportunity to become ninjas, simultaneously diminishing the clan's monopoly over these roles. Coupled with the so-called Will of Fire, the second Hokage successfully garnered support from the populace for his faction. Consequently, the Uchiha clan, which had long held a disdainful attitude, lost its eligibility to aspire for the Hokage position, leading even individuals like Itachi and Shursui to engage in the tragic act of turning against their kin. Never mind. Don't dwell on such thoughts like Itachi. Shall we commence our training, Itachi? Izumi tightened his grip on the bamboo sword, adopting a combat stance. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air as a shuriken flew directly towards Izumi's vital points. Bang! With a crisp sound, Izumi struck the shuriken away as if playing baseball. Wow! Standing at the side, Orochimaru gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Was this a practice session? Could there truly be such a visceral training? Those shurikens were aimed directly at vital points, and a moment's inattention could result in the loss of Izumi's life. Judging by the nonchalant expressions of the two children, it appeared this was not their first encounter with such peril. Were they utterly convinced of their ability to evade each other's strikes, exuding an unusual confidence? With a flurry of sounds, Itachi unleashed an array of shurikens, skillfully returning the incoming projectiles midair. Countless shurikens collided and ricocheted, soaring off in varied directions. Orochimaru concluded that even a graduated genin would struggle to evade them all. With a series of thuds and clangs, Izumi danced through the barrage of shurikens, deftly deflecting those that were unavoidable with her bamboo sword. After several exchanges, she had successfully closed the distance between them. Clash! The two bamboo swords collided, and seizing the moment, Izumi charged at Itachi, engaging him in close combat, a realm in which she excelled. The dull thuds of bamboo clashing resonated, each skirmish as captivating as the last. Orochimaru was utterly bewildered. Was this the prowess one would expect from 5-year-old children? Even a genin would likely falter against such relentless attacks. The bamboo swords whirled in the hands of the two youngsters, producing bursts of air and the rhythmic sounds of impact. After scrutinizing the scene for a considerable time, Orochimaru was struck once more with shock. In terms of swordsmanship, the prowess displayed by the long-haired boy seemed to eclipse that of the Uchiha clan's eldest scion. How could this be? A child of nameless origin surpassing the genius heir of Konoha's foremost clan? Yet, the reality was undeniable. Izumi's swordplay was marked by lethal precision. Each strike aimed to incapacitate. Though Itachi held his bamboo sword with impeccable form, his opportunities for offense were scant. In the theater of battle, prolonged defense was tantamount to relinquishing one's initiative, leading inevitably to defeat. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Itachi's loss was merely a matter of time. How could this child possess such formidable strength? From a distance, Orochimaru observed in utter disbelief. They were but 5-year-old children. He recalled his own youth at that age. He had been merely an ordinary boy, gradually rising from the shadows of tragedy after his parents' demise. With innate talent, he had eventually caught the eye of Hiruzen Sarutobi, becoming his apprentice. Yet, in the presence of these two children, his former potential seemed trivial. As Orochimaru's gaze shifted from astonished to numb, and ultimately to a calm resignation, he departed quietly, leaving behind a mystery that perhaps no one would ever comprehend. As Uncle Snake's consciousness returned to the laboratory, at that moment, Hongdo was engrossed in a book. It was a tome he had lent her, meticulously detailing the theoretical foundations of various ninjutsu. As a freshly graduated young girl, Hongdo found herself immensely curious about such subjects. In this era, there were no marketing accounts or popular science videos, so her patience and comprehension were remarkably high. She swiftly devoured the thick volume, causing Orochimaru to shake his head in disbelief. If only the child were as easily swayed as his sister, he mused, where a few words could easily persuade her. Unfortunately, judging by the wary expression he had seen during their first encounter, she seemed quite astute. Alas, he would soon be leaving Konoha. It was indeed a matter of regret. Orochimaru sighed softly. Faintly, it seemed that cries of anguish could be heard from the other side of the wall, yet engrossed in her reading, Hongdo remained oblivious. It appeared that those sent by Danzo were diligently assisting with his work. Orochimaru smiled gently as he organized the documents on his desk. Finally, he picked up a pen and inscribed a couple of names on a blank sheet of paper. Uchiha Itachi, Izumi. These two simple names signified Orochimaru's astonishment and his readiness for an investigative plan. It would not be long before the root personnel arrived. Chapter 5 Itachi, exhausted, slumped against the wall, breathless after the combat training. Izumi too felt fatigued, her legs trembling slightly, yet she managed to remain standing. Izumi, Itachi began. But he could not articulate anything further. His talent was exceptional, even among the Uchiha clan and his peers, yet in comparison to Izumi, he still fell short. At least in close combat, Izumi could easily defeat him. She picked up the shuriken that Itachi had discarded and threw it casually, striking true into a nearby thicket. A small snake was pinned to the muddy ground. Witnessing this scene, Itachi could not help but marvel at her remarkable stamina. While he was completely out of breath, she could still execute such precise shots. Izumi produced a skewer of dumplings, instinctively offering it to Itachi. Hesitant, he accepted the dumplings, pondering whether to partake. Their father had already admonished him not to grow too close to the villagers. Izumi was a formidable individual, and sparring with her would likely go unremarked within the family. However, the ensuing matters left him furrowing his brow, lost in thought. Stop overthinking it. I've told you many times, a voice interrupted his contemplation. Looking up, he found Izumi's dumplings still before him. Sorry. With a decisive bite, Itachi began to chew while mulling over his thoughts. His habit of pausing for reflection caused Izumi considerable concern. It was well known that in the original narrative, Itachi's health had always been frail. And even without the intervention of Sasuke, he was nearing a state of illness. The troubling aspect remained that Kishimoto, the author, had never clarified the nature of his ailment. If only a brief explanation had been provided, Iching might have considered procuring some medicine from the system's marketplace. However, that would pose a challenge. It would be unreasonable to expect Iching to start from scratch by exchanging for a barefoot doctor's manual. Iching expressed that time was not on their side. After much contemplation, Iching concluded that the only assistance they could offer to Itachi was to share some of the burdens. Feel free to seek me out whenever you have matters to discuss, Iching said unexpectedly to Itachi. Itachi was taken aback, unable to grasp the situation at hand. As the original works Kisame wisely remarked, only in moments of near demise can one truly reflect upon their life. This was not the case in the original narrative, where Itachi only regretted bearing all the weight after being resurrected by impure world reincarnation, but alas, it was too late. As your friend, your troubles are my troubles, Iching asserted firmly, patting Itachi on the shoulder. What does this mean? Itachi's young mind could not comprehend. He had not yet reached the point of necessary choices. The two enjoyed a delightful conversation before parting ways. Returning home, Iching happened upon Red Bean in the midst of changing clothes. The outer garment was halfway removed, leaving her undeveloped figure barely concealed by a layer of fishnet fabric. Baka, no way. After a flurry of exclamations, Iching found himself barred from entry. Such occurrences had been frequent over the years spent together with Red Bean, and Iching had grown accustomed to it. In jest, the children in Naruto are quite precocious. Yet Iching was not. He remained perfectly normal, entirely unaffected by the presence of a young girl. Hinata could fall for Naruto at 3, and Naruto could have a crush on Sakura at 8, yet I-Ching felt nothing. Sighing, I-Ching could only lament. This is the beauty and helplessness of the two-dimensional world. Patiently waiting for Red Bean to finish dressing, I-Ching calmly re-entered. How was your day? Did Orochimaru do anything to you? Huh. Red Bean, her face flushed, was taken aback. You just got back, and that's your first question? My foolish brother, what on earth are you thinking? He is my teacher, you know? Red Bean rolled her eyes in exasperation. I-Ching paid no mind to her words and approached with calm determination. What are you doing? Red Bean's face reddened further. In the original narrative, Red Bean was a high-ranking examiner who was swiftly defeated by Orochimaru, later becoming a tragic figure used as a tool for resurrection, and ultimately transforming into a lazy, overweight person. Such a fate was utterly absurd. Now, having been granted a second chance, I-Ching would not allow such a fate to befall Red Bean again. With a dramatic wall slam, I-Ching swept aside Red Bean's violet hair, leaning in to explore her neck. This sudden movement caused Red Bean to retreat a few steps, yet she found herself pressed against the wall, with no escape. What was he intending to do? Red Bean's face was nearly as red as certain unbroadcastable anime. However, the situation did not spiral into an irreversible direction. With a gentle hand, I touched the neck of Hongdo several times, confirming the absence of any unwarranted presence. After ensuring her safety, I-Ching calmly released her. Fortunately, the ominous mark did not truly manifest upon Hongdo's neck. The Heavenly Curse Seal, a legendary entity that bestows formidable power while simultaneously possessing an exceedingly low survival rate. For Hongdo, it could transform a vibrant and beautiful young girl into a corpulent middle-aged woman. The most devastating blow in her life came when her esteemed mentor, Orochimaru, bestowed the curse upon her without taking her along, leaving her to grapple with this burden alone. As Hongdo was now akin to family, I-Ching would never allow such a fate to befall her. Upon releasing Hongdo, I-Ching turned to return to his room. Suddenly, Hongdo called out to him, her expression still betraying an unnatural tension. Will you accompany me to have some dango? She implored. Following the preceding encounter, her demeanor and emotions appeared quite peculiar, and her speech was laced with uncertainty. The once assertive Hongdo had vanished, replaced by a tone reminiscent of Hinata's. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. I-Ching was taken aback by her unexpected tone, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Hongdo, frowning, awaited his reply in silence. Seconds ticked by with no one speaking. A wave of disappointment washed over her, an inexplicable sense of loss creeping in. All right. I-Ching finally responded, coming to his senses. In the original narrative, the three most renowned eateries in Konoha are as follows: Yakiniku, Ichiraku Ramen, and the Santai Dango shop. Virtually every notable character has dined there, while other culinary delights are overshadowed, save for Boruto's famed hamburgers. This time, I-Ching encountered familiar faces at the Santai Dango shop. Chapter 6. Casting aside Asuma. The bureaucrat's offspring I shall indulge now. Upon entering the Santai Dango shop, I-Ching observed numerous ninjas from Hongdo's cohort. Among them was the green-clad Might Guy, a formidable presence who, had it not been for Kishimoto's erratic drawings, could have easily dispatched the likes of Guy with a single kick. Seated centrally, puffing on a cigarette and gazing at Hongdo with longing, was Asuma. In a corner, Kakashi dined alone, seemingly lost in thought. Upon spotting the future Hatake Kakashi, I-Ching couldn't help but search for the other two missing figures. Regrettably, they were absent. Rin, having become the host of the Three Tails, was tragically slain by Kakashi himself, while Obito had long been declared deceased. If memory served, Kakashi would soon be taken by Minato to safeguard Kushina during her labor. At this juncture, I-Ching couldn't help but admire Minato's peculiar reasoning. Here was Kakashi, who had become despondent after witnessing the deaths of all his friends and his father's suicide before his eyes. Yet Minato expected him to witness the harmonious scene of his family. Ironically, it ended in tragedy, with Minato's family ultimately perishing, leaving only Naruto, who was unjustly viewed with disdain as a demon fox from a young age. It was no wonder that the Kakashi of later generations bore no semblance of normalcy. In such a stark contrast, anyone would inevitably fall into a state of despondency. However, none of this pertains to I-Ching at present, who sits calmly beside Hongdo among their peers. Hongdo exuberantly showcases her tricolored dumplings, sipping her red bean soup with gusto, while I-Ching contemplates the narrative of the original work. Judging by Kakashi's current demeanor, it appears that there remains a considerable interval before Kushina gives birth, implying that the turmoil of the Nine Tails is still some time away. Given this, there exists an opportunity to resolve matters before they unfold. It is merely a daunting task. Although endowed with the keen vision of an eagle, Icheng finds himself alone in this endeavor. With only about 6 months remaining, orchestrating everything within such a brief span proves to be quite challenging. As his thoughts grow increasingly convoluted, Icheng furrows his brow, fixating his gaze ahead. In doing so, his eyes meet those of an individual, Asuma. Observing Asuma with his cigarette and belt, Icheng instantly deduces his identity. Asuma, in turn, regards the furrowed brow of this young boy, pondering what he could possibly be thinking. In the original narrative, Asuma is indeed a poignant character. Yet, Icheng harbors significant discontent towards his privileged demeanor as a scion of a prominent family. In the original storyline, Asuma's demise, accentuated by various plot devices, becomes quite moving. However, a closer examination reveals many inconsistencies. For instance, within the anime, Asuma casually gifts Hong a poppy seed to plant in her garden. Moreover, Asuma, the son of the Hokage, is depicted as a mentor to the new generation of the Inuzuka clan. Additionally, he is associated with the 12 Guardian Ninjas, a group ostensibly established by the feudal lord to curtail the absolute monopoly of ninja villages over military power, with all members sworn solely to the feudal lord. Yet, shortly after Asuma's involvement, the organization fragmented. Since then, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire has never organized another group akin to the 12 Guardian Ninjas. Icheng is utterly unconvinced that the Third Hokage was not orchestrating something behind the scenes. Furthermore, while Asuma's death may seem dignified, it leaves behind a tragic legacy for Hong and their daughter. Kurenai, having spent her life with Asuma without any formal recognition, ultimately faces the distress of an unplanned pregnancy, with the child never having met his father, leading to considerable turmoil in the narrative of Boruto. In summary, Icheng regards this privileged offspring as an individual who relies on his background to feign superiority, leaving the aftermath for others to manage. Such individuals may appear charismatic, but upon deeper inspection, none are truly reliable. If one feels the weight of burdens, there is surely someone who wishes for your peace. Moreover, in this moment, Icheng, in his previous life, was never a smoker and harbored a strong aversion to those who smoke in public spaces, especially within this tricolored dumpling establishment, where a no-smoking sign is prominently displayed. Asuma brazenly indulges in his cigarette, seemingly oblivious to the rules. Naturally, no one dares to challenge him, for he is the son of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Esteemed young master, have you lost your sight? Icheng inclined her body slightly, positioning the bamboo sword at her waist towards Asuma, ever ready to draw it forth. She glanced back at Hongdo, who appeared equally displeased by the acrid smoke. It was not merely the two of them. Among those present, few indulged in the habit of smoking. Asuma, upon hearing her words, exhaled a lengthy plume of smoke, enveloping both Icheng and Hongdo in a cloud. What did you say? Cough, cough, cough. Hongdo could no longer endure the choking stench and began to cough incessantly. Have you not noticed the no-smoking sign? Her reaction only served to further ignite Icheng's anger. Though the two often quarreled, years of shared experiences had rendered them each other's sole family in this vast world. With a swift motion, the bamboo sword was drawn, slicing through the air to flick Asuma's cigarette butt away, igniting his tousled short hair in the process. Icheng then pulled open the window, using her other hand to seize Asuma by the collar, and with a flick of her wrist, she unceremoniously tossed him out of the Sankai Toanzi shop. Bang! The window was dramatically closed, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers as Icheng dusted off her hands. Regardless of your lineage, your father is destined to meet his end at the hands of his beloved disciple. Calmly, Icheng returned to her seat, taking a Sankai Toanzi and popping it into her mouth. You've already consumed too much. To aid your weight loss, this shall be mine. She mumbled through her food. She was determined that Hongdo would not transform into the rotund character depicted in the original narrative due to overindulgence. Hongdo blinked in confusion. What just transpired? Across the table from Asuma, Hong's gaze was fixed on Icheng, contemplating. Such a petite child, yet possessing remarkable strength. He appears to be a most dependable fellow. Raising the remaining dumplings, Icheng called out to the attendant. Check, please, and pack these up. Of course, they were not intended for Hongdo, but rather for her equally sweet-toothed friend, Uchiha Itachi. Poor Itachi, who adored sweets yet spent a lifetime enduring hardship. Having traversed to this new realm, one must strive to alter everything. Chapter 7. Itachi's Invitation, Mikoto's Birthday Delicious. Itachi swallowed a dumpling, a rare glimmer of joy lighting his eyes. They found themselves once more at the public training ground where they had first met, and the bag in Iching's hand had noticeably decreased by a string of Sankai Toanzi. Itachi, holding the remaining dumplings, was relishing them with great enthusiasm. In this moment, Itachi remained an adorably charming boy, as was Iching. Iching, grasping her bamboo sword, perused the information provided by the system. Her current strength lingered at 801, and it seemed a formidable challenge to elevate her power swiftly. However, the completion of daily tasks yielded not only enhancements in strength, but also system points. The system points and shop mechanism had only recently been activated, and she now possessed 50 points, with the system store successfully opened. While items for rapid power enhancement were exorbitantly priced, other auxiliary tools were available for Iching to purchase freely. Moreover, the system indicates that once strength reaches a level of 10, a profound transformation will occur, awakening certain unique abilities. In light of this, Iching remains quite optimistic. Considering the time left, there is approximately a year until the Ninetales incident, and he is confident that he can elevate his strength to 10 within this period. Additionally, a few months prior to Naruto's birth, Sasuke will also come into the world. The original narrative of the Ninetales incident witnessed countless casualties, and Iching dares not gamble on whether the butterfly effect of his transmigration might ensnare Hondo as well. He requires ample time to enhance his capabilities, otherwise, he faces a certain demise. Fortunately, the abilities he has displayed thus far are sufficiently modest, sparing him from the necessity of directly confronting the Ninetales. He merely needs to possess the means for self-preservation amidst the chaos it wreaks. However, during this period, Iching has numerous obligations to fulfill. Orochimaru has left, abandoning Hondo alone, and shortly thereafter, Jiraiya departs in search of Orochimaru, while Tsunade ultimately leaves with a heavy heart. Furthermore, Iching himself must enroll in the Ninja Academy. Although it is merely a formality, it cannot be dismissed lightly. Thus, Iching suddenly realizes that his time is indeed limited. By the way, Iching, did you fight the third Hokage's son? Itachi, who was in the midst of his meal, suddenly inquires. Huh, has it spread so quickly? Iching is equally astonished. How could it disseminate so fast? Did Asuma boast about it indiscriminately? Itachi chuckles. The Uchiha clan holds positions within the Konoha Village's police force, and your actions were unfortunately witnessed by the patrolling personnel. The police force? Iching can't help but laugh. It was said that the Uchiha and Senju clans co-founded Konoha. Yet, the second Hokage relegated the Uchiha clan to the police force. What a predicament. It's akin to assigning the company's partners to stand guard at the door as security. No wonder the Uchiha clan constantly clamors for rebellion. If Senju Hashirama established Konoha through his formidable power and idealism, gathering countless dreamers of peace under its banner, then Senju Tobirama, with his iron-fisted policies, extinguished the flicker of that ideal, rendering Konoha no different from other shinobi villages. Though many espouse various ideals, it seems that only Hashirama and Danzo genuinely strive to embody them. The Uchiha clan, perpetually excluded from the centers of power and frequently marginalized, naturally harbors grievances. Moreover, they have made significant contributions during the numerous shinobi world wars, particularly in the most recent one, where the Uchiha and Hyuga clans united to counter the assault from the entire Hidden Mist village. Yet, they received no rewards, only the role of security personnel. It is absurd that they can intervene to halt the third Hokage's son when he is in distress, and even maintain order. The Uchiha patrols have long been aware of these injustices. They merely chose to observe. Listening to all of this, Iching already had a rough plan in mind. It was likely that the rift between the Uchiha clan and the village had escalated significantly by now, following the intensification of conflicts after the Kaibai incident. It would only be a matter of time before the majority of the faction advocating for war led to a full-blown rebellion. One could only hope that Itachi would make the most suitable choice at that time. With such thoughts, Iching grasped his bamboo sword and commenced today's training. He began to swing his sword, resolute in the belief that strength would never betray him. As Iching embarked on his training, Itachi, unable to remain idle, quickly rose to accompany him in his practice. Shuriken and bamboo swords clashed, producing a harmonious symphony of combat. Not far away, a small white snake emerged from the grass, keenly observing the unfolding scene. Their training was as dazzling as ever. Eventually, as dusk approached, Itachi collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. "Icheng, how is it that you can stand there so effortlessly?" Itachi exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Icheng, who had been completely drained the previous day, was now brimming with vitality. Icheng pointed at Itachi, sensing the evident surge in his own strength. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed his face, and a smile spread across Icheng's lips. Just moments ago, the system had notified him of a strength increase of 0.1, derived from real combat experience. It appeared that enhancing one's abilities was rather straightforward. One merely needed to engage wholeheartedly in sparring with others. "Icheng, can you come to my house tomorrow?" Itachi suddenly asked. "Tomorrow is my mother's birthday, and I hope you can join as my friend." Itachi's words prompted Icheng to recall Uchiha Makoto, Itachi's and Sasuke's mother, a character often overshadowed. According to the revelations of the infamous Kishimoto, she had been a before marriage, only to settle into the role of a housewife thereafter. Sasuke was nearly born by now, wasn't he? The birthday celebration for Makoto would likely attract attention from Konoha, who would secretly monitor the Uchiha clan for any significant movements. Just as Hinata's birthday party in the original story had led to the demise of Niji's father, crucial events among the prominent clans often unfolded alongside unforeseen circumstances. To be honest, Icheng was quite reluctant to wade into such murky waters. "Is that not possible?" Itachi looked at Icheng with a hint of disappointment. "I will go," Icheng replied with a smile. After all, it would not be too much trouble to attend for the sake of a friend. Chapter 8. The Pride of the Uchiha Clan. Indeed, it was quite magnificent. As Icheng walked through the Uchiha clan's territory, he couldn't help but marvel. Although he had little understanding of this culture before his journey, he could still discern what constituted luxury and what was merely ordinary. As a self-proclaimed foremost prestigious family of Konoha, every member of the Uchiha clan bore an immense sense of pride. In their eyes, the Senju clan had nearly perished, leaving only a few remnants. They considered themselves the most formidable force in the entire shinobi world. Indeed, they possessed the grounds for such pride. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans collaborated to thwart the offensive of the Hidden Mist Village. The outcome was grim for the Hyuga clan, whose leader perished, and they even lost one of their Byakugan. In stark contrast, the Uchiha clan suffered minimal losses, a testament to their might. However, as Izumi gazed upon the ancient architectural style, he inexplicably sensed an air of obstinacy and rigidity emanating from the Uchiha clan, as if they were unwilling to adapt. In his interactions with the Uchihas, he detected an arrogance that belied their disdain for others. They believed that Konoha was their creation, yet, aside from Uchiha Madara, who nearly became Hokage only to relinquish the role, and Uchiha Kagami, a disciple of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan had never interfered with the power structure of the village, bearing a mindset that the entire village owed them. The Uchiha expressed considerable discontent with the current circumstances. Except for Shursui, Itachi, and the long-deceased Obito, it appeared that no one in the clan desired to engage with the outside world. Izumi awaited the host who had extended this invitation to him, Uchiha Itachi. Were it not for this friendship, he would have never ventured here. The atmosphere within the clan was quite pleasant, especially considering the joyous occasion. With Fugaku in power, he placed great emphasis on internal matters of the Uchiha clan, particularly since Makoto, the woman he cherished, was now with child. "Over here, Izumi." Itachi waved from the crowd, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. With Shursui out on a mission, Itachi's only confidant was Izumi, and there were matters he preferred to keep from Shursui. To Itachi, Shursui resembled an elder mentor in his life's journey. Regrettably, Izumi knew he had ultimately disappointed Shursui's expectations. "My apologies for the delay. We have had an abundance of guests," Itachi said as he pulled Izumi toward his home. At this point, the Uchiha clan had not yet relocated to a secluded corner following the Nine-Tails incident. They remained a prominent family. If Konoha could be likened to a nation within the Land of Fire, then the Uchiha clan was akin to a village within that village. An administrative structure composed of the clan leader and elders complemented by various production facilities for ninja tools and daily necessities, a consumer area, and training grounds. Not to mention farmland and medical institutions. This comprehensive industrial chain explained why the Uchiha clan audaciously plotted a coup. With such a complete network, who would fear the leakage of information? Contemplating the coup, Izumi began to seriously evaluate the probability of its success. With Obito wielding a single Manjiki Sharingan capable of compelling the 5 great nations to unite, and with Fugaku, Itachi, and Shursui all possessing their own Manjiki Sharingan, orchestrating a decisive strike to dismantle Konoha's core should not be overly challenging. Regrettably, as he considered this, Izumi glanced at Itachi and then thought of Shursui. It seemed unlikely that either of them desired to pursue such a course of action. They remain oblivious to the irony that the very advocate of the will of fire is, in fact, its most ardent detractor. Upon arriving at the residence of the clan leader, Izumi found herself ignored. To the members of the Uchiha clan, she was merely a common child with a close connection to the young master. Izumi-chan, a sweet voice called out, belonging to Itachi's mother, Mikoto Uchiha. At that moment, Mikoto, pregnant and brimming with maternal affection, instinctively felt a fondness for children. She embraced Izumi, engaging her in conversation while affectionately pinching her cheeks. "Auntie," Izumi mentally scoffed. "Just because I'm cute doesn't mean you can single me out." After all, her psychological age was approaching 30. This kind of attention was perilously overwhelming. As the main events of the gathering commenced, prominent figures within the clan began to rise, exchanging pleasantries before heaping flattery upon Mikoto and Fugaku. Fugaku maintained a stern countenance, responding in kind, while Mikoto smiled and nodded, remaining silent. Izumi found herself unable to endure the insipid culture of such gatherings, taking advantage of her youth. She turned and fled. In the clan's courtyard beneath a cherry blossom tree, Izumi began to showcase the culinary delights laid out for the event. "I apologize," came a voice of sincere regret. It was Itachi. He had discerned her dissatisfaction and mistakenly believed he had neglected her. "How about you wait for me at the Dango shop? I'll join you once the gathering concludes," Itachi suggested after a moment's contemplation. "No worries, I simply detest this atmosphere. Care to practice together?" Izumi inquired, pulling out her bamboo sword and gazing at Itachi with keen interest. Itachi's lips twitched slightly. While demonstrating one's training achievements at a gathering could indeed be entertaining, every time he sparred with Izumi, it ended in his defeat. Thus, he declined, "Perhaps another time. I must stay with my mother." Normally, Itachi relished such sparring sessions, but he was mindful of the potential embarrassment it could bring to his parents during the festivities. After bidding farewell to Itachi, Izumi hastily consumed the remaining food. Embarking on her daily training regimen, the bamboo sword sliced through the air with a resonant whoosh, drawing the attention of a figure lurking behind the trees, Izumi Uchiha, the future girlfriend of Itachi in the original narrative. She was just an ordinary child within the clan, having only caught a fleeting glimpse of Itachi during this gathering. As Itachi departed, Izumi found herself captivated. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, she had a rudimentary understanding of swordsmanship and was struck by the strength displayed. "This person is formidable," was her initial impression. The bamboo sword beneath the tree emitted a series of sonorous echoes, stirring a tempest of leaves and blossoms. Regrettably, it was not spring, and the scene of cherry blossoms dancing in the air was absent. With a sigh, Izumi sheathed her sword and picked up the leftovers from the tablecloth, resuming her meal. Upon lifting her gaze, she found herself face to face with a girl possessing long black hair. "Would you like a bite?" Izumi offered a morsel, only to reconsider and pop it into her own mouth instead. Izumi Uchiha hesitated for a moment before finally inquiring, "You aren't from the Uchiha clan, are you?" "No, I'm here because of Itachi," Izumi mumbled, swallowing her food and speaking indistinctly. When it comes to Izumi Uchiha, the only thing Izumi can recall is how Itachi bestowed upon her the Tsukuyami, allowing her to live a lifetime within that illusion. Poor child. In Chapter 9, Orochimaru's research, the reanimation technique. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Danzo are engaged in a conversation, albeit with a hint of discord. "You've gone too far," Danzo remarked, his expression darkening as he regarded Orochimaru. The Uchiha police force incessantly lamented to the Hokage about their financial woes, exacerbated by the frequent cases of missing persons leading to a manpower shortage. Upon hearing this, Danzo surmised a few things. Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly, "Rest assured, you shall receive every bit of what I promised." As their gazes locked, both men discerned a subtle probing in each other's eyes. "What are you planning?" Danzo inquired, tapping his cane lightly against the ground. To explore the truths of this world, Orochimaru's raspy voice evoked a sense of distaste in Danzo. Taking a few steps back, Danzo murmured, "If this continues, Hiruzen will take notice of you." Unfazed by the warning and counsel, Orochimaru shrugged again. Teacher, it no longer matters. The research I am conducting is at such a critical phase that even if it draws attention, it would be inconsequential. I need you to buy me some time. With a faint movement of his golden eyes, Orochimaru's tone remained flat. By time, Danzo shrugged. I cannot protect you for long. It doesn't matter. Just a few months. Only a few months, and I will succeed. At that moment, he was prepared to flee once he attained immortality. Konoha would hold no value thereafter. In his lifetime, Orochimaru sought to uncover the essence of existence through the understanding of all truths. As for the heavenly curse mark, he deemed it should be set aside for now, as everything must pave the way for the reanimation technique. Danzo furrowed his brow, feeling that he had assisted Orochimaru significantly. Yet he pondered what he rightfully deserved in return. Observing Danzo's demeanor, Orochimaru understood his desires. Fear not, progress has been made with the wood release. There are individuals who have adapted well to Hashirama's cells. Danzo's pupils constricted in surprise as he gazed at Orochimaru. With a soft clap, a masked youth approached. After a few hand seals, a wooden board sprouted from the ground. Is this processed timber? Danzo stared incredulously at Orochimaru. What jest is this? As a disciple of Tobirama Senju, I have witnessed Hashirama Senju wield the wood release. Wood release is a tree, not mere planks. One could only imagine Danzo's thoughts upon hearing about the white Zetsu's ability to utilize fungal forms of wood release. Sensing Danzo's dissatisfaction, Orochimaru merely smiled. Relax. Having something is better than having nothing. Indeed, this experiment had been initiated under the Third Hokage, only to be halted due to excessive losses, and ultimately clandestinely supported by Danzo. Several years had elapsed since the inception of this project, and now, at long last, results had emerged, bringing Orochimaru immense joy. As a mere civilian adept at extracting chakra, he has now reached a level where he can contend with mid-level ninjas without fear of embarrassment. Oh, Danzo was taken aback once again. If that is the case, he is indeed formidable. Orochimaru chuckled softly, presenting a vial. This potion is still in its experimental stages. Refrain from utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. Accepting the vial, Danzo nodded. Is there anything else? I require an investigation into a certain individual, Izumi, the adopted brother of Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru voiced his request. Izumi? Is there a child aside from Uchiha Itachi that piques Orochimaru's interest? Danzo was somewhat surprised but nodded nonetheless. Very well, I shall look into it. Meanwhile, on another front, the gathering of the Uchiha clan was drawing to a close. Izumi practiced in the courtyard, faintly overhearing snippets of conversation. According to the members of the Uchiha clan, there has been a troubling rise in cases of missing persons, which they claim is a tactic employed by Konoha to diminish the Uchiha clan's influence. Missing persons cases? Izumi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. It seemed that Orochimaru was poised to place a curse mark on Anko. This realization ignited within Izumi a fervent desire to expedite his strength. Currently, he was at most at the level of a mid-tier ninja, far from being able to confront Orochimaru. System, is there any method to rapidly enhance my power? The current means to elevate strength include daily tasks, practical experience, and the system shop. Challenge missions will unlock once character strength reaches level 10. The system's response relieved Izumi. Fortunately, there remains a way to salvage the situation. Itachi, come quickly to spar. Izumi promptly sought out Itachi, who had just concluded his duties. Huh, Izumi? A look of pleading crossed Itachi's face for the first time. He was reluctant to be bested again, especially during such an important festival. However, Izumi was undeterred. He drew his bamboo sword and engaged Itachi in combat. Hey. Itachi, exasperated yet resigned, steeled himself for the duel. After the skirmish, Itachi, barely maintaining his balance with his sword on the ground, gasped, Did you hold back? Izumi merely smiled in response, negotiating with the system within his mind. Congratulations, host, for accumulating experience through combat. Character strength has increased by 1. Remarkable, a full point. This was a significant enhancement for Izumi. System, how is the increase in strength from practical experience calculated? Report to the host. As long as the host remains focused during combat, whether in full attack mode or contemplating strategies, strength will be enhanced. Izumi nodded. I see. I had assumed it was based on time spent, but it seems fortune has favored me. As time passed, the gathering began to disperse. After bidding farewell to the exhausted Itachi, Izumi stood and prepared to return home. While walking partway, he suddenly sensed something peculiar. Something was following him. After a few turns, Izumi found himself in the wilderness and coldly laughed to himself. Come forth, do not hide. Hee, what keen perception you possess. A familiar yet husky voice emerged. As Orochimaru perched upon a tree, his golden serpent-like eyes fixed intently on Ichijo. I have long been aware of your presence, cold Lord Snake Uncle. After all, I comprehend your thoughts with clarity. Unfazed by Orochimaru's gaze, Ichijo remained vigilant. Clarity, you say? Orochimaru flicked his tongue to taste the air, his eyes glimmering with fervent curiosity. There exists an inherent discomfort in being scrutinized so thoroughly. Yet the audacity of someone daring to voice such truths after all these years instilled in Orochimaru a sense of having encountered a kindred spirit at last. I harbor no interest in your research, but certain of your actions. Ichijo adjusted his long hair. Chapter 10. The encounter between Ichijo and Orochimaru. Uncle Snake. It has been a while, Ichijo remarked, presenting an innocent smile as he waved lightly. Uncle Snake? It is the first time someone has referred to me in such a manner. Taking a few tentative steps forward, Orochimaru murmured about the various insights he had gleaned from his investigations at the root. Both parents were commoners, perished in the chaos of war, adopted by Akamichi Arta, who was also a war orphan. Aside from displaying some combat prowess in childhood, no particular talents were ever revealed. Frequently locking himself away, he would only emerge during sparring or meal preparation. Ichijo felt an undeniable annoyance. No one relishes having their entire life laid bare. Yet, it was unfortunate that Orochimaru could never fathom that he was a time traveler. Aside from Ichijo himself, no one knew. Uncle Snake, I believe you should hasten to uncover the secrets of reincarnation rather than engage in idle chatter with me. Ichijo shrugged nonchalantly, articulating Orochimaru's most coveted secret with ease. Orochimaru's steps abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on Ichijo. How did this child come to know so many of his secrets? If his combat talent were indeed exceptional, Orochimaru might attribute it to a concealed genius. Yet how could one explain the ease with which his secrets were laid bare? Orochimaru's expression hardened, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes towards the child. Nevertheless, Ichijo remained steadfast, his demeanor unruffled. Uncle Snake, making too much noise would surely lead to your downfall. Even the root cannot shield you. The current Orochimaru would not dare act recklessly. Based on the timeline, he had yet to prepare fully for an escape. Meanwhile, Ichijo had already acquired the prowess of the world's foremost swordsman. If one were to gauge his abilities against those of Hawkeye, he would at least rank among the upper echelons of the later stages of the Shinobi War, with a fraction of that power now at his disposal. Ensuring his own survival against Orochimaru's restrained aggression was entirely feasible. Ichijo, are you not curious about everything this world has to offer? After a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru resumed his forward momentum. The essence of life lies in the exploration of all truths within this realm, all jutsu, all technology. Orochimaru advanced step by step, reciting the tenets he held dear. Thus, on the path to truth, it is inevitable that some must become sacrifices. Orochimaru halted his steps, retreating a pace to assume a combative stance. Shadow of the Serpent. A multitude of serpents erupted wildly from his sleeves, surging towards Izumi. With a swift whoosh, Izumi's sword sliced through the air, creating a wave of energy as he deftly withdrew. The bamboo sword proved inadequate, utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon the supple snakes. As Izumi evaded the onslaught, he searched his surroundings for potential weapons. Futile, Izumi-kun, there is no escape for you. With the serpent horde continuously expanding, Izumi's avenues for retreat dwindled. The serpents encircled him, constricting countless spaces. Orochimaru felt an insatiable desire, a yearning to capture Izumi and study him thoroughly in his laboratory. Moreover, the boy had learned far too much. If he disclosed anything to Itachi, it could reach the law enforcement, ultimately finding its way to the Hokage's ears. His forbidden texts remained unfinished, and the experimental data still incomplete. He could not afford any losses. The more Orochimaru pondered, the angrier he became, hastening his control over the serpents. Yet, Izumi's movements seemed more agile than the serpents themselves, evading every attack with remarkable precision. Simultaneously, the bamboo sword, which could not harm the snakes, was wielded with such finesse in his hands that it cleared all obstacles in his path. Orochimaru was astounded by Izumi's display of skill. Should this individual be given time, he would undoubtedly evolve into the next Shikamaru Nara. The desire to take him away grew stronger. Orochimaru licked his lips, retracting the serpent technique, for such an assault bore no significance for him. Regrettably, he could not fully unleash his might. With a sigh of discontent, he unsheathed the Kusanagi sword, preparing himself for close combat with the boy. Though not his forte, it did not mean he was entirely inept. Crack! The bamboo shattered upon genuine metal contact, yet Izumi did not waver. He lunged with the broken sword towards Orochimaru's throat. Impossible! Orochimaru exclaimed in shock. He had never anticipated such a move from the boy before him. Retreating hastily, it was too late. His chin and lips were already grazed by the sharpened bamboo. Impressive strength, Orochimaru remarked as he steadied himself. It appears I have underestimated you. You are no ordinary child. Planting his feet firmly, Orochimaru's raspy voice beckoned Izumi. Would you care to leave this village with me? You must have uncovered quite a bit about the dark side of this place. As he spoke, he tempted Izumi further. I must say, conspiring for rebellion so loudly is rather reckless. Are you not afraid of my reporting you? Izumi retorted, exasperated. Orochimaru, possessing little interest beyond the realm of science, spoke with stark candor. Once he set his sights on something, he would pursue it with unwavering determination. This encapsulates the essence of Orochimaru, or rather, the temperament of an epitome of a science and engineering enthusiast. Appreciation, unadorned, can be effortlessly conveyed through action. To this, Izumi wholeheartedly agrees. It resonates deeply with his character. However, Izumi is reluctant to simply depart. He harbors little affection for this village, especially since both of his parents perished amidst the chaos of war. Oh, a hook has been set. For the first time, a faint smile graced Orochimaru's lips. He is acutely aware that Izumi would not easily betray him, for he himself harbors numerous concealed secrets. Their dialogue, akin to two enigmatic riddlers, flowed with ease. Orochimaru sheathed the Kusanagi sword, and Izumi retracted his broken bamboo sword. Their gazes locked, yet Izumi's forthcoming words dampened Orochimaru's mood. But I cannot leave the village just yet. You, having witnessed so much darkness within it, do you not intend to effect change? Change. Orochimaru had little interest. His sole desire was to delve into his research in solitude. Does the relentless pursuit of scientific innovation disregard the decay of reality? Izumi chuckled softly. How absurd and tragic. Chapter 11. Danzo's scheme. Uncle Snake's escape absurd and tragic? Orochimaru sneered lightly. Such words apply equally to you, do they not? You are unwilling to be shackled by this so-called village, yet you find yourself entwined within it. Slowly, Orochimaru withdrew the Kusanagi sword. Betrayal? Not at all. Orochimaru does not perceive becoming a rogue ninja as shameful. He sees it as a testament to his loyalty. He has always remained faithful to his beliefs, seeking the truths of the world and exploring its mysteries. In pursuit of this faith, leaving the Hidden Leaf Village is the most advantageous choice. This is not betrayal, but rather an allegiance to something different and nothing more. Entwined within it, Izumi smiled. I am indeed bound by the emotions here, yet I feel nothing for the village itself. Truly, if not for Akane, who would choose to linger in this seemingly resplendent village, rife with undercurrents? After this probing exchange, Orochimaru departed slowly. Izumi was certain that Orochimaru had long set his sights on him. In the original narrative, only Sasuke, Kabuto, and the trio of Karen managed to survive Orochimaru's interest. Yet, it seems another might soon join their ranks. Izumi felt no concern, for his strength was advancing rapidly, with the assistance of a system and Itachi as a training partner. Izumi's capabilities were escalating swiftly. Given time, Orochimaru would no longer pose a challenge. However, when that moment arrives, Orochimaru may not be the same as he is now. Currently, Orochimaru has begun to take an interest in Izumi, but would not act against him. Simultaneously, Izumi would not casually divulge Orochimaru's secrets, reflecting the unspoken understanding between them. After concluding his interview with Izumi, Orochimaru swiftly returned to his base. As anticipated, Danzo had already been waiting for him. Did you seek out that child? Danzo inquired, his expression rife with confusion. The fact that Orochimaru would personally make an appearance for a mere child was unprecedented. Even Itachi Uchiha had not received such an honor. Who exactly was this child, named Izumi? Orochimaru, clearly reluctant to elaborate, merely waved his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself with such trifles. He held little regard for this ambitious yet ineffectual man, who aspired to ascend to the position of Hokage without possessing the requisite governing abilities. lacking even the capacity to maintain the balance of power that the Third Hokage had managed to uphold. While the Third Hokage could at least sustain equilibrium among the various factions, Danzo thrived on chaos, perpetually instigating turmoil, without the power to dismantle the entrenched old order. The inevitable outcome had been a protracted internal strife that severely weakened Konoha core. Yet, paradoxically, Danzo was renowned for his inflexible stance in external matters. Orochimaru found such individuals utterly unappealing. "I have experiments to conduct," he stated softly, signaling the end of their conversation. It would be prudent to exercise caution. The third and fourth Hokage have begun deploying Umbu to investigate the recent spate of child disappearances. Danzo shook his head, his demeanor grave. "Still on this same track," he remarked, clearly perturbed by something beyond his control. This was not what Danzo desired. "I am preparing to orchestrate a significant upheaval, after which you can ascend to that position." Once Orochimaru became the fifth Hokage, Danzo could wield power akin to that of the current third Hokage. Ultimately, he could then seize a fitting opportunity to dispose of Orochimaru and claim the title of Hokage for himself. The prospect seemed imminent, and a faint smile crept across Danzo's lips. Yet, he appeared to overlook the fact that Orochimaru had no interest in such a matter. "Hokage, do you think this is what I have always desired?" he scoffed. Initially, he had indeed aspired to such a role, with his rival being Shumo Hitaki. However, after Shumo was mercilessly criticized to death, he pondered, why had such a wave of critics suddenly emerged? Why had the third Hokage, that old man, not intervened with his so-called will of fire to dissuade those critics? It was all rather suspicious. Subsequently, in a bid to persuade the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to send troops against the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, the third Hokage agreed to abdicate. To his astonishment, the mantle was passed to Minato Namikaze, a commoner with no governing experience whatsoever. Wasn't it all about maintaining control? Since the fourth Hokage's ascension, Orochimaru had grown disheartened and embarked on a quest for knowledge. During this period, Danzo had introduced him to a plethora of Konoha's darker secrets. From that point onward, the so-called will of fire held no allure for him. It is merely a tactic devised to deceive the lower echelons of society. Orochimaru let out a few derisive chuckles as he approached Shimura Danzo's side, stating, "I have expressed my desire to focus solely on my research." With that, and amidst Danzo's astonished countenance, Orochimaru slowly departed. Months later, the season of new beginnings arrived. "Here, Izumi, this is your acceptance letter." Itachi handed a piece of paper to Izumi, explaining that their father had taken care of the arrangements. Fugaku, the head of the police force, was akin to the director of a public security bureau in a past life. There were matters that Itachi refrained from voicing. Very well, Izumi, too, chose not to pry further. Itachi struggled to comprehend the myriad power struggles among adults, yet Izumi was quite astute in such matters. Nevertheless, this situation bore benefits for Izumi, and thus there was little inclination to elaborate. Izumi's sister, a natural airhead with a mind that wandered, was not suited to enroll alone. At this point, Izumi had elevated their prowess to level 15, rendering the Ninja Academy inconsequential. Calculating the timeline, Izumi realized that shortly after Itachi's graduation, the Ninetales incident would erupt, followed by Sasuke's enrollment and a coup d'etat. Given this, it was merely necessary for Izumi to navigate through this phase, devising ways to avert those tragedies. Taking a deep breath, Izumi accepted the acceptance letter and followed Itachi into the Ninja Academy. Within the walls of the academy, Izumi's renown would echo throughout Konoha. Having been granted a second chance at life, Izumi resolved to make the world tremble beneath their influence. Clenching the bamboo sword at their waist, Izumi thought with unwavering determination. Chapter 12. The Frown of Minato Namikaze. The third Hokage begins to convey thoughts. Third Hokage. Here is the detailed report regarding the missing persons case. A flash of golden hair entered the office, clutching a stack of documents. At the Hokage's desk sat an elderly man, puffing on a cigarette, as he accepted the report from Minato. Indeed, two individuals occupied the office. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze could not assume the dominant position at that moment. He was experiencing considerable distress. The responsibilities of Hokage appeared markedly different from what he had envisioned. The investigation was ostensibly straightforward. Even the police force, typically at odds with Konoha's officialdom, was actively cooperating regarding matters related to that individual. However, during the course of the inquiry, Minato frequently encountered inexplicable obstacles. whether it was the Umbu failing to report or their members unable to complete their assignments for various reasons. Minato was left with no choice but to present the existing report before the Third Hokage, requesting his direct intervention. In the Hokage's office, smoke swirled in the air. Minato, who did not smoke, found himself unable to suppress a few coughs. With Kushina pregnant, he made it a point to bathe before returning home, and he would change into a fresh coat before entering the office to avoid affecting their future child. However, to Minato, the stench of smoke was truly unbearable. What is the matter, Fourth? Can you not tolerate the smell of smoke? The Third Hokage set down his pipe and turned to Minato. As he spoke, the potent aroma of smoke once again assaulted Minato's senses. No, it's nothing, Minato replied, frowning slightly. It has come to my attention that Asuma was previously beaten due to his smoking habits. Minato, initially hoping that the Third Hokage, as a father figure, would exhibit some restraint, soon realized this was merely a fool's wish. Reflecting on Asuma's plight, Minato found himself recalling Izumi. This incident had firmly etched the name in his memory. One might say that the carefree orphan truly embodies a spirit of audacity, effortlessly accomplishing what I longed to do but dared not attempt. Minato, enduring the acrid scent of smoke, patiently awaited the Third Hokage to peruse all the reports. Wasn't this the work of Orochimaru? Perhaps it would be prudent to consider the recent commencement of the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and delivered a lengthy discourse filled with platitudes. As Hokage, it is an indispensable duty to observe the fresh blood of our village and witness their growth. Gradually rising, Sarutobi, with a pipe in his mouth, attempted to stride ahead of Minato. Stunned, Minato found himself momentarily rooted in place. Indeed, the enrollment and development of the new generation is of paramount importance. Yet, could it possibly surpass the safety of all the inhabitants of Konohagakure? Once, it was you, Sarutobi, who imparted to me the will of fire. Now, Minato's gaze towards Sarutobi grew increasingly intricate. Quickening his pace, Minato positioned himself ahead of Sarutobi, for at least in the eyes of outsiders. I am the highest authority of Konohagakure. I am the current Hokage. At this moment within the Ninja Academy, two figures stood out remarkably. One, clad in the garb of the Uchiha clan, bore prominent lines of age upon his youthful face, exuding a potent charisma that drew the attention of his peers. Yet, this individual closely trailed another. It was Izumi. Resting beneath the shade of a tree, the bamboo sword in his hand, marked by nicks and wear, testified to its history. Nevertheless, the owner of this sword wore a friendly expression as he engaged in light-hearted banter with another young boy. The appearance of the yellow-haired boy donning the Hokage's hat, accompanied by an elderly man, immediately caught Izumi's eye. Today marks your first day of enrollment, and on this momentous occasion, Sarutobi, puffing on his pipe, exhaled clouds of smoke while indulging in trivial chatter. After delivering a series of insipid remarks, Sarutobi began reciting a light verse of his own creation. Wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire shall thrive endlessly. The shadows of fire will illuminate the entire forest, allowing new leaves to sprout. A group of naive youngsters listened with rapt attention, while Izumi felt only a wave of drowsiness wash over him. It was a jest. Similar speeches had been heard countless times during gratitude ceremonies in past lives, during college entrance oath gatherings, and whenever leaders painted grand visions. My ears have grown calloused. Itachi, however, pondered seriously over the content of the light verse. Izumi, do you not think that setting fire in the forest would ultimately consume it entirely? Itachi struggled to comprehend Sarutobi's notion of illuminating the forest and fostering new leaves. It lacked scientific reasoning. Yet, some individuals seem intent on finding justifications for igniting flames in the mountains. Iching shrugged, stating that flames and trees could never coexist harmoniously, for flames could only thrive by consuming the very flesh and labor of trees. This represented an irreconcilable conflict between fire and wood. However, flames feared the resistance of trees, as they were abundant and had demonstrated their capacity to flourish without the flames' assistance. Thus, flames resorted to devouring the trees while concocting myths to embellish their own existence. Iching wisely chose to remain silent, aware that further words could lead to consequences. It was tragically poignant that trees often found themselves empathizing with the perspective of the flames. The young Itachi fell into deep contemplation once more. If one were to consider matters from the tree's viewpoint, what indeed were trees, and what were flames? Were the members of his clan akin to the people of Konohagakure? Perhaps they were. Itachi recalled the incessant, disparaging rumors that circulated about his family, which, despite being suppressed by his father each time, continued to resurface. As Konoha foremost noble clan, the Uchiha family was not lacking in numbers. Among them, those advocating for a direct coup were still few, yet Itachi had already unconsciously categorized them as trees in his mind. Observing Itachi lost in thought once more, Iching chose not to elaborate further. It was the trees that formed the forest, not the flames. This fundamental truth hinged on whether Itachi could grasp it. Nonetheless, it was imperative that Itachi did not equate the government of Konoha with the village itself. If the government held equal significance in Itachi's heart as the Uchiha clan, would he still consider the massacre of his kin? Iching was uncertain, yet he resolved to do his utmost. Rest assured, whatever choice you make, I shall not intervene. Iching took one of the colorful dumplings from the skewer, closed his eyes, and savored it. The village? Absurd. Chapter 13. The Third Hokage. Itachi, what is your perspective? Itachi, I am merely observing. After an interminable monologue filled with vacuous rhetoric, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned his gaze toward Itachi Uchiha. With a gentle beckoning, he summoned Itachi over and patted his shoulder, saying, "What do you think of my words, the prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan?" Huh? Itachi blinked his dry eyes, gazing at Sarutobi in bewilderment. How should I interpret this? I'm just sitting here. Initially, Itachi perceived Sarutobi's words as somewhat grandiose, but following Iching's elucidation, he experienced a moment of clarity. However, he could not evade the inquiry, as a throng of newcomers turned to fix their gazes upon him, whispering among themselves. He appeared entirely ordinary. How could he be deemed a prodigy? Surely it was due to his good looks? Could someone reliant on their appearance truly be labeled a genius? The power of jealousy is formidable. Witnessing Itachi receiving such high regard from Sarutobi, it was impossible for the onlookers to feel no envy at all. The private murmurs caused Itachi's face to flush with embarrassment, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. Isn't setting fire to the forest likely to consume it entirely? Silence. An absolute, prolonged silence. The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched involuntarily, and even the gaze of the following Minato Namikaze appeared somewhat peculiar. Are all the newcomers this bold? With a casual remark, they express every thought that comes to mind. Observing the atmosphere grow tense, Itachi felt compelled to continue. Actually, I don't consider myself a genius. Casting a glance at Izumi nearby, Itachi proceeded to extol her virtues before Hiruzen. Hiruzen was taken aback, turning to gaze at Izumi. Much like the rest of the newcomers, Izumi swallowed a colorful dumpling and looked at her onlookers. What are you staring at me for? Itachi intended to introduce Izumi to leaders of Konoha like Hiruzen and Minato, but Izumi had no desire for such recognition. Her thoughts were simple: to steer clear of the power struggles of the elite and live a peaceful life. Nevertheless, Itachi believed that a talent like Izumi, once acknowledged by the higher-ups, would receive superior training. The expressions of those gazing at Izumi were filled with astonishment. Is this really her? The one who has captivated the attention of the Third Hokage, a genius revered by all? She seems quite ordinary, nothing particularly special. Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly turned his face, casting a curious glance at Minato Namikaze beside him. This is Izumi, the child who injured Asuma. The next sentence, which I had long intended to say, was swallowed down by Minato. Having served as Hokage for so long under the guidance of the Third Hokage, Minato was well aware of Hiruzen's implication. A mere glance signified the Third Hokage's inquiry. Why was I not informed sooner of this child's whereabouts? In truth, Minato had repeatedly informed Hiruzen, only to be met with indifference. Witnessing Hiruzen's discomfort, Minato felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Indeed, Hiruzen nodded, turning his attention to Izumi. At that moment, Izumi also lifted her gaze to meet Hiruzen's. Their eyes met, yet the anticipated hostility never materialized. Hiruzen calmly averted his gaze after a brief appraisal, and Izumi did not put on any airs either. As for Asuma, Hiruzen need not worry about him any longer. His wayward son had already found his place, ingratiating himself with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. While Hiruzen had orchestrated some of this, Asuma's penchant for trouble was a significant reason for his actions, to assign him a task that would keep him occupied. However, this child before him? Hiruzen pondered. A commoner who could attract the attention of the Uchiha clan's genius? Quite intriguing. Setting down his pipe, Hiruzen donned a practiced smile. You are indeed very modest. Patting Itachi on the shoulder, he declared, All of you are the pride of our Konoha future. Another series of vacuous statements followed, before proceeding to various formalities such as class assignments and entrance examinations. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, feeling that he had, in fact, profited from this encounter. The boy named Uchiha Itachi appeared to be unlike the other members of the Uchiha clan. This young lad did not possess their lofty demeanor or condescending attitude. Instead, he seemed to be a character who could be swayed. Once more inserting his pipe into his mouth, Sarutobi contemplated the discord between the Konoha Village administration and the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha had long felt they were subjected to unfair treatment, striving for higher positions. However, the pie was limited, mostly allocated to the faction of Hokage led by Sarutobi. It was indeed necessary to employ certain measures to resolve this issue. Unlike Danzo, who resorted to assassination at the slightest disagreement, Sarutobi's methods were considerably more temperate. Rather than engaging in bloodshed, he preferred to divide and conquer, addressing issues through political means. The boy Uchiha Itachi appeared to be a potential pawn for Sarutobi in alleviating the tensions between the two sides. Unsurprisingly, Izumi and Itachi were placed together in the elite class. This was not what Izumi desired. How could she acquiesce to becoming a mere pawn in the political maneuverings of the Third Hokage? Oh, foolish Itachi, forgive me, she thought, as she playfully poked his forehead with her finger. Ouch! Itachi exclaimed, instinctively covering his forehead, looking at Izumi with confusion. Isn't this a good thing? Izumi did not intend to blame Itachi. She merely advised him not to act so recklessly in the future. After all, Itachi was her friend. Poor boy. He always had so many tangled thoughts, yet rarely did anyone manage to comprehend them fully. Izumi, however, was overthinking. Itachi's thoughts were not so convoluted. He had heard from Izumi before that he was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Although he did not know who exactly that pinnacle represented or why Izumi desired him to be her man, it seemed that gaining the Hokage's recognition would bring him significantly closer to that aspiration. At this moment, the young Itachi was oblivious to the true darkness lurking within Konoha. Izumi had not suffered any loss, thus there was no need to chastise him over trivial matters. Izumi, it's your turn, called out a Chunin instructor named Toyotomi Nobunaga, prompting her to remember that she needed to introduce herself. Stepping onto the stage, Izumi overcame her social anxiety and proclaimed loudly, "I am Izumi. Please treat me well." Chapter 14. Preparing to skip class? Yuzuki Yugao starts a fight. "I am Izumi. Please treat me well." Without any unnecessary words, Izumi completed her introduction and returned to her seat. After the self-introductions, the class commenced in earnest. During this time, Izumi recognized several notable individuals from the original narrative, such as Inuzuka Hana, Aburame Shino, Yamanaka Ino, Narashikamu, Yuzuki Yugao, and even Itachi's girlfriend from the original story, Uchiha Izumi. As for others, Izumi deemed it unnecessary to familiarize herself with them, as they would not live to see the events of the original plot. Regarding the lessons, Izumi could hardly suppress her laughter. The first class is a political thought course. The opening chapter is titled The Mightiest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. What is this nonsense? It's utterly ridiculous. The first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, how could the third possibly surpass him? The entire narrative extols the illustrious achievements of the third Hokage. During his tenure, the nation enjoyed peace, victories in every battle, and unity among clans. Except for the claim of political stability, the rest is mere drivel. During the Second Great Ninja War, the entire Senju clan perished, which led to Hanzo the Salamander earning his semi-divine status in the shinobi world, second only to Hashirama Senju. While the three disciples were honored as the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. In the Third Great Ninja War, had it not been for the internal strife within the alliance of the Cloud and Rock villages resulting in the death of the Third Hokage, or for Minato Namikaze single-handedly overpowering the Fourth Hokage and Killer Bee, or for the Hyuga and Uchiha clans uniting against the Mist Village's onslaught, or for Orochimaru commanding the troops at the front lines in the meat grinder of Kaiki Mountain against the Sand Village, then I must ask, what role did Sarutobi Hiruzen play throughout the Third Great Ninja War? The answer is that he was in Konoha, puffing on his pipe, maintaining internal stability. As for the claim of clan unity, that is even more absurd. The Uchiha clan was on the verge of rebellion just 6 months later, and you call that unity? Admittedly, the Third Hokage was not entirely devoid of merit. He skillfully navigated political and diplomatic crises within the village, preserving its stability. In matters of domestic governance, He was indeed a commendable leader, but to label him the strongest Hokage is sheer nonsense. On the other hand, Inoki of the Stone Village, although lacking in political finesse, still charges into battle at his advanced age. Yet he never claims to be the mightiest Uchiha. If textbooks could present such a dialectical perspective, it might spark interest in students like Ichin. Unfortunately, textbooks have always served as tools for political agendas. After a cursory glance, Ichin lost all interest in continuing to listen to the teacher. Frowning, he gazed out the window, awaiting the sound of the bell signaling the end of class. By the way, Itachi, how do you feel? Seizing the rare break, Ichin approached Itachi for a chat. How should I put it? Quite boring. Itachi hesitated for a moment before responding. In the original narrative, Itachi seemingly graduated in just a year. Ichin believed he could achieve that too. However, a year still felt excessively long for Ichin. He had no desire to squander his time here. How about we skip class and head to the training ground? Ichin proposed suddenly. Itachi's eyes brightened at once. In the original work, Itachi often skipped classes to train, leaving a shadow clone to attend. But that was a matter for the future. For now, Itachi remained somewhat hesitant. However, with Ichin encouraging him, he found it hard to refuse. Let us leave a shadow clone to attend class while we go train. What do you think? Ichin suggested. The shadow clone technique, a level of ninjutsu, was entirely attainable for the heir of the Uchiha clan. Under Itachi's guidance, Izumi had already mastered this art. Although their combined strength did not yet reach that of a nin, they were certainly capable of deceiving their nin instructor. Just as the two were engrossed in their discussions, a sound akin to a blade striking would resonated from the nearby greenery. Curious, Izumi glanced sideways, and a petite figure emerged, a young girl with lavender hair, looking timidly at them, her expression betraying a sense of being caught in a misdeed. Yuzuki Yuin? Izumi exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Is something the matter? Biting her lip, Yuzuki Yuin hesitantly replied, you know swordsmanship, right? Swordsmanship? In the culture of Neon, swords and blades were indistinguishable, with the term sword referring to the tachi. Izumi glanced at the bamboo sword, damaged by Uncle Snake, and nodded. Indeed, I have practiced for a while. It was true, as his training focused on the intensity of the role of an eagle-eyed fighter, leading to rapid improvement. Yuzuki Yuin, here I come. With that, the lavender-haired girl drew her tachi and dashed forward. Izumi was certainly unprepared for such a swift challenge. He had assumed that his status as a prodigy would keep troublesome individuals at bay, though this girl did seem rather attractive. Clang. The unsheathed blade met Yuzuki Yuin's strike, effectively blocking her attack. Itachi observed from the sidelines, casting a sympathetic glance at Yuin. How unfortunate it was that she chose to challenge Izumi, he mused. Izumi maintained his composure, preparing for the duel, yet his calm demeanor only served to incite Yuin's ire. Why did he regard her with such indifference? Was it merely because she was an unnamed novice? Yuin believed she had trained diligently. The Konoha style of swordsmanship, though widely practiced throughout the village, formed the foundation of all sword techniques. Through her persistent training, she had honed this commonplace style into something commendable. As the adage goes, a heavy sword without a sharp edge. Yuin was convinced that mastery of any swordsmanship would render one formidable. This moment was her opportunity to prove herself. As a civilian-born ninja restricted to mainstream techniques, she aspired to vanquish a genius with her swordsmanship. Thus, she had come forth to challenge the duo hailed as prodigies. If she could best the foremost genius in combat, she would claim that title for herself, compelling even Itachi, a scion of a prestigious clan, to acknowledge her. With this determination, Yuin disregarded Izumi's calmness and Itachi's sympathy, quickening her pace to launch the next wave of attacks. Konoha style? She shouted, invoking the name of her technique as she charged forward. Are you not tired? Izumi mused, as his bamboo sword clashed against Yuzuki Yuin in earnest combat. Chapter 15. Inviting Yuzuki Yuin to a bath with a resounding clang. A single strike made it abundantly clear to Yuzuki Yuin that she had been defeated. The gust of wind generated by the bamboo sword swept up her flowing purple hair, yet she could scarcely comprehend the nature of her opponent's attack. Her sword was effortlessly disarmed, and by the time it clattered to the ground, the match had already concluded. Let us commence our training, Itachi, Izumi declared, turning away, still wielding that broken blade. Itachi sighed deeply. Be gentle when facing the younger generation. Indeed, such a forceful approach could easily undermine their confidence. Nevertheless, Izumi was cognizant of her own limits. In her view, The best way to humble their pride was to first diminish it and then, through reassurances, reignite their fighting spirit. Hence, the most effective method to deflate her arrogance was to leave her momentarily unattended. Disregarding Itachi's counsel, Izumi wielded her bamboo sword with the same relentless intensity as before. Observing this, Itachi recognized her seriousness and ceased to hold back, channeling his full effort. Shuriken whirled through the air, showcasing the proud abilities of the Uchiha clan in vivid detail. Izumi remained poised, deftly redirecting every incoming shuriken with her broken bamboo sword. Like a baseball game, Itachi's shuriken fell in a torrential downpour, while Izumi's strikes consistently returned them with precision. With a sudden flourish, Izumi seemed to grow impatient with the relentless barrage of projectiles. Her bamboo sword sliced through the air, summoning a whirlwind that scattered the approaching shuriken. The sound of clattering metal echoed as they rained down around her. Next came Izumi's turn. With several quick strides, she engaged Itachi in close combat. Due to the damage to her bamboo sword during the skirmish, her offensive was notably diminished, yet this was merely a relative comparison. Itachi found it equally challenging to defend himself. Time, in such a heated exchange, seemed to fly. In the blink of an eye, afternoon had arrived, and once more, Izumi had Itachi pinned to the ground. "You remain as formidable as ever," Itachi remarked, seated on the ground, gazing up at Izumi with a sense of resignation. Izumi appeared utterly unfazed, maintaining her usual composure. "Well then, everyone, shall we go for a bath after training?" she proposed, as she pulled Itachi from the ground along with the still-dazed Yuzuki Yuin, who had been standing on the sidelines for quite some time, and began making their way toward the bathhouse. Huh. Yuzuki Yuin blinked back to reality. What? What is he planning? A bath? Is he jesting? A young boy intends to drag another young boy and a young girl along for a bath. The earlier feelings of overconfidence and subsequent defeat evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and uncertainty. He wants to take me to the bathhouse? What should I do? Should I resist? Or perhaps feign a little resistance before acquiescing? In the world of Naruto, children often exhibit a precocious maturity. In light of such words and physical closeness, Yuzuki Yuin's cheeks flushed a bright crimson, akin to a lantern. She was unaware of how she held the sword in one hand while the other was firmly grasped. Nor did she comprehend how, under the gentle guidance of the young man before her, she had traversed from the schoolyard to the nearby bathing house. Fortunately, Ichung had not chosen a communal bathing facility. After calmly paying the entrance fee, Ichung led Itachi into the men's bath. Upon exiting the bathhouse, Ichung fortuitously encountered Yuzuki Yuin, who was just emerging from the women's section. The flush on Yuin's face had considerably faded, yet a subtle blush lingered. "Thank you so much." Upon seeing Ichung approach, Yuin unexpectedly bowed deeply. Before Ichung could react, Yuin gazed earnestly into her eyes and declared, "Next time, I will not succumb so easily." The earnest expression on Yuin's youthful face, brimming with collagen, revealed an endearing contrast that was quite charming. "Well, I am looking forward to that," Ichung replied as she bid farewell to Yuin and strolled away with Itachi. Ichung, considering the time. School should have ended by now, Itachi hesitantly suggested. Ichung had no reason to detain him, so she waved him off to return home. Furthermore, Ichung. Itachi faltered for a moment before hesitantly continuing. "Mother has said that ninjas have 3 taboos: money, alcohol, and women." His face was imbued with a sense of warning as he spoke softly. Itachi clearly recalled his mother's tales of Jiraiya and Tsunade, both once formidable members of Konoha's legendary 3 ninjas. However, their encounters with these vices had altered their very essence. Tsunade had squandered her fortune and had to retreat outside of Konoha, while Jiraiya, well, he had nearly met his end at the hands of Tsunade's wrath. With a characteristic gesture, Ichung raised her hand to poke his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, foolish Itachi, do not dwell on such matters. For someone my age, I possess none of those inclinations. Moreover," she added, "I genuinely wish to help Yuzuki Yuin let her guard down and begin her training in earnest." Sighing, she reflected on her friend's misunderstanding as she ambled along the bustling street. Speaking of which, Itachi should be privy to a fair amount of information regarding the village lately, as the conflict between the Third Hokage's policy of stability and the Uchiha clan's yearning for change intensified. Even a child like Itachi could sense the undercurrents. His abilities might not suffice to resolve all issues, yet he insisted on shouldering every burden himself. As a friend, Ichung could not extricate him entirely from these troubles. but she could certainly share some of the load. Contemplating this, Iching slowly closed her eyes. With the gradual amplification of her own abilities, she had begun to harness certain unique powers akin to those of an eagle's keen sight, such as the observation haki, though still in its nascent form. It was sufficient for her to perceive the nuances of her surroundings. With her eyes shut, the world around her gradually materialized in her mind's eye. Suddenly, Iching noticed something and swiftly dashed forward. Outside the women's bathhouse, a middle-aged man with white hair was intently gazing through the window. The foremost figure in the underworld, Jiraiya. Am I not correct? Iching stepped closer, fixating on this middle-aged man. Chapter 16. Uncle Snake returns spying? Jiraiya exclaimed, his expression one of shock as he looked at Iching. How can you so baselessly tarnish someone's reputation? Gathering material cannot be considered spying. Can the endeavors of a novelist truly be labeled as such? Jiraiya's face flushed red as he earnestly attempted to defend himself. What reputation? I witnessed you spying firsthand. How could it possibly be a fabrication? Iching responded, positioning himself between Jiraiya and the bathhouse window, obstructing Jiraiya's view. Jiraiya scrutinized the youth before him, contemplating for a moment, before tossing aside a notebook and gradually departing. This is a masterpiece yet to be published by a sage. Wouldn't it be fair to use it as your silence fee? Iching glanced down, recognizing it as the renowned work from the world of Hokage, Paradise of Affection. What was ostensibly a risque novel born from Jiraiya's peeping into the women's bath had ultimately gained immense popularity, even captivating Kakashi. To be honest, Iching was genuinely curious about its contents. Rumor had it that this work was eventually adapted into a film and even featured in the Naruto series. Iching eagerly began to peruse the book, only to quickly encounter a problem. Something formidable was approaching. A report from the diminished observation haki indicated that the approaching individual was exceptionally powerful, certainly rivaling Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas. Iching immediately stowed away the Risku book and leapt far from the bathhouse. The sensation of danger was intensifying, accelerating in its approach. After a brief moment of contemplation, Iching had a rough idea of who it might be. Iching-kun, you remain as vigilant as ever. A figure sprang forth from the nearby bushes, a raspy voice accompanying a lithe form characterized by long hair. No one other than Orochimaru came to mind. First, he humorously licked his face with his tongue. You seem even more alert than before. Orochimaru was convinced that this time he had concealed his presence well enough that an ordinary person would not easily discern him. Yet this child, barely 5 or 6 years old, was once again able to accurately locate him. More alert indeed. Under the influence of observation haki, Iching could achieve this. However, at this moment, his version of observation haki was still a diminished form. Upon release, he could only sense a small portion of the surrounding area. Nevertheless, for Iching in his current state, that was still sufficient. As Orochimaru drew nearer, Iching felt a prickling unease. Recently, the police force had intensified their patrols. I advise caution, Iching warned ominously. Orochimaru should think twice before provoking the entire Uchiha clan. Indeed, Orochimaru harbors an insatiable desire for the Sharingan, a coveted bloodline limit. Yet the Uchiha clan treasures it beyond measure. Orochimaru halted his steps. The police force cannot restrain me, can they? In his eyes, Ichinos appeared to be a being distinct from other children. Nevertheless, that was as far as it went, for the time being. He lacked the qualifications to stand on equal footing with Orochimaru. However, how did he come to discover Orochimaru's presence? The latter found himself perplexed. He had suppressed his aura and traces to an absolute minimum. So how had this occurred? Could it be that this child possesses a unique sensing technique? Orochimaru gazed at the boy before him with a flicker of excitement. Time and again, Ichinos exceeded his expectations. How many secrets did he conceal? His insatiable curiosity was only further ignited. Orochimaru licked his lips. Ichinos-kun, I suggest you remain low-key for a while. There are matters beyond your control. Was this a warning? Ichinos appeared baffled. This is not in line with Orochimaru's usual demeanor. It must be my nature that prompts me to refrain from warning anyone about potential upheavals. Observing Ichinos' puzzled expression, Orochimaru shrugged. Please do not misunderstand, Ichinos-kun. I do not aspire to be a fool like Jiraiya. I have long sought a suitable individual to embrace all that I am. Once, that person was your friend, Itachi Uchiha. However, as I followed that lead, I gradually discovered you, and in my eyes, you are more fitting than Itachi. Orochimaru's gaze fixated on Ichino's, his golden serpent eyes brimming with intrigue, reminiscent of a predator's unique delight after capturing its prey. Then I must thank you for your warning, Snake Uncle. Shrugging, Ichino's adopted a nonchalant attitude. Embracing all that I am. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say as a vessel for the impure reincarnation. Ichino's chuckled, as if he were privy to profound truths. Orochimaru, taken aback by his indifference, eventually replied, I am aware you may possess some knowledge. However, I must still caution you against meddling in matters that do not concern you. The dark secrets of Konoha are far more extensive than you can imagine. Oh, now it all makes sense. Ichino's immediately grasped Orochimaru's intentions, which were merely to prevent him from becoming embroiled in affairs that even Orochimaru could not influence, ultimately jeopardizing Ichino's potential acquisition. Nevertheless, in light of this, Ichino's felt indifferent. I shall return your words to you unaltered. There are indeed matters you are not yet equipped to handle, are there not? Ichino's replied, meeting Orochimaru's gaze softly. Oh, Orochimaru furrowed his brow, somewhat taken aback by Ichino's retort. At present, Orochimaru had set his sights on Ichino's body. Unfortunately, Ichino's form was still unworthy. Thus, Orochimaru would temporarily observe him, awaiting the moment Ichino's demonstrated his true value before granting him recognition. Until then, however, Orochimaru hoped that neither Danzo nor the Third Hokage would eliminate Ichino's. Yet, Iching had little to say about it. If one wishes to observe, then let them. I need not conceal myself, for I shall ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of the world. However, if I can shine a bit brighter, perhaps Orochimaru will keep his distance from Itachi? If that is the case, then being scrutinized by Orochimaru may not be so unfavorable, is it? Iching smiled softly and remarked, At present, no one can genuinely threaten me. But you, Uncle Snake, are another matter. Iching, akin to a mere worm, though lacking in prowess, remains untouchable until he has reached his full potential. Uncle Snake, your mastery over illusions requires further refinement. Iching recalled how, in the original narrative, Itachi had immobilized Orochimaru with just a glance, and how Sasuke had engaged Orochimaru in a back-and-forth exchange of illusions. Oh, Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. Iching, who exactly are you? Chapter 17. The challenge of still water is the case of the missing persons still unresolved? Upon receiving the latest news from Itachi regarding the police department, Iching was not particularly surprised. Orochimaru's connections with Sarutobi Hiruzen were well concealed, and the Uchiha clan would likely not uncover anything easily. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan had no intention of exerting their full effort in the investigation. After enduring oppression for so long, it would indeed be strange if they were still wholeheartedly devoted. Conversely, if Orochimaru ceased his activities, it would imply that his experiments had come to fruition, drawing closer to his ultimate aim. In stark contrast, many clans aligned with the Hokage, such as Inoshikicho, had been apprehended by the police department. This rampant arresting of individuals showed no signs of abating. Rather, it seemed to intensify. Conflicts and tensions were quietly escalating beyond the sight of the common folk. However, these matters did not concern Iching. Even in light of Orochimaru's earlier warnings, Iching remained unfazed. His current life revolved around training with Itachi, leisurely outings, and charming young women. Correspondingly, Iching's strength was steadily ascending. He had now begun to adeptly wield observation haki. This was merely a perception-based skill, yet it held paramount importance for Iching at this juncture. After all, no one wishes for Uncle Snake to suddenly emerge from some obscure corner to take a bite, right? On this day, at Itachi's invitation, Iching once again visited the Uchiha clan's territory. Chisui, this is the Iching I mentioned to you earlier, Itachi said, regarding the young man in front of him, who was in his teens, with a measure of respect. Chisui sat quietly beneath the cherry blossom tree, his youthful visage betraying an unexpected maturity. The name Chisui, though composed of two simple characters, seemed to contrast sharply with his character. Although older than Itachi by several years, this individual harbored thoughts that far surpassed Itachi's own. Having just returned from the battlefield, Chisui, having completed his mission, indulged in his favorite pastime, leaning against the cherry blossom tree, sipping fragrant tea, and gazing into the distance in contemplation. Accompanying the trio were two young women, Uchiha Izumi and Yuzuki Ieyasu. Is this truly the territory of the Uchiha clan? Yuzuki Ieyasu appeared somewhat restrained, feeling a peculiar sensation. If this were indeed the homeland of the Uchiha clan, why did it feel so strange? entirely unlike the legends? According to popular urban folklore, members of the Uchiha clan are often portrayed with a haughty demeanor, looking down upon others. Yet, the current atmosphere seemed quite approachable. Unbeknownst to her, it wasn't that all Uchiha were amiable. Rather, it was merely that all the congenial members of the Uchiha clan had gathered together. As tea gently slipped down her throat, Yuzuki occasionally cast sidelong glances at Izumi. This moment seemed rather pleasant. Would you like a dango? Izumi offered a skewer of tricolored dumplings to Shursui, who hesitated for a moment before accepting. According to the original storyline, Izumi recalled that Shursui was exceptionally strong. Even at a young age, he could independently execute missions. And the power of his Manjiki Sharingan was formidable, capable of unleashing the legendary Kodoha Tsukumi. This supreme illusion could forcibly alter a person's thoughts. It was unfortunate that such a brilliant genius ultimately met a tragic end, falling victim to an ambush by Danzo, caught unawares. A pity indeed. Izumi sighed inwardly, gently patting his shoulder. Remember to share your burdens with your friends in the future. Don't bear them alone. This sudden display of concern left Shursui somewhat flustered, nearly overwhelmed. Itachi, observing from the side, found the scene amusing. After all this time, he had grown accustomed to it. Izumi, much like his sister, possessed an exceptionally free-spirited mindset, particularly when it came to matters of the heart. Absurd situations often arose, such as the one where he would declare, "You're my brother." After swallowing the last of the tricolored dumplings, Shursui gradually emerged from his initial bewilderment. All right, he nodded, a sudden thought striking him. He swiftly drew the tanto from his back. Izumi, I heard from Itachi that your swordsmanship is remarkable. If so, let us duel. With that, Shursui leaped out from the shade of the trees, assuming a combat stance. Izumi glanced at his newly acquired metal katana, a grin spreading across his face. I couldn't ask for more. Bring it on. Meanwhile, the young girl, Izumi, appeared utterly bewildered. We were just having a pleasant conversation. How did it escalate to a fight? Yuzuki placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Do not worry. Such agreed-upon duels happen frequently. You'll get used to it. As a member of a family that practiced the way of the sword, Yuzuki had encountered challenges from others or issued them herself on numerous occasions. However, while the Uchiha clan did possess some swordsmanship, it was not their sole expertise, and Izumi had encountered very few such instances. Seizing the opportunity, Yuzuki adopted an air of authority as she explained to Izumi. You must understand that her words left Uchiha, Izumi momentarily stunned, yet a thread of concern lingered. It was true that Izumi was an unequivocal genius, acknowledged by both Itachi and the Third Hokage. However, how could Shursui be underestimated? The innate talent and prowess of Uchiha Shursui serve as the quintessential archetype for the children of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Shursui has been battle-tested, having established his reputation as Shursui of the body flicker at a remarkably young age. How could the inexperienced Izumi possibly compare? Yet, such matters are irrelevant. We are not engaged in a competition ourselves, so let us simply enjoy the spectacle, shall we? Yuzuki Yuin waved her hand, signaling Izumi to remain calm. Besides, if it were merely a contest of swordsmanship, Izumi might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Yuzuki's voice lowered considerably, though it still reached Izumi's ears. In this precocious world of ninjas, such a remark could ignite considerable controversy. Hey, what do you mean by that? A sly grin crept upon Izumi's face. Goodness. It seems that Izumi is quite the fangirl at this moment. Could it be that you? Izumi's expression caused Yuzuki's cheeks to flush crimson. What are you saying? She pushed Izumi playfully while preparing to retort. What? Are you not allowed to speak of your own deeds? As she dodged, Izumi spilled all the gossip she had gathered. You took a bath with him? TSK. Chapter 18. Let the battle begin. Go away. Yuzuki's face was redder than a tomato as she hurled various objects at Izumi. It was him who dragged me into the bathhouse, and it was one of those segregated ones. Not that we shared a bath. At that moment, Yuzuki seized everything she could get her hands on, launching a frenzied assault on Izumi, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It is essential to recognize that the level of precocity among the women in this world far exceeds ordinary expectations. Just observe the likes of Hinata and Sakura, who, at the same age as these two girls, have already embarked on their own secret crushes and infatuations. Meanwhile, on another front, the duel between Shursui and Izumi is about to commence. Standing beneath the shade of a cherry blossom tree, Izumi's hands tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. Shursui stood in the sunlight, the warm rays illuminating his face, his blade at the ready, poised to strike. One illuminated, the other shrouded in shadow. The battle between the two was imminent. Faced with such an opponent, it would be impossible for Izumi not to feel anxious. After all, this is the renowned sure sway of the body flicker, whose talent far surpasses his own by an incomprehensible margin. Without the aid of this system, Izumi's abilities would likely be rather limited. Thus, the question remains, can this system truly measure up against the formidable adversary before him? Izumi licked his lips, clearly eager for the challenge. Such a worthy opponent filled him with both trepidation and exhilaration. The sensation of tension coursing through every nerve in her body was something Icheng felt she hadn't encountered in quite some time. Thus it began, swords were drawn, and the duel commenced. Very well, please enlighten me. Jishui, without further ado, brandished the tanto in his hand and swiftly launched an assault. In an instant, Icheng perceived a fleeting shadow darting past. Where could it be? Gripping the katana at her waist, she found herself unable to detect any trace of his presence. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed from behind her. It was coming from behind. Icheng swiftly turned, her katana only half drawn, when it was met by Jishui's tanto. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying from their collision. Jishui did not linger to engage in a struggle. Instead, he evaded with a swift motion. With a puff of smoke, Icheng advanced, only to strike a wooden post. A substitution technique. This fundamental skill was still unfamiliar to her. However, it posed little threat to Icheng. The technique did not conjure a wooden figure out of thin air, but merely exchanged positions with a pre-placed post nearby. Therefore, Jishui must be in the vicinity. Icheng pivoted sharply, encountering Jishui charging towards her, their weapons clashing once more. This exchange too was brief, leading to another separation. Makoto, what troubles you? Fujitake, noticing his pregnant wife lost in thought at the door, could not help but approach and inquire about her distress. Now that he had established a family, he could not allow Makoto to be embroiled in any troubles. Following her gaze, he was astonished to see Jishui engaged in combat with someone, moving with remarkable speed. With a flicker of thought, his Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, activated, allowing him to discern the specifics of the battle. It appeared that Jishui was earnest in his efforts, and his opponent was none other than Icheng, the friend of Itachi from the outside clan. This unremarkable commoner was able to push Jishui to such an extent. Moreover, while Jishui unleashed various ninjutsu, Icheng merely wielded her sword in a continuous flurry. Jishui was holding back, refraining from utilizing offensive ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Nonetheless, the fact that he had reached such a level was a testament to Icheng's strength. Astonishment and shock washed over Fujitake's face. Having experienced the battlefield, he had witnessed Jishui in true combat before. Yet this young girl was holding her own against him. Gradually retracting his Sharingan, Fujitake murmured, Itachi has truly befriended a remarkable ally. Makoto smiled gently, genuinely delighted for Itachi. With such a formidable friend, the path ahead should be much smoother, wouldn't it? However, Fujitake's thoughts diverged from Makoto's. He contemplated the fact that a swordsman destined for greatness in the future had already forged a profound friendship with Itachi. In other words, the future second of the White Fang might very well stand alongside the Uchiha clan. As cherry blossoms danced in the air, sweat poured down, and the sparring between the two continued throughout the day. Eventually, Icheng glanced in exasperation at his battered katana, now marred with nicks and cuts. Just repaired, and now rendered useless. Such reckless spending would surely bring rebuke from Hongdo. Jishui was equally astonished. A child significantly younger than himself was able to withstand his level of assault. Engaging in this sparring was truly exhilarating. Even the usually taciturn Jishui expressed his sentiments. Icheng lay on the grass, inhaling the damp aroma of the earth, alleviating his fatigue. Huff, Jishui, are you some sort of monster? You're not much older than me. Yet with the aid of a system, you can hold your own to this extent. Indeed, true genius cannot be surpassed by external enhancements. Contemplating this, Icheng found himself utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. He remained in that position until dusk. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he finally rose, gently suggesting, "Shall we go soak in a bath?" The mere mention of bathing immediately piqued the interest of everyone present. Itachi's expression turned peculiar. Yuzuki Yuin's face flushed crimson, and Izumi wore a mischievous grin. As for Jishui, he had departed shortly after their spar. "I apologize, my parents have asked me to stay," Itachi said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Now, take good care of Yuzuki Yuin. Izumi playfully remarked, placing Yuin's hand in Icheng's. Icheng shrugged, rest assured I will. After all, with Orochimaru prowling the streets to abduct children for his experiments, Icheng could never allow Yuin to traverse the night alone. Yuin's face remained flushed, utterly uncertain about what to do next. Then let us head to the bath, Icheng declared, waving his hand exuberantly as he led the way. Chapter 19. Shall we enter the route? Jishui, over here. Itachi called, beckoning Jishui to approach, as Icheng had already gathered ample supplies. With a grand fireball technique, flames erupted, and the three leisurely commenced grilling fish. This place was once the battleground where Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara clashed. It also served as the site where Jishui entrusted his final wishes to Itachi. In the original narrative, Jishui, after being ambushed by Danzo in a most dishonorable manner, bestowed upon Itachi an eye imbued with Kodoame Tsukumi and his last request at this very spot. Alas, Itachi lacked the means to fulfill his mentor's aspirations. Jishui implored Itachi to devise a suitable resolution between the Konoha government and the Uchiha clan. Regrettably, Itachi was unable to achieve that and resorted to annihilating the Uchiha clan, leaving behind his beloved younger brother and a seemingly tranquil Konoha. Had it not been for Icheng's arrival from another world, the story would have inevitably veered towards this tragic outcome. Fortunately, Icheng had traversed through time, accompanied by a system, ensuring that such calamities would be averted. Though he currently lacked the strength, it mattered not, for his rate of growth was remarkably swift. As long as one maintains a daily regimen of 1,000 sword swings and regularly seeks out sparring partners, there should be no issues. Contemplating this, Icheng picked up a freshly roasted fish and began to chew. With his other hand, he tossed a stone into the rushing river. This was not a mere whim, but rather an act of skipping stones. In days gone by, Madara and Hashirama had enjoyed this same pastime here. Speaking of which, the chaos of the Nine Tails is drawing ever closer, isn't it? Icheng mused, realizing that there was scarcely half a year remaining. If things continued on this trajectory, it would not be long before the higher-ups of Konoha would shift the blame onto the Uchiha clan. After all, it was evident to all that the Nine Tails had fallen victim to the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu. The three-tomo Sharingan clearly indicated the effects of illusion. When that time came, the Uchiha clan would inevitably face forced relocation, marking the inception of escalating tensions. Danzo was incessantly scheming in the shadows, while the Third Hokage feigned mediation while secretly instigating a series of catastrophic events that ultimately incited the Uchiha rebellion. It was a pity for Itachi. Not only did he extinguish his entire clan, but he was also compelled to bear the burden of his brother's hatred. By the way, Icheng, Lord Danzo has instructed me to observe you discreetly, Shui suddenly interjected. Upon returning from a mission at the border, Shui had received this relatively light assignment. It was precisely for this reason that he had time to play with Itachi and Icheng. During this outing, Shui could not help but reveal the truth to Icheng. Icheng, seemingly indifferent, responded, "Oh, I suspect he intends to recruit you into route." Shui's subsequent words astonished Icheng. Huh? Being noticed by Danzo is hardly a commendable fate. Once Orochimaru has his sights set on you, you might find yourself subjected to a myriad of experiments, and with Danzo's attention, you would first be branded with various cursed seals, rendering you unable to speak the truth. Then, you would be pitted against others of your kind, stripped of all emotion. Frankly, if it were to unfold in such a manner, wouldn't those under Danzo's command end up suffering from PTSD? It would be nothing short of a stroke of luck if executing missions did not trigger a recurrence of past afflictions leading to mental breakdowns. Icheng expressed his utter incomprehension regarding Danzo's tactics, clearly finding it repugnant that in the act of repulsing others, he also repulsed himself. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Icheng remarked, who would willingly join such an organization? Observing Icheng's distasteful expression, Shui refrained from further comment and simply nodded calmly. Icheng's reaction had been entirely anticipated by Shui. Danzo harbored an almost perverse desire for control over prodigies like Icheng, much like he did with Shui himself. Tasked with observing Icheng, Shui could easily surmise Danzo's overarching intentions. He merely sought to assimilate him into the organization. As someone who had walked this path before, Shui was acutely aware of Danzo's methods. Either let him be my instrument, or utterly destroy him. He is all too familiar with such matters. I recall the time when I first arrived at the route. My mental state was on the brink of collapse. Among those who underwent training at route, none could maintain a semblance of normalcy like Jishui. Plop. Another stone was cast into the water, creating ripples. Iching scoffed disdainfully. Is that so? Just because of him? I shall not partake. With a vigorous bite of grilled fish, Iching angrily cursed. Back in the days when I read the original Naruto, I was often incensed by that old coot Danzo, a man who, driven by ambition, led many to their demise, yet lacked the capability and still pretended to be formidable. Iching, silence. Jishui intervened, covering Iching's mouth. What a jest! Within the confines of Konoha, the most well-informed were the Uchiha clan's police force, followed closely by Root. Even the Umbu lacked the internal control over Konoha that Root possessed. If Danzo were to hear Iching's words, one could only imagine the dire consequences. Similarly, Jishui knew well the repercussions if Iching were to reject Danzo's invitation. However, fortunately, it had not come to a complete showdown. There was still room for redemption. Jishui consoled himself with this thought. Itachi, observing the scene from the side, felt perplexed. The exchange between the two seemed like an enigma, leaving his young mind bewildered. After much contemplation, Itachi decided to inquire from what he could comprehend. Iching, you seem quite angered by that person named Danzo. Upon hearing Itachi's question, Iching reached out to poke Itachi's forehead. Oh, my foolish Itachi, trust me, you will come to loathe that old man even more than I do. If one were to speak of who despised Danzo the most, it would undoubtedly be Itachi. Coercing the Uchiha into surveilling their own clan and using his brother as leverage to compel him to commit fratricide. How outrageous. By that time, the young Itachi's greatest nemesis would be Danzo. The moment had come. Perhaps it was time for another sparring session? With that thought, Iching brandished his broken blade. Inquiring of the two, since I have already attracted attention, I, Iching, shall see this thrill through to the end. Come, let us engage in battle once more. Chapter 20. Iching, oh my foolish Itachi, forgive me. The days of comfort have passed. Graduate early? Itachi was exceptionally taken aback upon learning of Iching's intentions. Although the current school curriculum was largely tedious, graduating so hastily felt rather precipitous. Itachi believed he still needed time to cultivate his skills. Yet Iching remained resolute, firmly asserting, now is the time. You must graduate from school immediately. Iching's insistence stemmed from his own considerations. The power that the Konoha government could mobilize surpassed one's imagination. Iching did not elaborate much on his actions, merely uttering a seemingly irrelevant remark. Previously, Uncle Snake had warned him of a looming threat, and now Shishui had conveyed that Danzo sought to draw him into the depths of the Root organization. Surely, even the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen residing in the Hokage Tower could not be entirely indifferent to his presence. The crystal ball in Hiruzen's possession was not merely a tool for prying into the women's bathhouse. The telescope technique could scrutinize every hidden corner of the Hidden Leaf Village. It was evident that various factions within this turbulent village had already set their sights on him. Given this reality, any attempts at concealment would be futile. It would be more prudent to unleash his full power at once, perhaps intimidating a good number of them. Oh, foolish Itachi, forgive me. The days of comfort have long since passed. Iching sighed, giving Itachi a reassuring pat on the shoulder. With determination, he kicked open the door to the Ninja Academy and strode in boldly. Seizing the moment while the academy was still relatively empty, Iching felt utterly unrestrained. Holding the half-toppled door aloft, he traversed the playground, blissfully disregarding Itachi's exasperated gaze. The two engaged in practice for a time before returning to their respective seats in class. This time, they refrained from using shadow clones, opting instead to remain in their true forms, for today marked the day of their official graduation. Iching was confident that a ruckus during the day's small examination would ensure his smooth passage into graduation. Soon enough, students began to arrive in droves, gathering to discuss the unprecedented events that had unfolded. Whispers filled the air regarding the identity of the person who had boldly burst through the academy's doors, or the reason behind the numerous signs of destruction scattered across the playground. Yet, the singular purpose of these discussions was to alleviate the tension. Everyone was acutely aware that their examination results would be personally reviewed by the Hokage, heightening their excitement. Iching, however, remained unfazed, exuding an air of relaxation. Like his customary shadow clone, he laid his head down on the desk and drifted into slumber. Amidst the haze of sleep, Iching felt something draped over him. He opened his eyes slightly to find that Yuzuki Yugugo had placed a coat over him. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently left his coat with her when he had escorted her home earlier. There was a lingering fragrance, Was it the scent of Yuzuki Yugogo? Though he could not see her expression clearly, Izumi, observing from a distance, noted the deep flush on Yugogo's cheeks as she exchanged knowing glances with her. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, prompting everyone to hurriedly return to their seats. Cough, cough. After clearing his throat, Toyotomi Hideyoshi entered the room. Classmates, today is the day of the examination. His statement was met with an unsettling silence. As I glanced upwards, I discerned that the demeanor of the two prodigies today appeared somewhat altered. Although one was idly lounging while the other slumbered, an inexplicable sense of peculiarity lingered. Were they truly the geniuses handpicked by Sarutobi? Could it be that Sarutobi's judgment was flawed? A week's time is hardly sufficient for a teacher to ascertain the true capabilities of their students. However, their attitudes towards learning are readily observable. At the very least, these two so-called geniuses exhibited little merit. Ultimately, after ushering the students to the playground, Toyotomi Nobunaga commenced the examination for his class. This was their inaugural test since enrollment, and even the Hokage placed considerable importance on it. Now, dear students, showcase your talents in this examination, and let the Hokage witness the fruits of your training, Toyotomi Nobunaga proclaimed, subsequently elucidating the rules of the test. The examination was divided into two segments, a theoretical assessment and a practical evaluation. The theoretical portion would assess your grasp of the ninja code and the foundational theories of ninjutsu, primarily through written examinations. The practical test, however, would present a genuine challenge. In this segment, you would engage in combat against your opponents. I hope each of you will compete with style and achieve remarkable results. With a flourish of his hand, Toyotomi Nobunaga declared, "Commence the examination." Before the final syllable had left his lips, a figure abruptly emerged. "Hold on. I wish to challenge you." With a step forward, this frail youth surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon Ichizu, not far away. Yes, you. Ever since Yuzuki Yukari had last challenged Ichizu, their opportunities for sparring had diminished significantly. A pang of heartache inexplicably struck Tsukikage Shippu. This time, he was determined to deliver a resounding lesson to this so-called genius. For Yuzuki Yukari's sake, what did it matter if he was challenging a prodigy? Tsukikage Shippu, dragging his feeble body, stood resolutely before Ichizu. The attention of the onlookers swiftly converged upon the two. Toyotomi Nobunaga was somewhat taken aback, but refrained from intervening. After all, Ichizu was a figure of significant interest to the Hokage, and this challenge could serve as an opportunity for him to demonstrate his prowess. Indeed, the Hokage might even gain first-hand insight. With this thought in mind, he, like the others, directed his gaze towards Ichizu. The crowd, eager for entertainment, began to gather, all keen to witness how the legendary genius would respond to this challenge. A being who slept through class yet was hailed as a prodigy. Ichizu smiled faintly, stepping forward and saying, "Very well, I accept your challenge." With a metallic clang, the blade was drawn, radiating a chilling brilliance. Ichizu stepped forward, ready to engage. "Please, enlighten me." Chapter 21. Pardon me? Nishinai? Tsukikage Shippu unsheathed his sword, taking several strides forward in preparation. Clang. The sound of clashing metal reverberated through the air. Leaving Moonlight Gale momentarily stunned, the once visible I Ching had abruptly vanished. Following the sound, it became evident that I Ching and Itachi had engaged in a fierce exchange of weapons. With a resounding thud, both figures disappeared into a cloud of mist. Shadow clone technique. In the next instant, Itachi leapt from a nearby classroom, hurling shurikens toward the grass beside the playground. A figure sprang forth from the underbrush. It was I Ching. The shuriken hurtled towards him, causing everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. What is he up to? The glint of the shuriken's blade revealed that Itachi had thrown genuine, sharpened weapons. Just as the shuriken was about to collide with I Ching, another plume of smoke erupted. I Ching had swapped places with a wooden stake nearby. Landing gracefully, I Ching unsheathed his katana, dashing forward towards Itachi. With a powerful slash, the air filled with smoke, revealing yet another wooden stake. Subsequently, the two adeptly formed a series of hand seals. In an instant, they transformed back into their original forms. It became apparent that their earlier display had been an elaborate ruse, employing transformation techniques to mimic one another while executing their maneuvers. The foundational three body techniques, shadow clone, transformation, and substitution, had been flawlessly executed. The onlookers remained entranced, still recovering from the dazzling performance. Even the instructor, the Nin Toyotomi Hideyoshi, appeared exceptionally astonished. The prowess displayed by the two seemed nearly unattainable even for him. Returning to their original appearances, the duo disregarded the astonished crowd and commenced their sparring session. Itachi produced a shuriken, launching it with a cunning angle. With a whistling sound, these shurikens flew towards Ichang from an array of peculiar angles. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Itachi exclaimed, forming the hand seal for the Phoenix Fire. Countless small fireballs enveloped the shurikens, hurtling through the air towards Ichang. This could be classified as a high-level ninjutsu. Toyotomi Hideyoshi widened his eyes in disbelief. Such a technique necessitated caution and strategy. Yet, the seemingly lethargic child from the classroom exuded an air of calm, perhaps even fervor. Ichang had never witnessed Itachi employing such tactics before. They had never occurred in their previous sparring sessions. This thought only heightened Ichang's excitement. With the katana firmly grasped in his hand, he swung with vigor, unleashing a gust of wind. The fireballs, accompanied by the shurikens, struggled against the wind. Their velocity significantly diminished. The sharp, metallic sounds of clashing echoed like the ringing of a blacksmith's hammer as Ichang deflected every shuriken that approached him. With precision, each shuriken ultimately landed perfectly within the targets scattered across the playground. Ichang appeared entirely unfazed by the spectacle. Bloodline technique, sheath. Ichang smiled, calmly regarding the previously brash Moonlight Gale. What was that you just said? Moonlight Gale stood frozen, rendered speechless for an extended moment. After a brief moment, the moonlight and swift wind remained hesitant and bewildered. Is this truly the individual who dozes off at the onset of every class? It dawned on me just how vast the chasm between us truly is. The moonlight and swift wind stood there, dumbfounded. In that instant, he grasped why Aozuki Yuin would willingly stand alongside this person. How audacious of me to challenge him. Thud. The moonlight and swift wind knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It was at this moment that he realized he lacked even the qualification to meet his gaze. Silence. An enduring silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard on the playground. After witnessing the performances of these two, an overwhelming sense of pressure engulfed the atmosphere. Are they even human? In merely a week, they had mastered the three-body technique with remarkable proficiency. Heh! As members of the elite class, several youths from other prominent families could not help but chuckle bitterly, feeling quite lost. If one could say that Uchiha Itachi, as a scion of a prestigious clan, was somewhat acceptable, then how could one explain Izumi? Wasn't he merely an orphan who had been taken in? The feeling of being surpassed by commoners left these noble heirs feeling utterly humiliated. They were entirely unable to accept this reality. Yet, the glaring disparity in strength lay before them, compelling them to acknowledge the truth. After a moment of hesitation, they remained rooted in place, at a loss. Sighing deeply, Izumi shook his head. The challenger had knelt on his own accord. In light of this, Izumi saw no reason to squander more time. Turning around, Izumi met the gaze of his so-called teacher, Toyotomi Hideyoshi. A mere display? Not at all. Izumi considered all of this to be utterly mundane. During his training sessions with Itachi, such intensity was almost the norm. Shaking his head, Izumi spoke. Teacher Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the youthful voice, still tinged with innocence, pulled Hideyoshi back to reality, prompting him to reassess the prodigious boy before him. Initially, due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Hideyoshi had been aware that Izumi was undoubtedly a genius. However, he had never anticipated that this young man could be so exceptionally strong. He had intended to gauge Izumi's abilities through the challenge posed by the moonlight and swift wind, but it turned out that no such test was necessary. This boy named Izumi was in a league of his own, incomparable to anyone present. Cough, cough. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Hideyoshi composed himself. Although the display of both individuals was dazzling, the assessment still needed to proceed. Now then, I declare that Izumi and Uchiha Itachi have successfully passed the test. Applause erupted from the audience, a sudden realization dawning upon them. Izumi tilted his head, glancing at Toyotomi Hideyoshi and then at his classmates. I think you may have misunderstood something, Izumi remarked. I have no particular feelings regarding this so-called test. Toyotomi Hideyoshi looked utterly perplexed. What do you intend to do? Once again, Ichang produced a string of colorful dumplings, savoring them as he spoke. What I mean is that Itachi and I wish to graduate directly and become genin. Goodness, what is this Versailles nonsense? This is truly the epitome of Versailles. You must understand, you have only been freshmen at the Ninja Academy for a week. And you wish to graduate immediately? Is there such audacity? However, to be fair, they indeed possessed the qualifications for such arrogance. Toyotomi Nobunaga shook his head with a wry smile. Therefore, I declare, wait. A voice as clear as silver bells interjected. From the line of students, a purple-haired girl stepped forward, none other than Yuzuki Yuka. Teacher Toyotomi Nobunaga, please allow me to graduate alongside Iching. With a pleading expression, Yuzuki Yuka addressed Nobunaga. Becoming a ninja entails greater threats and challenges, and it signifies that they would spend more time on missions. In other words, after graduation, Iching and Itachi would have little time left to meet with Yuzuki Yuka. She understood that if she did not voice her desire now, she might never have another opportunity. With that thought in mind, Yuzuki Yuka summoned her resolve and stepped forward. Glancing at the slightly astonished Iching, she took a deep breath and steadied her emotions. What I mean is, I too wish to apply for early graduation and become a teammate of Iching's. Her face flushed slightly as she continued. I will strive to follow in Iching's footsteps until the day I can surpass him, having transitioned from a mere observer to a devoted follower. Yuzuki Yuka was unaware of the immense courage she had summoned. Iching was utterly taken aback by her declaration. He stood there, staring at her in disbelief, unsure of how to respond. After much contemplation, he felt that such a step was premature for the young girl before him. Come here, he waved her over, beckoning Yuzuki Yuka to step forward. She quickly approached him. With a gentle motion, Iching poked her forehead. I apologize, my dear, naive Yuzuki Yuka. Matters such as these should wait for another occasion. When you graduate, I will personally come to the Ninja Academy to escort you. Iching's gesture prompted Itachi to silently scoff. Pondering, isn't that the same gesture Iching often uses with me? Iching offered a slight smile, comforting the somewhat disheartened Yuzuki Yuka with a few words before turning to discuss the details of early graduation with Itachi and Toyotomi Nobunaga. Before long, 2 applications for early graduation found their way to Minato Namikaze's desk. With a wry smile, Minato remarked, those 2 certainly know how to present me with challenges. He had been aware of the 2 children for quite some time. Originally, Minato had intended to take Iching as his apprentice once they successfully graduated. The child and Itachi are both prodigies, and as the legitimate heir of the Uchiha clan, Itachi faces no obstacles. However, Izumi, born into a commoner family, is entirely different. Lacking any influential background, he is destined to be manipulated by others. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the various noble clans will undoubtedly vie to control him. Yet, Izumi is not one to accept the role of a mere puppet. This realization dawned on Minato Namikaze when he learned of Izumi's ability to injure Asuma. Consequently, Minato understood that Izumi's fate would likely be grim. Even as a fellow commoner, Minato recognized that his own rise to power was facilitated by his association with Jiraiya, which had shielded him from unnecessary tribulations. Moreover, his ascension to the position of Hokage was a result of his willingness to serve as someone else's pawn. Having become a puppet himself, Minato harbored no desire for the next common-born genius to share the same fate. Yet, what could he do now? As Minato pondered his dilemma, the sound of approaching footsteps broke his reverie. Someone was coming. Coupled with the scent of smoke, Minato immediately deduced the identity of the visitor. Grabbing a pen, he hastily scribbled several uneven characters. Upon verification, the application was approved, allowing the 2 to serve as genin under the guidance of a yet-to-be-determined jounin, Minato Namikaze. The 4th Hokage. Just as the final character was inscribed, the door swung open. 4th Hokage. I have heard that a significant incident has occurred at the Ninja Academy. The 2 prodigious youths have applied for early graduation. Sarutobi Hiruzen entered, pipe in mouth, maintaining his ever-amiable demeanor, concealing a blade behind his smile. Hiruzen intended to send the 2 directly to the root organization or entrust them to his subordinates in the Umbu for cultivation. His old acquaintance, Shimura Danzo, had personally approached him to advocate for the boys. Unlike the Umbu, which only recruits those of Chunin rank or higher, the root organization selects individuals based on talent. As long as their aptitude is exceptional, even genin can be accepted. Hiruzen would not allow these promising youths to be taken away, so he planned to take them under his wing as designated disciples, entrusting their training to the Umbu. Umbu temporary workers? Perhaps akin to interns. However, upon entering, Hiruzen quickly perceived the situation. On Minato's desk lay the signed application, the ink still wet. This indicated that Minato had already resolved to allow them to graduate as ordinary genin and work under a jounin. A jounin mentor meant that Hiruzen's opportunity was lost. It seemed that Minato Namikaze was not always willing to be controlled. Seeing Hiruzen enter, Minato could not help but exhale in relief. Ostensibly, he was the Hokage, but in reality, ensuring the smooth graduation of these two prodigies might be the greatest protection he could offer. A deep sense of loss enveloped Minato, yet he forced a smile. I am certainly aware of this matter. I just approved their graduation application. They will ultimately become exceptional ninjas of the Leaf Village. The name Leaf Village was heavily emphasized by Minato Namikaze. It is the Leaf Village, not the Leaf Village government, nor any particular department or clan. Indeed, Hiruzen Sarutobi realized it was too late, and could only smile and nod in acknowledgement. They had even surpassed Kakashi's graduation record. Truly, the youth are formidable. Sighing inwardly, Minato reflected on the sunset, as the sun cast shadows among the trees. The following day, news spread throughout the Leaf Village. Two prodigious youths had successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy after merely a week. Among these prodigies, one was the heir of the Uchiha clan, a notable lineage, while the other was merely an orphan, with nameless parents who were commoners. He had been living in close companionship with a girl from a declining family. This news rapidly circulated, and it was evident that the latter, despite his humble origins, garnered even more attention than the talent from a prominent family. Chapter 23, Celebration. The Elite Among Elites. Izumi and Itachi Uchiha graduated from the Ninja Academy in just 1 week. At that moment, their prowess received unanimous recognition from all. Their classmates in the elite class could not help but marvel at their strength. It was a staggering dominance. One could hardly fathom how to endure the pressure of being in their presence. The elite class students felt an overwhelming sense of pressure whenever they encountered these two. Moreover, after their application was submitted, the official response from the Leaf Village was remarkably swift. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, personally took note and approved their application for early graduation. Soon, he would bestow upon them the headbands of Genin. Without any deliberate promotion, this news rapidly ignited excitement throughout the Leaf Village. Had this occurred in Izumi's previous life, it would surely have trended on social media. However, there was one individual who was not particularly surprised, Orochimaru, who was currently ensconced in his laboratory. Izumi-kun, you truly are an intriguing individual. My interest in you continues to grow, he mused, as he picked up a scalpel and approached a terrified child on the operating table. The chilling scream echoed throughout the basement. My brother has graduated. In the room, Akane stood at Izumi's bedside, staring at him while rambling on. Izumi felt immensely awkward. He had initially thought he could avoid the Ninja Academy and merely await a time to collect his headband. Instead, he found himself enduring his sister's incessant chatter. Furthermore, Izumi understood that many matters could not simply be resolved by graduation. It was well known that Itachi encountered Obito during his first mission. Obito's ferocity left only Itachi alive in the end. After that incident, Itachi awakened his Sharingan. Upon learning of these matters, Fujiwara was consumed by joy over his son's awakening, neglecting all else. Consequently, Itachi began to question the correctness of certain familial matters. Ultimately, these concerns had no bearing on Ikaru. At least, they were not his to manage at this moment. Ikaru was solely curious about his sister's intentions. After completing a mission, Akane, upon learning of this development, blocked Ikaru's door. She felt both disheartened and proud of having such a brother. In any case, Akane found it utterly unacceptable and, standing at the foot of the bed, began to confide in Ikaru with fervor. Ikaru, naturally unskilled in banter, found himself at a disadvantage in this exchange. However, employing the tactics from his past gaming experiences, he managed to discover some intriguing details. For instance, it appeared that Akane was donning only a fishnet top beneath her outerwear. By merely tilting his head at a certain angle, he could glimpse some peculiar sights. Akane. Indeed, Akane's charms were evident. This fishnet attire was quite revealing. Oh no, it was exceedingly white. Ikaru could not help but swallow hard. My brother is exceptionally talented, surpassing the sister I once was. You must be thrilled, no longer needing to heed my words, Akane continued, oblivious to the implications of her statements. As she persisted in her lecturing, at that moment, she stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. Yet, almost instantaneously, her demeanor shifted dramatically. We are both orphans. If our parents were still alive, they would surely be delighted by our circumstances, Akane said, sitting at the edge of Ikaru's bed, her countenance transformed. The once slumbering newcomer in class had metamorphosed into a formidable genius. If their parents were present, they would undoubtedly celebrate. Ikaru was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the sudden change. After pondering, Akane declared, "Let it be known, although I may not match our parents' encouragement, I shall certainly provide my own. I have a friend, and while I am uncertain how many will come, I am certain I have invited them all. Regardless of the circumstances, I will endeavor to make this celebration remarkable," Akane proclaimed with enthusiasm. Ikaru hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up, "Sister Akane." Actually, suddenly, Akane stepped forward and embraced Ikaru tightly. "What I truly wish to convey is that no matter how things change, you are never alone. I am always here. I am always here." After expressing so much, Akane finally surrendered, openly sharing her heartfelt emotions. "I will forever stand by your side. Despite our loss of parents, despite our reliance on one another, it is all right. We can fill the void of that missing affection. The crimson sunset is indeed on its way, and we have agreed that I will personally take to the kitchen." As Hongdo prattled on, she eagerly prepared to dash into the kitchen. Observing this scene, Ichung swiftly grasped Hongdo's arm. What a jest! Ichung was acutely aware that anything Hongdo concocted would be a miracle if it were merely edible. Ichung quickly glanced out the window, saying, "No need, sister. The one who can cook has arrived." Outside the door, Itachi, who had come with Shirzue, couldn't help but sneeze. His hand, poised to knock, froze midair. Before Shirzue could inquire further, Ichung had already forcefully flung the door open. "Oh my! Who do we have here? Why, it's our Uchiha Itachi. Come in, come in." Ichung enthusiastically ushered them inside, then instructed Hongdo to set a chair for Shirzue, while she pulled Itachi into the kitchen. As he gazed at the stove, which towered slightly above him, Itachi finally understood the source of his initial unease. With no tears to shed, he resigned himself to cooking under Ichung's assistance. It was no joke. Ichung distinctly remembered that Itachi was quite adept in the culinary arts. The original story even featured a close-up of Itachi preparing a meal for his family. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. Itachi formed several hand seals, and a blaze erupted in the stove. Meanwhile, in the living room, Shirzue couldn't help but wonder what chaos was unfolding in the kitchen. What on earth is happening? Chapter 24, Kakashi, the 50-50 Genius. Bang! The door was violently thrust open, and a figure clad in a green tracksuit burst in. "Kakashi, I was the first to charge in. Let us continue our competition next time." The exuberant figure chuckled heartily, leaving behind a white-haired boy who wore a bemused expression. The duo was none other than Kakashi and Might Guy. "I recall we are here to celebrate a genius youth who graduated at lightning speed. Truly, this is the essence of youth." Might Guy fervently redirected the conversation, inexplicably shedding tears of excitement. Kakashi, donning a look of unfamiliarity, slowly sought another place to sit. "Oh, isn't this Hitaki Kakashi? Here, have a skewer." A slightly childish voice piped up, and Kakashi lifted his gaze to find a boy, shorter than himself, offering him a skewer of dango. Hitaki Kakashi? Kakashi was rather displeased with this nickname, yet he accepted the dango without hesitation. Truth be told, Ichung was quite surprised that Kakashi had come, especially since he was currently in the depths of despair. As for Might Guy and the others, Ichung had already met them during her previous encounter with Asuma. Most of Hongdo's classmates had arrived, except for Hinata Hayashi, who was now the clan leader. And of course, the already declared deceased Tika and Rin. Kakashi accepted the dango presented by Ichung, leaving Shiro momentarily taken aback. Once upon a time, he too received a delightful assortment of dango from Izumi. Yet, with merely this offering, Izumi had already forged a closer bond with Shirzue. According to Itachi, this was Izumi's unique way of greeting others. Only those who earned Izumi's approval would be bestowed with a string of colorful dango. This realization brought a subtle sense of pride to Shirzue. Indeed, it was a pride born of recognition. Looking around the room, the presence of Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurenai Yui, and Anko Mitarashi gathered so harmoniously was quite peculiar. The catalyst for this gathering was none other than the young boy, Izumi, who held the bamboo skewer in his hand. Lost in contemplation, Kakashi mused to himself, "Do not be too pleased, for once my Sharingan awakens, I shall surely surpass you." This sentiment echoed in a youthful voice, expressing frustration while relishing the dango. Obito's light-hearted laughter resonated. "We are all comrades. There is no need for such rivalry." A girl's voice, tinged with helplessness and guilt, chimed in. "If only you were here too, Obito." Kakashi glanced at Izumi and couldn't help but ponder. The expression on that face mirrored Obito's from years past. Had he still been alive, the two would surely have found common ground. Since their demise, Kakashi had consciously avoided close interactions with anyone. He feared the day when a newfound friend might depart from his life once more. He could not endure further loss. Each time this thought crossed his mind, he would feign indifference, retreating from others, just as he intended to do this time. Initially, he planned to decline the invitation to this banquet, yet inexplicably, a voice within urged him to attend. Perhaps this was what one might call fate? In any case, Kakashi sought a reason to discover who this young prodigy was that had piqued his curiosity. After savoring the last dango, he reflected on the delightful flavor while observing the young boy before him. Excellent. Izumi nodded in satisfaction. This was Kakashi. Izumi was confident that he would not merely be a background character in someone else's tale. As Itachi presented the first course, the banquet commenced in earnest. While savoring Itachi's culinary skills, Izumi contemplated his future plans. This celebration, hosted by Anko, was undoubtedly a moment of indulgence, yet it also marked a turning point. Once he embraced the life of a ninja, the challenges would multiply. When that time arrived, he would likely have no opportunity for such revelry again. The world of ninjas was eternally rife with conflict and trials, and the looming crises that concerned Izumi were gradually approaching. Therefore, time was of the essence. The guests seemed willing to shed all pretense during this gathering. The celebration was filled with joy, and as the festivities concluded, Kakashi found himself wandering the streets alone. Turning a few corners, the scenery opened up before him, revealing an expansive landscape. Upon the land, apart from the verdant grass and the gray cobblestones, there stood only a series of white cubic monuments, rising solemnly. These monuments, arranged in rows, remained utterly still. They were the memorial stones. Skillfully locating two adjacent stones, Kakashi settled himself, engaging in a desultory conversation. Soon, the child of his teacher, Minato, was to be born. Yet, despite this impending joy, I found myself unable to rouse my spirits. Do you know, I encountered a remarkable individual today? Izumi and Itachi, they are akin to you all. I pondered. Perhaps their fates would diverge from ours. Would it not be a splendid thing if we were born in their era? Ah, by the way, Obito, I am grateful for your gift. Truly, thank you so very much. At this point, Kakashi could no longer contain himself and collapsed upon the memorial, weeping uncontrollably. With the reapplication of a cat-faced mask, his sorrow was stifled completely. He was a member of the Umbu. Now, he had a mission, to safeguard the fourth Hokage's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, the host of the Nine Tails, until her safe delivery. Slowly, the Umbu ninja, Kakashi Hatake, departed from that place. However, mere minutes later, a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds reappeared. Approaching the same spot, this masked individual murmured to himself, grateful, perhaps, but then lifting his hand. He could not resist the urge to remove his mask entirely. Had Kakashi still been present, he would have been taken aback to discover that this was none other than his dear friend and comrade, Obito Uchiha. The lone remaining Sharingan, a three-tomo, spun within Obito's eye socket, eventually transforming into a resplendent form. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. I am realizing your dream, though you surely would not comprehend it. Obito silently repeated the date of Kushina's delivery, as spoken by Kakashi, then proclaimed loudly, a beautiful, grand new world is about to dawn. Chapter 25. The temporary team, can we not enlist them into the Umbu? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired of Minato, maintaining his characteristic genial demeanor. The latter furrowed his brow slightly, but managed a smile. Indeed, Kakashi is still ensnared in shadows. I see, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, adopting a visage of profound concern. Did he not know the true state of affairs? Hiruzen was acutely aware that it all began with the death of Shumo Hatake. The tragic demise of Shumo, who was killed in a literal sense, marked the onset of Kakashi's unfortunate existence. Yet, why did that group of assailants appear so fortuitously? After Shumo's death, why did they vanish so conveniently? These queries warrant an inquiry directed at our Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was precisely for this reason that Hiruzen was reluctant to induct Kakashi into the Umbu. The Umbu, en route, initially overseen by Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura during the tenure of the second Hokage, had entirely severed ties following the latter's demise on the battlefield. Now, the Umbu has been divided into the fourth and third factions, with the roots still firmly under the control of Shimura Danzo. A pivotal moment in the struggle for control of the Umbu by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was his decision to place Kakashi into the Umbu. According to Hiruzen's Sarutobi's intentions, the plan was to first assign Izumi and Itachi to the Umbu, and then their allegiance would depend solely on their capabilities. However, Minato unexpectedly expelled them from the Umbu, directing them to form a temporary team instead. Such actions intensified Hiruzen's feeling that this individual was attempting to extricate himself from his grasp, which boded ill for Hiruzen's. Contemplating this, he promptly approached Minato to engage in discourse. Yet, observing Minato's gentle demeanor, it seemed that he was reluctant to relent. Realizing this, Hiruzen understood that any forceful intervention on his part would likely precipitate chaos. Although they graduated so swiftly, he believed it prudent for them to gain experience alongside the other members of the temporary team. Minato's warm expression only heightened Hiruzen's sense of peril. Why not assign them to Orochimaru to form a trio? Mitarashi Anko, an extra student from the last class division, was under Orochimaru's tutelage alone. Theoretically, placing these two prodigies under Orochimaru's mentorship could create a viable three-person team. However, how could Minato be unaware of Hiruzen's true intentions? It was no jest. Minato had a stack of documents in his drawer pertaining to unresolved cases of missing persons, with every lead pointing towards one individual, Orochimaru. He could never be at ease sending these two geniuses into his hands. With a wry smile, Minato remained silent. Orochimaru was no longer the hero of Konoha from the Battle of Kaiki Mountain, a fact Hiruzen acknowledged, yet he felt Orochimaru, as his former pupil, might be a better option than the current predicament. Taking a deep puff from his pipe, Hiruzen recognized that continuing this conversation was futile. As for Orochimaru, he pondered momentarily before shrugging. Let us see how far he can go. Meanwhile, Itachi, just emerging from the Hokage building, seemed devoid of his usual fervor. Izumi, why do you think wars occur? Izumi paused, ultimately shaking her head. It appears that nothing can be avoided. Before long, this child would transform into one who concealed all emotions beneath a veneer of coldness. War is bloody politics. Politics is safe warfare. After a moment of reflection, Izumi finally recited this famous saying from her past life. Noticing Itachi seemed poised to speak further, Izumi sighed and playfully poked his forehead. My foolish Itachi, forgive me. Do not overthink it. Feeling the sting on his forehead, Itachi instinctively fell silent. What a jest! Is Itachi's tumultuous life about to commence so swiftly? With a deep sigh, Izumi patted Itachi's shoulder, reassuringly saying, Itachi-san, fret not. No matter what transpires, remember that you still have me. I shall forever be your friend. That is more than sufficient. Gazing at Izumi's expression, Itachi felt a whirlwind of emotions within. How could he possibly convey the discord between his clan and the village's government to her? As he fell into contemplation, Izumi chuckled. Haha, don't overthink it. We must be on our way. Didn't the Hokage mention we have a mission? With that, Izumi grasped Itachi's hand and led him toward the assembly point for their task. Itachi wore a bewildered expression. Hokage? Shouldn't that be preceded by the honorific lord? Indeed. To Izumi, the Hokage was merely a common profession, akin to a server at the Dango shop or a teacher at the ninja academy. To be precise, Izumi never regarded anyone as superior to another. Regaining his composure, Itachi hurriedly followed Izumi toward the task assembly point. The gathering place was the training ground of Konoha Village. This time, they were met by others. Leading the group was a boy with short blonde hair, accompanied by a girl with long black straight hair. Upon noticing Izumi and Itachi approaching, the blonde scoffed disdainfully. What's this? Just a couple of brats. The girl with long black hair, witnessing his demeanor, could only force a smile and console him. Come on, let us not be like that. After all, we will be teammates in the future. As Izumi and Itachi walked closer, they exchanged glances with the two. Listen well, you two brats. Our mission this time is to protect a VIP. So do not hinder us, the blonde declared. Honestly, though it's a temporary team, we are still teammates. The girls swiftly attempted to mediate. What? If it weren't for our mentor and Kuro being injured, would we really be stuck with these two laggards? The blonde remained obstinately discontent. Just as the girl was about to say more, Izumi's sword was already drawn. The two barely registered his movement, only to find a flash of steel and suddenly a portion of their hair inexplicably gone. Apologies, but I would prefer not to be referred to as a brat or a laggard, he stated. It would be surprising if two background characters from the original story could be of any help. Itachi, let us go. We need to commence our training for today, Izumi said as he rose to leave. Chapter 26. Uncle Snake's consideration. Orochimaru-sensei, Red Bean, suddenly called, paused in bewilderment, turning back to gaze curiously at Orochimaru. Ever since she became a disciple of this legendary Sannin, her prowess had been advancing rapidly. However, this advancement was accompanied by an array of peculiar occurrences. For instance, her mentor seemed perpetually preoccupied with matters he was unwilling to divulge. Additionally, from the rooms her teachers repeatedly forbade her from entering, eerie cries often echoed faintly. And why did that little old man consistently sneak around to converse with her mentor? In summary, these various doubts left a profound sense of uncertainty within Hongdo. However, she was unaware and dared not inquire further. It was indeed peculiar that her formidable and renowned teacher was exhibiting such odd behavior. It was already deep into the night. Why had he suddenly called her back? Turning around, she noticed Orochimaru also scrutinizing her. After a brief moment, he shook his head, remarking, "It's nothing of great significance. I merely wished for you to convey my congratulations to Ikaru-kun. Graduating so swiftly is indeed impressive." Despite his words of admiration, Hongdo could distinctly sense that Orochimaru was utterly distracted at that moment. "Oh," she replied curiously, somewhat perplexed, before turning to leave. Orochimaru relinquished his thoughts. At that juncture, he was engrossed in another line of research. He had been investigating the technique of reincarnation for quite some time, and another project was also progressing rapidly: Cursed Seals. An unexpected encounter during a mission introduced him to a man named Jugo. Although he only managed to procure a small sample at the time, Orochimaru succeeded in developing the Earth Curse Seal from it. This seal could autonomously absorb the surrounding natural energy for the user's benefit, albeit at the expense of the host's physical well-being. This was far from the perfection he envisioned, prompting him to consider conducting further experiments. In that fleeting moment, Orochimaru contemplated using Hongdo as a test subject. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately abandoned the idea. It was unnecessary. Yashiro Hongdo, a girl of mediocre talent, had a commendable younger brother, Ikaru. With countless experimental subjects at his disposal, Orochimaru's interest in Hongdo was merely a ploy to provoke Ikaru into seeking him out. However, should he proceed down that path, it would likely lead to a deadly confrontation between Ikaru and himself, an outcome Orochimaru wished to avoid. He preferred to consider Ikaru as his vessel, or at the very least, to have him as an ally. A fallout was out of the question. Though confident in his abilities and unafraid of Ikaru's potential retaliation, the complications it could bring were troublesome. After all, Ikaru could not be easily vanquished, as the original Orochimaru was an entity of eternal existence. Nevertheless, that did not preclude Ikaru from causing havoc. Today it could be the destruction of one of Orochimaru's laboratories, and tomorrow the sabotage of a research achievement. Such disruptions would certainly create considerable inconvenience. Thus, after much contemplation, Orochimaru ultimately decided against this choice. It could only serve as a last resort and should not be employed prematurely. "Ikaru-kun, you promised you would come. Do not let me down," he murmured, gazing at the sky with a chilling smile. "Wait, Hongdo." Suddenly, Orochimaru seemed to have recalled something and called her back once more. "In the future, until you master those books and jutsu I provided you, there is no need for you to return." "All right." Hongdo nodded, bewildered, uncertain as to why her teacher was behaving so peculiarly today. Faintly, Akidu sensed that events beyond his control were about to unfold around him. Orochimaru watched Akidu depart, reflecting with a sigh that the experiment had entered a critical phase. And that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have caught wind of something. Thus, it was time to abandon the pretense and directly compete for time against that old man. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Izumi continued her practice. "Congratulations, host, you have completed today's daily task. Host's character strength has increased to 15. Current abilities, chakra, 50. Observation haki, severely diminished version. Eagle Eye swordsmanship, basic. New feature unlocked, training. The host can gradually enhance their strength through training. The degree of enhancement is time-dependent. After completing the daily task, swinging the sword 1,000 times increases character strength by 0.05. After completing the prerequisite task, swinging the sword 2,000 times increases character strength by 0.1. After completing the prerequisite task, swinging the sword 4,000 times increases character strength by 0.25. After completing the prerequisite task, swinging the sword 8,000 times increases character strength by 0.3. With a deep breath, Izumi sheathed her blade and glanced at her personal panel. Indeed, her strength had seen a remarkable enhancement once again. The system now displayed all her abilities. She pondered surrounding the unlocking of new features, but one thing was certain. Her capabilities were steadily advancing. At this rate, she would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength during the Ninetales chaos and the events that would follow, capable of steering the course against tumultuous tides. When the Uchiha clan faced tribulations, she would be able to lend a helping hand. Chakra, as a fusion of physical and spiritual energy, held profound significance for Izumi. It was not merely blue energy, it was also a reservoir of stamina and vitality. As her stamina and vitality improved, the power of her chakra would likewise augment. The Eagle Eye template further accelerated her physical and mental enhancements. As a legendary sword saint, the stamina of the Eagle Eye was beyond question. However, Haki still required the expenditure of energy to be wielded. Well then, with the new feature available, it was time to commence training. With that thought, Izumi unsheathed her blade once more. Let us swing the sword 1,000 times. Before long, the moment for Izumi to undertake her task arrived. The level task required bloodshed and was devoid of ninja involvement. Typically, it involved safeguarding an individual over a long journey or eliminating a band of mountain robbers lacking in ninja presence. The rewards usually range from 30,000 to 100,000. Of course, this referred to the currency within the world of Naruto, akin to yen. Considering yen could even be used for coins worth hundreds, one could infer that this remuneration was not particularly high. Izumi's forthcoming mission was to protect a royal relative from the land of rice fields, an elderly gentleman clad in lavish attire. It was merely a task to be completed with ease. Izumi mused to herself as she rose to depart. Chapter 27. A triumphant first battle with a soft thud. The sound of the sword piercing flesh resonated, and a look of relief appeared on Izumi's face. With trembling hands, Iching completed the bloodletting ritual, successfully sheathing his sword. The last bandit who dared to attack was swiftly dispatched by Iching, marking the end of the conflict. Blood stained his entire being, and he could distinctly sense that besides the exhilaration of his first encounter with blood, a maelstrom of emotions surged within him. Fear, guilt, and an array of negative feelings intertwined, overwhelming him with an extraordinary pressure. Not only Iching, but his two temporary teammates and the old man nearby were crouched in the grass, retching violently. It was utterly revolting. A dozen bodies lay strewn about, blood gushing, painting the ground a vivid red. Yet, in that moment, while his comrades were paralyzed by terror and Itachi barely managed to draw his weapon in preparation for battle, Iching had decisively felled those adversaries, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Truly, he was a formidable talent honed by the system's rigorous training. Wiping the blood from his face, Iching leaned against a tree, struggling to maintain his composure. Iching, seeing his state, Itachi, though feeling nauseated himself, rushed forward to support him. "I'm fine," Iching replied, steadying himself with Itachi's help, and tore a strip of cloth from his own attire to bandage his wounds. "Iching, you're hurt?" Itachi asked, astonished. The combat prowess of their foes had not been formidable. While the sensation of taking a life was unbearable, Itachi knew he could have easily evaded their attacks. Even in such a nauseating predicament. "It's nothing, merely a means to maintain my sanity." Indeed, maintaining his composure was paramount. As the blade pierced the heart of the first victim, Iching was struck by the revelation that the casual killings depicted in web novels from his previous life were entirely fictitious. In truth, the guilt and fear that accompanied taking a life nearly caused him to drop his sword. He understood that this was not a favorable omen, which prompted him to inflict a wound upon himself. Only through pain could he awaken the instinct to fight. After taking a sip from the untouched three-colored dumpling, Iching finally found a moment of tranquility amidst the turmoil. This was the true world of the Hokage. Fortunately, he was able to accomplish all of this in such a critical moment. The foes he faced were merely insignificant pests, despite the overwhelming discomfort. Iching managed to resolve everything flawlessly. He was confident that when confronted with a genuine adversary in the future, he would conquer this discomfort and engage in battle normally. Taking a deep breath, Iching rose to his feet once more. "Hey, I warn you too." He turned to address his teammates. "The challenges we will face ahead will undoubtedly be more daunting. In similar situations, it would be best for you to stay behind us. If you wish to survive, remain vigilant at all times." This, indeed, was the authentic world of ninjas, a brutal realm concealed beneath the fervent facade of a protagonist's glory. In such a world, The law of the jungle prevails, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Even the illustrious Prince Ming has never successfully wielded words as weapons against his foes prior to achieving victory. Not even amidst the narrative's disarray in the Boruto saga has such an instance occurred. This is far from the seemingly flourishing realm it appears to be. Contemplating this, Iching glanced at Itachi, only to find Itachi gazing back at him. Their eyes met, and Itachi pondered deeply. To maintain his sanity, had he intentionally allowed himself to be wounded? It dawned on him that the most effective way to vanquish fear is to confront it head-on. Was he not driven by concern for Iching's safety to join the fray without hesitation? Realizing this, Itachi comprehended Iching's sentiments. Henceforth, no one shall harm my friends, regardless of who they may be. This binds us together. Suddenly, Itachi felt an unusual pain in his eyes, but it was fleeting, with no further developments. Iching merely smiled, offering no extensive explanation. In the original narrative, Itachi awakened his Sharingan only after all his comrades had perished, a tragedy orchestrated by none other than Obito. Given this, Obito, the instigator of it all, would undoubtedly not allow Iching's subsequent actions to unfold with ease. Gripping his katana tightly, Iching reiterated a warning to his two companions. They must exercise caution. The two stared blankly for a moment before finally nodding in a daze. How infuriating it is to be belittled by someone once deemed inferior. The sensation of being surpassed, even utterly overwhelmed, by a former lesser rival is far more displeasing than the sight of the corpses strewn about. Yet, there is little recourse, is there? Their adversary possesses an undeniable advantage in sheer power, leaving them utterly defenseless. Just moments ago, they had narrowly escaped death. This was not due to their superior guidance being incapacitated or the absence of teammates. Rather, it stemmed from their own inadequacy. They were simply not in the same league. This reflects the ordinary existence of ninjas bereft of the protagonist's halo. Injuries among comrades are commonplace, and entire squads being annihilated is a frequent occurrence. Moreover, the Third Great Ninja War has only recently concluded, making injured soldiers and incomplete squads the norm, with fully staffed teams primarily composed of fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy. The so-called inseparable Konoha 12 had not been immune to such losses, as evidenced by Niji's demise. After gathering the bodies and taking a moment to regroup, Iching's escort team resumed their journey, advancing steadily. Moments later, at the site of their previous battle, a distortion in space became apparent. A figure adorned with an orange mask slowly emerged. After surveying the surrounding corpses, the masked man shook his head. Indeed, it was all remarkably clean and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary wounds. As words were exchanged, a peculiar transformation unfolded among the surrounding soil and trees, as white, gelatinous humanoid beings slowly emerged. "Shall we eliminate them?" came a sharp, piercing voice. The masked man nodded, cautioning against underestimating their capabilities. No sooner had he spoken than the white figures swiftly sank back into the earth, just as they had emerged moments before. "This time, you will not be so fortunate," the masked man declared as he retreated once more into the void of another dimension. Chapter 28. White Zetsu. Combined ninjutsu. On the surface, everything appeared harmonious and peaceful, yet the borderlands remained teeming with reconnaissance soldiers from various nations, all operating under the banner of rogue ninjas. Incidents such as large-scale military drills were not uncommon. Each country awaited the first sign of weakness from the others, ready to launch a surprise attack. The signing of a peace treaty merely indicated a mutual desire to cease hostilities, not that all political ambitions had been fulfilled. When victory could not be achieved on the battlefield, it had to be sought at the negotiating table or through clandestine measures shrouded in darkness. Just as Izumi halted his advance, adversaries emerged ahead. "What is happening?" Another assassination squad. The elderly man from the land of Rice wore a bewildered expression. How could this be? He was merely a royal relative from the land of Rice, and his influence could hardly attract such a multitude of assassins. Moreover, the presence of numerous enemies loomed large. The other two teammates had already succumbed to fear, collapsing onto the ground, their legs trembling uncontrollably, with faint signs of moisture evident. Yet Izumi quickly regained his composure. It appears that Obito is truly willing to invest heavily. The white, gelatinous beings, with their fungal-like structure and attack methods, were unmistakably the fabled White Zetsu, originally created by Kagaya Tsutsuki to confront other members of the Tsutsuki clan from beyond the stars. They were now repurposed by Obito to intercept Izumi and Itachi's group. Gazing into the distance, Izumi scanned the area, noting that dozens surrounded the five of them, poised to strike at any moment. He exchanged a grave glance with Itachi, recognizing the seriousness of their predicament. The odds were overwhelmingly against them, dozens to 2, with 3 additional burdens to bear. Izumi-san, he gripped his shuriken tightly, and Itachi instinctively leaned closer to him. In such moments, Izumi seemed to always provide solace and courage. As he had once said, "As long as I am here, there is no need to panic." However, the challenges were far from over. Most of their opponents were at the Ch-nin level, which should not invoke fear. Izumi activated his observation haki, assessing the strength of everyone present. Yet he understood that this was merely a prelude. The most formidable adversary had yet to reveal themselves. These were merely elite foes. Taking a deep breath, an unprecedented calm settled in Izumi's gaze. Since the last time he took a life, he had become remarkably composed. Drawing his sword, Iching infused the chakra from the world of Naruto onto his blade. Itachi unleashed that technique. With these words, a dazzling cold light shimmered along the edge of Iching's sword. Stepping back a few paces, Itachi, understanding the cue, began to form hand seals with impressive speed. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. The first wave erupted in a colossal fireball. The body crafted from white zetsu's fungi offered little resistance to the fire ninjutsu, forcing it to evade swiftly. Although white zetsu's speed was relatively commendable, it played right into Itachi's hands. In the very instant the great fireball scattered the white zetsu, the second wave of attacks arrived. A barrage of smaller fireballs, each accompanied by shuriken, targeted the dispersed white zetsu one by one. In an instant, several of the white zetsu, caught off guard, were struck. The thud of impact resonated, akin to a sword cleaving through the bark of a tree. Iching's blade effortlessly cleaved the struck white zetsu in twain. Subsequently, as the remaining white zetsu closed in, Iching calmly raised his katana once more. With a powerful swing, the gust of wind generated by his blade formed a unique sword aura, pushing back the approaching white zetsu, inflicting numerous wounds upon them. Another wave of flames surged forth, and the injured white zetsu were precisely struck by the incoming smaller fireballs. What kind of sorcery is this? The other 2 genin were utterly astonished. Even though they had been on the same team for an extended period, they could not achieve such seamless coordination. Yet, their astonishment was far from over. Iching surged forward, initiating a transformation in the nature of his chakra. Spirals of white wind-type chakra began to materialize, rushing forward with an unparalleled sharpness. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. A dragon-shaped fire, born of flames, surged forth, growing even more formidable upon absorbing the wind chakra. Boom! The wind bolstered the flames, and the wind chakra was completely assimilated by the fire chakra, resulting in the Great Fire Dragon Technique exploding magnificently, engulfing all white zetsu. The inferno spread, consuming all trees, white zetsu, and everything visible without exception. From a distance, Obito, who had been watching the spectacle, narrowed his gaze in disbelief. How is this possible? 2 individuals, one merely employing a high-level ninjutsu, the other utilizing simple physical techniques. Yet, their flawless synergy could obliterate all approaching Chunin-level foes, especially the final combination ninjutsu, comparable in power to a high-level ninjutsu. And they were just 2 children under 10. Iching, witnessing the culmination of the battle, let out a long sigh. It appeared his assumptions were correct. The enemy's strength was not as formidable as anticipated, except for that one lurking in the shadows. Come forth, must we seek you out? Iching did not sheath his katana, but maintained a stance ready for combat. This left the 2 genin in despair. What? It's not over yet. Moments ago, Iching's remarkable display had clearly astonished them, yet they had not anticipated that the ordeal was far from finished. According to common understanding, those who linger at the back are often the most formidable. If the individuals encountered earlier do not surpass the one who has now emerged, it suggests that under the observation of Kinbunshika Haki, no one can conceal themselves. Izumi remained vigilant. Could he truly perceive my existence? Obito was somewhat astonished, yet had already succumbed to a sense of numbness. Well, during this time, the prowess displayed by these 2 had become quite familiar to him. With a self-deprecating smile, Obito stepped forward, revealing himself before them. Clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, donning an orange whirlpool mask, and with a single eye revealing a crimson pupil. Is that the Sharingan? Itachi exclaimed. How could you possibly possess the Sharingan? Who are you? Itachi was acutely aware of the significance of this power. Who am I? Obito chuckled arrogantly and took a few steps closer. My name? Halt. Perhaps out of anxiety, Itachi hastily barked an order. However, Obito paid no heed, continuing his advance. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 29. Is it just you who claims to be Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara, a simple name that evokes a tumultuous history. With sheer force, he captured the nine-tailed beasts as if they were mere pets. With a single glance, he commanded the proud and unruly Nine-Tails. This is a man who stands on equal footing with the so-called god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. The mere utterance of this name left the assembly momentarily speechless. Some, like Itachi, were skeptical of this proclamation, while others, such as his two subordinate ninjas and the nobility of the land of rice, were convinced. Regardless of their beliefs, all were profoundly shaken by this declaration. Observing this scene, Obito felt a sense of satisfaction until is that all? A voice interrupted his good mood. Turning around, Obito saw Izumi prepared for battle, though a smirk of derision lingered at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Madara, is this all you are? Izumi scoffed disdainfully. Itachi, somewhat perplexed, turned back. Why? The identity of this adversary as Uchiha Madara remained unconfirmed, yet it was certain he was exceptionally difficult to confront. It would be unwise to provoke the enemy further. However, Izumi, who usually coordinated seamlessly with Itachi, seemed to disregard his apprehensive gaze. He stepped forward and patted Itachi's shoulder. Go on, tell him, who is Uchiha Madara? Huh? Itachi was slightly confused by Izumi's intent, but complied, recounting the Uchiha Madara he had learned of. Uchiha Madara, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, once led his clan in alliance with the Senju clan to establish a unified nation and village system, bringing an end to the Warring States period and founding Konoha. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Uchiha Madara betrayed Konoha and was ultimately slain by Hashirama Senju at the Valley of the End. At the mention of the unknown reasons, Itachi's expression faltered noticeably. It was no surprise. As the rightful heir of the Uchiha clan, Itachi had access to many confidential matters. For instance, the reasons behind Uchiha Madara's defection. According to internal family narratives, it stemmed from his divergent political views with Senju Hashirama. However, documents from the Leaf Village, encountered by his elder brother Shursui, suggest that it was due to Madara's insatiable desire for the position of Hokage. Yet, regardless of the perspective, there remains an air of mystery. Ultimately, Itachi was left with no choice but to adhere to the conventional narrative, due to inexplicable reasons. Beneath the mask, Obito's expression flickered with emotion, yet it swiftly reverted to its usual facade. Izumi, aware of the true identity of the masked man before him, found himself feeling aggrieved and yearned for some amusement. With a cold chuckle, he continued to observe Obito with keen interest, feeling the weight of Izumi's gaze. Obito was notably unsettled, but having already spoken, he had no choice but to play along. I never imagined anyone still remembered my name. Izumi could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. That hearty laughter shattered the atmosphere. Obito furrowed his brow beneath the mask. What are you laughing at? Izumi lifted his gaze to Obito once more. This is merely a curiosity for most. Would you like to hear some lesser-known scandal regarding Uchiha Madara? This statement took Obito by surprise. Most people only know the surface. What could a mere child possibly know? Then, enlighten me about what you know of Uchiha Madara. He challenged. The Uchiha clan possesses a secret technique known as Izanagi, which grants the user a temporary invincibility at the cost of one Sharingan. At this juncture, Obito's expression shifted noticeably. Could it be that Uchiha Madara never truly died, but rather feigned death through this method? Moreover, why would such a formidable figure, esteemed and powerful, choose to betray the Leaf Village? Is this not a matter worthy of exploration? The more Izumi elaborated, the more Obito's heart raced with trepidation. How could this boy possess such extensive knowledge? Yet, it was not over. Izumi remained standing, a mocking expression adorning his face, and jested. Tell me, if it were indeed Uchiha Madara, why would he not reveal himself? Therefore, come now, let me take a look. Obito's brows knitted tightly. It was evident that this youth could not be spared. He knew too much. Even the Moon Eye plan was within his conjectures. This was no ordinary child. Such knowledge was beyond even Nagato's grasp. Obito's heart turned to malice towards the boy named Izumi. Meanwhile, Izumi maintained his calm demeanor. Though unconsciously his grip on the katana tightened, his gaze fixed intently ahead. As Obito advanced, Izumi had his own considerations. Provoking Obito would ideally draw out his abilities. Obito's power stemmed from the Manjiki Sharingan's Kimui, a force not to be underestimated. However, what if Izumi could inflict harm upon Obito in such a state? That would alter the situation entirely. Even if he could not utterly vanquish Obito, he at least aimed to inflict some wounds. Thus, in the future, when Obito engages in his schemes, he must remain vigilant of his own presence. Itachi shall not be brazenly targeted. Therefore, this battle is inevitable. So you call yourself Uchiha Madara? Quite audacious. The blade is drawn, stirring waves of energy. One should refrain from idle chatter when one is capable of action. This is the principle that Izumi holds dear. Only through combat can one enhance their strength and comprehend their adversary. All else serves merely as auxiliary means. A single swing of the sword produces a resounding sound as it cleaves the air. Is this wind release? Obito is somewhat astonished, for at this age, mastery of wind release should be limited to the basic level. Yet, under the gaze of the Sharingan, he fails to detect any chakra flow, leading him to realize that this is not wind release, but rather the sheer force of the sword's swing generating a blade of air. With but a single stroke, such immense energy is unleashed. Obito does not evade. Instead, he charges directly towards the sword's energy. The sword's wind sweeps through, leaving a distinct fissure upon the ground. A tree, large enough for several individuals to encircle, is severed in twain. However, at the very heart of the tempest, Obito appears entirely unscathed. Is this truly the case? Without excessive astonishment, Izumi merely nods thoughtfully. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous, as Obito approaches, slowly extending his hand. Immersed in the remnants of the old world, let us sacrifice ourselves to embrace the new world. With a triumphant smile, Izumi's heart draws ever closer to the palm of Obito's hand. Chapter 30. Mutual Destruction. Izumi. At a critical moment, Itachi suddenly shouted. For reasons unknown, in that fleeting instant, Itachi felt a sharp pain in his eyes. This is the power that resides within the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, the very reason they are labeled as a clan of sin. The sensation of pain severely stimulates emotions, leading to the awakening of the ocular bloodline limit known as the Sharingan. According to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who pioneered human experimentation, Itachi possesses an unmatched capacity for love. It is precisely for this reason that when that which he cherishes withers before him, he experiences an even greater stimulus. Thus, the Uchiha clan can harness greater power. Transforming sorrow and indignation into strength, they engrave their pain upon their hearts. This is the origin of the Uchiha clan's power. For instance, in the original narrative, Itachi awakened the Manjiki Sharingan after personally slaying his entire clan and witnessing the suicide of his parents. Similarly, the present Obito Uchiha awakened the Manjiki Sharingan after witnessing the death of his beloved Rin. In his quest to establish a new world where Rin exists, he resolves to pay the price of the old world, unleashing the infinite Tsukuyami. Yet, it is solely for the purpose of creating this new world that Obito feels no remorse in obliterating the old one. After all, it is merely a decayed and obsolete world, imperfect in every way. The manner of its destruction matters not. What is paramount is the establishment of a new world in its aftermath. Embracing this notion, Obito embarked on a path of destruction, showing no hesitation towards this world that was hardly worth lamenting. The eyes, often regarded as windows to the soul, reflected the myriad thoughts harbored within the wielder's heart, with the Sharingan embodying these sentiments. Itachi remained oblivious to the underlying reasons behind these events. All he comprehended was that his dear friend was in peril, and he must intervene to safeguard him. Yet, amidst such a fierce confrontation among masters, any unwarranted interference would only serve to complicate matters. Thus, Itachi lingered in doubt. However, at the moment when Obito's attack threatened to pierce Izumi's back, Itachi realized he could no longer afford to hesitate. With a resounding shout, he drew a shuriken, poised to assist. Upon hearing the warning, Izumi swiftly turned and evaded the assault, simultaneously retaliating with her katana at the instant of Obito's strike. Cursed be the fate. Beneath Obito's mask lay a seething fury. As he activated Kimui, he successfully evaded the blow. Taking a few steps back, Obito glared fiercely at Itachi from a distance. So, he is the one you hold dear? He mused. In that case, allow me, as an elder, to demonstrate just how fragile everything you cherish truly is. With that declaration, Obito launched a renewed onslaught. This time, he refrained from acting impulsively, adopting an unnaturally calm demeanor. Ironically, the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara found himself treating this mere boy with utmost seriousness. Izumi's swordsmanship seemed imbued with a peculiar force that sent shivers down Obito's spine. Under no circumstances did he wish to endure that blade's edge again. Izumi relentlessly unleashed a barrage of attacks, yet Obito managed to evade each one with precision. Watching this unfold, Itachi's anxiety surged. The more anxious he became, the more he felt something within his eyes yearning to emerge, a sharp, intense pain. While Itachi prepared himself, Izumi continued to fight fiercely. Her katana drew and struck again and again. This seemingly simple swordplay left Obito with no opportunity to counterattack. Confident that in a mere melee, the only way to harm Izumi would be through mutual injury, Obito's strikes grew increasingly cautious. Conversely, Izumi remained unfazed, as her training involved such relentless slashing. As she continued, her strength increased exponentially. To Obito, the situation was perplexing. It was as if this young man possessed foresight regarding his abilities. Each of Obito's assaults was met with an opportunity seized by Izumi. Was it mere coincidence? Obito believed that Kakashi would not divulge his abilities lightly. Thus, everything could only be explained by sheer happenstance. With the aid of this coincidence, Izumi consistently thwarted Obito's attacks, until she seized the moment of his strike. Itachi suddenly called out from the sidelines, causing Obito to startle. He could see through all of Obito's maneuvers. Although he could not fathom how Izumi achieved intangibility, he knew that at the moment of attack, she would undoubtedly revert to her physical form. In his heart, Obito was filled with a mixture of anger and joy. He was incensed that this individual could so accurately predict his abilities, yet elated that the talent of the person he had targeted validated his choice. Even in such a dire situation, Itachi managed to maintain his composure, analyzing the current circumstances with remarkable clarity. Just as Obito was momentarily lost in thought, Izumi's blade swept towards him. With a disdainful snort, Obito quickly activated Kamui to evade. Damn their coordination. The flawless synergy between the two ignited an even deeper fury within him, reminiscent of the days he spent alongside Kakashi on their quest to save Rin. How infuriating! Rin remained an everlasting vulnerability in Obito's heart. Each time he pondered this, he could only seek solace in the Moon's Eye plan. Moreover, just recently, Kakashi had spoken so many words at his grave, further fueling Obito's anger. In a moment of desperation, he withdrew a kunai, swiftly stepping away from the fray. Charging toward Itachi not far away, the sounds of steel-piercing flesh echoed. The first was Obito's kunai aimed at Uchiha Itachi, intercepted by Izumi. The second came from Itachi, who seized the opportunity to launch a shuriken that struck Obito's shoulder. Die! Izumi, enduring the pain, swung her blade once more. The strike landed squarely on Obito's chest, the force propelling him several steps back. Before he could regain his footing, Izumi's relentless assaults followed in quick succession. One blow, two blows, three. Obito's body became a canvas of numerous wounds. In a moment of urgency, he activated Kamui again, successfully extricating himself from their battle. Emerging from a short distance away, he bore several new wounds, blood flowing profusely. Damn that little brat. Obito summoned his chakra, descending into a frenzied state. With hands clasped, he prepared to weave seals to unleash his jutsu, intent on exterminating the audacious youth who dared to provoke him. I will kill you. Chapter 31, Uchiha Madara. Shattered spear. At this moment, the man known as Uchiha Madara stood nearby, grievously injured. His torso was marred by a multitude of wounds, revealing a ghastly expanse of pale, ravaged skin. This grotesque appearance, unlike any human, sent a chill down Itachi's spine. Though Izumi had encountered such a sight in the anime before, witnessing it in the three-dimensional world left her utterly astounded. Unlike the previous encounters with White Zetsu, this time, Obito's body appeared to embody a most peculiar form. A sharp, piercing sound emanated from the man who called himself Uchiha Madara. Obito attempted to form seals to launch an attack, but alas, his body resisted his commands. What is happening? Obito mentally communicated with the White Zetsu. It was a primordial White Zetsu named Obito. This original White Zetsu sprouted from the Outer Path's divine tree, distinctly different from the replicas Madara had created. Obito flee. Originally, a Fae was a humorous character who delighted in jesting wildly with Obito. However, the current situation starkly contrasted with the past. A Fae could only laboriously utter these two words. Sensing a Fae's unusual demeanor, Obito could only nod in acknowledgement. In truth, had Obito unleashed his full strength, these two younglings would be no match for him. Yet, Afei appeared gravely injured, utterly incapable of coordinating his body's movements. At this critical juncture, he faltered. Obito cursed inwardly and turned to activate Kamui to leave. We shall meet again. In the alternate dimension of Kamui, Obito, consumed by anger, interrogated Afei, "What is going on?" Afei now seemed exceedingly weak. "Obito, be wary of that one's capabilities." "What? Is he not just a mere brat?" Obito was infuriated by Afei's sudden lack of cooperation. No, that fellow is far from an ordinary child." As he spoke, Afei shared his perceptions with Obito. They shared a fused body, yet their consciousnesses did not fully align. This time, it was Afei who voluntarily shared his insights with Obito. Obito's expression swiftly morphed from indifference to sheer horror. "How is that possible?" he stammered, his lip twitching. A formidable aura emanated from merely a glance, leaving Afei astounded. The piercing gaze reminded Obito of Kakashi from years past. Indeed, the resemblance is striking. Meanwhile, after Obito departed, Izumi could no longer bear the strain and collapsed onto the ground. Blood flowed forth, staining the earth. A new ability, perhaps? Congratulations, host. After combat training and daily tasks, character strength has increased to 20. Congratulations, host. You have awakened a new ability, Eagle Eye. This allows you to exert mental pressure on foes through your gaze while possessing the insight to perceive everything about them. Indeed, in that fleeting moment, Izumi successfully awakened the second capacity of Eagle Eye, applying mental pressure through his piercing stare. Yet, despite acquiring this new power, Izumi lacked the energy to rejoice. His wounds continued to bleed, and the intensity of the battle had left him utterly drained. On the road to the land of rice, Izumi calmly continued to consume his dango. His wounds had been bandaged, but it seemed this was not the end. Not long ago, rain had suddenly begun to fall from the sky. Wearing a conical hat, Izumi still could not prevent the rain from seeping through the seams and drenching his face. The pain from his two injuries had become a familiar sensation. Turning to glance at Itachi Uchiha, he noticed that his eyes had successfully opened. They were the vivid crimson of the Sharingan. It was clear that he was indeed a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Not only had he awakened at such a young age, but he had also directly acquired two Tomo. The double Tomo Sharingan is considered relatively common among those of the Uchiha clan who have awakened their eyes, yet Itachi was still under 10 years old. As for the other three individuals, after enduring two stimuli in such a brief span, they too have grown somewhat numb. Once one becomes accustomed to such circumstances, it is inevitable that they will gradually adapt. Ichin, you say? Itachi appears somewhat bewildered. Having just awakened his Sharingan, he is yet to master it proficiently, unable even to retract it. Itachi's thoughts began to swirl. What does it mean for him to awaken his eyes? What responsibilities accompany this awakening? These reflections detonated within Itachi's young mind. With a gentle poke to Itachi's forehead, Ichin inquired, "What are you pondering? The threat has temporarily subsided, has it not?" Itachi hesitated slightly. "Well, the current situation is that I am still alive, and so are you. That is sufficient. That is sufficient." Itachi, still somewhat dazed, nodded in agreement. Raising his head once more, the confusion in Itachi's gaze had dissipated, replaced by unwavering determination. The escort mission must continue. Yet Ichin could ascertain that Obito would not be making an appearance for the time being. Ichin had now gained mastery over the situation. In the previous battle, Obito had not exerted his full strength. This was well known to Ichin. As the heir of Madara, Obito's abilities, as portrayed in the original narrative, were indeed formidable. Essentially, all the jutsu and capabilities that Sasuke possessed, Obito could also wield with proficiency. Unfortunately, among that graduating class, there was one named Kakashi. Such an absolute genius had effortlessly overshadowed everyone at the time. How could a figure like this, after receiving direct guidance from Madara and Kaguya, not exhibit exceptional prowess? Fortunately, Ichin had previously incited Obito's anger with information he possessed. Otherwise, he would not have so easily discovered the flaw. In summary, the reason for his victory this time lay in the disparity of information. I am intimately familiar with Obito's various abilities, while he knows nothing of mine. After this encounter, such an informational advantage would be obliterated. From the previous cry of pain from Zetsu, it seems my unintentional pressure during the awakening of new abilities played a role. With Black Zetsu's adeptness in intelligence gathering, combined with Obito's analytical judgment, they would likely deduce my capabilities. The next encounter will likely not yield such an effortless victory. As Ichin pondered this, he summoned the system panel to examine the enhancements he had just acquired in detail. Excellent. Such a degree of capability enhancement is formidable. The ninja world has always been populated by the powerful. To elevate oneself, one must diligently follow the system's tasks. The daily mission provided by the system has illuminated the path Ichin must take. Onward, wield the blade. Chapter 32. Uncle Snake's experiment is discovered. Initiating the plan, Orochimaru gazed at the scene before him, feigning disbelief as he cautiously inquired. Blood from the two umbu splattered onto Orochimaru's face, eliciting a cold chuckle from him. And what of it? Ultimately, the truth has been revealed. This exposure, when compared to the timeline in the original narrative, is rather premature. To be frank, the early revelation of Orochimaru's activities is indeed closely tied to Ichin's endeavors. Due to the influence of Ikaru, Orochimaru refrained from implanting cursed seals on Akame and did not excessively develop them. Instead, he channeled all his efforts into the research of the impure world reincarnation technique. As this technique did not necessitate interaction with the living, many of Orochimaru's test subjects were not captured from outside the village, while Orochimaru remained in the village, abducting subjects for his inhumane experiments. The incidence of population disappearances within the village surged dramatically. Soon, a series of clues began to coalesce, drawing the attention of both the police force and the umbu towards this most capable disciple of the Hokage. The umbu of the Fourth Hokage's faction had already conducted thorough investigations. However, this individual was beyond the reach of Minato Namikaze. Due to the covert suppression by the Third Hokage's faction en route, the Fourth umbu could not obtain sufficient evidence. Nevertheless, with the escalation of the incidents, even the police force, which had no intention of conducting an investigation, began to form an inkling of the truth. The Fourth Hokage swiftly identified the culprit. The Third Hokage proclaimed, "This matter requires my direct intervention." Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato Namikaze genuinely wished to take action for the people of Konoha. Upon acquiring decisive evidence, he prepared to eliminate this malignant presence, hoping to avert any unforeseen consequences resulting from Hiruzen's protection of Orochimaru. However, the first step of the plan faltered. Sarutobi Hiruzen's amiable smile bore an undeniable tone of authority. "Minato, after all, this is a consequence of my oversight. Allow me to handle it." "Your oversight? How can you even say that?" Minato retorted. "It is precisely your obstructions that have enabled Orochimaru to act with such impunity." Minato restrained his anger and insisted, "The threat posed by Orochimaru cannot be underestimated. I must take action myself." Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly. The puppet's reluctance to be manipulated was something he had encountered before. Yet, he was taken aback by Minato's unwavering resolve in such a matter. Hiruzen stepped forward, declaring, "Regardless, this is my failing, and I will address it." Hiruzen's smile vanished as he began to ignore Minato's call for the umbu. "Wait, Third Hokage, how long will you continue to protect your own?" Minato could no longer contain himself, slamming his hand on the table and standing up. "You speak of the will of fire. Yet look at your actions. How do they truly embody that principle?" Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, the warmth of his past demeanor dissipating. "Minato, the will of fire is a means, not an end. It serves to bind others, preventing them from threatening the village. It is not the purpose for which our village exists. Just as the second Hokage established the umbu, if we were to treat peace as an end rather than a means, the inevitable result would be betrayal by those we trust. But if Konoha does not hold the cultivation of the will of fire as its ultimate goal, can it still be called Konoha?" Minato Namikaze argued resolutely. "Is it true, Watergate, that you remain obstinate?" threatened the Third Hokage. Wolfing Watergate furrowed his brow, clenching his fists, yet ultimately took no action. Now the Fourth Hokage, he was reluctant to jeopardize his position. All he could do was silently apologize to the children who had been subjected to experimentation, attempting to assuage his guilt. Watergate understood that Orochimaru would undoubtedly escape this time. As anticipated, when confronted by Orochimaru, all the umbu members besides Sarutobi Hiruzen perished, yet Sarutobi never truly engaged in resolving the crisis. After a mere symbolic confrontation with Orochimaru, the latter successfully absconded with all the experimental data. Upon receiving the news, Watergate felt no shock, only an intensifying sense of inadequacy. Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko was engaged in conversation with Yuhi Kurenai. The two had been inseparable friends during their time at the Ninja Academy, and they maintained their bond even after graduation. Today marked the third day since Izumi's departure. Anko lay on her bed, grumbling. Kurenai, with a look of exasperation, replied, "Are you really hoping for trouble to befall your brother?" Anko shrugged. "What do you mean? That mission is perilous. Since Izumi left the village, think about it. Hasn't he been shrouded in danger?" Anko continued, "This cannot continue indefinitely. When undertaking missions, one inevitably encounters adversaries. They are merely civilians without any ninja techniques. What harm could they possibly pose? Encountering enemies during missions is unavoidable. Otherwise, what would the rewards be for? Now that we are ninjas, such situations are bound to arise in the future." Kurenai persisted in her reassurances. However, Anko was not swayed. "Are you joking? That is my brother. Wouldn't you be concerned if your brother were on a mission?" Suddenly, Anko burst into laughter. "Oh, my apologies, I forgot you don't have a brother." Kurenai, with an expression of bemusement, remarked, "Indeed, you must be proud of your genius brother, constantly boasting about him, right? Ever since he graduated early, he has been bragging in my ear about such matters. By the way, it seems there are still many orphans waiting for adoption at the orphanage. Perhaps I should adopt one someday to spare myself from your incessant boasting." As the two shared laughter and playful banter, a figure suddenly emerged. "We are from the Umbu, seeking Mitarashi Anko." "Me?" Anko was taken aback. Upon seeing Anko's head pop out, the Umbu ninja stepped forward. "Indeed, it is you. Come with us." "Huh?" Anko had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The news of Orochimaru's defection had only surfaced last night. She had already distanced herself from him. The materials Orochimaru had provided were sufficient for her studies. Hence, she had not sought him out. However, this information remained unknown to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Wolfing Watergate, and most notably, the ever-watchful Danzo, lurking in the shadows. Anko felt a sense of surprise. Chapter 33. The absurdity of Konoha as they traversed the familiar path once more. The corpses that had marked their journey's onset had vanished without a trace. Perhaps they had been devoured by the beasts of the wilderness. Or perhaps impoverished souls had scavenged the valuable belongings from the deceased while discreetly concealing their remains. Regardless, such matters were of no concern to the quartet. They had successfully escorted the nobleman from the land of rice back to his homeland and were now retracing their steps homeward. In stark contrast to their earlier vigor, the spirits of the two companions had notably declined, shrouded in despondency. The overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of formidable adversaries had dealt a significant blow to their pride. The very individuals they had once looked down upon had emerged as their saviors. What could be more demoralizing than that? Bereft of the protagonist's halo, their resolve was feeble, rendering them incapable of maintaining composure in dire straits, let alone emulating Naruto's audacity in the face of defeat by piercing his own hand with a kunai as a catalyst for awakening. Moreover, the elderly man who had returned to the land of rice continued to berate them incessantly, offering not a word of gratitude. This was undoubtedly due to Izumi's insistence on elevating the mission's rank from its original designation to a higher tier, thereby demanding an increase in their remuneration. Although the attacks from White Zetsu and Obito stemmed from Izumi and Itachi, it was evident that without their protection, Obito would not have hesitated to eliminate everyone to provoke Itachi's awakening. In the original narrative, Obito had indeed acted in such a manner. Thus, the encounter with the ninjas during the mission necessitated an upgrade, and the payment must correspond to the enhanced mission tier. Should they refuse to compensate them, they would claim what was rightfully theirs. At that moment, Izumi had drawn his sword, poised for action. With the additional funds, Izumi procured 2 gifts, a splendid ruby ring that his beloved Akane adored, and a bottle of fine oil that might delight Yuzuki Yugogo. According to Izumi's perspective, having upgraded the mission, it was he and Itachi who had effectively completed the task. Thus, the increased remuneration ought to be divided between them. The other two did not oppose, nor dared to voice dissent. Thus, the matter concluded rather swiftly. Thanks to this newfound wealth, Izumi could procure 2 exquisite adornments. This, however, presented a quandary for Itachi, as he was now tasked with carrying Izumi while also safeguarding these delicate gifts. Indeed, Izumi had exhausted himself. He now lay asleep upon Itachi's back. After their recent skirmish with Obito, Izumi had fervently devoted all his spare moments to training, ultimately collapsing from sheer fatigue. Alas, such is the burden of friendship. With no alternative, Itachi found himself bearing the weight of his slumbering friend. The youthful Itachi had already acquired the strength to shoulder the responsibility of his dear companion. What a troublesome fellow, Itachi muttered in exasperation. Indeed, it was quite the tumultuous affair. Even while on the road, Izumi had relentlessly trained, startling passers-by into retreat. Perhaps this was what one might term a heightened sense of crisis? Nevertheless, reflecting on this peculiar bond with Izumi, Itachi mused that perhaps it was not such a bad feeling after all. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the quartet successfully stepped through the gates of Konoha. As Ichin remained in slumber, his two companions wore expressions of utter despair. Observing their demeanor, Itachi ultimately refrained from speaking further. After suffering a setback, if one could swiftly emerge from the shadows, perhaps a more formidable transformation awaited. However, if one could not withstand the blow, then perhaps it was futile. Ichin had once remarked that overthinking was unnecessary. Thus, Itachi escorted Ichin back to his residence, the Yushin family home. Upon arriving at the threshold, Itachi sensed something amiss. It was not Akane who opened the door, but rather Tsunade. Before Itachi could inquire, Tsunade lowered her head and spoke. Itachi, Ichin, Akane. She has been taken away by the Umbu. What? Itachi exclaimed, preparing to ask for further details when he felt a wave of relief wash over him. What exactly is happening? Ichin had awakened, his expression grave as he questioned Tsunade. Akane was Ichin's Achilles heel. She was untouchable by anyone. Tsunade glanced at Ichin, then at Itachi, and recounted the events. Orochimaru had defected, and Hiruzen Sarutobi personally led the Umbu in pursuit, only for Orochimaru to escape. The problem arose when, after his escape, he returned with the Umbu to cause further trouble, abducting Akane, who was Orochimaru's disciple, for interrogation. Unbelievable. Upon grasping the full scope of the situation, Ichin erupted in fury, seizing his katana and turning to leave. Hey, Ichin, what are you planning to do? Itachi stepped forward to restrain him. What do you think? I'm going to confront the Umbu and seek justice for my sister. But Ichin, please allow me to accompany you. Itachi realized that Ichin was in no state to listen, and thus requested to assist in managing the situation. Best not involve the Uchiha clan in this matter. Ichin was grateful for Itachi's willingness to help, but ultimately declined. Ichin, this concerns nothing but me. I, Itachi Uchiha, simply wish to assist my friend. You once said that such matters should be faced together. Itachi insisted. Hearing Itachi's declaration, Ichin smiled appreciatively and then elegantly struck Itachi unconscious. Red, I implore you to return Itachi to the Uchiha clan's territory. With those words, Ichin leaped towards the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village. It was imperative that no member of the Uchiha clan be involved in the current predicament, given the long-standing tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village's government. This incident could potentially ignite a complete rift, leading to a total schism between the clan and the village authorities. The unexpected early defection of Orochimaru had already far exceeded Ichin's expectations. Should more uncontrollable events arise, Ichin's advantage as a time traveler would vanish entirely. With his katana in hand, Ichin disregarded the astonished gazes of those around him and steadily approached the Umbu base located in the center of the village. Truly, the Hidden Leaf Village was absurd. The ninja from the village was on a mission, only to return and discover that his sister had been abducted. How could such a thing occur? What nonsense is this? Is the so-called will of fire truly urging you to act in this manner? How utterly ludicrous. Ichin no longer restrained his murderous intent. His aura emanated so fiercely that it compelled everyone to take a step back. The Umbu headquarters? I am on my way. With that, Ichin quickened his pace towards that direction. Chapter 34. Breaking in. Akane has a good brother, Lord Hokage. At this moment, the young Yamashiro Kaichi knelt on one knee, reporting to Minato Namikaze. What is it? Minato raised his hand, gesturing for Kaichi to rise and speak, while inquiring about the specifics of the situation. Beside them, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been eavesdropping, was absent-mindedly puffing on his pipe. Indeed, he was lost in thought. The reason for his distraction was not difficult for Minato to surmise. Orochimaru had successfully escaped from Konoha. Not only that, but he had managed to slay several Umbu ninjas, while Sarutobi was leading the pursuit. These Umbu were elite jonin. Although they could not defeat Orochimaru, they were at least capable of restraining him, especially with Sarutobi himself present. Minato found it implausible that Sarutobi had not intentionally let Orochimaru go. Yet, strangely enough, after allowing Orochimaru to escape, Sarutobi seemed to be filled with regret. How bizarre. Minato was increasingly baffled by this seasoned veteran. Shaking his head, Minato turned his attention back to Yamashiro Kaichi. Lord Hokage, we could not extract any useful information from that child. Should we delve into her consciousness for more detailed intelligence? Kaichi did not articulate this too explicitly, for such matters were not to be taken lightly. The secret technique of the Yamashiro clan allowed one to enter another's consciousness and read their memories, but this came at a cost. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences: mild confusion, prolonged coma, or even complete dementia. Yes, dementia. The violent intrusion of consciousness would inevitably inflict damage. If this were to obtain more precise information or to interrogate a hostile ninja, perhaps it could be justified. However, this was not the case. If intelligence was the goal, even Kaichi understood there were alternative methods to pursue Orochimaru directly. Moreover, Akane was no ordinary ninja from another village. She was a genuine Konoha ninja. Was it appropriate to employ such cruel methods against one of their own? Of course it is necessary. Should we refrain from action simply because she is a child? Konoha will not shield any villain. Sarutobi exhaled a ring of smoke, smirking as he spoke. The statement was so absurd that even Minato found it laughable. Firstly, Akane is not a villain. She is a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, you have just released Orochimaru. Furthermore, I demand that Orochimaru be classified as a rogue ninja and placed on the most wanted list across the entire ninja world, as Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. Watergate had intended to voice his thoughts, but was abruptly interrupted by a sound from outside the window. Before that, allow me to attempt a pursuit. A figure with white hair, carrying a travel bag, suddenly appeared outside. It was Jiraiya, another of the legendary Sannin. Though he claimed he would pursue, it was likely he would not return after this endeavor. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily before eventually responding. Very well, I shall grant you one day. If you can bring Orochimaru back within that time, I will refrain from placing him on the wanted list. Watergate found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had declared he would not shield any wrongdoer, yet here he was, opening a back door. Not to mention, Jiraiya's abilities were somewhat inferior to Orochimaru's. If Orochimaru was determined to leave, no one could stop him. Furthermore, Jiraiya's demeanor clearly indicated that he had no intention of remaining in the Hidden Leaf Village, as he had already prepared his belongings. During the Second Great Ninja War, the entirety of the Senju clan perished, leading Tsunade to abandon all hope for the village. Now, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were also on the verge of departure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you not feel that you are at fault? Namake's Minato glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and reflected on his own situation, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. Having struggled to ascend to the position of Hokage, he was determined not to relinquish that throne. With this in mind, Minato let out a resigned sigh. At that moment, another voice interrupted. As an injured Umbu member hastily burst into the office, Hokage-sama, a grave situation has arisen. Idate has returned from a mission and is wreaking havoc at the Umbu base, injuring multiple Umbu ninjas. What? Minato suddenly recalled a crucial factor he had overlooked. The child named Mitarashi Anko was not merely a grassroots individual without support. She had a remarkable brother, Idate, a prodigy sought after by both the Umbu and Root, who graduated at a young age. Last time, due to a mere smoking issue, Idate had the audacity to throw Asuma, the Hokage's son, out of the establishment. Now, upon learning that his sister had been captured, it would be astonishing if he could contain his emotions. Hurry! Minato silently formed a hand seal, and in an instant, he was transported away. That child was someone he valued dearly. He could not allow anything to happen to her. Minato was determined to save that child before the situation became irreparable. Meanwhile, moments earlier, Idate was sprinting towards the Umbu base. His sharp, discerning eyes scanned everyone nearby. Even in his youth, Idate's gaze was enough to intimidate ordinary individuals, causing them to shy away. Is this the place? Idate arrived at the entrance of the Umbu base, his katana still sheathed. His eyes fixated on the Umbu ninja at the door. This is a restricted area of the Umbu. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. The shadowy ninja, under the piercing gaze of Ichin, felt a shiver run down his spine and hesitantly uttered his words. Oh, Ichin scoffed a few times and then stepped forward, fixing his cold stare upon the guarding shadow ninja. I shall not make things difficult for you. Pray tell, where is my sister, Azuki Matoi? The secrets of the Umbu were tightly guarded, with all members communicating through a singular channel, leaving the gatekeeper unaware of the particulars. Azuki Matoi? Who is that? The gatekeeper. devoid of any knowledge, could only respond in such a manner. Stop pretending. Ichin could no longer contain himself, and some coarse expletives from his past life slipped out. He delivered a punch to the shadow ninja's abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground in pain. I ask you again, where is the latest girl imprisoned? With his foot on the shadow ninja, Ichin's blade pressed against his throat. The chilling edge sent a wave of terror through the ninja. Chapter 35. We are going home, where is she? The coldness at his neck heightened the shadow ninja's fear. Ichin did not wish to take a life. But that did not mean he was incapable of it. If this fool remained silent even unto death, Ichin would not hesitate to end him and seek the answers himself. Every moment of delay meant more suffering for Yuzuki. Just as a dragon guards its scales, Ichin too would not allow anyone to threaten his kin, otherwise they would pay a bloody price. With the blade poised at his throat, the shadow ninja hesitated for a moment before divulging the information. The secrecy was not of particularly high classification, and given the severe threat he faced, he felt compelled to speak. Room 3303. Ichin nodded, turning away from the man and advancing towards his objective. Clang, clang. Along the way, many attempted to intercept him, yet none could match Ichin's prowess. The Umbu, formerly known as the Konoha Village Assassination Special Forces, was the only standing army established by the Second Hokage. Thus, Konoha had changed since the days of the Second Hokage. The First Hokage had spoken of creating a peaceful and friendly nation, only for the Second Hokage to turn around and instigate a reign of terror. Was this not akin to slapping his elder brother's face? The standard for the Umbu was to become a chunin. Both special jonin and jonin were eligible for recruitment. Ordinary chunins could be disregarded by Ichin. Even special jonin would last mere minutes against him. The blade swung up, then down, again and again, with each strike leaving those who dared to block him grievously injured, yet ensuring their lives were spared. Currently, the more powerful jonin of the Umbu had been dispatched elsewhere, leaving only a handful of chunins and special jonin within. Against them, Ichin would only sustain minor injuries at worst. Activating his observation haki, Ichin effortlessly pinpointed Yuzuki's location. With unwavering resolve, Ichin pierced through the layers of the covert division's defenses, ultimately arriving at room 303. With a forceful kick, he shattered the door and stormed inside. Blade in hand. Sister Hondo? He called out, his body drenched in blood. The crimson liquid obscured his vision, rendering the interior shrouded in a haze. Ichin? Hondo gasped, taken aback by the sight of the bloodied figure before her. Anger surged within her as she struggled against the restraints of her chair, rising defiantly. What are you doing? I've already told you that my brother knows nothing of Orochimaru. She could not comprehend why, despite divulging all she knew, the covert division would still target her brother, inflicting such harm upon him. The interrogation was led by son Naibi, a recent addition to the covert division. Naibi, witnessing the gruesome scene, instinctively stepped back in shock. Wiping the blood from his face, Ichin called out, Sister Hondo. At that moment, he realized that his first thought was of his own injuries. With a heavy sigh, he surged forward. In a swift motion, he severed the handcuffs binding Hondo's wrists. Sister Hondo, let us return home, he declared, grasping her hand and disregarding the presence of others as they made their way towards the exit of the covert base. Wait, the interrogation is not yet concluded, Naibi exclaimed, drawing a kunai in an attempt to obstruct Ichin. Is that so? Ichin opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing as it surveyed Naibi. A mere glance was sufficient to instill a sense of peril within Naibi, a visceral awareness of being targeted by a formidable foe. Clatter. The kunai slipped from Naibi's grasp, hitting the ground with a resonant clang. The overwhelming threat made it clear to him that resistance was futile, prompting him to abandon all efforts. With Hondo in tow, Ichin turned and continued his advance, his blade slicing through any adversaries that dared approach. No matter what, harming Hondo was absolutely unacceptable. The warmth of Hondo's hand brought a surge of comfort to Ichin. It was a relief to see that she was unharmed and had come to him. Now, all that remained was to entrust everything to his brother. Together, they burst forth from the covert base. Bold move. A thunderous voice bellowed as a multitude of ninjas, adorned with peculiar beastly masks, encircled them. Unlike the masks of the covert division, which bore animalistic features, these had a distinctly different aesthetic. An elderly voice emerged from the throng of ninjas, the speaker leaning on a cane. Shimura Danzo, the hidden tyrant of the ninja world, advanced, disdain evident in his demeanor. Ichin, how dare you invade the covert base and injure multiple members? Are you aware of the gravity of your actions? In response to Danzo's inquiry, Iching merely offered a cold smirk. How absurd. The covert division unlawfully detained my sister first. This is an act of self-defense. Self-defense, you say? Danzo retorted, his anger mingling with mockery. It appears to me to be a case of malicious retribution. Seize him. As Tawanzo issued his command, the myriad of ninjas prepared for battle. Given that I lacked the means to defend my rights, and with Ichin shielding Hondo behind her, I had no choice but to resort to extreme measures. Could I simply stand by and allow you to subject Hondo to brutal interrogation? At this tense moment, a flash of golden light appeared. Minato Namikaze had arrived. Observing the injured Umbu members and the bloodstains on the ground, Minato realized that they were slightly too late. Ichin, Tawanzo, Minato attempted to reason with them. But Tawanzo disregarded him entirely, continuing to berate Ichin for her alleged transgressions. How dare you question the impartiality of Konoha's justice? You must be a spy sent from another village. Ichin clenched her katana tightly, stepping back to create an ample distance for a powerful leap. In the next moment, a blur flashed past, and Ichin lunged fiercely toward Tawanzo. Clang! A shuriken shaped like a maple leaf intercepted them, causing sparks to fly as the katana collided with it. Ichin, listen to me, Minato pleaded, striving to soothe her while attempting to mediate. Just then, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived, flanked by several Umbu ninjas. Perfect timing, Hiruzen. Come witness the talent you have chosen. Tawanzo immediately turned to Hiruzen, venting his frustrations. Not only did they attack the Umbu base, but they also injured numerous Umbu members. Not to mention their malicious attempts at justice. Now they wish to engage me in combat. This individual is seeking rebellion. Chapter 36. If not, then a rogue ninja. It was reported that there were no fatalities. Following the examination by the medical ninjas within the Umbu, the extent of their losses was ascertained. Only a handful were injured, several facilities were damaged, yet miraculously, no lives were lost. Minato sighed in relief. Thankfully, there were no casualties, otherwise, he would have found it difficult to provide an explanation. Even if Ichin had killed in her attempt to rescue Hondo, the crime of murder would still weigh heavily upon her. This was not the outcome Minato wished to witness. Adjusting his disheveled attire, Minato gently addressed Ichin. Ichin, do not act impulsively, remain calm. Orochimaru has defected, and as someone who was close to him, Hondo may possess insights into his whereabouts. Thus, the Umbu has taken her to assist with the investigation. As a member of Konoha, Hondo bears this obligation, just as you do. The Umbu and the Konoha government will shield no villain, nor will we wrong any innocent. I hope you can comprehend the workings of the Umbu. If Hondo is indeed innocent, we will not allow her to suffer injustice. Minato spoke at length, hoping to temper Ichin's fervor. Ichin had yet to sheath her sword. Her gaze fixed ahead. Sister Hondo, do you know anything about Orochimaru? After hearing Minato's words, Ichin turned to Hondo with a question. I have shared all that I know. I swear I am not lying, Hondo replied, momentarily jolted from her shock and confusion by the sudden inquiry. Just as Ichin was about to speak, Tawanzo rudely interrupted her. How can one ascertain whether he has spoken the truth or not? Without the scrutiny of mental insight, it is utterly impossible to substantiate his claims. At this moment, Danzo exhibits a demeanor that, while slightly more human than in the original narrative, remains only marginally so. The third and fourth Hokage exchanged a glance, their expressions marred by an unsettling pallor. Danzo's actions were already a transgression, especially considering that Izumi was currently engulfed in fury, on the brink of an outburst. The reasons behind this were not lost on the two. It was merely a consequence of his previous unsuccessful attempt to acquire the child from Sarutobi, thus resorting to more aggressive methods to forcibly bring him into his fold. However, Minato understood that Izumi's character would not permit such an acquiescence easily. Furthermore, he had no desire to deliver Izumi into the hands of Root. Without the evidence obtained through mental probing, the authenticity of his testimony could not be guaranteed. With a facade of righteousness, Danzo presented himself as if he genuinely cared for the prosperity of Konoha. Truth be told, had Izumi not been acquainted with the original story, he might have been deceived by Danzo's performance. Yet, Izumi was not so easily misled. Upon hearing Danzo's words, he could not suppress a series of derisive chuckles. Testimony? Absurd. If the intent was to extract information regarding Orochimaru, with blood still staining Izumi's blade, why was only Ikaheim scrutinized? Who was Orochimaru's master? Did he not exploit his position to indulge or even assist Orochimaru? Who were Orochimaru's companions? Did they not intentionally allow his escape? Who were his classmates? Did they not use the pretext of pursuing Orochimaru to defect alongside him? A series of soul-searching inquiries left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Who was Orochimaru's master? Was it not the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking nonchalantly at the scene? As for his classmates, one was currently gambling in a distant land, and the other had just recently fled. Remarkably, Izumi had managed to implicate all the senior figures of Konoha. However, the question remained. Could these individuals truly be doubted? It was unfathomable. They lacked the capacity for such suspicion. One was the de facto ruler of Konoha, its absolute leader, while the other two were his disciples and formidable high-ranking ninjas. The repercussions of casting aspersions upon such individuals would be incalculable. Thus, the Anbu could only redirect their focus towards the relatively powerless Akahime, who lacked significant influence or strength. Moreover, if one were to delve deeper, the third Hokage's leniency had sown the seeds of Orochimaru's audacity. Sarutobi could not escape culpability, along with Danzo, who conspired with him, and the observing Uchiha. In short, none were without blemish. Sarutobi shook his head, while Minato could only exhale in exasperation. The attention of all present converged upon Sarutobi alone. What was initially thought to be a means to avoid embarrassment rendered Sarutobi's countenance greener than spinach. Who had consistently enabled Orochimaru's actions? Who had deliberately allowed Orochimaru to escape? Undoubtedly, it had always been Sarutobi. Although the Uchiha clan's police force is at odds with the Konoha Village government, their efficiency is beyond reproach, and the relevant investigation documents have long been delivered into the hands of the Hokage. However, since the instigator of all this turmoil is Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to suppress the matter. After all, in terms of relationships, is he not the closest to Orochimaru? This child, though not young, possesses a profound understanding of the art of heartless killing. Boldly, Danzo stepped forward and vehemently rebuked Izumi. As a ninja of Konoha, how dare you question the Hokage? What is your purpose in saying this? Who instructed you to speak these words? I suspect you have been influenced by foreign ninjas, who have infiltrated our village as spies. With a dismissive gesture, Danzo commanded, "Seize this traitor." The root members had already been prepared for action and immediately began forming hand seals upon receiving the order. With narrowed eyes, Izumi removed her forehead protector. Do you think I hold any affection for this hypocritical Konoha? While professing the will of fire, all you truly know is how to further oppress the common people to satisfy your own desires? Minato Namikaze had no doubt that she would soon mark her forehead protector, declaring herself a rogue ninja. Stop! Stop! Aware of the potential for chaos, Minato swiftly intervened to prevent an imminent clash between the two parties. I have faith in Akane's testimony and believe that Izumi's actions stem from a moment of anger. Therefore, I ask everyone to return for now. I, in the name of the fourth Hokage, assure you that I will provide a satisfactory resolution. As he spoke, Minato positioned himself between Izumi and Danzo, gesturing for them to calm down and depart. Izumi felt reassured. Minato flashed a warm smile, signaling that she could leave first. Chapter 37. Minato. In the name of the Hokage, Izumi shrugged and offered a smile back to Minato. One could only say, "You truly are remarkable, Minato Namikaze." The fourth Hokage, renowned as the Little Sun. In truth, Izumi had prepared for the worst-case scenario. She contemplated marking her forehead protector and leaving the village with Akane to live a carefree life. In Konoha, if she truly wished to depart, no one could hinder her. In the world of Hokage, few understand the abilities of pirates, yet Izumi possesses knowledge of every jutsu in this realm. With this information advantage, escaping with Akane should not pose a problem. However, upon reflection, Izumi recognized certain flaws in this thought process. Now that she had attracted Orochimaru's attention, the number of rogue ninja organizations targeting her outside the village would inevitably increase. Izumi was unafraid of the so-called risks. Her refusal to shy away from any challenge was a trait she had inherited from her mentor, Eagle Eye. Yet, Akane might truly struggle to adapt to such a life. Moreover, Itachi would inevitably become a figure of suspicion, much like Akane during Orochimaru's defection. The Uchiha clan he represented would likely face grave consequences as well. With this thought, Iching could only momentarily retreat into silence. This was not an act of fear, but rather a period of hibernation. For the sake of his beloved Hondo and his steadfast companion Itachi, as well as for the fourth Hokage, who spoke to him almost pleadingly. Minato Namikaze, the father of the prophesied child, a charming yet tragic figure of a great ninja. Because of your trust, I shall do everything in my power to prevent the spread of the Nine Tails chaos. I Ching, calm down. I believe in you, just as I approved your graduation application. The implication was clear. His successful graduation was due to Minato's immense pressure to acquiesce. Thus, he expected I Ching to grant him this favor, asserting that he would handle the current matter. I Ching was audacious and unruly, yet not unreasonable. Understanding, he nodded and retreated alongside Hondo. Moreover, I Ching was eager to learn how an idealist like Minato could translate theory into practice. History had shown that numerous self-proclaimed idealists had ultimately fallen prey to treachery due to their inability to align with reality, their radiant utopias crumbling in an instant. Fourth Hokage, please do not shield the offenders. They have violated the laws of Konoha and deserve punishment. Shimura Danzo stepped forward, fixating his gaze on the young man before him. While Minato placed his trust in I Ching reciprocated that trust. However, Danzo was a different matter entirely. This was a rare opportunity to apprehend such a talented youth. How could he allow this prize to slip away? Standing firm, the oppressive aura emanating from Danzo, the leader of Root, instantly unleashed a wave of murderous intent from the Root ninjas present. Yet, Minato remained unyielding. His experience with the horrors of battle rendered this confrontation trivial. Danzo, punishment in Konoha should not be directed at its own ninjas. This is merely a child, consumed by affection, who has allowed his anger to cloud his judgment. If Kushino were faced with a similar situation, I would not stand idly by. Minato interposed himself between Danzo and I Ching, offering Danzo a similar smile. Furthermore, I Ching made a valid point. Orochimaru had not fled far. Would it not be simpler to pursue him directly for answers? Minato, Danzo pondered momentarily, yet persisted. You should be aware that every individual in Konoha has an obligation to uphold its laws. To harm others without cause warrants punishment. Laws. I Ching could hardly suppress a laugh from behind. What regard had you for Konoha's laws when you conspired with Orochimaru on human experiments? Moreover, even if I were guilty, it would be the Konoha police who would apprehend me, not your Root. Sensing I Ching's imminent eruption, Minato quickly intervened. Indeed, but Danzo, you may have overlooked a crucial detail. I have already authorized I Ching and Itachi's recruitment into the Umbu after they complete their mission. This is merely an internal dispute within the Umbu. This single statement effectively silenced Danzo. Within the Umbu, numerous clandestine activities abound. Were all such actions to be deemed illegal? How could it be that feelings of instant resentment and anger flooded Danzo's mind? Simply because I am the current Hokage of Konoha, and you are my subordinate. After a moment's hesitation, Minato Namikaze finally voiced those words. Yet again, that same phrase. Danzo had lost count of how many times he had heard it. After all, I am the second Hokage. But Danzo, I am the Hokage. How infuriating. One day, I shall occupy the position of Hokage as well. Gritting his teeth, Danzo ultimately acquiesced with reluctance. As commanded, Hokage-sama. In that moment, Minato exhibited an unusual firmness. The Umbu is the Hokage's Umbu, and disputes within the Umbu should be resolved personally by the Hokage. In the name of the Hokage, I command you to withdraw. In the presence of the esteemed elder of Konoha, Minato maintained a respectful demeanor, yet remained unyielding on crucial matters. Lord Third, do you have any objections to my actions? Minato turned to glance at the somewhat awkward Sarutobi Hiruzen, smiling as he spoke, implicitly suggesting, should you have any concerns, feel free to voice them. But whether I heed them is my prerogative. This was markedly different from his previous direct inquiries to Hiruzen regarding what to do. Hiruzen had already sensed Minato slipping from his control, and he had anticipated the current situation. Regrettably, however, Hiruzen found himself unable to take any action. He chuckled lightly. You are indeed the Hokage, Minato. This matter should certainly be handled by you. Smiling to mask his embarrassment, Hiruzen feigned satisfaction with a nod. Very well. Let us conclude today's matters. Everyone, please disperse. Watching Hiruzen's retreating figure, Minato waved his hand, signaling for the crowd to depart. Ensure that all injured Umbu are taken to the Konoha hospital, with medical expenses temporarily covered by the Umbu's operational funds. Minato announced the final resolution of the incident loudly, embodying the Hokage he aspired to be. As for you, Izumi, come to the Hokage Tower for a report in due time. Minato maintained his warm smile. prompting Izumi to nod in response. Very well, Fourth Hokage. Chapter 38. Forgive me, Itachi moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the entire night. Izumi and Akane walked hand in hand towards the Yatsushiro household. The surrounding greenery resonated with the sound of chirping insects, harmonizing with their footsteps. There were no unnecessary words. Nor was any gratitude required. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the blood-streaked strands of Izumi's hair, while soothing Akane's anxious expression. After spending so much time together, they had come to understand each other's thoughts. Their tightly intertwined fingers mirrored their calm expressions, silently conveying the emotions that blossomed from their kinship, a bond that needed no label, quietly transmitting feelings within their hearts. At the entrance of the Yashitai residence, there were still individuals awaiting the return of the two. The credibility of the Konoha Village government stemmed from its reputation. Hence, Aizu was confident that most of the senior officials of Konoha would refrain from disclosing the matter. Aside from the initially humbled Danzo, who had already been warned by Minato Namikaze, Aizu was now, in name, a member of the Umbu. The Umbu and Root are two distinct organizations. The Umbu operates directly under the Hokage and is the only officially recognized standing army of Konoha. In contrast, Root serves as Danzo's private militia. Such a private force offers no assistance to Konoha. Ostensibly, it is tasked with training talent for the Umbu, yet in the original narrative, the sole Umbu ninja hailing from Root is only Yamado, who was rather tearfully requested by Hiruzen Sarutobi to join from Root. Out of respect for an old classmate, Hiruzen might tolerate the existence of this organization. However, Hiruzen's approval does not guarantee that the Hokage would agree. If Danzo were sufficiently astute, he would diminish his visibility, secretly engaging in clandestine activities while outwardly demonstrating loyalty to the Hokage. Unfortunately, Danzo is a fool. A fool with ambition but lacking capability will inevitably be the first to be eliminated in the struggle for power. Not only does he openly confront the Hokage, but he also dares to persecute fellow ninjas of the village in the Hokage's presence. Such actions are inherently foolish. As Aizu pondered his predicament, he slowly advanced until interrupted by a voice. "You're back," Kurenai exclaimed as she opened the door to the Yashitai home, welcoming them with evident joy. Ever since Aizu had departed with his blade, Kurenai had been anxious about their safety. Now, seeing them return unscathed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry for worrying you," Aizu replied. "How about we go grab some dango?" "It's on me," Kurenai suggested, a bit bashfully. "Never mind," Aizu waved his hand. Lying down on the entrance floor, "I'm a bit tired and need to rest." Indeed, from the onset of the mission, he had been engaged in high-intensity combat. Wielding his blade, and upon returning, there was no time for rest. He immediately plunged into the Umbu's base. Despite his formidable demeanor, it was a result of experiences from 2 lifetimes. The current body, however, still belonged to a young child. "You haven't seen your brother in a frenzy. By the way, I find myself a bit envious," Kurenai remarked as she pushed open the door to the colorful dango shop. "After all, he is my brother." Kurenai proudly tossed her hair, observing the faint blush on Kurenai's cheeks, pondering thoughtfully. The two were intimate friends, and with just a glance, she could discern Kurenai's thoughts. Aizu was indeed a remarkable child, exceptional and responsible, graduating from the Ninja Academy at such a young age. His first mission was of a high rank, and upon his return, he was rumored to have achieved even greater status. Yet, despite all this, he accomplished his tasks with remarkable excellence. What was even more astonishing was that during Kurenai's entrapment in dire straits, Aizu had the fortitude to step forward and rescue his sister from her plight. Upon returning from I Ching, drenched in blood, it was evident that this ordeal had been far from trivial. If only at such a moment, I could have someone to rescue me, to share in this profound emotion, thought Hong, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "What do you think? Should you consider it?" Swallowing a morsel, Hongo smiled at Hong, giving her an understanding glance as she uttered those words without reason. "What?" Hong was somewhat perplexed. Setting aside her finished skewer, Hongo gently patted Hong's shoulder. "Aren't you rather fond of my brother? Such men are rare these days. One must seize the opportunity. How about considering a closer bond, my dear friend?" "What a joke." Hong playfully shoved Hongo. "He's far too young. Could you possibly choose someone younger?" This fellow had the audacity to promote her brother so brazenly to her best friend. Rolling her eyes, Hong wondered how her dear friend's mind was so preoccupied with such matters. Hongo chuckled. "So what? The age difference isn't that significant. Look at you. With your resilience, You two won't be too far apart in age. At this juncture, Hondo felt a swell of pride. In this regard, she certainly had the right to tease her friend. Seizing the moment while the proprietor attended to other tables, Hondo raised her hand to strike. Hey, that's off limits. Meanwhile, after a brief repose, I-Ching finally returned to his room. Indeed, Itachi was still inside. I-Ching-san, you're back? Upon seeing I-Ching unscathed, Itachi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Haha. Itachi, when have I ever been in trouble? I-Ching replied with a cheerful smile, yet Itachi seemed disinclined to respond. I-Ching-san, I am glad you returned. But I cannot rejoice in engaging with Konoha. Itachi sat there, somewhat disheartened, gazing out the window with his newly awakened Sharingan. Konoha? I-Ching let out a bitter laugh. Patting Itachi's shoulder, my loyalty lies with the will of fire, but that does not equate to unwavering loyalty to Konoha. Sometimes, to uphold the will of fire, one must confront Konoha itself. Moreover, the Konoha government and the village are not the same entity. What we ought to safeguard are the people of Konoha, not the village itself. Itachi raised his head, looking somewhat confused at I-Ching. I-Ching-san, I find it difficult to comprehend what you are saying. With a soft chuckle, I-Ching lightly poked Itachi's forehead. Oh, foolish Itachi, forgive me, perhaps another time. When true threats loom over you, you will grasp the meaning of my words. I-Ching feigned profundity before Itachi, concealing the latter part of his statement deep within. By then, I will lead you to vanquish Konoha. Chapter 39. Taking you as my disciple, the leader of a village is known as the Hokage, as the supreme ruler of Konoha. Only the most powerful and widely recognized individuals are deemed worthy of such a title. However, even upon attaining the position of Hokage, certain matters remain beyond one's control. For instance, the recent incident involving I-Ching has left Namake's Minato in a state of profound distress. This is not akin to the pressures faced on the battlefield against enemy assaults. Rather, it is a sense of helplessness and weary bitterness when confronted with I-Ching. Despite being two prodigies, the issue of organization has become a source of vexation for Minato, a genius who frequently stirs up trouble. Fortunately, the office no longer carries the acrid scent of smoke from the past. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, claimed to be unwell and thus did not attend today. Ever since Orochimaru's rebellion, which caused chaos in Konoha and led to I-Ching's uproar at the Umbu headquarters, openly confronting Hiruzen, Minato's demeanor has grown increasingly resolute. This compelled the third to learn the art of delegation. Perhaps having accepted his fate, the third has begun to entrust everything to Minato's management, allowing him the freedom to pursue his desires without the haze of anger clouding his judgment. I-Ching observed the report that Minato had personally drafted and, maintaining a stoic expression, remarked that the government of Konoha appeared hypocritical. It is disheartening to see ninjas exerting themselves to the utmost in the field, only to return and discover that their loved ones have been apprehended by the very government they trusted. This has led to a profound sense of disappointment in the Konoha administration. However, I do not wish to inflict significant harm upon the citizens of Konoha, which is why I have continually exercised restraint. I-Ching stood there, meticulously elucidating the rationale behind his actions. This announcement was to be disseminated, informing all members of the Umbu. It serves as a reckoning for the incident at hand. In accordance with the fourth Hokage's punitive measures, I-Ching is to compensate for the medical expenses of the injured Umbu ninjas and the repair and reconstruction costs of the damaged facilities from his own assets. This is no trifling sum for I-Ching, necessitating that he undertake numerous tasks within the Umbu while receiving only enough remuneration for sustenance until the debt is repaid. Minato stands in solidarity with I-Ching, yet such favoritism cannot be overtly displayed. After all, the Konoha government represents not merely his interests but those of the village, the five great nations, and indeed, the entire world of shinobi. Itachi, observing the punitive measures, refrained from voicing his thoughts, yet internally harbored similar sentiments. They had narrowly escaped the clutches of that enigmatic masked man, only to return to find Akane imprisoned. The sensation of shattered faith is indeed lethal. Alas, my child, why must you be so inflexible? Minato sighed, his expression revealing a deeper sense of helplessness. Inflexible? No, I believe this is a steadfast adherence to one's principles. I-Ching asserted with unwavering conviction. Having witnessed too many similar occurrences in his past life, he is determined to prevent such events from recurring in this one. Disappointment and discontent will gradually accumulate. This time, you may manage the situation, but what of the next? The underlying contradictions remain unresolved, allowing only for the reconciliation of differences. When all the accumulated grievances erupt simultaneously, what do you think I will do? Should one directly overthrow the decaying Hidden Leaf Village and reconstruct a true embodiment of the will of fire, or depart from this sorrowful place? Or perhaps seek out the instigator of all this turmoil, avenging grievances and expressing discontent? Such is the nature of a steadfast man. Public discontent will inevitably fester. Of that there is no doubt, because aside from this incident, the Hidden Leaf Village has never wronged Izumi in any other regard. He has thus far exercised restraint, avoiding any fatalities. But what of the next time? Izumi cannot guarantee that he will remain equally composed in the future. The core issue within the Hidden Leaf Village lies in the profound discord between ideology and political structure. Although this is a legacy of historical grievances, neglecting it could lead to dire consequences. Nonetheless, Izumi harbors hope for the current Hokage. At the very least, he acknowledges this issue and endeavors to address it. Having just ascended to the role of Hokage, he has already grasped the principle of placing people at the center of governance. His potential is indeed promising. With a sigh, Minato recognized the headache that awaited him in communicating with these two. Very well, he said, raising his gaze to them. I intend to take you both as my apprentices. Although I am not an exemplary teacher, this may help you navigate unnecessary troubles. Minato candidly admitted his shortcomings as a mentor. As the yellow flash, he could traverse the battlefield with unparalleled speed, only matched by the likes of the AB duo from the Hidden Cloud Village. Yet, whenever his disciples faced adversity, he always arrived a moment too late. Reflecting on this, he lamented, if only I could have been a bit quicker when crises arose. Perhaps Obito, Rin, or Kakashi would not have fallen into despair. Shaking his head, Minato looked at the two with earnest and fervent eyes. Specific tasks will be assigned to you by Kakashi. Though they may seem monotonous, they will serve to diminish your visibility. Once the storm passes, new missions will await you. Izumi was taken aback, nearly blurting out, what makes you think you can teach me? However, upon meeting Minato's earnest gaze, he realized the sincerity of his intentions. Such genuine eyes were impossible to refuse. Meanwhile, Itachi was even more astonished. He was from the esteemed Uchiha clan. Minato had previously taken Obito as a disciple, but he was not Hokage at that time. After pondering for a moment, Itachi deduced an explanation. This Hokage seeks to gradually reconcile the tensions between the Hidden Leaf Village government and the various clans through his own abilities. Just this notion was enough for Itachi to acknowledge Minato's worth. Recognizing the concerns of the villagers and actively working to resolve them is precisely what the people of the Hidden Leaf Village truly need in a Hokage. No one desires a leader who merely exploits the villagers to confront other ninja villages. I once neglected my disciples, leading to their eventual departure from me. This time, I wish to atone for my past mistakes, and I hope for the chance to do so. As Watergate gazed upon the faces of the two individuals, he silently contemplated. The anticipated response soon arrived. A while later, within the Hokage office of the Hokage building, two respectful voices echoed. Your Excellency, Lord Fourth Hokage. Chapter 40, The Umbu. Izuo and Itachi observed the departing figures of the two as they headed towards the Umbu base, and Watergate murmured to himself, if only Master Jiraiya were still here. I wonder how he would evaluate them. He recalled how his teacher had always been devoted to the quest for the so-called child of prophecy. Could these two be the new children of prophecy? As Watergate pondered, he lowered his head to continue attending to various other matters. As the leader of a village, he could not solely focus on two prodigies. He needed to consider the affairs of the entire village. Accepting them as apprentices and sending them to the Umbu was already the extent of what Watergate could accomplish. Izuo was well aware of this, yet still felt somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that a single moment of indecision on his part would lead to such a significant shift in circumstances. Given this, Izuo was confident that he would assist Watergate during the impending Ninetales turmoil. Izuo, what is your opinion of this Hokage? Itachi suddenly inquired of Izuo. Izuo was taken aback, then observed Itachi speaking to himself. It's nothing. I just think that since he is willing to address the conflict between the village government and the Uchiha clan, he must be considered a good Hokage, right? Itachi gazed absently at the Hokage building behind them. Minato Namikaze, my teacher. Now, Itachi had another person worthy of his protection. Initially, his only close companions were Shursui and Izuo, but it seemed that Watergate was also willing to assist him in resolving his most pressing concerns. Moreover, The term teacher seemed fitting for Itachi to use in reference to Minato Namikaze. Shursui was his senior, and Izuo was his comrade. Indeed, Izuo nodded, acknowledging him as a good Hokage. However, he was not a good husband or father. In fact, he could not even be deemed an exceptional idealist. If it were Izuo, he would not hesitate to raze Konoha to the ground and establish a new village that could flawlessly embody the will of fire envisioned by Hashirama Senju. In Izuo's words from his past life, how can Roosevelt and Gandhi truly succeed? Only by tossing the tea from Boston into the sea can one teach the lofty British masters what human rights truly mean. To effect reform and mediate the relationships between the various powers within the villages, Watergate devoted all his energy. He scarcely found time to be with his beloved wife and children. Yet, what was the ultimate outcome? During the Nine Tails incident, he exerted every ounce of strength to minimize Konoha's losses. But after that, everything fell into disarray once more. All his efforts during his lifetime ultimately went to waste. The Uchiha clan revolted, the Third Hokage returned to power, Danzo continued his machinations, and the rogue ninja Orochimaru flitted back and forth in Konoha as if it were a game, even directly involving Sasuke and their team. Even more absurd is the final utterance of Minato, "Take good care of your children." The 3 generations promised, and what came next? Naruto resides in a dilapidated apartment, subsisting on instant noodles for every meal, and even the milk he consumes is past its expiration date. In stark contrast to his grandson Konohamaru, who has been surrounded by adoring admirers since childhood, the disparity is indeed vast. To speak of a Hokage, the child of a hero, he fares worse than even an ordinary orphan who has lost their parents. Which orphan would be branded as a demon fox? Contemplating this, Izumi couldn't help but chuckle. Minato may have been a commendable Hokage, yet he fell short of being a qualified father. "Izumi, what are you laughing at?" Itachi asked, somewhat perplexed. "Nothing. Let us proceed to observe the Umbu base from afar," she replied. Upon arriving at the Umbu base, there were no further obstructions. Izumi and Itachi strode in confidently, only to encounter a white-haired masked man. "Kakashi, it's been a while," Izumi greeted, offering a skewer of dango as her form of salutation. Kakashi accepted the colorful dumplings. Yet instead of hastily consuming them, he began to elucidate the details of their assignment. "Essentially, you two have become disciples of Minato-sensei, thus we are now brothers in arms. However, given that this is the Umbu and you both have past records, it would be prudent for us to address one another by code names." Kakashi, whose white hair had almost become his trademark, spoke gravely to the pair. "So, you should come up with code names quickly." Indeed, Izumi and Itachi were eager to have their identities obscured, to allow their existence to fade into the background. Izumi suspected that the forthcoming tasks, albeit somewhat mundane, could be surmised. Kakashi's current assignment was to safeguard Minato's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Hence, it was probable that Izumi and Itachi's mission would align with this. To be honest, it was quite an enviable position. I have no qualms about it. After all, my techniques and appearance are already well known throughout the ninja world, Kakashi remarked with a self-deprecating shrug. "You may call me by my name, but you two are different." The notion of code names, a whimsical pretense, prompted Izumi to ponder deeply. Vigilance. Unfortunately, her literary prowess in her past life was lacking, and after much deliberation, it was all she could conjure. Port Riga, Vigilance, set sail. Itachi's code name was rather straightforward. Crow, inspired by a bird that had just flown overhead. While there were no strict regulations mandating the use of animal names for Umbu code names, most individuals seemed to gravitate towards them. Izumi's choice, however, was rather peculiar. Nevertheless, Kakashi paid it no mind. With the dango now consumed, Kakashi nodded in approval. "Very well, Crow and Vigilance. From this day forth, you shall accompany me on missions." At that moment, Kakashi's demeanor softened. After enduring several painful separations, he had grown profoundly fearful of loss. Whether it be the likes of Hatake Tsukumo, Obito, or Rin, all those who held a close relationship with him met with a tragic demise, without exception. In fear of loss, Kakashi resolved to relinquish his desires. After all, this was his mentor, and Kakashi understood the rationale behind such actions. It was merely an attempt to cleanse the sorrow that lay deep within his heart through the warmth of familial bonds. Yet, how could the wounds of emotion possibly heal so effortlessly? Sighing, Kakashi reminded himself of the necessity of respect, as they were classmates. Obito had once proclaimed that those who failed to complete missions were worthless, and those who disrespected their comrades were the very embodiment of worthlessness. Chapter 41. Dark Cuisine. Orochimaru has defected. Kushina gazed at the newspaper, absorbing the news of Orochimaru's betrayal. In truth, Orochimaru had defected 2 nights prior. But due to the higher-ups in Konoha, the information had been meticulously concealed. The report mirrored the sentiments of the common folk, who believed in the integrity of the shinobi village and its leaders, dismissing Orochimaru as a mere aberration, akin to Song Jiang in his previous life. Ironically, had the shinobi village and its leaders not condoned Orochimaru's inhumane experiments, such a defection would have been inconceivable. The newspaper failed to address why such a formidable warrior, the commander who had once breached the defenses of the Sand Village during the Third Great Ninja War, would choose to betray them. No one was inclined to ponder this matter. Ultimately, it was deemed that Orochimaru's inherent malevolence was the sole cause of his defection, with no connection to our esteemed Konoha or the Hokage. At times, Izumi found herself pondering the strength of the common people. Were they truly powerful or weak? To claim they were strong would be erroneous, as they could not grasp such basic truths, yet to label them weak would also be misleading. Given their capacity to vilify individuals like Hitachi Sakumo, the greatest lesson Izumi learned across 2 lifetimes was that humanity seldom learns from its mistakes. The departures of Orochimaru and Jiraiya would soon fade from memory, and the populace would continue to strive under the leadership of their great shinobi village and Hokage, basking in the tranquility of peace. Naturally, this did not extend to Izumi's mentor, Minato Namikaze. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen's return, Minato had taken full charge of all affairs. The various documents and reports revealed to him the treacherous nature of the world. Conflicts among the prominent clans and their discord with the village government weighed heavily upon him. The activities of foreign shinobi villages posed potential threats to Konoha, while the policies of the Fire Country government concerning funding adjustments were equally daunting. All of this kept Minato Namikaze exceedingly occupied. Of course, the primary reason for his overwhelming burden was his insistence on personally overseeing every matter. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had intended to delegate responsibilities to other clans, Minato, having come from a commoner background, was all too familiar with the complications arising from clan management. When he found himself devoid of close companions while immersing himself in governmental affairs, the moments spent with his wife dwindled even further. However, the presence of 3 lively spirits ensured that Kushina's life was far from monotonous. "Tada, sample my latest culinary creation," Kushina announced, presenting a plate of something resembling charred remnants. The peculiar aroma emanating from this dish sent shivers down everyone's spine, and they could only surmise from its crude appearance that it was meant to be a steak. What a jest! Who could fathom how Kushina transformed such exquisite ingredients into this culinary catastrophe? Itachi activated his Sharingan, regarding Kushina and her dish with trepidation. "Uchiha, do I really have to serve as your sparring partner?" Itachi rose, preparing to turn away. "Are you jesting with me?" Izumi retorted. As he was about to depart, Itachi glanced back at Kakashi, who was staring blankly at the food, wearing a face of schadenfreude. With the increase in protective personnel to 3, Minato no longer required them to remain hidden in the shadows. Thus, the trio could join Kushina, alleviating Minato's guilt over not being able to accompany his wife. The trade-off, however, was that Izumi and the others had to endure all of Kushina's eccentricities, including, but not limited to, her dark culinary experiments. During her pregnancy, with no obligations to attend to, Kushina poured all her thoughts into crafting various bizarre dishes. Gazing at the substantial mass exuding an odd scent, Itachi felt a wave of nausea. Swallowing it was out of the question. It was a task he could never undertake. He could only hope that Izumi would come to his rescue. As for what Izumi was doing at that moment, Itachi stole a glance outside, where a figure was wielding a blade, occasionally punctuated by the sound of slicing air. This fellow truly never forgot his training. Kakashi mused that this guy was reminiscent of Guy, but that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Kushina was expectantly gazing at them. "Sensei, this," Itachi began to speak, only to be interrupted as Kushina seized the opportunity to shove the concoction into his mouth. "Don't think for a moment that I don't know you two have never eaten anything," she exclaimed, and before Kakashi could escape, he too found himself smeared with that dreadful dish. "My goodness," Izumi commented as she stepped inside. Itachi could hardly believe his eyes. Izumi radiated a formidable aura. Clearly, during her earlier training, Her abilities had significantly advanced. As she approached, Izumi surveyed the system panel in her mind. Her character strength had once again reached a new pinnacle. Unbeknownst to herself, she found her way between the two, calmly lifting a portion of the dish to her mouth. Don't ask, it's simply a habit. Back when I trained with Anko, she too only knew how to concoct these absurd dishes. After chewing, Izumi assessed that it was at least superior to the creations Anko had produced. As I observe, Ichin is savoring his meal with great delight. Yet the two of you remain silent. Suddenly, Kushina convulses violently, collapsing onto the ground, clutching her abdomen and groaning in agony. Simultaneously, a wisp resembling a fox's whisker manifests upon her visage. It is the Ninetales chakra leaking. Kakashi exclaims in alarm, urging the two to keep a close watch on Kushina as he prepares to return to the Umbu base for assistance. Ichin furrows his brow, fixing his gaze upon Kushina's eyes. Kurama, be silent. He barks in a low, furious tone, causing the atmosphere in the room to freeze instantly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Itachi and Kakashi instinctively step back, preparing for combat. Kushina stands still, her crimson pupils dissipating in an instant, leaving her with a bewildered expression. What just transpired? Observing Kushina's demeanor, Ichin shrugs, as if the preceding events bore no relevance to him. Strictly speaking, they did not. That was the ability of the Eagle Eye. No one dared to meet his gaze. Moreover, in the world of Hokage, no one possesses knowledge of the things from the pirate realm. Kurama, the name of the Ninetales. Suddenly, an individual appears, exuding a formidable aura in an unprecedented manner while uttering the name of the Ninetales. Kurama is taken aback. Seizing the moment, Kushina successfully regains control of her body. Don't just stand there. Hurry and reinforce the seal. Chapter 42. This power does not belong to you alone, are you certain? Minato gazes at Kushina with disbelief. Just moments ago, upon his return, he found that Ichin and the others had just departed. The protection of the Ninetales Jinchuriki is a task that need only be conducted during daylight. There is no necessity for it at night. Regardless of how busy he may be, Minato always returns home by midnight. Upon arriving home, Kushina recounts the events of the morning to Minato. Earlier that day, Minato sensed something amiss. The leaking of the Ninetales chakra had led Minato to believe that something was wrong with Kushina. Thankfully, it was merely a fleeting moment. Upon confirming that all was well, he returned to his duties. Minato had assumed that Kushina had managed to suppress the Ninetales once more, unaware that it was merely Ichin's gaze that had intimidated the beast. Why would I deceive you? But you must have felt it, right? Minato certainly sensed it. Yet he was preoccupied with some administrative matters at the time and could not extricate himself. Ultimately, it was Ichin's mere gaze that curtailed the Ninetales' attempt to break free from its seal. This revelation left Minato even more astonished. Just a single glance could halt the Ninetales' encroachment, allowing Kushina the opportunity to reclaim her body. It is worth noting that this is the Ninetales. Only Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha could maneuver the Ninetales with such ease. A creature forged from sin and malevolence, the most powerful among the nine-tailed beasts. To think it could be so overwhelmed by Ichin's gaze. Indeed, as Kushina asserted, there was no need for her to deceive herself. This implies that Ichin genuinely possesses the ability to suppress tailed beasts. Minato quickly inquires about the details of the incident from Kushina. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Minato nodded slightly, casting a glance that momentarily rendered Kurama dazed. Although there remained a disparity in truly subduing the tailed beasts, the display was undeniably impressive. Consequently, Minato found himself beset by a fresh wave of headache. This fellow's abilities seemed to be inexhaustible. How could it be so challenging to safeguard him? Now, with Izumi showcasing such remarkable prowess, the higher-ups would undoubtedly not let him slip through their fingers easily. This matter must be kept under stringent confidentiality. Minato regarded Kushina with utmost seriousness. Rest assured. I am well aware, Kushina replied, puffing her chest with pride, before inquiring, by the way, Minato, what is your opinion of Izumi? Minato pondered for a moment, seeking the most fitting descriptors. He is a remarkably strong genius, yet also a reckless wanderer, possessing a profound sense of responsibility towards those closest to him. That's it. Kushina nodded. What else? Minato reflected further. Moreover, he disregards unreasonable rules while harboring a deep yearning for a life of order and beauty. He felt fortunate to have someone like Izumi in his wife's guard, not merely for his ability to restrain the tailed beasts, but because he embodied the very essence of Minato's own heart. Once, Minato, born into a humble background, had endured incessant bullying. Although he had risen under Jiraiya's tutelage through talent and hard work, he could not escape the constraints that plagued him. After countless compromises, he finally ascended to the position of Hokage, yet remained a mere puppet. It was only after sitting in that seat for an extended time that he began to genuinely grasp control of the Hidden Leaf Village. In contrast, the boy named Izumi was entirely different. Also of common origin, he possessed considerable talent and diligence, yet he had never compromised with anyone. Such a flawless life was precisely what Minato yearned for. Hence, he was willing to take Izumi as his disciple, providing him with unwavering protection. Listening to Minato's reflections, Kushina tenderly caressed her abdomen, where a new life was blossoming within her. Indeed, from Izumi, she sensed something beyond mere chakra. Though he appeared distant, he unexpectedly radiated warmth to those familiar with him, a sensation elusive to the sensory techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Minato shook his head, contemplating, could this rebellious youth possess a softer side? It seemed that his role as a mentor was far from sufficient. He felt it necessary to guide this child towards the righteous path for the sake of the Hidden Leaf. Simultaneously, Kakashi's emotional wounds also required healing. These matters could all be addressed in tandem. A spark of inspiration ignited in Minato's mind. Meanwhile, Izumi and Itachi were making their way homeward. Izumi-san, it appears that I still have quite a distance to cover to catch up with you, Itachi suddenly expressed, feeling somewhat disheartened. Since Itachi opened his eyes, he had always believed he could narrow the gap between himself and Izumi, dreaming of surpassing him in the future. However, to his astonishment, Izumi's progress was even swifter. Within mere days, he could intimidate the Ninetales with just a glance. Such formidable strength was remarkable. It appeared that no matter how hard he endeavored, he could never surpass Izumi. The more Itachi pondered this, the more he felt a sense of helplessness. A familiar sensation brushed against his forehead. Izumi retracted his finger, maintaining that pretentious expression. Oh, foolish Itachi, you must realize that my strength does not belong solely to me. Without your sparring, I could never have reached this level. Moreover, I have promised to help you with your challenges. This is our bond. My power is your power. After a string of words, Izumi was uncertain if Itachi comprehended. Yet he continued to stride forward with an air of self-importance. What he spoke was the truth. Without Itachi's companionship and practice, Izumi would not have gained experience so quickly. The experience provided by daily tasks was minimal. It was only because Itachi consistently trained alongside him that Izumi could progress at such a remarkable pace. Regardless of the weather, as long as he could stand, Itachi would persist in his training. Sparring with Itachi instilled Izumi with the confidence to wield his sword. Whenever he thought of this, Izumi hoped to one day prevent Itachi's tragic fate. At that moment, Itachi, listening nearby, felt his previously furrowed brow gradually relax. He certainly understood Izumi's sentiments. During the last tumult at the Umbu base, Itachi had harbored some resentment, feeling abandoned. Now, those lingering feelings were entirely resolved. Itachi finally felt at ease. Izumi's strength is also a part of mine. Yes, Izumi, let us strive together. Chapter 43. Another bell heist? My apologies, my sincerest apologies, Minato said with a look of regret as he arrived at the training ground, where Izumi and the others had long awaited his arrival. I could have arrived earlier. But who knew the morning meeting would last so long? Observing Minato's expression, which seemed genuine, Izumi still suspected that Kakashi's habitual tardiness in the original story was a result of his influence. Minato produced a bell. Though you are all my disciples now, you lack coordination and understanding of each other's abilities. Therefore, let us engage in a battle. Your task is to snatch these two bells from me. Izumi felt indifferent. He had encountered this task many times in the original story. Itachi, however, was quite excited, as this was the legendary Yellow Flash, and battling him had long been on Itachi's wish list. In contrast, Kakashi's pupils dilated suddenly, as if recalling some horrifying memory. The task was familiar, the bells were familiar, but as for Obito and Rin, he wondered how they were faring over there. Inspiration struck Kakashi as he was once again reminded of the moments spent with Obito and Rin, rendering him momentarily lost in thought. Be careful, sensei. A voice from behind interrupted his reverie. Among the characters in the original narrative, Kakashi held the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, in the highest regard, even surpassing the legendary Might Guy, often referred to as the Eighth Gate of Heaven. While Guy, in his utmost fury, barely managed to incapacitate Madara. He did not truly defeat him. In contrast, Minato, hailing from humble beginnings and devoid of any bloodline limit or secret techniques, ascended to the position of Hokage through sheer determination. Though his teacher, Jiraiya, played a significant role in his journey, Minato's rise from obscurity to such an esteemed rank speaks volumes of his exceptional capability. Now, with the chance to battle alongside this godlike figure, known for his ability to abandon missions without consequence, was exhilarating for Izumi. Speaking of Minato's techniques, they were rather straightforward, comprising only the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, he wielded these simple moves to their fullest potential, establishing an undeniable strength that overshadowed all flamboyant skills. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Izumi focused intently ahead, prepared for the confrontation. Kakashi glanced at Izumi, shrugging in resignation. "You truly are like a young calf, unafraid of a tiger." He was acutely aware of Minato's prowess, and while he had heard of Izumi's feats, he knew that confronting Minato was no trivial matter. The challenge of even maintaining their current stalemate would be formidable. Contrary to Kakashi's apprehensions, Minato had already drawn his signature kunai, shaped like a leaf. Kakashi's surprise was palpable. This kunai, known as the Sword of Shinobi Love, bore the symbols of the Flying Thunder God technique. During his days as a Genin, Minato relied on this kunai to execute his signature move. Once he attained the rank of Hokage, he seldom required the kunai to place the seals on objects during battles with ordinary foes. However, there were instances when adversaries were formidable enough that Minato would not have the luxury of time to maneuver and apply the seals. The moment he brandished this weapon, it signified that he was prepared to engage earnestly. Is it truly necessary? Izumi's companion, Kushina, who had been invited to witness the bout, voiced her thoughts. Minato is somewhat unfair, employing the Flying Thunder God technique. How can one snatch the bell from him? Although her words were spoken softly, they caught the attention of an unexpected listener. Not quite, a voice echoed, surprising Kushina. It emanated from within her own being. Was it the Nine Tails? The creature was speaking to her? Such an occurrence was rare, no, unprecedented. That boy possessed an unusual power, one not of chakra, yet imbued with an aura of intimidation. A force not derived from chakra? The only possibility that crossed Kushina's mind was the natural chakra required for Sage Mode. Could it be that Izumi, at such a young age, had unlocked Sage Mode and was using it to subdue the tailed beast? The Nine Tails, however, dismissed this notion. He had merely never encountered such an ability and was momentarily taken aback. During that fleeting moment, there was no time to waste. Kushina seized the opportunity to reclaim her body. However, the true battle was of a different nature. The Nine Tails, having long grown weary of observing the antics of Kushina and Mito Uzumaki, began to take a keen interest in the unfolding scene of combat through Kushina's eyes. While Kushina conversed with the Nine Tails, the others had already engaged in battle. Minato was the first to launch an attack, throwing several kunai in advance. Bang! These kunai inevitably struck against a wall, which was Kakashi's ninjutsu, the earth-style wall adorned with a canine visage. "Sorry, Minato-sensei, but your kunai cannot be so easily relinquished now," Kakashi remarked with a smile, ignoring the bemused expression on Izumi's face as she regarded the dog's head. Oh, this was Kakashi's peculiar penchant for humor. Heads may roll and blood may flow, but the dog's head of the earth-style wall must not be forsaken. Well done, Minato nodded appreciatively, recognizing that Kakashi had preemptively curtailed his abilities to prevent the complications that might arise from using his space-time ninjutsu. Kakashi had indeed matured. And how about this? With that, Minato executed the Flying Raijin technique, appearing before the earth-style wall, raising one hand as a blue sphere materialized. Rasengan. Dust erupted, and clods of earth flew. The kunai that had been embedded in the earth-style wall fell one after another, and Minato regained the ability to manipulate his space-time ninjutsu. Just then, a sharp sound sliced through the air, as a fierce blade of energy, infused with flames, surged toward Minato. The sword's aura, enhanced by armed color hockey, launched an assault. In the blink of an eye, Minato vanished and reappeared a short distance away. Such speed was impossible to pursue with mere conventional swiftness. Yet, Izumi and Itachi had no intention of chasing. They merely adjusted their aim. Why bother? This was a ranged attack. Bang! Minato's figure disappeared once more. Truly, my student has achieved such a remarkable synergy, Minato mused to himself. I hereby declare it to be named Blazing Gale Impact Technique. Izumi nearly choked with laughter at this naming convention. The Minato of the original narrative was indeed a whimsical naming enthusiast. She was astounded that he truly enjoyed bestowing peculiar titles upon various things. However, more than the absurd name, Izumi was concerned with what he intended to do next. Chapter 44. I anticipated your anticipation. Rasengan. A decisive strike sent dust billowing. Without a doubt, Minato Namikaze was a master of both speed and power. The second's flying Raijin was merely a rudimentary version, yet Minato had perfected it into an unparalleled weapon. The range, power, and speed of his attacks were unmatched. The trio's assaults repeatedly missed their mark. Exchanging glances, Izumi and her companions devised a new combat strategy. Kakashi took the lead, his Chidori surging forth with remarkable speed. Inspired by the technique of the Rasengan, a completely different variant unexpectedly emerged. In the distance, Minato Namikaze maintained his composed demeanor, having successfully evaded the attack with his flying Thunder God technique. However, at the very spot he had just teleported from, a streak of sword energy surged forth, while Kakashi's form dissipated into a cloud of smoke, revealing that the previous figure was merely a shadow clone. The sharp crackle of thunder echoed, and the true Kakashi materialized from a short distance away, while Itachi prepared to launch his fire release and shuriken toward this location. Such a coordinated barrage of attacks was typically impossible to evade. Yet, this was Minato Namikaze. A brilliant golden flash illuminated the scene as Minato's figure vanished once more. Where could he be? Itachi's Sharingan continued to search for Minato's whereabouts, while Izumi had already appeared beside him. Clang! The kunai of the Sword of Love collided with Izumi's katana. Clearly, Minato's kunai was at a disadvantage against Izumi's nearly 2-meter-long blade, forcing him to retreat a few steps before activating the Flying Thunder God once again. Clang! Another familiar silhouette wielding a recognizable blade materialized. Izumi was still positioned at the next spot where Minato would appear. How could Izumi seem to predict my location? A terrifying thought crossed Minato's mind. Could this individual have deciphered his Flying Thunder God technique? With that in mind, Minato hurled his Flying Thunder God kunai, which Izumi narrowly dodged. Yet, in the next instant, Minato's figure appeared atop the kunai. This dual-segment Flying Thunder God technique was one he had employed in his battle against Tobi, the masked man of Akatsuki. With this maneuver, Minato anticipated Tobi's own predictions, successfully injuring him despite Tobi's ability to phase his body. Minato conjured a Rasengan in his hand and launched an attack from behind Izumi. Alas, Izumi had also successfully predicted Minato's move. The Rasengan struck Izumi's katana, which he had raised defensively. With all his might, Izumi activated his limited version of Haki to block this technique, which was modeled after the tailed beast bomb. The impact of the Rasengan was not something one could easily withstand. The force sent Izumi trembling backward, causing him to crash into a nearby tree. The stout tree, which was too thick for several people to embrace, was instantly split in two. Fortunately, the limited version of Haki provided some degree of protection, sparing Izumi from severe injury. Meanwhile, Minato had also sustained damage. The enhanced power of his weapon, augmented by Haki, had left a gash in the palm of his hand. In a genuine battlefield scenario, such an injury would significantly impact combat efficacy, while the now reeling Izumi seized the opportunity to increase the distance between them. How could this be? Kakashi and Itachi, standing nearby, gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Teacher Minato, the legendary Golden Flash, was bleeding. In contrast, although Izumi appeared quite battered, he remained unscathed. In truth, this is merely an illusion. Iching's entire being felt the excruciating pain from the severe impact. Everything that transpired was only barely discernible to Kakashi through the aid of his Sharingan. Iching managed to match Minato's speed, pivoting to launch an attack, resulting in a mutual injury between the two. On the true battlefield, wounds to the hands would inevitably hinder the ability to perform seals, thereby diminishing a ninja's combat effectiveness. Yet, despite sustaining internal injuries, Iching appeared capable of struggling to escape, with a swift recovery on the horizon. Thus, in relative terms, Iching maintained the advantage, producing a more commendable outcome. However, how did Iching manage to keep pace with Minato's velocity? Remarkably, he had seen through my Flying Thunder God technique. Minato was thoroughly pleased. Dismissing the minor wounds on his hands, which paled in comparison to the injuries he had endured during the Great Ninja War. Could you enlighten me on how you discern the principles behind the Flying Thunder God technique? Minato inquired, Curiosity etched on his face. Logically, I Ching, being an orphan without any notable background, should not have been privy to such information with such ease. The Flying Thunder God technique is a forbidden art. Even Minato acquired it through his connection with Jiraiya-sensei. I Ching gazed at Minato, his expression one of bewilderment. What was he to say? Should he confess to having read the original work and possessing a clear understanding of the origins of all renowned jutsu in Naruto? Or perhaps inform him of his observation haki, which allowed him to perceive Minato's movements? Yet, if he were to divulge that, would Minato even comprehend what observation haki entailed? I Ching mused that if he expressed such thoughts, he would likely find himself in a psychiatric facility the following day. The mental institution in Konoha was far more suitable for human experimentation than for the homeless populace. In a final effort, I Ching could only say, "I merely observed the way you threw those shuriken and decided to take a gamble." A gamble, a rather simplistic rationale. Yet, it proved to be the right one. Minato sighed, discarding the bell aside. At this juncture, further discussion about the bell would be futile. It was time to delve into the crux of the matter. Well then, this assessment concludes here. You three, follow me. I Ching's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh? Are we finally arriving at the main event? It was a naive assumption from Itachi and Kakashi that this was merely a contest, yet I Ching, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, understood that Minato certainly harbored ulterior motives. It was noteworthy that Minato usually required Kushina to specifically accompany the trio. How could a Hokage, who scarcely had time to be with his wife, take the effort to guide his students' training? Unless, of course, there was a pressing need for this training. Perhaps an immensely significant mission loomed ahead, necessitating the trio's cooperation. With this thought, I Ching felt a surge of excitement. What kind of mission would require the collaboration of 3 individuals? Chapter 45. No one to utilize the Third Great Ninja War has concluded. Minato gazed upon the world map with a visage heavy with melancholy. Yet, peace was but a fade. Beneath the surface, tumultuous currents stirred, and various factions remained restless. His finger traced across the map, eventually settling on a location, Unhidden Village in the Land of Lightning. During the war, internal discord with its ally, Iwa Hidden Village, led to the demise of the Third Hokage, who was besieged by numerous Iwa ninjas until exhaustion claimed him. However, this strife preserved a significant amount of combat strength within Unhidden Village. Subsequently, Unhidden Village launched multiple fruitless assaults against Konoha until the ceasefire. Yet they remained unwilling to relent. Intelligence gathered by the Hyuga clan's ninjas stationed along the border indicated that they had recently been mobilizing frequently, seemingly preparing for some form of action. Having signed a ceasefire agreement with them, large-scale troop deployments were inconvenient. Thus, Minato expressed his desire to dispatch the 3 disciples to investigate the situation there. Within the Hokage building, Minato briefed his 3 students on their mission. Should they intend to launch an offensive against us, they must find a way to disrupt their supply lines. If not, they were to ascertain the general strength of their forces. Observing the trio, Minato recounted the details of the task. Izumi remarked, somewhat taken aback. The Land of Lightning is still restless? In the original narrative, it seemed the Land of Lightning had long been fixated on the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. With Minato's explanation, Izumi grasped the underlying reasons. It was likely that the Hyuga clan had uncovered the plans of the Land of Lightning, prompting Unhidden Village to realize the reconnaissance capabilities of the Byakugan. Subsequently, under the guise of negotiations, they sought to seize the Byakugan in Konoha but were discovered. Ultimately, the demand for the Byakugan sparked familial discord between Hinata's father, Hiashi Hyuga, and his brother, Hisashi, which in turn affected Niji and Hinata's circumstances. It was during this incident that the Third Hokage's weakness made Izumi wish to deliver a punch through the screen. Although surrendering an individual could avert the outbreak of war, allowing the recently war-torn Konoha to recuperate, it would simultaneously serve to weaken the power of the prominent clans. However, if they were truly resolute, would Unhidden Village dare to strike? Iwa and Yun were sworn enemies. If Yun dared to invade Konoha, would Iwa not betray them? Furthermore, could Yun withstand a war that Konoha itself could not endure? It is essential to recognize that Konoha boasted the strongest economy among the 5 great nations, and it was no coincidence that they had consistently been on the defensive during each Ninja World War. Should one genuinely desire to diminish the influence of the prominent clans, Sarutobi Hiruzen could employ far more stringent measures to similarly undermine the interests of the major clans. Danzo could have directly eradicated the Uchiha clan, while Naruto's future methods would prove even more astute. Although the original narrative did not elaborate on the specifics of the operations, the fates of the leaders of Inoshikacho, who ended up living like ordinary civilians, and the absence of attendants around Hayashi Hyuga and Boruto, as he awaited his grandson in an empty house,
suggested a deliberate fragmentation of the major clans, dispersing them into mixed communities. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen achieved the greatest results with minimal losses.
Yet he failed to fundamentally resolve the issue. This is one of the reasons why Izumi harbors little affection for the third Hokage. Reflecting on this, Izumi glanced at Minato, eager to discern his strategy for addressing the situation. If a large-scale war is indeed unavoidable, find a way to delay the offensive of the Cloud Village. Once I arrive, we shall launch a decapitation operation together to dismantle the enemy's command center. The sunlight smile had vanished from Minato's face. In the past, he had undertaken such missions many times. This time, it should have been entrusted to him, as he was more adept. As a warrior, he found himself unable to support his comrades at a critical moment. As a teacher, he had to send his apprentice into danger first. The guilt and helpless fatigue stemming from Obito and Rin rendered him incapable of smiling. Unfortunately, the current affairs of the Hidden Leaf Village were chaotic. The ninjas at his disposal were either unmovable or too weak to be of any use. In Minato's view, the most suitable candidate was Uchiha Shursui, but alas, he was with the Root. Minato had no authority to mobilize the Root. Danzo's gleeful refusal had left Minato particularly displeased. As for the third Hokage, he claimed to be ill, leaving Minato unable even to meet him. Most of the elite ninjas in the Umbu were preoccupied with their own tasks, leaving only the CH-Nin available. Yet how could a CH-Nin accomplish such a mission? As a politician, he now had to select the most cost-effective approach. With a long sigh, Minato helplessly shook his head. This task is entrusted to you. Kakashi pondered for a moment, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Minato's mention of disrupting the supply lines triggered a reaction in him. After the battle at the Kamizuke Bridge, Kakashi had developed a deep aversion to anything related to supply lines. The haunting image of Obito's tragic demise still occasionally surfaced in his mind. That Sharingan served as a constant reminder of all the painful memories for Kakashi. No problem, Sensei, Izumi said as she stepped forward, taking the scroll and turning to leave. All right, I trust you. Minato patted Izumi's shoulder, and the clouds of worry on his face began to disperse slightly. Kakashi nodded, seemingly resolute. All right, I will go. This time, the difficulty of the mission was different, and his companions were not the same. Regardless, Kakashi was determined not to let any of his comrades perish again. Itachi, seeing that the two had agreed, offered no further comments. The three of them took the relevant information and turned to depart. Itachi, Izumi, Kakashi. Minato suddenly called out to the three. Turning back, a glint of cold steel flashed through the air. Bang! Izumi raised her hand to catch it. It was Minato's beloved kunai shaped like a maple leaf. I entrust this to you. You are the only ones I can trust now. Minato's eyes were filled with concern and reluctance. If danger arises, Minato paused momentarily and continued, directing his chakra into the kunai. This time as a teacher. I shall not be tardy. Obito, Rin, I will ensure that your tragedy does not repeat itself. Watching the silhouettes of the three fade away, Minato couldn't help but reminisce about the past. Once again, there were three individuals embarking on a mission deep within enemy territory. In the name of the Hokage, I vow to you. Only after they had long departed did Minato mutter to himself. Chapter 46. The invitation from the Uchiha, do you not abhor warfare? Exiting the Hokage building, Izumi observed Itachi's expression, which radiated excitement, and was somewhat taken aback. What has you so exhilarated this time? Well, Izumi-san, it is true that I detest war, Itachi shrugged. However, if I can assist teacher Minato and contribute to the village of Konoha in any way, I find great joy in that. He certainly despised the senseless carnage of countless lives lost. Nevertheless, this time, he had discovered a purpose for continuing the fight. Besides, Izumi-san, you hardly appear any more composed than I do, Itachi remarked, unable to suppress a teasing comment. Me? What a joke. Izumi shook his head. I am nothing like you. To protect this land? To fight for Konoha? I'm afraid that does not resonate with me. In his view, war was merely blood-soaked politics. As long as it was a continuation of political interests, there was no semblance of justice in warfare. Izumi believed that the only just war was a revolution, a challenge posed by an oppressed group against their oppressors, aimed at eliminating all forms of oppression while preventing the emergence of new tyrants. His acceptance of this mission was purely to repay a debt of gratitude to Minato, who had been the only one to trust him during his moments of doubt. Subsequently, Minato had taken him under his wing to shield him. Although Izumi had not received much assistance, the sentiment was sufficient for him to fight for Minato. At the very least, Minato genuinely wished to offer his help to Izumi. This arrangement also benefited Izumi. Such a challenging mission would inevitably pit him against formidable ninjas, thereby enhancing his own prowess. Consequently, in the midst of the Nine-Tails incident and the impending Uchiha clan massacre, Izumi would be equipped to take on even more responsibilities. Thus, it was a mutually beneficial endeavor. "All right," Kakashi interjected, interrupting their banter as he unfurled the scroll. "Let us first familiarize ourselves with the mission details and prepare the necessary ninja tools. We shall depart tomorrow." After Kakashi, along with the two others, reviewed the information and compiled a list of required tools, they agreed upon a rendezvous point for the following day and dispersed to make their preparations. "Hey, Izumi-san, may I?" As the sun began to set, Itachi suddenly transformed, appearing somewhat bashful. "What is it?" Izumi inquired, puzzled. After a moment of hesitation, Itachi finally spoke. "Izumi-san, would it be possible for us to visit the Uchiha clan's ancestral land?" After a brief pause, Itachi seemed to realize something amiss and continued. "This is an invitation from father." "An invitation from Uchiha Fugaku?" Izumi was indeed intrigued by the prospect of meeting the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. "Why hesitate? Let us go," Izumi declared, rising and heading towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Itachi was somewhat taken aback by her swift acceptance. "By the way, Haru should accompany us. Could we prepare an extra set of utensils?" The remark elicited a faint smile from Itachi. When has the Uchiha clan ever found itself lacking a meal? Danzo hesitated momentarily, but the young figure behind the mask stepped forward to report the intelligence he had gathered. "Danzo, Izumi and Itachi have gone to the Uchiha clan's territory together." Beneath the mask, Shusui's expression was laden with bitterness. To surveil Izumi and Itachi? He had never anticipated receiving such an assignment. Izumi was his dear friend, and Itachi was his kin. Both held a special place in his heart, and now he was tasked with monitoring them. Throughout the mission, Shusui had contemplated warning them on numerous occasions, yet he found himself constrained, as he was not the sole executor of this task. The Uchiha clan's territory? Very well. He would proceed. Danzo visibly faltered upon hearing that location, but quickly regained his composure. Continue to observe them without error. After sending Shusui away, Danzo let out a wry smile and unfurled a scroll on his desk. Summoning technique. He formed a seal gently, and a stack of documents appeared before him. The files concerning Izumi detailed everything from the names of his deceased commoner parents to the items he had used throughout his life and the individuals he had interacted with, as well as his preferences, all meticulously recorded. Possessing strange abilities? His lifeless eyes fixated on a line of small text. Izumi, suspected to wield an unusual power, distinct from the commonly recognized 5 chakra natures. Danzo scoffed softly, gazing into the distance at the Hokage building, murmuring, "Kushina, you truly have taken on a remarkable disciple. Yet, one day, I shall occupy your position." Danzo cackled maniacally, tossing the documents he had once entrusted to Orochimaru into a nearby flame. The fire consumed the pages inscribed with ink, casting an eerie glow on Danzo's face. "Izumi, I thank you for protecting Itachi during the last mission." Within the Uchiha clan's domain, Fugaku poured Izumi a cup of tea. He felt a strong desire to cultivate a rapport with this child. Given that Izumi had defended Itachi during the recent mission, Fugaku believed it was only fitting to invite him to his residence. Moreover, Izumi was a remarkably talented individual with a strong connection to Itachi. Securing the allegiance of such a genius would significantly benefit the clan's interests. "I am pleased that Itachi has a friend like you." In the face of Fujiwara's praise, Iching merely nodded. He had no intention of feigning modesty, for the situation was as it was, and his relationship with Itachi did not necessitate such formalities. It was simply a matter of assistance between friends. As Iching savored his tea, his gaze swept across the surroundings. Makoto, with her prominent belly, sat nearby, her face radiating tenderness. If memory served correctly, Sasuke's birth seemed to precede Naruto's by a few days, perhaps just within this very week. "Iching-san, once my brother is born, would you agree to be his teacher?" Itachi suddenly inquired, turning his head unexpectedly. Iching paused, responding half-jokingly, "How can you be so certain it will be a brother? It could very well be a sister." Itachi appeared momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, as if he had stepped on a tail. "No, that's not possible. It must be a brother, without a doubt." His expression was strikingly earnest, as though he possessed prior knowledge of Mikoto's childish gender. Iching couldn't help but marvel at the characteristic of the Hokage. All members were utterly devoted to their younger brothers. It seemed Itachi had not even considered the possibility of a sister. Chapter 47. The Pursuer Who Fell Headfirst. This child. Iching reached out to gently caress Mikoto's belly. Fujiwara's expression shifted briefly before returning to normal. In the past, he would never have permitted such a perilous act. Yet, considering that this individual was a friend of Itachi, Fujiwara hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing to trust Iching. At this moment, Iching pondered. Sasuke, in his initial impression, appeared to be somewhat foolish. The rain had ceased, the sky had cleared, the second pillar felt invigorated. A skill that rivaled Naruto's verbal prowess was none other than Sasuke's ability to feign. In a former life, a humorous anecdote circulated among Naruto fans. The conflict between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama arose from a lack of true peace. Uchiha Itachi's massacre of his clan stemmed from a lack of perfect choices. Uchiha Obito's Mooneye plan was the result of a deficiency in love. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke's plight was purely due to a lack of societal reprimand. However, upon further reflection, if one were to view things from Sasuke's perspective, the reality was not so straightforward. In his youth, Sasuke was a lively and endearing little boy who, however, encountered the tragic deaths of his parents repeatedly within Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Under such circumstances, it was entirely reasonable for him to pursue power at any cost, driven by an insatiable desire for strength. In contrast to Naruto, who was bereft of parents, siblings, and caring relatives from birth, Sasuke's anguish of having once possessed and then lost was far more profound. A philosopher in Iching's previous life once remarked, "I would have accepted the darkness had I never seen the light." At times, the pain of losing what one once had is far more unbearable than never having possessed it at all. Ordinary individuals may yearn for the exquisite lives of the elite, yet struggle to accept their displays of superiority and the glorification of suffering. Such is the reality, and it is indeed quite normal. After the idyllic life of Sasuke was shattered, he descended into madness. His ability to forgive those unrelated to his quest for vengeance is a testament to his rationality, surpassing that of many. Observing Izumi tenderly caressing Mikoto's pregnant belly, Fugaku's lips curled into a subtle smile. Who says the Uchiha clan lacks compassion? This child appears quite fond of the Uchiha lineage. Feeling the gentle stirrings of new life, Izumi was moved. Perhaps, when Itachi raised his blade against their parents in the original narrative, he bore a pain akin to that of Sasuke. With a swift motion, Izumi withdrew her hand and turned to poke Itachi's forehead. "You must take good care of your brother and spend more time with your parents. Do you understand?" Pain flickered across Itachi's face, a hint of shame surfacing. He had indeed been preoccupied with missions lately, resulting in little interaction with his parents. The hour was late. "So I shall take my leave," Izumi said, rising and waving her hand. "Tomorrow, we shall embark on our mission. Fret not, I will look after Itachi." With that, Izumi slowly made her way toward the door. Fugaku, in silence, merely nodded. During this gathering, Izumi had feasted heartily, and the warmth of the family dinner filled him with nostalgia. Observing them up close, the atmosphere was undeniably heartwarming. If Izumi were to fully embrace such warmth, it might become overwhelming. Itachi hurried to follow, as it would be unbecoming for Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, to personally see off guests. Outside in the courtyard, Anko was engaged in conversation with Izumi. Who knows why two girls can chat for an entire day? Coughing, I digress. Spotting Izumi emerging from the room, Anko waved eagerly. "Izumi, over here." Following the incident with Orochimaru and Izumi's ruckus at the Umbu base, Anko seemed to have matured overnight. This spared Izumi much hassle, and he was glad to witness such growth. The cherry blossoms in the courtyard had yet to wither as the siblings stood beneath the tree, and Itachi gazed in awe from afar. "When the baby arrives, I must bring him here. The sight beneath the cherry blossoms will surely be beautiful." The next morning, the trio appeared at the gates of Konoha. All set, Kakashi instructed everyone to check their gear. None. Izumi and Itachi replied in unison. The aloof Kakashi of the Umbu cared for his comrades, a revelation that would astonish any outsider. Kakashi had resolved not to abandon any of his companions this time, showing more concern for Izumi and Itachi. Once their preparations were confirmed, the three set off on their mission to infiltrate the Land of Lightning for intelligence gathering. Beyond the village of Konoha lay a dense forest, purportedly crafted by Senju Hashirama himself, though few cared for the truth of such tales. As they traversed the forest, Kakashi suddenly turned back. Do you feel it too? Izumi lifted his gaze, their eyes meeting. As ninjas, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance are essential skills. Having just departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, they soon found themselves being stalked, clearly indicating that the enemy hailed from within. Truly, this is the essence of Konoha. Iching and Itachi exchanged a glance, prompting Kakashi to inquire, "What shall we do? Let us handle it swiftly." Iching drew his katana, channeling his armament haki, unleashing a flurry of sword energy. In the dense jungle, anguished cries echoed. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, and a substantial group surrounded the three. They wore masks, obscuring their features, yet this only served to reinforce Iching's certainty regarding their identities. Undoubtedly, they were members of the Root. The leader perched upon a branch of a tree, showing no sign of bending the limb beneath him. Lord Danzo commanded that no survivors remain. He issued a quiet warning. Oh, Iching gazed up at the figure. The sharpness of his stare instinctively forced the leading Root ninja to step back. You little brat. Yet, at that very moment, he stood upon the tree. There were no miracles, and he plummeted headfirst to the ground. Thud! In the lush forest, the underbrush and grass grew unusually sparse. The Root ninja landed with a resounding thump, his head meeting the earth with a jarring impact. The sounds of blades piercing flesh resonated, mingled with the occasional clang of metal upon metal. Iching continued to wield his sword, advancing steadily. Blood stained the blade as the Root ninjas before him scarcely comprehended what had transpired before they were all vanquished. Chapter 48. For Konoha? Which Konoha? The observation haki, aside from its strong emotional requirements, bore little difference from the Byakugan, relying on his observation and armament haki, combined with the unparalleled swordsmanship unique to the eagle eye. Iching's foes proved utterly incapable of withstanding his onslaught. Even when encountering those of J-Nin rank, Iching remained unfazed. A simple glance, imbued with the pressure of his eagle eye, was sufficient to momentarily stun them. In the chaos of battle, even a fleeting moment of hesitation could lead to overwhelming defeat, particularly against an adversary as formidable as Iching. It was not until the last Root ninja attempting to impede his progress had his heart pierced by Iching's blade that he sheathed his sword, the motions fluid and decisive. At least leave one alive for questioning. Kakashi reproached from the side. Unfazed, Iching shrugged. There's still one left, and he will certainly speak. His gaze turned towards the nearby foliage, where Shizuku could no longer contain himself, emerging from the underbrush. Apologies. Shizuku, is that you? Itachi, incredulous, beheld his familiar brother now adorned with the mask of the Root. Are you also here on orders? Indeed, it is Lord Danzo's command. Shizuku offered a wry smile, revealing the truth to the others. Kakashi, upon observing Shizuku's demeanor, found all the mysteries unraveling before him. No wonder that even so far from the Hidden Leaf Village, a place often frequented by Konoha ninjas for training, an attacker would emerge. It turned out that everything stemmed from the Root. Alas, I was led to believe that the enemy was within, only to discover that the adversary resided at the command center. Doubt, astonishment, and composure. These three expressions rendered Shursui utterly humiliated. The words of Lord Danzo echoed in his ears. For the sake of the village, eliminate Izumi. Such a powerful and unruly individual would undoubtedly become a grave threat to Konoha in the future. For the greater good of the village, the common folk must endure further suffering, especially for the sake of a single individual. Lord Danzo's tone bore an undeniable authority, leaving Shursui at a loss for any retort. Shouldn't Konoha embody the will of fire? Shouldn't it truly belong to the people of the village? These troubling questions plagued Shursui, whose anguish over potentially turning against his dear friend left him restless. He fervently hoped for some extraordinary occurrence that might alert the trio to the impending danger or for the Hokage to issue new orders that would provide him with an excuse to abort the mission. Unfortunately, such a miracle did not unfold. Root still pressed forward to confront Izumi and her companions. In that critical moment, Shursui found himself paralyzed with uncertainty, merely standing there in a daze. Ultimately, he bore witness to the outcome he most dreaded. One side was mercilessly slaughtered by the other. Brother Shursui, why? Itachi hesitated for a moment before finally posing the question, a question laden with accusation. Why are you allied with the enemy? For the village's sake. The common folk must suffer further. Shursui found his tongue bound by the unique curse seal of root, rendering him incapable of articulating his thoughts. After a brief contemplation, he reluctantly uttered, "Everything I do is for Konoha. I am truly sorry." For Konoha? Huh. Itachi remained engulfed in disbelief, while Izumi found amusement in Shursui's response. For Konoha? Which Konoha? The simplicity of Izumi's question left Shursui bewildered. Which Konoha? Isn't there only one? Observing Shursui's expression, Izumi could not contain her laughter. Ha ha ha, Konoha? Which Konoha? Is it the government of Konoha or the people of Konoha? Is it the Konoha established for the realization of the will of fire as envisioned by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, or is it the Konoha of today, where various factions vie for power? At this, Shursui's face betrayed utter disbelief. To place Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara side by side, or to question the very foundation of Konoha, such notions were utterly foreign to Shursui. In the village, the topic of Uchiha Madara was a profound taboo. The textbooks in the Ninja Academy merely glossed over his life, and most, including Shursui, only knew that Uchiha Madara was a traitor to Konoha, possessing strength comparable to that of Senju Hashirama, even in other ninja villages. It is often only during discussions of strength that the names of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are placed on equal footing. However, for Izumi, who is well versed in the original narrative, it is abundantly clear that Uchiha Madara's contributions to the establishment of Konohagakure are no less significant than those of Senju Hashirama. This is evidenced by the fact that Hashirama himself proposed to designate Madara as the first Hokage when Konohagakure was still in its infancy, with only the banners of the two prominent clans visible. The original work devotes considerable narrative space to depict the scenes of Madara and Hashirama striving for peace together during that period. If one were to identify the singular mistake Madara made during the establishment of Konohagakure, it would likely be his act of kindness rendered anonymously. This led to the fact that Madara, who was naturally prone to a stoic expression or an exaggerated smile, garnered little affection from the villagers of Konohagakure. The original text even illustrates a particular moment where Madara, while walking with Hashirama, attempts to assist a fallen child, only to frighten the child away. Subsequently, Hashirama comforts the child with a few kind words. Madara remarks, "Is it my fault that the Uchiha clan is born with such a stern visage?" From Itachi, Izumi learns that after awakening the Sharingan, Itachi also began to experience atrophy of his facial muscles. This, it seems, is merely a side effect of the bloodline limit. It is unlikely that Hashirama would tarnish Madara's contributions. Who else could it be? Upon reflection, one realizes that Hashirama passed away not long after the climactic battle at the Valley of the End. Yet, as a sage, he possessed the ability to recover swiftly from injuries. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was undoubtedly a hawkish figure. Thus, the peculiar circumstances surrounding these events warrant scrutiny. Izumi, not wishing to burden Shursui with excessive explanations, knowing he may not comprehend them, pondered briefly before saying, "Reflect carefully. If the Konoha you wish to protect aligns with the Konoha I wish to safeguard, then join me in the land of lightning." Chapter 49. Proceeding as planned, Shursui's inclusion greatly bolstered the confidence of the trio. This unexpected yet reasonable turn of events brought immense joy to everyone involved. However, Shursui himself still appeared troubled and at a loss. Logically, he should have returned to Konohagakure to report to Danzo that the mission had failed. The sudden shift from a simple mission to a confrontation felt quite peculiar. "Let go of your worries," Kakashi reassured as he patted Shursui on the shoulder. "After all, we are doing this for the village." Shursui's decision to prioritize his comrades over the mission filled him with happiness. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately acquiesced. Indeed, even Shursui found it rather absurd that he had no idea what he would say to Danzo upon his return. "Rest assured," Izumi waved his hand dismissively. "Everything Danzo has instructed you to do is detrimental to Konohagakure, so your compliance would only harm the village's interests. It is evident that throughout the original narrative, Danzo has scarcely undertaken any actions that would benefit Konohagakure. Even the final attempt to eliminate Sasuke directly, in essence, stemmed from him. He was the one who compelled the second pillar to turn against them. Ultimately, Danzo merely succeeded in repeatedly undermining the strength of Konoha. If Sarutobi Hiruzen, during his time of action, genuinely ensured the harmony and stability of Konoha, then Danzo stands as nothing more than a mere disruptor, a nuisance. Such a creature would be looked down upon even in a previous life. If one lacks capability, one should first strive to enhance their abilities before assuming such a position. What kind of situation is it when one, lacking in skill, forces everyone to their level? That is truly absurd. Casting a glance at Shursui, Izumi solemnly remarked, Shursui, do you understand the current state of the Hokage? This task cannot be executed by anyone other than us. Thus, while the Hokage's ranks are critically understaffed, the root remains seated with a plethora of elite talents, idly biding their time. What necessity does such a root have for existence? As Izumi spoke, he quickened his pace, drawing closer to the Land of Lightning's location. At the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, Fugaku scrutinized the report in his hands, furrowing his brow. What precisely did Kumogakure intend to do? Now that both nations have officially entered negotiations, why are they amassing such a formidable army at the border? The wars among the nations have long ceased, yet Kumogakure's ninja casualties were surprisingly minimal. The Third Hokage had single-handedly restrained the siege by Iwagakure, allowing many of Kumogakure's shinobi to escape the encirclement. Coupled with the Hokage's combative nature, Kumogakure's militarization has become a norm. Presently, they boast the largest number of ninja in the shinobi world. Konoha, vast and resource-rich, currently possesses the wealth of war, yet struggles to mobilize its forces. In stark contrast, Kumogakure has consistently prioritized military expansion as a fundamental policy, yet its economy remains underdeveloped, rendering it incapable of sustaining a large-scale war. Given this, their prolonged military buildup raises intriguing questions. The only plausible explanation is their intention to launch a full-scale military campaign, aiming to deliver a decisive blow to Konoha and gamble on their national fortune. If that is the case, the number of alert personnel Konoha maintains at the border is far from sufficient. While lost in thought, a lightly wounded shinobi approached with a report. Konoha has dispatched reinforcements. Reinforcements? Hyuga eyes brightened. In such dire circumstances, the arrival of reinforcements was more uplifting than anything else. How many, and where are they? Only 4, currently just outside our base. 4? Hyuga paused, grasping the Hokage's intentions. The 4 entered, all wearing umbu masks. What is the current situation in Kumogakure? Leading the group was a silver-haired youth, whom Hinata immediately recognized as Kakashi Hitaki. With such a ninja in their midst, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Currently, the Hidden Cloud Village had amassed approximately 3,000 ninjas at the border and continued to gather more, while the Leaf Village had stationed a mere 12 squads, totaling 48 individuals, as a precautionary measure along the border. It was evident that these squads were elite teams composed of Jonin-level ninjas. However, their numbers were still insufficient. If war were to erupt, these ninjas would likely only be capable of relaying messages, unable to even facilitate the evacuation of civilians. Such a predicament was dire. Contemplating this, Hinata turned his gaze toward Kakashi, pondering their next course of action. It was evident that dispatching just 4 individuals at this critical juncture suggested an intention to infiltrate enemy lines. But what exactly was their mission? Understanding dawned upon Kakashi as he nodded, prompting the question, what should we do? Following Kakashi's line of sight, Hinata spotted a diminutive figure, resembling a child. This individual was equipped with a large sword and carried a pouch filled with dango, exuding an air reminiscent of a tourist. 3,000 ninjas? A sense of foreboding washed over Hinata. According to the original narrative, the total population of the Hidden Cloud Village was likely no more than 10,000. Discounting the elderly, infirm, and civilians, it appeared they were deploying nearly their entire population. Furthermore, they were still gathering forces. This likely indicated that even rogue ninjas and wandering samurai were being mobilized. Viewed in this light, it seemed the Hidden Cloud Village could potentially call upon an additional 1,000 to 2,000 individuals. Although the Leaf Village still possessed 3,000 to 4,000 ninjas, they had just emerged from a tumultuous war and were reluctant to engage in further conflict. Forcing them into battle could lead to a collapse in morale, resulting in desertion and mutiny, challenges that would prove burdensome for the Leaf Village. The situation was indeed grave. Yet, the thought of 3,000 ninjas struck Hinata with a sudden realization. They were practically sending over a third of their village's population to this location, which meant their own economy would likely collapse in the near future. If they could sever their supply lines, it would instigate chaos within their ranks. Although Hinata was no military strategist, He had dabbled in tactical strategy games. Upon hearing Hinata's analysis, the others nodded in agreement. In light of these developments, we must go and dismantle the Hidden Cloud Village's logistics, Hinata declared, setting down his sword with resolve. Chapter 50, The Battle. Watching the four figures depart, Hinata felt a twinge of surprise. The child was, in fact, the core of the team. Frankly, the silver-haired youth's distinctive appearance already hinted at Kakashi's identity. Kakashi had arrived, but the other members were not his subordinates? Hinata couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity about the child wielding the sword. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Leaf Village's base, a biting wind whipped across Hinata's face, invigorating him with excitement. This was his first close encounter with the battlefield. Conversely, Itachi felt a sense of distaste. In his youth, Itachi was taken to the battlefield by Fugaku, shortly after Fugaku had concluded a significant offensive against the Hidden Mist Village. The harrowing scenes left a profound psychological scar on the young Itachi. The grotesque, blood-soaked corpses and the remnants of a chaotic battlefield that had yet to be cleared. Exhausted medics traversed between the camp and the front lines, while vigilant patrols stood guard throughout the night. The atmosphere was stifling, laden with the weight of grim strategy meetings. All of this was far too cruel, and once again, Itachi found himself grappling with thoughts he wished to suppress. The nature of this conflict was indeed troubling. As for Kakashi and Shursui, their mentors had long since acclimatized to such realities. Moreover, this place was but a mere border outpost of Konoha, lacking the magnitude of a true battlefield. Izumi glanced at the operational map and spoke softly. Currently, we have two plans. One involves taking a longer route, traversing mountains and ridges to advance from positions difficult for the enemy to scout. The other is to charge through several enemy outposts. The former requires more time, but is considerably safer. The latter, while more perilous, could deliver a significant blow to enemy morale and allow for a quicker breakthrough. Intelligence provided by Hinata Hayashi indicated that the enemy leader, the Fourth Hokage A, and his brother Killer B were not present, having gone to the Rock Village to discuss matters of peace negotiation. Thus, how should they proceed? Izumi turned to the group, stating, "Our objective is to dismantle the enemy's supply lines. I believe we should avoid unnecessary complications." Kakashi articulated a similar sentiment, acknowledging that, regardless of the circumstances, the first method was indeed safer. However, Izumi was reluctant to settle for such caution. Just then, a sudden mission notification appeared in his system. "Congratulations, host. You have received a temporary mission. Destroy at least one enemy outpost. Mission rewards, 5 percentage points of character strength, 1,000 system points. Failure penalty, decrease of 10 percentage points in character strength." Izumi's heart raced. Donning his mask, he urged his companions, "Follow me. The battle is about to commence." With that, he left behind the bewildered expressions of his comrades and charged forward with his blade in hand. Enemy attack. An alarm blared from within the outpost constructed by the Hidden Cloud Village on the border. Izumi led his three companions in a daring charge, akin to a suicide assault against the enemy fortifications. Alarm. A Hidden Cloud ninja sensed the impending onslaught and shouted in alarm. Die. The next moment, his head was sent soaring into the air. Izumi leaped from the watchtower, his blade already stained with blood. With a single sweep, he cleaved a charging nin in half, then sprang upwards to break through the encirclement of the gathering Hidden Cloud ninjas. In the following instant, the spot where Izumi had just stood was engulfed by a fireball unleashed by Itachi. As Izumi advanced, blade in hand, Shursui had already breached the enemy's defenses from another angle. Yunin Village, having bolstered its forces during this period, now boasts not only a squad of elite jonin, but also numerous chunin and genin within the checkpoint. Yet, these individuals prove utterly incapable of thwarting the advance of Icheng and his companions. The resonant clash of blades reverberates through the air as Icheng engages in combat with a jonin. Sparks fly, akin to the cold sweat trickling down the jonin's brow. Locking eyes with Icheng, the pressure mounts moment by moment, especially considering that Icheng's combat prowess is far from negligible. In this ebb and flow, the jonin gradually finds himself at a disadvantage. Die. With a decisive slash, Icheng cleaves the jonin in twain. Where's the next one? He activates his observation haki, scanning the surroundings. There are 4 jonin in total. One is entangled with Kakashi, another has been vanquished by Shursui, and yet another, bang. As 2 swords collide, Icheng locates the last ninja. Fire release, dragon fire technique. At a critical juncture, a fire dragon-like jutsu hurtles forth, and in a fleeting moment of distraction, the jonin is pierced through by Iching. Is it finally over? Itachi gasps, watching the last enemy collapse before him. He harbors a deep aversion to war, instinctively recoiling from such violence. Blood has stained the entire checkpoint, and corpses lie in heaps. Itachi struggles to acclimate. Observing Itachi's state, Iching cannot help but lament that it is still too early for him to confront this grim reality. In the original narrative, Itachi's rapid ascent in strength only occurs after the Chunin exams. Despite being a prodigy, he remains merely a child under 10 years of age. Reflecting on this, Iching reaches out, pulling Itachi to his feet. Let us proceed together. Huh? Itachi responds, puzzled, as Iching waves his hand and continues. Our next objective is to delve deeper. If we strike a checkpoint of Konoha and vanish without a trace, the reinforcements from Unveiled Village will undoubtedly retaliate, launching an offensive against Konoha's checkpoint. There are merely 4 jonin within a single Konoha checkpoint. Hyuga Hizashi commands this border area, but that does not imply everyone is stationed here. Thus, our immediate priority is to draw the reinforcements of Unveiled Village, alleviating the pressure on Hizashi and his comrades at the front. With this thought, Iching raises his blade anew. Onward. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hizashi, upon perceiving the situation through his Byakugan, is taken aback. They have successfully dismantled an enemy outpost. So effortlessly, have they lost their minds? The potential repercussions of this realization ignite a sense of urgency within him. Notify everyone to assemble immediately. Additionally, recall all Konoha ninjas executing missions in the border area. In an instant, the 4 individuals spring into action, hastily erecting various traps and fortifications. This is utter chaos. Chapter 51, Supply Station, Decommissioned. At last, Iching exhales deeply, gazing at the dilapidated structure before him, reflecting on how this ordeal has finally come to an end. Moments ago, they successfully dismantled a supply station. This was the closest supply depot to the front lines. Its destruction would essentially mark the end of the conflict. The village of Unveiled could no longer sustain itself, as the supplies stored here represented the limits of their capacity to continue the fight. Naturally, Unveiled had also deployed a substantial number of troops here, hundreds of them, including a significant presence of elite jonin and special jonin. In response to these challenges, the 4-man team had incurred considerable losses. Rewind a few hours, and they had just arrived at this location. Is this the place? Kakashi inquired, surveying the fortress-like supply station ahead. Indeed, it must be, Aizen affirmed with a nod. Their next objective was to seize this location and, if possible, completely obliterate the remaining supplies within. They had already destroyed 3 or 4 enemy outposts along the way, so the enemy was likely aware of their presence and might have dispatched pursuit teams. Aizen glanced around at the 3 companions, noting the urgency of their situation. Once the enemy reinforcements arrived, capturing this station would become impossible. Let us rest for an hour and then launch our attack, he instructed. They had been engaged in high-intensity combat throughout their journey, leaving them utterly fatigued. Time, however, was of the essence. While Aizen, Kakashi, and Shursui were still holding up, Itachi could no longer endure, having succumbed to sleep upon receiving the order. An hour later, the 4 initiated a new wave of assault. Lightning release, Chidori. Kakashi led the charge, his Sharingan activated, as he surged forward with his signature technique. Aizen and Shursui followed closely behind, blades drawn, while Itachi remained at the rear, employing ninjutsu to support his teammates. A deafening explosion erupted, sending dozens of unwary Yunin ninjas flying. The fortress gate was breached by the force of the blast, and Aizen rushed through the debris into the stronghold. Remember, our objective is to destroy the supplies, he declared, activating his Kinbunshika Haki to survey the surroundings. The Uchiha clan Sharingan could also detect chakra flow, akin to the Byakugan. However, it consumed more chakra when observing over the same range. Blood splattered and limbs were severed as Aizen fought his way into the enemy ranks. Feeling the sting of pain in his hands, he hesitated briefly before pressing forward. No, this isn't the place. His sensory abilities detected a cluster of ninjas. It was unlikely that a warehouse stocked with various supplies would house many ninjas, at most. A few would be stationed outside to guard it. Thus, it was probable that this was a dormitory for ninjas rather than a supply depot. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Shursui, and Itachi were struggling to hold their ground. After a grueling fight, fatigue had set in for all of them. A puff of smoke erupted as Kakashi's Chidori pierced through the last target. Surrounding them, An increasing number of Cloud Village ninjas encircled, while Kakashi's chakra was nearly depleted. After such an extended period of intense combat, maintaining the activation of the Sharingan had proven to be a formidable challenge. The afterimage of Shursui darted among the throng of ninjas, and though many fell, only Shursui was aware that his speed had significantly diminished compared to the beginning. As for Itachi, he could do little more than trail behind the trio, providing support through various ninjutsu and taijutsu, acting as a mere backup. Hinata Hayashi scrutinized the map report, his anxiety palpable. Just moments ago, he had sensed that a large contingent of Cloud Village ninjas was moving in an organized manner. At this pace, it would not be long before they reached the outpost. The report from the injured Nin expressed deep concern. Other ninjas from different outposts were steadily arriving, yet the fastest team would take at least a day to reach their location. What about those on missions in the border regions? Hinata Hayashi inquired further. The war has only just concluded. The border areas have essentially become no man's land. With no one available to undertake missions, replied the troubled Nin, furrowing his brow. This unfortunate turn of events seemed to compound their difficulties. If Hinata Hayashi were familiar with Chinese, he might have uttered a phrase akin to when it rains, it pours. Gritting his teeth, he watched the unfolding situation with mounting tension. Before him, only 4 Nin were at their disposal. The fortifications and defensive structures were already in place. But to unleash their full potential, they would require greater manpower. For now, they could only resort to shadow clones to bolster their numbers. Hinata Hayashi felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he remained stationary, observing the advancing enemy forces. Suddenly, he was struck with astonishment. It appeared that the ninjas from Cloud Village were not advancing towards their position. The enemy's marching route seemed misaligned, heading towards another direction. What could their intentions be? Unfolding the map, he noted that their trajectory was towards the rear outposts. Could it be that Izumi and the others had destroyed more than one outpost? If so, their situation would become even more perilous. Hinata Hayashi's worry for their well-being intensified. At that moment, the injured Nin suddenly pointed towards the distance, exclaiming in alarm, "Look over there." Following the direction of his finger, Hinata Hayashi beheld plumes of smoke and flames rising into the sky. That direction led to the supply station of Cloud Village. They had succeeded. Although it had been anticipated, Hinata Hayashi still wore an expression of disbelief. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of explosions, Izumi had successfully detonated the explosive tags within the warehouse. The explosive tags ignited alongside various supplies, culminating in a devastating conflagration. Simultaneously, the chakra released during the explosion triggered a cascade of chain reactions, resulting in the premature release of prepared ninjutsu scrolls. For instance, the morale of the guards from the village hidden in the clouds has crumbled, leading them to a disordered retreat, abandoning their city. Similarly, in the distance, Hinata Hayashi finally allowed himself to exhale. It was then that Izumi realized her stamina was nearly depleted. Even with the support of the system, it was no different. One leapt back to Kakashi's side, while the adept Shursui swiftly joined him. Are they coming again? Chapter 52. The next step splendid. The excitement of Minato Namikaze was palpable as he crumpled the intelligence scroll in his hands. The civilians of Konoha remained blissfully unaware of the international situation. None of the village's propaganda agencies had reported on the matter, and the populace continued to maintain their naive faith in the ninja village and its leader. Little did they know, had it not been for a select few who bravely bore the burden on the front lines, they would have long been betrayed by the very Hokage they revered. However, despite the gravity of the situation, the typically composed and amiable Minato was undeniably elated for a reason. This intelligence originated from a border outpost of the village hidden in the clouds, containing a singular line: Izumi, Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi Hitaki, and Shursui Uchiha have destroyed the enemy's supply station while simultaneously restraining the main force of the enemy, granting Konoha precious time to regroup. This information was relayed by Hinata Hayashi. Due to Izumi's actions on the front line, where she obliterated several outposts and the supply station of the village hidden in the clouds, the village was compelled to halt their offensive and mobilize their main forces to search for the four. Yet, how could these four be easily captured? They were engaging in guerrilla warfare within the land of lightning against the ninjas of the village hidden in the clouds. The main forces of the village, hindered by supply issues, could not afford to disperse widely, thus evading detection. It was said that this operation incited great fury in the Fourth Hokage, who, lacking any viable solutions, could only seethe in impotent rage. Currently, the Fourth Hokage was negotiating with the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, striving to procure sufficient resources to launch another wave of attacks. However, Konoha would undoubtedly deny them this opportunity. Minato, what's the matter? After hearing the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen's ailments seemed to vanish, reminiscent of Izumi's physical education teacher in a previous life. Third Hokage, it is as follows, Minato recounted the events, to which Hiruzen nodded in understanding. The new generation of children is also growing, he mused, albeit acknowledging that these particular youths were not yet of use to him. Sarutobi harbored considerable personal ambitions, yet once those ambitions were satisfied, he remained willing to contribute to the village. For instance, he contemplated sacrificing himself alongside Orochimaru during the latter's scheme to bring about the downfall of Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, the Third Hokage lifted his head, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Very well, then. It is time to deliberate our next course of action. The subsequent plan devised by Minato was to dispatch a sizable elite force to engage in protracted combat with the ninjas of the village hidden in the clouds, thereby restraining them and compelling them to initiate negotiations. Thus, Konoha Village has seized the initiative in negotiations and gained an upper hand on the battlefield, rendering the situation favorable for them. Upon hearing Minato's plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, expressing concern. However, we currently lack such elite forces. The Third Great Ninja War has only just concluded, and everyone in Konoha is still reveling in the joy of peace. To suggest they return to the battlefield now would undoubtedly lead to morale issues. Moreover, the aftermath of the Third War has left Konoha with a severe generational gap. The losses among Jonin and Special Jonin have exceeded 50%. We cannot afford further depletion. Minato was fully aware of Hiruzen's apprehensions, yet he remained unfazed. Offering a slight smile, Third Hokage, you may have forgotten that we can leverage the strength of those prominent clans. Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. Are you suggesting that Konoha has ample manpower from the great clans? Are you directly implying we should enlist the Uchiha clan? During the last war, Hiruzen had used the prospect of his own abdication to persuade the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to confront the ninjas of the Mist Village. On the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, the former leader of the Hyuga clan lost his Byakugan and his life to a Mist Village ninja, while Fugaku awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and managed to survive. Due to the heightened vigilance of Konoha's authorities towards the Uchiha clan, even more so than towards the Hyuga, the Uchiha were recalled to the village at a critical juncture, which resulted in the severance of Konoha's supply lines. Might Guy, overseeing the transport of these supplies, activated the Eighth Gate of Death and perished alongside the 7 ninja swordsmen. It is rather absurd that as high-ranking officials of Konoha, they harbor greater mistrust towards their own than towards external foes. Currently, the Uchiha clan boasts the highest number of ninjas in Konoha, tasked primarily with maintaining order, totaling over 1,000, with 300 of them being Jonin and Special Jonin, a number that even the Hyuga clan cannot rival. Should these elite Uchiha ninjas be dispatched to the battlefield, the results would undoubtedly be profoundly effective. Yet, Hiruzen remained troubled by the thought of sending the Uchiha to war. Minato, with his warm and gentle demeanor, reassured him, I trust them. As long as the Uchiha clan fights for Konoha, they shall receive their due rewards. These words momentarily left even Hiruzen speechless. Trust, much like the recent incident involving the rogue ninja Iching wreaking havoc at the Umbu headquarters, Minato was willing to extend his faith to the Uchiha clan. This has been the aspiration of the Uchiha since the founding of Konoha. What did he mean by they shall receive their due rewards? Did he intend to pass the Hokage position to them? He is still so young. Observing Minato's current assertive demeanor, Hiruzen let out a weary chuckle. Shaking his head, since you have made your decision, wait, I oppose. A familiar figure burst into the Hokage office. Seeing his old friend approach, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Shimura Danzo, accompanied by the 2 advisors from Konoha, Mito Gate Katsu, and Tanshin Karu, approached with a menacing intent. Why are you 3 here again? Minato found himself somewhat exasperated by these old men. Fortunately, he had prepared for this confrontation. If the Uchiha clan were to abandon Konoha, who would maintain order? If they instigated a rebellion at the front lines, who would manage the ensuing conflict? The trio presented 2 perspectives, each having devised corresponding strategies. Firstly, the security of Konoha could temporarily be entrusted to the mid-level ninjas and Umbu of the Uchiha clan. Secondly, should they incite a rebellion, They would contain the mid-level ninjas remaining in the village. Satisfied, without a moment's hesitation, Minato commanded the Umbu to promulgate his policies. Should the Uchiha clan achieve victory, they would be granted greater autonomy. Chapter 53. Jinchuriki, they were still a distance away, rest assured. Izumi swiftly entered the cave, leading the trio to take refuge. Kakashi, with a numb expression, remarked, "Your sensory abilities are quite extraordinary." During their recent movements, they had constantly shifted positions, and Izumi's perceptive skills had proven invaluable. He could not only discern the exact number of foes, but also gauge their approximate strength and intentions. Yet, once battle commenced, Izumi transformed entirely. He appeared exceedingly exhilarated, often losing track of his surroundings, at times dispatching an adversary only to nonchalantly indulge in dumplings thereafter. In combat, he seemed oblivious to intelligence, yet upon regaining composure, he morphed into a master of information. "This is merely my secret technique," he mused internally while chewing on wild vegetables. "I can't very well disclose that it is supernatural power, can I?" Indeed, Izumi had reached a point where he relied on wild greens for sustenance. 3-colored dumplings? Huh. Don't make me laugh. They had long been consumed. A month had passed, and even if the dumplings from Konoha had not been entirely devoured, they would have spoiled by now. The staple diet of the quartet consisted of nutritious ration balls seized from the Cloud Village, sustaining yet utterly flavorless. Thus, when not starving, Izumi also required wild vegetables and roasted meat to maintain his daily life. Since Izumi was unwilling to elaborate, Kakashi refrained from pressing further, casually plucking edible greens from a rock to chew on beneath his mask. As long as the mission was accomplished, he had no obligation to share his own secrets. Did he? Crash. A fist the size of a sandbag smashed down, shattering the table into splinters. A tall, dark-skinned young man stood where the table had been, vociferously reprimanding his younger brother. "How could you let this happen? The supplies from the Cloud Village are already scarce, and the most crucial batch was destroyed by Konoha elite forces." Even more absurdly, this elite unit managed to infiltrate the Land of Lightning to wage guerrilla warfare. For the Fourth Hokage, this could be deemed a flagrant affront. His peace negotiations with the Iwagakure were abruptly halted, and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning expressed discontent towards him. Now, he must contend with the threat of interrupted supplies from the daimyo while seeking a reconciliation with the Iwagakure. Kumogakure is in dire need of an ample supply of resources to sustain its operations, and the betrayal from Iwagakure is also a pressing concern. All of this has left the Fourth Hokage, in a state of profound distress. Each generation of the Fourth Hokage bears the name A, and each has a younger brother who serves as the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, known as B. To differentiate them, the Hokages are referred to simply as the Fourth Hokage or the Third Hokage, while the Eight Tails Jinchuriki is prefixed with his surname, such as Killer B. The AB duo has consistently been a formidable asset for Kumogakure, second only to the Jinchuriki themselves. However, while the Fourth Hokage's brother possesses commendable combat prowess, his intellect is somewhat peculiar. He is perpetually engrossed in rap, entirely oblivious to matters of politics and military strategy. With no capable subordinates at his disposal, the Fourth Hokage reluctantly dispatched Killer B to the battlefield between Kumogakure and Konoha. "Brother, this situation is not my fault," Killer B protested, exhibiting a hint of defiance. Konoha is not playing by the rules. Based on his understanding of the decision-making body, he believed they should hastily retract their defenses and prepare for a robust defense, rather than deploying elite troops in an all-out tactical overhaul. Strangely, this elite unit seemed to possess some unconventional strategies that he could not decipher. Meanwhile, Izu, hidden within a cave, sneezed achoo. "Who thinks of me?" Indeed, he would not divulge that he was orchestrating events behind the scenes. Izu imparted guerrilla warfare tactics from his previous life to the other three, exploiting Kumogakure's supply issues that prevented them from dispersing over a wide area, and strategically targeting their vulnerable defenses. After several assaults, 3 of Kumogakure's supply stations were obliterated, and 7 were severely damaged, with a few barely surviving due to Killer B's delayed reinforcement of defenses. Ultimately, how could the remaining supply stations sustain a large army? They simply lacked the capacity. The Fourth Hokage furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before continuing. "Do not make excuses. Consider how we might remedy this." According to intelligence, the elite team has been confirmed. There are 4 individuals, including formidable figures such as Kakashi Hitaki and Shursui Uchiha among them. I must also deal with the delegation from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, who are all talk, and the incessant pressure from that old man Inoki. Therefore, I must rely on you and her to resolve this matter. Stepping forward, A placed a reassuring hand on B.'s shoulder. I implore you, do not allow them to underestimate us. Once B departed, A gazed out the window of the Rakage building at the shadows of the stone formations. Father, if you were still here, how would you decide? He sighed. Very well, notify the Foreign Affairs Department to prepare for talks with Awagakure. Days later, while wandering, Aizu suddenly grew alert, sensing trouble. The others quickly turned to him, for his intelligence had never proved erroneous. The supply convoy from the hidden cloud village lay just ahead, comprising 10 special jonin, 7 jonin, and 2 jinchuriki. Jinchuriki. As members of the Umbu of Konoha, these 4 were acutely aware of the immense power wielded by jinchuriki. Their might was akin to that of nuclear weapons. The mere presence of a jinchuriki could obliterate an entire battalion with ease. Only shadow-level warriors could barely withstand a moment of their onslaught, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming chakra unleashed by the tailed beasts. Moreover, among the jinchuriki of the hidden cloud village, the 8 Tails jinchuriki was renowned as a perfect jinchuriki, capable of harnessing the full power of the tailed beast without the threat of being overtaken. Furthermore, a perfect jinchuriki was immune to jinjutsu when subjected to illusions. They would be liberated by the tailed beast, while the reverse would enable assistance from the jinchuriki. Such formidable capabilities significantly diminished the prowess of Shursui, who excelled in jinjutsu and body flicker techniques. To make matters worse, there was more than one jinchuriki, accompanied by a multitude of powerful ninjas. This realization left Izumi feeling quite troubled. An adversary of such caliber, indeed. Drawing his great sword, Izumi proclaimed, "At last, we have a worthy opponent. Charge with me. Let us go, Shurnai." Chapter 54. The first encounter on the border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. A small squad was making their way forward at a steady pace, showcasing experience rather than speed. Several jonin led the charge, occasionally tossing kunai and shuriken to ascertain the safety of their path. Behind them, more jonin provided support, ensuring that no one trailed them before swiftly rejoining the front line. This was a squad of elite caliber. At the center of this formidable team stood a young girl alongside a youthful boy. The boy had a darker complexion and wore a playful expression, while the girl exhibited a maturity beyond her years. "Senior, I've heard that our adversary includes Shursui, the body flicker technique master." "Indeed, it is he, which is why my elder brother dispatched me. We must unite." Killer Bee continued his unorthodox rapping, leaving the young girl exasperated. "With our extraordinary abilities combined with this squad, we shall effortlessly seize Konoha." At this time, Kakashi's reputation as the copy ninja had yet to be fully established. The squad's primary concern rested on Shursui, a ninja already famed on the battlefield of the Great Ninja War, renowned for his flawless mastery of jinjutsu and body flicker techniques. He necessitated the utmost strength from the hidden cloud village. As they pressed onward, the 2 from the Yuki clan engaged in casual discourse with Killer Bee regarding potential encounters that lay ahead. Tailed beasts were vulnerable to jinjutsu, and so too were the jinchuriki. Only through their unification could they attain immunity to such illusions. Otherwise, the image of Uchiha Madara clashing with a tailed beast akin to a pet was a cautionary tale. Presently, the only perfect jinchuriki were Killer Bee from the hidden cloud village and the Yagura from the hidden mist village. Killer Bee's abysmal raps caused considerable embarrassment for the Yuki clan members, but thankfully, this discomfort would not linger as the enemy approached. Amidst the conversation between the 2, a figure suddenly leaped forth, halting several jonin in their tracks. Although one had anticipated an interception, the individual before them appeared anything but an assailant. Adorned with a mask, long black hair cascaded down to their neck. They wore a dark crimson coat reminiscent of rust, with a katana longer than their own stature sheathed at their waist. One pocket was stuffed with dozens of bamboo skewers, while another contained confiscated military rations. Most strikingly, this roadblock was a mere child, standing at approximately 1.5 meters tall. In both height and demeanor, they resembled a youthful boy rather than an adversary. The jonin on the path immediately grew vigilant, readying their kunai, shuriken, and senbon. No one would dare underestimate even a child, for they were seasoned warriors, having survived numerous battles. Veterans understand that those who take their foes lightly seldom live to tell the tale. "Who goes there?" One jonin stepped forward to inquire. Through several investigations of the attack site, their team had amassed significant intelligence. Firstly, among the assailants were two children, one exhibiting extraordinary prowess. Secondly, the majority of the victims had succumbed to fatal wounds from blades, with the cuts measuring between 1.7 to 2 meters. Lastly, there were 4 assailants in total. Aside from the two children, the team included Kakashi Hatake, disciple of the Fourth Hokage, and Shursui Uchiha. Given this information, and considering the figure obstructing their way, the answer became apparent. This individual was undoubtedly a member of the elite forces of Konoha Village. Shaking his head, Izumi habitually reached into his pocket filled with Dango. Upon encountering the bamboo skewers, he chuckled to himself. Staying here is quite bothersome. In any case, you nearly 20 individuals have been surrounded by us. Surrender now, and you may escape with your lives. Before the others could fully comprehend the situation, Izumi continued, I am aware you will not surrender, especially with the Jinchuriki among you. But for Shursui's sake, I still wish to offer some counsel. We are formidable, and those who yield shall not be slain. This declaration left the members of Kumogakure in stunned silence. What was this situation? Did they truly regard them with such disdain? Uemura stepped forward from the crowd. His expression grave. By the orders of my elder brother, we are here to ensure your demise, Kairabi proclaimed dramatically, brandishing 8 swords in a rather flamboyant manner. Be cautious. The 8 Tails suddenly warned within. He possesses a peculiar power I have never encountered. The 9 Tails shared this sentiment of confusion, as did the 8 Tails. While Kairabi and the 8 Tails exchanged thoughts, Izumi had already engaged in combat with Uemura. With a resounding crash, Uemura unleashed his Azure Chakra, his claw-like hand striking towards Izumi. The explosive force of the concentrated chakra generated a blast, enveloping both Uemura and Izumi in a cloud of dust. With a sharp, piercing sound slicing through the air, the wooden figure, enveloped in the chakra of the tailed beast, was sent hurtling backward, only stabilizing after several rolls. Clang. The sound of blades clashing echoed as all 8 of Killer Bee's swords were drawn, effortlessly wielded by every part of his body as he engaged in combat with the young Ichiryu. The swords in their hands collided incessantly, beads of sweat beginning to form on Killer Bee's forehead, not due to a lack of skill, but rather an inexplicable sense of pressure. This young child evoked an instinctual reluctance within him to meet his gaze. Within mere seconds, their blades had clashed over a dozen times, before each retreated to a safe distance. Let us go. Ichiryu and Killer Bee exchanged a glance and charged once more. Bang! Boom! The air was filled with a series of explosive sounds accompanied by swirling dust and piercing shrieks, as both sides fought to a standstill. After several intense exchanges with no discernible advantage gained, both parties once again withdrew. To come at me with full force right from the start. You truly hold me in high regard. Ichiryu gripped his katana firmly, resuming his combat stance. But I too yearn for a formidable opponent. With that, Ichiryu swung his sword anew, unleashing a powerful aura that could no longer be contained, radiating a chilling intensity. The villagers of the hidden cloud couldn't help but grow more vigilant. You may have overlooked a certain truth. Ichiryu stepped forward, in the elite squad of Konoha Village. I am not the only one. As he spoke, the special jonin in the center of the group was suddenly ambushed. A flurry of cold glimmers flashed by, and as Shursui retracted his weapon, several special jonin lay either dead or gravely injured. Swift as a flash, Shursui. Chapter 55, Underestimating the Enemy? The blade sliced through the air, and blood rained down. Was Ichiryu truly mad for willingly challenging these Jinchuriki? Not at all. He possessed his own confidence. Ichiryu's unique ability was akin to that of the Hawk's Eye, and after several trials, his strength had reached a notably high level. Armed with an unprecedented power and the oppressive gaze characteristic of the Hawk's Eye, he was certain he could hold his ground. Moreover, Ichiryu's adversaries were not the entire squad. He had allies to assist him. The only true opponent he needed to confront was the perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, both being the strongest forces within their respective teams. Ichiryu found himself exhilarated by this confrontation. Engaging with such a formidable enemy allowed him to continually fulfill his system tasks. To the two figures, Ichiryu and Killer Bee, it appeared as though this young boy was effortlessly matching their prowess. Killer Bee was taken aback. Although his prior attack was not entirely comparable to full-tailed beast transformation, its power far surpassed that of an ordinary ninja. The fact that this relatively young child could so easily deflect such an attack was already perplexing. Moreover, recalling the earlier onslaught, Killer Bee realized it had seemingly dispersed all of his chakra in a single blow. There was something amiss with that blade. It is not merely an ordinary chakra, but rather a peculiar force that even the tailed beasts have never encountered. With this thought, Yomiuri fervently stirred the tailed beast chakra within himself, preparing to launch another assault alongside Bai. Go support them. I shall take care of this child, Bai declared, fully extending all the blades from his body, urging Yomiuri. Yomiuri nodded in agreement and turned to see that the others behind him were already embroiled in a fierce battle. Several elite Genin had suffered grave injuries, and those who remained were battered and gasping for breath. A few other Genin were engaged in combat with the suddenly appeared Kakashi and Shursui, seemingly at a disadvantage. I must provide assistance. With no other choice, Yomiuri implored Bai, I leave it to you, before turning away. On the other side, Bai had once again clashed with Izumi. This time, neither side held back. The violent sounds of blades clashing resonated like a fast-paced symphony, with both combatants refusing to concede. Their speed was astonishing, and their techniques exquisite. Each movement of their bodies was accompanied by sword strikes, rendering defense nearly impossible. However, Izumi was no ordinary foe. His attacks were devoid of flashy techniques, relying solely on straightforward slashing. Yet, whenever Bai's strikes landed, it felt as though he were striking a thick mass of cotton, unable to penetrate, while Izumi's blade was imbued with an enigmatic force that rendered it exceptionally sharp. Bai was perplexed, and it seemed that even the Eight Tails did not comprehend this power. It was the armament haki from the pirate world, combined with the observation haki, which allowed him to evade attacks. Izumi was able to engage Bai in a back-and-forth exchange. The haki that Izumi now wielded was far from the initial, feeble version he had once possessed. Bai had no intention of retreating. His full display of strength was on par with Izumi's. He was destined to earn the moniker Killer Bee, and in the world of ninjas, one who acquires a title is no ordinary individual. Currently, Bai had touched upon the threshold of a Kage-level fighter, and with the enduring support of the Eight Tails chakra, he could potentially outlast a moderately powerful Kage. Such a battle would be imperceptible to outsiders. Even Izumi might need to rely on observation haki to discern Bai's movements. A bead of sweat trickled down Bai's forehead. This was not how it was supposed to be. Didn't his brother say that the most dangerous foe in this operation was Shursui, the instantaneous body? Why was this individual so formidable? It appeared that he was the strongest among them. Each encounter with this adversary filled Bai with a growing sense of pressure, as if he were being ensnared in an illusion. Nibi, be cautious. He seems to be employing Jinjutsu. Bai called out, addressing the Eight Tails within him. I do not sense any signs of Jinjutsu, Nibi replied, shaking his head. Bai seldom addressed him directly by name, save for critical moments or when he was in a particularly good mood. Nibi too felt an unsettling aura. The unfamiliar power wielded by the enemy before him filled Nyogue with profound vigilance. There was a flaw. With a thunderous shout, Yi Chung seized the fleeting moment when Bai and Nyogue were distracted, engaging in a direct assault. Channeling all his armed haki without a shred reserved for self-protection, he unleashed a strike that bore the full weight of his strength, landing heavily upon Bai. A sudden panic gripped Bai's heart. The suffocating despair of impending death was an encounter he had never faced before. Let me handle this. Red chakra surged forth spontaneously, swiftly manifesting into the distinctive octopus-like appendages of the Eight Tails to intercept the incoming attack. A dull thud resonated as Yi Cheng's blade pierced through the Eight Tails' limbs, completely transfixing it. A violent explosion followed, hurling him away to collide against a nearby tree. Gasping for breath, Yi Cheng gradually rose, acutely aware of the intense agony stemming from his internal organs being displaced. My spine may well be fractured, he mused wryly, before once more activating his armed haki. The unique sense of security bestowed by the haki allowed him to regain his footing. Thankfully, the distance of the impact was not great, enabling him to adjust his body. Otherwise, he could have been left crippled. Previously, he had devoted all his armed haki to enhancing his lethal strike, leaving his body entirely unprotected. Had he been thrown further and collided with the tree, it would have resulted in a catastrophic collapse, fracturing bones and tearing ligaments. Meanwhile, the Eight Tails, controlling Killer Bee's body, was also in dire straits. The blade, reinforced by armed haki, easily sliced through him, delivering a significant blow. Bai's body was pierced, and Nyogue's limbs were also injured. Even the enhanced defense from their tailed beast transformation could not withstand this onslaught. Blood flowed freely. Bai was gravely wounded. The regenerative abilities granted by the tailed beast chakra allowed him to cling to life, yet returning to peak condition would require some time. In a duel between masters, a single moment could spell the difference between life and death. Killer B. A nearby Jainin shouted in alarm, concerned for their situation. In the next instant, he met a gruesome fate. Chapter 56. Return to the village. Do you wish to continue? Ichung stood unsteadily, fixing his gaze upon Bai, exerting pressure upon him. Killer B's eyes were obscured by sunglasses, concealing his intentions. Deep within, both Bai and Nyo Gue felt the penetrating gaze of Icheng's hawk-like eyes instill a sense of trepidation. Should the battle persist? What should have been an unequivocal question unexpectedly sowed seeds of doubt within Bai. Both had sustained injuries, making a continuation of their clash seem relatively fair. As long as Icheng's sword remained in his grasp, the fight must go on. The nature of the hawk-eyed warrior was to never decline a challenge. Unlike their previous encounters, this time their clash bore the weight of a final, all-out effort. It is evident that in the ongoing battle, Icheng appears to be at a distinct disadvantage. Karabi's attacking prowess remains formidable, employing multiple swords to achieve remarkable speed, whereas Icheng falters. Following his injuries, Icheng's strength has significantly diminished, and during this encounter, he finds himself waning. While he continues to press forward under the pressure, Icheng's swordsmanship has regrettably devolved into mere defensive counterattacks. He understands that seizing the initiative is crucial in his current predicament. However, it seems that his strength pales in comparison to the monstrous eight-tails Jinchuriki, Karabi. Icheng remains in battle, albeit his efforts have transformed into a mere delay. His stamina is nearly depleted, his aura waning, and his speed diminishing. Damn it, I might meet my end here. Icheng curses inwardly, reflecting upon the experiences of his two lives. How frustrating. As he furrows his brow in discontent, he contemplates his next course of action. On the battlefield, any hesitation can be fatal. Yet, this time, Icheng finds himself in a moment of exception. Just as the blade of Karabi grazes his skin, a long-forgotten notification chimes. Congratulations, host. After today's intense training, character strength has increased by 0.5, a seemingly trivial increment, yet it proves to be sufficient. Icheng swiftly retreats a step, creating distance and evading the strike, sustaining only a superficial wound. He then charges forward once more. This slight enhancement allows him to regain parity with Karabi, and the two resume their clash. Come on, come on. Icheng bellows with fervor, his attacks relentless, his exhilaration palpable. If this continues, victory will be his. For he can repeatedly elevate his strength through the system's rigorous training, whereas Karabi can merely recover to his pre-battle state. Icheng's sudden surge in strength surprises Karabi. It appears this young man had been concealing his true potential. The Eight Tails continuously supplies chakra as their battle rages on. What was once a dire game has now been revitalized. Icheng is relentless in his strikes, and at last, both combatants find themselves evenly matched. He can sustain this struggle, while the situation on the other side becomes increasingly dire. Several elite jonin have lost their fighting capability, and under the assault of the Yuki people, casualties mount, placing Kumogakure in a precarious position. If Karabi continues fighting here, the inevitable outcome will be a retreat for the Yuki, the demise of the jonin. And Karabi himself will be forced to flee in disgrace. Nibi, come help. The two tails, residing within the body of a Yuki, alerts Karabi's eight tails. Karabi, sensing the worsening situation, must withdraw from the battle. What is happening? This does not bode well. If this continues, death is imminent. As the two tails and Nibi communicate, Karabi and the Yuki begin to converge. Now, there seems to be no alternative. The sole solution is to first ensure our own safety. At the very least, this guarantees that our people remain unharmed. A brief exchange of glances between the two quickly conveyed their intentions to one another. In an instant, Icheng witnessed the complete transformation of the eight tails into its full beast form, while the two tails unleashed a tremendous amount of chakra. Although Yuel did not particularly care for the fate of the wooden man before him, he felt compelled to heed the eight tails' request. The tailed beast bomb. Two colossal tailed beast bombs hurtled towards them, prompting Icheng and his companions to hastily evade. The ensuing explosions relentlessly obliterated everything in their vicinity. The tailed beast bomb released by the formidable Nine Tails could not even be defended against by Orochimaru's triple Rashomon. The group dared not confront it directly. They could only retreat. Once the chaos subsided, they cautiously approached the site, which had been reduced to nothingness. The tailed beast bomb had triggered the detonation of explosive tags carried by the supply convoy, resulting in a catastrophic chain reaction that annihilated everything. Not even the corpses remained. However, they had emerged victorious this time. Weary, Ichung sat down, panting heavily. Indeed, this time I triumphed. Yet, he could not muster any joy. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. After enduring such an intense battle for so long, he had truly given his all. Though victorious, it was not solely due to his strength. Luck had played a significant role. The enemy, namely Killer Bee and the Wooden Man, were unaware of his true capabilities. Moreover, the assistance from the trio of Shizune had been pivotal. Their support had overwhelmed the Wooden Man and his allies, ultimately forcing Killer Bee to retreat for the greater good. Was he still too weak? Yi Chung had a habit. After every meaningful battle, he would review the encounter. Had Killer Bee been fully aware of his abilities and relentlessly bombarded him with the complete 8 tails from the outset, Yi Chung was certain he would have met his demise. Fortunately, he had seized upon the serendipitous moment when Killer Bee had divided his attention, thereby weakening the power the 8 tails could provide. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Nonetheless, pondering such matters now was futile. Everything had already concluded. Slowly, Yi Chung rose, with the 8 tails injured and the 2 tails retreating. The 2 strongest forces of the Cloud Village were rendered ineffective, making further conflict improbable. The Cloud Village had suffered significant supply losses, compounded by this severe blow to morale. They would undoubtedly have to return to the negotiation table for further discourse. But that was no longer his concern. The battle was over. It was time to depart. I Ching stood, dismissively waving his hand. Elbow, return to the village with me. Chapter 57. The Return of Fugaku. Hyuga Hizashi gazed at the approaching reinforcements. His astonishment barely concealed. He had not anticipated that this contingent would be led by Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha clan, a notably powerful lineage within the Leaf Village. Were it not for the Hyuga clan, he would undoubtedly be the strongest in Konoha. One is the foremost noble family of the village, while the other stands as its mightiest clan. Both families have made substantial contributions to the village recently. However, the disparity in their treatment is stark. Although the Hyuga clan remains under some scrutiny, they have gained positions in both the Umbu and the border defense. In contrast, the Uchiha clan is relegated to merely maintaining order. The root of this situation lies in the fact that ever since the emergence of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan has been systematically alienated by the governing body of Konoha. Yet, the current Hokage appears to be different from his predecessors. Not only has he accepted the Uchiha clan's heir as his apprentice, but he has also dispatched the Uchiha to this particular location, seemingly with the intention of mending relations with them. This time, the reinforcement team consists of 1,000 individuals, including most of the elite forces from the Uchiha clan, as well as members from the branch family of the Hyuga clan. It is unclear what words Minato Namikaze exchanged with Hizashi Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha to persuade these 2 prominent clans to partake in the conflict. This is not a large-scale war, but rather a mere border skirmish, which could be resolved at any moment. With such a significant number of personnel present, the possibility of an attack from the Cloud Village diminishes. Upon their return, the police reports from Konoha will depict elite officers stationed at the border, scaring off the Cloud Village's attempts to reignite hostilities. Through discussions among novelists and editors within the Hyuga clan, a publication titled The Hyuga Clan's Triumph in Deterring the Enemy Forces at the Border emerged. Through this interplay, the prestige of both clans is bound to reach unprecedented heights. Who, then, will be the next Hokage? Minato's decision to send them here must certainly have been made with foresight. Having such regard for the Uchiha clan has fostered a certain admiration in Fugaku for this young Hokage. Returning to the matter at hand, how is Itachi and his team faring? After exchanging pleasantries, Fugaku could no longer suppress his concern for his son. Oh, Hizashi Hyuga remarked with barely concealed envy and gratitude, have infiltrated the heart of the Cloud Village, dismantling numerous checkpoints and obliterating supply stations, leaving a multitude of transport convoys in disarray. Currently, the forces amassed at the border from the Cloud Village are preoccupied with pursuing these 4 individuals. Otherwise, they would have launched an attack by now. This revelation filled Hizashi with astonishment. Consequently, he was afforded the opportunity to erect a defensive line. Itachi, where is he now? Hearing of his son's considerable achievements brought great solace to Fugaku. Yet, he was equally aware of the dangers accompanying such a mission. His concern for his son's safety overshadowed any aspirations for glory. Fugaku would not wish for his son to become a revered martyr, even at the cost of living a life of mediocrity. You need not worry. Our intelligence remains undisclosed, and the Cloud Village is unlikely to detect it, Hisashi reassured, presenting the correspondence from their last communication. Upon seeing the signature of the letter, Fugaku's impression of his son's friend was refreshed. Itachi, you have indeed made a commendable friend. If Izumi had been present, he would have undoubtedly scoffed inwardly, pondering the Uchiha clan's penchant for both sibling affection and fanciful imaginations. At that moment, a ninja approached with a report. Lord Fugaku, Lord Hinata, they have returned. The ninja's face radiated excitement and joy, starkly contrasting with the demeanor of a seasoned Nin who had undertaken numerous missions. Returned? Who has returned? Hinata seemed somewhat perplexed. They have all returned. Izumi, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, and Hatake Kakashi. Our heroes have come back. What? A flicker of joy passed across Fugaku's face. What is so surprising? Haven't we merely accomplished our mission? Izumi maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, appearing somewhat carefree, yet undeniably dependable. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, enveloping the group in a haze of celebration. Izumi had never encountered such grand spectacles in his previous life. At least, he had never been the protagonist in similar situations. Shursui and Itachi, too, appeared somewhat bewildered, their expressions adorably contrasting with their usual laid-back facades. Kakashi remained calm, his face obscured by his mask. Father? Itachi scratched the back of his head, intending to maintain his silly expression, when suddenly he spotted a figure standing at the forefront of the crowd. Uchiha Fugaku. How could his father be here? He hurriedly ran over, exclaiming, Father. You have done well this time. Fugaku nodded, uttering no further words. Though Izumi could discern his struggle to suppress a smile from the corner of his eye, patting his son's shoulder, Fugaku could no longer contain his pride. In such a situation, how might one elevate their stature further? Well, this operation was merely a matter of duty, a task we were obliged to undertake. Izumi waved his hand dismissively, pulling Fugaku and Hinata towards the command room to discuss matters in detail. Thunderous applause erupted once more from the crowd, celebrating these humble heroes of Konoha. Now, Izumi, what were the results of your mission? Upon returning to the command room, the serious expressions on Fugaku and Hinata resurfaced. The results? We inflicted injuries upon the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, acquiring a portion of his chakra while eliminating the enemy. With a glance from Izumi, Itachi promptly unfurled the scroll to present the report. As he spoke, Kakashi skillfully formed a hand seal, unsealing the scroll, which revealed a mountain of headbands. All belonged to the ninjas of the village hidden in the clouds, some still stained with blood. These are our spoils of war. After Itachi finished reading the report, Izumi, half-jokingly, shrugged. It seems, Uncle Fugaku, that your trip may have been in vain. The Fourth Hokage is likely preparing for negotiations. We ought to consider how to approach those discussions. Reflecting on the outcome of the negotiations between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Leaf Village, where Hinata Hayashi met his demise, Izumi hastily interjected, negotiations. Fugaku nodded in agreement. In Chapter 58, The Captured Jinchuriki, Izumi admonished, Now, it would be wise for you to remain still. Unfazed, he swiftly subdued the petite girl before him, binding her with deft precision. The Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, utterly exhausted, felt an unsettling dread towards the boy named Izumi, rendering her incapable of resistance. The sensory connection among tailed beasts allowed the Two Tails to distinctly perceive the eerie aura that enveloped the Eight Tails during their confrontation with Izumi. What should have been a mere exchange of glances instead birthed an unimaginable sense of oppression. His swordsmanship, deceptively simple, proved insurmountable. Now is not the time for fervent defiance, mused the Two Tails, contemplating her predicament and offering a suggestion to her host. However, the Jinchuriki could only glare at Izumi in frustration. After binding her, Izumi returned to the camp, carrying her with him. Indeed, upon their successful return, Izumi, armed with a blade, ventured back to the vicinity of their earlier skirmish and eventually captured the injured, straggling girl. The Jinchuriki of the Two Tails had been subdued after a fierce struggle, and Izumi chose not to seal her chakra but instead issued a succinct threat. Should you dare to resist in any way, the negotiations at the Hidden Cloud Village will take a dire turn. The Jinchuriki was genuinely worried about potential repercussions for her village. Being captured as the host of a tailed beast would undoubtedly deal a grave blow to the village's morale and international standing. Though Izumi had no intention of mistreating a young girl, he pondered the feasibility of keeping her as a captive. He assessed the Jinchuriki with a discerning eye, a heart-shaped face, willow-like brows, and almond-shaped eyes, a blossoming beauty in her formative years. Alas, her gaze left much to be desired. Yet, such concerns seemed trivial. He resolved to nurture her a while longer. With that thought, he dismissed her glances and movements, returning to his cold, methodical sword training. Through this battle, Izumi recognized numerous flaws within himself. Primarily, while his strength was ample, his technique was lacking. He could overpower foes weaker than himself, but against equals, his margin for error diminished significantly. For instance, during his clash with Killer Bee, he suffered injuries, while Killer Bee's skill remained intact, severely undermining his own power. Moreover, his insufficient stamina posed another dilemma. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Killer Bee, the defeat of the Two Tails, and other random variables, sustaining himself through the ordeal would have also been questionable. As long as these issues persisted, Izumi was convinced that he could not continue to fight. The impending turmoil of the Nine Tails and the Uchiha clan's coup would undoubtedly test his strength to its limits. It is high time to focus on improving these two issues. With this thought in mind, Ijing quickened the pace of his weapon wielding. This time, he had the advantage of utilizing the powers from the pirates, but who could say what the next encounter would bring? As Ijing pondered this, he continued to deftly swing his sword, leaving the wooden figure beside him utterly dumbfounded. Initially, the wooden figure had genuinely intended to seize an opportunity to incapacitate Ijing and bring him back to the hidden Cloud Village, hoping to strengthen their bargaining position for future negotiations. However, witnessing Ijing's movements this time, the wooden figure felt a surge of trepidation and refrained from retaliating. This young boy, Ijing, had managed to elevate his strength so remarkably in such a short span of time. To the untrained eye, it appeared as mere spectacle. Yet the seasoned observer could discern the substantial increase in Ijing's prowess compared to their previous encounter. The rapidity of this enhancement sparked an inappropriate thought in the wooden figure's mind. Perhaps one day, he could reach the level of the Raikage? As a ninja from the hidden Cloud Village, the wooden figure harbored a profound admiration for the Raikage. Yet the astounding growth of this boy made that admiration waver ever so slightly. For Ijing, this operation could be deemed a resounding success. Not only had he captured one of the tentacles of the Eight Tails and seized a portion of its chakra, but he had also apprehended the entire Two Tails Jinchuriki. After a flurry of action, Ijing turned and returned to his quarters, leaving the wooden figure standing outside in a state of bewilderment, tears of humiliation and fear streaming down her face. Meanwhile, within the hidden Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage was seething with rage, his massive fists pounding the floor, creating crater-like indentations with each blow. A young girl, serving as his secretary, looked on with a mix of fear and familiarity. It seemed she had grown accustomed to his tempestuous demeanor. "Lord Raikage, I must inform you that Lord Killer Bee has awakened." "What?" Upon hearing this news, the fourth Raikage abruptly ceased his rampage, turning to seize the girl's collar. "Take me to the hospital where Bee is." The girl, clad in a simple cloth outfit, was a clever mind left to him by the third Raikage, a vestige of the previous generation's political legacy. The fourth Raikage summoned all his might, dashing to the hospital and effortlessly crashing through its doors. "Bee, where are you?" His thunderous roar reverberated throughout the hospital. The medical ninjas could not help but shake their heads. "Lord Raikage, this behavior is detrimental to the patient's recovery." In any case, the fourth Raikage located Bee and demanded, "What on earth happened?" This was utterly absurd. Two Jinchuriki, elite among the elite, had suffered total annihilation, with only Bee returning gravely injured, soon to succumb to unconsciousness. The negotiations with the Hidden Stone Village had effectively collapsed, with Inoki departing without so much as a word, his cold demeanor indicating his intentions. "Brother." Bee looked feebly at the fourth Raikage, his face a mask of frustration and dread. "Bee." The fourth Raikage was filled with a furious wrath, wishing nothing more than to storm into the Hidden Leaf Village, wreak havoc, and dismantle the entire place in his fury. Regrettably, he cannot, for behind the village of Yuin, there lurks the village of Awagakure, ever poised to strike from the shadows. As the esteemed Raikage, he must contemplate matters from the perspective of the village. "Brother." That boy's techniques are quite peculiar. Observing his sworn brother, Killer Bee hesitated momentarily before divulging the intelligence he possessed. unrelated to chakra, yet capable of enhancing both perception and combat prowess. His strength is astoundingly formidable. These are all the insights Killer Bee could offer. Our assessments have consistently been misguided. The greatest threat is not Uchiha Shursui, but rather a seemingly youthful child. He wields but a single technique, yet none can withstand it. Chapter 59, Izumi, Torian. Have you no decency? Time to head home. Izumi exclaimed loudly, gazing at the ever-approaching Konoha, a surge of uncontainable joy swelling within. At last, the mission is complete. Itachi smiled genuinely. After all, he is still a child. Despite his prodigious talents, he exhibits some juvenile behaviors when faced with such circumstances. In contrast to the initial trio, their return now boasts a grand assembly. Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by a reinforcement squad, joined the returning contingent. Their position was somewhat awkward, having hastily arrived to assist, only to find themselves unable to contribute and now preparing to leave once more. Yet, witnessing his son's growth and notable achievements brought Fugaku immense satisfaction. Kakashi remained his usual self, languid yet no longer despondent. The events concerning Obito and Rin lingered in his heart, but he would not forget his new comrades. This marked a transformation for Kakashi during this mission. Hyuga Hayashi also returned, as he needed to personally report to the Hokage regarding the recent border skirmishes. Only Shursui wandered the streets, his face betraying a profound sense of loss. He was originally sent as an assassin to eliminate Izumi, who had exceeded Master Torian's control. Yet, he refrained from striking, failing even to engage in a battle, and instead, he unwittingly accompanied Izumi to the battlefield to fulfill his mission. This was truly disheartening. Shursui now grappled with how to explain to Master Torian his acquiescence to Izumi's plan, how he had allied with Izumi to complete the task, and how he fought valiantly on the battlefield. Shursui still wore a bewildered expression. Do not overthink it. Torian has my teacher, Minato Namikaze, backing me. Izumi suddenly approached and patted Shursui on the shoulder. You and Itachi share a common flaw, an inclination to overthink. Though, I suppose I am guilty of that as well. After an exhaustive discourse, Shursui felt overwhelmed and resolved to refrain from excessive contemplation for the time being. As for the little girl who kept glancing back, Izumi had little inclination to concern himself with her. He granted her the most basic treatment, ensuring the humane treatment of captives. While personal sentiments regarding the captive were entirely beyond his considerations. After all, contemplating such matters would yield no resolution. Could one simply allow a captive to return home? In the present day, the village hidden in the clouds has undoubtedly ceased its trivial pursuits, especially now that the Jinchuriki has been apprehended. Unless the village wishes to forfeit the two tails, compliance is imperative. The tailed beasts vanish for a time following the demise of their Jinchuriki, only to reappear randomly in some corner of the world, a situation decidedly unfavorable for the Cloud Village. They certainly do not desire their precious tailed beast to inexplicably manifest in another ninja village, leaving the question of whether it would be returned hanging in the balance. Thus, Ichin and his companions returned to the village hidden in the leaves with the Jinchuriki in tow, unperturbed. Welcome home. From a distance, the grand entrance of Konoha came into view, adorned with a large banner and a throng of eager faces. The foremost figure caused a collective gasp among the crowd. Clad in a crimson conical hat and a flowing red cloak, it was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze himself, who had come personally to greet them. Ichin stepped forward, and Minato warmly patted him on the shoulder, expressing heartfelt gratitude. You have successfully completed the mission. I truly appreciate it. The slight tremor in his voice evoked a profound emotional response in Ichin, a sensation he had scarcely experienced before his journey to this world, and only felt again in the company of Akane. In that moment of reflection, Ichin contemplated whether he might not harbor such disdain for the village hidden in the leaves and the will of fire after all. Perhaps it was merely certain individuals who exploited this ideology to further their own ambitions that he detested. Who does not yearn for a harmonious society where mutual understanding prevails? Meanwhile, the captured Jinchuriki observed this scene with surprise. It was astonishing that the Hokage would personally welcome such a group. Was he not supposed to embody the detached leader? A leader who is both humble and capable is always well received, irrespective of the faction they belong to. However, the warm exchange was abruptly interrupted by an irksome voice. Ichin's peripheral vision caught sight of the familiar figure, Danzo Shimura. Not only him, but also Mito Yaman, Kotetsuke Rin, and the exasperated Sarutobi Hizashi flanking them. Ichin shook his head, unwilling to engage with this assembly. Turning back to Minato, he resumed their conversation. Ichin, Danzo escalated his volume, his demeanor shifting to one of authority. Yes? Ichin turned his gaze upon Danzo. In this moment, Danzo appeared somewhat more human than his portrayal in the original narrative, though only marginally so. With Orochimaru's experiments underway, it was unlikely that Danzo would remain docile. Perhaps he had already been subjected to relevant experiments? Ichin's mood plummeted, akin to the dismay of being informed that despite the absence of summer homework, one would still be required to attend online classes throughout the break. Speak plainly, and spare me the theatrics as if you were owed a fortune. Inevitably, Ichin cast a disdainful glance at him. With a suppressed chuckle, Yumu could no longer contain his amusement, letting out a laugh. Tuan Zin's expression faltered, the veins on his forehead bulging. Had it not been for the multitude present, he would have relished the opportunity to subdue Ichin with force. Audacious, came the rasping voice of an elderly woman. Ichin, as a ninja of Konoha, it is your duty. Do not presume that a mere hint of achievement grants you the right to arrogance. Remember humility and refrain from living off past glories. Tuan Zin Xiaochun frowned, seemingly intent on delivering a long-winded speech akin to that of a leader. A sharp metallic sound rang out as Ichin's blade was now poised against Tuan Zin Xiaochun's throat. Arrogance? Living off past achievements? Are you certain you are not speaking of yourselves? Ichin was almost amused by the absurdity. Who among you dares to criticize the fourth Hokage, relying on the credentials forged during the era of the second Hokage? Who exploits the merits earned during the second Great Ninja War for personal gain? It is a joke, it is you. The thief cries out, stop the thief. Ichin's face was a portrait of contempt. Chapter 60. Do you require an explanation? No one anticipated the sudden eruption of conflict. Ichin's companions appeared somewhat anxious, while Fugaku's expression was a tapestry of complexity. Logically, internal strife among the upper echelons would be something he, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, would welcome. Yet, he harbored concerns for the boy before him. After all, he was a friend of Itachi, and any trouble would bode ill for both Itachi and the clan. Shui stood frozen, astonished, to dare act against the Hokage's advisor? Ichin sheathed his blade, wearing an air of disdain. Nirvana slash. Come and witness your esteemed apprentice. Tuan Zin Xiaochun's face turned ashen, trembling as she addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Her statement, however, was not entirely accurate. Minato was Hiruzen's apprentice, while Ichin was Minato's disciple. In other words, one might argue that Ichin was a great-grand disciple? Perhaps. But he cared little for such formalities. Hiruzen exhaled, his eyes widening. He genuinely did not anticipate such an outcome. Yet, he was at a loss for how to proceed. To his knowledge, Ichin was a child who spoke his mind and, when enraged, would not hesitate to confront with a blade. All right, Hiruzen sighed. Ichin, you are a hero of great renown, yet Tuan Zin Xiaochun's teachings are not without merit. There is no need to escalate matters. Both of you are ninjas of Konoha, and Konoha's people should not fight amongst themselves. The preceding lengthy admonitions are omitted for brevity. In critical moments, it is essential for someone to step forward and mediate. Hiruzen offered reassurances to both parties, and Ichin nonchalantly shrugged. Although Tuan Zin Xiaochun felt a twinge of indignation, seeing her senior brother play peacemaker, she ultimately conceded. Ichin shook his head, reflecting that he had not intended to stir trouble. However, certain elders, in their misguided arrogance, were simply intolerable. In a previous life, I was plagued by the incessant troubles caused by you wretches, yet felt utterly powerless. Now, do you truly believe I cannot bring you to account? Ichin expressed his disbelief. If you genuinely embody the will of fire, I would accept your criticisms if I erred at a theoretical level or in certain aspects. However, nitpicking over manners is utterly absurd. Ichin turned away, preparing to return home. Yes, home. He now comprehended that the individuals brandishing the banner of the will of fire while engaging in actions contrary to it were not merely a handful in Konoha, but a considerable multitude. Those who genuinely practiced the will of fire were, in fact, a minority. Thus, the current Konoha village hardly deserved to be called the village that Senju Hashirama painstakingly established. Given that the nation lacked a sense of belonging, Ichin resolved to visit his home. A place where family like Hongdo, brothers such as Itachi, and a beloved like Shien resided was indeed home. With a casual gesture, Itachi and Yuki followed him without hesitation, particularly Yuki, who was immensely satisfied with the performance. The The sight of the Hokage personally welcoming the great contributors of Konoha was indeed moving, yet the subsequent antics of the old-timers were comically absurd, resembling a heartwarming situational comedy. Yuki was so pleased that she nearly leaped up to applaud. However, she could never have anticipated the ensuing horror. "Stop, Icheng!" An aged voice interrupted his strides once more. As Danzo stepped forward, his tone resolute and unyielding. "Leave the two tails, Jinchuriki." Yuki involuntarily shuddered. Which young girl would willingly be taken away by an old man? Was this not preposterous? Instinctively, she stepped back, aligning herself with Icheng. Icheng, with a grim expression, advanced a step, confronting Shimura Danzo's equally somber visage, his eyes brimming with unprecedented rage and resentment. "What do you intend to do?" Icheng seethed, his face darkening. "First, you attempted an assassination while I was on a mission, and now you come to seize my spoils?" Upon mentioning spoils, Yuki's face flickered with discomfort, glancing at Danzo and the surrounding crowd, her expression one of helplessness. Weighing the lesser of two evils, spoils are spoils. Icheng finally grasped why such unwarranted elements had infiltrated the welcoming ceremony. It was all aimed at the Two Tails. Good heavens! News of my capture of the Two Tails Jinchuriki had reached Konoha, prompting these old relics to set their sights upon it. This indeed aligned with that man's character. Icheng scoffed softly. "I warn you, Shimura Danzo." Icheng retreated a few steps, drawing close enough to unleash his blade. "Only those who regard Konoha as home and contribute to it have the right to claim it as their own. What I possess, should I choose to offer it to you, is merely a loan, not yours to take. If I refuse, then it shall forever remain beyond your grasp. If you force me to give, then I shall ensure you pay the price." With these words, Icheng no longer restrained his murderous intent and intimidation. His sharp, piercing gaze radiated an aura of high threat. Shimura Danzo opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. "Sensei Minato." Icheng turned to face the awkwardly flustered Namikaze Minato. "Your acceptance of me as your disciple has spared me a considerable amount of unnecessary trouble, for which I am truly grateful, and that is why I undertook this mission. Today, your personal presence to welcome me brings me great joy. It is a mark of respect. My ability to restrain myself from inflicting harm is also a courtesy to you. After all, you are the leader of Konoha and should learn to restrain your subordinates from abusing the power bestowed by the village for personal gain." The sight of Hashirama's son on the front lines, and Asuma merely smoking, is quite distasteful. With that, Icheng elegantly tossed his long, flowing black hair, which, while not deemed long by girls, appeared excessively so to boys, and departed with nonchalance. He left behind a bewildered crowd. Tika Kamachi had yet to recover from her earlier shock, while Mito Minyin gazed at the scene with a look of disbelief. Shimura Danzo was reluctant, and Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a face of astonishment tinged with envy. The group exchanged glances, rendered speechless for a moment. After a brief pause, the still-dazed Namikaze Minato finally spoke, turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just regained his composure. "I require an explanation." Chapter 61. I see now. It's quite all right, I understand. In the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Minato remained expressionless. Gradually, he approached Danzo's side. Raising his head, his trembling shoulders betrayed the immense anger boiling within him. This was the first time Hiruzen had witnessed Minato so incensed. Normally, Minato would merely smile wryly or display mild dissatisfaction. Who had ever seen him so furious? Minato was indeed seething with rage. He finally comprehended why Shursui had inexplicably appeared in this squad and why Icheng had harbored such disdain for Danzo. It was all a result of Danzo's own folly. "Did you lay hands on Icheng?" Minato coldly queried Danzo, his voice strained with suppressed fury. Danzo, unflinching, maintained his usual demeanor. Indeed, Minato suddenly felt as if he had been played for a fool. They had clearly established that Konoha ninjas would not engage one another in combat, that the people of Konoha were inheritors of the will of fire. Yet here they were. He had assumed the enemy lurked within, only to find that the adversary was right in the command center. The crushing sense of betrayal shattered his faith, igniting an extraordinary rage within Namikaze Minato, but after reaching the pinnacle of his fury, he appeared eerily calm. Minato smiled. "Do you not think you owe me an explanation as well?" With a sardonic grin, Minato stood there, his golden hair exuding the lethal aura typically reserved for the battlefield. An explanation? Shimura Danzo was somewhat taken aback, clearly never having anticipated that Minato Namikaze would pose such a question to him. After a moment of contemplation, He shrugged his shoulders and resorted to his tried-and-true rhetoric. My actions are all for the village. That boy could betray us at any moment. And the two tails can only be utilized effectively if entrusted to the village. This line of reasoning might deceive some, but it would certainly not fool Minato Namikaze. Minato let out a few derisive chuckles. The village, established by the people of Konoha, must stand in accordance with their interests. If the village itself contravenes the welfare of its inhabitants, what purpose does its existence serve? The first Hokage entrusted the village and the will of fire to you. Yet this is the outcome. My heart aches in despair. Shaking his head, Minato restored his initial warm smile. Nevertheless, all of this belongs to the past. With a shrug, he continued, let us not dwell on previous matters. Now, in the name of the Hokage, I hereby declare the root and the council of Konoha disbanded, effective immediately. As soon as the words left his lips, the room erupted in uproar. How dare you? The scars etched in Danzo's face trembled with fury, his features twisted in ire. Minato Namikaze, mind your tone. Both Mito Kazumi and Tsunade exclaimed in unison. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared genuinely astonished, seemingly at a loss for words. Minato shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to fear? He then stepped forward, stating, the leader of Konoha is the Hokage. You have all earned your accolades on the battlefield, and I respect your status as venerable heroes. However, Konoha has endured several ninja world wars, and many have matched your accomplishments. Do not presume that your status as the Hokage's disciples grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Izumi is also my pupil. With that, Minato flicked his cloak. The bold characters of fourth Hokage clearly visible. Turning to face Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always regarded him as a mere puppet and successor, he continued, Third Hokage. I hold you in high esteem as a hero of the first great ninja war and the master of the previous Hokage and Jiraiya-sensei. However, please understand that your respect is derived solely from this. With that, Minato swept away. Meanwhile, Izumi strolled homeward, followed somewhat bashfully yet helplessly by Yumino. After a moment of hesitation, Yumino finally spoke up. Thank you. The last few syllables were nearly inaudible. What are you thanking me for? Izumi turned back to savor the flustered yet proud expression on Yumino's face. It was now just the two of them on this road. As Itachi and the others had already returned to their clan, and Kakashi had gone to attend to his mentor. Yumino stammered. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, that old man clearly isn't a good person. Izumi shrugged, as long as you understand. It's best to keep your distance from such individuals. With that, Izumi continued ahead, and Yumino hurried to catch up. As a captive, she was not restrained by various bindings, nor was her chakra sealed. She even retained her ability to move, albeit under the watchful gaze of Icheng. At least, for her, that was sufficiently favorable. Nevertheless, the fate of captives is often tragic. It was best to remain by Icheng's side for now. Spoils are merely spoils, after all. Yomu wore an expression of resignation. Icheng shrugged, having never contemplated handing Yomu over to anyone else. In the blink of an eye, Icheng had arrived home. As he pushed open the door and stepped inside, a figure leaped forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace before he could utter a word. Hondo clung to Icheng fiercely, offering him no respite. This mission was unlike any before. It was fraught with peril, and Hondo was deeply concerned for Icheng's safety. Enveloped in her embrace, Icheng felt not only her care but also something else, like the essence of her name, the crimson of her being. Ahem, Yomu coughed a few times, shattering the awkwardness. You are. Hondo hesitated, gazing at Yomu. I am Icheng's. Yomu's cheeks flushed instantly, causing Hondo's expression to shift. Oh, I see. It's quite all right. I understand, Hondo said, her gaze on Yomu revealing an unspoken understanding. What do you mean by you understand? Yomu was certain Hondo had misunderstood. Yet no amount of explanation would alter Hondo's expression. Whatever, Yomu sighed internally. It's better than directly telling her I'm his trophy, right? Reclining on the lazy couch, munching on potato chips and colorful dumplings while listening to Hondo's sporadic chatter, Icheng felt that this was indeed his home. After a prolonged period of battle, it was nice to indulge occasionally. Icheng sat there, lost in thought. Chapter 62. You still have a chance, oh my foolish Odo. Hondo suddenly turned her gaze to Icheng, her meaningful look sending a shiver down his spine. The unexpected presence of a girl in the house, particularly one who was quite attractive, stirred an inexplicable excitement within Hondo. Hey, tell me, who is this girl to you? Hondo blinked innocently, her expression somewhat lecherous. reminiscent of a lecherous uncle fixated on a beautiful girl. At last, my little brother has grown up and knows to bring girls home. It seems our Yashirashi clan's expansion is just around the corner. Though she lamented that her brother did not wish to carry on their surname. Oh, my foolish Anchan. What exactly do you wish to convey? Iching opened his eyes in exasperation, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Every time Hondo brought up this topic, Iching couldn't help but think of Itachi. Are you perhaps looking to emulate Itachi and wipe out an entire clan? You are the sole member of the Yashirashi clan. After all, that is not your line to say. Hey, Red Bean leaned in closer, casting a sidelong glance at Yumu, and inquired, is she your girlfriend? Iching wore an expression of helplessness. Even if you want to say it, you needn't be so direct. Your voice is rather loud, you know. Even the inhabitants of Earth could hear you. Iching gently patted Red Bean's shoulder. Not at all. She is merely a lowly I brought back from Unveiling Village. A girlfriend is quite different from a captured lowly. Even in literature, they hold distinct meanings. One requires tender care and indulgence, while the other only necessitates the most basic of treatment. Upon hearing this, Yumu was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Suddenly, she felt that it might have been better to seek out an eccentric old man for research instead. Yumu found herself on the verge of tears. It was her first experience with such a straightforward rejection. It was amusing, as during her years in Unveiling Village, she had received her fair share of confessions. You know, I haven't even complained about your shortcomings yet, she thought. It seems that Xia Hong still has a chance. Red Bean maintained that enigmatic smile, nodding at Iching. What is going on? To say it so openly in public. What is this situation? Yumu endured a second blow to her pride. After this brief interlude, the atmosphere at home swiftly returned to normal. If only another character like Mitsuki Shien could join the conversation, it would be even more perfect. Unfortunately, the young girl seemed to be still at the ninja academy, persistently pursuing her duties and following in Iching's footsteps. In response, Iching could only lower his head and sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, if one sets their ultimate goal to surpass someone else, they are likely to forever live in that person's shadow, at best achieving a state of mere equivalence. Iching? A golden flash streaked through the air, and a familiar figure suddenly appeared within the home of the Yushin family. It was Minato. Iching looked at Minato, somewhat puzzled. Minato-sensei? Is something the matter? Minato seemed equally perplexed. Are you all right? He had come specifically to check on Iching's well-being, worried that Iching might be packing to escape with Yushin Red Bean. Not to mention the significant loss it would cause Konoha if a talent like him was lured away by another village. All of Minato's prior efforts to safeguard his achievements would be rendered futile. Moreover, based on his understanding of Iching, Minato was convinced that Iching was indeed capable of such actions. Fortunately, matters had not yet deteriorated to the worst possible scenario. Minato approached Iching and patted his shoulder. I am relieved that you're fine. I was merely concerned for your situation. Observing Iching, Red Bean, and the nearby lowly, who radiated joy and enthusiasm, mingling harmoniously, Minato suddenly felt that Iching was quite amiable towards his own. Yet, regrettably, not everyone could become the own person in Iching's eyes. Minato shook his head, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, Iching, would you assist me in managing the Umbu? A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Both Yumurin and Hondo were nearly left speechless by such remarks from Watergate. Suddenly, it occurred to me that the Sankai Dango shop was having a sale today, and I decided to purchase some. Recognizing the situation, Hondo wisely took her leave, not wishing to be entangled in any future incidents that might implicate her. I haven't heard any news. I haven't heard any news at all, Hondo mused as her footsteps quickened. Yumurin stood by, even more astonished. Is this how things are typically handled in the Hidden Leaf Village? This young boy possesses formidable abilities, and his disdainful, violent demeanor indeed suits the role of an Umbu. Yet, how can he be so young? He appears younger than I am, yet he has been thrust directly into the Umbu ranks? The fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, a name earned by treading upon the corpses of countless Hidden Cloud Village ninjas. Yumurin had heard of him before, but his manner of handling affairs was truly eye-opening. Iching stood frozen in place, and the room descended into an eerie stillness, reminiscent of students chatting quietly during a self-study session without a teacher. Iching was momentarily dazed, as thoughts of the Umbu captain flooded his mind. It seemed there were only 3 such captains in the Hidden Leaf Village. One was Sarutobi Hizashi during the era of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Another was Shimura Danzo, prior to the formal separation of the Umbu and Root, and the last was the man who once wore half of the Hokage's sleeve, Kakashi Hatake. Since Kakashi had been mercilessly criticized and subsequently faded from view, the position of Umbu captain had remained vacant. This was a position of immense power, yet also one that posed a significant threat to both the Hokage and the myriad politicians in the Hidden Leaf Village. Just imagine, as the only standing army of the village, primarily tasked with intelligence gathering and the assassination of political adversaries, how much influence could be wielded, and how many matters must pass through his hands. However, Iching had no desire to be too close to the center of power. Firstly, he lacked the capability. Secondly, he could not bear to witness the sordid affairs and was uncertain whether he could maintain his integrity if he became part of it. Thus, it was better to keep a prudent distance. Seeing the expression on Iching's face, Minato understood what he was about to say. Iching, don't be so quick to refuse. Minato maintained his warm, inviting smile. Chapter 63, A Complete Resolution. Don't be hasty in your rejection. The smile of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, remained reassuring. Iching, do you know what I've been working on lately? As Hokage, I am constantly analyzing the village's circumstances. My initial ambition was to turn the tide single-handedly and usher in the peace and understanding that Lord Hashirama longed for throughout the ninja world. However, upon ascending to this position, I realized just how absurd the reality is compared to my initial ideals. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, seemed to engage in self-deprecation while also indulging in casual conversation. I perceived the dilemma as being tenfold more formidable than my own abilities, compelling me to exert greater effort in honing my skills to resolve it. Yet, in reality, the crux of the issue lay within myself. To fundamentally address the predicament, my disappearance would be a requisite condition. However, should I vanish from this world, no one would be left to tackle the problems at hand. Furthermore, the lack of available personnel, the duplicity of grassroots workers, and the bureaucratic buck-passing among various institutions exacerbated Minato's distress. In the face of such monumental challenges, the only reliable ally at his side was Kakashi Hatake. Nevertheless, Kakashi himself had been deeply affected by the deaths of Rin and Obito, rendering him incapable of undertaking tasks that required meticulous planning. From an initial fervor to a gradual despondency, one could only wonder what tribulations Minato had endured along his journey. Sighing, he decided to shift the tone of the conversation to something more uplifting. With a wry smile, he seated himself beside Izumi. Today, I disbanded the advisory council and the Root organization. What? This revelation left Izumi momentarily taken aback. What was happening? This was a storyline that had never appeared in the original narrative. The young son, Minato, had confronted the so-called King of Pots, the future fifth Hokage, and even the two members of the advisory council had faced repercussions. Minato's sudden assertiveness surprised Izumi, but it was also a reflection of Izumi's own influence. The audacious and unrestrained nature of Izumi rekindled a spark of hope within Minato. If such a child, not yet 10, could exhibit such courage, why should he, on the verge of 30, continue to cower? With newfound determination and resolve etched upon his face, he continued, initially, I intended to focus solely on my responsibilities and place my hopes upon my child. At this, Izumi raised an eyebrow. His previous life as parents often uttered similar sentiments, lamenting what they could have achieved had they acted differently in their youth. You brought me into this world to fulfill your aspirations. So must I bear the weight of your desires. What do you take me for? A mere emotionless wish-granting machine. Even the genie in Aladdin's lamp had his own temper. What am I? Such thoughts always ignited a sense of indignation within Izumi. However, Minato shifted his tone to one of seriousness, stating, before me, there were certainly predecessors who harbored similar notions. The cycle of generations endlessly placing hopes upon their descendants can only lead to perpetual regret. If I entertain such thoughts, and my child adopts the same mindset, how long will it take to remedy these issues? His words illuminated Izumi's gaze. Indeed, this was the essence of the matter. The older generation often thought, I have accomplished so much, the remaining burdens can surely be handled by the next generation. Conversely, the younger generation reflected, the elders have done so much yet neglected these crucial matters. There must be a reason for that. Such an infinite loop could only result in gradual decline. Senju Hashirama contemplated the notion that his demise might foster mutual understanding and trust throughout the ninja world. Yet, Scarcely had he passed away when Senju Tobarama commenced implementing a stringent regime. In the original narrative, Minato Namikaze, imbued with faith and hope, sealed away the Nine Tails and departed alongside Kushina. Consequently, Naruto grew up being regarded as the embodiment of the demon fox, enduring a lifetime under the cold gaze of others. Meanwhile, the orphanage's pharmacist, Kabuto, had a caretaker who was none other than the enigmatic Orochimaru. To be fair, whether it be Senju Hashirama or the amalgamation of his ideals in Uzumaki Naruto, neither achieved perfection. Their fates invariably culminated in death and the cessation of governance. Once either Hashirama or Naruto meets their end, chaos is destined to resurface, awaiting the next incarnation of Ashura, perpetuating the cycle ad infinitum. Izumi's perspective was to provide a more profound interpretation of the will of fire, guiding the people of Konoha on how to navigate the future, thereby enabling Minato and himself to resolve issues autonomously thereafter. If one wishes to alter this reality, why not commence at this very moment? Gazing into the distance, Minato expressed his thoughts, having pondered deeply, revealing his innermost feelings without reservation. Throughout this discourse, Izumi remained a silent listener, withholding his own views. Just as Minato believed he was speaking to an unresponsive audience, Izumi finally spoke. You need only to exert your utmost effort to transform this flawed world, and then impart the essence of the will of fire to future generations. In time, this world shall manifest as you envision. As long as someone comprehends the core tenets of the will of fire, regardless of the distance or duration, they shall become your disciples. If they can grasp its entirety, they shall embody you. Izumi recalled the plethora of uplifting words he had penned in a past life essay. However, whereas the previous endeavor had been for the sake of grades, this time it stemmed from the heart. A glimmer of hope appeared in Minato's eyes. So, does that mean you agree? With a charming smile, Izumi remained ambiguous, continuing, do you comprehend why, when Senju Hashirama founded Konoha from scratch, the village flourished so vibrantly? Yet now even your various reform measures as Hokage cannot be fully implemented? Minato, puzzled, was about to retort when Izumi pressed on. It is because your adversaries are far more formidable than you perceive. Squashing a single cockroach does not resolve the issue. The presence of one signifies a multitude lurking unseen. Only by exterminating all existing cockroaches and eradicating the conditions that foster their proliferation can the problem be addressed. Minato grew increasingly perplexed. Izumi rose and retrieved the katana hanging on the wall. What I mean to say is that Danzo and the Advisory Council are merely superficial entities. At their core, they represent the historical Hokages and those under their protection, alongside the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, who disdain our attempts at elevation as commoners. Merely abolishing the root organization in name is utterly ineffective. With that, Izumi brandished the sword and performed a gesture of respect typically reserved for the Hokage. Chapter 64. The dawn of transformation. At the moment when I-Ching performed his bow, Mizukaze realized his objective had been achieved. After conversing extensively with I-Ching, he had finally attained the desired outcome. An exhilarating rush surged within Mizukaze, only to be swiftly eclipsed by the astonishing actions of the youth before him. I-Ching, brandishing his katana, strode purposefully toward the door, seemingly intent on cleaving through the very roots of their troubles. This was untenable. Mizukaze hastily interposed himself, imploring, hold on. Your actions will surely incite considerable trouble. It dawned on him that I-Ching, in times of crisis, was the type to charge headlong into conflict. Such stubbornness of thought could lead to dire consequences. Mizukaze was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The strength of the roots was formidable, and even I-Ching might struggle to secure a decisive victory within. Moreover, if a clash erupted between the roots and the Umbu captains, it would undoubtedly sow panic and chaos throughout the village, especially since the border conflicts had yet to be resolved. Additionally, not every individual within the roots was irredeemably malevolent. Notable figures such as the boy codenamed A and Uchiha Shursui came to mind. Mizukaze intended to advocate for these individuals. Most critically, the political dynamics at play were complex. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen each wielded significant influence and power. As a newcomer to the political arena, Mizukaze lacked the capacity to confront them directly. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, he would likely intervene on behalf of the roots should Mizukaze decide to take drastic measures. This was unacceptable. Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously allowed Orochimaru to escape after dispatching a cadre of Umbu ninjas. How could he remain indifferent in the face of a friend's peril? Mizuki's had hoped to resolve matters through gentle means, yet he had not anticipated that his leniency would complicate the situation further. Following the failure of the capture operation, the internal losses within the Umbu would inevitably escalate, beyond the emotional turmoil for the families of the fallen. The mere transition of responsibilities left by the deceased would place immense strain on the Umbu's human resources. To I Ching, true compassion was never merely about compromising or yielding. It was about minimizing losses as much as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed made significant sacrifices for Konoha, maintaining a delicate equilibrium among the various factions and ensuring the village's superficial stability. On one hand, the common folk remained largely untouched by the political machinations. On the other, they were deprived of their right to participate in governance. Furthermore, should a crisis arise that even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not contain, the commoners would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions. A stark illustration of this was Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha, which had resulted in the loss of many lives. I Ching shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and glanced at the helpless expression on Wave-Wind Mizuki's face. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel," he conceded, as he returned the blade to its place upon the wall. Since Minato has expressed his intention to address the matter, it is certain that he will take action. He is not a Hokage who would intervene unless these chaotic affairs directly affect him. After all, it is no small feat for him to sever ties with a mentor over conflicts with someone as formidable as Danzo. More than these considerations, he is genuinely curious about how the Hidden Leaf Village will evolve under Minato's leadership. In the original narrative of the past, only Hashirama and later Naruto were capable of surpassing the other Hokage, and that was the extent of it. Whether Minato will emerge as a new generation Hokage who transcends all predecessors is indeed worth anticipating. Additionally, Aizu, there is another matter. After a moment of contemplation, Minato's gaze shifted towards the nearby Yui. "What do you think should be done about the Two-Tails Jinchuriki?" Yui was taken aback, eager to hear Aizu's thoughts on the matter. Ultimately, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki is still a citizen of the Cloud Village, and the Two-Tails itself holds immense significance for them. During the forthcoming negotiations, the Cloud Village will undoubtedly not relent easily, making the approach to this situation exceedingly crucial. Aizu pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "Perhaps we should simply maintain the status quo? The Cloud Village is wary of making any rash moves regarding the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, so if we keep her close at hand, we can ensure that the Cloud Village does not exert undue pressure on us for a while. However, we cannot hold her indefinitely. Otherwise, they might resort to desperate measures. In other words, as long as we periodically extend gestures of goodwill, we can guarantee that there will be no significant pressure between our Leaf Village and the Cloud Village for an extended period." Aizu's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Frankly, I am quite astonished that you would seek my opinion on this matter. To be honest, I thought you had already made up your mind." Aizu is not particularly adept at politics. He tends to find himself overwhelmed by such issues. The reason for this can be traced back to individuals from his previous life who were entrenched in bureaucratic institutions, where conversations were inundated with meaningless chatter. Regardless, the strength of the Cloud Village has already been significantly diminished during this period, with the Two-Tails Jinchuriki captured and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki injured, allowing us to breathe easy for the time being. Aizu remained remarkably composed, leaving Minato in a state of astonishment. Initially, he believed that Aizu's ability to capture the Two-Tails Jinchuriki was a matter of mere chance, but he now realizes that it was a result of a decisive confrontation. Just how formidable has Aizu become? Minato mused internally. However, while Aizu's ability to injure the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki stemmed from a direct confrontation, his capture of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki was indeed a stroke of luck during the aftermath of a battle. In comparison, the Hidden Leaf Village is continuously recuperating, whereas the Cloud Village finds itself mired in low morale and inadequate supplies. As long as we can exhaust their resources, we can ensure prolonged peace and stability. All right. Watergate nodded, understanding the situation. However, the spectator, Yomurin, was seething with rage internally. How could this individual have such a firm grip on Yunin Village? What on earth is going on in that young head? With no other recourse, Yomurin shot a discreet glare at I Ching. "Prepare yourself for the report." Watergate gestured as he departed. Chapter 65. The Eve of Transformation. How outrageous. Danzo slammed his fist on the table, rising in exasperation as he vented to his longtime friend. Does Watergate truly believe he is the Hokage? At that moment, Danzo's expression was so contorted it was almost unrecognizable. An embodiment of grim frustration that even Sarutobi Hiruzen could only shake his head at. He indeed is the Hokage. Sarutobi exhaled a large plume of smoke. Contemplating deeply on the way back from the gates of Konoha, he reflected on the impulsive I Ching, who would draw a blade at the slightest provocation, and Watergate, who would not yield an inch when pushed to his limits. Times have undeniably changed. The existence of the root, which theoretically should not exist, along with the status of the Uchiha clan, presented a myriad of conflicts that could no longer remain concealed. Danzo felt that this puppet Hokage had no right to exert pressure on him. Yet, Sarutobi sighed, acknowledging that the current circumstances had spiraled beyond his control. Raising his gaze to Danzo, he pondered whether, had he reacted a moment slower in the past, the position of Hokage might have been handed to Danzo instead. Would everything have unfolded differently? Danzo, my old comrade, Sarutobi mused internally, his thoughts drifting back to the tumultuous times of years past. The bittersweet smile of Senju Tobarama lingered in his memory. After occupying the Hokage seat for decades, perhaps it was time for a change. Sarutobi offered solace to Danzo. You should entrust everything to the younger generation now. The fact that his longtime friend was unwilling to assist him in this moment only fueled Danzo's ire. Not even you will help me? Sarutobi, you have changed. Danzo stepped forward, his eyes brimming with confusion and resentment. I have never changed, Sarutobi replied, setting aside his pipe. It is you, Danzo, my old friend, who has transformed. He could scarcely fathom when the man, once devoted to the future of Konoha, became an ambitious schemer. Resuming his pipe, Sarutobi remarked, I never anticipated that you would turn against I Ching. He was aware of Danzo's clandestine dealings, yet he never expected such a blatant overreach. Changed? Have I? Danzo, recognizing the mix of bewilderment and resignation in Sarutobi's gaze, let out a self-deprecating laugh. Indeed, I have changed, I have changed. A fierce hue flashed briefly in Danzo's eyes. I have changed so much, what was it all for? Sarutobi, have you forgotten what our master once said? Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami were all students of Senju Tobarama, while Mito Gate Kinzuya, Tisaka Kamatsu, and a certain inexplicably fallen minor character were students of Senju Hashirama. Danzo could not fathom why his classmate had diverged so dramatically from their teacher. A steadfast adherence to complacency and concession will not yield peace. It is only by ensuring the existence of shadows that light may shine. This assertion was indelibly etched in the young Danzo's heart. From that moment, he resolved to be a guardian of Konoha's light amidst the darkness. However, this classmate seemed to harbor a different perspective, persistently striving to maintain a balance among various factions. Such maintenance and compromise would eventually culminate in a cataclysmic eruption of conflict, reminiscent of the war that erupted following Hashirama's demise. This was the immutable truth imparted to Danzo by Tobarama. Danzo held firmly to these beliefs, dedicating his life to their practice. Danzo, you possess many thoughts. Much like I do, yet I am no longer Hokage. The implication in Sarutobi Hizashi's words was unmistakable. I may allow you to stir the shadows. But Minato is a different matter altogether. With Minato adopting a more assertive stance, he would undoubtedly not let matters rest. Gazing into Danzo's eyes, Hizashi could only offer a final warning. The most prudent course of action now would be to formally disband Root in obedience to Minato's orders. Danzo was taken aback that even his old friend would adopt such a demeanor, the murderous intent in his gaze intensifying. Very well, then so be it. Danzo's clenched fists suddenly relaxed, a cold chuckle escaping his lips as he declared, Root will be disbanded soon. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's territory, Fugaku had taken an unusual respite from his multitude of duties to focus on spending time with Mikoto and Itachi. Mikoto was nearing her time, and he could not afford to be far from her side. Even if not for safety concerns, Fugaku felt compelled to be present for Mikoto and their impending child. Itachi remained by Mikoto's side, gently placing his small hand on her prominent belly. Hey, our little brother is about to be born. Itachi's expression was endearing, prompting a smile from Mikoto. Are you so sure it's a brother? Mikoto, of course, already knew the child was male, but had never disclosed this to Itachi. Yes, absolutely. It must be a brother. Itachi's gaze held a hint of resolve, as if something had brushed against his forbidden thoughts. For a brief moment, even the typically stoic Fugaku allowed a smile to grace his features. A new child, a new hope. Fugaku could scarcely recall the last time he had genuinely gathered with his family in such a manner. Between the myriad tasks within the clan, maintaining public order, and recently leading men to the battlefield, life had been overwhelmingly busy. Occasionally, such moments of leisure are an extravagant indulgence for Fuyuki. Shaking his head to cast aside work and tasks, he earnestly contemplated the future of his child. What name would suit this child? Fuyuki mused aloud, stroking his chin. Seeing him in such contemplation, Mikoto couldn't help but chuckle. "What's the matter?" Fuyuki inquired, his expression one of bewilderment, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Hey, Oto-san. Mother has already decided on a name for the child," Itachi remarked, somewhat exasperated. "Surely, even Izumi-san wouldn't forget such an important matter?" "Oh, is that so?" Fuyuki replied, his face tinged with embarrassment. "Am I not to partake in such a significant decision as naming?" "Father, how could you? Every time Mother seeks you, you merely evade her with your tasks. You spend less time with her than I do with Izumi-san." Itachi's eyes sparkled with mild discontent. Chapter 66. Captain. It has arrived. The route has disbanded? Upon receiving the news, Shursui was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated such a development. "Indeed," Izumi nodded, "therefore, you are now under my command." According to Minato, after the dissolution of Root, all its members were integrated into the Umbu. As one of the more formidable representatives, Shursui was naturally assigned directly to Izumi's side. Now, Shursui was a member of Izumi's team. However, Izumi was aware that this was merely a facade. In the original narrative, following the extermination of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen had forcibly commanded Danzo to disband Root, yet it had never been fully dismantled. If Danzo were truly obedient enough to completely dissolve Root, that would indeed be peculiar. As he savored a string of Dango, Izumi revealed none of the thoughts that should remain unsaid. "Listen, Shursui-san, you must understand, from this day forth, you belong to me." "Huh?" Itachi nearly spat out the Dango in his mouth. "What do you mean you belong to you?" Such words can easily lead to misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Shursui remained equally perplexed. "What I mean is, you now belong to the Umbu, and I am the captain of the Umbu," Izumi stated calmly after swallowing the last morsel of Dango. "What?" Shursui's expression almost dropped in disbelief. Kakashi, having already received the news, appeared rather composed. However, he foresaw the potential challenges that might arise. A mere youth sitting in such a high position would undoubtedly incite discontent among his subordinates. Though his accomplishments were noteworthy and his reputation formidable, this very prominence could breed jealousy, ultimately leading to a stronger backlash. The question remained whether Izumi could manage this cohort of subordinates effectively. After Izumi had explained his position repeatedly, Shursui finally grasped the implication. "So, I am to be under your command from now on." "Indeed. And you shall become a member of our team." As Iching spoke, he had already finished the second skewer of colorful dumplings in his hand. This was, indeed, good news, at least for Shursui. It signified that he would no longer be compelled to carry out tasks he vehemently opposed under Danzo's command. Nor would he have to draw his blade against his comrades for the sake of what was deemed the village's interests. After relinquishing these burdens, Shursui found an unexpected sense of lightness. "By the way, Iching, when do you plan to formally take over the Umbu?" Kakashi inquired suddenly. "There is no rush." Iching waved his hand dismissively. "I still believe we should first contemplate a political reform within the Umbu." "Political reform?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow, his expression laden with skepticism. "Are you not already conspicuous enough? Your ascension has already caused discontent among many. Now you wish to alter things even further? It would be astonishing if they didn't seek to undermine you." Yet, Iching remained unfazed. Having resolved to manage the Umbu, in order to support Minato's transformation, he felt compelled to see it through to the end. As for the direction of the reform, Iching had already formulated his thoughts. "Kakashi, what is your experience like within the Umbu?" Kakashi paused, bewildered. "What do you mean?" Iching shook his head. "Do you not experience any sense of belonging or honor? When witnessing the successful completion of various missions, do you not feel a tinge of pride?" Kakashi's expression turned even more perplexed. "Are you mocking me?" "The Umbu. What is the Umbu?" "It is an assassination special forces unit, engaging in work that must remain in the shadows. What relevance do belonging and honor have in this context? Is this not a jest?" Iching shook his head once more. "No, I merely find the operational logic of the Umbu rather peculiar. You see, while the Umbu was initially established for assassination, its duties encompass far more than that, do they not? Reconnaissance, interrogation, and the protection of important figures. Each of these is crucial for the welfare of Konoha. Yet, look at you. You derive no sense of belonging or honor from it. However, you are all heroes of Konoha. How can this be acceptable? In just a few words, Iching had plunged Kakashi into a sea of self-doubt. Indeed, we engage in work that must remain concealed. Heroes are deprived of the honors they deserve, forced to persist in an environment of oppression and fear. This is inherently unjust. Is it not? Kakashi was taken aback. Indeed, upon reflection, it does seem somewhat unfair, but what can be done about it? Can you conceive of a viable solution? Iching, observing the look in Kakashi's eyes, understood his thoughts. After a brief smile, he replied, "Though I possess no immediate solutions, I will contemplate how to alter this reality. I shall ensure that every ninja in the Anbu takes pride in being a part of it," Iching declared loudly, standing firmly in place. This surprised Kakashi somewhat. Iching's thought processes were always so unique, often leading him to contemplate the most extraordinary ideas. Itachi listened quietly, subtly nodding in agreement. Although he was uncertain of Izumi's intentions, he held unwavering faith in her capabilities. After all, Izumi had never betrayed his trust. After some time, Izumi and her companions completed their training for the day. As she strolled along the bustling street, a refreshing breeze caressed her skin. With arms outstretched, she reveled in this fleeting moment of tranquility. From Itachi, she learned that Sasuke would soon be born. If that were the case, Naruto's arrival would likely follow closely behind. Then would come the tumult of the Nine Tails, a formidable trial that loomed ahead. Even Izumi found herself questioning her own competence. Surviving flawlessly was one thing. Saving more lives was another matter entirely. This was the sentiment that currently enveloped her. In the original narrative, the reincarnated Ashura and Indra, Naruto and Sasuke, would engage in a melodramatic saga of love and conflict. Unbeknownst to them, their fates had subtly shifted the moment Izumi arrived. With a bamboo skewer from a colorful dango still in her mouth, she contemplated her strategy as she approached the doorstep of the Yatsuki residence. Chapter 67. Light and shadow. Before she could enter, a familiar figure intercepted her. It was Yuzuki Yuin, the girl long forgotten. Izumi met her gaze, and a faint blush crept across Yuin's cheeks. "Would you like to take a bath together today?" With each word, Yuin's face grew increasingly crimson, until the entirety of her countenance burned bright upon finishing her sentence. "Sure." To her surprise, Izumi offered no further elaboration, simply nodding with calm assurance. The two girls linked arms and set off toward the bathhouse. There was no hint of impropriety. It was merely a unique greeting shared between them. "Huh." Observing the scene from the shadows, Akane wore a bewildered expression. What was happening? Her brother was going to bathe with another girl? Akane's own cheeks flushed with color. Just as she stood there, perplexed, a hand suddenly clapped her shoulder. "Hey, are you not going to do something about this?" Yuki had suddenly appeared beside her. "Your brother is going to bathe with another girl. You can't just remain indifferent." With Izumi absent, Yuki reverted to her true nature. Despite being an immensely talented prodigy, she was still just a young girl, brimming with curiosity about the world around her, especially in the realm of Naruto, where young girls often became engrossed in romantic gossip. Originally, Akane had intended to give Yuki a chance to rest by keeping watch outside. However, upon hearing the news, Yuki had rushed out, only to stumble upon this situation. The switch in Yuki's mind had been abruptly flipped, awakening certain instincts that had been deliberately suppressed. Do not concern yourself with the trivialities. It is merely guiding a young girl to bathe, Red Bean remarked nonchalantly, dismissing any apprehensions with a wave of her hand. She was quite aware of her younger brother's true nature. After all, his faculties had yet to fully develop. What mischief could he possibly conjure in such a mundane scenario? "Very well, you are impressive," Yomu retorted, rolling her eyes. The attitudes of the family regarding such matters had entirely reshaped her understanding. Bound by her status as a captive, Yomu felt it unwise to voice her thoughts, yet she found herself at a loss for words in the presence of these individuals. Meanwhile, Iching and Mitsuki Yuka strolled hand in hand towards the bathhouse. The moonlight gently illuminated Yuka's bashful countenance as they walked in silence. Devoid of the need for superfluous conversation, the warmth of their clasped hands spoke volumes about their connection. "What is it like on the battlefield?" After a prolonged pause, Yuka inquired, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She was uncertain why she had awaited Iching at his doorstep or why she had posed such a question. She simply knew he would return home and had positioned herself along his path to wait. Her heart raced, betraying the tumult of emotions within her. The question was simple, yet profound. I Ching's response was grave. It is a realm steeped in blood and corpses, a place where one can rapidly enhance their prowess. Yet, it is also the very place I dread you venturing into, for it is a hell fraught with peril and trials. His solemn tone evoked a gentle smile from Yuka. That was sufficient for her. The purple strands of her hair danced against I Ching's shoulder, an irresistible allure he found himself powerless to resist. What should he say? Was this the enchanting power of long, flowing hair? He chuckled softly to himself and continued onward. Suddenly, I Ching halted. What was he intending? Was he about to confess his feelings? Yuka's heart raced even more fiercely. Yuka, my shadow division is in need of a secretary. Will you join after you graduate? In I Ching's view, the shadow division should encompass more than mere combat duties. Various administrative tasks also required attention. Red Bean was not a viable option for such responsibilities, leaving only Yuka in his contemplation. Though her swordsmanship was commendable, I Ching ultimately wished to spare her from the battlefield. After mulling it over, he concluded that the best he could do was keep her close. Very well, I accept your proposition, Yuka replied without a moment's hesitation, readily agreeing to I Ching's request. A gentle breeze swept by, causing her purple hair to once again flutter, cascading over I Ching's shoulder. The night was still young. The lamplight gradually elongated their shadows, while the darkness concealed their tender silhouettes. This is what you desire. A scroll suddenly soared into the air, twisting the very fabric of space until a figure burst forth. A figure donned in an orange mask approached, and the scroll soared towards Shimura Danzo. With a swift motion, Danzo caught the scroll, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. He had resolved to embrace the mantle of darkness as the protector of Konoha, and thus, he would remain impervious to any flicker of light. This conviction had been his guiding principle throughout his life, and it was one of the objectives he was willing to achieve through various nefarious means. Danzo quickly scanned the text on the scroll and nodded. I understand your request, he stated. The Nine Tails, came the emotionless voice of the masked man, as if he were cut from the same cloth as Danzo himself. And what of the two tails? Danzo's countenance remained inscrutable, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. The two tails is in the possession of that fellow Ichiraku. If you desire it, you shall retrieve it yourself. The masked man's expression shifted slightly, though he swiftly masked it. After a prolonged exchange of gazes with Danzo, he finally relented. The due date for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is this October. Upon uttering these words, the space surrounding the masked man warped violently, as if he were a vessel in the eye of a storm, vanishing without a trace. In an instant, the distortion ceased, and normalcy returned, leaving no sign of the masked figure. Then it shall be in October, Danzo proclaimed, raising his gaze towards the distant silhouette of the fourth Hokage. Wave Wind Minato. I shall ensure you pay the price. As the night breeze blew, Danzo's figure faded into obscurity, as if none of this had ever transpired. Chapter 68. The Two Tails is soon to be born. The chaos of the Nine Tails approaches. Be quiet. Ichiraku hastily covered the mouth of Yuki, who was about to shout. Akane is sleeping. Just moments ago, he had finished soaking in the hot springs and returned home, only to encounter Yuki, freshly bathed and on the verge of emerging from her room. Draped in nothing but a scarf, she was ready to raise her voice. Ichiraku swiftly muffled her, eager to prevent any disturbance to Akane's slumber. A tempest of emotions, anger, embarrassment, and shyness, swelled within him, yet could not be unleashed, ultimately manifesting as tears cascading down his cheeks. Calmly tossing Yuki her coat, Ichiraku turned to leave. Must you? Have you no sense of your own stature? You haven't even fully developed. You hardly pique my interest. He mused. In any case, why should I concern myself? Yuzuki Yukino, Akane, and even Red are all far superior to you. With a shake of his head, Ichiraku returned to his bedroom. Lying in bed, he began to contemplate the circumstances that awaited him. Time was of the essence. The Two Tails would soon be born, and the tumult of the Nine Tails and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan would not linger far behind. Ichiraku was uncertain when the due date of Kushina had been divulged, but it had undoubtedly reached the hands of Danzo and Obito in due course. The inherent strength of Obito is such that Izumi can match him, yet the prowess of Kamui may require Izumi considerable effort to defeat him. As for Minato and Kushina, who perished to seal the Nine Tails, Izumi is resolute in ensuring their safety. No one will snatch them from his grasp. However, the question remains, how exactly should he proceed? Izumi is uncertain and unclear. Should he directly inform Minato that his disciple Obito is alive and intends to annihilate their family soon? Setting aside the question of whether Minato would believe him, how would he explain the source of his knowledge? Would he dare to reveal that he is a traveler from another world? Such a confession would surely be met with skepticism. If, in a past life, someone suddenly appeared claiming to be Tiga from the 78th Nebula, speaking of absurdities like indulging in a crazy Thursday, they would undoubtedly be deemed insane. Enough of such convoluted thoughts. Izumi shakes his head, casting aside the chaos of his mind. Though he enjoys pondering many matters, he chooses to relinquish them when they become too perplexing. He will not burden himself like Itachi, who constantly ruminates over everything. One step at a time will surely lead to a solution. Unbeknownst to him, Izumi has already slipped into slumber. What do you intend to do? Akane Yuhi inquires, gazing at Izumi. Since Shikaka Nara was met with scorn and subsequently perished, the position of Umbu captain has remained vacant, leaving only Akane and the Hokage to jointly oversee the Umbu. Now, as the Hokage, Minato has delegated the relevant responsibilities to Izumi, leaving only the tasks under Akane's command. Izumi's presence here today is clearly for this purpose. During this period, he has familiarized himself with the inner workings of the Umbu and comprehended the reasons behind its current lethargy. A reform proposal is already taking shape in his mind. Nevertheless, Izumi understands that such endeavors will not be devoid of challenges. Reform? After hearing the essence of Izumi's plan, Akane is momentarily taken aback. To be candid, he had considered that a new official might employ tactics to establish authority, yet he never anticipated Izumi would propose such an audacious initiative during their meeting. A comprehensive overhaul of the system? Although you are the Hokage's apprentice, you lack the capacity to implement such extensive changes. The operational models of the Umbu have long since solidified, with various levels engaging in their share of exploitation. Should you alter this, they would find themselves deprived of their gains. Severing their sources of income is akin to slaying their kin. Such upheaval will meet with resistance. Indeed, apart from the Hokage himself, no one else would consent to it. Izumi had anticipated this resistance. For Tobarama Senju, the Umbu merely serves as a tool to deter malefactors and maintain the stability of the Konoha regime. As long as it fulfills this function, the integrity of the Umbu is of little consequence to him. As for Sarutobi Hizen, it goes without saying that even if the truth is known, one would choose to turn a blind eye. The reform of the Umbu is imperative for Izumi, yet such changes inevitably threaten the vested interests of certain individuals. If the interests affected belong to the majority, then this reform would be deemed a restoration, a conspiracy, a coup. Conversely, if it benefits the many, it would be regarded as a transformation, a renewal, a liberation. Within the Umbu, is the conservative faction truly the prevailing force? Izumi harbors significant doubts regarding this. Even a prodigy like Kakashi struggles under the increasingly oppressive policies of the Umbu. What of the ordinary Ch-nin, Special J-nin, and J-nin? Can they endure such conditions? If they unleash their potential, Izumi firmly believes that the probability of successful reform will not be negligible. Moreover, compared to the conservative elements within the Umbu, the populace of Konohagakure undoubtedly represents the majority. The first step is to galvanize all members of the Umbu, compelling those at the grassroots level to acknowledge Izumi's presence, followed by a strategic purge of the uncooperative mid to high-level officials. Subsequently, a cadre of honest and upright individuals will be promoted to fill the existing positions. Their competence is secondary to their integrity. When an organization operates under such principles, all challenges will be surmountable. At the very least, the oppressive atmosphere will be dispelled. Izumi does not intend for the Umbu to remain a clandestine organization shrouded in darkness. Instead, he aims to bring them into the light. More precisely, he seeks to eradicate the shadows, transforming the Umbu into the foremost standing army of the ninja world, governed by the principles of a post-apocalyptic era. With the existence of a standing army, all matters will become significantly more manageable. For instance, during the recent provocations by the village hidden in the clouds, a major reason for Konoha's inability to mobilize swiftly was the reluctance of numerous ninjas to engage on the front lines. The presence of a standing army would alter everything. Raising his head once more, a glimmer of hope and fervor sparkled in Izumi's eyes. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Hinata Kurenai, but my resolve is unwavering. Izumi stepped forward, taking possession of the scroll containing various confidential Umbu intelligence and seals, and seated himself in the position of Umbu captain. Now, I am the captain of the Umbu. Chapter 69. A common enemy, Lord Hokage. What does this mean? In the Hokage's office, several individuals were questioning Minato Namikaze with an air of reproach. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Hokage's office. Minato cast a cold glance at the leading figure. Clad in a burlap robe, his expression tinged with displeasure. Weeks prior, representatives from the village hidden in the clouds had arrived in Konoha. Acting on Izumi's advice, Minato had opted for a strategy of delay, avoiding any discussions regarding formal negotiations. Unexpectedly, these representatives had taken to blocking the entrance of the Hokage building, awaiting Minato's arrival for work. With no alternative, Minato had no choice but to invite them into his office, only for their opening remarks to further displease him. Indeed, it is precisely because we recognize this as the Hokage's office that we chose to come. The figure clad in a burlap robe stepped forward and inquired, "Honorable Hokage, we from the Hidden Cloud Village have approached you with sincerity to negotiate. Why do you act thus?" The dark-skinned, muscular ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village trailing behind him wore expressions of discontent, seemingly poised to engage in battle at any moment. This only served to fortify Minato's resolve. Sincerity? Let us not forget that we were enemies only recently. The atmosphere instantly froze to a chilling standoff. The figure in the burlap robe took a step back, drawing a sharp breath. It was then that one of the Hidden Cloud ninjas stepped forward. "Hokage, do you imply that the Hidden Cloud Village and the Leaf Village are to continue their conflict?" With a crisp sound, the door swung open, and Izumi entered. "May I interpret your words as a threat?" she inquired, stepping closer to the ninja who had spoken. "You insolent fool." The Hidden Cloud ninja furrowed his brow and met her gaze. Izumi's eyes glinted with a sharp intensity, causing a bead of sweat to form on the ninja's forehead. "What do you mean by that?" She pressed forward, and the Hidden Cloud ninja, feeling cornered, finally managed to utter, "Who do you think you are?" At this moment, he averted his gaze, scrutinizing Izumi closely. "Just a mere child, is it?" Truly, his demeanor suddenly shifted to one of arrogance. "What do you matter? We are negotiating crucial matters with the Hokage. What authority do you hold to represent the Leaf Village?" Oh, upon hearing this, Izumi let out a cold laugh and slowly positioned herself behind Minato. "Very well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Izumi, the captain of the Umbu from the Leaf Village, the one who captured the Two-Tails Jinchuriki and injured the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki." The revelation sent ripples through the room. The representatives, including the figure in the burlap robe, suddenly recalled the intelligence report mentioning an exceptionally powerful youth. It was said that he had inflicted injuries on the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki and recaptured the Two-Tails Jinchuriki after they had attempted to retreat. Was this boy before them truly the monster described in the report? As silence enveloped the room, Izumi regained her composure and continued, "To reiterate my earlier question, may I regard your previous comments as a threat?" The figure in the burlap robe furrowed his brow tightly. The situation had become precarious. Initially, they had believed that meeting with the Hokage would allow for a thorough discussion of the matters at hand. At the very least, they thought the signing of a peace treaty would pose no issue. However, it now appeared that the circumstances were far more complicated. The figure stepped back a few paces, consumed by a singular concern. Could this youth indeed represent the stance of the Leaf Village? If not, there might still be a chance for the Hidden Cloud Village to retain some leverage in the forthcoming negotiations. Yet if he could, trouble would surely follow. Did the Leaf Village intend to continue the war? If so, why had they not mobilized fully from the outset? As these questions surfaced one by one in the mind of Mabu-e, she found herself in a state of bewilderment. She turned her head, seeking answers from Naruto Uzumaki. However, it soon became apparent that she would not receive the clarity she desired. Naruto, seated at his desk, spoke softly. "Indeed, if it is a threat, our village of Konoha is not averse to continuing the fight. Just days ago, you were attempting to deliberately provoke various border conflicts. Yet in this negotiation, I have not perceived your sincerity. If this is truly the attitude with which you intend to negotiate, I must, regrettably, express my firm dissent." Naruto straightened his back, his resolve unmistakable at that moment. Mabui let out a dry laugh. "Very well, I understand. It seems that the sincerity of Konoha is rather lacking." With that, she resolved to relay their sentiments unchanged to our Reikage. This visit to Konoha had proven to be far more unexpected than she had anticipated. When did Konoha's diplomatic stance become so rigid? On the contrary, Aizen felt it was quite reasonable. As the most formidable village in the ninja world, Konoha certainly had the capability to endure a prolonged conflict. However, nobody wishes to see their nation ensnared in the quagmire of war, unless this conflict is rooted in ideological differences. Hashirama Senju's advocacy for the will of fire had greatly benefited Aizen. Nonetheless, he believed that Hashirama's practical application of this ideology was flawed. Hashirama genuinely desired peace, yet other ninja villages did not share this sentiment. For those with differing ideologies, one must either subdue them through force or employ gentle means of cultural infiltration. Yet, Hashirama took no action in either regard. Tobirama Senju, on the other hand, intended to subjugate these ninja villages, yet he himself had abandoned the original philosophy of the will of fire. This is indeed a lamentable tale. However, Aizen now harbored intentions of making Naruto into a Hokage who could not only embody the will of fire, but also disseminate it to every corner. In Aizen's view, only such a Hokage would be deserving of the title and worthy of Aizen's respect as a mentor. Returning to the negotiations, Aizen observed the individuals preparing to depart from the office and let out a cold chuckle. Wait, is there anything else? Mabui paused and turned to inquire. A word of advice to you all. The common enemy of the people of Konoha and the villagers of Kumogakure is singular. That is the government of Kumogakure, led by the Fourth Hokage, which seeks to shift its internal conflicts onto external conquests. With that, Aizen rose, sheathing his blade and closing the office door behind him. He had matters to discuss with Naruto and no time to squander on these individuals. Chapter 70. A major reform of the Umbu Lady Mabui, Durui said. Gazing at her with perplexity, what shall we do next? It was evident that their negotiations had ended in failure. The sudden assertiveness of Konoha had taken them completely by surprise. The delegation was engulfed in hesitation, uncertain of the next steps to take. Mabui found herself equally perplexed. Her original plan had been to negotiate the return of the Two Tails Jinchuriki through reconciliation between the two nations, perhaps offering some additional benefits. However, it now seemed that their aspirations were futile. Not only was the return of the Two Tails Jinchuriki unattainable, but the prospect of peace between the two nations appeared increasingly bleak. Mabui felt a throbbing headache, yet she recognized that the best course of action was to return. After all, what alternative was there? Allowing the members of the negotiation team to stir unrest in Konohagakure was simply unacceptable. Ultimately, she decided to inform Lord Hokage and seek his judgment on the matter. With a resigned shake of her head, she acknowledged her lack of viable solutions. Meanwhile, within Konohagakure, Izumi was engaged in discussions with Minato regarding the reform of the Umbu. Minato, do you not perceive the flaws in the operational framework of the Umbu? She inquired. Despite their relentless dedication to the village's tasks, why do they seem to be enveloped in such profound oppression? Without waiting for a response, Izumi continued, the answer lies in a sense of belonging. This sense of belonging is a central theme woven throughout the original narrative of Naruto. Why did Naruto create such upheaval in the story? The answer is rooted in his desire for recognition. He aspired to become Hokage to earn the acknowledgement of all, and he pursued Sasuke to reclaim that recognition. Yet, this vital element is conspicuously absent within the Umbu. The pervasive gloom among their ranks is largely attributable to this lack of belonging. Stepping forward, Izumi declared, I intend to strengthen the sense of belonging within the Umbu, and I require your endorsement for the following initiatives. With that, she presented a comprehensive plan. First, she proposed to conduct theoretical courses for all Umbu members, ensuring they understand that their duties are fundamentally aimed at safeguarding Konohagakure. Second, she asserted that the Umbu's role should extend beyond serving as the Hokage's private guards. They ought to evolve into a standing army, tasked with protecting the village and the entirety of the Land of Fire. In the event of natural disasters, the Umbu must be positioned to respond immediately. Lastly, she urged that all official media outlets in Konohagakure should actively promote the accomplishments of the Umbu, so that the villagers come to recognize them as a steadfast organization guarding their welfare from the shadows. Izumi envisioned transforming the Umbu into a respected entity, one that would no longer provoke strange glances, but rather inspire admiration and a desire to join its ranks. She believed that Minato was genuinely prepared to embody the will of fire, thus rendering the Umbu's clandestine activities unnecessary. Conversely, the Umbu needed to convey the will of fire to others, which became a pivotal task. Izumi aspired for the Umbu to evolve into an organization akin to a noble army from a past era. Furthermore, she sought to enhance the living conditions of Umbu members. providing compensation to the families of fallen comrades, and establishing a robust system of rewards and penalties. The reform of the UMBU is undoubtedly accompanied by the inevitable expansion of its membership. Since an increase in personnel is a necessity, why not embrace a comprehensive expansion? With ample manpower, the workload of each UMBU member could be considerably alleviated. Correspondingly, the welfare and benefits of UMBU members should also see a notable enhancement. During their non-mission periods, UMBU members ought to receive various exclusive public services and should be entitled to salaries surpassing those of ordinary ninjas. In this manner, when combined with other initiatives, the UMBU could emerge as a respected organization. The UMBU's exclusive cemetery, grandly referred to as a martyr's cemetery, must exude sufficient grandeur and opulence to impress upon the common folk the greatness of the organization. The compensation for the families of the fallen should be dispersed punctually, and their lives should be periodically documented and shared with the public, demonstrating that they receive commendable treatment solely because they are the kin of sacrificed UMBU members. Consequently, the UMBU would no longer face the oppressive living conditions and harsh environments of the past. Regarding the concern that UMBU's involvement in public services might encroach upon the Uchiha clan's domain, Ikizumi has indeed given this matter considerable thought. Itachi, as the Uchiha clan's heir, is someone Ikizumi wishes to spare from distress. A cooperative arrangement could be established where the police force is tasked with quelling riots and apprehending criminals, while the UMBU would focus on maintaining basic order. Clearly, the latter would foster more direct engagement with the populace and command greater respect. Should the Uchiha express dissatisfaction, they could be assigned to regions outside the village, within the Land of Fire, to help maintain peace elsewhere. As Ikizumi understands, the security situation in other parts of the Land of Fire is quite dire, largely relying on local customs for self-governance or the employment of wandering ninjas and commoners, alongside samurai, to form security organizations. These groups are deeply entrenched in their locales, and even Konoha would need the consent of local representatives to dispatch ninjas. This reflects the Land of Fire's daimyo's intention to undermine Konoha's authority. Ikuzumi's objective, however, is precisely the opposite: to expand Konoha's jurisdiction. Politically, the Konoha government can only manage the internal affairs of the village. Yet, militarily, Konoha must oversee the security and military authority across the entirety of the Land of Fire. If the Land of Fire's daimyo consents, matters could proceed smoothly. Otherwise, Ikizumi is unafraid to abolish the one nation, one village system, thereby unifying the entire Land of Fire under Konoha. After all, Konoha stands as the core military force of the Land of Fire, while the daimyo can muster only a handful of wandering ninjas and samurai. The daimyo's ongoing initiative to form the 12 Guardian Ninja, with Asuma's involvement, should mitigate any major issues. Quite impressive. As Minato listens to Ikuzumi's exposition while reviewing the plan, he feels immense satisfaction. Go boldly forth, Ikizumi. As your teacher, I have never imparted much knowledge to you, and it seems you have little interest in techniques like the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan. Nevertheless, Ikizumi, I place my trust in you. Embrace your ideas with courage and act upon them. I shall support you from behind, for I am your teacher. Watergate gently assured as he patted Icheng's shoulder. Chapter 71. The Heavenly Burial? Trusting Icheng with the responsibilities of the UMBU, Watergate felt a sense of relief, and Icheng was resolute in not betraying that trust. He already devised a plan for management. What remained was to contemplate its implementation. Between himself and Watergate, there was no need for excessive dialogue. Mutual understanding sufficed. Thus, Icheng set forth to prepare for the impending reforms. In the Konoha Village training grounds, Icheng, Kakashi, Itachi, and Shursui, who had recently joined Icheng's UMBU team, gathered. Additionally, there was Yamato, a newcomer to the UMBU, known then by his designation as Subject A from Orochimaru's initial batch of experiments. Now that you have entered the UMBU, I shall bestow upon you a new code name, Icheng declared, transferring his former code name, Heavenly Burial, to Yamato. At this moment, Icheng was training with Shursui and Itachi, his prowess having far surpassed that of Itachi. Training alone would yield no significant improvement for Itachi. It would merely be a one-sided contest. Thus, Icheng insisted that Shursui join the session. They resumed their previous training method, hurling shuriken back and forth like a game, albeit with a significantly greater number of shuriken than before. Kakashi appeared unfazed, seated quietly as he perused a manuscript he had acquired from Jiraiya. which was entirely distinct from the modified versions circulating in the market. As a bibliophile, Kakashi found it impossible to tear himself away from the pages. Beside him, Yamato expressed surprise. Is this truly a conventional training method? Calm yourself, Yamato. Kakashi replied with a nonchalant demeanor. I have already informed you that the Umbu is on the brink of a major reform, so you must be prepared. Reform? Yamato nodded. Having heard of it before, though he found it perplexing. With I Ching's current state, how could he dare to instigate such reforms? Maintaining the status quo of the Umbu seemed a formidable challenge, especially considering that I Ching was still a child, not yet 10 years old. Despite his remarkable achievements, his youth remained a significant hurdle. Experience, undoubtedly, would stir discontent among many. Implementing reforms under such circumstances would likely provoke a fierce backlash from the conservative factions within the Umbu. Yamato could only hope the internal affairs of the Umbu would not descend into chaos. I have compiled various records of the Umbu members as per Kakashi Senpai's guidance, but Yamato expressed his lingering concerns regarding the forthcoming situation. Kakashi shook his head. No, organizing the members' information was not my intention. Kakashi, with a sense of assurance, began to elucidate Izumi's plan to Tianzong, asserting that Izumi must have devised a solution to the impending challenges. From this day forward, significant transformations were anticipated within the Umbu. As someone I hold in the highest regard, I firmly believe that Izumi will adeptly navigate these circumstances. The respect and trust Kakashi harbors for Izumi ignited a spark of admiration in Tianzong's eyes. Without the need for further elaboration, one merely needs to spend time in his presence to grasp the essence of his reliability. Indeed, Izumi is a profoundly dependable existence. Initially, one might perceive him as eccentric, with a carefree demeanor, often seen with a skewered trio of dumplings dangling from his lips. Yet, witnessing his unwavering dedication to causes he cherishes reveals a depth of fervor that is undeniably remarkable. This was evident during the rescue of Hongdo, and also when he relentlessly charged through the outposts of Yunin Village. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Tianzong regarded the young man in the arena with a newfound curiosity. Understanding Kakashi's character, he recognized that such praise indicated Izumi's esteemed position in Kakashi's eyes. Such high regard could not merely stem from exceptional prowess. Suddenly, a figure descended onto the training ground, adorned with the Umbu mask and weapons, clearly having rushed from the completion of a mission. This was not the end. From the dense thicket behind, numerous silhouettes approached with remarkable speed. Tianzong began to comprehend Izumi's intentions, the emergency mobilization order of the Umbu. Upon receiving this command, all members were required to swiftly conclude their current tasks and converge at the designated location. The timing of Izumi's order suggested a desire to establish authority. By showcasing his capabilities on the training ground, he aimed to compel even those reluctant to obey to reconsider the consequences of defiance. Within minutes, nearly 100 figures clustered around, their initial confusion transforming into sheer astonishment upon witnessing Izumi in training. This was no mere exercise. It was akin to warfare. The stakes were perilous. Should any of the three falter, it could mean a loss of life. Yet, the individuals present seemed remarkably composed, handling the intensity with an air of nonchalance. Kakashi, Izumi suddenly called out, prompting the ever-ready Kakashi to swiftly join the training session. The resonating clangs of metal and the shower of sparks astounded the Umbu members. They had long been aware of Kakashi's reputation, a prodigy who ascended to the rank of Jonin at a young age. Such an existence, collaborating with the instantaneous manifestation of stillness and the scion of the Uchiha clan to launch a concerted assault on a singular adversary. Yet managing to engage in a reciprocal confrontation with this individual raises a profound question about the identity of this combatant. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the Umbu members, Izumi maintained an air of effortless composure, wielding her sword with grace, shielding herself impeccably. Izumi-san, I can no longer hold on, Itachi suddenly confessed, feeling the strain. Clang. The sound reverberated as Izumi's expression shifted. The speed of her swordplay surged dramatically. Countless shuriken were deftly deflected, each landing precisely upon the targets surrounding them. Everything has come to a conclusion. Izumi sheathed her sword, a smile gracing her lips. Chapter 72. Reform. With a resounding clang, the katana was driven into the ground. Yet Izumi's demeanor remained unchanged. She lifted her gaze, surveying the environment around her. Over 150 individuals had gathered, the majority of the Umbu had arrived, including the former acting captain, Akane Yuhi. These figures stood in place, their expressions a blend of shock and confusion. Disregarding their stares, Izumi calmly retrieved a colorful dango from her waist and displayed it with flair. Now, everyone, has the Umbu assembled? Izumi's voice, though somewhat youthful, resonated clearly enough for all present to hear. Well, dear friends, I believe some of you are already aware. The news of my appointment as Umbu captain has long been a closely guarded secret in Konoha, known only to a select few. Thus, I hereby publicly announce, I, Izumi, am officially the Umbu captain from this day forth. In an instant, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. How could this be? A child becoming the captain of the Umbu? Confusion, surprise, and wariness flickered across their faces. The gravity of the situation struck them profoundly. The position of Umbu captain, which had remained vacant, was now occupied by a young child. Despite their astonishment, no one dared voice dissent. Izumi's earlier display had already left an indelible impression on all. Were they moved? Certainly, they refrained from expressing it. Observing their expressions, Izumi nodded in satisfaction. Now, esteemed colleagues, I wish to announce several important matters. Izumi understood that mere intimidation would not fundamentally resolve all issues, hence she continued without hesitation. Firstly, regarding the welfare of Umbu members. Adjacent to the Konoha Cemetery, a dedicated Umbu memorial park will be established. From this day forth, all Umbu shinobi who lose their lives in the line of duty will be interred within this sanctuary. Their families will receive compensation equivalent to that of fallen shinobi in wartime. Furthermore, those who suffer injuries due to missions will enjoy lifelong complimentary access to basic medical treatment and health checkups at Konoha Hospital, with both the individual and their families receiving living stipends. Konoha will also provide specialized bathing facilities and dormitories, available for free to Umbu members until they depart from the ranks, along with affordable daily necessities available within the Umbu. Upon concluding his remarks, Iching distinctly observed a glimmer of hope flicker in the eyes of certain members of the Umbu. Furthermore, henceforth, the Umbu will be directly subordinate to myself and Minato Namikaze. No one else shall possess the authority to command the Umbu members in any capacity. Should any such commands be issued, Umbu members are entitled to refuse compliance and report directly to me. I shall not hesitate to take decisive action against those who overstep their bounds. As he spoke, Iching deliberately unsheathed his sword and made a sweeping gesture. Although the action was overtly dramatic and somewhat comical, everyone sensed that Iching was indeed capable of following through with his threats. Officially, the Umbu had always been under the command of Minato, yet in practice, individuals of considerable rank and influence had often exercised authority over them. The former Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with 2 advisors, were among those who wielded such power. Rather than being regarded as a special forces unit, the Umbu were more accurately described as the private soldiers of Hiruzen and his ilk. These Umbu members possessed formidable combat prowess, yet were relegated to the roles of personal bodyguards for certain individuals. Beginning now, a significant reform will be enacted within the Umbu, the details of which will be communicated to you in due course. However, I shall impart the overarching intention forthwith. In brief, you shall no longer remain nameless shadows, but will emerge as heroes of Konohagakure. Upon uttering these words, Iching could clearly see some individuals trembling slightly. It was evident that they had long awaited this recognition. As guardians of the village, they had often been met with suspicious gazes from their fellow villagers, a reality that weighed heavily upon them. With the implementation of Iching's policies, the living conditions and status of the Umbu would be significantly elevated. Next, it was essential to bolster their sense of identity. The Umbu will be endowed with a unique military insignia, and each division will bear its own distinct emblem. Specific designs will soon be shared with you. As he spoke, Iching unfurled a summoning scroll, revealing a variety of emblems. The military anthem sheet music is also included. If anyone cannot sing, fret not, for I have pre-recorded a phonograph for your convenience. Please line up to collect your copies. Indeed, the world of the Hokage is a wondrous realm. While battles may be fought with physical prowess and messages conveyed through shouts, the era of Naruto has already seen the advent of telegraphs, and during Boruto's time, telephones and gaming consoles have emerged. Although Iching's era lacks such advancements, he possesses technologies like telegraphs and phonographs. Ahem, I digress. Let us return to the matter at hand. As the Umbu members beheld these insignias and received their phonographs, Their eyes sparkled with unmistakable curiosity and astonishment. They engaged in animated discussions, comparing the various distinctions among the divisions. Now, having completed this segment, it is time to instill a sense of discipline. Is everything clear? Then allow me to announce a new directive. The UMBU will be implementing a system of rewards and penalties. Those who willfully neglect their duties, resulting in mission failures or team losses, shall face consequences, while those who excel in their tasks or make notable contributions to the UMBU shall be duly rewarded. The Dark Division does not tolerate incompetence or ineptitude. Anyone wishing to survive within its ranks must adhere strictly to its standards. Those who, after repeated punishments, continue to remain obstinate will be expelled from the Dark Division without exception. However, there is no need for concern, as these standards are achievable by all. For specific regulations, I advise you to consult Senior Uchiha Akane. With that, Izumi turned to Akane, who nodded in agreement and leaned in to speak. This new captain has already demonstrated an extraordinary capability, garnering Akane's utmost respect and allegiance. This submission is willingly given. The young man before them understands precisely what these members of the Dark Division require and is acutely aware of the internal issues plaguing the organization. Once this system is fully implemented, the previous stifling atmosphere and the obstructive behaviors among various departments will be eradicated. Moreover, I have noticed that some ninjas of the Dark Division have failed to arrive on time. Izumi pivoted to critique this lapse. Investigate the reasons for their tardiness. Should it not be due to an urgent mission, they will receive a warning, but next time, the consequence will be immediate dismissal. Chapter 73. Assessment and Mission Shortly. The Dark Division will commence an evaluation. Having conveyed what needed to be said, Izumi announced the new directive. In 1 month, we will undertake a unified mission within the Dark Division. With that, Izumi departed, his voice echoing softly from a distance. The casualties of this mission will be honored in the Martyrs' Cemetery, where they will be revered by the public. The victors of the assessment will receive a comprehensive set of training materials and ninjutsu scrolls, alongside personal guidance from me. Izumi understands that the Dark Division was initially established to counter the major clans, and he has already delineated the future training trajectory for the organization. He intends to recruit members from small families and commoners, providing them with training manuals and ninjutsu scrolls to cultivate them into exceptional ninjas with remarkable operational capabilities. He is determined not to allow the prominent clans to continuously infiltrate the Dark Division, thereby rendering the Hokage position impotent. Bang! In the Cloud Village, Ei slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it into countless fragments. Papers flew in all directions as Mabi scrambled to gather them. This is outrageous, Ei roared, his fists pounding the ground in furious repetition. Relay my orders. The Cloud Village must prepare for battle. We shall launch an offensive against the Leaf Village. Ei turned to Mabui, demanding an immediate mobilization order. However, Mabui remained unmoved. As the secretary to the Raikage, it is also his duty to prevent the Raikage from making rash decisions in a fit of rage. The Cloud Village stands united from top to bottom. All ninjas endorse the path of external expansion. Thus, if Ei declares war on the Leaf Village, there would be little opposition. However, this is not a prudent choice. Lord Raikage, you must understand that now is not the time for war. With an expression of resignation and familiarity, Mabui surveyed the situation. The Rock-Hidden Village remained a looming threat, and the Third Great Ninja War had long since concluded. If we were to recklessly initiate conflict, we would undoubtedly be the first to face annihilation. Let us not forget the demeanor of the Third Hokage upon his departure. After articulating these thoughts, Ei finally regained his composure. The Fourth Raikage furrowed his brow, coming to terms with the reality of his precarious situation. The enmity between the Rock-Hidden Village and the Cloud-Hidden Village had been long-standing. A hasty declaration of war would surely result in a betrayal akin to the last encounter. Previously, the Third Raikage had perished while shielding several elite shinobi, allowing them to escape the encirclement of the Rock-Hidden Village. The catalyst for that tragedy was the Rock-Hidden Village's breach of their alliance with the Leaf Village. Launching a full-scale assault, it became evident that their forces had been concentrated against the Cloud-Hidden Village. The thought ignited a surge of anger within the Fourth Raikage. At that time, he had been grappling with the loss of his father and had yearned to resume hostilities with the Rock-Hidden Village. However, the Third Great Ninja War was nearing its conclusion, and he lacked the manpower to engage on multiple fronts. In hindsight, He ought to be grateful that the rock-hidden village had only demanded the life of the Third Hokage without pursuing further aggression against the cloud-hidden village. Most critically, Lord Hokage, relying solely on your strength may prove insufficient to contend with the Leaf Village. Observing the Fourth Hokage's lingering hesitation, Mabui was compelled to voice a harsh truth. Though the cloud-hidden village could muster considerable forces, its elite combat strength was limited to the Fourth Hokage alone. Had Killer Bee and the other Jinchuriki still been present, the cloud-hidden village could have taken a gamble with the AB combo. After all, when the AB combo was deployed, even Minato was no match for them. Alas, with Killer Bee injured and requiring time to recover, and the other Jinchuriki abducted, the prospect of engaging in battle appeared bleak. Killer Bee's injuries were peculiar. As a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast, he should have been able to heal rapidly even from severe wounds. Yet, it seemed as though something was impeding the tailed beast chakra from providing him with enhanced healing capabilities. Presently, the tailed beast chakra could only ensure that his wounds did not worsen, preserving Killer Bee's life, but true healing would take approximately a month. In the world of Hokage, there were no methods to counter the effects of haki. Once injured by such forces, one could only rely on natural recovery. The Fourth Hokage sighed deeply as he took a seat. I am well aware that this is unwise, but this indignation, he gritted his teeth, refraining from continuing his thoughts. At the very least, we must have means of retaliation. He looked at Mabui, conveying a clear message, devise a plan for retribution. Mabui, evidently prepared, swiftly presented a scroll. Lord Hokage, until Killer Bee's injuries have healed, we must ensure that we do not engage in battle. However, we cannot leave the Two Tails in the Leaf Village, as that poses a significant threat. Konoha Village is certain to leverage the Two Tails Jinchuriki as a means of coercion, preventing us from formally declaring war. Thus, this item was delivered by a high-ranking official from Konoha, which may assist us in our quest for vengeance. With that, the figure clad in a simple robe presented the scroll with both hands. The Fourth Hokage received the scroll with a hint of reluctance, and, upon unfurling it, was greeted by an astonishing sight, a detailed map of Konoha's defenses. This map outlined the coverage and vulnerabilities of Konoha's reconnaissance barriers, the patrolling personnel, the jurisdictions of the police force, the areas overseen by the Umbu, and the responsibilities of the ordinary shinobi in city defense. The Fourth Hokage's previously furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and he exclaimed, "Haha, truly, Konoha never fails to surprise me with their ingenuity." Internal strife is indeed a time-honored tradition of Konoha. In that moment, the anger that had once consumed him dissipated, replaced solely by astonishment. Meanwhile, Minato was still attending to matters in the Hokage office. A sudden knock echoed through the room, and the familiar scent of second-hand smoke wafted in, leading Minato to immediately deduce the identity of the visitor. It could only be the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. To be honest, Minato had grown accustomed to an office devoid of the acrid smell of smoke. However, he was also curious as to why Hiruzen had chosen to visit him today, especially since he had largely stepped back from governmental affairs after deciding to delegate authority to Minato. Come in. Chapter 74. The new Umbu lifting his gaze. Minato observed the complex expression in Hiruzen's eyes. Deep down, Hiruzen longed for an early retirement, to retreat to his home, smoke, sip tea, and perhaps indulge in peering through the telescope technique into the women's bathhouse. Unfortunately, his old friends did not seem inclined to allow him such respite. Mito Kazumi and TKK Rin had nearly worn out his doorstep with their frequent visits, complaining every 3 days and scolding him every 5. They consistently came demanding Hiruzen intervene with Minato, the Hokage of Konoha, and his unruly Umbu and their captain, Izumi. Recently, the Umbu's attitude towards the two of them had begun to decline noticeably. Hiruzen could feel that even the Umbu who were originally tasked with protecting him had abandoned their posts. While he was fine with it, the incessant nagging from his two old friends had become unbearable. Thus, Hiruzen had no choice but to personally seek out Minato, regarding the recent situation with the Umbu. Hiruzen hesitated, but ultimately steeled himself to speak. The Umbu? Has something happened? Minato feigned ignorance, though he was well aware of the situation. According to Mito and TK, the Umbu had recently been openly defying their orders. Hiruzen frowned and continued, openly defying their orders? Minato stepped back, raising his gaze to meet Hiruzen's eyes. The Third Hokage, the leader of the Umbu, is supposed to operate independently and theoretically. They should not be subject to commands from anyone else. Thus, it is only natural for the Umbu to disregard their orders. Furthermore, I have heard, esteemed Third Hokage, that you have recently been experiencing difficulties with your mobility due to age. I have arranged for a cane to be delivered to the Sarutobi clan shortly, and I hope you will consider limiting unnecessary outings in the future, as your health is of utmost importance. While it is customary to respond with kindness, the concern expressed by Minato Namikaze leaves a rather unpleasant taste in Hiruzen's heart. Behind the facade of cordiality lies a hidden blade. Though he speaks words of concern, his underlying intention seems to be to provoke unrest. Minato's demeanor is polite and respectful, yet he appears completely unaware of any wrongdoing, prompting Hiruzen to reflect on his own state. Have I truly aged? Perhaps so. He shook his head and sighed deeply, feeling a mix of disappointment and melancholy. It seems that the village of Konoha no longer requires his guidance as it once did. Esteemed Third Hokage, I believe that as a hero, enjoying a peaceful retirement is also a commendable choice, Minato remarked respectfully before hastily ushering Hiruzen out. As he exited the Hokage office, Hiruzen found himself shaking his head, a sense of unease lingering within him. Suddenly, he recalled something of great significance: Danzo Shimura. His influence on the reform of the Umbu should have been considerable, yet this time, there had been no word from him, which struck Hiruzen as peculiar. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. It is perhaps time for me to retire. My old friend can pursue his own path without my intervention. Meanwhile, Izumi continues to train the new members of the Umbu, following a significant restructuring and expansion. Their numbers have surged to a staggering 450, tripling from before. Nevertheless, due to Izumi's stringent measures against corruption, the overall expenses have not increased significantly. As the management scope expanded, Izumi also instituted a rotation system for Umbu members, ensuring that those not engaged in active duty would partake in political education and strength-enhancing training under Izumi's direct supervision. This arrangement also allowed Izumi to secure additional training partners. The Umbu members were deeply moved by this initiative, as both Shursui and Kakashi personally participated in the training sessions. Kakashi taught ninjutsu, Izumi instructed on taijutsu, and Shursui focused on jinjutsu, their names widely recognized throughout Konoha, synonymous with power and prestige. It is essential to note that the most potent ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu are often regarded as state secrets, as referenced in forbidden scrolls and various esoteric techniques. This is one of the reasons why many common ninjas find it difficult to ascend. The fact that these few individuals can openly share their skills, which are essential for their livelihood, is enough to astonish everyone. However, I Ching remains indifferent. Ninjutsu should be as publicly demonstrated as theoretical knowledge. It ought not to be concealed. For how else can one progress? Techniques such as the Edo Tensei and the Flying Thunder God technique only became extraordinary through the improvements made by subsequent generations. Kakashi, upon witnessing the expressions of other ninjas, felt a surge of joy and thus resolved to partake in this endeavor. If they could master more ninjutsu, it would surely diminish the likelihood of casualties on the battlefield. After all, they are all my comrades. This realization marks Kakashi's latest discovery of the meaning of existence. As for Shursui, he was thoroughly convinced by I Ching's perspective and readily agreed to his proposal. The previous assessments had unveiled numerous issues within the Umbu, leaving I Ching quite dissatisfied. Firstly, the lack of clear division of labor within the Umbu led to considerable chaos among its members. Each member possessed a smattering of skills across various domains, yet none excelled in all. Consequently, I Ching established several administrative roles specifically for the injured personnel. Moreover, the pace of personnel advancement within the Umbu was inconsistent. Some prodigies, having graduated from the Ninja Academy in less than a year, found themselves relegated to ch-nin status for life due to their humble origins. In contrast, others, who had repeatedly failed to graduate, were hastily promoted to special j-nin due to the influential backing of their families. I Ching observed all this keenly and contemplated devising a comprehensive talent development plan. Thus, he decided to invest his entire resources, including those of his two friends, to conduct unified training for all Umbu members. From this day forth, we shall know no distinction between clans and commoners. We are all members of the Umbu. With these words, I Ching demonstrated the swordsmanship he inherited from Eagle Eye. Naturally, without systematic assistance, the members of the Umbu could not hope to improve at such an accelerated pace. I Ching merely imparted the skills to them. The specifics of their enhancement would rely on their own understanding. Chapter 75. Anomaly. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Itachi clutched his forehead, casting a resentful glance at Icheng. Icheng, exasperated, withdrew his finger. Are you lost in thought again? Leaning against a branch, he shook his head helplessly. At your age, why do you ponder so much? In response to Icheng's inquiry, Itachi lowered his head in melancholy. It's just that, Icheng-san, you and Shursonai are already so formidable. Faced with the continuous advancement of those around him, anyone would experience a certain psychological shadow. Icheng found himself at a loss as to how to respond. He had ascended directly through the system, while Shursui possessed an extraordinary innate talent. In comparison to these two, Itachi, who originally had remarkable potential, seemed somewhat lacking. Do not overthink. You are but a child, and achieving such remarkable accomplishments at a tender age is commendable. Although there remains a considerable distance to the esteemed rank of Special J Nin, attaining the status of CH Nin before the age of 10 signifies extraordinary prowess. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, countless individuals have found themselves ensnared in the arduous journey between CH Nin and Genin, making no progress whatsoever. Yet, indifferent as it may seem, you, Izumi-san, are of the same age as I am. Itachi's cherubic visage bore a hint of reproach, adorned with an expression that questioned the fairness of such statements. Each individual's talent varies. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you shall inevitably awaken your Sharingan one day. Thus, rest assured and entrust everything to me. When your strength blossoms in the future, I shall stand before you. Do you understand? I will stand before you. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Itachi's eyes. I comprehend now. He rose to his feet, declaring, I am well rested. Now, let us attend Kakashi-senpai's lecture. With that, Itachi dashed towards Kakashi, who was engaging the crowd with his explanations and hand seals. This is the promise I made with Izumi-san. One day, I too shall stand before her. You believe that, do you? Izumi rolled her eyes at Itachi's retreating figure, producing a tricolored dango from her waist pouch. She savored the treat. For some reason, she found pleasure in such moments. Suddenly, a figure landed beside her, interrupting her reverie. The demands of teaching seemed more exhausting than those of the battlefield. Shurzue removed his mask, revealing a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Yet, he relished the experience. There was none of the brutal life-or-death struggle found in combat, nor the treacherous scheming between rival factions. Instead, there was only the gentle warmth of the sun and the caring, admiring gazes of comrades. Such a life was not merely good, it was sublime. Perhaps I am more suited to being a teacher? The thought unexpectedly crossed Shurzue's mind. With a silly grin, he suddenly recalled something. Hey, Izumi-san, what about that collective mission you mentioned? After enduring a series of assessments, training, and various covert activities, Shurzue truly took pride in being part of the Umbu. This very pride fueled his yearning for the impending collective mission. Only through genuine tasks can one discern the efficacy of recent reforms. As a member of the Umbu, Shurzue was eager to embrace this honor. The Martyrs' Cemetery and the Umbu Exhibition Hall have been established. The departed may rest in peace, while the living can honor their deeds within the hall for all of Konoha to revere. A collective mission? Shrugging, Izumi felt no need to conceal anything from her friend. Contemplating for a moment, she unfurled a map. Here, take a look at this. The map lay unfurled before them, revealing a detailed representation of the Land of Fire. Pointing to various red dots specially marked on its surface, Icheng remarked, these signify the hidden strongholds left by rival ninja villages during the Third Great Ninja War, as well as the encampments formed by deserters who turned to banditry. The Third War, along with any prior conflict within the ninja world, saw the major ninja villages unite in their assault on Konoha. Although the war had concluded, the myriad of repercussions it left behind continued to threaten the harmony and stability of the civilian populace. For instance, deserters transformed into robbers, and ninjas engaged in illegal activities, their destructive potential far exceeding that of ordinary bandits. Furthermore, regions ravaged by war languished without aid, leading to grievances against the government and, in some cases, outright rebellion. Additionally, spies and guerrilla fighters planted within the country by the enemy before their retreat posed a covert threat to the Land of Fire. Icheng's plan was to eradicate these criminal factions through a large-scale mobile operation, while simultaneously collaborating with the Uchiha clan to rehabilitate the affected areas. Moreover, Spreading out the maps of the other 4 great nations, he pointed to the markings and stated, "These are the infiltrators originally arranged by Konoha, and these are the ones I intend to support. Assisting them is also one of the objectives of this group mission." As he spoke, Icheng produced a stack of papers filled with meticulous plans. "These are the strategies I intend to implement, with personnel assignments as follows." Confronted with a document containing hundreds of thousands of words, Icheng effortlessly navigated discussions about local terrain and personnel arrangements, as if he were reciting from memory. Jisue gazed at this display in astonishment. "You truly are meticulous." "This is merely the product of collaboration with others," Icheng replied, shaking his head as memories of recent disputes with the administrative personnel of the Umbu during meetings surfaced. However, Jisue suddenly furrowed his brow. "Isn't our operation rather extensive? Such a detailed plan, such a significant mobilization, and such a vast operational scope. This all concerns me. Will our large-scale actions inadvertently reveal the strength of the reformed Umbu to the other ninja villages? What if they learn of Konoha hidden prowess and begin preparing countermeasures?" Jisue was deeply apprehensive about this scenario. In contrast, Icheng remained remarkably composed. "Fear not. Precisely what I desire is for them to understand just how formidable the Umbu truly is." Chapter 76. The Raikage takes action. "Jisue, you must understand," Icheng said, patting Jisue's shoulder and shaking his head. "Though Konoha emerged victorious in the Third War, the toll we paid in lives was exceedingly grave. The Battle of Kaiki Mountain in Sunagakure was akin to a meat grinder, with injuries occurring every minute. The war in the Hidden Mist village is a tale of profound sorrow. Even the former leader of the Hyuga clan met his demise. His Byakugan seized by the ninjas of the Hidden Mist. On the battlefields of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages, even the 4th Hokage, the illustrious Minato Namikaze, found himself compelled to evade the formidable might of the A and Inoki. It can be said that during the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha emerged from the conflict with a Pyrrhic victory. Aizen's demeanor was notably grave, a rare flicker of concern gracing his features. Yet, the more somber the situation, the greater the need to project Konoha's strength. It was essential for the relatively unscathed Hidden Stone and the ever-aggressive Hidden Cloud to witness that Konoha had endured with minimal losses and was still capable of engaging in battle. Only in this manner could a profound deterrent be established against the other villages, thereby maintaining peace for Konoha. Aizen was neither a diplomat nor a politician. As a warrior, his only recourse was to exert pressure on the nations with formidable military might. If Konoha lacked such strength, it was imperative to feign the presence of a robust force. Of course, this collective mission was merely a preliminary endeavor. The extent of its success remained uncertain. With a wave of his hand, Aizen expressed his thoughts candidly. His intention was merely to assess the capabilities of the Umbu members, to subsequently propose various targeted improvements. The notion of displacing certain elements and instating new ones in other ninja villages was merely incidental. Aizen had never envisioned accomplishing everything in a single attempt. One need only observe the renowned generals of yore. Those who failed to adapt to the evolving times invariably fell into obsolescence. Take, for instance, the French General Betaine, whose only contribution during World War II was the construction of the Maginot Line, or the once renowned Joseph, famed for his defense of Charleroi, who faced catastrophic losses during the Russo-Finnish War and the early stages of World War II, nearly losing the capital. Aizen believed that for the Umbu, as a military force aspiring to become a standing army, regular practical testing was indispensable. Upon hearing Aizen's explanation, Shursui felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, it was Aizen who possessed such profound insight. At that moment, Shursui found himself unexpectedly hopeful. One could only wonder what expressions would grace your faces upon witnessing the Umbu's inaugural appearance. The day's rigorous training finally came to a close. As Aizen strolled through the quiet streets under the night sky, a gentle breeze caressed his cheeks. Having worked with the Umbu for only a few days, he had already acclimated to this way of life. When he first arrived in this world, he never envisioned that he would one day attain such a position, a leader of the Umbu, akin to a head honcho in a previous life. All of this stemmed from the trust bestowed upon him by Minato. No one is immune to the desire for trust, and Aizen was no exception. However, what weighed more heavily on him was the transformation of Minato as Hokage. Since Aizen's arrival, Minato's life had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had evolved from a mere puppet of Hiruzen's into a figure of increasing strength and authority, embodying the essence of a true Hokage. This change had instilled in Aizen a newfound perspective on the village as a whole. Perhaps these transformations are not instantaneous, yet they suffice. Ever since Mizuki consented to my graduation application, the moment I stood before the threshold of the dark base, I had resolved to rewrite the tragedy depicted in the original narrative. Alas, it is our esteemed Orochimaru who bears the brunt of this endeavor. Shaking my head, I imagined that at this very moment, Orochimaru is eagerly anticipating my defection. To be candid, there was a fleeting moment when I genuinely contemplated escaping. However, now, I have personally reshaped Konoha into the vision I have longed for. Thus, there is no longer a need for defection. Raising my gaze towards the heavens, I admired the beauty of the moonlight this evening. The resplendent moon casts a luminous glow, soft yet radiant. One cannot help but ponder whether Kaguya Otsutsuki, residing within the moon, possesses skin as fair and a temperament as gentle. Perhaps so. My thoughts drifted once more to the origin of the entire Naruto storyline. Originating from Kaguya's son, Black Zetsu, the entire plot unfurled from a singular event. Little Black Zetsu seeks his mother. It truly is a poignant tale, yet regrettably, I do not wish to dwell in a dream. Shaking my head, I continued onward. Have we truly entered? Exclaimed a ninja, his face a mixture of surprise and joy. Of course, we deliberately entered through the loophole. Could it be a ruse? Scoffed another ninja, tall and dark-skinned. With a cold chuckle, he unfurled a map. Ahead, approximately 500 meters, there will be a patrol team, arriving in about 5 minutes. Each ninja village possesses its own reconnaissance barrier, designed to detect the entry direction and chakra of those who enter the village. However, such barriers invariably harbor vulnerabilities. In the past, Itachi and Orochimaru exploited these loopholes, either masking their chakra fluctuations to swiftly deploy a substantial force or charging directly within. To evade detection by the barrier, one must either slip through the gaps or infiltrate with specialized talismans. Several figures swiftly entered, confirming their undetected status, and began to stealthily delve deeper into the heart of Konoha, avoiding the patrols. Before long, the sensing ninja among them suddenly shifted his expression. This is not good. There is an extraordinarily powerful. Before he could finish, I had already materialized before them, wielding a katana longer than my body, with a skewer of Dango dangling from my mouth. Just a mere child, the ninjas exhaled in relief. Then came the sound of steel meeting flesh. A series of stabs as I executed my blood-stained technique and sheathed my blade, leaving only one survivor among the squad. Do you know why I spared you? My piercing gaze sent chills down the spine of the lone remaining ninja, who dared not breathe under the intense pressure. Relay a message to the fourth Hokage. Tell him to await my arrival. One day, I shall bring him down. My expression was chillingly calm, devoid of any panic. Lightning release, bomb. A thunderous roar pierced the air, and a brilliant blue light flickered as the fourth Hokage materialized before Icheng. You little brat, I can't hear you. Chapter 77. The clash. As the smoke cleared, a dazzling radiance enveloped a robust figure, revealing none other than the fourth Hokage. His eyes brimmed with boundless fury. Initially, their operation had proceeded with remarkable ease. They had infiltrated Konohagakure effortlessly and delved deep into its heart. All that remained was to locate the host of the Two Tails and swiftly extract her, ensuring the return of the Jinchuriki to Kumogakure. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen complication arose. The ninjas he had brought along were among the finest of Kumogakure, virtually unmatched in stealth. Yet, they had been detected by Icheng. The young man before him, identifiable by his youthful visage, the sword at his waist, and the skewer of Dango in his mouth, was undoubtedly the one who had injured Killer Bee. You are Icheng? The fourth Hokage inquired, though his tone suggested he was already aware of the answer. Lightning crackled, and electricity danced through the air, the sound of thunder affirming the Hokage's readiness for battle. And what of it? Icheng replied nonchalantly, swallowing the last morsel of Dango and returning the skewer to his pocket. The Hokage was taken aback. This was utterly perplexing. And what of it? Even the legendary Minato Namikaze would not dare utter such words. When he had clashed with Minato, even with the full might of the AB combo, he had found himself outmatched. Did he truly believe himself to be the reincarnation of Hashirama Senju? Veins throbbed on the Hokage's forehead, but he managed to compose himself. After all, he was on the territory of Konohagakure. Caution was advisable. Moreover, it was plausible that the scrolls provided by the Umbu were deliberately misleading. If that were the case, Icheng might very well be surrounded by more hidden operatives. The recent lightning bomb had already revealed his position. He needed to tread carefully. In truth, after the entire squad was annihilated by I Ching, the Raikage had come to terms with the failure of this mission. He should have retreated immediately. Yet, I Ching's insolent demeanor infuriated him. Thus, in a fit of rage, the fourth Raikage resolved to eliminate this insolent youth at lightning speed before making his hasty exit. While he felt invincible alongside Killer Bee, the circumstances had shifted. If I Ching was already such a formidable opponent, what might await him in the shadows? Perhaps Minato himself? However, to walk away without a fight was simply unacceptable. After much deliberation, the Raikage summoned forth his lightning chakra. He was determined to vanquish this foe in one decisive blow. Don't underestimate the Raikage. With a resounding crash, he shattered the tiles beneath him and lunged forward with great speed. Speed, indeed, is the undeniable advantage of the fourth Raikage. As his powerful fist descended, it carried with it the absolute strength characteristic of the fourth Raikage. Here it comes, I Ching exclaimed with delight, drawing his katana. Did he underestimate the Raikage? Not at all. I Ching had never belittled any adversary. Moreover, among all challengers, the fourth Raikage's might was undeniably formidable. Unlike Uchiha Obito, who relied on ninjutsu and kimyui for evasive maneuvers, the Raikage's velocity stemmed entirely from his robust physique. This was a type of opponent I Ching had never encountered before. This was not to suggest that Obito was inferior to the Raikage. Rather, I Ching held deep admiration for the Raikage's ability to reach such heights solely through sheer strength. With a thud, the Raikage's dark brown fist collided violently with I Ching's katana, initiating a raw contest of strength. The attack was straightforward and brutish, devoid of any finesse. I Ching's blade emitted a faint hum, soon drowned out by the crackling sounds generated by the electrical energy surging from the Raikage. Boom! The intense air currents produced a series of sonic booms, causing the surrounding atmosphere to momentarily falter. The gusts swept across I Ching's face, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. A tingling sensation coursed through his hands, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. With a jolt, the turbulent air and piercing electricity sent I Ching flying several meters, where he tumbled midair before barely managing to land. Phew! His haki had successfully shielded him from injury. Yet I Ching could feel something amiss with his sword. The blade had warped. The entire length and hilt of the katana had shifted, with the area that had been struck severely dented, rendering it unrecognizable as a proper katana. I Ching's expression grew solemn. Such immense power. Taking a few steps back, he infused his blade with haki, opting this time to take the offensive. Come forth. In that moment, I Ching seemed possessed by a spirit. His blade enveloped in a mysterious force as he lunged toward the fourth Raikage. The Raikage's expression shifted. He stepped back abruptly. According to Killer Bee, it was precisely this strange power that had caused him injury, one that had yet to heal. However, is this all? Upon discerning the speed of I Ching's strike, the Raikage couldn't help but chuckle. With such speed, you cannot possibly hit me. As he spoke, the Raikage's form shifted, vanishing from sight in an instant. Thanks to the activation of his lightning chakra at the cellular level, the Raikage's speed had reached its zenith. In a flash, he appeared behind I Ching. Brat, your life shall be ended by my hand. The Raikage roared, swiftly clenching his fists. Ninjutsu, lightning destruction, level Chio dance. With that, the Raikage leaped into the air. Gravitational acceleration combined with his overwhelming strength crashing down from above. His hands melded into a knife-like form, enveloped in electric light as he descended from the sky. In that year, when he and Kurabi executed this technique together, even the fourth Hokage was compelled to retreat. To this day, he vividly recalls the sight of the fourth Hokage, utterly powerless, evading with the flying thunder god technique. Had it not been for Minato's timely withdrawal, I would have been certain of his demise, having discerned the intricacies of Minato's technique. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, he had undeniably lost. The fourth Raikage scoffed at the notion of making excuses for his past misdeeds. However, he was now resolute that Ichiraku would not escape. With a thunderous explosion rivaling that of a tailed beast bomb, a vast expanse around the Konoha Village park was utterly laid to waste. As the Raikage observed, this strike had landed squarely on the boy. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a figure was gasping for breath, blood gushing from his head, nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth. Chapter 78. I am not late. With a sigh of relief, Ichiraku steadied himself against his transformed katana, preventing his collapse. The impact had been substantial, pushing him to his limits. Even with his haki fully activated, he had merely managed to preserve his life. Yet, the battle must continue. Gradually regaining his composure, Ichiraku rose to his feet. Again, his voice rasped, frail yet undeniably authoritative. A shared glance made the fourth Raikage instinctively tense. There was an unmistakable sharpness in the boy's gaze, causing a flicker of uncertainty in the Raikage's heart. Did this child possess further hidden strengths? Ichiraku took a few steps back, adopting a defensive stance. This little brat. The Raikage's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. The preceding commotion had undoubtedly alerted the nearby patrols, and what lay ahead promised to be troublesome. The prospect of a safe exit appeared nearly impossible now. The only course of action was to swiftly defeat this boy to intimidate the approaching patrols and carve a path to freedom. With this thought, the fourth Raikage unleashed his full might. Observing the unfolding scene, Ichiraku ceased to hold back, enveloping himself entirely in haki. A crimson glow radiated from him, enveloping his curved katana as both combatants braced for the impending clash. In a sudden burst, the Raikage lunged forward, initiating his assault. A sonic boom erupted as Ichiraku activated his observation haki, encompassing the entire vicinity. At that moment, everything around him became potential weapons and armor. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a crackle of energy, the objects enveloped in crimson light were obliterated, leaving a scorched earth in their wake. Aya! The fourth Raikage roared, launching a rapid succession of punches. Ichiraku continuously utilized the surrounding debris as shields, striving to block the Raikage's relentless onslaught, but each effort was met with failure, sending him reeling backward. The fourth Raikage resembled an unyielding sword, impervious to any impact that might obstruct its relentless advance. This insufferable brat, as he charged forward, his astonishment grew. What was the origin of this peculiar ability? Was it a form of bloodline limit? Or perhaps a refinement beyond the bloodline limit? Regardless of its nature, defeating this boy under the current circumstances would undoubtedly prove arduous. With a slight parting of his lips, the fourth Raikage summoned the power of lightning release, significantly amplifying his strength. You little rascal, though I am unaware of the source of your power, I warn you, it is utterly impossible to bring me down with such abilities. I surmise this is your utmost strength. However, my own capabilities extend far beyond this. As he spoke, the fourth Raikage raised his hand, radiating sparks of lightning that illuminated the surroundings. With one hand grasping the Aizen blade, he began to accumulate energy with the other. Having fought alongside Killer Bee, he was well aware of the relevant intelligence regarding Aizen. Without the blade, Aizen could not unleash his terrifying slashes. Now, everything was coming to an end. Prepare yourself, little brat. Your doom is at hand. In the fourth Raikage's perspective, a single strike would ensure Aizen's demise, as he lacked any means for counterattack or reprisal. However, Aizen began to laugh. Just as I hoped. His breathing quickened. His heartbeat raced, audible even to himself. Armed haki, internal destruction. The observation haki predicted the trajectory of the fourth Raikage's attack, while the armed haki transmitted through the grasped blade into the Raikage's arm. Thud. The first sound came from the arm gripping the blade. The second sound echoed as Aizen evaded, and the fourth Raikage struck the ground. As the dust settled, Aizen observed blood gushing from every pore of the Raikage's arm, reminiscent of the moment he had withstood the Raikage's full force strike moments earlier. At this critical juncture, the armed haki penetrated the fourth Raikage's body, wreaking havoc and obliterating the meridians in his arm. The Raikage's arm became numb from electric shock, devoid of any pain, yet he sensed it spiraling out of control. While in the original narrative, the fourth Raikage could sever his own arm or evade Amaterasu, this time was different. Aizen's observation haki could foresee the Raikage's movements several seconds into the future, rendering evasion impossible. As he felt an unsettling sensation coursing through his arm, akin to countless insects devouring a vital force within, the fourth Raikage was beset by discomfort and indescribable unease. Lifting his gaze to Aizen, who remained unfazed, he pondered, was this the reason Killer Bee had been unable to rise after sustaining such a wound? It is not entirely his fault. Were I in his position, I too would likely struggle to endure such relentless trials. In truth, Icheng's assault this time is significantly more formidable than when he faced Karabi. With the passage of time, his strength has undeniably increased by leaps and bounds. Icheng's blade remains where the fourth Raikage once stood, now shattered. Blood continues to flow from Icheng's wounds. Have both parties truly reached the brink of exhaustion? Shaking his head, the fourth Raikage rose once more. With a mutter of discontent, he felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Continuing this battle, he was certain he could slay Icheng, who appeared far more grievously injured than himself, yet the cost would be Icheng's demise. And he would not escape unscathed either. No, the Hidden Cloud Village cannot exist a single day without its leader. The Fourth Hokage was acutely aware of the chaos that would ensue should he fall. Having just lost the Third Hokage, the village would undoubtedly descend into turmoil, and the morale of the common folk would be severely impacted. Given these circumstances, the Fourth Hokage concluded that retreat was the most prudent course of action. After sustaining such grave injuries, he finally regained his composure. A faint chuckle escaped him. It seemed he had anticipated the Fourth Hokage's movements, and Icheng found it rather amusing. "Do you truly believe I would allow you to depart so easily?" Icheng's voice, though weak, carried an undeniable authority. A kunai was flung forth. "How laughable! Is this all you have?" The Fourth Hokage scoffed disdainfully. "You cannot even wield your sword, and you think this will hinder me? Teacher Minato, you promised you would not be late." Chapter 79. The Fourth Hokage captured. A derisive laugh escaped the Fourth Hokage as he observed Icheng throw a strangely shaped kunai. "You cannot even keep pace with my speed. Do you truly believe your kunai can breach my defenses?" The kunai landed a short distance from him. "I may not be able to, but he certainly can," Icheng replied through the intense pain coursing through his body. "Teacher Minato, you promised you would not arrive late." A golden flash illuminated the battlefield as a third figure emerged. The Fourth Hokage's pupils constricted. He suddenly recalled the unique shape of the kunai, which was unmistakably the kunai used by Minato, the Flying Thunder God kunai, shaped like a maple leaf. The sudden arrival of Minato left the Fourth Hokage momentarily stunned. "Icheng, I haven't kept you waiting, have I?" At that moment, Minato appeared far removed from the dignified image of a Hokage. Dressed only in a shirt, with long socks and slippers, he looked utterly disheveled, as if he had just awakened from slumber. Moments earlier, he had been roused from sleep by a cacophony of sounds, followed by the familiar chakra fluctuations nearby. Without a second thought, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Icheng's side. Upon seeing the Fourth Hokage before him, Minato quickly grasped the situation. The sight of Icheng in such pain ignited a flicker of anger within him, and he swiftly withdrew the kunai embedded in the ground, preparing to strike. It seems that the Fourth Hokage attempted a surprise attack, only to be thwarted by Izumi, resulting in an intense battle between the two sides. Ultimately, Izumi sustained severe injuries. Thus, one might wonder, has Izumi once again saved Konoha? Minato Namikaze, undeterred by the tumult, remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the Fourth Hokage. Capturing him alive would prove advantageous. Izumi, remarkably weakened, leaned against a heap of dirt and splintered wood, struggling to rest. The following dawn coincided with a holiday. As the villagers of Konoha ventured into the streets, they were met with a transformed landscape. The once picturesque park had suffered grievous damage. With half of its area turned upside down, a grotesque amalgamation of mud, wood debris, animal carcasses, and refuse emitting a foul stench. Moreover, several mangled bodies, barely identifiable as ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds by their attire, lay strewn across the park, the scene marred by blood and litter. The police force and Umbu swiftly mobilized, cordoning off the area, leaving the townsfolk to seek amusement elsewhere. This marked yet another significant change. The Hero Exhibition Hall of Konoha was unexpectedly opened to the public. Previously, this exhibition had remained closed, purportedly to curate the illustrious deeds of historical heroes. However, on this day, it not only opened its doors, but also showcased recent events. For instance, it highlighted how Izumi single-handedly injured the Fourth Hokage the previous night, ultimately allowing Minato to capture him alive. In addition, the exhibition featured Izumi's remarkable accomplishments, including the resolution of a recent border conflict and the thwarting of Orochimaru's schemes. The atmosphere was charged with shock, astonishment, and a sense of joy at having survived such an ordeal. Had it not been for Izumi's valor, the forces of the village hidden in the clouds might have decimated them entirely. The citizens of Konoha held profound admiration for this young individual who had ascended to the position of Umbu captain at such a tender age. Indeed, a person of such greatness was truly deserving of this honor. While the populace slumbered, Izumi had single-handedly safeguarded the entirety of Konoha, eliciting a deep sense of respect from all. Simultaneously, various media outlets began reporting on the incident. In no time, the tale of the village hidden in the clouds' infiltration and the thwarting of their nefarious plot by the current Umbu captain Izumi, spread throughout Konoha, becoming common knowledge. Many, filled with a mixture of relief and gratitude, bowed deeply before Izumi's portrait in the exhibition hall. A hero indeed. As the villagers reflected on their narrow escape from death, an elderly recluse received the news. A hero, perhaps? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Throughout one's life, one must pursue something, a pursuit of fame, of friendships. If one can achieve these aspirations while garnering the accolades of those around them, then one can truly depart this world without regret. Once more igniting his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled with a touch of melancholy. Reflecting on his days as Hokage, he regretted not having conceived such an effective method to win the hearts of the people. Shaking his head, he was suddenly struck by an unfamiliar sensation, a yearning for public admiration. With this thought, he set down his pipe and hastened towards the Hokage building in Konoha. Yesterday, the Raikage had personally arrived with his entourage. A familiar sensation graced his shoulder as Aiken spoke to Yumi. Just the day prior, Aiken had captured the Raikage and had since informed his maid, Yumi, about the incident. Over time, Yumi had become accustomed to her life as a maid, her skills growing increasingly refined, her movements more gentle, embodying the essence of her role. However, upon hearing the news regarding the fourth Raikage, she couldn't help but shudder. What had befallen the esteemed fourth Raikage? As a ninja from Kumogakure, she could no longer contain the flood of emotions that erupted within her at that moment. Rest assured, he is still alive. Aiken nonchalantly waved his hand, recounting how the fourth Raikage had been personally escorted to Konoha Hospital after being easily subdued by him. Yumi, with disbelief etched across her face, momentarily forgot her duty to massage Aiken, kneeling in silence. Would you like to see him? Aiken turned to Yumi, a teasing glint in his eyes. Yet, she was too engulfed in her shattered faith to respond, appearing as though her spirit had been broken. At least he is not in any immediate danger, right? Aiken shrugged, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a series of rhythmic knocks echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Recognizing the sound, Aiken stepped forward and opened the door, revealing a member of the Umbu. Captain, the situation is as follows. The Umbu ninja succinctly explained that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sought him. Chapter 80. Speak. What have you done for Konoha? Come in. Aiken waved the Umbu away and began tidying his belongings. He could surmise the reason for Minato's visit, likely concerning the handling of the fourth Raikage. Aiken and Minato had successfully injured the Raikage in a synchronized assault, alleviating concerns about him losing control in the hospital. After all, the effects of Haki still lingered within him. This was not a world of pirates. In the face of Haki, the denizens of the Hokage realm were utterly defenseless. Thus, the fourth Raikage was essentially at the mercy of Aiken and Minato. With this thought in mind, Aiken rose and made his way towards the Hokage building. Within the confines of the Hokage building, an unusual sight unfolded. The fourth Hokage and the third Hokage found themselves together in the same office. Minato, faced with the incessant ramblings of Hiruzen Sarutobi, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had anticipated that the former Hokage would possess insights on how to address the fourth Raikage, but to his dismay, Hiruzen had no intention of engaging in that discussion. Whenever Minato broached the subject, Hiruzen deftly diverted the conversation elsewhere. It was evident that Hiruzen was not there to consult on matters of state. As Hiruzen exhaled smoke rings, he meandered from topics of the village gates to the intricacies of bone structures, tracing a winding path from the founding of Konoha by Hashirama Senju to the legendary sage of six paths. Minato was utterly bewildered, unable to decipher the meaning behind Hiruzen's cryptic discourse. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to speak plainly. Third Hokage, may I inquire about the true purpose of your visit? Surely it cannot solely be to engage in idle chatter? Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, meeting Minato's gaze with a glimmer of mischief. Oh, there's no rush. Nothing of great urgency at hand. Minato, exasperated, thought to himself, if there is truly nothing pressing, then why seek me out? Under your stewardship, the village has undergone monumental changes, and I find myself somewhat reassured. After a lengthy and seemingly aimless monologue, Hiruzen finally shook his head, exclaiming, We've even established a hero museum, something I could never have envisioned years ago. Minato's eyebrows arched in realization. Ah, I see now. That is your intention. Hiruzen continued. However, while there are many heroes in Konoha, their contributions vary greatly. Should we consider dedicating a separate exhibition space for those who have made extraordinary contributions? Minato's expression shifted, as if he were beginning to piece together Hiruzen's underlying message. Figures such as Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, both Hokage, have made remarkable contributions to the village. It would hardly be excessive to feature them in a dedicated exhibit. Hiruzen emphasized the term Hokage with a weighty significance, suggesting, I too am a Hokage. Why should I not be included? Though Minato was an idealist at heart, his extensive experience under Jiraiya and among the upper echelons of Konoha had imparted an understanding of the subtleties of power dynamics. With no lingering doubts, he quickly grasped Hiruzen's true intentions. Indeed, when the Hero Museum first opened, it predominantly showcased recent heroes. Initially, Minato had aspired to include the village's historical heroes, but the task of compiling records of ancient sages proved daunting. Moreover, some individuals, despite their significant contributions, were not without their share of misdeeds, such as Uchiha Madara, Tobirama Senju, and Orochimaru. Thus, after careful consideration, Minato decided to focus the museum's exhibits on those flawless figures who had emerged since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, ensuring that those with checkered pasts would not be included. Orochimaru is undoubtedly a hero of the Third Great Ninja War, and the contributions of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara need no further elaboration. Nevertheless, Izumi's standing is absolutely unquestionable. As for the other figures of this era or those surrounded by controversy, Minato intends to deliberate, to sift through the information before proceeding. At that moment, however, the arrival of the Third Hokage perfectly disrupted all of Minato's meticulously laid plans. Minato felt as though he were in a surreal state, akin to Izumi in his previous life, upon receiving news of online classes due to a pandemic-related postponement. The issue concerning the Fourth Hokage's placement was already enough to leave him in a state of disarray. Why must you add to my troubles, sensei? At this critical juncture, the door to the Hokage's office finally swung open. Izumi dashed into the room, catching sight of Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen deep in debate. As he stood at the entrance, he faintly overheard words like Konoha Village, Hero Exhibition Hall, and Hokage. Upon seeing the Third Hokage, everything became clear. Oh, so this fellow seeks to enter the Hero Exhibition Hall. Izumi regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with amusement. The Third Hokage was indeed correct. Disregarding Minato's imploring gaze, Izumi stepped forward. Every Hokage has made indelible contributions to the village, warranting a dedicated exhibition hall. Yosh! A radiant smile blossomed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he looked upon Izumi with approval. This young man is quite perceptive. I too believe that individuals of significant contribution deserve their own exhibition hall. Moreover, esteemed Third Hokage, you are equally deserving. The brilliance of Hiruzen's smile intensified. He could already envision a day in the future when his grandson, upon hearing others' admiration for him, would gaze with wide, starry eyes and ask, Grandfather, were you truly that magnificent in your time? At that moment, he could exhale a puff of smoke, nodding with a benevolent smile. All for the sake of Konoha, we bear this responsibility without hesitation. Then, amidst the admiration and awe of the crowd, he would depart with grace. What a splendid picture that would be. As Sarutobi Hiruzen immersed himself in this daydream, he completely overlooked the increasingly sinister smile approaching from Izumi. Ah, esteemed Third Hokage, establishing a dedicated exhibition hall for you is certainly feasible. However, might you share the details of your achievements? This would save us the effort of scouring through records, allowing us to expedite the arrangement of your exhibition hall's layout, would it not? The once radiant smile of Sarutobi Hiruzen vanished in an instant. Izumi was already poised with pen and paper, his expression brimming with anticipation as he looked at Hiruzen, urging him to commence his performance. Ah, esteemed Third Hokage, no need to feel anxious. Please, boldly share what great deeds you accomplished during your tenure for Konoha Village. Speak swiftly, for we are all eagerly awaiting your words. Chapter 81. I wish to slay my mentor. Achievements? Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively paused, then, without a moment's hesitation, spoke. What a jest! As the Third Hokage, I have devoted myself tirelessly to the village of Konoha. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Instead, why not discuss specific matters? For instance, during the First Great Ninja War, I achieved remarkable feats. Oh, Izumi nodded in agreement. And how many enemies did you defeat? What pivotal battles did you partake in? Or what significant contributions did you make? Sensing something amiss, Sarutobi hesitated for a moment before finally stating, I defeated countless enemies, probably in the thousands. I participated in nearly every large-scale battle, especially when the second Hokage was surrounded by the formidable duo of Kin and Jin from the Cloud Village. I was the one who volunteered to hold the rear. I see. Izumi appeared quite satisfied. To have defeated thousands and participated in every significant battle of the First Great Ninja War is quite comparable to what teacher Minato accomplished. The expression of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stiffened. What do you imply by that? Yet, what troubled him even more lay ahead. Izumi shook his head. Well then, let us not discuss that anymore. Why don't you elaborate on the specifics of holding the rear? How did you manage to single-handedly stall Kin and Jin along with several elite jonin, and ultimately retreat unscathed? Sarutobi felt a vain throb on his forehead. Actually, I did not remain to hold the rear that time, but, oh, I see. What a pity. Izumi shook his head, signaling for Sarutobi to move on. While your spirit is commendable, Danzo was also prepared to sacrifice himself for Konoha. You weren't much different from him, were you? Moreover, wasn't it the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, who held the rear? If you had stayed back, how would that have been recorded in the second Hokage's exhibit? At last, Sarutobi understood Izumi's intent. Was he attempting to mock me? However, he was undeterred. With my extensive experience, should I truly fear you? After a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi continued, I led Konoha to victory in the Second Great Ninja War. Izumi, with the curiosity of a child, leaned in closer, then, akin to the First Great Ninja War. Could you recount which battles you participated in, or how many enemies you vanquished? Sarutobi felt a wave of frustration wash over him, wishing he could silence that impudent brat. Yet, reason prevailed. After all, he was the third Hokage of Konoha. If he acted rashly, he would face ridicule even in his own home. Specific achievements aside, why not share which battles you commanded or what strategies you employed that ensured the tide of war ultimately favored Konoha? Me share? Sarutobi scoffed. As if I had no role in coordinating affairs within Konoha. At that time, the various clans were already reluctant to fight, and I spent most of my time engaging in disputes with them. Ultimately, it was the complete annihilation of the Senju clan of Konoha that ignited a spark of determination within the smaller clans, leading to the eventual triumph in the Second Great Ninja War. However, the total loss of the Senju clan and the significant casualties suffered by various smaller families further empowered the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Consequently, it was this very situation that prompted Danzo to eradicate the Uchiha clan, while Hiruzen Sarutobi took the opportunity to reprimand the Hyuga clan regarding Hinata's predicament. Yet, due to Izumi's influence, the course of events was altered. It seemed that Hiruzen Sarutobi had little to boast about regarding his actions during the Second War. Contemplating this, his face flushed with indignation. He wished to assert that his strategic command during the Third War had ultimately led Konoha to victory. However, upon reflection, he found those words difficult to utter. Minato's gaze was fixed intently on the scene before him. The very Hokage who had ascended to his current position through merit during the Third War was right there. Minato was indeed observing the performance of Izumi and the third Hokage, chuckling to the point of discomfort. This Izumi truly showed no regard for the dignity of the third Hokage. Moreover, he had not forgotten the reason for his own abdication. It was precisely because the two prominent clans hesitated to deploy forces against the assault of the Mist Village that he had been compelled to use his resignation as leverage. As Hokage, it seemed that his most notable contribution during the Third War had been the decision to step down. How humiliating that would be to admit. Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow, his expression sharpening. Though I did not personally witness the battlefield nor fulfill my duty to coordinate from the center, do you think this diminishes my accomplishments? Nonsense. He continued, I have mentored the illustrious Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. They are the legendary Sannin of Konoha and the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze is my grand student, and even you are my great-grand student. I have nurtured countless talents for Konoha. Suddenly, Izumi spat out a mouthful of water, nearly overcome with laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Hey, Izumi turned to Minato. Master Minato, may I slay my teacher? Truly, this is beyond shameless. Izumi expressed that such a matter was simply intolerable. The title of the legendary three ninjas was bestowed by their enemies, who were still in the Rain Village, enjoying hot pot and singing songs, continuing to play music and dance. Furthermore, if one were to examine the three of them, they were merely a trio of debauchery. Tsunade had an insatiable gambling addiction, even resorting to selling medical equipment from the Konoha hospital to fund her gambling pursuits. Jiraiya's daily hobbies included peeping at women in the bathhouse and indulging in wine, which he then used as inspiration for his numerous risku writings. As for Orochimaru, it goes without saying that his human experiments had claimed countless lives. And yet, you dare to claim that you have nurtured talent? It is clear to me. But where are the individuals? Are they even human? The laughter erupted as Minato could no longer contain himself, finally breaking into guffaws. This was utterly ridiculous, simply beyond belief. He never anticipated that I Ching would show no regard for Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. However, this seems to be quite commendable. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion turned a shade greener than spinach. You should return and reflect thoroughly. When you have clarity, come back and state your case. I Ching waved his hand, issuing an eviction order. He was not the Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had no authority to remain here. Yet, staying would only lead to his own humiliation. Chapter 82. The mightiest Hokage. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen was sent away, I Ching's expression instantly grew serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already a remnant of a bygone era. The new world could not accommodate such a controversial figure. His time had passed, and everything surrounding him was no longer relevant. The presence of such a contentious individual necessitated careful consideration before being introduced into the exhibition hall. Indeed, he was a figure steeped in controversy. I Ching spoke no falsehood. If one were to delve into it, Sarutobi Hiruzen had committed just as many unscrupulous acts as Senju Tobirama. For instance, how did the Senju clan meet its demise during the Second Great Ninja War? If one were to claim that they were fully integrated into Konoha, I Ching would not believe a word of it. After all, it was an immensely large clan. Observing the current scale of the Uchiha clan offers a glimpse into how formidable the Senju clan once was. How could such a grand family simply claim to have fully integrated without any remnants? As the leader of the Umbu, I Ching had reviewed the files. Within the borders of Konoha, not a single Senju remained. Although it is customary in Japan for women to adopt their husband's surname upon marriage, does that imply the Senju clan had no male heirs? Absurd. Yet, perhaps only Tsunade, who had departed, was privy to the entire truth. Regardless, it was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen played a pivotal role in these events. Additionally, there were numerous matters that, upon thorough investigation, would undoubtedly reveal Sarutobi Hiruzen's involvement. For example, how did Hatake Tsukumo meet his end? Furthermore, how did the Uzumaki clan face extinction? Or, from where did Orochimaru acquire the original template for the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei? Moreover, during the collapse of Konoha, how did Orochimaru manage to gather the remains of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Namikaze Minato? It is clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen was undeniably linked to these occurrences. I Ching believed he had already afforded Sarutobi Hiruzen a measure of respect by refraining from interrogating him about these matters. However, he had no interest in delving deeper, as he had pressing business to attend to, namely, discussing the placement of the fourth Hokage. Thus, how should they address the fourth Hokage situation? Namikaze Minato was somewhat uncertain. To be fair, he genuinely wished to exert some pressure on Kumogakure. Nonetheless, he remained apprehensive. If Kumogakure were to be dismantled, a significant upheaval would inevitably ensue throughout the entire ninja world. Once the balance of the ninja world was altered, Konoha would inevitably be drawn into the fray. Therefore, with the strength of Konoha, what course of action should they pursue? Currently, the Hidden Leaf Village is at a critical stage of post-war reconstruction, and it cannot simply come to an end. Why the urgency? Izumi expressed her confusion. Indeed, we have captured the Hokage. Why should we be in a hurry? Shouldn't it be the Cloud Village that feels pressed? Minato sighed deeply and conveyed his concerns to Izumi in earnest. After all, this is the Hokage. We must devise a proper solution to this matter. Minato's determination was unwavering. I see. Izumi nodded in understanding. It is true that the Hidden Leaf Village has not yet secured its strength amidst this significant transformation. However, I believe there is no need for such anxiety. Shrugging, Izumi remarked, it is the Cloud Village that should be worried. Even if a series of repercussions were to ensue, leading to severe losses, the Cloud Village would undoubtedly be the first to suffer before the Leaf Village. Minato furrowed his brow. But wouldn't the Hidden Leaf Village still face misfortune? Izumi shook her head. No. What I mean is that the Hidden Leaf Village should temporarily preserve its strength and used the situation with the Fourth Hokage to extort the Cloud Village. With the proceeds from such extortion, we could bolster our post-war reconstruction efforts. Ultimately, we should strive to restore our readiness for battle as swiftly as possible. Moreover, the Hidden Leaf Village will no longer deploy ordinary ninjas to the battlefield. Henceforth, warfare will be the domain of the Umbu, while public security will be entrusted to the Uchiha clan, allowing ordinary ninjas to return to their everyday lives. Indeed, Izumi's vision is to liberate ninjas from the role of mere instruments of slaughter, transforming them into entities akin to ordinary people, much like the movie stars in Naruto, who utilize ninjutsu for special effects. The professionally trained Umbu will shine on the battlefield, able to take on 10 opponents single-handedly. This transition of the Umbu from the shadows into the light will also revolutionize the combat strategies across the entire ninja world. As a traveler from another realm, Izumi is acutely aware of the efficiency that clear divisions of labor can bring. He is confident that once the Umbu evolve into a true professional military force, no ninja village will be able to stand against the Hidden Leaf Village. The Hidden Leaf Village has always been a formidable ninja village. As long as we can secure sufficient funds, all problems will be resolved effortlessly. Izumi smiled, stating this with conviction. Indeed, Minato nodded in agreement. The current Hidden Leaf Village is grappling with financial shortages. This is not a recent development. According to Izumi's memories, the Hidden Leaf Village has consistently struggled financially throughout the original narrative. The revenue of a ninja village primarily derives from 3 sources: various internal taxes, commissions from ninja tasks, and allocations from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The first 2 cannot be recklessly increased, or it would lead to chaos, which is why Hokage has always been quite humble before the daimyo. The economic lifeline has been firmly in their grasp. However, Izumi's proposal truly illuminated Minato's thoughts. Indeed, if we firmly hold onto the Fourth Hokage, couldn't we extract a significant sum from the Cloud Village? With such funds, we could potentially improve various aspects within the Hidden Leaf Village and perhaps witness a rapid resurgence. Furthermore, the expansion of the Umbu requires an immense amount of financial resources. Although Izumi has strictly prohibited corrupt practices within various departments, thereby eliminating many unnecessary expenditures, this is merely sufficient to maintain the current state of the Umbu. If we are to adequately prepare for the impending Ninja World War, the Umbu must expand rapidly to a larger scale. Currently, the number of Umbu members is less than 1,000, making the prospect of engaging in the Ninja World War akin to chasing a fantasy. We need at least 10,000 personnel to be viable. Thus, Izumi believes that the Umbu is in dire need of funds. However, there is no need for you to worry excessively, Sensei Minato. Izumi waved his hand dismissively. You should focus on handling political affairs. Leave the military matters to me. With that, Izumi began to formulate the baseline for negotiations regarding reparations from the Hidden Cloud Village alongside Minato. Remember, Sensei Minato. Izumi clapped Minato on the shoulder and declared, "One day, I shall make you the strongest Hokage of Konoha. Although Minato was indifferent to such titles, Izumi spoke with the utmost sincerity. Chapter 83. Become an older brother. As Izumi's words lingered in the air, the entire Hokage office fell silent. The strongest Hokage? Minato was unconcerned, especially since the previous strongest Hokage was Sarutobi Hiruzen. To Minato, this so-called strongest Hokage title seemed more like a mocking epithet. Izumi, I am serious. The figure of Izumi walked towards the exit, suddenly adding, without any prompting, "Your ability to think this way brings me great comfort," Minato silently reflected. "Yet, I have never contemplated such matters." Minato unconsciously shook his head and asserted, "I merely wish to witness your growth and eventually entrust everything to you. I want you to inherit all that I have protected, guiding Konoha to greater heights." Inadvertently, Minato's words reached Izumi's ears as he was nearing the door, causing him to halt abruptly. Turning back, he noticed a complexity in Minato's gaze. After careful consideration, Minato decided to speak. "Izumi, Naruto is soon to be born. May I ask you to be his older brother?" This was a sentiment Minato had long wished to express, but had finally voiced with a tone of hope. He was acutely aware of Izumi's background. Having perused Izumi's file countless times, he understood that as an orphan, few could genuinely penetrate Izumi's heart. Orphaned at a young age, he had relied solely on Azuki for companionship. Upon growing older, he had forged a bond with Itachi Uchiha, becoming one of the very few individuals he truly cherished. This is why he treated Itachi with such kindness. This is also why, after Azuki was taken away, he personally infiltrated the Umbu base. Minato's aim was to gradually enter Izumi's heart, helping him realize that he was not alone and that everything around him deeply valued his existence. As time passed, the moments shared between Watergate and Iching were scarce, yet they felt akin to family, as if they had been together for an eternity. Thus, it was time to utter those significant words. At the very least, this child should experience the warmth of a family, so that no regrets lingered in his heart. It was essential to voice words of encouragement when he needed them most, and to provide ample care when warmth was sought. That alone sufficed. Meanwhile, Iching stood at the doorway, momentarily stunned. What was happening? The name Naruto derived from a novel by Jiraiya, Tales of the Willful Ninja. The protagonist within was a ninja determined to change the world with unwavering resolve. Watergate decided to bestow this name upon Naruto, hoping he too could transform this imperfect world. From a certain perspective, Naruto indeed succeeded. He managed to maintain long-standing peace among the 5 great nations, ensuring their harmonious coexistence. However, what relevance did this hold for me? As a traveler from another realm, would I ever find the opportunity to integrate into this world? Iching found himself lost in thought. In that moment, Watergate lifted his gaze, filled with expectation and concern. Iching understood the depth of Watergate's words, yet since his arrival in this world, he had never discussed such matters with anyone. Unsure of what to say, he pondered that being Naruto's brother had never hindered his progress. Yet, with a deep sigh, Watergate seemed to mock himself with a breath of resignation. Was it truly impossible? What could possibly stir your heart? After swallowing a colorful rice dumpling, Iching shook his head and glanced back at Watergate, his eyes slightly reddened, uncertain if it was due to the earlier encounter with Sarutobi Hiruzen or another reason altogether. Watergate-sensei, I promise you, it's fine, he responded, his voice trembling with emotion as he accepted Watergate's suggestion, then stood and departed. Wait, hold on. Watergate attempted to call him back, but Iching had already raised his head, eyes closed, and left with his sword in hand. Well, so be it. A smile finally graced Watergate's lips. On the way home, Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly halted by a familiar, hunched figure. Indeed, it was his old friend Shimura Danzo. A hint of jealousy flickered in Danzo's eyes as he coldly addressed Hiruzen. Hey, Hiruzen, I hear the Hero Exhibition Hall in Konoha is open to the public? Before Hiruzen could respond, Danzo continued, I believe I am also qualified to enter the exhibition. Hearing this, Hiruzen could not help but shake his head. I haven't even been inside. He had ventured there specifically for that reason, only to be met with disappointment. And now he found Danzo had sought him out for the same purpose. Hiruzen's gaze was filled with melancholy. So, you haven't been inside either? A smile emerged on Danzo's face. Nothing much, Sarutobi. Haven't you also failed to enter? To this day? Shimura Danzo still believes that he is merely a heartbeat away from the position of Hokage. If only he could have responded a tad quicker when questioned by the second Hokage, perhaps that esteemed title would have been his. He fails to recognize that his abilities pale in comparison to those of Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a politician, he has achieved considerable success. However, as a leader of the nation, he is utterly lacking. His talents have always been manifested in wind release techniques and in the art of intrigue. Such a figure, once thrust into the arena of power, is indeed capable of ascending step by step. Yet, for the common people, he brings profound suffering. Should he ascend to the pinnacle of power and become the Hokage of Konoha, the entire village would find itself under the oppressive shadow of his reign of terror. Pray tell, what merit have you contributed to the village? Be specific. Sarutobi Hiruzen, suddenly intrigued, adopted a mocking tone as if to toy with him. Shimura Danzo scoffed derisively before declaring, as the leader of Root, I have nurtured countless exceptional talents for the village's Umbu. Oh, could you provide an example? Danzo's countenance darkened, while Hiruzen savored the delightful sensation reminiscent of his recent teasing. I have assisted the Hokage in eliminating many potential threats to Konoha. For instance, Hatake Shimo, whose power and reputation posed a significant threat to the stability of the village's governance. His rebellion would have led to catastrophic consequences, hence his demise. And what of the Senju clan? Hiruzen, what do you mean by covering my mouth? Chapter 84. Merely a bargaining chip. The time has now reached August. The summer's heat has yet to fully wane, and everything remains as splendid as ever. Izumi strolled along the streets of Konoha, absorbing the myriad changes surrounding her. The scenery blurred past, with everything remaining remarkably similar, save for the exhibition hall at the very heart of the village. Currently, only one exhibition room is open to the public, showcasing works by Izumi, Kakashi, Itachi, and Shursui. This is also one of the reasons Izumi refused to grant Sarutobi Hiruzen a separate exhibit. Neither of the previous Hokages received such an honor, nor did the founder of the hall. What makes him worthy? To speak frankly, Hiruzen's contributions are indeed significant, yet when compared to those of Minato Namikaze and Izumi herself, they are merely average. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara remain figures who are beyond Hiruzen's reach. The only blemish on Madara's legacy may be his betrayal of Konoha, which was ultimately an attempt to fulfill the will of fire, albeit through a misguided path. As she walked through the streets, Izumi seemed to have lost the sense of awe that Minato once inspired in her. Perhaps she has fully integrated into the world of Hokage? Perhaps. Shaking her head, Izumi had no intention of entering the exhibition hall. She was all too familiar with the contents within, having designed them herself. Wait, Icheng turned his head and suddenly beheld a familiar figure. White hair, a mask. Wasn't he this none other than Kakashi, the copy ninja of Konoha? Icheng leaped over and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, Kakashi. The fact that you could sense my presence is perhaps a testament to your vigilance, the only one capable of such a feat vigilance. This codename seemed to please Kakashi immensely. Especially after Icheng elucidated the significance of this alias, Kakashi began to refer to himself by it with increasing frequency. Riga Port, vigilance. My poor Sabeo. Coughing, Icheng shook his head, turning to meet Kakashi's gaze. By the way, what brings you here? When asked about a sensitive topic, a flicker of despondency crossed Kakashi's eyes. Icheng, I believe my father's contributions to Konoha were no less significant than those of the current individuals. Thus, he should also have a rightful place in the exhibition. Yet, the thought of his father's demise made Kakashi feel that it would be somewhat inappropriate for such a controversial figure to be included in the gallery. Forget it, forget it. Kakashi shook his head. Since I cannot change any of this, I shall carry on my father's will and leave my own mark upon this world. A glimmer of clarity and resolve sparkled in Kakashi's eyes. Fear not. I shall establish a dedicated exhibition for individuals whose contributions to Konoha were both significant and contentious. Your father will undoubtedly be featured there, Icheng solemnly assured him, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. Fear not, was the codename Icheng bestowed upon Kakashi after he became the leader of the Umbu. The reason was, naturally, a nod to the original work's character, Hatake Kakashi, whose exploits were legendary. Upon hearing Icheng's words, Kakashi looked up in surprise. You not only Hatake Tsukumo, but also the three infamous Sannin, Uchiha Obito, and Senju Tobarama, among others. Are you truly willing to expose Konoha shortcomings so openly? Isn't that akin to airing its dirty laundry? Kakashi shook his head helplessly. One is one, and two is two. This is the principle Icheng ardently pursues. Regardless of one's past deeds, praise the good and condemn the bad. Each should be evaluated independently. In this regard, Icheng excels. However, at that moment, Kakashi suddenly recalled something. Icheng, it seems the Fourth Hokage wishes to meet you. At the Konoha Hospital, in the VIP ward, the overall standard of medical care had significantly declined since Tsunade's departure. Although Tsunade often sold medical equipment, her unparalleled skills as a healer were irreplaceable. With her absence, Konoha not only faced a shortage of medical supplies, but also lost an exceptionally skilled physician. Yet, in comparison to other nations, Konoha's medical standards were not as lacking as one might assume. Currently, within the Fourth Hokage's exclusive ward, various medicines lay scattered across the floor, and even the fire extinguisher had been tossed aside. The Fourth Hokage sat upon the bed, propped up by his remaining hand as he gazed toward the door of the hospital room. Upon seeing Izumi enter, a fiery wrath ignited within his eyes. How humiliating. Being scrutinized by these Leaf Village ninjas in such a state left him feeling utterly powerless, unable even to end his own life. All of this was the doing of Izumi. The Fourth Hokage mused that he would have preferred to perish on the battlefield, as that would have afforded him some semblance of honor. Now, he had become a mere puppet, a captive, and the indignity of this existence filled him with an unexplainable rage. Consequently, he rejected all medical treatment, scattering the offered potions across the floor. He had come to a profound understanding of the situation. It was not the schematics of the linen robe that had failed, nor had he simply encountered the guards of the Leaf Village. The disheveled appearance of Minato upon his arrival spoke volumes. Yet, how could this be? Discarding all other hypotheses, only one possibility remained. Izumi had utilized his sensory techniques to uncover the whereabouts of his squad. What manner of being was this youth? The observation haki possessed by Izumi was beyond the comprehension of the Fourth Hokage and indeed, the entirety of the Hokage world. Nevertheless, the Fourth Hokage found himself with many inquiries for Izumi. As Izumi and Kakashi entered, he could no longer contain his emotions. Hey, Izumi, I only permitted you to come alone. Immediately send him away. With his remaining arm pointed at Kakashi, the Fourth Hokage spoke with righteous indignation. Huh. Kakashi let out a wry smile, turning to leave, only to be halted by Izumi. Wait, there's no need. Kakashi is my colleague and friend, hence, he need not depart. Izumi's stance was resolute and unwavering as he approached the Fourth Hokage. On the contrary, their eyes locked, and Izumi did not mask the murderous intent within him. This is the leaf, and you are merely a bargaining chip at the negotiation table. His tone brooked no argument. You have destroyed so much and sent away the medical ninja who sought to aid you, even ruining our potions. Clean up this mess at once. Chapter 85, What now? Posturing? Furthermore, Izumi felt it was utterly beneath him. To assert dominance over a captive would only diminish his own stature. The reason Izumi chose to assert himself before the Hokage was due to the latter's own reckless behavior. Logically speaking, as a prisoner, one should not only be free from mistreatment, but also be afforded care in a specialized hospital, a courtesy that only the leaf could extend. Yet, rather than expressing gratitude, he had flung various medicinal supplies to the ground. Did the production of such medicines not incur costs for the Leaf Village? You are already a captive. What pretense do you have left? The absurdity of eating with one hand and cursing with the other was something Izumi could not tolerate. Hokage-sama, I advise you to recognize your current identity. As Kakashi spoke, a sense of ease washed over him, for Iching's blade had already been unsheathed. As the captain of the Umbu, it was not unusual for him to switch swords in such a brief span of time. The blade resting against the neck of the Fourth Hokage gleamed with a chilling light, and Iching sneered. Now, clean this place up, immediately. Confronted by Iching's frigid gaze, the Fourth Hokage's forehead throbbed with veins, pulsating incessantly. You little brat, I am the Hokage. If mere glances could kill, Iching was certain he would have perished dozens of times already. How could the exalted Hokage stoop to such menial tasks? Hokage? Iching mocked with a smirk, stepping forward to inquire. Ah, as the leader of a village, while others administer care and treatment, you dismiss the doctors and nurses, scattering medicines everywhere? As a village leader, you leave behind such a mess without cleaning it up yourself? As a village leader, you receive preferential treatment upon capture, yet you stubbornly feign indignation here? If you possess such prowess, how did you end up captured? This series of pointed questions rendered the once mighty Fourth Hokage speechless. Typically, he was the type to act rather than chatter, yet he found himself utterly bewildered in confrontation with Iching. Iching remained resolute. Clean this up immediately, or else. Though the Fourth Hokage was left speechless by the rebuke, he remained unmoved. Suddenly, the sound of steel piercing flesh echoed. Iching's blade had found its mark within the Hokage's body. The Hokage gritted his teeth, stifling a groan, yet remained silent. Just as he had decisively severed his own arm when Sasuke ignited it with Amaterasu, he exhibited no hesitation. This was the essence of the Hokage. You little brat. Is this all you can muster? He raised his head to glare at Iching, his eyes filled with derision and disdain. He was acutely aware that the only reason he still drew breath was due to his value. To Iching and the entire Hidden Leaf Village, he was merely a bargaining chip on the negotiation table. Thus, should he provoke Iching enough to incite his own demise, that chip would vanish from the table, potentially alleviating considerable pressure on the Cloud Village. Moreover, in his current state, he could no longer serve as a formidable combatant. It would be far better to perish than to become a burden to the Cloud Village. The Cloud Village would only have a Hokage who died in battle, not one who submitted. This was also one of the reasons the Fourth Hokage sought out Iching. Can you kill me? Yet, how could Iching grant him such a wish? Indeed, Iching nodded. I am well aware that you are the Hokage, which is precisely why I intend to place you at the negotiation table. Consider this. The more you struggle now, the greater your weight at the table will be later. While I may not be able to slay you directly, I can certainly extort a substantial sum from the Cloud Village. Consider the already fragile economy of Yunin Village, and ponder how scarce resources are in your community. A threat. A blatant threat. It is evident that this is a scheme, Yet the fourth Raikage has ceased his frenzy. Indeed, Unveiled Village has always been an inescapable burden for him. For the fourth Raikage, he can endure all physical torment, but the psychological impact of this situation has left him in a state of hesitation. The blade is drawn once more, poised against the fourth Raikage's throat. Your Excellency, I present you with two choices. Either cleanse this mess and refrain from further chaos, or I shall seal away your chakra, rendering you unconscious, while simultaneously extracting every last ounce of vitality from you when the Union delegation arrives. I possess little patience. You have merely 3 seconds. Ichin similarly offers no superfluous words. In the Valley of Villains, there exist many nefarious individuals, and only by becoming more shameless and repugnant than they can one ensure they are not sullied by their own disgrace. Ichin can remain steadfast in his principles. Yet this does not preclude him from adopting certain tactics from his adversaries. The fourth Raikage's expression has transitioned from anger to uncertainty, and now to utter resignation. How could such a ruthless thought so audaciously escape the lips of one so young? 3, 2, 1. At the very moment Ichin's blade is raised, the fourth Raikage finally speaks. Damn it, I choose option 1, you scoundrel. With that, he glares with eyes ablaze, rises, and begins to gather his belongings. Ultimately, he has conceded, yet this brush with mortality has imparted many lessons upon him. Now, the desire for death is no longer an option. However, this does not imply he cannot continue to sabotage Konoha. With this thought, the fourth Raikage, while packing, suddenly inquires, Little brat, are you not curious? Ichin, turning to leave, immediately pivots back. Do you not wish to know how we circumvented your checkpoints in the Land of Fire? How we meticulously approached Konoha, breached its barriers, and infiltrated its very heart? In the ensuing negotiations, the fourth Raikage aims to secure more leverage for Unveiled Village. This is his intention, and at present, the only course of action he deems viable. As long as he retains this advantage of information, he can reclaim a measure of power in future discussions. I don't care, as I can already surmise who it is. Ichin replies nonchalantly, shrugging off the concern. What do you think of my strategy of fishing for big game with a long line? Chapter 86. Apologies, Aunt Mikoto, but I must take my leave. How could this be? Now, it is the fourth Raikage who gazes at Ichin with disbelief. Does this fellow already know that someone has leaked information? Is this his ploy to ensnare both us and that individual? In a moment, a wave of astonishment, shock, and various other emotions surged within the fourth Raikage, who could scarcely believe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, on the other side, the negotiation delegation from the Cloud Village was making its way along the path. Lord Mabu, is there truly a need for such haste? One of his companions could not help but inquire, observing Mabu's hurried demeanor. In the past, even when burdened with numerous tasks assigned by the fourth Raikage, he had never exhibited such urgency. Not urgent. You did not witness the arrogance displayed by those from Konoha earlier. Mabu retorted sharply, quickening his pace. Listen closely, everyone. We must reach Konoha Village before this morning. After stating this, feeling it was insufficiently emphatic, he added, at the negotiation table, I expect each of you to keep your mouth shut. Any reckless remarks will be treated as treason. Following that, Mabu spoke no further, wholly focused on their journey. How could he not be anxious? He was indeed extremely worried. The fourth Raikage, had infiltrated Konoha Village with his entourage to cause chaos, and yet there had been no news for an extended period. What a farce. They were already significantly late. However, what had transpired? Mabu was utterly in the dark. The unknown often incites the greatest fear. Furthermore, a nation cannot remain leaderless for even a day. Should a village leader be absent for an extended duration, the repercussions for the village could be catastrophic. A few days might be manageable, allowing Mabu to fabricate excuses, but over time, it would become untenable. Moreover, if the disappearance of the fourth Raikage, or worse, his capture, were to be revealed to the other shinobi villages, it would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of complications, potentially even war. What was far more perilous was that currently, no one in Cloud Village possessed the prestige or strength to rival the fourth Raikage. Perhaps Killer Bee could be considered, but he was presently confined to a hospital bed. How could such a weakened Cloud Village withstand the impending threat of war? Therefore, the utmost priority was to ascertain the fourth Raikage's well-being, ensuring he had not perished or encountered any significant misfortune. Yet, the prolonged silence could only indicate a failure in their operation. Thus, the fourth Raikage was either dead or had been captured as leverage for negotiations. Mabu had already envisioned the dire consequences Konoha would inflict upon him. The only hope was that Konoha would not overreach in their demands. The more Mabu pondered, the more the sensation of being unable to control her fate filled her with dread. Thus, she hurriedly advanced towards Konoha, her heart racing with anxiety. Simultaneously, in Konoha's hospital, Izumi had just dealt with a plethora of distressing matters concerning the Fourth Hokage and sought to engage in something more uplifting to alleviate her spirits. After dismissing Kakashi, she made her way to the hospital room of Uchiha Makoto. As Makoto Uchiha's due date approaches, she has chosen to reside in Konoha Hospital for the time being. It is only natural for Izumi, as Itachi's friend, to pay her a visit. However, Izumi has been preoccupied with various tasks within the Umbu, leaving little time to spare. Observing Makoto's burgeoning belly, Izumi's thoughts wander extensively. Soon, he will assume the role of brother to Naruto, and alongside Itachi. He finds himself entangled in a web of relationships more intricate than that of European nobility. By the way, who named Sasuke? Izumi inquired curiously. Would the Third Hokage have any objections? If memory serves, Sarutobi Hiruzen's father was named Sarutobi Sasuke. Moreover, based on his understanding, the historical figure Sarutobi Sasuke indeed existed in Japanese history. Is it truly appropriate to name one's child after such a figure? Izumi felt that it was rather inappropriate. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but admire Uchiha Fugaku's audacious sense of humor. So, are you planning to raise someone else's father as your son? What a preposterous situation. Izumi expressed his bewilderment. Well, I believe Fugaku must have considered the feelings of the Third Hokage, Makoto said, a rare mischievous smile gracing her face at such remarks. Typically, Makoto Uchiha embodies the image of a gentle and harmonious housewife, yet today a smile altered Izumi's perception of her. According to the doctor, the time is merely a few weeks away. Makoto, with a tender gaze, caressed her belly and softly remarked, "Your method of changing the subject." Before Izumi could retort, Makoto continued, Now, Izumi, please do not overexert yourselves during training with Itachi. To me, you will always be children." All right," Izumi conceded, recognizing the seriousness of her words. Suppressing the urge to continue his banter, he nodded, "Rest assured, Auntie, we know our limits." Currently, Itachi remains engaged in missions and training within the Umbu, leaving no time to visit Makoto. Uchiha Fugaku, preoccupied with family matters and responsibilities within the Konoha police force, seldom finds a moment to spare either. Left alone in the hospital, Makoto may feel somewhat isolated. Observing the curious glances of doctors and nurses directed at the matriarch of a prominent clan, Izumi, feeling helpless, acknowledged that this was not a time for relaxation. Although the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha government has eased, the underlying issues remain unresolved. Furthermore, the impending chaos of the Ninetales incident, a pivotal event that would severely strain the Uchiha's relationship with the government, looms on the horizon. Navigating the complexities of the relationship between Konoha's government and the Uchiha clan is a matter of paramount importance for Izumi moving forward. Noticing the contemplative expression on Izumi's face, Makoto grew curious. What could this child be pondering? A strange intuition hinted at impending troubles for the Uchiha clan. It must be said, a woman's intuition is often strikingly accurate. Indeed, it is the Uchiha clan that is facing turmoil, yet it is not Izumi who is instigating trouble. At that moment, a shadowy figure from the Umbu suddenly burst in. "Captain, a delegation from the village hidden in the clouds has arrived. How shall we proceed?" Upon hearing this, Izumi nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. My apologies, Aunt Makoto, but I must excuse myself for now." Chapter 87. The conditions on this splendid day, with the sun shining brightly. It was an opportune time to indulge in sweet dumplings. As Izumi contemplated this, she held a skewer of colorful dumplings in her hand. Seated comfortably as the delegation from the village hidden in the clouds, led by a figure clad in burlap, faced her. She chose to disregard the peculiar glances they cast her way. "What are you staring at? Regardless, your gaze will not grant you a taste," Izumi thought to herself as she took a hearty bite of the dumplings. The burlap-clad leader was left dumbstruck. What is happening? Is this truly the level of formality we are to expect? We are here to negotiate, not to enjoy a spring outing. During outings, one must seek the teacher's permission to eat. Moreover, how could this individual possibly be the one responsible for negotiations? The leader was astonished. Was it not supposed to be Minato Namikaze? Izumi, too, was taken aback. Just moments ago, Minato had patted her shoulder, assuring her, "Do not worry, Izumi. You may proceed with the negotiations. I will stand behind you." Izumi had assumed Minato would support her endeavors, but little did she know he literally stood behind her. Was such a farcical situation even possible? However, now there was no turning back for Izumi. Minato had already taken his place, and the delegation from the village hidden in the clouds was seated. Casting a resentful glance at Minato, who wore a gentle expression, Izumi turned to formally commence the negotiations. This negotiation was fraught with unexpected elements for Izumi. Apart from herself and Minato, there were also 4 notable figures: Hayashi Hyuga, Kotetsu Hagane, Shikaka Nara, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Their presence was quite surprising, yet upon reflection, each had their own reasons for being there. Hiruzen Sarutobi, as expected, likely sought to bolster his own achievements. As for Hayashi and Kotetsu, they seemed unwilling to fade into obscurity, eager to reassert their significance. Then there was Shikaka Nara, whose intentions were more insidious. Was he aiming to expose his own shortcomings while attempting to unseat me, Izumi? Evaluating the situation in her mind, that seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Yet, she was unconcerned. "You may pursue your schemes. I have no need to hide. Whatever machinations you concoct will ultimately falter in my presence. I, Izumi, will not allow you to succeed." Disregarding the expressions of the gathered individuals, Izumi formally began her negotiations with the burlap-clad leader. Truth be told, she was not fond of verbal sparring. However, Iching lifted his head and exchanged a glance with the figure clad in linen, causing an immediate shiver to run down the latter's spine. It was no jest. The prowess of the eagle eye was not merely a name devoid of substance. A single glance was sufficient to eliminate all unnecessary chatter. With a smile gracing his lips, Iching exerted pressure on the linen-clad figure through his gaze and the aura of menace radiating from him. In that fleeting moment, the figure felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, surrounded by the legendary ninjas of the snowy realm. This aura, how could this child possess such formidable presence? A sense of astonishment washed over the linen-clad figure, while fear began to seep into his heart. All the meticulously prepared phrases lost their efficacy in an instant, and not a single pseudonym could be conjured. At that moment, he felt utterly bereft. After a prolonged silence, the figure trembled as he retrieved a prearranged treaty. This was the demand for a ceasefire that had emerged from discussions within the hidden cloud village. "This is our proposed ceasefire agreement. Please take a look," he said. Iching did not even spare it a glance, instead securing the scroll while unfurling a map before him. "What is this?" The linen-clad figure was taken aback by Iching's demeanor. Yet, Iching paid no heed to the tone of the figure, engrossed in completely spreading out the entire map. "Here, take a look." As he spoke, Iching pointed at the map laid out on the table, smiling as he swallowed the last of a 3-colored dumpling. "This is the map of your land of lightning." Upon hearing this, the linen-clad figure lowered his gaze, instantly dumbfounded. It was a large-scale map of the land of lightning. Such a detailed map could serve as an emergency asset for military operations, accurate down to the very buildings and terrain of each village. How did Konoha Village come into possession of this? This was a military secret. Iching was well aware that this was indeed a military secret. Even in a past life, it held such significance. Yet, how could the capabilities of the Umbu be restrained by mere secrecy? Iching let out a cold chuckle, pointing at several locations on the map that bordered the land of fire, and remarked, "Now, to speak candidly, the Fourth Hokage previously led a raid with his team, an action that clearly disregards the principles of combat and warrants strong condemnation. Wouldn't you agree?" Before the linen-clad figure could respond, Iching continued, "Now, he has been captured by us, and as for the others he brought along, they have all perished in battle." Hiss! The entire delegation from the hidden cloud village inhaled sharply. All perished. The strength of the ninjas selected by the Fourth Hokage would undoubtedly be formidable. The ease with which this child articulated such words suggested that Konoha Village had not suffered significant losses. This was inconceivable. Not only the linen-clad figure, but all members of the hidden cloud village stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. At this moment, they finally comprehended why the linen-clad figure had previously issued such a stern warning against reckless speech, why he urged them to hasten their pace. It turned out that, unbeknownst to them, Konoha Village had expanded to such an overwhelming degree. As they gazed towards the Konoha delegation, a glimmer of fear crept into the eyes of the hidden cloud village members. How could this be so? However, Iching remained utterly indifferent, as if what had just been said was merely a comment on the weather. With a cold smirk, Ching continued, very well. Let us address this matter alongside the previous border conflicts. If you wish for US to cease the border skirmishes, that is acceptable. If you desire the return of the Fourth Hokage, that is also feasible. However, all of this is contingent upon certain conditions. Ching leapt onto the negotiation table, wholly unconcerned by the peculiar gazes of those around him. Behold, these are the regions, he declared, pointing to several areas on the map. This one, and this one must be ceded to Konoha. Take note, it is Konoha, not the Land of Fire. After a round of discussion, everyone stood frozen, bewildered. How could this be possible? Ceding territory? It must be understood that the 5 great nations had permitted the existence of smaller countries to provide a buffer zone during conflicts. In other words, those territories that could border several major nations, while remaining under the control of the larger powers, were either resource-rich or of immense strategic value. Will you concede or not? A single phrase caused the mind of the man in plain cloth to explode in confusion. What on earth was happening? This was utterly absurd. The cession of land had not occurred since the establishment of the one nation, one village system. In essence, the outcome of each ninja world war had always resulted in Konoha receiving various reparations and ninja scrolls from the defeated nations. These scrolls were either sealed as forbidden techniques as rewards for the meritorious or sold to common ninjas for their promotion. Yet, the notion of ceding land had never transpired. After all, conflicts typically erupted within the territories of smaller nations. The man in plain cloth was completely at a loss, feeling as though his head was spinning. Observing his dazed expression, Ching chose not to elaborate further. Very well, let it be. You will need time to digest this information. And once you come to terms with reality, you may reconsider. Meanwhile, the expressions of shock on the faces of those behind him, including Minato, were elegantly disregarded by Ching. He was quite indifferent to their reactions. Although these territories belonged to the daimyo, did such figures truly warrant existence? It must be recognized that the one nation, one village system had already established the relationship of subordination between the two. The daimyo were tasked with political, economic, and certain diplomatic responsibilities, while the Hokage was solely responsible for military and diplomatic relations with other ninja villages. Simultaneously, the cost of nurturing a ninja was exceedingly high, necessitating the state to provide resources from across the nation. Otherwise, relying solely on the revenue from missions and taxes of the ninja village would be wholly insufficient. Thus, it was evident that while the daimyo wielded no military power, nor even the quill, they could still hold sway over governance, which was clearly abnormal. One must recall that in a former life, a great mentor once stated, political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. It is indeed rather absurd that the daimyo, possessing no military strength aside from the samurai and the 12 guardian ninja, can wield such political power. Even the succession of the Hokage necessitates the approval of the daimyo. Ching perceives this system as fundamentally flawed and in dire need of dismantlement. Yet, who can predict the consequences of severing ties with the daimyo? Thus, Ching contemplated utilizing the Hokage and the Land of Lightning as experimental subjects. With the lessons learned from your experiences, Ching, may find the task of dealing with the daimyo significantly less daunting. With this thought in mind, Ching swiftly proposed his strategy. Turning his attention to the figure clad in a burlap garment before him, he inquired, "Miss Burlap, have you given any thought to our discussion?" Observing the confusion etched on her face, Ching leaned in closer, a smirk playing upon his lips. Burlap raised her head, meeting Ching's gaze once more. "I do not comprehend your meaning," she replied, perplexed. Ching clicked his tongue, feigning disappointment. "What a pity. Someone, please bring forth the Fourth Hokage." With that command, 2 Umbu ninjas escorted the Fourth Hokage into the room. His condition had notably improved. Thanks to the diligent care provided by the Konoha hospital, his wounds healed swiftly. As long as the Fourth Hokage refrained from provoking trouble, Ching was willing to retract the harmful effects of his haki. Consequently, the Hokage's recovery had progressed rapidly, and he was now able to walk unaided. "Alas, since negotiations with Miss Burlap have faltered, allow me to engage in dialogue with you," Ching stated, reiterating his previous demands. As anticipated, the Fourth Hokage displayed an expression of utter disbelief. "Your method of negotiation is indeed astonishing," he remarked after a lengthy pause, shaking his head with a wry smile. This unprecedented approach had completely reshaped his worldview. The Fourth Hokage looked at Ching with resignation, unable to mount a counterattack. "You must understand that this land belongs to the Land of Lightning, not to Kumogakure," Hence we have no authority here, he asserted. Iching nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I recognize that you lack the authority. However, I am equally aware that you possess the capability to persuade the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to take charge. Do you not? Iching's words sent a shiver through the Fourth Hokage, yet the greater shock lay ahead. Iching unfurled another scroll. What I previously presented were merely the conditions for your return to Kumogakure. The subsequent terms pertain to the formal cessation of hostilities between our two nations. The sum demanded as reparations was staggering. Furthermore, the two tails shall not be returned. The wooden man is now my servant. Do you understand? You. The Fourth Hokage trembled with rage, his voice hoarse as he shouted. No, I cannot comply. Iching coldly shook his head, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. No, you can indeed comply. Should you fail to do so, unforeseen consequences may arise. For instance, the events that transpired at this negotiation table could very well become public knowledge. I trust that Awagakure, with whom you share a less than amicable relationship, would be more than willing to reclaim these matters along with interest, would they not? The words of Iching plunged the Fourth Hokage into a frigid abyss, an overwhelming chill swiftly consuming his last remnants of reason. Had the information leaked? Were there whispers of my ambush, only to result in a futile endeavor? Was it true that Killer Bee lay gravely injured in a hospital? Was the Two-Tails Jinchuriki currently held captive by Konoha? If Inoki, that opportunistic elder, were to learn of such tidings, he would undoubtedly seize the moment to obliterate the entire Cloud Village. Thus, the Fourth Hokage soon realized he had no options left. Reluctantly accepting the humiliating terms laid before him was the only viable choice. This Fourth Hokage could not tolerate such indignity. My time is precious. I refuse to squander it on these matters. Observing the Fourth Hokage's prolonged silence, Iching continued to smile, his demeanor remaining gentle. Yet it resonated like the ominous toll of a death knell. The Fourth Hokage staggered back, the world spinning around him. I agree, he uttered, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Iching did not spare him another glance, but turned to address the delegation from the Cloud Village, proclaiming, Thus, this negotiation comes to an end. I advise you not to attempt any tricks. Remember, as long as I am here, Konoha reigns supreme. These words astonished not only the Cloud Village representatives, but even those from Konoha who stood behind him. Was this the audacity of the youth? Chapter 89. This is not a pirate ship. Have you wandered onto the wrong set? Moments passed in silence. The strongest in the ninja world? The world's number one? The people of Konoha had awaited this title for far too long. Perhaps it was only in informal settings that they would proudly proclaim such a statement. Yet now, someone dared to voice it boldly in public. The simple names echoed within the hall, resonating eternally. Outside the venue, a purple-haired girl stood transfixed, lost in thought. Around her neck hung a small pendant, a gift from Iching. It had been placed in her hands upon his return from his first mission. Once a celebrated genius, he remained so, now shining even brighter. He was the monumental figure of pride for all of Konoha, while she remained merely an ordinary ninja. Perhaps, simply watching him calmly was enough. Indeed, that alone sufficed to bring her satisfaction. Such were the thoughts of Yuzuki Yuka. Kakashi-senpai, do you think Iching-san possesses what is known as leadership charisma? She inquired, glancing at Itachi, who stood nearby, observing Iching's silhouette through the window. As members of the Umbu and friends of Izumi, both felt a profound sense of relief and pride at Izumi's ability to utter that courageous proclamation. Oh, the exuberance of youth. Mike Guy, in his fervor, leaped about, tears of joy streaming down his cheeks. Meanwhile, at the negotiation table, another individual smiled with quiet satisfaction. This person was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, often referred to as the Old Monkey. Perhaps he had erred in many ways and had once been overly lenient. Nonetheless, when the final moments of the original narrative arrived, he was willing to lay down his life for the village of Konoha. He was indeed a competent Hokage. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Orochimaru, which led to the demise of Shikaku Nara and the downfall of the Senju clan. Yet, his heart remained steadfastly aligned with Konoha. Who among us has not felt a surge of passion? It is worth remembering that he, too, had taken lives on the battlefield during his youth. In the throes of war, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a commander of formidable prowess. The current scene evoked many memories for him. Perhaps, as the waters have suggested, he has grown old. It is time to relinquish worldly disputes and seek rest. However, with capable successors in Konoha, he felt a sense of ease. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled contentedly and glanced back at Danzo Shimura, whose eyes reflected not satisfaction, but rather boundless regret and resentment. Yet even so, he regarded Izumi with considerable admiration. Turning back, he studied Hiruzen, and something seemed to flicker in his gaze. Alas, our era has passed, Hiruzen mused, as he turned to exit the conference room. The two of them, along with the other two advisors from Konoha, departed, and the delegation from Kumogakure soon followed suit. The negotiations had concluded, and there was no longer a need for their presence. Moreover, the Fourth Hokage had sustained injuries and required medical attention. Casting one last lingering glance filled with resentment and bitterness at Izumi, the assembly turned and left. Now, only Minato and Izumi remained in the conference room. Izumi looked at Minato, who returned the gaze. Their eyes conveyed only relief and trust. With the negotiations completed, Izumi proceeded to the exhibition hall, where he noticed an inscription added beside his statue. It celebrated the acquisition of greater territory for Konoha, alleviating the village from the threats posed by Kumogakure. Izumi shook his head. He cared little for such accolades. If every encounter were to be accompanied by an inscription, the entire hall would be overwhelmed with words. Although there was currently little on display, that did not preclude future additions. Izumi believed such artifacts would eventually crowd the space. To occupy all available space would be quite unseemly. Furthermore, his ultimate goal was to achieve peace across the ninja world. Hence, would it not be more fitting to simply proclaim the unification of the entire ninja realm? It seemed a waste of time and words. Izumi felt utterly bemused. Nevertheless, the negotiations have concluded, and now all that remains is to patiently await the arrival of the Ninetales disturbance. Once Obito arrives, Izumi can ensure he never returns. Although Obito's Kamui is indeed troublesome, Izumi possesses means to counter it. Should the opportunity arise, in that fleeting moment, Izumi can deliver a devastating blow to Obito, eliminating him once and for all. Let us not forget, long ago, when Izumi's strength was still modest, he managed to injure Obito with relative ease. With a precedent set, Izumi is unperturbed at the prospect of doing so again. Just as he prepared to depart, he noticed Minato emerging from within. How fortuitous. Izumi I. In the name of the Fourth Hokage, Minato's voice stood out amidst the crowd, his attire drawing immediate attention. With just a few words, he captivated the attention of everyone present. Observing his solemn expression, Izumi surmised the gravity of the situation and quickly took a step back, exclaiming, "Hold on, hold on. I must warn you, I have no intention of becoming Hokage. I harbor no interest in such a title. I merely wish to live a simple life, surrounded by a few cherished friends and companions." Izumi held firm in his understanding of this sentiment. Yet, Minato persisted. "Izumi, in the name of the Fourth Hokage, I hereby bestow upon you the title of Konoha's Eagle Eye. From this day forth, you shall inherit all the honors of the Hokage." With that, Minato stepped forward, placing a hand on Izumi's shoulder, presenting him with a token, a beautifully crafted necklace adorned with a katana pendant, now resting upon Izumi's neck. Eagle Eye was a title frequently uttered by Izumi, making it a fitting designation, far superior to Minato's own whimsical notion of the Konoha super-duper sword-wielding warrior. If he cherished it, then it was only right to present it to him. Izumi, initially taken aback, instinctively retorted, "This isn't a pirate setting. Have you mistaken the scene?" However, the jubilant cheers that erupted from the crowd quickly drowned out his jest. "Eagle Eye! Eagle Eye! Eagle Eye!" The chants echoed incessantly. Ultimately, Izumi nodded in acquiescence. Very well, let it be so. He finally embraced the title. Chapter 90. Akatsuki. Before long, the entirety of the ninja world was abuzz with these revelations. Scroll after scroll was swiftly dispatched to the desks of the other three Kage. The entire ninja realm trembled at the news. A formidable presence had suddenly emerged from Konoha. This time, it was the mighty Kumogakure, long renowned for its strength, that found itself shaken. Kumogakure, a village historically inclined towards aggression, united in purpose, resolutely poised to wage war against external foes, faced an unexpected defeat. In border skirmishes, Konoha had them firmly in its grasp, repeatedly besting them in subsequent maneuvers. The host of the Two Tails was captured, the host of the Eight Tails injured, and even the Fourth Hokage himself fell into Konoha's clutches. Ultimately, the Cloud Village was compelled to cede land and pay a substantial indemnity for its defeat. When did the Leaf Village become so formidable? All the ninja villages trembled at this development. It is essential to recognize that, apart from the Leaf Village, the the strength of the other villages is relatively comparable. The fact that Cloud Village was so thoroughly vanquished by the Leaf Village raises a grave question. Does this imply that the Leaf Village could effortlessly conquer other ninja villages as well? This is a matter of considerable seriousness. Historically, relations between nations have always been driven by self-interest. However, when it comes to mutual interests among countries, unity emerges with remarkable fervor. Contemplation of this serious issue plunged the entire ninja world into a brief period of tranquility. Amidst this calm, a young boy named Ichiju swiftly ascended. The Leaf Village's hawk-eyed prodigy blazed across the night sky like a dazzling meteor. Simultaneously, in the land of rain, a nation that endures a third of the year under relentless rainfall, the assassination of the former leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, plunged the Hidden Rain Village into an interminable monsoon. Nevertheless, his successor, Pain, appeared to possess exceptional capabilities, swiftly unifying the Hidden Rain Village and the Land of Rain under his meticulous governance. Although Pain's draconian censorship instilled a stifling atmosphere throughout the nation and the Hidden Village, it is undeniable that the standard of living for the people was rising at an unprecedented pace. The ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village not only served as overseers of public discourse, but also traversed the land, assisting the citizens of the Land of Rain in resolving practical issues free of charge. Techniques such as water release for irrigation, earth release for road construction, and fire release for cooking garnered immense respect from the populace towards Pain and the other esteemed ninjas. Yet, who could have anticipated that their revered Pain and his core leadership, the Akatsuki organization, were clandestinely plotting schemes to manipulate the entire ninja world? Atop the office building of the Hidden Rain Village, a striking blue-haired woman gazed at the incessant rain with an impassive expression. The dark robe adorned with red clouds signified her identity as the second-in-command of Akatsuki, Conan, the angel of the Land of Rain. As raindrops drenched the paper flower atop her head, Conan stepped back as a wet wax paper carrier pigeon fluttered down and landed in her hand. Ichiju, the Leaf Village's hawk-eyed prodigy? This individual seems quite impressive. Conan nodded and then formed a hand seal. In an instant, her consciousness intertwined with that of the other Akatsuki members within the grasp of the Outer Path's golem. At this juncture, the Akatsuki organization was not as complete as it would later become, comprising only Obito, Sasori, Haiden, Kakazu, Pain, and Conan. Additionally, there was a rogue ninja from the Leaf Village, Orochimaru, standing on the ground under scrutiny. "Do you all consent to my proposal?" Orochimaru inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement, though his tone remained neutral. The organization was indeed in a phase of expansion, thus your arrival is not unwelcome, Pain remarked, his Rinnegan fixated on Orochimaru. The Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, how could they manifest upon such a mundane being? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with heightened excitement. This organization possesses substantial influence. Whether or not Orochimaru should join is merely one matter from this meeting. There exists another. The individual who dealt a severe blow to the Hidden Cloud Village is known as Izumi, and he appears to be the current hero of the Hidden Leaf Village. Conan disclosed the intelligence she had gathered. Izumi? Orochimaru licked his lips, finding it hard to believe that someone so indifferent to politics could ascend to heroism in the Hidden Leaf Village. Wasn't it agreed that they would stir up trouble together? Wasn't it promised that they would explore the essence of life together? How did he suddenly become a hero in the Hidden Leaf Village? His swordsmanship is exquisite, verging on the realm of artistry. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru rendered his assessment. For one of the legendary Sannin to offer such praise is indeed surprising. No matter how refined an art may be, it pales in comparison to the eternal art. Sasori interjected with dissatisfaction, remarking that that fellow could defeat Orochimaru without resistance. Orochimaru shook his head. As top-level rogue ninjas shunned by all the ninja villages, their audacity in conversation, sharing stories, is not uncommon. To hear such words from Orochimaru suggests that Izumi's prowess must be formidable. Pain nodded in agreement. Very well then, everyone, think of ways to gather intelligence on Izumi. The meeting is adjourned. With that, Pain formed a hand seal, severing the technique, and the Akatsuki's communication came to an end. Meanwhile, Izumi remained blissfully unaware of the Akatsuki's attention. At that moment, he found himself at the Konoha hospital, venting his frustrations. "You lack a heart, you little brat." The warm, damp sensation in Izumi's arms filled him with indignation. Sasuke, true to his nature, had already exhibited his troublesome tendencies upon birth. For crying out loud, He had just cradled the infant, only to be doused in urine. You little rascal. Izumi glared at Sasuke, whose eyes had yet to open. Itachi, come see your dear little brother. He called out exasperatedly. Sasuke, having just been born, was already causing chaos. One could only say he deserved the beatings he received in the original story from various circles of the ninja world. Gazing at Sasuke's adorably chubby face, Izumi suddenly thought that having a little companion wouldn't be so bad. With that mischievous thought, he lowered his gaze to his blade. Izumi-san. Itachi suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. Danger. Little brother, danger. Little brother's little brother, danger. Izumi-san. Itachi dashed to stand before Izumi. This is unacceptable, Izumi-san. Sasuke is still too young. Whatever happens, let it come to me. Izumi was left speechless. You truly are something else. Chapter 91, The Clan Leader. One can only say, how typical of you. Izumi shook his head. Is the Uchiha clan indeed historically bound to being protective of their younger siblings? Alas, one can only blame Kishimoto. In his previous life, he was indeed a sibling enthusiast, which explains the frequent inclusion of such themes in his works. It's utterly ridiculous. With a roll of her eyes, Ikizumi turned her head away in annoyance. Could they really castrate Sasuke? It was absurd. With the arrival of her younger brother, Sasuke, there was now another soul to safeguard. However, the bond between them would remain unchanged. As Ikizumi contemplated this, a smile graced her lips. The two protagonists, destined to shape the future, would soon cross paths here. Indeed, both would inevitably find themselves in her care. Now that Sasuke had been born, it wouldn't be long before Naruto followed suit. With this in mind, the conflicts within the Hidden Leaf Village would certainly need to be addressed promptly and resolved swiftly. Ikizumi turned her gaze to see Fugaku, who was lost in thought nearby. Even Fugaku, known for his stern demeanor, seemed momentarily touched. Uncle, would you be interested in discussing something with me? Ikizumi suddenly inquired of Fugaku. As the clan leader and former frontline commander, Fugaku furrowed his brow, evidently pondering something. This child before him was not merely Itachi's friend. He was also the captain of the Umbu and an ally of Minato. What could he wish to discuss with him? With this thought, Fugaku began to surmise Ikizumi's intentions. Very well, let us step outside, Fugaku replied, rising and leading Ikizumi towards the door of the hospital. Itachi, Ikizumi said, glancing at the weary Mikoto and the plump Sasuke. A hint of confusion crossing her face. Oh my foolish Itachi, first take care of Sasuke, and while you're at it, change out of these clothes. With that, Ikizumi pulled Fugaku outside. She did not intend to conceal anything from Itachi regarding their relationship. There was no need for secrecy, except for certain unavoidable matters. However, the topics Ikizumi was about to discuss with Fugaku, if known to Itachi, would surely lead him to overthink. Ikizumi did not wish for her friend to shoulder everything alone again, ultimately bearing the weight of blame and suffering at the hands of those he loved most. Yet, at this moment, the fundamental conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf Village government remained unresolved. Ikizumi pondered this critical issue for quite some time. It seemed that either the Uchiha clan and the village government would need to take a step back, or they would be doomed to a tragic fate as depicted in the original narrative. However, how to retreat, and to what extent, was a matter worthy of deliberation. Ikizumi and Fugaku entered a private dining room adjacent to the hospital, where Ikizumi picked up a skewer of colorful dango. Uncle, what is your perspective on the current relationship between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan? Fugaku, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow and, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, slowly responded, the relationship? The fourth Hokage seems to be attempting to ease the tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village. He paused, for he felt there was no need to elaborate further. Both parties were acutely aware that the reality was merely a one-sided verbal agreement from the fourth Hokage to improve relations, with no substantial measures having been effectively implemented. This, of course, could not resolve the underlying issues. I have come to address this matter. I Ching smiled and spoke. Next, I intend to further expand the scope of the Umbu. However, the police force will not be comprised solely of the Uchiha clan. My proposal is to extend the police force to every corner of the Land of Fire, with the Umbu serving external purposes and the police force maintaining basic order in various locales. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan should form an additional unit specifically dedicated to combating large-scale criminal organizations. Each member of the police force must uphold the will of fire, ensuring that excessive violence and law enforcement does not occur. Of course, The authority of the Uchiha clan will not be confined to the police force and the anti-bandit unit. Every member of the Uchiha clan should be allowed to live as any ordinary citizen of Konoha. Upon finishing this series of statements, Fugaku was taken aback. Is this a delegation of power? It grants the Uchiha clan an unprecedented level of autonomy and trust. This is something the Uchiha clan has never experienced since joining Konoha. If that is the case, Iching, is Konoha regressing? A rare smile appeared on Fugaku's face. Then, tell me, Iching, what is the price? Just as I expected from you. Everything comes at a cost. The most expensive things are those that are free. Iching appreciated Fugaku's insight. The price is that the Uchiha clan will be dispersed, and the entire clan will not be permitted to engage in any form of clan activities. Additionally, you will serve solely as the captain of the special unit combating bandits, rather than as the clan leader. While Uchiha clan members serve in this unit, their families may reside in the existing Uchiha territory, which will henceforth only serve as a training ground for the unit and a living space for their families. However, once the unit members retire and receive their pensions, their families must vacate. Furthermore, all secret ninjutsu and jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan, as well as various taijutsu techniques, must be disclosed. Fugaku found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, the Uchiha clan has rarely received recognition from the Konoha government, and this presents their only opportunity. On the other hand, if they were to follow Iching's proposal, the entire Uchiha clan might completely assimilate into Konoha and cease to exist as a distinct entity. As a family with a legacy spanning thousands of years, especially one that was once unrivaled, each member possesses their own pride. Therefore, they are reluctant to see that pride shattered. Yet, this is their only chance, the sole opportunity to earn the respect, affection, and trust of the entire village of Konoha. Thus, they must seize it. Fugaku fell into deep contemplation. Iching was not in a hurry to urge him. He believed that Fugaku's rationality would ultimately triumph over his pride as the leader of Konoha's foremost noble clan, leading him to make the most judicious choice. As time passed, Fugaku lifted his head to look at Iching. Please grant me some time to reflect on this matter thoroughly, if you would. Of course, my uncle. I eagerly await your final answer. Chapter 92. Further plans. Upon seeing Izumi's return, Itachi hesitated briefly before inquiring, "What exactly did you discuss with father?" At that moment, Fugaku was nearby, his expression a complex tapestry of contemplation. Izumi was acutely aware of the source of his hesitation. Did the trust bestowed upon the Uchiha clan by Konoha Village imply that the village could indeed trust the Uchiha? This posed a significant question. Yet Izumi harbored faith that Fugaku would make the choice he desired. To Izumi, the only viable solution to managing a large family was to foster their separation. In truth, he admired the method Naruto employed in the original narrative, wherein the Hyuga clan was directly fragmented, leaving even Hayashi, the clan leader, with only his youngest daughter Hanabi to attend to him, frequently burdened by missions. One could surmise that the living conditions of other clans were not markedly better. However, behind all this fragmentation lay vested interests. From the original narrative, it appeared that every individual in Konoha Village possessed remarkable abilities. An intermarriage among members of different clans was commonplace. This phenomenon hastened the dissemination of hereditary secret techniques. Given enough time, the various clans would inevitably fade from the annals of history. With this thought in mind, Izumi turned back to Itachi and playfully poked his forehead. "Silly Itachi, do not overthink it. Ultimately, it is about reconciling the Uchiha clan with the village government. Use your own eyes to perceive the truth, I assure you. Your father will no longer fret over balancing family and village affairs." Raising his hand once more, Izumi patted Itachi's shoulder and winked at him. "Come now, do not dwell on the minutiae." He believed that Itachi's intellect would enable him to grasp much of this. "Let us go, if there is nothing else. Accompany me to the bathhouse. That little rascal Sasuke has been complaining about his troublesome talent." With a playful remark, Izumi led Itachi to the bathhouse, effectively curbing his brother's spiraling thoughts. There was no need for excessive discourse between siblings. The ninja world continued to bask in an eerie tranquility. Meanwhile, Izumi had initiated an intensive training regimen for the Umbu. At this moment, the size of the Umbu had expanded to 1,000 members. Of course, despite the numbers, not a single individual was lacking in strength. Each had been meticulously selected and was an elite among elites. In Izumi's eyes, this was still insufficient. He subjected them to relentless training day and night, and through several rounds of filtering and elimination, The remaining members were all of at least special jonin rank. Naturally, the combination of special jonin with strong discipline could yield results exceeding the sum of their parts. This umbu, while still requiring practical experience, was already fit for deployment. Izumi relaxed some regulations and generously treated everyone to a grand feast, allowing them to unwind and ease their minds. Prolonged tension can indeed lead to a rupture. Icheng, having witnessed numerous individuals succumb to the pressures of extreme mental strain in his past life, is determined to prevent the tragic cycle of competition from continuing in the village hidden in the leaves. After all, this is a splendid world of two dimensions. How could one allow the sorrows of reality to intrude? Following a day filled with training and arrangements, Icheng arrived at the Hokage's office. Observing Minato, buried beneath a mountain of paperwork, he couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. The village hidden in the leaves is currently in a phase of development, overwhelmed by a myriad of chaotic matters that leave Minato in a state of disarray. Yet, it seems Minato finds some joy in the chaos. Since Icheng's assistance, the various reforms in the village have been implemented smoothly, and even the Uchiha clan, once openly adversarial, appears to have calmed down. This version of Konoha seems to align with Minato's aspirations. You're here? Minato beckoned Icheng over. I never expected the Land of Lightning to concede territory so readily. Rest assured, they will, Icheng nodded. With Kumobikure already defeated, what leverage do they have to refuse? A cold smile escaped Icheng. He had this situation firmly within his grasp. However, Minato sighed wryly. But the Land of Fire has also sent representatives. Indeed, not long ago, Minato received reports that the Land of Fire had dispatched officials to govern the territories relinquished by the Land of Lightning. This was part of the reason Minato had summoned Icheng. He sought to understand how Icheng would navigate the relationship with the feudal lords. The feudal lords' intentions were clear. They desired these parcels of land. This is the spoils of war for our village. How could we relinquish it to the lords of the Land of Fire? Icheng replied without hesitation. Yet, Icheng, our village lacks the resources to manage and develop these two regions, Minato lamented. The ongoing reforms and construction within Konoha were already enough to keep him exceedingly busy. There was little time or energy left for the administration of these additional territories. I see, Icheng mused, lowering his head in contemplation. Perhaps we should sell these regions to the Land of Fire. The price should, of course, reflect that of Konoha's prime locations, and in addition, the Land of Fire must provide funding for Konoha's development, 5 times the previous amount. A glimmer sparkled in Icheng's eyes as he proposed this audacious offer. Minato could only marvel at the audacity of the child. No wonder you are who you are, Icheng. With nonchalance, Icheng remarked, these lands belong to our village. If the Land of Fire desires them, they must present something of equal value in return. Should they wish to acquire these territories without any cost, I would not mind providing them a graceful exit. I offer you dignity. If you choose to forego it, I shall aid you in maintaining it. This encapsulates Icheng's intentions. Within the territory of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at his familiar old friend with a hint of surprise. Danzo, what brings you here? Since agreeing to disband Root, his old companion had not engaged in any significant activities, yet here he was, unexpectedly appearing at Hiruzen's residence. Do you wish to become Hokage once more? Danzo's inquiry left Hiruzen utterly astonished. Such a simple question stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. What did it mean? To assume the mantle of Hokage again? After a moment's contemplation, Hiruzen sighed deeply. Perhaps it was a thought I entertained in the past, one of the reasons I chose Minato as Hokage. However, he did not continue. The implication clear. He no longer aspired to the title of Hokage. This revelation took Danzo aback. His old comrade, it seemed, had suddenly become indifferent to power. Given Danzo's understanding of Hiruzen, he expected an immediate affirmative nod, which would have simplified matters. The unexpected turn of events left Danzo bewildered, and after a moment of reflection, he gritted his teeth and asked, Why? Why? Ah, what a profound question. Hiruzen shook his head. Initially, I did have such aspirations, which is why I chose Minato. But now, things have changed. Being alongside Tsunade and Minato has shown me significant transformations. They have done much for Konoha, perhaps even more than I ever could. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe and spoke slowly. I have witnessed a different kind of shadow in them. Indeed, he realized that he could not compare himself to the triumvirate of Minato and Tsunade. The upheaval in Konoha under their leadership filled him with a profound sense of reassurance. Entrusting the village to such a capable younger generation left Hiruzen feeling at ease. He had always cherished Konoha, whether in moments of weakness or in his longing for power. Yet, he understood that his old friend had undergone a transformation. Shimura Danzo had become increasingly enamored with power, even placing it above the interests of Konoha. What could have led to such a change? Hiruzen pondered, his thoughts drifting back to their days as genin. At that time, he and Namikaze Minato, along with the Kimichi Chg, were disciples of Senju Hashirama, while Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, and Uchiha Kaoru were students of Senju Tobarama. Given that Hashirama and Tobarama were brothers, the six of them often trained together. Hiruzen and Danzo were the strongest among them, both favored by the brothers, and their bond was one of mutual respect. However, everything shifted after Uchiha Madara's defection. After Uchiha Madara's defection, his son, Uchiha Kagami, ascended as the new clan leader of the Uchiha family. Yet, he found himself both alienated by Senju Tobarama and distrusted by the villagers. From that moment onward, Sarutobi Hiruzen noted a profound transformation in everyone. Midogate N and T-Rune Koharu abandoned the so-called will of fire, opting instead to pursue the tangible benefits of the mundane world. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami, grappling with internal clan issues and external skepticism, began to succumb to despair. It was around this time that Shimura Danzo underwent a radical metamorphosis. He grew increasingly obstinate, taciturn, and reminiscent of his mentor. Following Senju Tobarama's rise to the position of second Hokage, he deviated from the gentle methods of Senju Hashirama, fostering enmity at every turn, which ultimately ignited the First Shinobi World War. Perhaps it was only when Tobarama relinquished the Hokage mantle that he recognized the ramifications of his rigid approach. After Tobarama's death, Uchiha Kagami and Akito Kazekage perished in the ensuing conflict, delivering a severe blow to Shimura Danzo. It was at this juncture that Danzo proposed the division of the Umbu and Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware of Root's clandestine operations, yet, out of respect for their friendship, he chose to overlook them. Even after Danzo orchestrated an assassination attempt against him, he merely issued a warning. He was even able to tolerate the unethical human experiments conducted alongside Orochimaru. However, this time, he could no longer endure. Reflecting on his life, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed he had exhausted himself for the sake of Konoha. Yet he could not deny the truth in Izumi's words. He had no remarkable accomplishments that surpassed those of other Hokage, nor any significant contributions to boast of. Although he had diligently ensured the harmony and stability of Konoha, he had not facilitated any advancement for the village. As Konoha gradually improved beyond his reach, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow anyone to inflict even the slightest damage upon it. "Old friend, I warn you, I am no longer the Hokage of Konoha," he declared, lifting his gaze to meet Danzo's, his voice resolute. "I can tolerate your sordid affairs, but the eyes of Namikaze Minato will not suffer even a grain of sand." This time, when Danzo approached him, inquiring whether he wished to reclaim the title of Hokage, Hiruzen knew instinctively that it boded ill. With a derisive snort, Danzo turned to leave without uttering another word. Wherever there is light, shadows inevitably lurk. The more brilliant the illumination, the darker the shadows become. Ignoring Sarutobi Hiruzen's warning, Danzo recited the tenets of Root to himself. The more Konoha aspired to embrace the light, the more it required Root's support from the shadows. Without names, emotions, pasts, or futures, only tasks, Root slowly elevated the great tree of Konoha from the obscurity of darkness. The setting sun cast a long shadow over Shimura Danzo's departing figure, leaving behind an expanse of darkness. Danzo, a foreboding sensation flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, prompting him to spring up in an attempt to pursue him. A soft click was the only response, the sound of his own door being pushed open. Perhaps this was for the best. The old man had already issued his warnings. Shaking his head, Hiruzen returned to his chamber. Meanwhile, Izumi awaited someone. Her strength had waned during this period. Glancing at her system panel, she lamented that handling the affairs of the Umbu had consumed a significant amount of her training time, causing her growth to stagnate. For Izumi, a lack of acceleration equated to regression. After all, the turmoil of the Nine Tails was looming ever closer. It appeared necessary to carve out dedicated time for training. Lost in thought, she was suddenly jolted by a cacophony at the door, as the entrance to the Umbu base was forcefully kicked open. "Ah, youth." Chapter 94. Encountering the Nine Tails, what brings you here? Kakashi inquired, surprised to see Might Guy, his lifeblood of rivalry, as he adjusted his dead fish eyes. This man often sought to spar with him, and just when Kakashi had finally located a spot to distance himself, Guy had come knocking at his door. More importantly, this was the Umbu. Was the Umbu base a place anyone could just storm into? The last individual who dared intrude was now seated in the captain's position, albeit due to the influence of Minato Namikaze. Guy, your timing is impeccable, Izumi nodded. Let us commence our mission. Indeed. Izumi had summoned Might Guy with the intention of involving him in a crucial task, to safeguard Kushina Uzumaki. With the impending chaos of the Nine Tails, Izumi was keen to avert any unforeseen complications. Together with Kakashi, Might Guy, Itachi Uchiha, and Shursui Uchiha, they constituted a formidable team capable of ensuring the safety of Uzumaki Kushina. Izumi organized the forthcoming plans of the Umbu and, along with Might Guy and the others, embarked on today's mission. Dinner is ready, Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, flinging open the door, startling everyone in the vicinity. What on earth was she thinking? Did she not realize her current status? As a pregnant Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was it wise to so brazenly reveal her location? Though all present were formidable in their own right, to avoid unnecessary complications, they endeavored to conceal their presence. Yet, the carefully arranged safe zone they had established was so easily compromised by Kushina's exuberant announcement. Moreover, the thought of Kushina cooking sent shivers down the spines of everyone but Izumi and the newly arrived Might Guy. Are you certain that food is safe to eat? Did you hear what I said? Dinner is ready. Kushina darted forward, preparing to leap onto the rooftop where the others were concealed. Wait, Kakashi shouted, breaking the norm, and urgently urged her to come down. He certainly did not want any mishap to befall his spirited teacher's wife. At present, she is still with child. How could she engage in such vigorous exercise? Nevertheless, Kushina has been this way for quite some time, having been a free-spirited woman since her youth. She has never shied away from intense physical activities, especially considering that she was already a jonin before her pregnancy. She possesses unwavering confidence in her abilities and is certain that, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she could rely on Izumi and a few others to catch her in time. Upon entering the living room, Izumi and Might Guy remained composed, while the others began to break into a cold sweat. Compared to the various dark culinary creations of Uzumaki Kushina, they would rather consume the bland soldier's food. However, witnessing Kushina's enthusiastic demeanor, they found it difficult to decline her offer. Torn between reluctance and obligation, it was no surprise that Might Guy rushed forward without hesitation. Oh, how delightful it is to indulge in a hearty meal after completing a mission. This is truly the essence of youth. Might Guy quickly took his seat and began to devour his meal, while Izumi leisurely found his own place. After calmly swallowing his first bite, Izumi realized that Kushina's cooking was far more palatable than the red bean concoctions. At worst, he could always have some dango afterward to adjust the flavor. However, the situation at Might Guy's end was predictably different. The moment he swallowed his first bite, his expression shifted dramatically, from an initial glow of delight to sheer astonishment. And now, a look of utter bewilderment. Under Izumi's watchful gaze, Might Guy's complexion was turning a shade greener than spinach. It was evident that he desperately wanted to swallow the food, yet his face was transitioning from green to blue, and then to purple. Youth, after all, means facing any challenge head-on, including the waste of food. Observing Might Guy's plight, Izumi calmly added, ahem. Might Guy, feigning seriousness, coughed a few times, attempting to continue swallowing. But his face was growing darker. Kakashi, watching from the side, wore an expression of profound resignation in his deadpan eyes. What prompted you to rush to the table first? As they beheld Kushina's warm smile, the group gradually took their seats, eating in small bites. By the way, sensei, I would like to see the Nine Tails, Izumi suddenly said to Kushina after hastily swallowing his food. Huh, the Nine Tails? Kushina replied, somewhat taken aback, but ultimately acquiesced. This child will not harm me. Having executed the escort mission for quite some time, Kushina had long since placed her trust in this child. As the wife of Minato, she was also aware that Izumi had promised Minato he would be Naruto's older brother after his birth. Therefore, since he would be her future son, Kushina had no reason to question him. Izumi and Kushina made their way to the room. Hey, should we secretly dispose of this food and go have soldiers' rations instead? Kakashi whispered to the others as the two walked away. The crowd, suddenly liberated, rushed towards the drain outside, clutching all the food they could muster. The sealed space of the Nine Tails, akin to Naruto's, resembled a vast prison, yet bore subtle differences. At this moment, the Nine Tails was ensnared by countless golden chains. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, Vajra lock. It was evident that during her pregnancy, Kushina Uzumaki had exerted herself to fortify the seal. Little brat. The bound Kurama glared at Izumi, his eyes betraying a fierce animosity and murderous intent. He had previously sensed a chance to break free, but the strange gaze of this child had distracted him. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Kushina regained control of her body, and this child, alongside others, reinforced the seal. As Kurama scrutinized Izumi, the latter was equally examining the Nine Tails. Perhaps due to the favoritism of the Sage of Six Paths, the Nine Tails was endowed with an abundance of chakra, coupled with the protagonist's aura emanating from Naruto, the reincarnation of Ashura. Naruto could even acquire a new form during his partial tailed beast transformation. It must be said, Kishimoto is truly remarkable. What? Just recently, I was cursing the old thief for leaving plots unfinished? That was what the author instructed me to say. It has nothing to do with me. Izumi waved his hand and stepped forward. Teacher, please release Kurama. What? The pupils of the Nine Tails constricted sharply, gazing at Izumi in astonishment. What does this fellow intend to do? Chapter 95. Let us make a deal, Kurama. Release the Vajra lock. Kushina found it hard to believe. After all, it was a tailed beast. If he were to be set free, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Yet, after a prolonged moment of eye contact with Izumi, Kushina ultimately chose to trust him. Very well, as you wish. Kushina stepped back a few paces and formed a hand seal at a safe distance. Boom. The golden chains vanished entirely, and the Nine Tails plummeted into the cell. No one relishes the sensation of being bound, and Kurama was no exception. As he felt the tension ease, he instinctively prepared to stretch, only to lock eyes with Izumi once more. Izumi shot him a warning glance. I advise you, Kurama. Do not move recklessly. The consequences could be dire. Izumi's gaze exuded an undeniable pressure, compelling Kurama to cautiously shift his body, quickly returning to a state of stillness. How does this little brat know my full name? What is this power he possesses, which does not belong to any bloodline limit within the ninja world? Who exactly is this child? In that instant, a multitude of questions flooded Kurama's mind, and as if to respond to his curiosity, Izumi leapt onto the tip of Kurama's nose. Hey, Kurama, how about we make a deal? Izumi and Kurama engaged in a prolonged stare, the atmosphere thick with silence. Kurama narrowed his eyes, suspicion evident in his expression. No, I do not intend to harm you. Iching waved his hand dismissively, saying, if he truly intended to take action against Kurama, he could have done so long ago. I shall reluctantly allow you to speak. Kurama let out a cold grunt, signifying his acquiescence to this exchange. Iching nodded, sensing the potential for success. With the conversation commencing smoothly, he believed the subsequent dialogue would not be overly challenging. He extended his finger and gently poked Kurama's nose, akin to prodding a ferret's forehead. I wish to converse with both of you, Iching stated, locking his sharp, eagle-eyed gaze upon Kurama, causing an unsettling sensation to creep over him. Instinctively, Kurama became wary. He had never felt such apprehension even in the presence of Uchiha Madara. When Kurama regained consciousness and realized he had been ensnared by Madara's genjutsu, he had only felt fury and fear. Yet, in the face of Iching, he experienced a unique vigilance born of the mysterious unknown. Don't you think you deserve some time to enjoy the outside world? Iching smiled, choosing not to divulge his demands or leverage, instead engaging Kurama in casual conversation. Kurama let out a low growl, remaining silent. How peculiar. It was not only the strange aura exuded by this individual, but also his manner of speaking that was unusual. No one dislikes freedom, though Kurama is a tailed beast. He possesses self-awareness and intelligence akin to that of a human. However, for centuries, no one had ever understood him. Instead, he had been regarded merely as a massive source of chakra or a fearsome monster. Even when Hashirama Senju initially sealed him away, his tone, though polite, carried an undeniable authority. Yet, how could Kurama ever concede to such a notion? As the most powerful and proudest of the nine-tailed beasts, Kurama shook his head defiantly, declaring, what right do you humans have to discuss freedom with me? Because I can set you free. Iching's words caused Kurama's expression to shift dramatically. Set you free. This was something Kurama had yearned for over countless years, and here was this youth boldly proclaiming such a promise before him. However, This freedom would not come without a price. I Ching shifted the conversation, presenting his terms. I expect you to refrain from causing any chaos while you are outside, and to avoid any destruction to Konoha. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to reduce you to mere pulp. I Ching exerted pressure once more, causing Kurama, who had just begun to adapt to their interaction, to stumble back a step. How infuriating! I Ching, standing above, nearly lost his balance and fell. As long as you can guarantee that you will not cause any harm to Konoha at any time while outside, I can periodically release you for a time. If you demonstrate good behavior, a permanent release is not out of the question. I Ching had already devised a plan. The original text had stated that tailed beasts were, in essence, a manifestation of chakra, a fusion of their immense chakra and their will. Thus, if a portion of chakra were to be released locally, Kushina would remain unharmed, and Kurama could enjoy a life of freedom. How delightful that would be. Moreover, I Ching found the idea of nurturing a diminutive nine-tails quite formidable. According to the portrayal in the original work, the nine-tails, with its fluffy and youthful appearance, would undoubtedly possess a delightful tactile sensation. Envision I Ching reclining on a lazy couch, two wooden figures diligently massaging his shoulders and legs, while the nine-tails nestled in his embrace, being gently stroked. Such a sensation would be nothing short of divine ecstasy. Wouldn't it? As for the rationale behind the agreement with the nine-tails, it was primarily a precautionary measure. In the original narrative, when Obito manipulated the nine-tails with illusionary techniques, both Minato's concerns and the subsequent devastation illustrated that the nine-tails, once freed from the illusion, unleashed its wrath, causing immense destruction. Minato's words were clear: a rogue nine-tails was likely to run amok. Thus, if I Ching could stabilize the nine-tails' consciousness, ensuring it refrained from wreaking havoc upon breaking free from the illusion, he was convinced that the Hidden Leaf Village would suffer minimal loss. Consequently, Minato would have ample time to reseal the nine-tails, which would presumably not resist being sealed again. In this manner, the tragedies depicted in the original narrative would be averted. This can be considered the worst-case scenario, a contingency that, while perhaps unnecessary, must be prepared for. Otherwise, should the nine-tails fiercely resist the sealing, Kushina would inevitably perish before the resealing could occur, and Minato would be unwilling to continue his own existence. In the original tale, I Ching was perplexed as to why Minato resorted to the Shiki Fujin, a technique that led to mutual destruction, given that he was married to the adept sealing master, Kushina. Was this truly the only sealing technique he mastered? The sole explanation was that Kushina was destined to die, and upon learning this, Minato found no desire to persist in life. This was not the outcome I Ching wished to witness. What assurance do you provide? The nine-tails gazed intently at I Ching, pondering for a moment before responding slowly. Dare to test it. Chapter 96. The Hokage's Enlightenment. With this, contemplate your own thoughts. I Ching shook his head and withdrew from the sealing space. He reminded himself that he was not Naruto, lacking the protagonist's halo that could sway hearts with mere words. Such a feat was far beyond his capabilities. What I Ching could do was clearly articulate the rights and obligations of both parties, allowing the nine-tails to make its own choice. If the nine-tails found the proposal acceptable, I Ching would undoubtedly fulfill his responsibilities. Conversely, he would not hesitate to employ some coercive measures if necessary. After all, it was merely a tailed beast. Eagle, I feared no challenge. With this thought, I Ching, regaining his composure, grasped his sword and strode towards the door. Outside, everyone had already completed their tasks in silence. Meanwhile, Minato looked on in astonishment at the approaching Third Hokage. He had finished all his duties and was preparing to dine and return home when the Third Hokage arrived. However, what surprised Minato even more was that this time, the Third Hokage showed no inclination to place him in a difficult position. Rather, he spoke a multitude of profound words. The old man has been in power for decades, and upon introspection, he acknowledges that he has exerted all his efforts, yet has not achieved any particularly remarkable contributions. With both merits and faults, he has come to terms with his reality. The lit pipe continues to exhale smoke, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's murky eyes pierce through the haze, locking onto Minato's clear blue gaze. The last time during Lord Vortex's childbirth, the nine-tails nearly broke free, threatening catastrophe. The old man does not wish to witness such a scenario unfold once more. Hiruzen's gaze sharpens with an uncommon intensity. Therefore, Minato, I hope to serve as Kushina's guardian during her delivery, to prevent the tragedy of the nine-tails' release. Though advanced in years, I am still capable of fighting. I implore you, Lord Fourth. In that moment, Hiruzen no longer exhibited the airs of elder authority, but rather revealed a beseeching expression, fixated on Minato. The latter, still taken aback, pondered what had transformed the once indecisive power-hungry man. Observing Minato's expression, Hiruzen offered a rueful smile, saying, "Consider it my intuition. I merely wish to prove to that child, who holds discontent towards me, that I am not a mere ineffectual being." With that, Hiruzen bowed to Minato, his hunched figure appearing unexpectedly resolute. Once Hiruzen's silhouette vanished completely, the young son, Namikaze Minato, sighed in wry amusement. "That child who harbors discontent toward you? Is that not Izumi? This fellow even influences the third Hokage." In a darker corner, the candlelight flickered weakly, providing feeble illumination. The space twisted, and a figure adorned with an orange mask gradually emerged from a black void. "I have arrived." The voice was somber and devoid of emotion. Opposite him, the elder with half his face obscured by bandages seemed accustomed to this, and merely nodded faintly. He had encountered this person, who claimed to be Uchiha Obito, several times before. However, Danzo did not believe he was truly Uchiha Obito. Danzo had seen the real Uchiha Obito, and was certain that this man's height and demeanor could not possibly compare to that of the original. With a cold chuckle, Danzo awaited the man to speak. "It's all prepared." Obito mimicked the tone of the Uchiha Obito he knew, advancing slowly as he spoke softly. "Oh, is that so? Could you elaborate on how you convinced them?" A faint smile danced upon Danzo's lips. Obito, however, remained impassive, just as you assume. The two-tails Jinchuriki, the nine-tails Jinchuriki, and everything else. Mockery and disdain. This was Obito's demeanor in conversation. The man before him, claiming to be Uchiha Obito, seemed to relish the sensation of manipulating others at will. Setting aside everything else, the mere mention of the two tails and nine tails would spark countless thoughts among the great ninja villages. Yet, they would not obtain them. Indeed, it was deserving of scorn. At this thought, Danzo could not help but chuckle. Upon witnessing Danzo's smile, Obito's expression beneath his mask radiated an even brighter brilliance. Despite the fact that Shimura Danzo was destined to become the fifth Hokage, he was merely a pawn in Obito's grand scheme. "Time, tell me the exact moment of action." Danzo sensed an unusual aura, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Wasn't he just a mere jester masquerading as Uchiha Madara? Alas, I currently require this fool to assist me in seizing the Hokage's position. Suppressing his contempt and aversion, Danzo secretly noted the specific time spoken by Obito. "I assure you, after that day, you shall become the true fifth Hokage." Obito's voice, devoid of any emotion, ignited a surge of fervor within Danzo's aging frame once more. "Very well, I shall cooperate with your plan." The space twisted again, and Obito vanished into the shadows once more. Meanwhile, Danzo could no longer contain the excitement bubbling within him as he hastily made his way out of the hidden chamber. "Root, assemble." At the command, numerous figures rushed forth, and within 5 minutes, all members were gathered. "Report, Lord Danzo." Observing the neatly arranged Root members, a manic confidence emerged on Danzo's visage. "This is Root, my tool, obedient to my every whim. How could I simply disband it at will? As a guardian navigating the shadows, I possess countless methods to conceal my tools within the depths of darkness, untouched by light. Beneath this seemingly abandoned burial ground lies an emergency hideout that Danzo had long since repurposed. The entire Root contingent had remained on standby here after disbanding. Though Danzo appeared to be lying low during this period, he had actually amassed a wealth of intelligence, rendering him intimately familiar with everything concerning the Hidden Leaf Village. "I shall undoubtedly become Hokage," Danzo muttered fervently, assigning tasks to each Root member before exiting the hideout. As he stepped out, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. "Old friend, I knew you would be here." Sarutobi Hiruzen, having shed his Hokage robes, donned a battle uniform from the First Great Ninja War. The metallic plates on his shoulders, albeit rusted, still glimmered under the moonlight. "Now, you are not permitted to go anywhere." Chapter 97. The birth begins. Naruto prepares to arrive. "Hiruzen, you." Danzo's tone carried a hint of anger. Typically, he referred to Hiruzen as old friend or Hiruzen, but to address him simply as Sarutobi indicated his displeasure. Nonetheless, Hiruzen shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "Apologies, my old friend, but you are not allowed to leave until the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki gives birth." TCH, Danzo gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at his old companion. Hiruzen, sensing an ominous premonition, had amplified his concerns and remained uneasy even after bidding farewell to Minato. As Hokage, he felt compelled to take action. With these thoughts in mind, Sarutobi found himself at the location frequently visited by Danzo in the past. As expected, both the Roots and Danzo Shimura were present. The assembly of so many individuals surely indicated a scheme in the works. This time, Sarutobi Hisashi resolved firmly to ensure that the Hidden Leaf Village would remain unscathed, even if it meant taking the drastic step of eliminating a former friend. Observing Hisashi's unwavering resolve, Danzo could only manage a wry smile. You have a keen perception of people, but your heart lacks the requisite ruthlessness. At the Uchiha residence, Izumi sensed a familiar aura. The observation Haki would not deceive. It was Obito. Had he returned to the Hidden Leaf Village? Instantly alert, Izumi's murderous intent caused those around him to pause in surprise. Izumi-san, what is the matter? Itachi, who knew Izumi best, was equally perplexed by the sudden tension. Oh, it's nothing, just feeling a bit overly anxious lately. As Obito's presence rapidly faded, Izumi ceased his contemplation. Kamui, a ninjutsu capable of traversing dimensions, too perilous indeed. Continuing to track Obito's aura, Izumi stumbled upon the familiar presences of Sarutobi Hisashi and Danzo Shimura nearby. Their energies were alarmingly close to one another. Unsure of the situation, Izumi hesitated to confront them directly, but felt a sense of impending danger that compelled him to take precautionary measures. Gather. A low command summoned the concealed individuals who had dined in the shadows to assemble swiftly. I am assigning you an urgent mission. The mere mention of an urgent task heightened everyone's alertness. Since Izumi's appointment, he had never issued any urgent directives. Kakashi Guy, take all available combatants from the Umbu and position them throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, detain and interrogate them immediately. If they prove innocent, I shall offer compensation. Itachi, inform your uncle immediately. The restructuring of the police force is to be postponed. Mobilize everyone at once and heighten security throughout the village. Scrutinize all incoming outsiders rigorously. Finally, Izumi turned his gaze towards Shursui, instructing him to monitor Mito's son, Yamato, as well as Nara Shikamaru and Danzo Shimura closely. These three were to be under constant surveillance for 24 hours, and any irregularities must be reported to him without delay. If necessary, they could be restrained immediately. Noticing the bewildered expression on Shursui's face, Izumi took a deep breath and continued, in critical moments, you must not hesitate to employ Sinu or even Kodoame Tsukumi. At this juncture, Izumi could sense Shursui's body trembling slightly. He had once confided in Izumi about the Manjiki Sharingan. Kodoame Tsukumi, the ultimate illusion, could alter another's consciousness. Such formidable power was daunting even to Shursui himself. Not to mention the invincibility in close combat that Susanoo offered. If given a choice, he would prefer to use the Manjiki Sharingan solely as an enhancer for illusion techniques. The thought of employing Kodoame Tsukumi was something he wished to avoid at all costs. Yet, today, it was Izumi earnestly imploring him. As a friend, Jishui ultimately acquiesced to Icheng's request. With a firm command, everyone dispersed to prepare, while Icheng remained behind, determined to personally ensure the safety of his teacher's wife. Thus, he tirelessly wielded his blade upon the rooftop, ever vigilant of his surroundings. It was through the act of wielding the sword that Icheng found his calm, enabling him to think with clarity. He had grown accustomed to maintaining absolute focus while engaged in combat. It was not merely a means of enhancing his prowess, but also a way to cultivate his mental fortitude. The night was still long, and everything was just beginning. As time progressed, the atmosphere in Konoha Village grew increasingly grave. The police force patrolled the streets relentlessly, leaving no narrow or desolate area unchecked. This continued until Kushina was moved to the delivery room. The heart-wrenching cries of Kushina echoed from within, a lament that pierced the night. Konoha possessed the technology for cesarean sections, yet as the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina could not undergo such a procedure, for it would compromise the seal upon her navel. However, unexpectedly, the Nine Tails remained unusually quiet, curled up in the ceiling space, nonchalantly swishing its tail. What a spectacle, the birth of a child. What was so fascinating about it? It had witnessed far more exhilarating sights before. Clearing its throat, the Nine Tails pondered whether the young boy would truly keep his word. In the past, it would have swatted away any human who dared to negotiate. What right did these insignificant beings have to bargain with it? Yet, the peculiar aura emanating from this child stirred a sense of wariness, coupled with an inexplicable desire to trust him. Very well. Perhaps this once it would indulge the hypocrisy of humanity. After all, the Great One had ample generosity and would not hold grudges against them. With a haughty thought, the Ninetales continued to groom its fur, contemplating what it would do once it was free. The boy often carried a three-colored dumpling in his mouth. It must be a delightful treat. Thus, it resolved that tasting it would be a priority upon its release. Inside the delivery room, Sarutobi Bawako, the midwife, and Minato Namikaze, who assisted her, were engrossed in their work. "Kushina, are you all right?" Minato inquired. Concern etched across his face as he observed her anguished expression. "Do not worry. Trust your wife," Bawako reassured him, shaking her head as she continued her duties. As the wife of Sarutobi Hiruzen, she had been dispatched to assist, underscoring the significance Hiruzen placed on the Ninetales' host, Kushina. Meanwhile, outside, Icheng remained alert, scrutinizing his surroundings. His observation haki expanded to its maximum range, scanning for any suspicious activity. Suddenly, an ANBU ninja rushed forth, exclaiming, "This is bad. Urgent news." Chapter 98, The Outbreak of War. A shadowy ninja hastily approached to report. Within the depths of the Konoha forest, a multitude of unidentified ninja from foreign villages are swiftly advancing towards Konoha Village. Currently, Kakashi and Might Guy are engaged in combat with them. Oh! Upon hearing this report, Izumi found himself somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the enemy would originate from outside, which diverged entirely from the original narrative. In the original story, only Obito infiltrated the village, sowing chaos throughout. Yet given the security measures of Konoha, a single Ninetales was indeed sufficient. This was precisely why Izumi felt so confident the Ninetales had been secured, rendering the situation far less daunting. Nevertheless, despite the unexpected nature of the current adversaries, Izumi had made thorough preparations. The forces led by Kakashi and Might Guy comprised the elite members of Konoha's Umbu, each a formidable J-nin, their synergy in battle unparalleled. Izumi was convinced that unless the four great nations launched a full-scale assault, these Umbu members would suffice. However, what Izumi did not foresee was yet to come. Just after the Umbu's report, Itachi suddenly appeared, breathless and urgent. "Izumi-san, we're in trouble. Unidentified enemies have infiltrated Konoha and launched a surprise attack. My father is currently leading the police force in combat with them." The urgency in their voices naturally echoed into the delivery room. Inside, Minato, upon hearing the news, immediately poked his head out. "What is happening? What is going on?" Observing the expressions of the Umbu and Itachi, Minato surmised the situation without needing further clarification, promptly preparing to retrieve his flying thunder god kunai. "Kushina, I entrust you to their care. I must protect the village." Indeed, as a husband, Minato could not abandon Kushina, who was in the throes of labor and in imminent danger. Yet, as the Hokage of Konoha, he was also obligated to safeguard the village. However, Izumi intercepted Minato's advance. "Now, focus on your wife. The delivery of the Ninetales host cannot afford to falter. As for Konoha, it should be entrusted to the police force responsible for maintaining order and the Umbu tasked with confronting the enemy. Remember my words. Konoha's eagle, I will not betray your trust." With that, Izumi firmly pushed Minato back into the delivery room and rose to depart. Gripping his sword, Izumi advanced step by step. Since that day when Minato had barred Izumi's path at the Umbu base, perhaps the outcome had long been predestined. For the sake of trust, Izumi was willing to enter the fray. "Sarutobi, it seems, I have triumphed." Shimura Danzo leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. His advanced age and lack of physical training had diminished his martial prowess. Likewise, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not faring much better, visibly exhausted. They had fought for so long without truly employing ninjutsu or weaponry. Their sole purpose was to buy time. As the sounds of battle within the village grew ever louder, a smile gradually emerged on Danzo's face. "What if I haven't gone anywhere? Hiruzen, you have already lost." In stark contrast to the confident smile of Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression bore traces of helplessness and trepidation. "What have you done?" he inquired. "Nothing much, merely fulfilling my duty to protect the village of Konoha," Danzo replied with unwavering resolve. Konoha now resembles a wayward child, in dire need of a harsh reprimand to set it on the right path. It is akin to performing surgery to excise a malignant tumor. Danzo declared with utmost seriousness. Once more, Sarutobi, recognizing the futility of resistance, opted to channel his anxiety through combat. Yet, every move they made was observed through a pair of kaleidoscopic eyes. Meanwhile, the Root, dispatched to execute their mission, found themselves restrained by former comrades. All ninja, please step forward and assist in evacuating the civilians. Civilians, follow the ninja to safety. Within Konoha, chaos erupted. The police force, caught in a hasty engagement with the enemy, lacked the time and resources to evacuate the populace. At that moment, several esteemed individuals emerged from the crowd, rallying others to aid in the rescue and evacuation of civilians. Initially, the civilians were somewhat disoriented, but upon witnessing their familiar ninja striving to maintain order, they found solace in following their lead. Konoha had a comprehensive defense protocol, and now was its moment to shine. Yamato, let us proceed over there. Akamichi pulled two individuals, Yamato among them, towards the cluster of civilians to restore order. The two hesitated, feeling this task was not their concern. Go. What are you waiting for? Akamichi grasped Yamato's arm, forcefully guiding her forward. Thanks to Konoha's thorough disaster preparedness drills, the evacuation of civilians did not take long. Yamato and Akamichi, along with other lower-ranked ninjas, maintained order within the shelter, while those of Chunin rank and above engaged in battle. With a sigh, Yamato leaned against the wall, intending to catch her breath, when she suddenly sensed something amiss. The surrounding space warped, and a figure emerged. Two Tails. Obito appeared within the shelter. Outside the village, battles raged on, yet this was of little consequence to Obito. For him, it was merely a diversion. His true targets were the Two Tails and the Nine Tails. With the remaining eye of his Sharingan wide open, Obito prepared to ensnare Yamato in a Jinjutsu. Suddenly, a blade of energy struck precisely where Obito stood. He evaded with Kimui, finding himself face-to-face with the swiftly approaching Izumi. Akamichi, Yamato, are you unharmed? For Izumi, family was paramount. Indeed, it appears your strength has significantly improved, she noted upon seeing Izumi's arrival. Obito, surprisingly, engaged in casual banter. However, you have arrived a moment too late. No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward. Your presence indicates that the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is accompanied solely by Namikaze Minato, shadow clone technique. After being injured by Izumi, Obito has been diligently gathering intelligence related to her. According to his findings, although Izumi possesses some unknown powers, she also harbors weaknesses, notably her lack of proficiency in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. In other words, it is highly likely that Izumi is entirely devoid of these skills. Chapter 99. The Burning Leaf Village. Individuals incapable of performing ninjutsu and jinjutsu are quite numerous within the ninja world, and Obito suspects that Izumi is one of them. Thus, if he can restrain Izumi with a shadow clone, he can allow his true self to provide timely support. As Obito charged forward, Izumi merely chuckled coldly, producing a flying thunder god kunai. Rasengan. A sphere struck Obito at the moment he attacked. As a cloud of smoke dissipated, Minato's shadow clone revealed itself. Who told you I must be the original? Now, let us engage in a contest. With a bang, several shuriken were thrown, and Itachi glanced back at his father. The entire Uchiha clan was now in battle, with Fugaku leading the charge. Minato, it is time for our Uchiha clan to assert our stance. Since the Leaf Village government does not trust us, we shall demonstrate through our actions that the Uchiha clan is the foremost noble family in Konoha. Long live Konoha! Long live the Uchiha clan! Fugaku's rallying cry and fearless advance inspired all members of the Uchiha clan, who seized their swords and various ninja tools, rushing into battle. At this moment, amidst the astonished gazes of civilians and other ninjas, the typically proud and aloof Uchiha clan was the first to engage the suddenly appearing enemy. The clang of metal echoed incessantly, and various ninjutsu left their marks throughout the village of Konoha. Izumi-san. Itachi could not help but reminisce about the scene when Izumi met Fugaku not long ago. Previously, Fugaku had sought to secure greater benefits for the Uchiha clan by aligning with the new generation of Konoha's leadership under Minato. Yet now, Fugaku genuinely regarded the Uchiha clan as an integral part of Konoha. What exactly did you discuss with father? Itachi pondered. The new sprouts of Konoha were beginning to emerge. Since Izumi-san had taken on the role of captain of the Umbu, the village had gradually undergone transformation. The Uchiha clan, once at odds with the village, had astonishingly chosen to stand united with it. Perhaps this is the greatness of Izumi. Itachi drew his kunai, preparing to join the fray. Izumi-san, I shall forever follow in your footsteps. In Kushina's delivery room, Minato remained anxiously awaiting news. With Kushina and Naruto, time passed slowly, beads of sweat trickling down Minato's forehead. Izumi's words had instilled within him sufficient confidence. Since Izumi had promised not to betray his trust, he would undoubtedly manage the situation here. Suddenly, the wail of a newborn pierced through Minato's anxious heart. Naruto? At long last, the expression on Minato's face transformed from anxiety to one of joy and exhilaration. Lifting his gaze, he beheld Kushina, who appeared fatigued, while beside Sarutobi, a child resembling him in certain aspects lay cradled in her arms. I have become a father, Minato exclaimed, stepping forward to hold his son, eager to present him to Kushina. Naruto. In an instant, a figure materialized, snatching the infant away. He has arrived. Minato was taken aback. That man, clad in black and masked, had come, seething with rage and bitterness. The baby continued to wail in his arms, stirring a flicker of emotion within Obito. The teacher's child is indeed adorable, he mused, feeling a twinge of regret at the thought of killing him. Shaking his head, Obito dismissed his sympathy, rationalizing that he could always create another child for his teacher in the new world to come. Glancing upward, Obito activated his Manjiki Sharingan, rendering Kushina unconscious. This was the power of the Manjiki Sharingan's Genjutsu amplification. Minato took a step back, sensing the peril posed by this adversary. With a whoosh, a gust of energy accompanied by a deadly blade surged towards Obito. In a moment of panic, he managed to retreat into his space. While Naruto was swiftly reclaimed by Izumi. I was hoping you would come, Izumi declared, disregarding the door he had burst through, one arm cradling Naruto, the other wielding a katana. He had meticulously prepared for this moment, awaiting Obito's arrival to strike him down. Unfortunately, he had narrowly missed him before. Who are you? With his loved ones safe, Minato finally exhaled, scrutinizing the enemy before him. Do you not recognize me? Obito coldly imitated Uchiha Madara's tone. The chilling aura and formidable power he exuded quickly led Minato to make the connection. Uchiha Madara? No, he should have perished long ago. Huh, you cannot even recognize me standing before you? Obito felt a profound despair. Indeed, who would remember a heartless, lifeless waste long since dead? Nevertheless, it mattered not. The thought of his grand design invigorated him. In the new world to come, I shall no longer be a waste. Yes, I am Uchiha Madara. Stepping back to establish the optimal distance, Obito prepared for battle. Is this all? A flash of cold light glimmered as Izumi unsheathed his katana. As anticipated, the strike missed, leaving Obito unscathed. Though puzzled by Izumi's presence, Obito chose not to dwell on it. Now, it is time to obliterate Konoha. With a series of hand seals, Obito effortlessly summoned the Nine Tails. The beast, long suppressed and sealed away, had finally been unleashed. Its sudden emergence sent Izumi into a state of alarm, given his current strength. Confronting the fully realized Nine Tails would prove quite challenging. One can only hope that the anticipated transaction will prove effective. The Nine Tails let out a roar, yet its expression appeared to be one of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Shouldn't I be preparing to go out for some colorful dumplings? In this state of confusion, Obito unleashed a Genjutsu with his Sharingan, bringing the Nine Tails under his control. This time, the roar of the Nine Tails was filled with ferocity as it leapt forward, charging towards the most populated area of the village. What was destined to happen has indeed arrived. Iching shook his head helplessly, yet there was a hint of relief. At least, the Nine Tails initially had no intention of fighting. If they could find a way to dispel the Genjutsu binding it, perhaps Konoha could be spared from calamity. Sensei Minato, quickly take Lady Tsunade away. If she can't hold on any longer, use this. With that, Iching swiftly handed over a talisman. Chapter 100. The fluffy little fox Minato gazed at the object resembling an explosive tag, perplexed. Iching waved his hand dismissively. It's a protective talisman, meant to sustain Lady Tsunade. This talisman would ensure that the user would not suffer any physical harm for a period of time, preserving their vitality. It was a treasure Iching had discovered within the system space. Though its price was exorbitantly high, Iching had accumulated ample system points through his daily tasks over time. Thus, in this critical moment, it was the right time to utilize it. Minato was somewhat bewildered, but trusting in Iching, he accepted it without hesitation. You can always trust in Konoha's vigilant eye, I will never betray your trust. This was a promise Iching had made to himself, and Minato would undoubtedly remember it. Casting a glance at the moving nine tails, Minato gritted his teeth and swiftly vanished from sight. Though you exude an odd aura, Obito remained unfazed in the face of Iching. Last time was merely due to your luck. This time, I am fully alert. You cannot inflict any harm upon me. With Kamui in hand. Can you truly perceive what lies in an alternate dimension? Oh, is that so? Meeting Obito's gaze, Iching remained unperturbed. His piercing stare resembled that of an eagle, instinctively instilling fear in Obito. Do you realize that when swordsmanship reaches its pinnacle, who can react faster than you? At these words, Obito's heart jolted, and he hastily attempted to activate Kamui. However, before he could do so, a surge of excruciating pain coursed through his body. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced flesh. Echoing in the air, the sharp sword cleaved through Obito's form before he could even react. Before Kamui could be initiated, Iching's sword had already severed him in twain. A cacophony of harsh air currents filled the surroundings as Iching's sword, heated from friction, turned crimson, making contact with the blood. No, Obito groaned in despair. But before he could finish his words, a second strike descended. This time, Obito was cleaved vertically in half, with his lower half yet to detach from the severed upper half. The cross slash, a rapid succession of strikes, represents the most formidable attack that Ichijo can currently unleash. Such intense exertion has inevitably taken a toll on Ichijo's body. At this moment, every cell within Ichijo's being is engulfed in pain. Yet, there is no respite. Ichijo struggles to rise, staggering towards the direction of the Nine Tails. At this juncture, the Nine Tails, having broken free from the illusion's grasp, stands in the very heart of Konoha, reveling in its newfound freedom. I am finally out. The Nine Tails exclaims with exuberance, thrashing its nine tails and licking its claws, basking in the joy of liberation. However, it overlooks one critical detail, its colossal size. One swipe of its tail can effortlessly obliterate a vast expanse of houses. Thus, in the midst of the Nine Tails' exuberance, the bustling district of Konoha has been reduced to ruins. To the ninjas of Konoha, this spectacle appears as the Nine Tails wreaking havoc upon their village. This cannot be tolerated. A ninja swiftly charges in, declaring, "Awaken, nine-tailed fox." With a resounding slap, the Nine Tails sends the ninja flying. Surely, this does not constitute a breach of conduct? The Nine Tails muses, justifying its actions as a response to provocation from these foolish humans. I had no intention of fighting you, but you insisted on this folly. After dispatching that individual, the Nine Tails remains there. Hey, foolish humans, why are you not promptly bringing me the Dango? It commands, licking its lips. The Nine Tails had previously expressed a desire to savor the taste of Dango upon its emergence. Its voice, booming far louder than any ninja in Konoha, resonates throughout the area, ensuring that all present hear its request. Dango? The embodiment of all the world's malevolence and hatred, the Nine Tails, desires to indulge in Dango? The crowd stands in bewilderment. The Nine Tails mirrors their confusion. Foolish humans, do you not understand? I demand Dango. It amplifies its voice further. The atmosphere grows tense. Some ninjas, familiar with the Dango shop, suddenly recall that the Dango is precariously situated beneath one of the Nine Tails' claws. Though the people have been evacuated, the establishment remains intact beneath. It seems that the place selling Dango has been destroyed by you, a brave ninja finally dares to say after a moment of hesitation. Before the Nine Tails can react, two children, stacked atop one another, rush onto the scene. Itachi, hurry, or we won't make it in time. Ichijo shouts from atop. To understand the urgency, one must rewind a few minutes. Ichijo, limping towards the Nine Tails, encounters Itachi, who has just concluded his battle. Ichijo-san. Upon seeing Ichijo in such a disheveled state, Itachi quickly rushes over to carry Ichijo on his back. Now is the time for you to lean on me, Ichijo-san. Without any unnecessary chatter, Iching rode atop the giant fox, moving forward. Concerned that the Nine Tails might truly cause some chaos, Iching urged it onward. Upon arriving at the scene, Iching discovered something peculiar. The Nine Tails was there, locked in a glaring contest with a group of Leaf Village ninjas. What was happening? Iching was utterly bewildered. Hey, foolish human. You promised to release me. Now, take me to the Dango shop at once. I crave my Dango. The Nine Tails, spotting Iching, immediately found its target and lowered its head to speak. Though it believed it had lowered its voice, its massive form stirred up a gale. and the foul breath brought Iching an entirely new sensory experience. Cough, cough. How can such a colossal creature appreciate the taste of Dango? Iching steadied himself and replied, as long as Kushina is still alive, you must immediately re-inject most of your chakra to shrink down. The Nine-Tails form was merely a manifestation of chakra. Withdrawing a portion would naturally reduce its size. After locating Minato, who was tending to Kushina and Naruto, Iching explained the situation and successfully completed the sealing process. The Nine-Tails transformed into a fluffy, toy-like fox. Now this is more like it. Chapter 101. You are under arrest as Iching petted the Nine-Tails' soft fur. He approached the Dango shop from his memories, only to find it in complete ruins. Damn it, couldn't you have been a bit more careful while growing? Iching furiously chastised the Nine-Tails, disregarding his own recent weakness. What a joke. Dango could never be more important than life. The Nine-Tails looked at Iching with a pitiful expression. Am I to blame? I had no idea this was the Dango shop. Regardless, at that moment, the battle had concluded. With Iching's assistance, the Leaf Village still stood resilient on the land of the Fire Country. Iching continued stroking the Nine-Tails' fluffy body, advancing step by step toward the Hokage building. After ensuring Kushina and Naruto were settled, Minato soon arrived at the scene. Everything had come to an end, yet numerous aftermath tasks awaited Minato and Iching. For instance, what were the identities of the ninjas who had attacked the Leaf Village? Report: the Umbu successfully defended the Leaf Village, eliminating nearly 1,000 enemies with minimal casualties on our side. Kakashi reported regarding the Umbu's battle outside the village. 1,000 individuals, in the context of localized warfare, certainly constituted a significant force. However, no one was left alive as a prisoner. Kakashi had initially hoped to capture some for interrogation, but those ninjas, upon capture, had inexplicably resorted to self-destruction. The situation with the Uchiha clan was similar. All attackers had perished, with no survivors. This perhaps was the fate of the ninjas from the villages without Iching's presence. Merely a tool for executing tasks. Once a mission fails, one loses all value of existence. Although Idazumi's aspiration to liberate ordinary ninjas from the shackles of being mere instruments of slaughter and to focus solely on the welfare of the populace has yet to be realized, he is diligently striving to implement it. He firmly believes that the day will come when ninjas will no longer serve solely as instruments of war. While managing the present circumstances, his mind is preoccupied with pondering how to deal with the traitors within Konoha, exemplified by the resounding thud as Sarutobi Hiruzen repelled Shimura Danzo a few paces back, finally revealing a confident smile. Danzo, once again, I emerge victorious. An extraordinarily brilliant battle ensued. Sarutobi Hiruzen still gasped for breath. First, there was the ambush, followed by chaos. And soon the air was filled with the sounds of slaughter within Konoha. Ultimately, the Nine-Tails charged forth with a roar. Now, tranquility has returned. It is a failure. For Danzo, everything has culminated in failure. That man who calls himself Uchiha Obito had sworn solemnly to him that nothing would go awry. Yet, failure still befell them. Rising with a sense of desolation, Shimura Danzo sought to depart. However, he was coldly halted by Sarutobi Hiruzen's derisive laughter. You cannot leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again took up his pipe, smiling as he spoke. You must clarify to the current Hokage what actions you have taken. Old friend, it is time to cease. Sarutobi Hiruzen had shielded Danzo far too many times. He hoped this time Danzo would willingly acknowledge his wrongs. Regrettably, he found himself disappointed. With a bitter smile, Danzo met Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. Realizing the futility of his situation, he laughed maniacally. What have I done? Ha ha ha. Hiruzen, do you truly not know what I have accomplished? How did the Senju clan dwindle to just Tsunade? How did Hatake Sakumo fall victim to a horde of disparagers? And how did Orochimaru's experiments progress so rapidly? Was it not all conducted under your tacit approval? To be frank, I used the Nine-Tails and the Two-Tails as leverage to incite other ninja villages to attack Konoha. My aim was to eliminate Minato Namikaze, a figure increasingly beyond my control. Danzo chuckled, his demeanor suddenly sharpening. What have I done? I have merely been safeguarding Konoha in my own manner. You all are far too feeble, under your guidance. Konoha is destined for ruin, thus it must be led by me. Stepping forward, he spread his arms wide. Just as you hesitated to strike decisively against Orochimaru's escape, you now hesitate to employ ninjutsu against me. Your weakness, akin to that of Minato Namikaze, will only plunge Konoha into destruction. I am the most suitable Hokage. Only I can guide Konoha back to its former glory. Listening to Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became quite complex. Weakness? Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged that he was, as Danzo described, weak. However, can this old companion truly lead the Hidden Leaf Village to glory? Perhaps not. The Senju clan and the esteemed Shimura Shinobu were formidable figures within the village, yet they have now vanished without a trace. My 3 promising disciples have been compelled to leave, and you are undoubtedly part of that equation. A chuckle echoed, as a familiar figure positioned themselves between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. The leaf? Which leaf? The Hidden Leaf Village should exist to uphold the will of fire and serve its people. Once the village stands in opposition to its own inhabitants, it becomes indistinguishable from any other ninja village, and such a leaf village deserves to be overthrown. The words spoken by Izumi awakened Shursui from his reverie, and now it was his turn to reprimand his former superior. Do you believe that everything you have done would bring joy to Senju Hashirama if he were aware? Is this the leaf village he aspired to build? You continually profess that your actions are for the sake of the village, yet you distort and misinterpret Lord Hashirama's will of fire. Is this truly what you call the leaf? From the very beginning, you have merely been an opportunistic schemer, using power as an excuse. Shursui had been following Izumi's orders, keeping watch over the 2 men, and he heard every word exchanged. For the sake of the village, the Senju clan was eradicated? For the village, Shimura Shinobu perished? For the village, Orochimaru commenced his grotesque human experiments? A village that condones such actions is not one worthy of Shursui's love and protection. It is not the roots that have ever protected the village, but the countless villagers who embody the will of fire. Now, Shimura Danzo, you stand accused of colluding with other ninja villages to assault the leaf. You are under arrest. Immediately proceed to the Hokage office for interrogation. In Shursui's eyes, 3 tomos swiftly began to spin, transforming into an eerie kaleidoscope pattern. Chapter 102, Judgment. Old companion, it is time to depart. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, drawing forth a kunai, preparing for battle. Unlike their previous unarmed confrontations meant to stall, this time the objective was to apprehend them completely. Danzo's expression shifted, revealing a fierce determination. To escape, he needed to swiftly defeat one of his adversaries. He understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's prowess, knowing they were evenly matched, making it a formidable challenge to overcome him. Thus, his only option was to strike at Uchiha Shursui. With this thought, Danzo drew his kunai and charged swiftly towards Shursui. Shursui, having overheard the conversation between Danzo and Hiruzen, was now consumed by rage. Were it not for Izumi's strict orders to capture Danzo alive, Shursui would have relished the opportunity to end his life. Clang! With a sharp metallic sound, Danzo's kunai pierced a mass of vibrant, corporeal chakra. The iconic scene from the original work unfolded once more, this time with Danzo facing Shursui's Susanoo. Regardless of whose it may be, the manifestation of chakra in the form of Susanoo is remarkably formidable, impervious even to the lightning release of the second pillar, let alone an ordinary kunai. Moreover, Shursui's reflexes are exceptionally swift, as he revives on the battlefield with his instantaneous technique. With a thunderous crash, Shimura Danzo finds himself pinned to the ground, rendered immobile by the Susanoo's divine statue. Despite the completion of his wind release seal, Danzo is incapable of inflicting any harm upon Susanoo. Alas, the burden of this technique is quite substantial, and Shursui feels an intense discomfort radiating throughout his eyes and body, compelling him to hasten the resolution of Danzo. What technique does Shursui excel in? Beyond the instantaneous technique, it is Jinjutsu. The divine statue lifts Danzo, and Shursui stands at the pinnacle of the statue. Look at me, traitor. A furious roar compels Danzo to instinctively raise his gaze. The moment his ordinary eyes meet the kaleidoscope, he becomes ensnared in an inescapable illusion. Well then, Third Hokage, you shall accompany me. Dragging the unconscious Danzo, Shursui turns to address the Third Hokage. Come with me. His tone lacks any semblance of politeness, as Shursui finds himself utterly disillusioned with the Third Hokage. From their earlier conversation, it seems Sarutobi Hiruzen is aware of Danzo's numerous misdeeds. Yet, he refrains from intervening. As a Hokage, he has proven himself inadequate in this regard. Ironically, Sarutobi Hiruzen holds a revered position in the hearts of Shursui and the villagers of Konoha Village. The moment an idol falls, the anguish is unimaginable. Shirsue's feelings towards Sarutobi Hiruzen are presently conflicted. On one hand, he has been instrumental in the orchestration of so many tragedies, a veritable sinner. On the other hand, during his tenure, he has fostered stability and harmony within the village, and now finds himself involved in the effort to apprehend Danzo. It is indeed perplexing. In any case, his participation in the interrogation is now essential. Old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckles softly, shaking his head at the predicament he finds himself in. I apologize, Danzo, but once ensnared in the whirlpool of power, not even the deities can save you. Accompanied by Sarutobi Hiruzen and dragging Danzo, Shisui strides towards the direction where Izumi awaits. Along the way, he contemplates much. Why do the members of the Root organization so readily extend their hands against their compatriots? Do they truly lack emotions? This seems implausible, as he himself has emerged from such depths and understands the sentiments involved. Perhaps they, too, have chosen to bury the remnants of their genuine feelings deep within their hearts after experiencing the darkness of reality. In the city center, Izumi prepares for their arrival. Have they come? Noticing Shirsue's distant approach, Izumi nods. What is destined to come will indeed come. Shisui has finally awakened, resolved to decisively confront Danzo. It appears that persuading the members of Root to abandon their ways is not entirely inconceivable after all. Seizing this opportunity, let us expunge all that lurks in the shadows. Yamato. A call halted Yamato, who was preparing to utilize wood release to restore the buildings that had been devastated. Izumi had other intentions in mind. Captain? Yamato appeared somewhat bewildered. Although the Nine Tails had not wrought significant destruction, their path had inadvertently led to the ruin of various structures. Yamato, skilled in architectural restoration and enthusiastic about construction, believed he could completely repair these edifices in mere minutes, provided he had ample chakra. Izumi waved his hand dismissively. Not so fast. There is a rescue team responsible for that. Your task is to create a large set of shackles for me. The rescue team is a specialized unit within the UMBU, dedicated to disaster relief, maintaining public order, and post-war reconstruction. The shackles Izumi requested were intended for the public trial of individuals who had inflicted grave harm upon the village of Konoha, coinciding with the upcoming condemnation assembly. The exhibition hall would showcase heroes, while the trial and denouncement assembly would address the wrongdoers. With rewards come punishments. Once the shackles were crafted, Shisui arrived just in time. Sensei Minato, I wish to conduct a trial of the traitor alongside you. Izumi stepped forward to secure the shackles around Danzo, bringing the entranced figure to the scene. Minato was still processing the situation when Kakashi suddenly recalled Izumi's earlier words. Some individuals retain their utility. When the time comes for repair, they shall be mended. Indeed. Hokage-sama. Shisui bowed respectfully. I, representing the UMBU, bring forth charges. Danzo Shimura, advisor to Konoha, has abused his position to fund rogue ninjas, frame the village's shinobi, and conspire with enemy ninja villages. The evidence is irrefutable. I request the commencement of the trial. He cast a backward glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Observing the scene, Hiruzen grasped its implications, but was reluctant to see his old comrade subjected to such scrutiny. Perhaps it would be better to conduct a secret trial within the Hokage's office or the UMBU base. Hiruzen glanced at Minato and Izumi, his tone tinged with a plea. Alas, such principled matters leave no room for compromise. No, the trial must take place here. Izumi declared with resolute conviction. Shisui immediately dispelled Danzo's illusion. The trial commenced. Chapter 103. What have you done, old man? Upon the dispelling of the illusion, Danzo Shimura remained momentarily disoriented. Izumi did not rush to begin the questioning. Instead, he patiently awaited the gathering of the people, for otherwise, it would bear little distinction from a clandestine trial. Izumi was determined to prevent such a scenario from unfolding in his presence, as it would strip the trial of its purpose. What Izumi sought was for the entire village to comprehend the deeds of Danzo Shimura, thereby instilling a modicum of deterrence. On one hand, he aimed to honor those who had contributed through the memorial hall, while on the other, he required such a denouncement assembly to punish the traitors. Soon, the commoners and ninjas gathered together. Perhaps it was the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails and the ravages of war that left them homeless. Or perhaps they were simply curious about the situation at hand. Regardless, they converged in droves. Standing opposite Shimura Danzo, Iching observed the crowd had gathered sufficiently and declared, Now, you may speak. Shimura Danzo, confess your misdeeds. The onlookers immediately began to murmur among themselves. Shimura Danzo? Who is that? I don't know, but I've heard he is a member of the Elder Council of Konoha. I know the Shimura clan. He must be one of their kin. What crime has this prominent family member committed? Iching himself has come to pass judgment. It must be a grave sin. Listening to the discussions, Shimura Danzo sneered coldly a few times, saying, "Very well, it has come to this. There is no need for further concealment." Thus, he recounted his transgressions, including but not limited to providing false intelligence that led to the demise of the Senju clan during the Second Great Ninja War, bribing the media to vilify the hero of the war, Hitachi Sakumo, secretly dispatching Umbu members to assist the Mist Village in annihilating the Uzumaki clan, and most recently, sheltering Orochimaru during his inhumane experiments, even aiding in the capture of test subjects. As each of his deeds was unveiled, the expressions of the crowd darkened progressively, from initial indifference to shock, disbelief, and finally to a collective outcry for retribution. So, it was you who caused the downfall of the Senju clan. That was the family of the first and second Hokage. No wonder there were so many mindless detractors against Hitachi Sakumo. I always believed that his flaws were overshadowed by his virtues. To betray your own allies. How could you stoop so low? My child went missing during that time. I never imagined gradually. The voices of the people shifted from individual lamentations to a unified chorus of curses. Ichang, kill him. Ichang, kill him. Ichang, kill him. It is well known that when a crowd raises their voices in unison, it generates an overwhelming momentum. This instance was no different. All the denizens of Konoha, whether from noble families or humble origins, found a strange solidarity in that moment. They all yearned to witness the hero of Konoha rid the world of this scourge. Is this being recorded? At the epicenter of the uproar, Iching let out a cold laugh, remaining silent as he turned to the Umbu clerk operating the recording device. It is worth reiterating that while the technology within the Hokage's domain may lag militarily, it is not lacking in other respects. By Naruto's era, even electrocardiograms were in existence. Though not as advanced as in Naruto's time, fundamental devices like recording machines had long been established. The recorder nodded in acknowledgement, and Iching instructed him to compile a transcript upon their return. Turning back to the crowd, he addressed them, "I completely empathize with your sentiments. Indeed, such a person deserves execution. However, I also need him to serve as a warning to future generations, and to ensure that his heinous acts are made known to all. Thus, I hereby pronounce, Shimura Danzo, a member of the Konoha Village Elder Council, is sentenced to 3 days of public humiliation within the confines of Konoha for his crimes of supporting enemy nations in their assaults against our allies, disseminating false intelligence that led to the annihilation of the Senju clan, bribing the navy which resulted in the suicide of Shikakanara, and aiding the rogue ninja Orochimaru in conducting inhumane experiments, among other charges. Following this decree, the Umbu under my command have already begun to drag Danzo towards the newly constructed prison cart in the Land of Waves. As the cart slowly progresses through the throng of onlookers, a cacophony of outrage erupts. They surge forward, striking Danzo through the bars of the cage. I shrug my shoulders, remarking, "Since you pride yourself as the very root of Konoha, let it be you who bears all the darkness." With the chaos of the Ninetales incident only just subsiding, the populace yearns for accountability, a vessel upon which to vent their pent-up animosity. In the original narrative, that vessel was Naruto. Now, it is you. Yet, unlike Naruto, who faced discrimination from a young age without succumbing to darkness, you believed yourself capable of shouldering all shadows to uphold the light. Very well. Let it all rest upon your shoulders. Moreover, your fate is hardly unjust. Every single deed you have committed warrants the death penalty. The fact that you orchestrated the attack during the Ninetales incident remains unspoken, which is already a considerable concession on my part. You incessantly claim that all your actions are for the betterment of Konoha, yet they have only served to diminish its strength. The Senju clan's prowess exceeded your control, leading you to orchestrate their demise, which in turn precipitated a drastic decline in Konoha's combat effectiveness during the Second Great Ninja War. Even Hanzo the Salamander could not be defeated. As for Shikakanara, had he survived into the Third Great Ninja War, the Battle of Kikyo Mountain would not have devolved into a war of attrition. He alone could have effortlessly decimated the forces intended for such a strategy. Therefore, the punishment meted out to Shimura Danzo is indeed a just retribution for his transgressions. In the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon the unfolding scene with a heavy heart, a sigh of resignation escaping his lips. Ultimately, events had culminated in this manner, a public execution with all eyes watching, truly reflective of that child's penchant for such dramatic resolutions. Initially, Hiruzen had envisioned that even if a trial were necessary, it could be conducted in secret within the Umbu base or the Hokage's office, followed by a discreet execution. This way, Danzo would not merely be a figure nailed to the pillar of shame, becoming a stain upon the legacy of Konoha that would be mentioned for generations to come. Observing the retreating figure of Danzo and the citizens of Konoha, I lifted the fallen Kurama from the ground and turned to Itachi, who supported me, saying, "Let us depart. All has concluded, and I must return to rest. It is no jest, my full force strike against Obito has thoroughly exhausted me." Chapter 104. A journey to the end. The biting cold wind stung Danzo's skin. After such a prolonged period, he had long since become numb. The doubts, scorn, and curses from the crowd had been endured, and he had come to understand. Once one steps away from the people of the village, discussions of the village itself become mere trifles. Though he has come to accept his fate, truly acknowledging his mistakes and renouncing his life remains an arduous task. In recent days, Danzo initially offered justifications, but now he finds himself devoid of any emotion. The deeper he delves into darkness, the more unbearable it becomes as everything approaches reckoning. On the brink of collapse, Danzo sits in silence, awaiting the procession of a new day. Yet he has forgotten that the parade lasts 3 days, and today marks the 4th. A sound of footsteps stirs his lifeless heart. Following the noise, Danzo glimpses the figure of one he knows all too well, his old companion, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The very person he had spent a lifetime attempting to outmaneuver, yet never succeeded. Today, as ever, Hiruzen stands before him, pipe in mouth. Alas, Danzo is no longer the equal of this esteemed leader of the Leaf Village. He is now a universally despised pariah, destined to be remembered as a villain, while Hiruzen is revered as the strongest Hokage by generations. In the original narrative, Itachi once articulated a profound truth. Only when facing imminent death can one truly perceive themselves. Kisame exemplified this, sacrificing himself to ensure that crucial information would not fall into enemy hands. In this moment, Danzo seems to reach a similar understanding. Reflecting on his past, what has he truly done for the Leaf Village? Much, both good and ill, but overall, it would not be inaccurate to label him a sinner. With a hollow laugh devoid of emotion, Danzo turns to Hiruzen and mockingly inquires, "What? Are you here to mock me as well?" No, Hiruzen shakes his head. "I have merely come to check on an old friend." One by one, their companions have departed this world, leaving only this single confidant. Mito Minjo and TKSH Rin have long since abandoned ideological pursuits, redirecting their focus toward tangible benefits. Akihara Kazekage and Uchiha Kagami have fallen in battle, leaving only Shimura Danzo with whom to share a bond. "We have aged," Hiruzen reflects, gazing at the worn and weary Danzo. He lifts his gaze to the sky, where the first light of dawn begins to break. The era of the sun is on the horizon, while the stars must inevitably fade away. I am acutely aware of my shortcomings, as well as your exceptional qualities. Initially, we complemented each other, swiftly bringing an end to the first war with the assistance of our friends, and subsequently enduring the second. Yet, times have changed, and so have we. You have grown increasingly ruthless, while I have grown weaker. Thus, we arrive at this present state. In a certain light, I must admit to a degree of admiration for you. At the very least, the people of the Leaf Village will remember you eternally, while I, in a few generations, shall fade into obscurity. Producing a bottle of sake, Hiruzen offers a bittersweet smile as he extends it to Danzo. "Come now, my old friend. Would you care for a drink? I can hardly bear to witness your suffering here. Thus, I have requested the Hokage to personally escort you on your final journey." "Ha!" Shimura Danzo erupted into maniacal laughter. "Escort me? Very well." Shaking his head, Danzo accepted the bottle of liquor offered by Sarutobi Hiruzen and drank deeply. Gulp after gulp, the bottle of strong alcohol was soon emptied. Hiruzen. After downing the drink, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned icy as he declared, "If given a chance to start anew. When my teacher spoke of someone needing to make a stand, I would undoubtedly rush to the forefront, never allowing you to take my place. Even if I am truly tasked with holding the rear, I would do so without hesitation. I am Shimura Danzo of Konohagakure, and I shall die for the sake of my village." The scent of alcohol lingered in the air as Danzo bellowed. A brief, yet agonizing groan followed. The legendary leader, the fifth Hokage from the original story, thus reached his end. Rest easy, old friend. I will keep watch over our village in your absence. When my time comes, I shall tell you what truly transpired in Konoha. Raising his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved Danzo's lifeless body from the prison cart, offering a self-deprecating smile. Their mutual understanding was evident, yet it was only in their final moments that they unveiled their true feelings for one another. A stooped figure slowly made its way towards the Sarutobi clan's residence, utterly alone. In the land of rain, the familiar sound of raindrops cascading upon the earth persisted. The dilapidated structures had largely vanished, replaced by towering buildings and the subdued expressions of the populace. However, behind this veneer of brightness lay concealed malevolence lurking in the shadows. Within a sewer compartment, anguished cries echoed. That individual was Uchiha Obito. He was still alive, though merely existing in a state of survival. His body and mind had been cruelly severed into 4 parts, a fate that should have been fatal. Yet, Obito's other half had been provided by Zetsu, rendering him relatively unscathed. After his head was destroyed, Obito's consciousness transferred to the Zetsu known as Black Zetsu, who then invoked his final Kimui using the Sharingan. Fortunately, Izuna's attack had not severed the Sharingan itself. After Black Zetsu was cut, it reformed with the upper left quarter of Obito's body. Returning to the land of rain, Obito's consciousness fully inhabited Black Zetsu, simultaneously implanting the Sharingan within. However, this was insufficient. Izuna's blade was imbued with haki. The haki continued to ravage Black Zetsu's form. While Zetsu possessed commendable regenerative abilities, the erosion was relentless. Damn it! Obito rasped, his voice strained with rage. The child who had once crossed blades with him. Who was he truly? Why did he possess such formidable power? In the shadowy recesses, Kuroge revealed his head, gazing in disbelief at the howling and moaning Obito. What kind of entity could inflict such damage upon a body formed by white Zetsu? Chapter 105. The Life of Petting the Ninetales Ahem. With a gentle cough, Iching felt somewhat surprised. Although it was winter, his constitution should not have led to a cold, especially with the system's support. After pondering for a while, Iching could only attribute the cause to his previous full-force strike. That frenzied attack had left him in a state of exhaustion that he had yet to recover from completely. Much like Might Guy's inevitable demise after opening the 8th gate, Iching too was thoroughly injured from that encounter. During the 3 days that Danzo was paraded through the streets, Iching had little desire to venture anywhere, preferring instead to rest quietly in bed. Recently, he had improved slightly, to the extent that he could read while lying on the sofa, occasionally petting the Ninetales. However, while his body rested, Iching's mind was far from idle. Since he regained the ability to move freely, he had been diligently planning his next steps. Once his physical condition was truly restored, he could smoothly implement his carefully devised plans. Kurama's expression was somewhat peculiar. He looked at the tricolor ball on his paw. His feelings complex. Could this thing still be eaten after you sneezed on it? Although tailed beasts possess robust immunity and seldom fall ill, the saliva-covered tricolor ball was undeniably rather unappetizing, wasn't it? Gazing at the seemingly unscathed tricolor ball, Kurama fell into deep contemplation. Accompanying Kurama in this reverie were the wooden figure and the 2 tails within her. What was happening? Kurama was curled up in this creature's embrace. Even while being petted by Iching, he was munching on the tricolor ball. Was this truly the malevolent beast that embodied hatred and disdain? In fact, it was indeed so. Ri remarked within the consciousness of the wooden figure. Although he was reluctant to accept it, he could not deny that this adorable little fox was indeed the Ninetales. There exists a shared consciousness space among tailed beasts, allowing Ri to easily discern Kurama's location and current emotions. Yet, even with irrefutable evidence before him, Ri still found it hard to believe. Do not let this slip, Ri. Kurama's threatening voice echoed from within the consciousness space. This very tone further solidified the truth of his identity as Kurama. Historically, Kurama and Shikaku had a tumultuous relationship. The reason was simple. Kurama preferred to define strength by the number of tails. Although this was a factual representation, the bonds among tailed beasts were generally harmonious. However, Kurama, due to his superior strength, attempted to establish a hierarchy among the tailed beasts, which was quite absurd. Consequently, Ri, who was indifferent to these matters and had no intention of participating in the disputes among factions, formed a rather amicable relationship with Kurama. I truly did not anticipate that Kurama would become so gentle. Wairi was profoundly astonished within the consciousness space. The Nine-Tails shrugged, acknowledging the situation. There was little choice, as only I Ching possessed the coveted three-colored dumplings at present. Indeed, it was the three-colored dumplings, a creature that merely needed to absorb chakra for a lifetime. The Nine-Tails found itself utterly captivated by these delicacies, willingly assuming the role of I Ching's obedient fox. Although the dumpling shop had been destroyed, I Ching still held a few, having frequently purchased hundreds at a time due to his and Red Bean's fondness for the extravagant treat. Now that the dumpling shop had been dismantled by the Nine-Tails itself, only I Ching retained a small supply. As for any violent attempts to seize them, the Nine-Tails issued a challenge, inviting such endeavors. This peculiar ability of I Ching's was unlike anything it had ever encountered, and judging by previous displays, I Ching's prowess was not to be underestimated. In light of the dumplings, the Nine-Tails mused that it might forgive this human's audacious behavior. With a hint of pride, it declared, however, should he fail to produce more dumplings in the future, I shall not hesitate to exact my revenge. Upon hearing this, the woodman swiftly approached I Ching. The communication between tailed beasts was crystal clear to their hosts. Hey, I Ching. The Nine-Tails has declared its intention to rebel. I Ching paused, turning to gaze at the adorable creature nestled in his arms. Ah, foolish human, I shall take you on. The Nine-Tails lunged from I Ching's grasp, darting towards the woodman. However, with a swift motion, I Ching seized the Nine-Tails by the scruff of its neck mid-air, lifting it effortlessly. The Nine-Tails dangled limply, squinting its eyes in a feigned display of vulnerability. Rebellion, is it? I Ching inquired, holding the Nine-Tails aloft. If you truly rebel, who will provide you with the three-colored dumplings? Besides, do you truly believe you can defeat me? I fear no mere dirt. Why would I concern myself with the Nine-Tails? Setting the creature down, I Ching sank into the sofa, idly petting the Nine-Tails while allowing his mind to wander. Meanwhile, within the realm of consciousness, the Nine-Tails conspired with the Woodman about how to exact revenge. Hey, Woodman, in a few years, when that little brat has you pinned down engaged in those distasteful tailed beast activities, I want you to share your sensory memories with me. I intend to upload them into the memory space of all our tailed beasts. Of course, I shall reciprocate with memories of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Kushina. Surely, you wish to know how long it takes to easily subdue us, Senju Hashirama, don't you? What? The Woodman's cheeks flushed instantly. What is this? Sensory sharing? Consciousness synchronization? When did tailed beasts acquire such abilities? This is utterly absurd. Wait. The Woodman shook his head. That's not the point. The real question is, who says I must be involved in such matters? Rest assured, it's practically a certainty. Once again, in a tone that was not merely comforting but also tinged with mockery, Yomu remarked, considering the circumstances of your childhood and being placed in the hands of I Ching to undertake such tasks, it seems unlikely that you will ever find a spouse in the future. I doubt anyone would want you. Come on, must you be so blunt? Yomu's face flushed from her cheeks to her neck. Meanwhile, I Ching, effortlessly perceptive of the somewhat peculiar atmosphere, detected the emotional fluctuations of the three consciousnesses through his observation. Though he could not grasp the mental connection between the tailed beast and Yomu, his keen observation revealed the nuances of their sentiments. Never mind, if it's beyond understanding. Let it be, I Ching sighed, shaking his head. For him, everything felt stable at present. The Nine-Tails' abundant fur was exceedingly comforting to touch, and that sufficed for him. However, he continued, by the way, Nine-Tails, there is something I have longed to discuss with you. Lowering his gaze, he spoke. Chapter 106. It turns out to be you. Shall we strike a deal? I Ching approached, gently grasping the Nine-Tails' chin, his expression playful. A deal? The Nine-Tails' adorable eyes darted around, a sense of ominous foreboding creeping in. Wasn't he this fellow known for his direct threats? The illustrious Minato Namikaze, often dubbed the Golden Flash, seemed to be lacking something even now. The newly born Naruto was likewise in a similar predicament. In the original narrative, Naruto possessed formidable powers, significantly bolstered by the strength of the Nine-Tails. Without the Nine-Tails in this world, Naruto's combat prowess would undoubtedly be diminished. Hey there, Nine-Tails. Would you like to give a proper thrashing to the Uchiha Madara who has been controlling you? I Ching inquired. The Nine-Tails' eyes instantly brightened. Of course, he desired that, but felt powerless to do so. Both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were capable of treating them like mere playthings. Moreover, you could earn the admiration of the entire village and ascend to the status of a hero in the eyes of the people. I Ching's alluring voice, combined with his sparkling gaze and the gentle caress of the nine-tails fur, was undeniably enticing, difficult for anyone, nay, any tailed beast, to resist. After a moment of hesitation, the nine-tails replied, "Just tell me plainly what you want me to do." Iching pondered briefly before articulating his thoughts. "I wish for you to transfer a portion of your will and chakra into a vessel capable of genuinely understanding you, though you may retain some chakra and will as an external projection." Without waiting for the nine-tails' consent, Iching enveloped him in his embrace. Continuing to bask in the warmth of the hearth, Iching recognized that he was not Naruto. He lacked the innate ability to sway hearts with mere words. The trust between tailed beasts and humans could not be forged through casual reassurances. Yet, Iching expressed everything he felt necessary to convey. Should the nine-tails remain ungrateful, Iching would have no choice but to resort to drastic measures to extract the nine-tails chakra, preserving only a faint remnant as a container for his will, while channeling the rest into Naruto's being. Once Naruto was freed from the burdensome entanglement of his will with Kurama, it stands to reason that he could enhance his strength at a swifter pace. The current hesitation from Iching, however, stems from a desire to accord Kurama a measure of respect. Thus, he had not anticipated that Kurama would acquiesce so readily. Having only known each other for a few days, it is quite commendable that Kurama feels secure enough to safeguard the home. If fortune favors them, Kurama might evolve into a delightful companion. If not, it matters little. As for Kushina, who had merely been left with a trace of chakra to tether her, she has since returned to her former self. The chaos of the nine-tails has long since subsided. Nevertheless, the village of Konoha has encountered a myriad of new challenges. Minato naturally found himself reflecting upon his esteemed apprentice. In the Hokage's office, Iching sat contemplatively across the desk. Shimura Danzo had met his demise at the hands of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato rose and approached Iching. Let it be, after all. The third Hokage has always operated in such a manner, and it is commendable that he personally dealt with Danzo's departure. Iching waved his hand dismissively, preferring to say nothing further. The deceased deserve respect, and even if Hiruzen refrained from taking action, Iching would have dispatched someone to execute the necessary justice. However, with Danzo's death, there is no need to dwell on such matters. Another pressing issue is that the Konoha hospital has been ravaged by warfare, rendering much of its medical equipment obsolete, and the village is in dire need of personnel to tend to the wounded. A hint of helplessness flickered in Minato's gaze. Ever since Tsunade's departure, the medical standards of Konoha have plummeted, with no significant innovations or remarkable medical ninjas emerging. Are you suggesting that Tsunade returned to the village? The likelihood of her return is now considerably high, given that Danzo has perished. Out of respect for her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsunade is unlikely to hold him accountable. Once I conclude my affairs here, I shall set out in search of Tsunade. Iching nodded, aware that he still had to address the backlog of matters concerning the Umbu during their downtime. For instance, has the identity of the assailants who attacked the village been clarified? Iching inquired, shifting the conversation. It has never been in Iching's nature to simply endure blows without retaliating. Not yet. The investigations by the police force have yielded almost no progress, as the assailants did not bear headbands, and their jutsu were varied and eclectic. It seems as if several other ninja villages have covertly allied to launch an assault against Konoha, does it not? Iching had long suspected the possibility. After all, the number of root ninjas is quite limited, and none of them bore the shadow of white Zetsu. Hence, the attack must have been orchestrated by other ninja villages in concert. As Iching contemplated the specifics of which villages might be involved, he determined that the Hidden Mist village must certainly be included. With Obito controlling the Yagura, mobilizing the ninjas of the Mist village would surely not pose a challenge. However, according to the original narrative, it seems that all ninjas from the Mist village specialized exclusively in water release techniques. During the course of this assault, one must ponder the origins of the myriad ninjutsu employed. As for the Hidden Cloud village, it can likely be ruled out. The fourth Hokage, having just undergone repairs by Ichiryu, would certainly be hesitant to act recklessly. Thus, what remains are the three other ninja villages. How should they respond? Ichiryu racked his brain. The Hidden Stone village, the Hidden Mist village, and the Hidden Sand village. Among these three, it is certain that more than one village participated in the assault on Konoha. But who could it be? I understand your anger, Ichiryu, Watergate remarked, noting the expression on Ichiryu's face, mistakenly believing he sought revenge. Yet, we lack evidence, and thus must endure this silent grievance. To launch a blind attack without knowing the identity of our adversary would only tarnish Konoha's international reputation, inviting hostility from around the globe. I know you fear no enemy, yet confronting the entirety of the ninja world is a troublesome endeavor, is it not? Our best course of action is to gather evidence, rendering others speechless. This would also facilitate the mobilization of our village's ninjas, would it not? Watergate wished for Konoha to remain free from the ravages of war. Only those who have never experienced conflict yearn for it. Therefore, he sought to comfort Ichiryu. Let the Umbu handle the search for evidence, Ichiryu declared, thumping his chest. Chapter 107. The moment of renown, shifting perspective back to the hidden cloud village. The situation appeared dire. Brother, you have awakened? Looking at the weakened Fourth Hokage, Killer Bee felt a sense of helplessness. It was one thing for him to be knocked unconscious, but now even the Fourth Hokage had been bested by a child not yet 10 years old. Though Killer Bee's wounds had nearly healed, the Fourth Hokage seemed to require a considerable amount of time for recovery. While Busashoka Haki can be imbued on objects, its duration is not as extraordinary as one might hope. The Fourth Hokage slowly rose to his feet. Since sustaining his grievous injuries, he had been unable to manage the affairs of the village and could only rest. Has news returned? What of Konoha? He could not attend to matters personally, yet felt compelled to inquire about everything. The Fourth Hokage was keen to avoid any complications during his convalescence. Killer Bee sighed. Konoha remains unscathed. All the ninjas sent to attack have perished. Just moments ago, the information had reached them, while the Fourth Hokage was still resting. The report had been delivered to Killer Bee. The assailants were all dead, and the economic losses for Konoha were negligible, with hardly any casualties to speak of. Indeed, it was to be expected. The Fourth Hokage shook his head, finding this outcome in line with his anticipations. With that young boy present, anyone daring to strike Konoha would likely meet only failure. Nevertheless, upon learning of the actual failure of the assault, the Fourth Hokage felt a twinge of disappointment. This implies that the Hidden Leaf Village remains formidable, and the previously agreed-upon terms must be delivered without fail. Amidst his disappointment, the Fourth Hokage felt an unexpected sense of relief, relieved that he had not acted rashly due to a mere statement, and grateful that he had refrained from acting upon the content of the invitation letter. Speaking of the invitation, it is a document that still resides on the desk in the Hokage's office in the Hidden Cloud Village. It called upon the great ninja villages to launch an assault on the Hidden Leaf Village at the time of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's childbirth, aiming to catch the Leaf Village off guard while the Fourth Hokage was preoccupied with protecting the Jinchuriki. The plan was to seize all of the Leaf Village's assets, particularly focusing on the two-tailed beasts, the Two Tails and the Nine Tails, considered the village's formidable combat power, akin to nuclear weapons. The strategy was meticulously detailed, involving hundreds of elite units from each ninja village to distract the Leaf Ninjas, followed by a Genjutsu attack to subdue the Nine Tails and the Two Tails. The extensive plan comprised thousands of aliases, and the Fourth Hokage believed that if an assault were directed at the Hidden Cloud Village, it would be utterly defenseless. Thus, lured by the temptation of the two-tailed beasts and the Hidden Leaf's considerable wealth, various ninja villages dispatched their support troops. However, the outcome was unequivocal. They failed. The Hidden Leaf Village demonstrated through action that, following political purges and military reforms, it remained the strongest in the ninja world. The civilian populace suffered no casualties, and the losses among the ninjas were minimal. The most significant damage was likely to the buildings. Yet, the reconstruction of these edifices is hardly a task that cannot be accomplished by Yamato or other Earth-style ninjas with a simple hand seal. Inform Masubi to deliver the secret letter sent to the Hidden Cloud Village to the Hidden Leaf Village, stating that it is a gift from us. The Fourth Hokage waved his hand, instructing Killer Bee to take care of it. Killer Bee paused, surprised. His elder brother had not previously displayed such demeanor. Brother, you seem to have changed. Changed? Huh. I had no choice but to adapt. The Fourth Hokage chuckled wryly, gesturing dismissively. It is not I who has changed. It is the Hidden Cloud Village that must bow its head now. For the first time, the traditionally aggressive Hidden Cloud Village faced its adversary with a show of submission. And the reason was simple. The enemy's strength surpassed all expectations. Izumi, you cannot abandon me this time, Itachi stated solemnly at the entrance of the Uchiha clan's residence. Izumi adjusted his katana, and the wooden man sensibly draped a coat over him. In response to Itachi's seriousness, Izumi shook his head. Oh foolish Itachi, forgive me. Let us wait for another occasion. He raised his hand to poke Itachi's forehead, continuing to speak in a melodramatic tone reminiscent of his favorite lines from Itachi's original narrative. This situation was markedly different from the last. During the previous tumult at the Umbu base, Izumi had chosen to leave Itachi out of concern that his involvement would exacerbate tensions between the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf government. However, the current scenario was different. The Hidden Leaf government had reconciled with the Uchiha clan, and the clan's reorganization was complete. Thus, there was no reason for hesitation. Iching stepped forward and gently patted Itachi's shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry. This time I shall not keep you waiting. As a member of the Umbu, even if you wished to refuse, it would not be permitted." With that, Iching brandished his katana and led the way as the two made their way towards the Umbu assembly point. "This time, I shall reclaim the blood debt from those invaders." Soon, they arrived at the gathering place, where the other Umbu members began to arrive in succession. "Report, all Umbu members are assembled." With the communication officer's announcement, Iching nodded. "Very well, I hereby declare the mission commenced." The combatants of the Umbu stood in precise formation, with Iching's squad at the forefront. Iching, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, Kakashi Hitaki, and Might Guy. This youthful team, despite their age, commanded respect. Even the youngest, Itachi, possessed an extraordinary talent that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. At merely 7 or 8 years old, he had risen to the rank of Special Jonin, particularly excelling in Genjutsu. Shifting his gaze from the system panel, Iching commanded the official start of the mission. He had previously informed all Umbu members of an upcoming collective operation. Initially, the mission was to eliminate a band of marauders, but it had now shifted to a retaliatory action led by the Uchiha clan's security forces. Recently, a letter from the Cloud Village had reached the Hokage's desk, and after extensive inquiries, Iching had finally confirmed the true identity of the assailants of Konoha. As suspected, it was a joint operation of the Rock Village, Mist Village, and Sand Village. Iching was not one to suffer silently. He sought vengeance. Blood for blood. He would reclaim what had been taken from Konoha, with interest. Remember, today marks the moment when you Umbu will establish your renown. Yura. Chapter 108. Is Iching the child of prophecy? The Umbu members departed in orderly formations, leaving in waves. Minato stood by the observation window of the Hokage building, silently observing it all. "Jiraiya-sensei, if you were still here, would you believe that Iching is indeed the child of prophecy?" Minato murmured as the figures of the Umbu vanguard vanished at the village's gate. "To be honest, I have harbored such doubts." A white-haired figure descended from the sky, his tousled hair revealing his identity. "Jiraiya-sensei, you have returned?" Minato exclaimed, astonished. He had witnessed the desolate gaze and disappointed expression on Jiraiya's face when he left, and at that moment, everyone believed he had departed the village under the same pretense as Tsunade. Yet now, unexpectedly, Jiraiya had truly returned. Of course, I was well aware of the significance of Orochimaru's whereabouts and the village's safety. Jiraiya shook his head, acknowledging both his genuine disappointment with Konoha and his enduring loyalty to the village. On his return journey, Jiraiya had already heard of Iking's reputation. Known as Konoha's Eagle Eye, he had infiltrated enemy lines to thwart the assault from the hidden Cloud Village and had even faced the Fourth Hokage in a midnight duel. Such remarkable feats had long since circulated throughout the shinobi world. Within the village of Konoha, Jiraiya observed numerous changes, such as the Hero Exhibition Hall and the Martyrs Cemetery adjacent to the Konoha graveyard. There were also the much-discussed struggle meetings that had become common knowledge among the villagers. The once nuisance youth who had delayed Jiraiya's research had now transformed into a celebrated hero of Konoha, leaving Jiraiya utterly astonished. Shaking his head, Jiraiya lifted a bottle of sake from Minato's desk and took a hearty swig. "I shall speak with him shortly. After all, I am more curious about the whereabouts of the child of prophecy than I am about Orochimaru." Glancing at Minato, who was observing him with a peculiar gaze, Jiraiya shrugged. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Iking. The carefree demeanor of Jiraiya-sensei was almost as if it had been sculpted from the same mold as Iking. Reflecting on the past, Jiraiya recalled how his own battle stance mirrored Iking's earnest expression. Minato shook his head, increasingly convinced of the connection between Jiraiya and Iking. As he exited the Hokage building, Jiraiya pondered the words of the great sage of the Toads, who had foretold that among his disciples, one would inevitably change the course of the shinobi world. Previously, Jiraiya had suspected Nagato, then Minato. Could it be that it was actually Iking? As Ikang was his grand disciple, he could indeed be considered a student in a stricter sense. Jiraiya had even gifted him a manuscript of the tale of the gutsy ninja, a draft he had kept after the book's printing. He wondered what use that young man would have for such a thing. Suddenly, Jiraiya halted in his tracks. Ahead, a familiar figure stood watching him. Young and of modest height, he bore a katana at his waist, none other than Ikang, whom he had encountered previously. Jiraiya stopped, locking eyes with Ikang. Discovered again. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, he prided himself on his ability to conceal his prowess. Yet here he was, detected by a mere child. What remarkable sensory skills. What is it? Ikang leapt gracefully from the tree, landing smoothly. The Umbu vanguard had already begun to advance, and he needed to attend to some logistical arrangements, so he had remained in the village. Until now, he had sensed he was being followed. This marked his second encounter with Jiraiya. While savoring a tricolored dango, Ikang fixed his gaze on the bottle of sake that had been pilfered from Minato's desk. Ahem. Sensing Ikang's stare, Jiraiya misinterpreted his intent and feigned seriousness. Even if you desire it, I will not grant it to you. You are still young. Remember the 3 ninja prohibitions. That sentiment seems rather inappropriate coming from you, Jiraiya-sensei, Ikang retorted without reservation. In jest, one might say that you have been peeking into women's bathing areas since your childhood, and as you matured, indulged daily in frivolous pleasures, likely exhausting every vice known to ninjas. Jiraiya, affectionately referred to as comrade, found himself momentarily taken aback. After all, the ninja world had no room for such trivialities. Previously, he was labeled as one of the infamous 3 vices, yet now he addressed himself as a comrade? Jiraiya found this utterly perplexing. He had heard that Minato had taken you as his apprentice, thus making you Naruto's honorary brother. Curiosity piqued, Jiraiya engaged in casual conversation with Izumi. I believe you ought not to squander your time here. I am not the child of prophecy. Izumi had long anticipated Jiraiya's intent and preemptively gestured for silence. I lack the unique ability known as the mouth of the child of prophecy, and certainly do not possess the protagonist's halo that allows one to achieve everything without effort. Izumi was indeed certain of his sunny disposition, yet he did not believe that mere casual words, reminiscent of Naruto's approach, could sway someone from one extreme to another. He was not so naive. In fact, he suspected that the notion of the child of prophecy was merely a narrative device employed by Kishimoto to elevate Naruto's status as the protagonist. All Izumi could do was diligently study the philosophies imparted by his mentors, such as the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, relying upon their wisdom to forge ahead. To fight in defense of all that is beautiful in the world sounds compelling. However, Izumi felt it more fitting to say that it is a battle to bring beauty to every corner of the world. For instance, should extraterrestrials invade Earth, compelling humanity to indulge in pleasures and leisure, forbidding them from seeking employment, would you comply? I, Izumi Tom, would undoubtedly be the first to oppose such tyranny. Similarly, if the majority of local inhabitants would benefit from a situation, could it truly be called invasion? No, it would be liberation. Ahem, I digress. Let us return to Izumi.
He strode away with his katana in hand, leaving Jiraiya bewildered in his wake. What just happened? How did you know what I was about to say? No, wait.
You can't just deny it. Jiraiya called out, hastily pursuing Izumi until they arrived at the Umbu base. I have a mission to attend to. One that involves the entire Umbu unit, Izumi stated, glancing at Jiraiya, who was following him like an infatuated admirer. Come on, it's just a mission, Jiraiya insisted. Even with a mission at hand, I must closely observe you. The potential for you to be the child of prophecy is right before my eyes. Chapter 109. For the will of fire, hey, do not attempt to provoke me. At the border between the land of fire and the land of water, a group of ninjas from the Umbu of the Leaf Village were taking a moment to rest. They had undertaken a grueling day of rapid travel, but could not afford to relax just yet. Sensory ninjas swiftly dispersed, tasked with reconnaissance and vigilance, while medical ninjas tended to any non-combatant injuries sustained during their mission. The engineers are diligently constructing secret fortifications and defensive structures, while the combatants embark on their training tasks for the day. Everything is so meticulously organized that I Ching need not intervene at all. Thus, with nothing to occupy his time, I Ching reclines beneath a tree, seeking respite. The furry Ninetails serves perfectly as a pillow. This sets the stage for the chapter's beginning, where the Ninetails, with a hint of pride, scolds him. Upon receiving a string of colorful rice dumplings, The Ninetales immediately recognizes the cue and falls silent. After all, he is merely a small spirit. This great fox possesses abundance and will not stoop to quarrel with such a foolish human. As for the colorful dumplings, they are merely his own form of atonement, not a gesture of desire for a pillow. It is utterly inconceivable that he is, in fact, the legendary nine-tailed fox. Jiraiya gazes at the little orange fox with disbelief. Eager to observe Iching for a longer duration, he specifically requested to join Iching's team, even devising a code name for himself, Comrade. To this day, Jiraiya recalls how Iching, with a head full of black lines, begrudgingly consented to his inclusion and argued for an extended period about whether to change the code name. In Iching's own words, Comrade does not mean that. Indeed, it is the Ninetales, and I too was initially incredulous. Kakashi, standing nearby, expressed his astonishment. It is remarkable how Iching has managed to tame the Ninetales so effectively. The transformation of Lord Kurama is indeed significant. Shursui nodded in agreement. Lord Kurama? The Ninetales, pleased, shut his eyes. This title suits him admirably. I see. Jiraiya nodded. To communicate so intimately with the tailed beast? This is clearly the mark of the prophesied child. It is no jest. The great sage Toad explicitly stated that the prophesied child possesses the ability to quell the tailed beast's hatred. This embodies the quintessential power of the prophesied child. Speaking of which, can Iching utilize the Rasengan? Having identified one of Iching's characteristics, Jiraiya hopes to instill more attributes within him, such as the identity of his own apprentice. No, Sensei Minato indeed wished to teach Iching this jutsu, but he expressed disinterest, leaving him as the only one among us yet to master it. Itachi interjected, effortlessly forming a Rasengan. The pale blue glow signifies that this chakra has undergone no elemental transformation. In the original narrative, while the Rasengan may not compare to the Rasen Shuriken after undergoing elemental modification, it still possesses considerable power. In the original text, only wind and fire release variants of the Rasengan have been mentioned. At present, the Rasengan in Itachi's hands is merely an ordinary one, lacking any elemental alteration. It is a pure ninjutsu that requires no hand seals. However, achieving elemental transformation while maintaining the ultimate form is indeed challenging. I have attempted several times without success. As he spoke, Itachi endeavored to effect an elemental change, only for the Rasengan to explode upon contact with fire release chakra. Oh, how is it that you can effortlessly conjure a Rasengan, yet wear a countenance of dissatisfaction? It is imperative to remember that achieving nature transformation is a feat that even the esteemed creator of the Rasengan, Minato Namikaze, has not accomplished. I was present during Master Minato's teachings, thus I replicated it directly. Kakashi sidled over and similarly produced a sphere. Marvelous. Jiraiya, observing nearby, was profoundly struck by the sheer audacity of it all. One is disinterested in learning, another simply replicates, and yet another casually creates it while appearing unpleased. Surely, you must be oblivious to the fact that common ninjas often toil for months just to afford a single advanced ninjutsu. Lord Jiraiya, our team is still unfamiliar with your combat style. Could you kindly provide an introduction? It would facilitate our cooperation in future missions, Shizuka inquired earnestly. As Jiraiya had just joined the team, a mutual understanding was necessary. I excel in Jinjutsu and body flicker techniques, capable of launching surprise attacks to eliminate the enemy's most formidable forces. Kakashi and Itachi specialize in ninjutsu, adept at clearing out enemy lower and middle-ranked ninjas on a large scale. As for Might Guy and Izumi, they are masters of taijutsu, and no one can stand against them in close combat. After detailing everyone, Shizuka turned his gaze toward Jiraiya, awaiting his self-introduction. Me? Jiraiya pointed to his own nose, finally arriving at the moment of self-introduction. To be candid, Master Hiruzen once told me that my sunny disposition was ill-suited for the Umbu. The somber atmosphere of the Umbu was simply not for me. However, the present scene belied that notion. All the members of the Umbu appeared vibrant, sharing laughter and camaraderie during breaks. Nevertheless, since I am here, it is time for a proper introduction. With a sudden leap, Jiraiya landed atop a slightly elevated mound of earth. You have indeed asked the right person. I am none other than one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, renowned far and wide, possessing extraordinary prowess, captivating charm, and the ability to enchant countless beauties, the legendary Toad Sage, Jiraiya. With a dramatic flair, Jiraiya struck a rather awkward pose. A crow flew by, cawing Baka, Baka, Baka. embracing the philosophy that as long as I am not embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others. Jiraiya retracted his comical expression and adopted a serious demeanor. I am well versed in various ninjutsu and jinjutsu, but my greatest expertise lies in sage arts. Sage arts? Shizuka tilted his head. Is that the technique Izumi mentioned, which allows one to fuse natural energy with their chakra? You are all aware of it. This time, it was Jiraiya who was taken aback. Just who is this child, Izumi? His conviction grew stronger that this child was indeed the prophesied one. Well, since we are now acquainted, we shall be a team from this point onward. Shizuka extended his hand, and Itachi promptly placed his hand atop it. The others joined in as well, including a furry little paw. For the will of fire, we shall fight. Chapter 110. The prominent families of the Hidden Mist Village. After a period of rest, the team led by Iching continued their journey. During this respite, Iching pondered deeply over the policies of the Hidden Mist Village. The original work's portrayal of the Blood Mist was rather rudimentary, merely a fleeting mention. Even the information regarding its implementation following the rise of Kage Yagura was an addition from fan interpretations and subsequent adaptations. When Obito abruptly invaded the Hidden Mist Village, the Umbu had warned against underestimating the Blood Mist, indicating that the policy had been in effect prior to Obito's arrival. Yet, the specifics of its nature and the strength of the ninjas it produced remained entirely ambiguous. The only certainty was that the Blood Mist policy was still being enforced. As Itachi was still quite young, the policy had begun to be gradually rescinded only after the defection of the 7 ninja swordsmen, once Ao had uncovered the truth. The timing of Kisame's defection likely coincided with Itachi's, given their status as teammates. Thus, it was evident that the Blood Mist policy was still in place at that moment. Iching sought to ascertain the condition of Kage Yagura. If he remained under the influence of Jinjutsu, it would imply that Obito was still alive and well. Conversely, should Obito have broken free from the illusion, 2 scenarios could unfold. Either Obito had perished, causing the Jinjutsu to dissipate automatically, or Ao had discerned that Yagura was ensnared by illusion and had allied with others in the village to confront him. However, was it not said that a perfect Jinchuriki is immune to Jinjutsu? Why then was Kage Yagura still under its control? Was this a pitfall laid by Kishimoto? Truly Kishimoto. Iching chuckled to himself, deciding to take things one step at a time, reassured that none could rival him at present. What are you thinking? Jiraiya inquired. Observing Iching's contemplative demeanor, did the child of prophecy harbor peculiar thoughts, perhaps ones that would instigate monumental changes within the ninja world? The Mizukage is undoubtedly under Jinjutsu, Iching asserted with conviction. Jiraiya, having heard tales of the Hidden Mist Village, recognized it as the fabled Blood Mist, a place shrouded in secrecy and governed by exceedingly brutal policies. It was said that the Blood Mist was initially a hyperbolic term, a policy designed to enhance the strength of ninja students through rigorous training. However, for reasons unknown, it evolved into a more frenzied system, requiring graduating students to eliminate all their comrades to obtain their diplomas. Taken aback by Iching's assertiveness, Jiraiya questioned, "What makes you so certain?" Not only Jiraiya, but the other members of the team leaned in, intrigued. Consider this. There are myriad methods to cultivate elite ninjas. One could unveil the secret techniques of various clans, or even the forbidden scrolls of the Hidden Mist Village, or perhaps emulate the 7 ninja swordsmen by creating unique ninja tools. Alternatively, one could adopt my approach, establishing a hall of heroes and holding denouncement assemblies. While it is true that self-inflicted strife can indeed filter out the most formidable individuals, the enhancement of that singular individual's prowess pales in comparison to the countless lives lost in the process. Take, for instance, the most straightforward example from the Second World War. Why did the German forces not subdue the Soviets? According to a soldier's memoir, our Tiger tanks were formidable, capable of destroying 3 T-34s, yet there were nearly 10,000 T-34s on the battlefield, while the number of Tigers barely exceeded a few hundred. Cost-effectiveness will always prove to be more pragmatic than a relentless pursuit of quality. Hence, it is clear to all but the most foolish that even disregarding moral considerations, such a perverse policy is utterly unreliable when solely focusing on efficiency. A fool cannot become the shadow of a village. Thus, our objective should be to disseminate the news of the water shadow being ensnared in an illusion and assist the ninjas of the Hidden Mist in liberating their village. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with realization. I was right. You truly are the child of prophecy. Izumi shrugged. Indeed, and yet, not entirely. We must indeed bring matters to light and assist the ninjas of the hidden mist in their liberation. But we must also instill the will of fire within the hidden mist, ensuring that apart from their name and customs, they mirror our Leaf Village entirely. Cultural infiltration is far more effective than military conquest. Moreover, is it wrong for Izumi to teach them mutual understanding? Jiraiya sensed a problem. However, he was aware that Izumi, with the support of Minato, had been decisively reforming the great clans of the Leaf Village. The notion of making the hidden mist akin to the Leaf Village. While other villages languish under tyrannical rule for the sake of the ninjas and commoners, is understandable. Yet, is it not excessive to interfere in another nation's internal affairs? Izumi did not grant him the opportunity to ponder further, countering sharply. There is no however. One must understand that war is merely a continuation of interests, a bloody form of politics. At its essence, war arises from various factions striving to secure their own benefits. The most crucial aspect is to redirect the conflicts and tensions between the great clans and the common ninja within the village. Without war, the common people would awaken to the oppression they suffer at the hands of the great clans, leading to the dissolution of the ninja village itself. Conversely, as long as frequent wars are declared, the common people will only perceive enmity between the leaf and the mist, oblivious to the fact that the great clans have attained their esteemed positions by draining the lifeblood of the common folk. To foster mutual understanding, it is imperative to either topple the great clans alongside the commoners or vice versa. Compared to the seemingly sovereign great clans, I would far prefer to assist the ordinary commoners. After all, without the great clans, commoners can indeed become powerful ninjas, as evidenced by the countless disciples under your tutelage, Jiraiya. Yet without the common people, even the most basic sustenance would be a challenge. As a time traveler, Izumi has always harbored a disdain for these great clans. The internal unity of the great clans breeds corruption and webs of relationships. To put it in the terms of my past life, is this not merely bullying the honest individuals? Thus, Jiraiya, in order to foster mutual understanding among all, one must ensure that everyone is indeed human and not merely a part of their respective clans. Aizu, having uttered countless aliases, finally rendered Jiraiya momentarily perplexed, leading him to nod in agreement. Very well, if your words can truly bring about peace within the ninja world and foster understanding among all, I am willing to assist you. Chapter 111, Citrus Yagura, Defeat within the Hidden Mist Village. As the blood mist policy escalated to increasingly grotesque extremes, the atmosphere grew ever more oppressive. The eerie tranquility of the village nights now sent chills down the spines of all inhabitants. With a swift motion, Aizu incapacitated the two Umbu guards at the entrance with a precise strike, landing gracefully and making a subtle sound. Drawing his long sword, Aizu led his team towards the Mizukage Tower with a singular purpose, to vanquish Citrus Yagura. The remaining tasks would be entrusted to other Umbu operatives. This was the hallmark of a well-trained standing army, excelling in both assassination missions and conventional combat operations. Aizu was not so naive as to believe that merely reasoning with Citrus Yagura would suffice to suppress the various clans. After all, the history of the prominent clans in the ninja world predates that of the ninja villages themselves. In the original narrative, the clans of Konoha were only thoroughly punished in Naruto's era. Moreover, how could one expect a perfect Jinchuriki, just freed from a Jinjutsu, to heed your words? It would be a miracle if he did not send you flying with a swipe of his tailed beast chakra-infused palm. As for utilizing Kodoame Tsukumi, Aizu found that notion unreliable. Firstly, Shursui himself was reluctant to employ this Jinjutsu, and according to his claims, the abilities of Kodoame Tsukumi varied between his two eyes. One had a short cooldown of merely days, albeit with a lower success rate, likely the one taken by Danzo in the original tale. The other, however, had a cooldown measured in years, but boasted a success probability of 100%, presumably the one ultimately bestowed upon Itachi. Furthermore, this Jinjutsu required the use of the Manjiki Sharingan, and Shursui's Manjiki was not eternal. Each use diminished its power. Rather than this convoluted approach, Aizu deemed it far more prudent to entrust the position of Mizukage to someone with greater capabilities and who resonated more closely with his ideals, such as Terumi. With a forceful kick, Aizu burst through the door of the Mizukage's office, entering with purpose. At that moment, Citrus Yagura was engaged in his duties, his pair of three-tomo Sharingan gleaming ominously. It became immediately clear to Aizu that Citrus Yagura had not dispelled the Jinjutsu, Obito was indeed still alive. With this revelation, Aizu had little left to say. He unsheathed his sword and charged forward. The clash of kunai against blade resonated sharply as Citrus Yagura, expressionless, lifted his gaze to meet Aizu's. It was as he suspected. During the time that Citrus Yagura was ensnared by the Jinjutsu, he was utterly incapable of wielding any combat prowess. It is to be feared that Obito can only engage in the review of various documents under conditions devoid of direct control, akin to his previous life where he was responsible for audits. The mere act of producing kunai has become an instinctive reflex in battle for him. Given this, there is no necessity to continue the fight. Izumi does not relish the idea of bullying a child, even though the current Kei-Ki Yushiro is of a similar age, if not older. With the activation of armed haki, he shattered Kei-Ki's kunai effortlessly. Subsequently, Izumi rendered Kei-Ki unconscious and escorted him to the conference room. "Are we ready?" he inquired. Itachi, who was waiting at the entrance, nodded in affirmation. "Shursui and the others are prepared." "Excellent." Izumi dragged the unconscious Kei-Ki directly to the conference room within the former Mizukage building. The Elder Advisory Council had already gathered, and most of their faces bore expressions of bewilderment, save for 3 individuals. The Elder of the Mist Village, Jin, who presided over the Mizukage's appointment meetings and possessed the authority to dismiss the Mizukage. Koizumi Mei, a hero from the Third Great Ninja War, who could hold her own against Fugaku, the wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan. And lastly, Ao, another hero from the same war, who, alongside his comrades, had defeated the previous clan head of the High-Ga clan and seized the Byakugan. These 3, like the other elders, had been roused from their slumber in the dead of night and summoned here. Jin realized that a significant event was about to unfold within the village, perhaps a coup d'etat. Ao was curious to ascertain the identity of the newcomer, as someone with such formidable strength would undoubtedly be well known in the Mist Village. Koizumi Mei remained expressionless, observing the proceedings with a sense of detached amusement, as if all that transpired around him was of no consequence. Upon entering the conference room, Izumi's gaze met Ao's. "Your eyes, do they originate from Konoha? Without indulging in superfluous words, Izumi stated plainly, "You are the Hawkeye of Konoha?" Ao recognized Izumi's identity as well, deducing it from his attire. Such an outrageous outfit could only command such a multitude. Undoubtedly, Izumi was the sole individual in the entire ninja world capable of doing so. Without responding to Ao's inquiry, Izumi continued, "That eye of yours comes from a prominent clan in Konoha. I hope that once you take it, you will employ it against the larger clans rather than against Konoha itself. Otherwise, I shall have no qualms about retrieving it." His tone was devoid of emotion, yet his gaze radiated an undeniable ferocity. A mere glance exchanged with Izumi sent a shiver down Ao's spine. Without waiting for Ao's acquiescence, Izumi unceremoniously tossed Kei-Ki onto the desk. The resounding crash reverberated through the room, and Kei-Ki offered no resistance whatsoever. A collective gasp escaped the assembled company. The Mizukage, the very shadow of the village and the perfect Jinchuriki, the strongest combat force in the village, had been rendered unconscious. After a prolonged silence, Jin spoke. "Are you intent on igniting the 4th Great Ninja War, then?" His words served as an implicit pressure upon Izumi. Last time, Iching indeed detained Reikage as leverage for negotiations, but Reikage was the one who initiated the invasion. This time, however, Iching arrived in the hidden Mist Village with a contingent. This situation is markedly different from the last. Whereas the previous incident could be construed by the major ninja villages as Iching acting in retaliation, this instance is unmistakably a direct provocation. Iching smiled, lifted his gaze, and fixed his eyes on Yuan Shi. "Firstly, Kirike Shikura is not dead. Secondly, you are all well aware of what Kirike Shikura has done. Lastly, Kirike Shikura is under the control of Jinjutsu, and I am here to put an end to this." Iching's 3 statements left everyone present utterly astounded. Not dead. If he is not deceased, then what is he doing here? What he has done is dishonorable, yet this has occurred because they were under Jinjutsu. The very shadow of the village has succumbed to illusionary manipulation. Who could possibly be behind this? And how does this child know of it? Most importantly, what is your intent? Chapter 112, The 5th Mizukage. "You come here." Ignoring Yuan Shi's inquiries, Iching gestured for Terumi Mei to approach him. Terumi Mei was taken aback. At this moment, she had not yet developed the commanding presence she would later exhibit in the original story, merely being a young woman in her 20s. Faced with a child not yet 10 years old who was adamantly insisting on taking her away, she found herself at a loss for words. Come here. Icheng's tone rose a notch, and his piercing gaze caused her to instinctively step back, blurting out, yes. This was the unique pressure of the Hawkeye. A mere glare could instill fear in all. Inside the room, Icheng regarded Terumi Mei and spoke first. Let us converse, my dear. According to the original narrative, Terumi Mei remained unmarried even until the events of Boruto, despite her fervent desire for matrimony. Thus, in Icheng's mind, she had become irrevocably associated with the archetype of an old maiden, even though she was still a young beauty. Icheng's sharp gaze made Terumi Mei tremble. Yet beyond her fear, there was an undeniable confusion. Discuss? Discuss what? Discuss why you summoned me in the middle of the night? Observing Terumi Mei's somewhat developed figure, Icheng's psychological age from 2 lifetimes surged with thoughts. Ahem. He cleared his throat softly to regain composure, then organized his thoughts and said, listen carefully. I present you with 2 choices. The Mizukage has already been incapacitated by me, and under the influence of Jinjutsu, he can no longer serve in his role. Therefore, your first option is to be executed by me, or to be taken to Konoha as my maid. Terumi Mei was left dumbfounded. Is there any inherent connection between those 2 statements? Moreover, what is this maid nonsense? I aspire to become the Mizukage, and the idea of being a maid is utterly out of the question. Noticing the expression on Terumi Mei's face, Icheng nonchalantly continued, then let us explore the second option. I have made you the hero who has put an end to the Blood Mist policy, the 5th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. Becoming Mizukage is a dream long cherished by Terumi Mei, and she is indeed moved. However, she still grapples with the question of how this relates to her. Contemplating this, Terumi Mei furrows her brow, her gaze laced with skepticism. Speak of your terms, child. I suspect you are not here out of benevolence. At this pivotal moment, Konoha's eagle eye has arrived in our Hidden Mist Village, having incapacitated the 4th Mizukage, and seeks to install a newcomer as the Mizukage. If he claims to have no ulterior motives, Terumi Mei would not believe a single word. Clever. A slight smile graces Izumi's lips as he articulates his conditions. They are rather straightforward, comprising only 2 stipulations. First, you must lift the restrictions on the various literature and publications from Konoha, permitting the circulation of a plethora of Konoha's cultural works in the Hidden Mist Village, particularly political writings. This condition Terumi Mei finds readily acceptable, for the concept of cultural invasion is utterly foreign in the world of shinobi. It is laughable. This notion was introduced long after the conclusion of the shinobi saga. Second, you must take action against the prominent clans, fragmenting them into numerous commoners, dispersing them, and prohibiting any clan from engaging in large-scale familial activities. This stipulation strikes at the heart of the matter. While the first condition is rather ordinary, this second one positions Terumi Mei at odds with the entire clan system of the Hidden Mist Village. Not only does she not wish to act against them, but she also lacks the capacity to do so. Not all firstborns of the great shinobi clans are friends with the captains of the Umbu. Nor are all clan leaders willing to sacrifice their immediate family interests for the sake of their sons and long-term benefits. Furthermore, Terumi Mei herself is a member of a prominent clan, albeit a hybrid of the lava and boil release families, caught between 2 worlds. Impossible. I cannot fulfill the second condition, no matter what. Terumi Mei shook her head, attempting to negotiate further with Izumi. You can achieve it. Izumi's unwavering gaze sends a chill down her spine. With a clap of his hands, Kakashi promptly drags along both Kurama Yagura and Genji. Now Izumi's blade unsheaths. Poised at the throats of the 2 captives, I believe you can accomplish this. Terumi Mei steps back a few paces, her eyes wide with disbelief. The fact that Izumi managed to infiltrate suggests he is not concerned about taking lives. Moreover, the coldness in Izumi's eyes indicates he is not feigning this threat. What to do? Should she acquiesce? She knows she cannot fulfill the demand, and the inevitable outcome would be Izumi returning to settle old scores. If she refuses, the 2 before her will meet an immediate demise. Even if I agree, I lack the means to execute it. Terumi Mei hesitates, finally voicing her uncertainty. Oh. Izumi shakes his head. No. If you truly possessed political acumen, I would not have chosen you to become Mizukage. Though this statement bears truth, it cuts deeply. If you find yourself unable to accomplish anything, I can certainly manipulate events from afar, remotely guiding you to fulfill this condition. Ignoring the katana precariously poised at the throats of both Koyomi and Ijin, It must be acknowledged that Ijin's tone remained surprisingly courteous. Shaking her head, Koyomi had no choice but to acquiesce reluctantly. I truly had no room for dissent, did I? From the very beginning, you had no intention of allowing me to refuse. A flood of emotions, helplessness, resentment, and humiliation washed over Koyomi as she adopted a resigned demeanor. Congratulations, you have made the most prudent choice, Ijin remarked with a gentle smile, retracting the katana from their necks. Henceforth, it is advisable that you two refrain from any involvement in politics. I shall leave the arrangements to you. With that, Ijin led the assembly back to the conference room. Now, I formally announce Koyomi's appointment as the 5th Mizukage. I have no interest in your opinions. I am merely here to convey this outcome. Should anyone object, feel free to confront me. I will ensure you are convinced. In addition, Koyomi dismantled the Jinjutsu afflicting Kajutsu Yagura, abolishing the blood mist policy and restoring the village of Kirigakure to its former glory. Following the dispelling of the illusion, Kajutsu Yagura, unable to maintain his position as Mizukage, resigned in disgrace, passing the mantle to Koyomi, who had brought an end to this tumult. This is how matters stand. Should you dare to spread rumors, I assure you I will return to confront you. Ultimately, I hope you are mentally prepared. After delivering this stern warning, Ijin nonchalantly added, the twilight of the great clans and the dawn of the common folk is about to commence. Chapter 113. A great transformation. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thick fog enveloping Kirigakure, its inhabitants emerged, bewildered. They were acutely aware that something significant had transpired the previous night. Those residing in close proximity to the Mizukage building could distinctly hear the sounds of battle, quickly deducing what might have unfolded. However, to their astonishment, as soon as they stepped outside, they received word from the lurking Umbu. They were to proceed immediately to the base of the Mizukage building. Typically, such an occurrence signified that the Mizukage had important news to announce. But what could it be? The populace had grown numb to such announcements. They cared little for the nature of the news, as it had become irrelevant to their lives. Ever since the blood mist policy escalated in its cruelty, the residents of Kirigakure had lost all hope for their village. With the Mizukage sending them to their deaths, it became impossible to harbor any affection for such a place. Consequently, Kirigakure had become the village with the highest number of defectors in the entire shinobi world, even surpassing some smaller ninja villages. Upon learning of this, the Mizukage dispatched Umbu to apprehend and eliminate the rogue ninjas, a move that only intensified the resistance. The uprisings and defections among ordinary ninjas surged within Kirigakure. As various clans began plotting insurrections, the sentiment toward the government of Kirigakure was universally negative among its citizens. Thus, when they learned of an important announcement, their first thought was that the Mizukage was up to no good once again. For instance, the graduation examination for the students of the Ninja Academy has been elevated to that of the Nin exams. Gradually, a crowd gathered beneath the Water Shadow Tower, engaged in discussions while awaiting the arrival of the Water Shadow. What could the Water Shadow possibly be up to? Who knows? With such reckless antics, the Hidden Mist Village is destined for ruin. Do not be so quick to disagree. Without the Hidden Mist Village, where would you be? Ahem. How much does a single word cost? Shall we profit together? Amid the whispers of the crowd, the figure of Terumi Mei emerged atop the Water Shadow Tower. Is that truly Terumi Mei? What brings her here? Why is she standing in the Water Shadow's place, donning their hat? If one seeks excitement, one must fully commit to it. Are you breaking character, my friend? The crowd exchanged speculations about Terumi Mei's presence, and she relished in their curiosity, waiting for the public discourse to reach a crescendo before she spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, some of you may have heard the sounds of battle emanating from the Water Shadow Tower last night. I was engaged in combat with the subordinates of the 4th Water Shadow, Kagaya Yagura. With that single declaration, she silenced all those still pondering the truth of the matter. Fighting the 4th Water Shadow? Surely this is a jest. Does Terumi Mei aspire to rebel? On the stage, Terumi Mei continued, I am certain you are all curious as to why I have taken such actions. It is with a heavy heart that I must announce a tragic outcome. Our Water Shadow has been ensnared by Jinjutsu. The impact of this revelation was as shocking as her previous statements. I, along with a faction of the Hidden Mist Village's Umbu, became aware of this situation and thus initiated a coup to eliminate the puppet master controlling Kagaya Yagura, ultimately awakening him. Upon learning the truth, Lord Yagura was filled with remorse, especially upon realizing that the blood mist policy, initially intended to cultivate powerful ninjas, had devolved into a brutal slaughter policy. Consequently, Lord Yagura resolved to resign in disgrace, bequeathing the position of Water Shadow to me. Let us observe a moment of silence for the fourth Water Shadow and all those who perished due to the blood mist policy. A flurry of explosive revelations left the crowd at a loss for words, utterly bewildered. After some time, a few regained their composure and bowed their heads in mourning. At that moment, Kagaya Yagura ascended the stage, further validating the gravity of the news. He hastily recited the statement prepared by Izumi, then hurriedly exited the stage. He understood that nothing could be altered now, and his actions had led to this moment. Thus, after a confrontation with Izumi, he was defeated and resigned himself to her demands. After a pause, Terumi May slowly lifted her head. I hereby announce the formal abolition of the blood mist policy. Effective immediately. The specific policies can be referenced in the following entries. First, these entries are unremarkable, aside from rectifying the original contents of the blood mist policy. They comprise the proposals drafted by Izumi that aim to diminish the power of the great clans and elevate the status of the commoners. Once the bill was read, everyone stood in stunned silence once more. The commoners erupted in cheers, while the faces of the prominent families turned a shade greener than spinach. Following the rebellion of the Taketorai clan, the strength of the major families in the village of Kirigakure had significantly diminished, leaving only the Akatsuki clan capable of putting up a fight. As for clans like the Yagura clan, known for their dissolution and boiling techniques, their relatively minor status meant they were less affected by this purging. After all, their small size rendered any disbanding indistinguishable from normal circumstances. One should not assume that possessing a Kekkai Genkai necessarily equates to superiority. Major families often resort to inbreeding to safeguard their bloodlines and secret techniques. Clans like Yagura, which permit intermarriage with outside families, are typically those that have already fallen into decline. The Akatsuki clan itself has also suffered under the blood mist policy. Their power severely weakened, rendering them incapable of opposing the entire village of Kirigakure. Thus, this overtly oppressive policy towards the major families has elicited little more than a feeble response from them. Do you see? Izumi remarked as he stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Mizukage's office, observing the world outside. He turned to Jiraiya and inquired, if someone like Yuzuki Sarutobi were to continue in power, do you truly believe he could muster the resolve to strike against the major families and immediately revoke the blood mist policy? At best, he might employ exceedingly gentle methods, gradually undermining the strength of the major families while slowly easing the blood mist policy. Yet, throughout this process, how many lives would be lost to the blood mist policy? How many commoners would perish under the oppression of the major families? Jiraiya, witnessing all of this, was filled with astonishment. Izumi's actions had instigated a profound transformation within the stagnant village of Kirigakure, further solidifying Jiraiya's convictions. It seems you are indeed correct, and without a doubt, you are the child of prophecy, Jiraiya stated solemnly, gazing at Izumi's expression. Chapter 114. Further clarification on the road perhaps, Jiraiya sighed. This was not what he had envisioned. Yet evidence suggested that Izumi was indeed right. Those who suffer often possess qualities that can be despised. Yet similarly, those who are despised also harbor aspects that invoke pity. Izumi felt that Jiraiya's reliance on mere persuasion to foster mutual understanding was utterly naive. Only through concrete evidence could genuine conviction be attained. Jiraiya, having lived as a respected disciple of the Third Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, could hardly comprehend the plight of the destitute refugees from small nations. Nagato Yahiko and Conan had once been swayed by Jiraiya's portrayal of their circumstances, but reality delivered a harsh blow. The very figure who had covertly supported them, Hanzo of the Salamander, had turned against them, abducting Conan and causing Yahiko's demise. It was from that moment that Nagato's idol crumbled, his loved ones lost, and he embarked on a path of darkness. At the very least, for Izumi, he would not be swayed to relinquish all his hatred simply by a few words. Jiraiya listened intently as the clash between antiquated ideologies and novel perspectives unfolded. On one hand, he felt a profound aversion towards Ichiraku's impulsive inclination to resort to violence. Yet on the other, Ichiraku had undeniably orchestrated significant transformations within both the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Mist Village. He was a perplexing enigma, embodying both contradiction and unity. I am increasingly convinced that you are indeed the prophesied child, Jiraiya asserted with unwavering conviction. Well, it seems this title is now inescapable, Ichiraku thought, shaking his head in resignation, for such matters had originally been unrelated to him. However, as a time traveler, it was inevitable that he would be misunderstood and perpetually poised to alter the narrative of this world. In any case, the coup within the Hidden Mist Village had now concluded, and the next step was to gradually develop and integrate with the Hidden Leaf Village's assistance. With this upheaval behind them, attention must now shift to other territories that had encroached upon the Hidden Leaf. With a crisp sound, Mei Terumi descended gracefully from the sky. "Everything has been arranged. Thank you," she murmured softly, yet Ichiraku caught her words. "There is no need for hasty gratitude. Let us first accomplish what must be done." He replied, "Furthermore, I require 2 individuals from your Hidden Mist Village. One is Kinshiki from the Taketorai clan, and the other is the disciple of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hoshigaki." Although Mei was uncertain about Ichiraku's intentions for requesting these 2, after a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. "Very well. Though the rebellion within the Taketorai clan has resulted in the near-total annihilation of its members. However, I can indeed provide you with Kisame Hoshigaki." Ichiraku harbored no ulterior motives. He merely believed that individuals of their caliber should not be destined for tragic fates as depicted in the original narrative. Infiltrating the Hidden Leaf Village, Kisame, recently graduated, was taken aback. Was such a task truly suited for a novice like him? Not long ago, he had received a direct order from the Mizukage to embed himself within the Hidden Leaf Village, becoming an integral part and monitoring the movements of the leaf's vigilant eyes. This directive felt somewhat peculiar, yet as a ninja of the Hidden Mist, he had no choice but to dutifully fulfill his orders. Contemplating the young boy who stood not far from him, Kisame fell into deep thought. "Here, come eat." A figure approached, patting his shoulder. It was Itachi Uchiha. He was curious as to why Ichiraku insisted on having this child accompany their team. Quite strange indeed. "Never mind. I have military rations," Kisame waved dismissively, continuing to observe from a distance. While military rations could stave off hunger and replenish energy, their taste was notoriously unpalatable. Thus, Ichiraku preferred to dine well on the spot unless the need for swift travel arose, in which case he would bring companions along to eat. Still unable to integrate into the situation, Iching shook his head, resigning himself to the fact that Itachi would undoubtedly form a perfect duo with Kisame. This was the power of the original narrative. Shaking his head once more, Iching turned to Jiraiya and expressed his forthcoming intentions. "I wish to seek Tsunade." "What?" Jiraiya nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. How could Tsunade be so easily found? She had only departed recently. It is worth noting that Shizun graduated at the same time as Yugao and Anko. Tsunade had, at most, only been away for a few years. Moreover, Tsunade was presently engulfed in sorrow and disappointment. How could she possibly let go of everything and return to the Hidden Leaf Village so effortlessly? It was the pain of an entire clan's annihilation. For Tsunade to relinquish such burdens was no trivial matter. Yet it was precisely for this reason that Iching was resolute in his determination to bring Tsunade back. The rationale was simple. The 2 instigators behind the Senju clan's massacre were now deceased, suggesting that Tsunade's emotional turmoil could soon be alleviated. Sarutobi Hiruzen had long since secluded himself within the Sarutobi clan's estate, indulging in smoke, while Shimura Danzo had met his end. The next phase of the counteroffensive required a period of preparation, and utilizing this time to locate Tsunade posed no issue, especially since the Hidden Leaf Village still had many injured individuals in need of care and recuperation. The objective was to head to the Hidden Stone Village, ascertain the identity of their principal mission issuer, and discern the peak times for the movement of their ninjas. Ideally, I would also like the main thoroughfares used for their departure noted. Beyond this, no hasty actions should be taken. Without acknowledging Jiraiya, who remained perplexed, Iching summoned Shursui and Kakashi. "The Hidden Stone Village? Is that our next target?" The 2 nodded and proceeded to execute their mission. However, this only deepened Jiraiya's confusion. If the Hidden Mist Village required external intervention due to its prolonged subjugation under a regime of blood and fog, what then warranted an assault on the Hidden Stone Village? Inoki's reputation loomed large in the Hidden Stone Village, and the internal cohesion of the village was indeed formidable. Well, let's not dwell on this too much. I will explain further on the way. Iching waved his hand and launched a firework into the sky. With a pop, the Leaf Village emblem burst forth, signaling the assembly of the Umbu. Chapter 115. Why Seek Death? "Here, take this." Jiraiya handed over a popsicle, his tone laced with confusion. The entirety of the Umbu had followed Shursui and Kakashi to the hidden stone village to fulfill their mission, while Jiraiya and Iching set forth on the path of seeking out Tsunade. Some things need not be articulated for understanding to arise. Jiraiya trusted that Iching comprehended his unspoken thoughts. Moreover, even if pressed to articulate them, he found himself at a loss for words. Once a person's faith crumbles, they inevitably descend into a fleeting state of bewilderment. At this moment, Jiraiya found himself in deep reflection, contemplating whether he had indeed faltered in certain aspects of his duties. As the mentor to the prophesied child of the future, he had paradoxically taken the lead in contravening the 3 cardinal sins of the ninja. During his time in the Land of Rain, he had once imparted to Nagato and his companions the importance of unwavering belief in others and the pursuit of mutual understanding among all. Yet, not long ago, he had caught wind of a troubling rumor. An organization composed of rogue ninjas from various regions, serving as a hybrid of mercenaries and criminal syndicates, appeared to have ties to his 3 disciples. In light of this, Jiraiya could not help but deem himself an inadequate mentor. He had consistently urged others to seek understanding. Yet he himself had never altered even a single aspect of his own beliefs. Thus, he lamented, his life could be deemed a failure. Observing Jiraiya's incessant brooding, Izumi felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Were he an ordinary individual, she might have chosen to ignore him, but Jiraiya was anything but typical. Such a figure, when ensnared by confusion, might easily gravitate towards peculiar ideologies, perhaps even fortifying his faith in a crumbling worldview. For someone of his stature and prowess, becoming an obstacle to oneself could lead to considerable complications. While Izumi did not shy away from challenges, it did not imply that she relished trouble. "Let me ask you," she inquired, "since you have asserted that mutual understanding among people will inevitably usher in peace, why have you not endeavored to comprehend those you have slain? You have failed even to grasp the reasons behind Orochimaru and Tsunade's departure from Konoha, which in itself serves as a profound rebuttal to your philosophy. Moreover, while Nagato and his companions acted altruistically after absorbing your teachings, what have you accomplished? You merely vocalize your ideals without taking any tangible action. You must recognize that concrete deeds carry far greater persuasive power than mere rhetoric." Practical engagement? Jiraiya pondered, further ensnared in his confusion. According to the words of the great sage Toad, his mission was to guide the prophesied child, not to partake in direct action. The great sage Toad, having survived since the era of the Sage of 6 Paths, surely could not be mistaken. Were Izumi to discover these thoughts, she would likely be incensed to the point of exasperation. What a farce! Do the Japanese truly place such unwavering faith in destiny and lineage? Are they unaware of the adage regarding the nobility and their inherent worth? Was it not said that Japan serves as a preservation chamber for Chinese culture? Izumi could not help but question the peculiar reasoning that governed Jiraiya's mind. To genuinely achieve mutual understanding among all, it is imperative to substantiate our actions with tangible deeds alongside pervasive advocacy, proving that our endeavors are indeed righteous. The unification of thoughts among all is essential for fostering mutual comprehension. It is quite straightforward. When everyone shares a singular perspective, the world will naturally embrace understanding. This is also a task that Izumi must undertake at this juncture, such as launching an offensive against the Hidden Stone Village. One must acknowledge that the notion of preying on the weak has always been met with disdain across any era. To be invaded without retaliation is not in the character of Iching. What incites Iching's fury even more is the utter silence from various nations following their disastrous assault. They seem intent on treating the incident as if it had never occurred. How can one take advantage of a situation and then feign innocence? Iching believes that it is imperative to resort to force to teach these individuals a lesson. Otherwise, no one would settle down peacefully. My purpose in the ninja realm is singular. Justice, justice, and once more, justice. Is it acceptable to let the invasion of Konoha Village go unpunished? Is this not a blatant act of bullying the innocent? With his katana in hand, Iching strides forward. Wait, in the direction Iching is heading, Jiraiya seems to have spotted a familiar figure. Could it be? Jiraiya breaks into a cold sweat. Could his luck be so fortuitous as to encounter an acquaintance at such an early stage? While they are unaware of Tsunade's exact whereabouts, they know her habits well. By deducing her speed and lifestyle, they could pinpoint a general area and head directly to the casino. This was Iching's strategy, yet unexpectedly, they encounter their target at the very first casino in their plan. Alas, how unfortunate this luck is. The blonde femme fatale wears a frown, grumbling in frustration. Beside her, the short-haired girl with ebony locks helplessly offers comfort. It's a joke. Ever since I started following you, I have never seen you win. Most individuals learn their lesson after realizing they are unlucky and avoid card games, but not you. Despite an undeniable streak of losses in gambling, you possess an inexplicable fascination for it, even donning a coat emblazoned with the word gamble. This is utterly absurd. Ino is equally exasperated. During her time in Konoha, Tsunade frequently liquidated the village's medical equipment only to report daily damage. If Tsunade's miraculous healing skills could resolve such matters then, now she is gone. The current state of Konoha Village remains a mystery. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind them, one potent enough to send Ino sprinting. "Hey, you old spinster." Bang. In response to this voice, Tsunade unleashed a punch capable of creating a sonic boom. Do not be deceived by her striking appearance. In her prime, she could match Hanzo of the Salamander with the assistance of her comrades. Tsunade's mood was already foul, and now, encountering someone who directly addresses her as an old spinster only fueled her ire. "How dare you question my age? Even my grandfathers have never said such a thing to me." Enraged, Tsunade decided to vent her frustration on I Ching, delivering a powerful blow his way. "Hey, wait for me." Jiraiya, upon spotting I Ching, hurriedly followed, only to catch the tail end of I Ching's remark about the old spinster. Understanding Tsunade's triggers, Jiraiya realized that I Ching had accurately stepped on a landmine. Damn it, why is this kid courting disaster? Chapter 116. Calm down with a resounding clap. I Ching's palm perfectly enveloped the fist that Tsunade had thrown, resulting in a fierce collision that unleashed a powerful sonic boom. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through the surroundings, forcing both I Ching and Tsunade to stumble back several steps before they could regain their balance. Upon glancing down, they noticed that the meticulously laid cobblestones beneath them had been shattered by the impact, leaving a sizable crater where they had just clashed. This little imp is no ordinary child. Tsunade's initial impression was that the boy before her was far from the inexperienced novice he appeared to be. When she first realized that the newcomer barely reached her chest in height, she was taken aback. Even if she were to retract her attack now, the resulting shockwave would be enough to send this boy flying. If he were to collide with something, he would undoubtedly be left crippled. That would pose a considerable dilemma, as it would necessitate her providing him with free medical treatment. With her finances already depleted, the prospect of treating someone without charging a fee was utterly absurd. However, reality dealt her a harsh blow. The boy fearlessly retaliated, landing a punch that forced Tsunade to retreat several steps. This prompted her to scrutinize the boy's appearance more closely. He seemed rather nonchalant, carrying nothing but a katana at his waist, nothing else of substance. Yet, was he truly a master with that blade? If he had drawn it just now, she would have a sudden cry of exasperation interrupted Tsunade's musings. Following the sound, she spotted a small red-furred fox glaring at her with fiery indignation. Kurama, too, was bewildered. He had been comfortably perched on I Ching's shoulder when a sudden shockwave sent him tumbling away. "Even your grandmother never struck me with such force. What gives you the audacity? Had I known, I would have ensured your father met his end while still in your grandmother's womb, thereby preventing your existence altogether. Is this how the slug princess entertains her guests?" I Ching furrowed his brow, equally displeased. "You little brat." Tsunade did not respond, instead contemplating the newcomer's identity. Meanwhile, the quiet Ino suddenly recalled something and was about to report when she caught sight of Tsunade and I Ching, their gazes coinciding with an approaching figure. "Jiraiya? What brings you here?" Tsunade exclaimed, equally astonished to encounter an acquaintance in such an unexpected place. Just as everyone was enveloped in confusion, Kurama let out a roar and charged towards them, causing the townsfolk to scatter in alarm. "You've cornered the fox, indeed," he growled. "Unfazed even in the face of your grandfather. What gives you such bravado?" With a tone and appearance that were both familiar, Tsunade immediately associated the legendary creature with the scene before her. The Ninetales. How could the Ninetales be here? Could something have happened in the Hidden Leaf Village? The thought of the village flooded her mind with countless images, ultimately coalescing into a profound sense of nostalgia. Had there been no unforeseen events, Tsunade, the rightful heiress of the Senju clan, would have been a vital part of the Hidden Leaf Village, continuing to shine and contribute to its legacy. However, contrary to her wishes, Tsunade, after the demise of the entire Senju clan, lost all interest in the affairs of Konohagakure. dedicating her every effort to unraveling the mystery behind their extinction. In her investigation, she indeed uncovered some clues, all pointing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. This revelation left Tsunade disheartened and thoroughly disillusioned with the village. Even her address to Hiruzen shifted from teacher to old man. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. But reality struck as the Ninetales approached at an alarming speed. "Tsunade!" Jiraiya exclaimed, leaping forward. "The Ninetales cannot rampage here. Otherwise, the entire town will suffer." With that, Jiraiya joined his hands in preparation to enter Sage mode. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Tsunade promptly readied herself to release the sealing technique on her forehead. "Ha ha ha. When have I ever endured such humiliation? Even your grandfather, Hashirama Senju, had to treat me with respect." The Ninetales maintained its diminutive yet adorable appearance, but its eyes betrayed an unmistakable aura of menace. The overwhelming presence sent a wave of dread through the townsfolk, prompting them to flee in all directions. With a gaping maw, the Ninetales began to gather energy for another tailed beast bomb. This is bad. They all know the destructive power of a tailed beast bomb, capable of annihilating a vast area. Tsunade shouted, urging Izumi, who stood obliviously, to move aside. "Even if you can withstand my punch, you cannot endure a tailed beast bomb." Yet, the boy remained unfazed. "Step back, don't hinder me," he said dismissively, almost with disdain. Tsunade was infuriated by his words. "What do you mean? I have gone to great lengths to protect you, and this is how you speak to me?" Meanwhile, Jiraiya wore a conflicted expression, caught between a rock and a hard place. "This is a disaster," he thought, glancing between Izumi and the Ninetales, before reluctantly stepping aside. As the distance closed, the Ninetales ran, simultaneously conjuring the tailed beast bomb in its mouth. At that moment, it was consumed by rage, losing all semblance of reason. In the instant it had been sent flying earlier, the Ninetales recalled many things, including Tsunade's grandfather, Hashirama Senju. It remembered living peacefully in the wild until an unremarkable human suddenly interrupted its existence. "Who dares disturb me?" it thought, only for that human to summon a towering wooden figure, larger than itself. And then, there was nothing more to be said. The Ninetales vividly recalled how that wooden giant could easily subdue it with just one of its 1,000 hands. "This is absurd. There is no way to bully someone like this. Apologies, Ninetales, your power is too great. I cannot allow you to continue living freely here." In jest, "You so easily placed me there, and you dare to claim my strength is too formidable? Be that as it may, what truly irks me is that you have reduced me to mere merchandise, openly trading me with others at a set price. Had the others not been financially constrained, I might have been sold off to a foreign land, unfamiliar and strange. Regardless, if I cannot best your grandfather, how could I possibly defeat you? Let me have my way and deliver a good beating to you as a debt to your grandfather." As the distance between them diminished, the Ninetales reflected on his thoughts. "Calm yourself, Ninetales." Chapter 117. I warn you. With a resounding thud, silence enveloped the scene. Yet the formidable aura emanating from Izumi caused an unsettling hum in the ears of all present. In a fit of rage, the Ninetales, fixated solely on Tsunade, sensed this overpowering presence and lifted his gaze to meet Izumi's piercing stare. "How audacious! This despicable wretch dares to intimidate me. Do you truly believe I wouldn't unleash a thorough thrashing upon you?" The Ninetales pressed on, undeterred. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. When only a meter separated him from Izumi, the Ninetales finally halted, raising his head to launch a tailed beast bomb into the sky. Boom! The tailed beast bomb erupted above, and Izumi felt the winds whip through his hair, yet that was the extent of the threat. No further peril ensued. Not only did he, but everyone around them felt the intense pressure overhead. Fortunately, no casualties resulted. With a disgruntled sound, the Ninetales leaped onto Izumi's shoulder, nuzzling against his neck in discontent, his crimson eyes glaring menacingly at Tsunade. Sorry, but the Ninetales had yet to master his emotions. Izumi waved his hand and suggested they partake in grilled meat as an apology. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group reveled in the fading light and the soft glow of lamps at the barbecue restaurant. "Do I really need to feed you?" Izumi asked, as he placed a piece of seasoned grilled meat into the Ninetales' bowl, perplexed by the latter's refusal to eat. The Ninetales pointed his fuzzy paw toward the bundle at Izumi's waist, clearly indicating that grilled meat could not compare to the allure of the 3-colored dumplings. Izumi shrugged helplessly. "What a joke. There are hardly a dozen dumplings left. I barely have enough for myself. Moreover, the grilled meat was sizzling, exuding a delicious aroma, clearly a delightful feast. While Izumi engaged in playful banter with the Nine Tails, he refrained from mentioning Tsunade's return to the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, Izumi understood that it would not be so simple for Tsunade to return at this moment. Trust must be cultivated mutually. Izumi lacked the certainty to persuade Tsunade, for he was not Naruto, possessing none of his persuasive charm. Much like the current predicament with the Nine Tails, he intended to broker a deal for his assistance to Naruto and Minato, yet he had not truly compelled the Nine Tails to act. Trust is built step by step. As they savored the grilled meat, Izumi shook his head. The Nine Tails still fumed, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless. In the words of Kurama, "Today I must deliver a thorough beating to Tsunade to alleviate the resentment that has long dwelled in my heart." After all, it was Senju Hashirama who had tormented me, sealing me away for countless years. Unable to confront Hashirama directly, I shall take my frustrations out on Tsunade instead. Moreover, she had indeed sent me flying not long ago. Helplessly, I raised my head to gaze at the astonished Tsunade and the dumbfounded Shizune beside her. Both are medical ninjas. Tsunade's prowess is well known, and Shizune's abilities should not be underestimated, as she is Tsunade's apprentice. Such talents are invaluable to the Hidden Leaf Village. What is so interesting about an old virgin like me? Tsunade retorted, noticing my gaze. Before I could respond, Kurama began to taunt from the side. "No way, no way. You're not actually admitting to being an old virgin, are you? Who are you calling that?" Tsunade sprang to her feet, raising her hand as if ready to fight. The topic of age has always been a taboo for Tsunade, and Kurama's provocation was unforgivable. Yet, recognizing her own faults, Tsunade had not intended to escalate matters. But Kurama's relentless taunts had crossed the line. What nonsense is this? How could I possibly let this go? Am I really that old? Tsunade's fists clenched tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Are you not old? Let me enlighten you. This sealing technique was originally passed down from the Uzumaki clan, primarily to store chakra. But you've misused it to alter your age. If you're so obsessed with youth, why not revert to the state of a fertilized egg? Wouldn't that be the most efficient solution? Kurama continued, wielding his ancient wisdom to silence Tsunade with his biting remarks. Ultimately, adhering to the principle of resolving matters with action rather than words, Tsunade resolved to drag Kurama outside for a proper thrashing. Just eat your meat and refrain from acting foolishly. As the situation escalated, I raised a hand and shoved a piece of meat into Kurama's mouth. It was absurd for such a powerful tailed beast to behave like a mere provocateur. I apologize. Kurama has been rather irritable lately. I held Kurama's mouth shut, forcing him to swallow the food and forbidding any further comments. However, I strongly advise you to sincerely apologize to Kurama, as this situation arose from your words. Otherwise, the label of old virgin may stick with you for life. Moreover, Kurama has harbored a long-standing disdain for all members of the Senju clan, so it's best not to provoke him further, lest the consequences be dire. These three statements reignited Tsunade's previously tempered temper. Slamming her hand on the table, she erupted. On what grounds? Just because Hashirama sealed Kurama and even sold him for a price, would you not be enraged if you were in my position? I nonchalantly began to unearth the secrets of Senju Hashirama, while Kurama looked on with wide, sparkling eyes. With a tone of exasperation, the young man exclaimed, "You truly are remarkable. Your words are so refreshing." In a gesture of gratitude, the Nine Tails extended its tongue, still tinged with the remnants of meat and seasoning, to lick Izing's hand, only to have it withdrawn in distaste. "You've just eaten, and now you're smearing your condiments on my hand. How dare you repeat that?" Tsunade remained standing, ready to engage in another round of confrontation. Jiraiya, observing from the sidelines, was rendered speechless, too intimidated to breathe. He had never witnessed such a furious Tsunade before. Even when he had attempted to eavesdrop previously, only to have his ribs broken by her, this was a new level of wrath. The Senju clan, particularly Hashirama Senju, had always been a source of deep-seated turmoil for Tsunade. Izing's words had pushed her to the brink. The mere mention of being an old maid had already unsettled her. And now, with their animosity deepening, Jiraiya felt utterly at a loss. "Listen here, little brat, I warn you." Chapter 118. The fall of the Senju clan. A crimson figure leaped from the chair onto the table with fervor. The Nine Tails, visibly agitated, bellowed at Tsunade. "So what if he insulted you? Not only does he have the right to curse, but I shall do so as well. Let me speak frankly. I intend to berate not just you, but your grandfather, Hashirama Senju, as well. Who do you think you are? If I hadn't been restrained by that red-eyed lunatic, Uchiha Madara, you would see me flattening Hashirama. Ising and Jiraiya exchanged bemused glances at the Ninetales' audacity. This is what it means to take advantage of one's connections, Ising remarked, distancing himself from the Ninetales' claims. Beside them, Tsunade's forehead throbbed with rage, as if she were on the verge of smashing the entire table. Do you truly believe I cannot defeat you? Foolish human, you are oblivious to the vast chasm between your strength and mine. Tsunade, unable to maintain her composure, rolled up her sleeves, prepared to engage in battle. Today, as the esteemed princess of slugs, I refuse to tolerate such disrespect from this insolent little creature. Hey, Ninetales, be careful. Her ultimate technique, the 100 Healings technique, allows her to unleash all her chakra, and, in addition, she possesses the ability to heal her wounds rapidly. Please. I am well aware, the Ninetales retorted, recalling the time he faced Hashirama Senju, where he witnessed this very technique in action. But do you not find it absurd? Tsunade has taken Hashirama's passive skill and turned it into her ultimate move. In front of the Ninetales, Ising openly revealed Tsunade's secret technique. Suddenly, he conceived a brilliant plan, one that could bring Tsunade back to Konoha. Are you a traitor, little brat? Tsunade was incensed by Ising's blatant exposure of her trump card. What nonsense! How could this child possibly guess my hidden abilities? Moreover, what do you mean by openly expressing your thoughts in public? Have I wronged you in any way? After uttering a few sharp words, Tsunade managed to regain her composure, albeit with difficulty. She found herself utterly perplexed by the antics of this young imp. As a disciple of Minato and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, she was, after all, a figure from the same generation as his mentor. Yet, Izumi had the audacity to unearth her secrets, exposing all her hidden cards and bestowing upon her a multitude of distasteful nicknames. This was simply intolerable. Just as she was about to unleash another wave of indignation, Izumi interjected. Regardless of any grudge against the Ninetales, return to Konoha with me, and I shall assist you in confronting him. His intention was to prevent a confrontation between Tsunade and the Ninetales, for should such a clash occur, the entire town would be at risk. Furthermore, Tsunade would undoubtedly suffer injuries, potentially grave ones, as she was well aware of the side effects of the creation rebirth technique. Having perused the original texts, Izumi understood its principles all too well. The technique simply involved stimulating cells with chakra to expedite their division. However, the cost was evident, a shortened lifespan, as the number of cell divisions was limited. Thus, it was imperative to avert a physical confrontation between the two. Izumi genuinely wished to see Tsunade unharmed. At this moment, he merely sought to engage her in a thoughtful discussion regarding their return to the village. Deceiving her, no. Persuading her to return was necessary, as he had pressing matters to attend to in the Hidden Stone Village. There was no time to squander here. What if I refuse? Tsunade retorted as she settled back into her seat, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. This could be promising. The moment she adopted a demeanor suggesting her willingness to communicate, Izumi felt assured of his success. While he lacked the art of verbal persuasion, he possessed the capability for decisive action. Since she was now amenable to dialogue, they would alter their approach. With a gesture, he pressed the Ninetales back into his seat. Isn't it more enjoyable to eat in peace? Must you stir up trouble, nearly jeopardizing the entire town? From Izumi's tone, the Ninetales discerned his genuine ire and promptly fell silent. Chat, what is there to discuss? I have stated unequivocally that I shall never return to Konoha. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Tsunade's face, accompanied by a bitter smile that rendered her speechless. This was a painful topic, one she preferred not to revisit. Even burdened with insurmountable debts, she had no desire to return. To do so would mean confronting the massacre of the Senju clan, an everlasting anguish in her heart. Isn't drowning one's sorrows every day sufficient? Why must I go back? Izumi, unfazed by her demeanor, calmly proposed. Why not discuss the demise of the Senju clan? With that, a sudden wave of murderous intent enveloped the atmosphere, causing everyone in the barbecue restaurant to shudder. Tsunade's expression shifted as she felt the sting of the topic, her indifferent gaze now laced with a fierce intensity. Many years ago, a solemnity forged on the battlefield lingered. With an unwavering tone, Izumi recounted, as far as I know, the Senju clan perished during the Second Shinobi World War due to a grievous error in intelligence, resulting in their annihilation at the hands of the Rain Village. It was the Umbu, led by Shimura Danzo, who were responsible for providing intelligence to the Senju clan, while the Shimura clan was tasked with offering support to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Thus, the complete demise of the Senju clan, bereft of aid and misled by erroneous information, becomes comprehensible. It was, indeed, Shimura Danzo who deliberately orchestrated their downfall. The repercussions faced by the Shimura clan and Danzo were merely a warning and a fine. This is what I have gleaned thus far. You must possess greater knowledge, do you not? Izumi concluded his discourse, casting a glance at Tsunade, whose expression fluctuated with surprise. How do you know so much, kid? She inquired, astonished. The information was accurate, yet Tsunade understood that the situation was far more complex. Danzo had submitted a report regarding that operation to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage at the time, a document that ultimately fell into Tsunade's hands. The contents of the report were evidently contradictory, and astonishingly, Hiruzen had approved it. It was known that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who gained renown in the First Shinobi World War, was hailed as the ninja prodigy. How could he have been so foolish? Unless it was the old man's intent. Chapter 119. I am not slow. Either the annihilation of the Senju clan was indeed orchestrated by that old man. A profound desolation clouded Tsunade's gaze. She vividly recalled the disbelief that enveloped her when she first entertained this notion. Yet, the subsequent actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen unequivocally validated Tsunade's suspicions. First, he confiscated all the assets of the Senju clan, including everything belonging to their secretary. The Leaf Village's flow sword technique had originally belonged to the Senju clan. Then, he glossed over all the achievements of the Senju clan, even deliberately erasing and downplaying the narratives surrounding their heroes. It was evident that Hiruzen had acted with intent. Returning to the present, Tsunade sat in silence for an extended period. The once tense atmosphere at the barbecue restaurant had suddenly descended into a profound quietude. There was no rush. Izumi bore no concern for any potential turmoil Tsunade might face. He was willing to afford her ample time to articulate her thoughts. Engaging in a conversation that delved into Tsunade's sorrow was entirely understandable, and her reluctance to speak was only natural. So, are you willing to reveal the entire truth to me? As a bargaining chip, the now-dead Danzo could no longer take action, and the retired Sarutobi Hiruzen merely observed coldly. I have avenged your grievance. I wonder if you would be willing to repay me by returning to the Leaf Village. The village still needs you, to eradicate all shadows that linger within its walls. The agony of losing loved ones. I believe you comprehend more profoundly than I do. Therefore, for the sake of preventing others in the Leaf Village from enduring such loss, please, you must return. Thus, the time has come to make a decision. Izumi concluded his remarks and raised a cup of sweet liquor, taking generous swigs. To be candid, he was not adept at verbal persuasion, and the fact that he managed to articulate such sentiments was a testament to his efforts. Should Tsunade persist in her dissent, he would undoubtedly resort to unorthodox measures to compel her return. The denizens of Konoha could not bear the loss of more loved ones. The village still required his presence. Once this notion took root in Tsunade's mind, it became irretrievable. The image of his grandfathers and their kin, toiling tirelessly in the village, resurfaced in his thoughts. Grandfather, you too wish for my return, do you not? Setting down her glass, Tsunade lifted her gaze towards Izumi and declared, Very well, young one, I shall return. But you must agree to one condition. I shall solely engage in rescue and medical endeavors, and will categorically abstain from participating in those repugnant political affairs. Rest assured. Izumi readily acquiesced, having no intentions of involving Tsunade in any political machinations. With the agreement to return established, everything else seemed negotiable. Izumi clinked his cup, filled with sweet wine, against Tsunade's sake bottle, prompting the nearby Kurama and Jiraiya to join in the revelry. The hierarchy among them became irrelevant as they all indulged in the libations. Following this convivial gathering, Izumi felt confident that he could forge a friendship with Tsunade. After satisfying their appetites, the group strolled through the streets, the moonlight casting a soft glow upon their path. Lady Tsunade, have you truly resolved to return to Konoha? On their way to the inn, Shizun leaned in close to whisper in her ear, cautious in her inquiry. Tsunade's carefree demeanor outside was permissible, as her strength allowed her to evade any debts. However, returning changed the dynamics entirely. Once back, any debts incurred would weigh upon the village, and should repayment be demanded, the village's reputation would hang in the balance. Since I have pledged to return, I shall indeed go back, Tsunade dismissed Shizun's concerns. In her view, once she re-entered the system, there would be no issue with settling debts. The specifics of the amount owed were trivial. Besides, if need be, she could always evade once more. Ultimately, her primary objective in returning was to witness the so-called transformative changes in Konoha. Tsunade was eager to explore what this rejuvenated village was truly like, curious about the Hero Memorial Hall and the public denunciation events. These matters piqued her interest, particularly as the village had been established by her grandfather, and now it seemed to be revitalized under the stewardship of a mere child. By the way, young one, I recall you mentioning that you had tasks to attend to. Does the Umbu captain still have missions to carry out within Konoha? Tsunade pondered, seeking clarification from Izumi. Missions? Izumi shook his head. Not within the village itself, but rather outside its borders. Beside him, Jiraiya interjected, to be precise, it is in the Hidden Rock Village. Tsunade paused momentarily, inquiring, what kind of mission necessitates a journey to another country? Undertaking such an endeavor without a passport or the status of a diplomat equates to smuggling and invasion. Liberation. Ichin refrained from further elaboration, recognizing that detailing the situation would only invite disdain. It would be more pragmatic for Tsunade to experience it herself upon returning to the Hidden Leaf Village. You may either return to the Hidden Leaf or accompany us. However, we have a mission to complete and cannot return just yet, Ichin stated resolutely. The Umbu and his own team members awaited him, and he could not afford to let them encounter any mishaps. Oh, liberation? Just based on you? Tsunade expressed a newfound intrigue towards this novel term. Do not underestimate him. Despite the rumors circulating outside, he has successfully captured the Fourth Hokage and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, significantly injuring the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, becoming a celebrated hero within the Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya hastily added. Throughout the journey, Ichin demonstrated his prowess on numerous occasions, dispelling Jiraiya's initial doubts. Now, he had no reservations regarding the veracity of those rumors, even considering them to be understated. Jiraiya's earnest demeanor suggested no deception, piquing Tsunade's curiosity about this young boy even further. Say, can I join you? She asked, eager to witness the extent of his capabilities. It's up to you. Just don't fall behind, Ichin replied, quickening his pace to match the Umbu's swift march. Well, not bad, but I am no ordinary individual myself, Tsunade responded, hastening her steps to keep up. In my day on the battlefield, I was no slowpoke. Chapter 120, The Altercation. This is the spot. Shirzue pointed to the path ahead, stating, according to our intelligence, a reconnaissance team will pass through here today, aiming to gather military information concerning the Hidden Cloud Village. The exact number is yet unclear, but the presence of elite ninjas suggests they are investigating the current combat capabilities of the Hidden Cloud Village. Perhaps due to Kishimoto's lack of creativity, in the world of Naruto, all countries outside of the Land of Fire bear some relation to their terrain and climate, such as the Land of Earth, where Ichin has arrived at the Hidden Rock Village. The majority of the Land of Earth consists of plains and hills, reminiscent of the mountainous terrain of the Hidden Cloud Village. However, the land in the Land of Earth is relatively fertile, thus possessing more abundant resources than the Hidden Cloud Village. The Hidden Rock Village is nestled within a basin surrounded by mountains in the Land of Earth. This topography allows the Hidden Rock Village to boast an abundance of natural resources, enabling rapid development, with the funding from the daimyo merely serving as a supplementary boost. Consequently, Inoki can stand tall before the daimyo, further molding his confrontational and audacious character. However, this richness and fertility is merely relative, in truth, compared to the Land of Fire. The Land of Earth is equally barren, which is one of the reasons why a Wagakure declared war on Konoha. Yet now that the battle with Konoha has concluded and the surprise attack on the village has long since failed, the Wagakure must thoughtfully consider its next course of action. For instance, take the neighboring Kumogakure. In years past, Inoki had often exploited the Land of Clouds. And hearing that the Two-Tails Jinchuriki had been captured while the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki was injured, Inoki's abrupt return to his village was a blatant disregard for the Fourth Hokage. Therefore, it is highly probable that conflict will erupt between Kumogakure and a Wagakure. It is precisely for this reason that Inoki has dispatched an intelligence team to investigate the true state of Kumogakure, to ascertain their potential for battle. Is this all? Ichin found the terrain of a Wagakure, as depicted on the map, to be quite laughable. Although such geography ensures a habitable climate, It also creates a natural prison formed by the surrounding mountains that encloses the entire village. In the past, Inoki could robustly keep enemies at bay, but this time, Ichan intends to penetrate it personally. As Jiraiya noted, there are no internal conflicts within a Wagakure. Inoki's prestige is exceedingly high, and he does not impose harsh governance, eliminating any possibility of internal subversion. Given this, the only option left is to engage in a straightforward battle. Ichan, brandishing a blade, after hearing Shirsue's report, commanded, "Relay to all members of the Umbu. Any Iwagakure ninja passing through major transport routes must be incapacitated and returned to us barely alive." Casting a glance at Tsunade, who stood nearby, he added, "Please ensure they are treated. As long as they are not severely injured, complete recovery is not necessary." Is my chakra free for the taking? Tsunade grumbled, yet she accepted the task without further protest. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, both possessing the sage body, are endowed with abundant chakra. However, the Senju clan possesses more chakra compared to the Uzumaki clan, which is noted for its tenacious vitality. Cautious Kakashi still harbored concerns. He had a limited number of personnel dispersed across various paths. Could they truly impede all the ninja of a Wagakure? Ichan patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry. Should a substantial enemy force mobilize or a formidable presence like the Tsuchikage arrive, our communications officer will certainly contact me. As for the rest, they are merely elements of training we have rehearsed countless times, so there is nothing to fear." With all plans set in motion, they awaited the arrival of the Iwagakure personnel. Iwagakure is situated inland. While it consists of plains and hills, precipitation is scarce. This necessitates that a Wagakure seeks to expand outward. Apart from Konohagakure, this is the case for nearly all other villages. The land of wind is characterized by desert, the land of lightning by its plateau mountains, and the land of water is formed by islands and archipelagos amidst the sea. On this occasion, Zita led his team along the well-trodden path, a route they had traversed countless times, thus rendering it familiar to him. "Captain, what is our purpose in visiting Unveiled village this time?" one of the team members inquired. Puzzled, Zitu, reluctant to divulge further details for fear of unforeseen complications, offered a few vague remarks to dismiss the question. "Do you think it is your place to speculate on Lord Tsuchikage's intentions? Focus on your responsibilities," he retorted, the words barely escaping his lips when he abruptly halted, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. "Stay right there." Iching leapt forth, dramatically proclaiming, "This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. To pass through here, you must pay the toll." Zitu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, realizing his habitual complacency had led him to let down his guard on a path he frequented. Yet, with the moment having arrived, there was no time for regret. A confrontation was inevitable. As Zitu reached for his kunai, a sudden chill coursed through him, followed by a searing pain. Iching retracted his katana, allowing Zitu to writhe as blood gushed from his chest. He had deliberately avoided a fatal blow. With timely medical attention, Zitu would survive. This exemplified Iching's unwavering confidence in his prowess. Should he wish for one's demise, it would be assured. Conversely, if he desired them to live, they would not succumb. "Bloodstain, sheath your blade." Iching signaled for Tsunade to attend to the wounded. What? The intelligence squad has other members? Indeed, this was true, yet Iching was not without allies. At the very moment he acted, Shirzue, Kakashi, Might Guy, Jiraiya, and Itachi had seamlessly coordinated their efforts, incapacitating the remaining foes. Ensure their lives are preserved. Any superficial injuries can be treated upon their arrival at a Wagakure. Iching instructed Tsunade, his intent to engage in combat rather than charity evident. Once all wounds had been hastily addressed, Iching gestured for the unconscious assailants to be discarded at the entrance of a Wagakure. The true battle had only just begun. Dust swirled in the wind as Iching's team vanished into the darkness once more. Chapter 121. Who is the attacker? The gatekeeping shinobi of a Wagakure, upon witnessing the scene, fell to their knees in disbelief. The intelligence squad, which had recently departed the village with confidence and camaraderie for their mission, now lay battered and bruised at the village's entrance. Blood stained the earth as they groaned, clinging to their last breaths. "We must urgently provide them with care." One of the more perceptive shinobi immediately began to transport the injured. The anguished cries and frantic figures navigating between the hospital and the village entrance quickly attracted the attention of more Wagakure shinobi, and in an instant, news of the intelligence squad's ambush spread throughout the nation. Unlike the Hidden Stone village, Those renowned individuals within the Rock Village command immense respect throughout the community. The news of Zitu's demise immediately stirred a tempest within the village. One wonders if they bore similar expressions upon witnessing the assault on the Leaf Village. In the distance, Shursui observed the frantic movements of the Rock Village ninjas, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? Yet, various insidious tactics have been employed by nearly every village. While denouncing those who commit such acts as despicable, they themselves engage in the same behavior. The entire ninja world seems to be ensnared in this relentless cycle of suffering. Perhaps Izumi's assertion holds merit. Itachi interjected, recalling Izumi's words that the currently reformed Leaf Village has yet to attain the ideals he envisions. Both the Leaf Village and the broader ninja world must undergo a profound transformation, dismantling the old order and erecting a new world upon the ruins of the hypocritical past. This notion may seem absurd, yet Izumi is aware that it has been realized before. Is it not possible that I, too, comprehend this truth without your counsel? Shursui silently mused. Furthermore, Izumi had remarked that the entire Uchiha clan is afflicted with a form of madness, cautioning against overthinking during idle moments, lest one succumbs to insanity. Although the term mental illness holds no meaning in the ninja realm, it is undoubtedly not a favorable descriptor. Rolling his eyes, Shursui tugged Itachi away from the scene. How absurd. A voice, deep and resonant, emanated from the Tsuchikage's office, yet none present were startled, having grown accustomed to it. As Jiraiya and Izumi had noted, the current Rock Village is dominated by Onoki's singular voice, his regime remarkably stable. A disciple of the second Tsuchikage and a descendant of the first, Onoki wields unparalleled authority within the Rock Village. The only dissenting voice, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, was compelled to withdraw after a heated argument with Onoki. Yet, this formidable elder has now been provoked. An attack had been launched against his intelligence team, leaving the injured and near-death members discarded at the village entrance. This infuriated Onoki, whose temper is as fierce as his reputation is high. Have we discerned the situation? Onoki inquired of his son, Kuratsuchi, who had just been dispatched to the hospital. Onoki insisted he must uncover the assailant's identity at all costs. However, Kuratsuchi's response was disappointing. Shaking his head, he expressed his frustration, according to the injured's recollections. They had scarcely glimpsed their attackers before losing consciousness. Additionally, an analysis of their wounds revealed that the assailants had deliberately avoided vital areas and had even administered basic treatment post-attack. Otherwise, they would surely have perished. This revelation is even more chilling. To wish to attack you yet purposefully spare your life is a demonstration of one's prowess, is it not? The assailant's intent was unmistakable. I am formidable and adept at maintaining my composure. If you fear not death, come forth and engage me in battle. This realization left Noki increasingly frustrated. He was well aware of the prowess of the earth, whose combat capabilities were not only formidable, but also accompanied by a keen analytical ability, honed through numerous encounters with injuries. His deductions were evidently reliable. But who was deliberately provoking him? Could it be the Hidden Cloud Village? Noki lifted his gaze towards the direction of the village. Surely not. Given the personality of the Fourth Hokage, he would likely rally his forces and boldly declare war rather than resort to such underhanded tactics. Could it be Konoha? Noki pondered another possibility. After dispatching troops to assault Konoha, perhaps they retaliated with their own attackers. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. Noki prided himself on his understanding of Konoha, believing that the village had suffered significant setbacks during the Third Great Ninja War. While the Nine-Tails incident may not have inflicted catastrophic losses, it undoubtedly posed a grave threat. Konoha should still be in the midst of post-war recovery, making it implausible for them to immediately launch an assault. It was unlikely that Konoha could restore its strength so swiftly. Even if it had, internal power struggles would likely consume them. However, unbeknownst to Noki, Konoha had not sustained substantial losses during the Nine-Tails incident, and the power struggles had become moot following the retirement of Hiruzen Sarutobi and the execution of Danzo Shimura. Moreover, after the sweeping reforms instituted by Tsunade, Konoha had rapidly regained its strength. More crucially, the combat effectiveness of Tsunade's forces far exceeded common expectations. Was there an analysis conducted regarding the nature of the injuries? After a moment of contemplation, Noki found himself at a loss, hoping to uncover clues from other matters. Numerous techniques were employed: taijutsu, bladed weaponry, as well as various ninjutsu such as lightning and fire release. Noki sighed. Although Kishimoto's negligence had led to a portrayal of all Iwagakure shinobi as solely proficient in earth techniques, this did not imply that the village lacked practitioners of other ninjutsu. This reality further complicated the analysis of the injuries. Was it possible that a rogue ninja from Iwagakure sought vengeance? Noki voiced his conjecture. Every ninja village harbored defectors. This was not a novel occurrence. Defectors? I refuse to believe that those scoundrels would dare to provoke me. Naki's esteemed reputation served to intimidate even the most audacious traitors. Noki, the supreme leader of Iwagakure, commanded respect. Even if they had defected, none would dare act recklessly. While the two were engaged in their analysis, suddenly, an Umbu agent burst in, reporting, "Lord Tsuchikage, urgent news. Another attack has occurred." "What?" Noki kicked his desk aside. "Take me there at once." Chapter 122, Blitzkrieg. This incident differed from the previous encounters with the wounded. This time, the attack transpired on a small path several kilometers away from the last incident, targeting members of the police force dispatched by Noki to investigate the identity of the assailants. Due to the assailants casting the injured at the entrance of Konoha Village, Inoki deduced that the enemy had not ventured far, making it imperative to unveil the true identity of the attackers. Consequently, this task naturally fell to the police force. Unlike the police force of Konohagakure, the police unit of Iwagakure is not composed of specific clans, but rather consists of ninjas dedicated to reconnaissance and capture, akin to those undertaking regular missions. The distinction between the police ninjas and those on standard missions lies solely in the nature of their tasks, devoid of hierarchical differences. The ninjas that Inoki personally mobilized were undeniably exceptional Iwagakure ninjas renowned for their prowess in investigation and apprehension. However, they had still been rendered unconscious. The wound was singular, evidently a result of a sudden ambush, leaving no time for defense. This raised a perplexing question. Why was the enemy's combat strength so formidable, coupled with an adeptness in concealing their whereabouts, to the extent that even his most trusted high-caliber combatant, Shid, and the proficient reconnaissance police unit were rendered helpless? Did such individuals, capable of both combat and perception, truly exist within the shinobi world? Inoki pondered. Even the legendary shinobi, Hashirama Senju, and his equal, Madara Uchiha, could not achieve such a feat. They were powerful, yet their perceptive abilities were almost non-existent. As Inoki was lost in contemplation, a sudden sense of crisis engulfed him, signaling an impending enemy attack. With the earth release technique, heavy stone technique, strong as he was, Inoki needed no hand seals. He swiftly levitated into the air, successfully intercepting the incoming assault. The shockwave crashed where he had stood, sending his garments fluttering and propelling the already injured members of the police unit far away. What a disgrace! Inoki exclaimed in fury, watching helplessly as his capable subordinates were hurled into the nearby thicket. Severely wounded and having sustained another fall, their survival was unlikely. Inoki sighed inwardly, turning to glare at the approaching enemy. Why that expression? If you truly care for your subordinates, pursue and catch them. Aizu, with an innocent demeanor, remarked that in the original narrative, Inoki's flying speed was hardly slow. It was implausible that he could not keep up with those who had been thrown. Aizu expressed complete bewilderment. Questioned by Aizu, Inoki finally regained his composure and began to inquire tentatively, attempting to draw out some information from Aizu. "We have had no grievances in the past. Why do you attack our Iwagakure? Who exactly are you? And have we harbored any enmity?" Upon hearing Inoki's explanation, Aizu found it somewhat laughable. Not long ago, they had launched an assault that inflicted unimaginable losses upon Konohagakure, and now they feigned ignorance as if nothing had transpired. This was truly an egregious double standard. Drawing his blade, the edge glinted coldly, reflecting the emblem of his forehead protector. Inoki, catching sight of the Konohagakure forehead protector upon Aizu's brow, widened his eyes in astonishment. The individual before him exhibited no intention of concealing his identity. Who exactly was he? Was he truly an assailant from the hidden Leaf Village, or merely an imposter masquerading as a leaf ninja for ulterior motives? Moreover, that peculiar attire. Inoki's gaze shifted to the strange garb adorning Ichin. It seemed that much of what he observed in this person was familiar. This nonchalant demeanor, combined with the formidable prowess he had just displayed, prompted his inquiry. Which Leaf Village Hawk are you? Realization dawned upon Inoki, as he recalled the numerous tales he had heard regarding the Leaf's Hawkeye shinobi, though he had never taken them seriously. The reason was simple. The rumors were overly exaggerated. and he had doubted that any young boy could unleash such formidable strength. However, it now appeared that the tales were indeed conservative. The power exhibited by the youth before him closely mirrored the accounts he had heard. Anoki stepped back, gazing intently at the individual before him, and inquired, why? Although he had attacked the hidden Leaf Village, there was no evidence to substantiate the claim, and the Leaf Village would not dare to initiate war recklessly. Ichin understood the gravity of the situation. The mantle of justice held more weight than anything else, and thus he had prepared in advance. You should already know the answer to that. With that, Ichin unfurled a scroll filled with a plethora of evidence gathered by the Umbu, implicating the Rock Village in the assault. Since you initiated the attack, we cannot simply endure it in silence, can we? Do you believe that the Hidden Leaf Village is merely a soft target to be toyed with? If you possess the audacity to strike, then be ready to bear the consequences of our retaliation. Ichin smirked, fully aware that the evidence was irrefutable. Was it a jest? The Hidden Leaf Village possessed numerous secret techniques, though no prominent clan had been willing to share them. However, after Ichin dealt with the major clans, these techniques naturally found their way into the hands of the Hidden Leaf government. Subsequently, through mutual refinement and enhancement, the ninjutsu of the Hidden Leaf Village had reached a commendable level of sophistication. Upon receiving the evidence from Ichin, Anoki instinctively felt a surge of anxiety. He retreated a short distance before quickly regaining his composure. So what if you have this? Do you truly wish to provoke war with the Rock Village? Should the Rock Village engage in battle with the Hidden Leaf, it would signal the Mist and Sand villages to form an alliance against the Leaf. This outcome was certainly not what the young boy envisioned. Yet, having already regained control over the Mist Village, how could Ichin possibly fear the threats from the Rock Village? The Sand Village had significantly diminished in strength following several ninja world wars, now reduced to a mere subordinate of the Hidden Leaf. If this assault were to fail, the Sand Village would lose its chance for redemption. Thus, Ichin harbored no concerns regarding the Rock Village's potential actions. What if war were to erupt? Besides, as long as their command structure could be dismantled before they fully mobilized their forces, the specter of war would be far less daunting. Ichin maintained his cheerful demeanor, yet uttered words that sent shivers down Anoki's spine. Allow me to present you with a gift of retribution. With a deft gesture, Ichin issued the assembly order for the Umbu, prompting all hidden operatives to converge immediately. Let the remnants of this otherworldly faction witness the might of a blitzkrieg. Chapter 123, Appreciating Art Boom. The Tsuchikage building in Iwagakure suffered a catastrophic blow as a tailed beast bomb descended upon it. Although the power of this bomb could be moderated by its wielder, obliterating an entire Tsuchikage edifice was still within its capabilities. Subsequently, countless figures of Konoha's Umbu, under the guidance of Ichin's squad members, surged into Iwagakure, following a meticulously planned route straight to the Umbu base. Due to constraints in resources and manpower, the Umbu base in Iwagakure was considerably more modest than that of Konoha, and its numbers were significantly fewer. Faced with the battle-hardened Umbu of Konoha, who had undergone multiple expansions and rigorous training, the caught-off-guard Iwagakure Umbu stood no chance of resistance. Kakashi, Shizune, and others at the forefront effortlessly dispatched all adversaries within the Umbu base. The inhabitants of Iwagakure were left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Wasn't that the Tsuchikage building? How could it have exploded? Moments ago, it seemed as though someone had charged forward, and now the Umbu base appeared to be under attack. They were utterly unprepared, compounded by the fact that their commanders were either perished within the Tsuchikage building or had been lured outside by Ichin. In an instant, the leaderless Iwagakure was engulfed in chaos. They had grown accustomed to the unwavering authority of Noki or his loyal commanders, merely fulfilling their designated roles. During Naka's tenure, his prominence granted him and his family immense renown, leaving little room for others to gain respect or recognition. At this moment, the number of Iwagakure ninjas exceeded that of Konoha's Umbu by several times, with comparable quality. Had there been a capable leader to command them, they might have managed to retain the entirety of their Umbu forces. However, the directionless Iwagakure ninjas were oblivious to what to do until the Konoha Umbu appeared before them, finally grasping their weapons. Yet it was too late. The Konoha Umbu retraced their steps, dispatching the few who attempted to obstruct them, successfully breaking free from Iwagakure. This was the blitzkrieg strategy that Ichin had envisioned. The Konoha Umbu were on the verge of transforming into a standing regular army. Yet to compete with the other four great shinobi villages would require time. Therefore, Icheng had to compensate for their lack of hard power with exceptional tactics and plans before the Umbu could mature. Thus, the Blitzkrieg of World War II became the unequivocal choice. What have you done? Noki observed from a distance. Witnessing the explosion of the Tsuchikage building and the multitude of figures rushing into and swiftly exiting a Wagakure, an ominous premonition rising within him. He chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. You can see for yourself upon your return. Icheng understood the workings of the Umbu. Now, he merely needed to stall Noki to afford the Umbu sufficient time to retreat. Standing there, he addressed Noki. However, if you wish to return, you must first consult my katana. Without uttering a word, Noki unleashed a dust release technique, casting it toward his opponent. The danger was palpable. However, Izumi, utilizing his observation haki, foresaw the impending threat and swiftly evaded the attack. Naka's speed was not to be underestimated, as the dust release narrowly grazed Izumi. Even the formidable eagle eye was not invincible, thus Naka's dust release posed a significant threat to him. Retreating a considerable distance, Izumi wielded his katana, launching waves of sword energy to disrupt Naka's advance. The latter found his progress severely hindered, his heart racing with anxiety as he sought to return to his village while dodging incessantly, his path becoming increasingly erratic. Do you not fear that I might send tailed beasts to Konohagakure to wreak havoc? Noki was acutely aware of the ongoing conflicts between nations and the almost total absence of tailed beasts in combat. Each nation possessed them. If one dared to employ such power, others would follow suit, leading to mutual destruction. However, Izumi's combat prowess surpassed that of the tailed beasts, rendering such concerns irrelevant. The 8-tails Jinchuriki has been severely injured by me, the 2-tails Jinchuriki has been captured alive, and the 9-tails has been subdued. What other tailed beasts do you wish to summon? Once anything proved more potent than a tailed beast, the ninja village wielding it could freely unleash their tailed beasts without hesitation. Konohagakure now belonged to this category. Izumi chuckled darkly, addressing Noki. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, a tailed beast Jinchuriki from a Wagakure recently defected, did they not? These simple yet piercing words struck Naka's heart like steel needles, leaving him momentarily speechless. After much contemplation, Noki slowly inquired, why? Why would you undertake such actions? What is your true objective in reigniting the fourth great ninja war? Izumi was well aware of the answer. It was to establish a unified ideology. Otherwise, how could one expect mutual understanding between disparate entities? He had even devised plans for governing a Wagakure post-war. Otherwise, he would have simply obliterated the village with tailed beast bombs. Regrettably, Izumi was not a mindless protagonist from a cliché narrative. He possessed a keen intellect. He understood the significance of actions that might appear foolish at first glance. A famous dark joke states, I fought against the enemy my entire life, only to see my own son become one. Such absurdity was not something Izumi wished to encounter in his own life. After calculating the time, he deduced that the members of the Umbu had likely retreated to safety. Thus, he declared, I do this solely to forge a peaceful new world. The ninjas of a Wagakure will eventually come to understand my intentions. With that, Izumi turned and departed, leaving Noki in a state of bewilderment. Now that is artistry. Nearby, a golden-haired youth stood atop a high vantage point, witnessing the explosion of the Tsuchikage tower. The sheer elegance of the explosion captivated him, filling his eyes with stars as he became entranced by the spectacle. As Icheng prepared to join the main force, he fortuitously spotted him, instantly recognizing his identity through his visage and catchphrase. Was this not the Deidara from the original work? Observing him, he appeared significantly younger than the youngest age depicted in the source material. In the original narrative, he was at most a teenager. Yet the Deidara before him was merely a boy not yet 10. However, this child exuded no sense of endearing innocence. Rather, he bore a serious demeanor. Icheng approached, only to be dismissively rebuffed by Deidara, who exclaimed, Hey, you over there. You're obstructing my appreciation of art. Indeed, it was Deidara. Chapter 124. Itachi's ailment, would you care to accompany me to observe that artist? Icheng gently inquired, disregarding Deidara's disgruntled complaints. For those renowned figures within the Naruto universe, Icheng felt inclined to extend a measure of tolerance, especially towards those truly deserving of respect, like Deidara himself. As an unwavering seeker on the path of art, he even embraced death in the form of his most revered artistic expression. Upon being resurrected via the reanimation technique, he remained preoccupied with the whereabouts of his partner, Toby, steadfast in his belief that Sasuke could never survive within the realm of his art. He was a tragically comical figure, both laughable and pitiful. What might transpire if such a fervent pursuer of art were to succumb to his own ideological constructs? Ichin was quite intrigued. Thus, he posed the question, "Are you willing to accompany me to meet the creator of all this?" Deidara, still a child of less than 10, could hardly contain his excitement upon hearing this proposition, eagerly nodding his head in agreement. "Yes, take me to see him right now." On a mountain, Ichin was leading members of the Umbu in a moment of respite. Everyone was there, recuperating, seizing this fleeting opportunity to restore their vitality and prepare themselves for the impending war. They were acutely aware that the battle was far from over, and numerous tasks lay ahead. Hence, they remained vigilant, ever ready to embark at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, medical personnel were tending to the injured, while Tsunade, alongside Shizune, was assisting Itachi in addressing his health concerns. Ichin distinctly recalled that in the original narrative, Itachi succumbed to a peculiar illness and, without warning, left a message for Sasuke before passing away. This was a conclusion Ichin was keen to avoid. At this moment, Ichin found himself bantering with the Nine Tails alongside Deidara. Is this creature truly the artist behind it all? Deidara regarded the adorable Nine Tails with an expression of disbelief. He had envisioned the artist as a pitiable figure of unremarkable appearance. But surely, they must be a person. It was absurd to think that the creator of such magnificent and awe-inspiring art could be anything less than human. Not only was he not human, but he also resembled a mascot, nestled in Ichin's embrace like a pet. You don't believe it? Ichin shook his head. In these times, honesty is seldom believed. This is the illustrious artist who created the exquisite fusion of spaghetti with concrete number 42. Come, Kyubi, give him a show. With a wave of his hand, Ichin commanded, and Kyubi promptly leaped to the roadside, targeting a nearby uninhabited hillock. In an instant, a miniature-tailed beast bomb materialized in Kyubi's mouth and swiftly obliterated the small mound. Nanny? Deidara's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the spectacle, exclaiming in his native dialect. Realizing that this fox before him was indeed an artist, Deidara immediately knelt down in a deep bow, declaring, "Great artist, please take me as your apprentice." At this moment, Kyubi adopted a haughty demeanor, retorting, "Well then, let me first assess your abilities. Art is an explosion, huh?" Deidara promptly produced a lump of clay, placing it in his mouth, chewing vigorously before he shaped it into small birds and spiders, tossing them into the air. After a series of explosions, a nearby stone was shattered. Compared to Kyubi's tailed beast bomb, Deidara's display was utterly insignificant. Kyubi wore a look of disdain, while Deidara felt a stinging embarrassment. "You are truly lacking. Allow me to teach you." Kyubi leaped onto Deidara's shoulder, using some flamboyant expressions learned from Ichin to address him. Good idea." Deidara stood up, throwing another small bird. "Lord Kyubi is exceptionally brave." Another lump of clay soared forth, resulting in a violent explosion. Deidara, still a child at heart, was momentarily convinced that his words had influenced the outcome, and hastily knelt again in gratitude. Red bean paste. Hail the great master. Nearby, Ichin wore a bemused expression, casting a disbelieving glance at Kyubi. "Do you think we are blind? Everyone saw you channel chakra into the clay while leaping. A mere thread of the tailed beast's chakra is akin to a colossal wave for a human. Thus, with such an abundance of chakra infused into the bomb, its destructive power is undeniable." While Ichin pondered whether to reveal the truth to Deidara, Tsunade approached. "Kid, I have something to discuss with you." Leaning in, Tsunade lowered her voice deliberately. "The boy's condition is quite grave. It resembles a disease I've read about in my grandfather's texts. It is a unique bloodline ailment of the Uchiha clan, akin to the bloodline diseases of the Teitori clan, progressively worsening with emotional turmoil and increasing power." At this juncture, Ichin could not restrain himself from asking, "Can it be cured?" The response he received was a pointed glare. "Let me finish. This bloodline illness can be alleviated with common medications, but to eradicate it entirely, I am uncertain of the means. After all, this is merely something I gleaned from my grandfather's writings." Tsunade's grandfather was none other than Tobarama Senju, the brother of Hashirama Senju. During his tenure, he had secretly conducted various human experiments, particularly targeting the Uchiha clan. These experimental reports were disguised as ordinary medical research papers and placed in the hospitals and public libraries of Konoha for public borrowing. Consequently, they caught the attention of Tsunade, who was diligently studying medical arts at the time. This implies that Itachi had only two fates: to forsake his innate talents and abilities for a profession he utterly despised, or to face a dead end. Iching was unwilling to accept this outcome. Lacking relevant materials, could we perhaps use Itachi as a template for research now? Tsunade, I implore you to heal Itachi. I am prepared to pay any price you deem necessary. Within my system's marketplace are various everyday items from my past life and other realms. Yet there exists nothing akin to the science fiction concept of a universal cure for all ailments. This compelled Iching to solicit the assistance of the somewhat eccentric Tsunade. It was surprising for Tsunade to witness the usually arrogant Iching humbly beseeching her in such a manner. Oh, so you do care about these matters. Well, considering your earnest plea, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Chapter 125, Psychological Warfare in the Land of Rain. The skies remained perpetually overcast. Faint cries of anguish occasionally echoed from deep beneath the earth, the result of Iching's old adversary, Obito, acclimating to his new form. White Zetsu had perfectly inherited the physical characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan, resulting in an absurdly poor physical constitution while maintaining a prowess equivalent to that of a jonin in other skills, yet only managing to achieve a mere genin standard in physical combat. Obito's body had been ravaged by Iching, and the only solution lay in perfectly merging his consciousness with that of White Zetsu. However, the subpar physical attributes of White Zetsu left Obito feeling quite vexed. Originally, Obito possessed commendable talent. In the original narrative, his contemporaries, including a youthful Sasuke, would have matched his skills, thus marking him as a gifted individual of his generation. Unfortunately, their cohort included the monstrous Kakashi Hatake, whose prowess rendered Obito's own talents seemingly insignificant. Nonetheless, Obito's physical combat skills were not lacking, and over time, he had adapted to the inherent limitations of his original physique. Yet now, any exertion on his part would lead to the disintegration of his White Zetsu form. Even more intolerable for Obito was the fundamental difference between White Zetsu's body and that of a human, rendering him incapable of utilizing the various jutsu he once mastered. The sole ability remaining to him was the use of the Manjiki Sharingan. How infuriating! Iching, I shall make it my mission to eliminate you. Unable to accept reality, Obito descended into an endless rage, harboring a profound hatred for this world, which he deemed devoid of value. The more he loathed it, the stronger his desire grew to create a perfect new world. Had Iching been privy to his perspective, he would likely have scoffed derisively. Creating a flawless new world is not an escape to a parallel existence. The foundation for building a new world upon the remnants of the old is the complete destruction of that very old world. Regrettably, Obito would never comprehend this truth. He was destined to languish in perpetual torment. With a deep sigh, Obito mustered the strength to rise. The body of White Zetsu rendered him impervious to fatigue, yet a sense of weariness still crept into his heart. The illusion cast by the Yuzu Shikigami had dissipated. As if in a reverie, Obito turned to gaze at the adjacent wall. Ah, I see, it was caused by Izumi. A dark silhouette emerged upon the wall, and Black Zetsu could hardly fathom that Obito was indeed still alive. However, upon witnessing Obito's current state, it seemed improbable that he could contribute further to the Moon Eye plan. It was time to seek a new substitute. Once again, it was Izumi. Obito's emotions surged, causing him to overlook the disparity between White Zetsu and his original body, leading to another bout of distress. Cough, cough, cough. Izumi, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Izumi's team was diligently attending to the aftermath in Iwagakure. The emergence of a new little admirer for Kurama did not hinder Izumi's ongoing efforts. Each day, Izumi dispatched individuals outside the village to amplify their voices through ninja techniques, fervently elucidating the will of fire. Fearing that some within the village might struggle to hear, he had Deidara ride his small bird, releasing tons of flyers brought from Konoha via summoning scrolls. Iwagakure, and indeed the entire shinobi world, had never encountered such an eccentric assault. Coupled with the initial blow to morale, many defectors began to appear. Once the psychological defenses were shattered, the battle was effectively lost. Although Noki swiftly returned to the village to organize defenses and launch a new counterattack, this did little to resolve the underlying issues. Deidara's countless clones, accompanied by the small bird, bombarded the village with various scandalous revelations about Noki, significantly tarnishing his previously unassailable reputation. Shockingly, the entire upper echelon of Iwagakure is comprised of Naki's relatives. What prompted Uchiha Madara to betray Konoha? The answer lies in a young man he encountered years ago. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Kuro, was forced to defect due to political disagreements with Noki, now living in such destitution. Regardless of the veracity of these claims, they all began with, it is said, allowing for wild fabrications. Simultaneously, Izumi had the Umbu successfully encircle the entirety of Awagakure, depriving those wishing to enter of all valuable resources, inflicting grievous harm before casting them inside, while those trapped within were rendered unable to escape. The location used by Noki as a temporary command center frequently became the target of Deidara's aerial bombardments, sometimes necessitating Kurama's direct involvement in a display of artistry. Under incessant bombardment and with supply lines delayed, the resolve of the people of Awagakure began to waver. The chaos stemming from insufficient resources and animosity towards the enemy was profoundly terrifying. For specific references, one might consider the historical battles of Joseph Grell and Ilich Grell. Astutely aware of this, Izumi deliberately refrained from completely severing supply lines. Rather, he looted external supplies before having his Umbu ninjas personally distribute them. When the Umbu airdropped supplies, they meticulously packaged them, labeling each portion as intended for one individual, accompanied by a small booklet introducing the Will of Fire. At the outset, Inoki endeavored to gather and organize these resources, distributing them uniformly after sifting through the pamphlets. However, after enduring dozens of bombings, he gradually adopted a more subdued demeanor. Civilians collecting supplies faced no attacks. Yet, should they gather more than permitted, they would trigger traps set by the Umbu, resulting in a barrage of bombings or even assaults by shadow clones descending from above. Over time, the ninjas of Awagakure, confined within the village with no missions and ample provisions, began to clandestinely peruse the propaganda contained within the pamphlets and brochures. Izumi had meticulously prepared these materials prior to the Umbu's deployment. They were highly provocative and effectively swayed the minds of the Awagakure ninjas, leading to a dramatic increase in defections. Recognizing this shift, Inoki initiated a thorough investigation, but to no avail. Some individuals memorized the contents and nonchalantly discussed them with friends, while others transformed the messages into innocuous phrases using coded language, spreading them clandestinely. Each day, hundreds of cloud ninjas clashed with Inoki over this matter. In this critical moment, Inoki realized he had no loyal Umbu by his side. His capable subordinates had perished in previous assaults. As the situation in Awagakure deteriorated, related news reached other nations. A decision had to be made swiftly. Chapter 126. The dead are more useful than the living. A decision had to be made swiftly. The aged Chiyo observed the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, Raza, who had already stumbled into a significant predicament. Her gaze bore a mix of resignation and calm. Awagakure had already suffered retaliation. If we did not implement countermeasures, Sunagakure would be doomed. Chiyo had long intended to retire, but the circumstances were now unprecedented. Even a fool could recognize the perils surrounding Sunagakure. Action was imperative. Raza sat at his desk, absorbing Chiyo's report. He understood the gravity of the situation. Yet he was reluctant to confront this stark reality. As a hero of Sunagakure who had endured the trials of the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, Raza's talents and capabilities were considered exceptional within the village. To now concede to the enemy would be tantamount to negating his entire existence. In the face of countless cloud and leaf ninjas on the battlefield, he had never once compromised. How could he possibly surrender before the enemy even arrived? Nonetheless, no matter how unwilling he was, the facts were undeniable. Chiyo stated, "Lord Kazekage, we are faced with only three options. First, we can mobilize our forces now, whether to launch a full-scale war against Konoha or to assist Awagakure in repelling the enemy at our borders. In any case, we must go to war. Second, we can swiftly prepare an acceptable price for Konoha and send envoys to negotiate peace. Thirdly, before our forces from the Hidden Leaf Village invade the Hidden Sand Village, we should obliterate the latter, leaving nothing of value behind. If the Hidden Leaf Village receives no reward, they will have no reason to attack us. This third strategy is evidently absurd, while the first presents certain challenges. However, the second strategy prompts Raza to recall the impoverished finances of the Hidden Sand Village, which often rely on his own efforts to manufacture gold from sand, thus providing the necessary funds for operations. Reflecting on this, Raza's gaze shifts to the location of the Land of Water on the map. The Land of Water, home to the Hidden Mist Village, had once launched an assault on the Hidden Leaf Village. Nonetheless, it appears the latter has no intentions of retaliating here. Suddenly, the name of the Hidden Mist Village strikes Raza with a vivid recollection of the recent news regarding Terumi Mei's abrupt ascension to power. Although Kuratsuchi's intervention lent her legitimacy, the entire power transfer ceremony unfolded without any prior preparation, seeming exceedingly abrupt. This did not resemble a conventional transition of power, but rather a coup d'etat. Could it be that the supporters behind this power transfer were, in fact, the Hidden Leaf Village, orchestrating a premeditated coup behind Terumi Mei's rise? Whether through sudden assaults or instigating coups, such tactics among ninja villages, particularly between the major 5 nations, typically serve as auxiliary measures to facilitate total war. Yet, the Hidden Leaf Village managed to overthrow the existing regime of the Hidden Mist Village merely through a coup. And a single surprise attack ensnared the entirety of the Hidden Stone Village. Raza gazes skyward, finding the situation increasingly peculiar. It seems that ever since a certain individual named Ichiraku appeared in the Hidden Leaf Village, the transformations within it have become increasingly pronounced. Conversely, the Hidden Sand Village has never encountered such a formidable presence. The Third and Second Great Ninja Wars had granted Raza and his talented peers renown through their tactical successes. However, strategically, the Hidden Sand Village suffered a devastating defeat. The economy was ravaged, a significant number of ninjas perished, and civilian casualties escalated sharply, indirectly impacting the volume of mission requests during the ensuing era of peace. Ultimately, in a bid to end the chaos, Raza was compelled to force the demise of his equally gifted classmate, Yukura. After much contemplation, Raza sighed deeply. "It seems it is my turn now." Rising, he remarked with a wry smile, "Very well. I shall personally journey to the Hidden Leaf Village." Ichiraku-san, Kakashi has communicated that Noki of the Hidden Stone Village has acquiesced to our demands. Itachi entered the central command of the Umbu, bearing a signed ceasefire agreement, his heart brimming with anticipation. Ichiraku fully understood the implications of this development. During Ichiraku's encirclement of the city, Noki had indeed attempted various methods to establish contact and resolve matters at the negotiating table. However, upon reviewing the conditions presented by Ichiraku, Noki had unhesitatingly declined. The conditions put forth by Iching were remarkably straightforward, limited to 3 stipulations. First, akin to the situation in the Hidden Mist Village, the restrictions on publications and media from the Leaf Village must be lifted, allowing for the unregulated dissemination of political, military, and economic information pertaining to the Leaf Village in the Rock Village. Second, the Rock Village would accept 2 advisors dispatched from the Leaf Village, ensuring their safety. Any harm inflicted upon these advisors would be regarded as an act of war from the Rock Village against the Leaf Village. Furthermore, all political and military actions taken by the Rock Village must receive the consent of at least 2 out of the 3 officials, including the Tsuchikage and the advisors from the Leaf Village. Third, the Leaf Village would assume control over all educational institutions in the Rock Village, mandating that all eligible youth in the Rock Village enroll in the educational establishments of the Leaf Village. Once these 3 agreements came into effect, it would signify that the political, military, and cultural education of the Rock Village was entirely under the authority of the Leaf Village, effectively reducing it to a mere external autonomous region of the Leaf Village. Such a proposition was unthinkable for the autocratic Third Tsuchikage, Noki. Moreover, the seasoned politician Noki was acutely aware of the implications of each clause. The Rock Village could not become a vassal of the Leaf Village. Consequently, Iching, undeterred, continued to besiege the Rock Village while simultaneously reducing the supply of resources being sent in, explicitly attributing this to Noki's obstinacy. Eventually, amid a chorus of condemnation, Noki capitulated. He could not afford to persist, as his reputation had already soured. The Rock Village could not sustain itself either, for if this continued, the supplies from the Leaf Village would dwindle further. Likewise, the Land of Earth could not afford to falter, as any military assault from the Leaf Village would leave them utterly defenseless without ninjas. Upon receiving this news, Iching was elated. "I knew that dealing with such a stubborn elder could not be achieved through direct confrontation, but rather through a gradual approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Should we maintain the siege?" Iching decisively responded in the negative. The deceased are often more useful than the living. Continuing the siege would only push those who had already resolved to surrender, along with the indecisive, towards the faction supporting Noki. Orders were dispatched to immediately lift the siege. Chapter 127. heading home set forth, to the land of wind. Iching commanded with a sweeping gesture, prompting the entire army to prepare for departure. Just then, Jiraiya, observing the troops organizing their belongings for withdrawal, hurried over to caution, Iching, wait a moment, I just received word from Minato through the toad. Minato had trained alongside Jiraiya in the art of sage techniques at Mount Myaboku since childhood, thus he was adept at using toads for communication. Although the Umbu possessed radio equipment for communication, the distances were too great, and the channels were heavily encrypted, circulating solely within the Umbu. As Jiraiya presented a scroll, Iching could not help but express his surprise. Raza seems to be a reasonable individual. Raza had personally led a delegation to the Leaf Village, employing the strategy of capitulation as a means of negotiation. By admitting my faults, you would surely feel disinclined to strike me again. Raza understood Iching's mindset all too well. Iching, perusing the report, shook his head. Although Iching could not comprehend why a group of frogs would learn the art of immortality before ordinary humans, it appeared to be no mere illusion. Thus, launching a full-scale assault on the sand-hidden village was certainly out of the question. The next step was to deliberate on how to address the current situation there. Observing the Umbu members packing their belongings, many once familiar faces were now conspicuously absent. During this period, Iching had led them into fierce battles. Despite the Umbu's remarkable coordination and formidable strength, casualties were, regrettably, inevitable. However, the losses were not substantial, and those who remained had all undergone significant personal growth. It is through the crucible of combat that a true transformation of an army is achieved. This is the essence of a standing army. Iching issued a new command. Everyone, the objective has changed. Let us return home. The Umbu members, invigorated by the order, felt a surge of exhilaration. At last, the moment had arrived. They fought valiantly on the front lines for what purpose? To one day return to their homeland, adorned with accolades and honor. The moment they returned in glory was the pinnacle of their pride, though their time away spanned merely a few months. For those who had served in the Umbu prior to Iching, this duration was not particularly lengthy. Yet, the nature of this return was entirely different. This time, they would be greeted with honor and fanfare, along with the enthusiastic accolades of their fellow villagers. Such an experience was incomparable to anything before. Following their new captain, there seemed to be an essence of distinction that set this journey apart. Although they were merely executors, their actions were undoubtedly safeguarding the village hidden in the leaves. The rebirth of the Umbu, the rejuvenation of Konoha, and the emergence of new glory. This honor would be eternally bequeathed. This is the true spirit of the will of fire, Iching reflected earnestly. Gazing into the distance, he could see the Hokage's hat upon the horizon. Indeed, just as during the journey to the land of lightning, Minato had come to welcome him once more. Unlike the previous occasion, this time, a multitude of villagers accompanied him. Together, they cheered alongside Minato, their exuberance stretching from the depths of the forest to the entrance of Konoha. This was their hero. Do you see Kakashi? This is the transformation of the Umbu I spoke of. Might Guy glanced at Kakashi, who, despite his usual nonchalant demeanor, bore a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. Father, if you could witness this day, I believe you would find solace. Iching maintained a calm expression. All of this unfolded as he had anticipated. The sole drawback was that the villagers still could not grasp the essence of the will of fire, perceiving the Umbu simply as heroes who saved the village and defended all. If everyone could comprehend the will of fire, perhaps the entire world would understand one another. Nonetheless, such shifts in thought are inherently gradual. Change in perspective cannot be rushed. Any attempt to forcibly alter an individual's thoughts ultimately yields counterproductive results, as evidenced by certain nations in history skilled in the art of censorship. While such regimes may cultivate a legion of mindless devotees, they can currently incite a growing disdain among the populace. It is only through amplifying the promotion of ideologies, allowing individuals to genuinely appreciate the merits of such beliefs, that one can foster a willing acceptance. Ahem, I digress. Welcome home, inheritors of the will of fire, Watergate proclaimed, standing at the forefront with arms outstretched and voice raised. Iching shrugged, expressing indifference. In truth, he would rather indulge in 3-colored rice dumplings with Hondo, or perhaps rest his head upon the thigh of a wooden figure for a nap, or enjoy a soothing bath with Mizuki Yuin. Such bustling gatherings were not to his liking. Iching, Watergate beamed a warm, sun-like smile. During your absence, the merit and punishment system of Konoha Village has been refined. Watergate's first words were filled with surprise. The achievements and transgressions of past Hokages, such as Shumo Hatake and Madara Uchiha, have been meticulously tallied. A mere preparation is required before their presentation at the exhibition hall. Oh, Iching was momentarily taken aback. So many matters have been addressed during this time. How intriguing. However, Watergate hesitated briefly before continuing. Figures like Shumo Hatake and Madara Uchiha, while having made significant contributions to Konoha, have also inadvertently caused considerable trouble for the village. This statement held truth. Even Kakashi beside them did not dissent. His father was undeniably a hero of Konoha, yet it would be unjust to label him a villain, though he did bear a mark of disgrace. For the sake of his comrades, a mission had faltered, leading to a chain reaction that prolonged the war and resulted in further loss of life. The same could be said for individuals like Madara Uchiha. Concerning those of ambiguous merit, Watergate found himself at a loss for how to proceed. To exhibit them in the hall would be problematic, given their past actions detrimental to Konoha. Conversely, to exclude them would disregard their significant contributions. This posed quite a dilemma. Iching shrugged once more. This is simple. We can discuss this further upon our return. For now, let the Umbu enjoy the cheers of their loved ones. Very well, as you wish. Iching believed the resolution to this matter was not overly complex. A new display could be arranged within the main hall to showcase the merits and faults of these individuals, allowing public opinion to render judgment. Surely, once the people witness all of this, they will discern whether these figures are heroes or villains. The eyes of the masses are discerning. Chapter 128, Warmth. Having grown accustomed to daily life, even the weight of honor cannot be easily forgotten, Iching reflected. As he engaged in battles outside, the new year had already passed. Upon returning to Konoha, it was now the early spring. Iching granted a respite to everyone in the Umbu, allowing them the opportunity to reunite with their families for a brief period, provided there were no pressing matters at hand. Despite this, Akamatsu, upon receiving the news, commenced her preparations early, intending to bestow New Year's provisions upon her younger brother. Not only she, but also Minato, accompanied by Kushina and Naruto, made their way to the Mitashi residence, where Iching was delighted to hold the one-year-old Naruto in his arms. This unprecedented sense of familial warmth took Iching by surprise, enveloping him in an unexpected comfort. At that moment, he found it difficult to contemplate work-related concerns, whether they pertained to contentious issues or the handling of the delegation from Sunagakure. All he yearned for was a peaceful slumber in the warmth of his home. However, he still had matters to attend to. Approaching a familiar violet-haired maiden, Iching was met with a spark of joy in her eyes. "No, I just arrived as well," she replied, turning her head slightly to mask her shyness, oblivious to the snow that had betrayed her. Early spring lingered, with snowflakes occasionally drifting down amidst the still falling snow. On this snowy night, Yuzuki chose to stroll outside with Iching. The snow illuminated the surroundings under the glow of the streetlights. They had agreed to venture out only after school, yet Iching had a strong feeling that the young girl had been waiting for him since her dismissal. Hand in hand, their proximity grew ever closer, and Iching reveled in the bliss of not having to think of anything while beside her. Unbeknownst to him, Yuin's head had gently come to rest on his shoulder. Despite being merely a young girl and a boy, they appeared as if lost in the throes of youthful romance. An hour sped by, and concerned for the little girl's health, Iching decided it was best to escort her home. However, just as he stepped out of Yuin's residence, a familiar voice startled him. "Back in the day, I often walked Kushina home like this." Iching waved dismissively. "When did you learn to be so sarcastic?" Minato indeed had shared a close bond with Kushina in their youth. Iching vaguely recalled how Minato, upon receiving his first ninja headband, had rushed to confront those attempting to abduct the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina. It could be said that Minato had mastered the art of charm at a young age. Truly, he was like a radiant sun, effortlessly attracting others. Reflecting on this, Iching looked up at Minato and inquired, "What brings you to me this time?" Minato would not approach Iching without cause. They had spent a considerable time together at the Mitashi residence. This time, however, Minato indeed had a purpose. "Let us go have some dango," Iching warmly suggested, subsequently taking Minato by the hand and leading him to the dango shop. "You should really eat fewer snacks," Minato remarked, staring at the towering pile of treats before Iching, feeling somewhat speechless. He had long known of Iching's fondness for dango, but he never anticipated it to be to such an extravagant degree. "Let us speak plainly, Watergate-sensei. Why have you become so evasive?" Iching's expression darkened, and he shot a disapproving glance at him. Watergate shrugged, feigning ignorance, yet he revealed his own matters. Not long ago, I engaged in conversation with Jiraiya-sensei and the others. I must admit, I admire your methods and your vision for peace. However, as you mentioned, the moment Senju Hashirama perished, the entire Leaf Village transformed dramatically. The current state of the Leaf Village is gradually improving, yet I am concerned about the underlying dangers. Iching expressed his bewilderment at the necessity of such worries. He lifted his hand and bumped fists with Watergate. Watergate-sensei, did I not tell you that as long as your ideals are preserved as a legacy, there is no need for concern? No matter how much time passes, as long as someone comprehends your thoughts, they will become your student. If they grasp your ideology, they embody you, just as you did with Senju Hashirama years ago. Sometimes, there is no need for excessive words. Iching raised his hand and exchanged a fist bump with Watergate. Indeed, this notion is truly befitting of your intellect. Watergate shook his head, reciprocating the gesture. Speaking of which, how do you plan to handle the delegation from the Sand Village? Watergate suddenly recalled this matter. The delegation from the Sand Village had been left unattended due to Iching's absence. Now that Iching had returned, Watergate wished to inquire about his intentions. Iching, who had just regained his composure, rolled his eyes. Are you joking? Is it appropriate to discuss work during such a leisurely moment? However, upon reflection, perhaps someone like him as the Hokage of the Leaf Village is what is truly needed for its security. There is no hurry regarding the Sand Village delegation. We can address them after we formally sign the truce with the Rock Village delegation, which would also serve as a warning to them. As for Uchiha Obito, Iching certainly had his own plans, yet he felt it prudent to clarify matters first. Do you recall the individual who instigated the Ninetales incident? At this, Watergate's demeanor immediately grew serious. Indeed, I know, he posed a grave threat to Kushina and Naruto. That man who calls himself Uchiha Obito. Well, you were the one who hastily assumed he was Uchiha Obito. True, he claimed that name, but you were not present at the time. Moreover, Obito, after undergoing such a drastic transformation in voice and abilities, even went so far as to cover his eyes, fearing your teacher would not recognize him. What of his face? Are you implying that he is Uchiha Obito, and due to his actions against the Leaf Village, he is unworthy of entering the exhibition hall? Not at all. That individual is not Uchiha Obito. Iching shook his head in disbelief. That person is your disciple, my senior brother, though I am reluctant to acknowledge it. He is none other than Uchiha Obito, whom you believe to have perished many years ago. The reason he was able to become intangible was due to the powers of Kakashi and Obito's Manjiki Sharingan. Kakashi's ability allowed him to transport himself and various lifeless entities, while Obito's enabled him to shift parts of his own body into another realm. In Chapter 129, the inquiry arose, is Obito still alive? After a prolonged silence, Minato slowly posed this question. Izumi revealed the truth not for any other reason, but because Minato held an unwavering belief in her words. Only by understanding the perilous nature of the situation could one begin to grasp the reckless actions that Izumi had undertaken. Thus, she chose to speak candidly, even expressing a desire to share the truth with the entire ninja world. For the upcoming Fourth Great Ninja War would be a battle for all. Minato opened his mouth but remained silent. Then he fervently countered, insisting that Obito could never commit an act to destroy Konoha. After all, through their years of mentorship, Minato knew Obito's character all too well. The sunlit Obito was renowned in the village for assisting elderly women across the street and selflessly aiding orphanages in their cleanliness efforts. His prioritization of comrades over his own life brought Minato solace. He could not believe that his beloved disciple had transformed into such a being. Indeed, I too find it hard to accept, but if you, Minato-sensei, were to witness Kakashi slay Kushina, would you not become like him? The suddenness of this question left Minato momentarily stunned. Impossible. Such a thing could never occur. Izumi shrugged, yet it had transpired. Obito had witnessed Rin's death at Kakashi's hands. At that moment, Minato fell silent. He was aware of the circumstances. After Kakashi killed Rin, he was consumed by profound guilt, frequently jolted awake by nightmares. He would find himself staring at the very arm that had taken Rin's life, realizing that while blood could be cleansed, guilt was a stain that would linger for eternity. Were it not for Izumi offering Kakashi a glimmer of hope and helping him emerge from his abyss, he might still be ensnared in despair. This is all a misunderstanding, Minato murmured to himself. Then, seemingly grasping at a fleeting hope, He inquired of Izumi. Do you believe that if I clarify the misunderstanding with Obito, he might impossible? Izumi interjected decisively. Obito was acutely aware of the events that had transpired, which fueled his hatred for the Mist Village. The people of the Mist had ensnared Rin with illusions, sealing the three tails within her. If she were not killed, the beast would rampage through Konoha. You would not allow Kakashi to slay Kushina, but what if she were under an illusion and the Nine Tails was about to erupt? In such a scenario, neither Kakashi nor you would find it difficult to choose between the village and Kushina. However, Obito understood the true reason behind Rin's death, leading to his desire to annihilate Konoha, as he had lost hope in the very belief of fighting for the village. Aside from that, there are many aspirations that Obito harbors, yet ultimately, there exists but a singular purpose: to establish a virtual realm capable of enveloping all souls. Within this ethereal world, every individual would possess their own sanctuary, a space wherein they could freely indulge their every desire. Obito's deepest yearning is to resurrect Rin within this virtual existence. Not only Rin, but also to relive those moments of bliss shared with Kakashi, his sensei, and others, embodying the beliefs and the pursuit of peace for which they fought throughout their lives. Upon articulating Obito's motivations, Minato felt a profound shock. A virtual world where all wishes could be fulfilled at will, yet a hint of unease lingered within Minato's heart. That is, it is not reality. Indeed, it is not reality, as Izumi readily acknowledged, but conveying this to me is futile. For Obito, the desire to resurrect Rin renders him willing to remain forever immersed in this virtual realm, even if the price paid for creating it is the utter devastation of the real world. To him, this is inconsequential. As long as those who have suffered in reality can find solace and mend their wounds within the virtual domain, it suffices. In that moment, Minato could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. Raising his gaze to the horizon, memories of his time with Obito swiftly flooded his mind. He recalled how, when Obito was trapped beneath the stone, he had arrived a moment too late. Later, when Rin fell victim to Genjutsu and the Three Tails, he was once again delayed. Ultimately, when Obito stood before him, Minato had failed to recognize him entirely. With a self-deprecating smile, Minato felt a tinge of loneliness. How could he not protect his own disciple, yet claim to safeguard the entire village? Was there truly no hope left? Just as he had felt upon learning of Obito's death, he asked despondently, "There is no salvation." Izumi understood Obito's rationale all too well. In a world so imperfect, why not simply create a perfect one? To be frank, Izumi had once shared that sentiment in a past life. However, a virtual world is ultimately not the same as the real one, even if it closely resembles reality. It remains but an illusion. The foundation for establishing a flawless new world lies in the complete dismantling of the decayed old one. Though a virtual realm may cater to one's fantasies, to dwell within it while neglecting the real world is to invert priorities. In Izumi's view, the significance of the virtual world is educational, to illuminate a clear path, guiding one to meticulously reshape the imperfect reality into the desired form. Why does Obito fail to grasp this truth? Or has he comprehended it, but chooses to evade facing it? It is likely that Obito understands the nature of Rin's relationship with him and Kakashi, whether they are lovers or merely friends. Thus he refrains from using the reanimation jutsu to bring Rin back to life. Consequently, he is reluctant to harness Akatsuki's formidable power to forge a genuinely perfect new world within the ninja realm. At first glance, the notion of opposing the entire world for the sake of a woman may seem romantic. Izumi firmly dismisses this as nonsense. If he were truly a man, why not declare his feelings to Rin after resurrecting her? Immersing oneself in a virtual realm to evade reality hardly qualifies as true manhood. It is both pitiable and absurd. With this thought in mind, Ichin addressed Minato. Regardless of whether we stand against Obito or substantiate our righteousness through tangible actions, I must expedite my endeavors. Unifying the ninja world, compelling Obito to reconsider, or eliminating him altogether is imperative. During this period, the Umbu must swiftly expand, and reforms and policies must be hastened. Looking at Minato, who appeared hollow and despondent, he numbly nodded. Very well, but I still wish to confront Obito personally and inquire why he has descended to such depths. Minato's words, though flippant, carried an undeniable resolve. Alas, there is no choice. Do as you please. Chapter 130, Naruto and Sasuke Ahem. I warn you, little brat. If you dare relieve yourself on my shoulder, I shall surely have you castrated and delivered to Orochimaru for a sex reassignment procedure. That fellow is quite adept at such operations, having even performed one on himself. At that point, you and Sasuke would truly be husband and husband. Ichin exited the grand residence of the Namikaze family, a broad grin plastered on his face, brimming with enthusiasm. Initially, he intended to visit the adorable Naruto, for who could resist the charm of an infant? However, Kushina, in her utter folly, had unceremoniously entrusted Naruto to him while she indulged in a shopping spree. This was utterly ridiculous. According to Kushina's own rationale, as Naruto's brother, it was only natural for Ichin to assist in caring for the child, especially considering her own arduous pregnancy and the need for a little respite. Thus, she had left him to foster a bond with Naruto. Now, Ichin found himself with Kurama perched on his left shoulder, Naruto on his right, a pouch of Dango at his left hip, and a katana at his right, presenting quite the peculiar sight. It was an odd amalgamation indeed. Nevertheless, he needed to venture out. As long as I felt no embarrassment, the discomfort would be borne by others. Shaking his head, Ichin braved the outside world. On a related note, Ichin had recently learned that even with Minato still alive, Naruto's name remained Uzumaki Naruto rather than Namikaze Naruto. Ichin speculated this bore two implications. Firstly, Minato wished to prevent his child from wielding his surname to impose authority. The mere mention of the Namikaze name would inevitably lead to speculation regarding Naruto's connection to Minato. For context, one might refer to the original works Konoha Sarutobi. Conversely, claiming the Uzumaki surname provided a different narrative. Asserting oneself as Minato's child would invite skepticism. After all, the Namikaze name belongs solely to Minato. Secondly, Minato sought to comfort Kushina, affirming that the Uzumaki clan had not perished. Their child represents the new generation of Uzumaki lineage. Truly, Minato, you excel in cherishing your wife. Despite the banter, Ichin still yearned to introduce Naruto to Sasuke. Remaining cooped up at home breeds a sense of tedium. It would be far more delightful to venture outdoors and explore the world, devoid of mobile devices. Moreover, the time has come for Naruto and Sasuke, the iconic duo from the original narrative, to meet face to face. That little rascal has issues, Kurama remarked, perched on the shoulder of Ichiraku as he gazed at Naruto across the way. The essence of Sage of Six Paths emanated from him, reminiscent of kinship. Is he perhaps a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Or could he be the reincarnation of Ashura or Indra's chakra? The familiar scent plunged Kurama into a reverie. Sensing Kurama's gaze, Naruto turned to meet his eyes. In that moment, Naruto broke the silence, exclaiming, "Nani de yo." This phrase, reminiscent of Kushina's catchphrase, caused Ichiraku to nearly spit out his drink. Good grief, how absurd. Have you already memorized Kushina's catchphrase while still in the womb? It's astonishing that, despite being such a young child, you have yet to inherit her abilities, but have managed to grasp this instead. Hey, you little brat, Kurama retorted, maintaining a haughty demeanor as he locked eyes with Naruto. Nani de yo. It seemed to be the sole phrase that one-year-old Naruto could articulate with clarity. Their rapport appeared to be quite amicable. Ichiraku felt a wave of relief wash over him. According to the agreement between Ichiraku and Kurama, they would observe one another first. And if the fit seemed right, they would proceed to the next phase of their collaboration. Presently, it appeared promising. Foolish human, Kurama muttered, "Nani de yo," while Ichiraku, sensing the increasingly peculiar atmosphere, quickened his pace. The Uchiha clan had been fragmented and dispersed, with the current Fugaku family residing in a modest apartment. Hey, Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke sat atop Itachi's shoulders, engaged in a playful game, his cherubic face adorned with an impish expression. Ichiraku-san, what brings you here? Itachi, noticing the arrival of guests, felt a wave of awkwardness and hastily rose to his feet. Fugaku and Mikoto were comfortably seated in the living room, listening to the radio, creating a warm ambience. Initially, there had been discontent within the family, but as they received treatment akin to that of the Umbu in the security forces, or experienced promotions within the police department, due to expansion and a significant portion of the original members having departed, grievances gradually subsided. Upon entering, Ichiraku observed the destined union of Naruto and Sasuke as their gazes intertwined. They crawled towards one another, extending their hands in greeting. Nani de yo, Sasuke. The two chubby little hands clasped together, and the adorable infants embraced one another. It seemed they were destined to become great friends. Itachi, witnessing the endearing interaction, wore a gentle smile, but before he could complete his thought, he was promptly interrupted. Nani-de-yo. Naruto's youthful voice erupted as he suddenly kicked Sasuke, sending him flying. Undeterred, Sasuke sprang back to his feet and leaped onto Naruto's lap, sinking his teeth into it. Ichiraku observed the scene with clarity, noting that Sasuke's bite nearly landed in a rather embarrassing spot. What a pity, he mused to himself. Almost, you could have become a couple. Isn't the plot just like theirs? Today, I am your good brother, and tomorrow you will be mine. Truly, what is this all about? Itachi hastily pulled them apart, glancing anxiously at the bite mark on Naruto's thigh, exasperatedly chiding a smug Sasuke. Fighting upon meeting. What good can come of it as they grow older? Izumi remarked that she had long since become accustomed to it. You must learn to accept it. I cannot simply tell you that these two, as reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, will never coexist peacefully. However, Izumi-san, do you not think this resembles us as well? Itachi reflected on his previous sparring with Izumi, feeling somewhat contemplative. Does it? Izumi did not share that sentiment. In fact, she found it quite absurd. Lifting Naruto, she held his hand and pointed towards Sasuke. Hey Naruto, hitting your partner is not a good habit. Yet, Naruto showed no gratitude, retorting, shut up. Just as Izumi was playfully hugging Sasuke, the door of the Uchiha residence was suddenly knocked upon. Hello, may I ask if Izumi Dano is here? Chapter 131. Passing the buck Chiyo-sama. Why must we resort to this? At the entrance of Uchiha Fugaku's apartment, a young man looked at Chiyo Baba with confusion. He was Maki, the mentor of the Sand siblings from the original narrative, and his strength had become formidable. Just 6 years older than Kakashi, he had already attained the rank of Special Jonin, destined to become a Jonin of a new era given time. Having personally experienced the Third Shinobi World War, Maki struggled to comprehend Chiyo's actions. Why should Tsunagakure humbly plead for peace? Even in the brutal environment of the Kaiki Mountain battle, we fought until the end. Why must we act this way now? To surrender meekly is one thing, but to be sidelined by Konoha is another. Now, we are even compelled to seek out someone younger than ourselves to negotiate amiably. Even in defeat during the Third War, there was no need for such submission. Silence. Cannot you see the situation clearly? Chiyo reprimanded Maki sharply. He remained oblivious to the changes occurring in Konoha and continued to act pretentiously. At her age, Chiyo seldom lost her temper. But this time she could not help but scold this tactless prodigy. Chiyo-sama, I genuinely fail to see what changes have taken place in Konoha. Maki shook his head. Speaking candidly, after spending over 10 days in Konoha, he perceived little difference aside from a more robust political maneuvering. Chiyo shook her head. During the Third Shinobi World War, we suffered tremendous losses, but did Konoha not endure significant hardships as well? Look at Konoha now. Various entertainment facilities have been widely established. Does this not signify a restoration of Konoha's national strength? The prosperity of publicly accessible entertainment facilities serves as a preliminary standard for assessing a nation's strength in the absence of any intelligence. It is evident that if the citizens of a nation lack spiritual needs, the nation itself will garner little support. Without such support, the discussion of military might become futile. However, Chiyo's perspective was flawed. In reality, Ichiraku possessed little understanding of economic matters, excelling instead in the realm of cultural promotion. The overall national power of Konoha had returned to a normal level, yet the synergistic effects of cultural promotion and political reform significantly enhanced Konoha's mobilization capacity. For instance, Konoha's national power might have been rated at 10, but only 5 could be mobilized for various tasks. Now, with a national power of 7, the entire populace could be rallied. Consequently, Konoha could muster a strength greater than ever for specific undertakings. This nuance escaped Chiyo, who simplistically interpreted it as the restoration of Konoha's power to its former glory. Nevertheless, even with such an interpretation, Konoha remained an unattainable entity compared to Tsunagakure. After articulating her thoughts, Chiyo fell silent, leaving Maki perplexed. Lady Chiyo, I beg your pardon for my ignorance. Please elucidate further, he implored. Maki's lack of understanding prompted Chiyo to shake her head. Despite his undeniable strength, he still fell short in other areas. Were Ichiraku present, he too might lament his distance from the role of assisting Gaara in ascending to the position of Kazekage as depicted in the original narrative. For example, have you seen Konoha's Hero Memorial Hall? The likes of Kakashi Hitaki, the very individual responsible for the deaths of my son and daughter-in-law, is enshrined there. This remains an everlasting anguish in Chiyo's heart. Yet, A small solace for her is that such a person was deemed a criminal of Konoha due to a failed mission. To ascend from the ranks of an obscure commoner to that of a great hero requires countless tasks, whereas a single failure can plunge a great hero into the depths of infamy. Konoha's approach to such matters brought Chiyo a sense of satisfaction. No one wishes for their enemies to prosper, especially not to the extent of being driven to suicide. For a considerable time thereafter, the matter of Kakashi Hatake became a sensitive topic within Konoha, discussions in public forums leading to detainment by law enforcement, and mentions in cultural publications resulting in outright bans. Yet now, Konoha had undergone a remarkable transformation. The fact that someone like Kakashi could be honored in a memorial hall signified a change within the village. With no hidden agendas, everything could be openly discussed. In summary, once inside, refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Observing Maki's continued confusion, Chiyo issued a stern warning. At that moment, a voice emanated from within the door. "Yes, come in." The door swung open, revealing a scene utterly incongruous with the character of Ichijo. The revered hero of the Hidden Leaf Village, known as the Eagle Eye, was seated on a tatami mat, while two infants squabbled beside him. "What on earth? Why are they fighting again?" Itachi exclaimed, his expression one of exasperation as he rushed over to separate the two. Ichijo, however, remained indifferent to their antics. Was conflict between Ashura and Indra truly inevitable? In the original narrative, although Sasuke and Naruto frequently clashed, Naruto consistently held the upper hand, with Sasuke often instigating the disputes. According to the Sage of the Six Paths, the power bestowed upon Ashura surpassed that of Indra. While Ichijo found it perplexing that lineage held such significance in Japanese anime, he still believed the sage's actions to be unjust, knowing full well that the two would fight. Why create a deliberate disparity between their strengths? If it were Ichijo, he would simply refrain from favoritism, allowing them to battle it out, and through exhaustion, perhaps forge a bond. Drifting off topic. Observing the two emissaries from the Sand Village before him, Ichijo shrugged. "What brings you both here?" "Lord Eagle Eye of the Hidden Leaf, we are here as representatives of the Sand Village too." Before Chiyo could finish her sentence, Ichijo brusquely interrupted. "You ought to consult the Hokage about this. It is of no concern to me." The implication was clear. They were to leave at once. Chiyo felt a pang of frustration. If the Hokage could address this matter, would she have sought out Ichijo? As a government official of the Sand Village, she had often been met with bureaucratic obstacles, but now, experiencing the distaste of being passed around, she understood the true annoyance of such a situation. "Mr. Ichijo?" Maki can no longer contain himself. Without any movement, Ichijo cast a glance towards Maki. The air grew thick with an oppressive tension. Maki stood frozen, too intimidated to move. There was no need for Ichijo to take action against someone like Maki, as a guest. He was to behave accordingly and refrain from speaking out of turn. Ichijo averted his gaze, as if the prior events had never transpired, and began to playfully engage with the two children. "Sasuke, Naruto, come here quickly." Seeing the situation, Itachi hurriedly brought the two children over, along with Fugaku and Mikoto, to the bedroom. In the living room, only Ichijo, Chiyo, and Maki remained. "Lord Ichijo, we are the delegation from the Sand Village, here to negotiate with the Hidden Leaf Village," Chiyo said, bowing slightly, her tone imbued with humility. The combat capability of a puppet master is notably weak in close quarters, relying primarily on puppets for mid to long-range combat, and Ichijo's prowess in hand-to-hand combat effectively countered Chiyo's abilities. Should a puppet master possess formidable strength, they could deny close-range ninjas the opportunity to engage, while conversely, a close-range ninja would spell doom for a puppet master if they managed to close the distance. But did Chiyo truly possess the ability to keep Ichijo at bay? She questioned herself and found that she had no means to do so. Even the formidable Fourth Hokage fell at the hands of Ichijo, let alone the venerable Chiyo herself. As the commander during the Third Great Ninja War, Chiyo is acutely aware of the Fourth Hokage's prowess. Furthermore, Sunagakure has come to request peace, not to provoke or showcase strength. The attempts by Kumogakure to instigate conflict with Konohagakure have already been clearly documented in the Hero Memorial of the Leaf Village. Since the responsibility for the previous actions has been attributed to Ichijo, it is evident that he is the mastermind behind those endeavors. Her presence here is also to gauge Ichijo's stance. What is the true attitude of Konohagakure? Do they genuinely wish to maintain peace? These questions weigh heavily on Chiyo's mind. However, Ichijo appears disinclined to address them. Pouring a cup of fiat tea for Chiyo and Maki, Ichiju refrains from uttering a single relevant word. This is a habit he learned in his previous life. Never be the first to initiate conversation during negotiations. Though he is uncertain why he has adopted such an eccentric habit, he has nonetheless embraced it. In his view, Chiyo is a ninja worthy of respect, having ultimately sacrificed her life for Gaara, dying with honor. Although the notion of placing hope in the next generation leaves him somewhat discontented. Individuals willing to sacrifice themselves for others deserve admiration. Nevertheless, respect aside, Ichiju does not forget the purpose of their visit. To disregard the other party's motives due to their actions would be utterly absurd. After a moment of contemplation, Ichiju maintains his politeness towards the two. With a deep sigh, Chiyo's heart began to settle a little. Initially, when Maki spoke carelessly, she feared Ichiju would respond with hostility, causing the negotiations to collapse entirely. Yet, the current situation defied her expectations. It seems the rumored madman is not as indiscriminately violent as the protagonists in web novels. There might be hope for this negotiation. Just as Chiyo's spirits lifted, she was immediately doused with cold water. You are aware of Kumogakure's demands for land and reparations, are you not? Ichiju's words caused Chiyo's previously relaxed demeanor to tense once again. What does this imply? Does Ichiju intend for the Land of Wind to cede territory? But what land do we have to relinquish? Chiyo is well aware of her country's circumstances. Most of the Land of Wind is desert, with only minimal mineral resources, all of which have already been exploited. Without those possessing the magnet release Kekei Genkai, it is impossible to continue extracting these resources. Thus, Chiyo believes it unnecessary to cede any of their land. Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of claiming your land. Ichiju gestured for Chiyo to remain calm. However, after enduring such turmoil, Chiyo could no longer maintain her composure. Lichi, how could you possibly expect me to do that? Dear Lord Icheng, may I inquire about the terms of the truce concerning the Hidden Rock Village? Since you do not intend to employ the methods of the Hidden Cloud Village. The only reference left for Granny Chiyo is the Hidden Rock Village. I hope this request is not too excessive. In response to Granny Chiyo's inquiry, Icheng offered a gentle smile. Indeed, I do plan to address the matters concerning the Hidden Sand Village in a manner akin to that of the Hidden Rock Village. However, do you not wish to know why I have not yet summoned you for discussions regarding the truce? You have been here for quite some time. And my continued silence on the matter, do you not have a sense of the reasons behind it? Granny Chiyo, looking bewildered, replied, If I had known, would I have taken the trouble to seek you out? I would have resolved the issue long ago. Seeing the confusion on Granny Chiyo's face, Icheng was certain she was genuinely unaware. Yet, he refrained from revealing the truth, that his delay was a strategic maneuver for negotiation purposes. To utter such a confession would jeopardize the negotiations. Feigning an air of profundity, he nodded. The terms for the truce with the Hidden Rock Village were personally negotiated with their Tsukage, Anoki. He then elaborated on the conditions set forth by the Hidden Rock Village, keenly observing Granny Chiyo's reactions. As anticipated, her countenance paled, turning greener than spinach upon hearing the terms. Firstly, the Hidden Sand Village lacked the necessary resources to produce paper, heavily relying on imports for various publications, rendering them prohibitively expensive for the common folk. Should the Hidden Leaf Village inundate the Hidden Sand Village with entertainment goods, the inevitable outcome would be the indoctrination of its citizens into loyal subjects of the Hidden Leaf. The lower classes, after all, form the backbone of any nation. The vitality of a state is derived from these individuals. Without them, nobles, politicians, and even the nation itself would be rendered inconsequential. Secondly, the involvement of advisors implies that once two advisors reach a consensus, the Wind Shadow's opposition would be futile, effectively transforming the Hidden Sand Village into a mere extension of the Hidden Leaf Village. Initially, Icheng had intended to eliminate the Hidden Rock Village before proceeding to negotiate directly with the Hidden Sand Village. However, due to the Wind Shadow's recent actions, he resolved to grant him a modicum of opportunity. Granny Chiyo, caught between refusal and agreement, could only concede. Very well, I shall contact Lord Wind Shadow. Chapter 133. The rising Hidden Leaf Village. Years swiftly passed, during which the major shinobi villages maintained a prolonged peace. Icheng's maneuvers across the various shinobi villages effectively brought them all under his dominion, fostering a successful development within the entire shinobi world through a loosely formed alliance. Under the international order led by the Hidden Leaf Village, no shinobi village dared to initiate warfare, not even minor conflicts between smaller nations. Who would be foolish enough to provoke trouble? The other 4 of the 5 great nations that had recklessly sought confrontation had already been dealt with, effectively becoming vassal states of the Hidden Leaf. However, avoiding conflict to redirect tensions often leads to an interminable cycle of internal strife. Nonetheless, this posed no issue for Iching. Internal strife? This period has witnessed a significant transformation in the profession of ninjas and the associated systems within the hidden villages. The villages no longer rely on the external commissions to sustain themselves. Instead, the responsibilities for such tasks have shifted to the police and security forces, which operate at no cost. While this may initially appear disadvantageous, in reality, it has proven lucrative for Konoha. Firstly, the training of the quasi-military security forces and the widespread recognition among the populace of Konoha have fostered a profound sense of identity. Secondly, the will of fire from Konoha has been disseminated throughout the land of fire and beyond, cultivating an atmosphere of mutual understanding across the entire realm of ninjas. Lastly, and most critically, the cultural exportation has yielded significant financial returns, with an array of merchandise featuring the Konoha emblem, as well as themed restaurants, becoming immensely popular throughout the ninja world. This also elucidates why Ichan refrained from demanding excessive war reparations from other major ninja villages, aside from Kumogakure. Why seek reparations that could foster resentment when one can instead earn their appreciation and even admiration? Even the most obtuse individual could discern the greater benefit of this approach. Now, a pertinent question arises. If ninjas are not accepting missions, how will they engage in work? The answer is simple. They shall partake in the same endeavors as ordinary civilians. Those adept in earth techniques will pursue construction. Those skilled in water techniques will delve into agriculture. Those proficient in fire techniques will engage in metallurgy, and those with wind techniques will focus on power generation, while lightning users will manage electricity supply, and so forth. Concerns regarding ninjas encroaching upon the livelihoods of civilians are unfounded. With a decree from Ichan, the populace is encouraged to learn ninjutsu, rendering the title of ninja akin to an academic qualification, without the constraints of any so-called hereditary secrets. The prominent clans of Konoha have already been streamlined. Coupled with the unified employment arrangements made by the Konoha government, the specter of unemployment has been entirely averted. Thus, at least within Konoha, the relationship between civilians and ninjas remains harmonious. As for the situation beyond Konoha, Ichan asserts that it is not the responsibility of the daimyo. If the daimyo were not so resolutely clinging to their power, Ichan would have undoubtedly implemented this political framework beyond the confines of Konoha. Upon reflection, Ichan realizes that the current state of Konoha no longer necessitates the daimyo or even the land of fire. With the integration of ninjas into the production process, the village can achieve complete self-sufficiency in resources. The financial contributions from the daimyo merely expedite the village's development without being fundamentally decisive. Should Ichan so desire, he could entirely apply the existing comprehensive system to military endeavors, significantly expanding the scale of the umbu, security forces, and police forces, while reducing expenditures in other areas. Consequently, the combat capabilities of Ichan and Konoha could burgeon to a scale capable of overwhelming the daimyo. However, Ichan is disinclined to pursue such a course. The daimyo still holds a measure of prestige, and eliminating them would complicate subsequent matters. Ichan is averse to complications, despite excelling in both political acumen and personal combat prowess. Under the leadership of Iking, the various ninja villages are steadily progressing, albeit at a rather sluggish pace. Iking decisively eliminated the obstructive forces, including prominent families, feudal lords, and elder advisory councils, before initiating reforms. However, the upper echelons of these villages are heavily reliant on the formidable demands of the advisors dispatched from Konoha to implement any changes. The shadows, feudal lords, families, and the original elder advisory councils are openly and covertly hindering the enactment of policies. Even more absurdly, the Konoha advisors lack military might and the support of the lower-class civilians. Firstly, the advisors are unable to intimidate the sources of resistance. Secondly, the common folk do not endorse these policies. Thus, when the advisors attempt to promote their suggestions, they proceed with utmost caution and deliberation, while the lower-class citizens regard them as foreign interlopers meddling in domestic affairs, vehemently opposing them. Iking finds this situation exceedingly vexing. Yet he recognizes that there is no remedy but to proceed gradually, starting with public relations. After all, the power of the pen is in our hands. As for the weapons, kunai, you dare not touch them after I've given you a good thrashing, which renders us invincible. Sigh, in my previous life, I believe that those who win are aided by others, but it seems that it is rather those who assist that lead to victory. Sitting at his desk, King rubbed his eyes, which had developed dark circles, and lamented. The maid, Yurin, noticed and promptly approached to massage King's shoulders and legs. During this period, the issues have multiplied, and the Umbu personnel have increased, leaving King busier than ever. He certainly does not wish for others to possess ninjutsu to summon shadow clones for assistance. Fortunately, he has Minato, who is responsible for various matters, allowing King to avoid engaging in politics with those politicians. In his past life, King heard that the squabbling among politicians was quite repulsive, so he merely discussed with Minato how to proceed and the advantages of such actions, subsequently leaving the issues for Minato to handle independently. Despite this, an abundance of matters continues to weigh heavily on King. Finally, it's done. He comprehended why Minato and Naruto in the original work were perpetually neglectful of family. As he completed the final document and exclaimed aloud, "Let us go, Yurin, this time let us join together for some dango." King waved his hand, pulling Yurin to seek out Itachi and the others. Now, as high-ranking members of the Umbu, they are also occupied daily, not to mention their personal training. Gathering to enjoy dango is their rare moment of relaxation. Yurin also partakes in these meals with King and the others, and over time, she has surprisingly come to appreciate this lifestyle. Wait a moment. I should be a captive from the hidden cloud village. How can I entertain such thoughts? While her mind admonished her, her heart remained honest. Lord King, tomorrow is the exam for Naruto and Sasuke. Chapter 134. The 12 Young Powers of Konoha, is that them? Observing a group of students pass by, people in the crowd began to murmur. There's no doubt. It's them, the 12 young powers of Konoha as identified by Lord King. The group passing before him consists of the 12 most promising newcomers from Konoha, as affirmed by King himself. The children of the former heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, namely, Kiba Inuzuka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi, alongside the offspring of the former Hyuga clan leader, Hinata Hyuga, and her cousin Niji Hyuga, as well as the son of the Uchiha clan head, Sasuke Uchiha, and the son of the 4th Hokage, the heir of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto Uzumaki, were all present. Additionally, there were others such as Shino Aburame, Tintin, and Rock Lee, among others. In essence, these individuals were the renowned Konoha 12, frequently mentioned by Izumi, and their names had garnered the attention of the villagers, leading to widespread anticipation regarding their performances in the forthcoming examination. It is worth noting that while Izumi had undertaken a significant reform of the educational system in the village, combat remained a component of the examination content, who decreed that examinations in this alternate world must mirror those of Izumi's previous life. Cough, cough, children. The next segment involves one-on-one combat in the physical test. Are you all prepared? Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the rejuvenated youths, remarked while puffing on his pipe. Since his complete withdrawal from the political arena and his desire to remain in Konoha, Izumi had assigned him to the education department. Hiruzen now primarily oversaw the examinations of students. The textbooks no longer contained references to Hiruzen as the strongest Hokage, and his gentle and amiable demeanor endeared him to the students during the exams. It seemed that education suited him far better than politics or combat. Approaching retirement, Hiruzen had finally discovered a vocation that aligned with his strengths, leaving him to ponder whether to feel joy or regret. For the sake of the children, he had successfully quit smoking, and at this moment, standing before the fresh sprouts of Konoha, he appeared invigorated, reminiscent of the formidable shinobi he once was in battle. Ready! A voice rang out above the crowd, unmistakably clear and assertive, belonging to Rock Lee, who, despite lacking ninjutsu, had honed his taijutsu to its utmost potential. Fool, Niji muttered, shaking his head in disapproval, believing that such a person's taijutsu was incomparable to his own. However, this prompted Rock Lee's indignation. I, Rock Lee, shall challenge you. The legendary genius of Gentle Fist. Although the Gentle Fist had been publicly acknowledged, mastering it without the Byakugan was a formidable challenge, requiring precise knowledge of chakra points. Oh, it seems everyone is quite enthusiastic, chuckled Hiruzen. Then, I declare the match to commence. First up, Naruto Uzumaki versus Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd erupted in cheers, eager to witness the clash of these two legendary figures. No, boys, trained by the same master. Yet, when the pair finally converged, it diverged dramatically from the crowd's expectations. Freed from the biases and misunderstandings of the past, and having received guidance from Izumi, the duo surprisingly initiated a verbal altercation. Indeed, they began to exchange heated words. Naruto stepped forward first, brandishing a kunai, and exclaimed, "Sasuke, I remember how you used to bully me when we were kids. If it weren't for my brother, I would have turned into a girl because of you. Aching once regaled me with tales from his childhood. This fellow is perpetually at odds with me, which is rather exasperating." In response to Naruto's skepticism, Sasuke retorted without a hint of mercy. "So what? Clearly, you are the one bullying me. Moreover, let me reiterate, only Aching can teach me about the pillars of strength." Sasuke's somewhat pretentious demeanor, coupled with his icy tone, garnered him a circle of admirers amidst the crowd. Faced with the enthusiastic cheers of the onlookers, Naruto stepped forward, fuming. "Hey, if it weren't for my brother, I wouldn't hold back." "Let's see about that," Sasuke replied, undeterred, as he unsheathed the small blade gifted to him by Aching and lunged toward Naruto. Clang. Much like the encounters between Itachi and Aching from years past, the clash of their blades intertwined in a dance of combat. Without any warning or announcement, their duel resembled a street brawl rather than a formal match. To them, the notion of forming a reconciliatory seal was utterly inconceivable. Given their mutual disdain, the idea of reconciliation was far from their minds. The sound of kunai and swords colliding drew cheers from the spectators. These onlookers, still new to the academy, recognized the brilliance of their duel, the prowess displayed by both far exceeding their own capabilities. Truly, they were the disciples of the legendary man, no, boy. Aching had indeed made the swordsmanship of the Eagle Eye public, yet how many could truly comprehend it without his guidance? After all, Eagle Eye's techniques were worlds apart from those of the Hokage. Could the denizens of the previous world learn the art of wielding a staff from an unknown land? The parallel was clear. The common folk of Konoha regarded Aching's swordsmanship as profoundly enigmatic, inscrutable to mere mortals. Shadow clone technique. After several exchanges, the two drew apart. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, and soon a figure identical to him appeared nearby. The shadow clone was a technique entirely distinct from the basic clone, as the latter merely conjured a formless illusion, while the former possessed both substance and personality. Meanwhile, Sasuke's blade shimmered with a blue light. Chakra enveloped his weapon, a skill typically mastered by seasoned warriors. Yet Sasuke's youthful mastery was remarkable. As they re-engaged in combat, their forms became indistinguishable to the crowd. What were they doing? Such incredible speed. It was not merely speed, but rather numbers. Three figures clashing together made it impossible to discern. Truly, he was the cherished disciple of the esteemed Aching. Just as they paused, their figures separated once again. Rasengan, Naruto shouted, extending his hand toward his shadow clone. "Not so fast," Sasuke countered, his hands crackling with lightning. Just as they were poised to unleash their ultimate techniques, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected urgently. The examination concluded, and the two of you passed simultaneously. Chapter 135. Shall we bathe together? TCH. The two children exchanged disdainful glances before turning their heads away, each pouting in discontent. Ahem, next team. Observing their performance, which had instilled a sense of intimidation among everyone, Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head. With these two children present, one could only imagine the immense pressure on the other students. TCH. Hinata Niji, watching from the sidelines, also shook his head. He had clearly seen the two preparing a more formidable attack, yet regrettably, he could not witness it firsthand. Just as he intended to retract his Byakugan, a figure descended from the heavens, causing his heart to race. "I say, did you two engage in such antics without my permission?" The voice rang out, and a look of terror immediately crossed the faces of Naruto and Sasuke. Bang! A faint, muffled sound echoed as Izumi gracefully landed, grasping the napes of their necks with one hand each. It was him, the legendary figure of unparalleled strength, who single-handedly rejuvenated Konoha Village and established a new order throughout the ninja world. The man of legend. No, the boy. Although this may somewhat disrupt the atmosphere, it is precisely due to his remarkable accomplishments at such a young age that people tend to overlook his youth. With the examination concluded, Izumi escorted the two out of the campus, their expressions pale with dread. Their greatest fear had indeed come to fruition. The moment their elder brother, Izumi-san, discovered that they had divulged their techniques, there would likely be dire consequences. While Izumi would not resort to particularly painful chastisement, his methods could be even more distasteful. For instance, he might say, "As brothers, let's take a bath together," compelling them to share a bath. Given their mutual disdain, how could they possibly assist one another in such a manner? Truly, it was absurd beyond measure. With their tiny eyes blinking in apprehension, the two children glanced at Izumi, who was only a few years their senior. After a moment of contemplation, the color drained from their faces. Surely, elder brother Izumi-san was not contemplating something dreadful, right? I certainly do not wish to wield a blade 1,000 times. That would be exhausting. You two little rascals, you did quite well this time. Izumi smiled softly, patting them on the shoulder. What? The children's expressions were filled with disbelief. Their usually stern elder brother, Izumi-san, was actually smiling. How rare this was. Almost as rare as a certain virtual streamer. This was indeed a phrase uttered by elder brother Izumi, who had an abundance of new expressions. Unlike the training sessions, this was merely a test. It was only natural for Izumi, as their elder brother, to come and observe, right? After sending the two children off, Izumi was about to return home for some dango when a familiar figure descended from the sky. Found you, didn't I? Silky purple hair cascaded down to her waist as a charming face gazed intently at Izumi. Shrugging, Izumi indicated that he had no intention of hiding. Is that so? As Yuzuki Yukino smiled, a faint blush gradually appeared on her cheeks. So, shall we go for a bath? My treat, the mixed bathing kind. What a bold invitation from her. The once solitary Ikizumi nearly agreed on the spot. However, he quickly reminded himself, "Hey, don't get carried away. I'm still here. Can you be a little more considerate? It's just that nauseating business with the tailed beasts. I've grown accustomed to it long ago." From Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido to Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, you foolish humans, is there no end to your absurdity? It's always the same position. I only ever see the same sturdy face, and it drags on for ages. Just the sound alone bores me to tears. A voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts, akin to a light bulb flickering on, rendering both Ikizumi and Yuzuki Yukino awkwardly trapped in an embarrassing moment. I've told you more than once, foxes can't eat dog food. Following the sound, Yuzuki Yukino spotted an adorably cheeky little fox with a mocking expression staring at them, bashfully turning her head. She eventually saw Ikizumi lifting the little fox effortlessly. Stop babbling here, or I might just toss you out. In that fleeting moment, Ikizumi felt as if he could kick down an entire 3-bedroom apartment. How ridiculous. Yet, reflecting on it, Ikizumi suddenly felt how swiftly time had passed. Before long, several years had slipped away. In this span, Konoha had transformed, Naruto and Sasuke had changed, and the entire shinobi world had evolved. Even Ikizumi and Yuzuki Yukino had undergone their own transformations. With a deep sigh, Ikizumi cradled Yuzuki Yukino in a princess carry and leaped to the nearby rocky outcrop. This place offered the finest view of Konoha, allowing one to gaze down upon the entire village. Kurama skillfully used his tail to rummage through Ikuzumi's pocket, and upon confirming that a string of dango was missing, he looked at Ikizumi with a face full of grievance. Yet, Ikizumi was too preoccupied to care. With long hair flowing in the wind, the soft sensation of Yukino in his arms led him to drift into daydreams. Yukino's heart raced repeatedly, as memories of the past flickered before her eyes like scenes from a film. There was no moment that could rival this one. Resting her head on Ikuzumi's shoulder, the time spent together filled her with warmth, causing her lips to curl into a smile. After graduating, she smoothly entered the Umbu as a clerical officer. Though she had never bested Ikizumi in their sparring sessions, the moments spent alongside him handling affairs were equally delightful. Initially, they merely exchanged heartfelt thoughts, but eventually, she entrusted her entire heart to him. But what of it? Every aspect of her was willingly given, entirely a decision made by her own instincts. Together with him, she needed not utter many words. Simply leaning against him was enough. After such an extensive period of development, Konoha had become a far cry from its former self. Yet, the one who had shaped it all, Ikizumi, seemed to have vanished from the public eye, as if he had disappeared entirely. Only Yuzuki Yuin was aware that each day, he spent his time in the office either deliberating matters with colleagues or reviewing documents, and in the evenings, he would tirelessly train on the practice field to enhance his prowess. Indeed, it was prowess. During this period of training, I Ching's capabilities had surged remarkably. nearing that of the true Hawkeye from the pirate world. Nevertheless, the young man seemed to feel that this was insufficient. While the two were admiring the transformative changes in Konoha, a figure approached. The silky, long black hair allowed Iching to instantly recognize his identity, Uchiha Itachi. This individual, who once followed him, had also undergone a transformation. Iching-san, the cherry blossoms are blooming again in our old place. Chapter 136. Jiraiya. As their casual conversation concluded, Itachi reined in his previous smile and stated, "It seems that Teacher Minato is looking for us regarding something." Oh, Iching was taken aback. Us. This indicated that it involved his entire team. In other words, this was not a matter of routine political nature, but something requiring the involvement of the Umbu. This raised concerns. Was there truly a need for his entire team to mobilize in the current ninja world? With this question lingering in his mind, Iching gently set down Yuzuki Yuin, saying, "Wait for me at our usual spot tonight. I will join you for a soak, so don't run off." With that, Iching followed Itachi to the Hokage building, leaving a faint blush on Yuin's cheeks. Am I going to run off? What nonsense. After muttering a few words of complaint and playfully scolding herself, Yuzuki Yuin turned and departed. In the Hokage office within the Hokage building in Konoha, Minato remarked, "This is your Umbu's recent work. I have reviewed it, and it is commendable." He glanced at Iching and the others, nodding with a smile. Having expressed his satisfaction towards Iching on numerous occasions, adhering to Iching's principle of liberating ninjas from becoming mere instruments of slaughter to nurture the civilians who created them, the number of Umbu had been steadily increasing. Currently, the Umbu had grown to a formidable force of 10,000. However, Iching had no intention of relying on sheer numbers for a war of attrition. Rather, the intense training of the Umbu had left even some ninjas who once considered themselves competent feeling overwhelmed. With the presence of the Umbu, Iching could confidently assert that should a conflict of the previous scale arise again, there would be no need to mobilize other ninjas from the village to the battlefield. In fact, even if he were to take the initiative, Iching could obliterate a ninja village of the magnitude of the other four great nations before the enemy could even react. Yet, Iching had little interest in such matters. What a joke. He had always personally overseen the affairs of the Umbu, so how could he be unaware of their true capabilities? Teacher Minato, you need not waste words here. You are not like the repugnant leaders from my previous life. Iching was also certain that if it were merely this matter, Minato would not have summoned so many of them to discuss it. Indeed, after addressing the expansion of the Umbu, Minato shifted the conversation to a subject that Iching had previously mentioned. Jiraiya, not long ago, embarked on a quest to track Orochimaru, and during this time, he stumbled upon the organization known as Akatsuki, which you previously mentioned. What? Upon hearing this, Ichiraku's pupils constricted sharply. Akatsuki, that deranged organization, initially a rescue team on the battlefield, dedicated to aiding civilians and assisting the ambitious Hanzo the Salamander in his aftermath. It ultimately transformed from a humanitarian group into a formidable terror organization, rife with political and military power, due to the divisive machinations of Danzo Shimura. One can only lament that in this fantastical world, such surreal narratives unfold ceaselessly. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Jiraiya has indeed uncovered the existence of Akatsuki. In the original narrative, it was the very organization that led to Jiraiya's demise. The fateful encounter was poignantly depicted, evoking profound sorrow, and Ichiraku was determined to avert such an outcome with every ounce of his being. Moreover, considering the timeline, we are just on the brink of the Uchiha clan's annihilation as depicted in the original tale. Recently, Jiraiya departed from the Hidden Leaf Village to pursue Orochimaru's trail, fortuitously leading him to the organization you spoke of. Ichiraku disclosed the situation regarding Obito to Minato, who was already aware of certain matters concerning Akatsuki. Jiraiya, averse to the intricacies of politics, chose to leave the village during a phase of stability in order to seek out Orochimaru, ostensibly in search of a scientific genius for the village. In truth, he merely wished to show Orochimaru the flourishing state of the Hidden Leaf. Would the current visage of the village sway Orochimaru back to their side? Jiraiya might have posed such a question upon encountering him, still believing that Orochimaru's defection stemmed from a profound disillusionment with the village's perceived decay. Yet, in reality, Orochimaru remains indifferent to whether his village is Konoha or another. Any impediment to his scientific pursuits would prompt him to defect, regardless of the adversary, be it the Sage of Six Paths or otherwise. This fervent quest for knowledge mirrors Jiraiya's own devotion to the will of fire. However, at this juncture, it is too late for Ichiraku to intervene. For Jiraiya has already set forth. Based on his understanding of Jiraiya, even if the latter were to learn of Akatsuki's formidable nature, he would undoubtedly persist in his investigation for the sake of Orochimaru. Thus, the only conceivable outcome is a path leading to demise. In the original narrative, Jiraiya faced but a single adversary, Pain, or rather the 6 puppets manipulated by Nagato. Now, he may very well confront the entirety of Akatsuki. With Itachi's defection absent, Orochimaru cannot be expelled as swiftly. His prowess is already comparable to Jiraiya's, compounded by the presence of formidable allies such as Kisame, Haiden, Kakeu, Konan, and the omnipresent intelligence network of Kurizetsu. Jiraiya had previously suffered from a lack of information, and now he must contend with enemies exponentially stronger than those in the original tale, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. As Ichiraku contemplated this, his anxiety surged uncontrollably. Jiraiya should certainly not meet the tragic fate of being utterly obliterated as depicted in the original narrative. The aura of anxiety weighed heavily upon Minato, making him feel a slight discomfort as he looked up in surprise at Iching. What is the matter? Is something amiss? Teacher Jiraiya possesses formidable strength. He is merely gathering intelligence and should encounter no trouble, right? With a frustrated exclamation, Iching adeptly unleashed a curse from a past life, brandishing his katana as he leapt from the window. Immediately, the alert signal of the Umbu rang out, summoning all members within the confines of Konoha Village to assemble rapidly. The bewildered civilians gazed in shock as numerous masked Umbu members darted past them, speculating on the grave events transpiring in Konoha. In less than 10 minutes, the Umbu training grounds were filled with all mid to high-ranking officers, while the lower-ranking personnel were prepared at their respective bases. I intend to undertake a journey. During this period, the Umbu's operations should be meticulously arranged, Iching declared, leading his entire team away from Konoha amidst a chorus of agreement from the others. Minato, in the Hokage building, found himself utterly perplexed, still processing Iching's words. Chapter 137 Konan? Orochimaru? In a sewer of the Rain Country, a frog, dressed in clothing, murmured to itself. Based on its observations and investigations during this time, it became apparent that Orochimaru would frequently visit this location before hastily departing. Jiraiya was uncertain of Orochimaru's true intentions, yet it was evident that he had joined the Akatsuki organization, as indicated by the ominous black cloak adorned with red clouds. Interestingly, Jiraiya had gleaned some information regarding the Akatsuki during this period. It was said that it once was a peaceful organization, with its daily missions focused on aiding civilians affected by war, thereby earning the goodwill of Hanzo the Salamander, who felt powerless to help. The founders of this organization were said to be his 3 disciples, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Upon discovering this, Jiraiya felt a sense of solace. His 3 students were finally able to contribute to world peace. However, the subsequent events raised a flag of concern. Hanzo abruptly shifted his stance towards the founders of the Akatsuki, openly dispatching individuals to attack them, which dealt a devastating blow to the organization. Yet, after a period of silence, the organization astonishingly re-emerged, seemingly transformed. All members of the organization consisted entirely of rogue ninjas, with the core members posing the greatest threats among them. The organization regularly accepted commissions from various countries, assisting in matters that these nations found inconvenient to address directly. Furthermore, certain members specialized in hunting down rogue ninjas with significant bounties. It appeared that they were relentlessly pursuing financial gain. Indeed, they were amassing wealth. Were they preparing for an explosive resurgence? Jiraiya remains uncertain, yet one thing is clear. This organization is undeniably malevolent, capable of accommodating someone like Orochimaru. The toad puffed up its cheeks and leapt abruptly from the sewer. Orochimaru, do not stray further down this path. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is now in session. Within the conference room of the Land of Rain, Pain presides over a gathering. Unlike previous meetings conducted through illusionary techniques, this is one of the rare offline assemblies of the Akatsuki organization. All members convene to deliberate on forthcoming developments, a necessity for Nagato. After all, the entirety of the organization comprises rogue ninjas, whose allegiance is hardly to be relied upon. Thus, it is imperative to occasionally display strength to instill a sense of order within the ranks. At this moment, all members of the organization have gathered. In the center sits the Deva Path, Pain, alongside his companion Conan. To the left are Kakuzu, Black Zetsu, and Sasori. To the right, the immortal duo, and Orochimaru. As for Pipa Shirzong, he occupies a seat directly opposite Pain. Kakuzu occasionally interjects with humorous remarks that disrupt the atmosphere, while Black Zetsu remains sullen and silent. Haiden and Kakuzu are preoccupied, one poring over scriptures of the evil deity, the other counting money. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Sasori exchange glances filled with a palpable tension. Pipa Shirzong and Conan share a brief moment of eye contact, seemingly urging the meeting to transition to substantive matters. Today, the entire ninja world has descended into a fleeting tranquility. However, despite the international order led by Konoha restoring peace, there remain clandestine frictions among the nations. Unable to act overtly, these countries have entrusted all actions to organizations like ours, implying we may soon receive further commissions. Conan succinctly outlines the situation, then observes the reactions of the others before continuing nonchalantly. Our organization's true plans will soon unfold. Does this mean we will earn more profits? Kakuzu suddenly raises his head, excitement shining in his eyes as he gazes at Conan. Why bother with the details? I merely wish to travel more and spread the blessings of the evil deity. His teammate Haiden shakes his head, clearly bewildered. Are we supposed to learn how to? You know, it must be Kakuzu's absurdity, without a doubt. I'm indifferent, Pipa Shirzong shrugs. I will ensure intelligence matters are handled properly. Black Zetsu adds with a touch of reliability. Orochimaru and Sasori remain silent, locked in a gaze, each feeling the other's chakra, with no substantial responses forthcoming. The meeting momentarily stagnates until Pain speaks up. Someone has intruded. Jiraiya senses that the atmosphere in Amigakure has undergone a profound transformation, much like that of Konoha. It is heavily oppressive. All forms of entertainment require stringent scrutiny, and even itinerant performers must be monitored by Amigakure ninjas during their acts. In stark contrast, the living environment of the common folk in Rain Village is exceptionally beautiful. One can hardly perceive the impoverished and dilapidated scenes reminiscent of the battlefields of the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. Instead, what prevails is an atmosphere of tranquility. Even Jiraiya is convinced that the state of Konoha prior to its development pales in comparison to the present condition of Rain Village. However, one should not underestimate Konoha, the foremost ninja village in terms of national strength. Jiraiya finds himself perplexed. What manner of leader can simultaneously ensure the oppression of spiritual life while guaranteeing material prosperity for the populace? As he continues his investigation, Jiraiya is astonished to learn that Hanzo of the Salamander has met his demise, having been slain by a figure named Pain, who has executed a purge affecting 9 clans. Following this bloody upheaval, the Akatsuki organization has seized control of Rain Village, with Pain emerging as the direct leader of the Land of Rain, alongside the legendary Angel. Just as Jiraiya grapples with his confusion, he senses an unusual atmosphere. In the rain, several damp pieces of paper float towards him. Bang! Jiraiya leaps back, and indeed, the paper transforms into shuriken-like blades that embed themselves where he had been standing. Conan, witnessing the gradual formation of a familiar figure from the paper, Jiraiya's face reflects astonishment. Despite the passage of many years, the appearances of those from the anime world remain largely unchanged, allowing Jiraiya to recognize her immediately. The Angel. Upon seeing the legendary Angel descend, the surrounding villagers kneel and bow in reverence. This matter does not concern you. Withdraw, Conan commands with an impassive expression, devoid of any emotion. Conan, why? Jiraiya queries, astonished at the sight of his former pupil now transformed into the Angel of the Land of Rain. Why does she now exude such an air of indifference? What transpired during his absence? As Jiraiya stands bewildered, the onlookers, feeling that this scene is beyond their involvement, hastily depart under the guidance of the police force. In contrast, some individuals clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds attempt to weave through the crowd towards the epicenter of the event. To Jiraiya's surprise, he encounters a familiar face. A raspy voice startles him, and turning around, he is confronted by his old friend Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Jiraiya, puzzled by the intense hostility emanating from his former friend and student, is filled with confusion. A cacophony of footsteps resonates as numerous members of the Akatsuki organization encircle Jiraiya from various directions. TCH, Jiraiya furrows his brow. The aura radiating from these individuals suggests that each possesses strength comparable to his own. Even in sage mode, victory seems a daunting prospect. Shifting his gaze, Jiraiya once more addresses Konan. Konan, if you are here, then where are Yuhiko and Nagato? Given the significant transformation in Konan's demeanor, it is reasonable to assume that the other two individuals have also undergone some experiences. What exactly have they encountered? This is the foremost concern for Jiraiya at present. However, Konan remains silent, while the paper fragments around her gradually coalesce, forming a new barrage of shurikens. Eliminate him. At that moment, a familiar yet foreign voice resonated from the sky. Looking up, he beheld orange hair and a familiar visage, albeit adorned with peculiar embellishments. Yuhiko. Jiraiya's pupils dilated in shock. Two of his disciples had now appeared. What of the third? Yuhiko lowered his head, offering no explanations, yet the Rinnegan, belonging to Nagato, in his eyes prompted a cascade of thoughts in Jiraiya's mind. How did Nagato's eyes come to reside with Yuhiko? There was no time for contemplation, as all around him, adversaries launched their assaults simultaneously. Summoning. Jiraiya bit his finger, preparing to rely on his summoned beasts for a moment's respite and to seek an opportunity to break free. Yet he was ultimately a step too late. Jiraiya, I shall not allow you to prevail. Orochimaru's figure drew nearer, countless serpentine heads emerging from his sleeves. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the snakes from Orochimaru's sleeve were elegantly severed by a sudden onslaught of wind, and Jiraiya was whisked away by a figure. Emerging from the encirclement, several silhouettes descended slowly. The team led by Izumi had once again reassembled. Hey, is there really a need for a death sentence just for sneaking across? The youthful face bore a fierce expression, uttering words that left others perplexed. Upon recognizing his attire, none dared to retort, for this individual was the legendary Eagle Eye of Konoha, the pinnacle of strength remaining in the ninja world. Izumi drew his sword, scrutinizing the surrounding crowd intently. Meeting Izumi's gaze, the nearby Obito instinctively shuddered and promptly retreated a few steps. It's him. Obito's consciousness swiftly commandeered his entire body, activating Kamui to escape. He was acutely aware of the newcomer's prowess. He had not forgotten since his last defeat. He felt hatred, yet even greater fear. His Kamui was utterly ineffective against this individual, whose speed eclipsed even that of his own technique. Years had passed, and Obito's loathing and disdain for this figure had only intensified, accompanied by a growing dread. Especially upon this encounter, he sensed that the opponent's strength had augmented. He could not win. He truly could not win. Izumi, not particularly tall, adopted a condescending posture, his eyes brimming with disdain, as if in the next instant none of those before him could escape his grasp. A certain shade, Kagaya, comprehended Obito's intent and swiftly melded into the earth, leaving only his head to observe the unfolding situation. As Izumi's team assumed their battle stances, the members of Akatsuki gradually prepared for combat as well. On one side, Iching had already unsheathed his katana, poised to unleash a blast of air to scatter the adversaries before him. Itachi and Shursui had their three-tomo Sharingan activated, while Guy was prepared to open the 8 gates, and Kakashi had completed the hand signs for Raikiri. On the opposing side, aside from the fleeing Haiden and JZ, the members of the Akatsuki organization stood lined up behind Konan, with only Pain hovering in midair. Jiraiya seemed momentarily stunned, gazing in astonishment at his surroundings. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as battle loomed imminent. At that moment, a burst of maniacal laughter shattered the tension. Haiden stepped forward, his three-bladed scythe glinting ominously. Who did I think it was? Just a bunch of little brats. He strode directly to Kakuzu's side, laughing maniacally as he patted Kakuzu's shoulder. Hey, you could easily wipe them out, right? Our Kakuzu could even kill the first Hokage. What are they even worth? Upon hearing this, not only were Iching and his companions taken aback, but even the members of Akatsuki wore expressions of bewilderment. We have someone like that in our organization? The first Hokage. What a concept. The god of shinobi. Even Hanzo the Salamander was merely a demigod in the ninja world. Can we truly contend with him? What a joke. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Kakuzu. His expression shifted from confusion to embarrassment, then finally to anger in a matter of seconds. When did that happen? How come I, Kaku, am unaware of it? He turned to Haiden, his gaze laced with a hint of menace. Haha, don't blame me. Didn't you say you assassinated the first Hokage? That guy died shortly after from his injuries. Haiden feigned innocence. Indeed, that is true, but those two events are entirely unrelated. The injuries that led to the first Hokage's demise were sustained during his battle with Uchiha Madara. What does that have to do with me? Kakuzu retorted. I did accept the mission to assassinate Senju Hashirama, but the reality at that time was far different. How could I, an ordinary Jonin, have dared to attempt such a feat? It was simply impossible. The truth of the matter was as follows. Chapter 139, Shinra Tensei, was this it? Kakuzu could only recall his superior's words, shoving him into the fray. Damn it, that was the first Hokage. To assassinate him? Absolutely impossible. Yet, contemplating his future and the fate of the village. No, the ninja village. He could not resist charging forward. Upon arriving in Konoha, he observed the formidable presence of the first Hokage and then glanced at his own capabilities, ultimately concluding that he was significantly lacking in strength. Bound by the mission, Kakuzu hurled a shuriken from 800 miles away before turning on his heel to flee. Given such a distance, it was clear that hitting the target was utterly improbable. Fearing punishment, Kakuzu loitered outside for an extended period before finally managing to return to the ninja village. However, upon returning to the hidden village, I was apprehended as a rogue ninja. It is quite absurd. Although I failed to complete my mission, I should merely face punishment, not be labeled a traitor. The reason is evident. There exists a fear that the village hidden in the leaves will pursue the matter, attributing my actions to the peculiar behavior of a few individuals, which does not reflect the stance of the nation or the village. How ironic it is that accomplishments are celebrated under the wise leadership of the nation and village. Yet when issues arise, they are dismissed as the aberrations of a select few. I have become thoroughly disillusioned with this so-called village and nation. In a fit of rage, I resolved to rebel against them. Within a small ninja village, a shinobi of my caliber is considered a formidable force. The guards of the forbidden techniques are my equals in strength, yet I have a profound familiarity with them from our lengthy collaboration. And we are among the few elite shinobi, which naturally fosters a deeper connection. Utilizing both strategy and stealth, I effortlessly infiltrated the village's forbidden techniques, and with that power, I could achieve immortality while easily dispatching the guards. Disinterested in politics, I departed from the village, dedicating myself to the life of a rogue ninja. Gradually, the only moments of joy I experienced were when bounties were fulfilled, allowing me a fleeting glimpse into the vast affairs of the ninja world. The past is behind me. And now, when Hayden nominated me, I was taken aback. Had I known, I would have refrained from boasting. I detest waiting. Commence your performance without delay. Sasori stepped back, his face devoid of expression. Ha ha ha. Very well, Kakuzu, please deal with them swiftly. Orochimaru chuckled, mirroring the retreat. Others followed suit, leaving only me standing at the forefront. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere, and I swallowed nervously. Turning back, Orochimaru winked at me, seizing the opportunity to assess how much my two splendid vessels had grown. This fellow is even more twisted than I am, I mused inwardly, directing my gaze towards Hayden, pondering my next move. Regardless, the wisest approach now would be to remain still while my enemy does not act. Thus, I stood immobile. And Hayden likewise did not intend to strike. Did that little brat fail to notice me? I found myself somewhat surprised. Following Hayden's line of sight, I locked eyes with Conan once more. Indeed, it was Conan who would strike first. Grievances have their origins, and she ought to be able to handle him. Before the two parties could truly engage, Jiraiya spoke slowly. Why, Conan? It was the same question as before, one that had never received an answer. Pain flickered across Jiraiya's face. The disciple he had once saved now sought to bring about his demise. What transpired to lead to this? Jiraiya was left in the dark. Without the support of Hayden and the others, this time, I would likely have perished at the hands of my own disciple. Now is not the time for such thoughts. With a swift gesture, King brandished his katana, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiraiya. I shall elucidate the reasons behind the significant transformations within the Akatsuki organization and your three disciples in due course. However, at present, they stand as our adversaries. King flicked his wrist, unleashing a stream of sword energy directly towards Conan. Shinra Tensei. Perhaps confident in Conan's abilities, Nagato did not attempt to rescue her. Instead, he retaliated with a Shinra Tensei aimed at King and his companions. Quick, evade! King commanded, and the others scattered without hesitation. Years of close companionship had fostered a profound trust and synergy among them. All members of the squad successfully dodged the onslaught of Shinra Tensei, save for King. Bang! The immense repulsive force nearly propelled Iking away, but thanks to the armor of Haki enveloping him, he remained steadfast and unscathed. Is that all? Iking mused, shaking off the impact as he lunged towards the stunned Conan. Now it's my turn. With a swift motion, Iking managed to restrain Conan. In the next instant, her form disintegrated into countless paper fragments. Fast. Huh. I shall be even quicker. Iking flicked his hand, and his katana released a barrage of sword energy, deftly gathering the scattered paper pieces. With a swift slice, numerous fragments were severed, forcing Conan to reconstitute herself. As she reassembled, her appearance was notably disheveled. Her dark robe adorned with crimson clouds was now tattered, revealing parts of her form. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered more was that Conan was now perilously close to Iking. In a matter of moments, Iking successfully subdued her. Here you go, a sack, QB remarked, perched nonchalantly on Iking's shoulder, skillfully producing a scroll to summon a bag for the impending battle. While it was termed participation in combat, it was merely a manifestation of Iking's mischievous tendencies. QB remained composed, refraining from any direct involvement, only assisting Iking with the aftermath of subduing their captive. Although he possessed the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, it was evidently more beneficial for him to aid Iking at this juncture. Let me go? Conan struggled desperately. Despite being astonished by Iking's formidable strength, her experiences as a captive had taught her the potential complications this could create for her allies. Remaining calm, Iking raised his gaze and fixed her with a piercing stare, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread in Conan, compelling her to shrink back and remain still. Now, it was Nagato, floating above, who found himself astonished. Is Shinra Tensei ineffective? Chapter 140, Apologies, Nagato. Was Shinra Tensei not working against him? Nagato observed the unfolding events with surprise, or perhaps it was Nagato controlling the Deva path who displayed this astonishment. Following his previous descent into darkness, Nagato had become a quintessential case of dissociative identity disorder, often controlling the six paths to engage in self-dialogue. No, it is not ineffective. Upon observing the ground beneath Iching, which had been violently displaced, Tendo Pain dismissed the notion. It must be said that Iching, through sheer strength of will, had withstood the onslaught of Shinra Tensei. How could this be possible? Tendo Pain lowered his gaze to the youthful boy, scarcely in his teens. Raising his hand, Tendo Pain once more invoked the same technique, universal pull. An overwhelming force of gravity surged forth, yet Iching remained utterly unmoved. No, not merely Iching, even Conan, concealed within the sack behind him, and the nine tails perched on his shoulder, exhibited no signs of movement. Remarkably, Iching alone seemed immune to both universal pull and Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain could scarcely believe his eyes, yet time was of the essence. Iching grasped the sack, drawing Conan before him. It was evident that she had now become a hostage. The piercing gaze of Iching instilled fear in Conan, rendering her incapable of any resistance. And he seized the opportunity to bind her completely. Iching refrained from taking her life, for he wished to show Conan the transformation of the entire shinobi world under his leadership. In the original narrative, this tragic female character devoted herself to the pursuit of peace, only to succumb to an irrevocable fate and misplaced trust in strangers. Iching was determined to avoid the repetition of such a dismal ending. Upon reflection, Iching's approach bore resemblance to Nagato's, albeit with notable differences. Nagato envisioned a repressive, centralized society, leveraging governmental intimidation to control the actions of the lower classes, ensuring their compliance in the name of peace. This method had proven effective in the Land of Rain, as Jiraiya had witnessed during his visit. The atmosphere in the Land of Rain was overwhelmingly oppressive. However, as the battlefield of two ninja world wars, it had remarkably returned to a state comparable to that of Konoha in a brief period. This achievement further solidified Nagato's resolve to pursue his vision. In stark contrast, Iching's philosophy was altogether different. He believed that by empowering individuals with ideological awareness, they could liberate themselves, compelling the government to serve the populace, thereby achieving peace. In Iching's view, his method was the correct one. In a previous life, Nagato's approach had been akin to that of a failed artist from Austria, while now it mirrored a state where public critique was suppressed. Regardless of the context, neither could fundamentally improve the lives of the lower classes or realize genuine peace. The reasoning was simple. The quality of life for the common people hinged entirely on the conscience of the shinobi village's government. Nagato might sacrifice for the sake of the populace, But what of his successors? How could he ensure they would embody his ideals? One approach was top-down, the other bottom-up. The difference was stark. Stepping forward, I Ching raised his hand, issuing a command to all. Step back for now. I will handle what comes next. I will return to explain what has transpired within the Akatsuki organization, but for now, retreat immediately. I Ching refrained from instructing his team to eliminate the entirety of the organization. Not out of concern for their safety, but rather because the intelligence was far from complete. He had only disclosed information regarding Faden during their journey, and engaging in a battle without full assurance could lead to complications, even sacrifices, despite the formidable strength of his own team. I Ching was resolute in avoiding an unprepared conflict, especially as his most potent attack indiscriminately harmed both allies and foes alike. With a few swift strides, I Ching leaped into the air, his hand deftly controlling pain. Hey, Nagato. I hear you consider yourself a deity? Such a notion is rather unbecoming. The glorification of oneself and the feudal relic of the divine right to rule ought to be relegated to the annals of history. As he uttered words Nagato could not comprehend, his gaze remained fixed intently upon him. In a certain part of Amigakure, a figure with crimson hair, his back bristling with steel rods, could not help but gasp for breath, overwhelmed by both pressure and astonishment. This individual was taken aback, realizing that this man knew his name. The other 5 pains remained dormant, still resting within their coffins, while the Deva path, typically formidable, was easily subdued by I Ching. Rendered immobile. Thus, the Deva path could unleash the formidable Shinra Tensei, its most potent attack, whereas the Chibaku Tensei belonged to Nagato, not Pain. Regrettably, this technique required considerable time to prepare, making it impossible to execute at present. Meanwhile, as I Ching's team hastily retreated, the members of the Akatsuki organization were thrown into disarray. The first to react was the seemingly immortal Orochimaru, who sensed impending doom and swiftly turned to flee. Following him were the likes of Sasori of the Red Sand and the immortal duo. As Kizashi watched the throng disperse, he too hurried to pursue them, all the while glancing upwards at the confrontation between I Ching and the Deva path. Nagato run. A distortion rippled through space, and an arm suddenly emerged, gripping the Deva path. Obito was indifferent to Nagato's fate, yet he greatly valued Nagato's abilities, particularly the Rinnegan. Since the demise of the Sage of Six Paths, only one Rinnegan had emerged in the ninja world over countless years, and it was a crucial element of the Moon's Eye plan. It could not simply be allowed to be destroyed. Furthermore, revealing the abilities of the 6 paths of pain at this juncture was premature. Unbeknownst to Obito, I Ching possessed an intimate understanding of all matters concerning the ninja world. At last, amidst the struggle between Nagato and the Deva path, Obito successfully seized Nagato and unleashed Kamui. Space warped once more, but I Ching remained unfazed. Nagato, perhaps your intentions were noble, yet history has shown that such methods invariably backfire. Therefore, whether for the sake of the entire ninja world or for the safety of my personal friends and family, I shall not permit your endeavors to succeed. With that, I Ching unsheathed his great sword and swung it fiercely in a rapid succession, the blade's shadow nearly outpacing the speed of light as it surged toward the body of Pain. From a distance, Itachi, who had already retreated, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. The sound of a sonic boom echoed through the air, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. This force swept across the heights of Amigakure, erupting into a fierce yet fleeting tornado. The towering statues, erected to signify the sanctity of Lord Pain and Lady Angel, along with the skyscraper that housed Nagato's office, were ensnared within this tempest, reduced to mere ruins. This was precisely why I Ching had opted to unleash this technique in midair. During this period, I Ching had experienced significant growth in his abilities. With this strike, he could obliterate nearly everything in his path. Had he launched his attack from the ground, it was likely that not a single trace of Amigakure would remain. Though I Ching possessed a clear sense of right and wrong, he was not one to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. He believed that grievances should be addressed with their rightful parties, and he would never hastily send away those who did not deserve death. Unlike the typical protagonists found in online novels who vent their frustrations through violence, I Ching preferred to cultivate a sense of loyalty in his former enemies, transforming them into devoted followers rather than simply annihilating them. Ahem, I digress. Let us return to the astonished Itachi, who found himself at a loss for words. He had witnessed I Ching perform this technique before, yet its previous potency paled in comparison to the current display of power. Previously, the shockwave had merely reduced the Konoha hospital to ruins, which was one of the reasons Iching had sought Tsunade. Furthermore, at that time, Iching had experienced prolonged weakness after executing the technique, lacking energy for several days. However, judging by the confident demeanor Iching exhibited when he instructed them to leave moments ago, it seemed he was no longer constrained by the aftereffects as he had been before. Itachi shook his head sadly, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his eyes. At that moment, he couldn't help but ponder the special training Iching had mentioned earlier. In truth, it was nothing more than an attempt to awaken Itachi's potential. Iching understood that, within this timeline, Itachi could not possibly witness the moment Shursui chose to end his own life, thereby rendering the traditional method of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan impossible. Without the Manjiki, Itachi's growth and strength had inevitably slowed to a crawl. To achieve a rapid breakthrough in such a short time, he would need to focus on his eyes. According to Iching's philosophy, the key to awakening the Manjiki Sharingan lay in stimulation. If Itachi could endure a sensation akin to the loss of a loved one, Iching was confident that Itachi would be able to awaken his eyes with ease. With a resounding thud, Iching landed perfectly, gazing at the remnants of the dissipating shockwaves in the sky, his own masterpiece. From this day forth, the entire land of rain would fall under the governance of Konoha. The oppressive forces of Lord Pain and Lady Angel, who had long instilled fear in the hearts of the common folk, would cease to exist. Konoha Village has always been true to its word, and one day it shall liberate the entire ninja world. Holding the captured Konan, Izumi steadily made his way to the predetermined meeting point before entering the Rain Village. Nagato and Obito? What a joke. He had never truly contemplated eliminating those two. As long as they did not obstruct his forthcoming plans to free the ninja world and paid the price for their actions, Izumi would not mind sparing their lives. The sun will not retract its blazing heat due to the grievances of an individual on Earth. How absurd, how absurd, how absurd. At this moment, Obito, with but a small fragment of his body remaining, was incessantly shouting within a dark cave. Although he had successfully evaded the attack using Kimui, escaping unscathed was an impossibility. Izumi's armament haki clung to Obito, making him feel as if countless wild beasts were relentlessly gnawing at him, gradually consuming him. Indeed, Izumi's latest full-force strike had become increasingly refined. He could even emit armament haki into the air, unerringly eroding his foes without any blind spots. This was something not conceived in the original work of the pirates, or rather, something no one had ever imagined. Just as the people from Izumi's previous life would never have thought that a truck could serve as a vessel for traversing different worlds, there exists a vast chasm between the capability to accomplish something and the actual execution of it. Drawing from the experiences of 2 lifetimes, Izumi conjured this technique from thin air. The first to taste this dreadful sensation was Obito, who found it excruciating. The regeneration speed of Zetsu did not match the rate at which armament haki eroded. Obito had attempted to switch Zetsu's body, only to find that the armament haki was then transferred to the new body. The unending cycle of torment was terrifying. Obito even felt that, in comparison, witnessing Rin's death was far less painful. Meanwhile, the body of the Deva Path Pain lay severely damaged nearby. There was not a single intact spot on the corpse. Obito could only rely on his memories to confirm that he had not mistakenly captured something else. The entirety of the corpse's skin had been eroded by armament haki. It was utterly terrifying. Everything was overwhelmingly dreadful. Who on earth was that young man? And how could he possess such formidable power? Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, secretly observing, was engulfed in a tumult of thoughts. Lacking even a trace of the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline, how had he acquired such immense strength? How could he contend with Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan? At last, she has returned. Yuzuki Yueing gazed toward the approaching Izumi, scolding him. Did we not agree to bathe together? I have been waiting at the door for an eternity, and you left me hanging. I even mustered great resolve to cast aside my dignity. Wait, who is that? Casting a fleeting glance at the sack behind Izumi, her feminine intuition warned her of something ominous within, potentially a rival. Oh, it's merely a senior sister. Izumi tossed Konan to Jiraiya with a flick of his hand. After such a tumultuous journey, it seems that this pair of master and disciple finally has something to discuss. With one arm wrapped around Yuzuki and the other holding onto Kurama, Izumi smiled and remarked, "Now, it is time to check on the situation at the Ninja Academy." Several days had passed since their excursion, and upon returning, Izumi coincidentally arrived just as the ninja school was letting out. He had promised Naruto that if he secured the top spot, he would treat him to Ichiraku ramen. And he was curious about how Naruto performed in subjects other than physical education. If Naruto indeed placed first, and Izumi failed to acknowledge it, Naruto's personality would undoubtedly lead him to chastise Izumi for not keeping his word. Let us go. Chapter 142. Ichiraku Ramen Izumi and II. Izumi-sensei. Upon seeing Izumi approaching, Naruto and Sasuke immediately rushed towards him. According to what you both said, today I shall treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Izumi waved his hand and pulled the two away. Izumi and II, you're not keeping your promise. You said you'd treat me if I came in first, yet it's been such a long delay. Izumi-sensei, I also came in first. What's so special about Ichiraku ramen? I want to eat something sour. TCH, Sasuke lacks an appreciation for the exquisite flavor of Ichiraku ramen. Noticing that the two were about to bicker again, Izumi quickly intervened. Enough? It's on me, and I'll get you lemon-flavored Ichiraku ramen. Indeed, lemon-flavored. Izumi was uncertain about the era's interpretation of ramen in this world. If it were the Warring States period, a light lemon ramen might indeed exist. Considering that the prototype for Ichiraku ramen was a noodle shop frequently visited by Kishimoto during his university days, it was quite possible that it wouldn't be. Nevertheless, taking a chance seemed fitting. Izumi's attention was wholly focused on the two youngsters, oblivious to Yuzuki, who was vigilantly watching the students nearby. It was true that this youthful figure, strikingly handsome yet accomplished and formidable, quickly became the center of attention among the precocious students at the Ninja Academy. As countless admiring gazes from young girls converged on him, Yuzuki could only inch closer to Izumi, lamenting the increased competition from younger rivals. Within the confines of Konoha, following several expansions, the layout had become exceedingly clear. At its heart stood the Hokage building, the epicenter of the village's highest authority. Surrounding it were the bases of the police force, the security force, and the Umbu, along with vital facilities such as the Konoha Hospital. Beyond this core, various factories were established under Izumi's initiative, representing the government of Konoha. For instance, there were factories for automated explosive tags and kunai production. Currently, any private factory establishment was strictly prohibited in the village, with even establishments like noodle shops being officially sanctioned and staffed by commoners. Izumi did not wish for the competitive atmosphere that plagued different enterprises in his previous life to resurface in this alternate world, as it could disrupt the lives of ordinary people. For the sake of the common folk, he felt compelled to further burden the government. Yet, it could hardly be termed a burden, as the absence of middlemen allowed the Konoha government to prosper immensely. But I digress. In summary, encircling the significant facilities of Konoha is a cluster of factories, with residential areas allocated by the government beyond that. At the outermost perimeter lie various service establishments and consumer zones. One need not inquire about the rationale behind this arrangement. It is designed to maximize the security of crucial facilities in the event of an attack, rendering the consumer areas utterly irrelevant during wartime. Upon arriving at Ichiraku ramen, Izumi embraced Yuzuki and began to indulge in a meal. Ordinarily, she seldom frequented this place. Her days with Akane often involved savoring Dango. However, as Naruto matured, it was only natural for Izumi to turn her gaze towards her favorite locale from the original narrative, this Ichiraku ramen, which continued to operate normally despite any significant events it may have endured. Observing the not-so-elderly middle-aged man hand-making noodles before her, Izumi had previously been curious enough to utilize her observation haki to investigate. To her surprise, her inquiries yielded no extraordinary revelations. The noodle-making uncle at Ichiraku was merely an ordinary man. The tales from her past life about Otsutsuki Ichiraku were nothing more than whimsical fabrications. However, Izumi mused that their noodles were indeed delightful, especially when consumed while gazing at the nearby irises, which added to the ambience. Years had passed, and Izumi had blossomed into a young adolescent. The impulsiveness of her past began to resurface. For instance, she found herself unexpectedly anticipating the mixed bathing that Yuzuki had previously mentioned. Shaking her head to dispel those errant thoughts, Izumi elegantly separated her chopsticks and, emulating the characters from the original story, declared, "I shall commence." To her astonishment, as she lowered her gaze, she discovered a chicken egg placed in her bowl by Yuzuki. What could this mean? Women were truly enigmatic. Izumi paid little mind and continued to relish her meal. Once Yuzuki confirmed that Izumi had indeed consumed the egg, she finally exhaled in relief. It was said that one should consume what they wish to replenish. And there must be some truth to that. Although her mother had imparted numerous instructions that left her somewhat perplexed, she retained the notion of ensuring that Izumi consumed ample eggs and similar foods. Lost in the throes of young love, the girl could hardly fathom the immense pressure her relationship imposed on her parents. She was merely an ordinary civilian girl, while her partner occupied a position of great influence in both military and political spheres. Despite Izumi's fervent assertions that the common folk were the architects of the world, ordinary individuals remained hesitant to believe this, continuing to idolize those heroic figures. The fact that their son-in-law was such a prominent entity left them astounded. Thus, in order to safeguard this romance from being usurped by others and to ensure their daughter's future happiness, they exerted every effort in preparation. This included Yuzuki Yuin's mother personally imparting a myriad of cryptic advice to her daughter, leaving Yuin in a state of bewilderment. Such discussions were typically reserved for the moments preceding marriage. "Hey, kid, which fox do you know that can eat noodles?" Beside him, the now rotund Kai gazed haughtily at Naruto, who was presenting a generous bowl of noodles. After spending considerable time outside, he had sampled various delicacies. Yet his heart remained fondest of the tricolored dango often enjoyed by Izumi. While this young lad might have offered the food out of goodwill, how could the proud creature not feign reluctance? What is this? Why can't a fox indulge in noodles? I find them quite delectable. Given Naruto's carefree disposition, it would be peculiar for him to perceive any fault in himself. After all, they were all significant individuals to him. What harm was there in sharing his favorite dish? That little rascal. Kaibai blinked his round, pudgy eyes and pushed the noodles back. The only human food he could tolerate was tricolored dango and various meats. What am I to make of a bowl of ramen filled with lemons? With a bitter smile, he couldn't help but recall the pact made years ago with Izumi, dividing his chakra into two parts, implanting one within Naruto and Minato, while leaving a fragment of his will to roam freely outside. That decision required further contemplation. Chapter 143. Who is Izumi? How about I treat you all to some barbecue? As a teacher, Irika was indeed commendable. The rarity of truly qualified educators rendered his mere adequacy into a mark of excellence. To understand his students better, he would willingly spend his own money to treat them to a meal, particularly barbecue, which was a favorite among all. While Ichiraku ramen was beloved solely by Naruto, the cost of barbecue was not trivial, yet Irika, as a chunin, decided to take his students along. By a stroke of fortune, the newly established barbecue restaurant was conveniently located directly across from Ichiraku ramen, and even more fortuitously, Irika had secured a few seats right by the window. Observing through the glass, he spotted Izumi displaying noodles to Naruto and Sasuke, immediately capturing the students' attention. No wonder Naruto and Sasuke had dashed out so early. They were being treated. That individual appears to be the Leaf's Eagle Eye. Upon seeing Izumi, nestled between Naruto and Sasuke, laughing and chatting, Neji exclaimed in surprise. "What?" The group turned to Neji, who seemed accustomed to the spotlight, and he continued, "Izumi, he is the man known as the Leaf's Eagle Eye." His gaze was exceptionally sharp, capable of instilling fear in adversaries with but a glance. Equally impressive was his strength. He had single-handedly inflicted severe damage on the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, captured the Two-Tails Jinchuriki alive, and subsequently apprehended the Fourth Hokage months later. If that were all, one might simply regard him as a mindless brute. However, his intellect was equally formidable. Without resorting to murder, he had persuaded the major ninja villages, led by Iwagakure, to willingly acquiesce to a series of conditions set forth by Konoha, to the point that the inhabitants of these villages were now filled with gratitude towards the Leaf Village. I must inquire, who possesses such capabilities? Even individuals of formidable prowess, akin to the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara, together with the political acumen of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, cannot achieve such feats. To compel other nations to acquiesce to a series of conditions without sacrificing a single life, and to have the citizens of those nations express their gratitude, is indeed an unparalleled accomplishment. As for political maneuvering, it is nothing short of astonishing. The distorted ideologies of the second and third Hokages have been swept away into the annals of history, giving rise once more to the principles articulated by the first Hokage. It is these very thoughts that have enabled the village of Konoha to embark on forthcoming reforms. Speaking of reforms, Niji's excitement is palpable. Notably, The series of reforms within Konoha is spearheaded by Izumi, a polymath of unparalleled caliber, possessing no shortcomings in politics, military affairs, diplomacy, economics, and personal strength. Such a talent is rare in the entire shinobi world. Neji once heard from his father that were it not for Izumi, the mark of death would still be etched upon his brow, a mark that could determine life or death with a mere gesture from certain individuals. The fear, akin to that of a caged bird, is deeply imprinted in the hearts of every member of the Hyuga clan. Is that person truly him? A voice in disbelief queried. A figure of such magnificence should surely exist in lofty realms, embodying the elegance of a monarch. However, it appears that Izumi, alongside Naruto and Sasuke, shares a harmonious camaraderie. The existence of such an approachable yet extraordinarily capable individual is indeed remarkable. After all, how could one inspire loyalty without resorting to violence? A murmured voice emerged from the crowd. In that moment, the student's eyes sparkled with admiration. Except for a few dissenters who scoffed, isn't he just a bleeding heart? However, these individuals were swiftly silenced by Iruka's reprimand. No, Lord Izumi is not merely a sentimentalist. He simply finds no merit in conquering through brute force. For him, war is a burdensome endeavor fraught with the potential for sacrifice, far less pragmatic than inspiring through ideology. Those who claim that objectives cannot be achieved without warfare are, indeed, laughable. In Izumi's own words, if one cannot succeed, do not blame the path for its unevenness. If you lack skill, do not lament the game mechanics. Though I may not fully comprehend, the sentiment remains clear. Once Iruka concluded his remarks, no one dared to oppose him further. Indeed, how could such a young individual, having attained such significant accomplishments, shy away from employing force? He simply finds it beneath him. The student's gazes returned to him, filled with a sense of reverence akin to that reserved for deities. Sensing the collective attention, Izumi turned his head. Through the window, he could perceive the admiration in the eyes of the students. These are the new generation of Konoha. Acknowledging their youthful faces, Izumi nodded in appreciation, embraced the will of fire. Thank you. Upon finishing his words, he suddenly realized the oddity of the moment. It felt reminiscent of a former life as a broadcaster. Truly, Izumi is remarkable. I have long heard that Lord Iching is a person who shuns fame and fortune, constantly reminding others to focus on the will of fire rather than on his own persona. It seems this is indeed the case. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Iching shook his head, realizing that the phenomenon of following trends had already existed in a world devoid of internet research. How utterly absurd. However, bearing the weight of celebrity can also be burdensome. Furrowing his brow slightly, Iching contemplated whether to continue as the captain of the Umbu or to debut as an idol. Ahem, why ponder so much? First, let us have a meal. Iching picked up some noodles and stuffed them into his mouth. That Lord Iching. A voice suddenly emerged from the other side of the window. Neji? Seeing Neji struggling to squeeze through, Lee reached out, intending to stop him, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. Just as a member of Iching's small team had remarked during their encounter in the forest, Iching seems to possess some peculiar thoughts that draw others closer. Is it irresistible to draw near? Rock Lee smiled. Neji must feel similarly. Lord Iching, although you may not understand, if one day I could earn your recognition. Following the voice, Iching spotted Neji, who was making an effort to poke his head out. Hinata Neji, though sharing a name with a notorious figure from a past life, possesses a completely different character. Such a person should never fall victim to the impending attack of the Ten Tails. If I could earn your recognition, please allow me. Before Neji could finish, his Byakugan was already filled with Iching's gentle smile. No need for too many words. I shall wait for you. Chapter 144. Cooperation as night descended. Having seen off Naruto and Sasuke, Iching returned to the usual place to find Yuzuki Yugao. At this moment, Yuzuki Yugao was utterly transformed from her initial appearance, adorned in a purple kimono that beautifully complemented her long hair. Under the moonlight, Iching could not help but be entranced. Do you like it? This is the same attire my mother wore on her wedding day. A wedding dress. Iching stepped forward to smooth out Yugao's long hair, which remained as captivating as ever. Hey, Iching, let us take a bath. I have already prepared everything. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Rain Village, Obito, severely injured, was listening to Kagaya's report with Nagato by his side. Though he had evaded danger once more, he was gravely wounded and should have been prioritizing the restoration of his strength. However, The previous attack by Iching had completely derailed Obito's original plans. The Akatsuki organization had become a mere shell of its former self, with its key members departing, leaving him unable to make contact. The plan to gather tailed beasts was now utterly unattainable. If he did not seize the opportunity to properly utilize Nagato's Rinnegan soon, he would likely find himself without time in the future. At this point, Nagato had already begun to question his actions and would likely terminate their collaboration before long. According to your assertion, Orochimaru must have commenced preparations to leave the Akatsuki long ago, though other members of the Akatsuki organization could depart without significant consequence. Orochimaru's presence was indispensable due to his unique capabilities. A prodigious scientist, he was essential for various endeavors. Indeed, he was in the process of reconstructing a new hidden village in the land of rice, known as Odogakure, ostensibly a small nation's hidden village. It served as a specialized facility for Orochimaru's experiments. Let us converse with him. If that fails, we may have to resort to coercive measures, declared Obito, suppressing the discomfort within his body as he activated Kimui. In an instant, Nagato and Obito materialized within the confines of Orochimaru's laboratory in Odogakure, setting aside his surgical instruments. Orochimaru raised his head, fixing a scrutinizing gaze upon the two unexpected visitors, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Despite their positions of authority, their uninvited intrusion was decidedly unwelcome. It was to be expected of you, Uchiha Madara and Nagato. The discovery of his sanctuary would undoubtedly unsettle anyone, especially the calculated Orochimaru. Beneath his furrowed brow, his golden eyes glimmered with a hint of malice. He despised disturbances during his experiments, which was precisely why he had established Odogakure. He had infiltrated the Akatsuki solely to observe the Rinnegan and Sharingan, both remarkable subjects for his experiments and vital vessels. Upon realizing the futility of obtaining these coveted abilities, Orochimaru severed his ties with the Akatsuki. Within this self-created realm, he could harness the resources of the hidden village to facilitate his experiments and isolate those who disrupted his endeavors. Once he amassed sufficient power, he would return to Konoha to seize the vessel he valued most, not the initially targeted Uchiha Itachi, but the even more formidable Daisuke. One day, he would accomplish this in the village hidden in the leaves. Nothing could wrest from him what he had set his sights upon, not even the position of Hokage, which he merely deemed unworthy of his pursuit. Who was Orochimaru? A hero renowned in the Second Great Ninja War, a commanding leader in the Third. How could he allow unforeseen variables to disrupt his meticulously crafted plans? Do not be alarmed, Orochimaru. I merely wish to engage in a conversation, Obito remarked, shrugging as he extended an olive branch. Unfortunately, his entire being was racked with pain, the incessant erosion of his haki weighing heavily upon him. I have little to discuss with you. It is your eyes that intrigue me, Orochimaru rasped, revealing his ambitions as a serpent's head began to emerge from his sleeve. Hidden shadow snake hands. In an instant, several serpents lunged forth from his sleeve, darting towards Obito's mask. Futile. The serpents effortlessly passed through Obito's form, inflicting no harm. Space-time ninjutsu. Orochimaru furrowed his brow once more. This was indeed more troublesome than that Minato Namikaze. I shall reiterate, I am not here to fight. I only wish to converse with you. Obito yearned to deliver a sound thrashing to Orochimaru at that very moment. However, his frail body rendered such an endeavor impossible. Thus, he reluctantly resorted to persuading Orochimaru through words. Oh, Orochimaru's brow instantly relaxed, and he extended his tongue to wash his face. From this gesture, Orochimaru deduced that this individual could not possibly be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara would have certainly struck with a blade rather than engage in a verbal spar. Nevertheless, since the conversation had reached this juncture, Orochimaru pondered for a moment and deemed it harmless. After all, he was bound to visit Konoha to recruit Izumi, the most successful vessel. Would these two, having been attacked once, not seek vengeance? Clearly, that was not the case. Thus, there was an opportunity for collaboration. All right, Orochimaru said. I suddenly feel that we can have a proper discussion. Speak, what is it that you desire? Obito looked at Orochimaru, and Orochimaru met his gaze. Their eyes locked in silence for a while. Hashirama's cells, Obito finally spoke after a prolonged pause. This revelation startled Orochimaru. Hashirama Senju's cells. During his collaboration with Danzo, he had indeed collected a considerable amount of Hashirama's cells. However, after such an extensive period of experimentation, he had very little left. Furthermore, As these cells were crucial to his own experiments, Orochimaru was reluctant to part with them. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that for the sake of acquiring Izumi, the perfect vessel, there was little he would not sacrifice. A vessel capable of directly confronting a man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara and a self-proclaimed god, like Pain, was undeniably more valuable than mere cells that could not be transplanted into his own body. Very well, Orochimaru contemplated for a moment before acquiescing to Obito's request. Black Zetsu chuckled in the shadows. We've taken the bait. Henceforth, he merely needed to continue cultivating more of Hashirama's cells using the outer path and white Zetsu. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. Chapter 145. What are you doing? Recently, various nations had been gradually submitting their resources. In his office, Minato discussed upcoming policies with Izumi. Last night, as Izumi rushed into the bathroom, he unexpectedly encountered Tsunade. Indeed, Tsunade had intruded into the hot springs as well, leaving Izumi in a rather awkward position. It felt as though a cooked duck had suddenly flown away. Even more absurdly, Tsunade agreed to accept Yuzuki Yugao as her disciple. This was, in fact, a fortunate development. As Izumi sought to extract Tsunade's sealing technique and 100 healings technique through this connection. As the current sword master, Izumi's sole shortcoming was his recovery ability. If he could draw out Tsunade's capabilities, he might finally address this last deficiency. However, this unforeseen turn of events had entirely disrupted his plans for a relaxing bath, leaving Izumi feeling quite incredulous. With no other option, he decided to set the matter aside. Hey, Izumi, what are you thinking? Suddenly, Minato interrupted Icheng's reverie. Ahem. It's nothing. Please continue. Icheng quickly retracted his thoughts and offered Minato an oddly normal expression. Minato shook his head. Resuming the previous topic, although the common folk in the various ninja villages have maintained a favorable attitude towards us, the higher echelons of government still harbor considerable grievances. Given the current strength and international reputation of Konoha, they should be too intimidated to voice complaints. However, Minato remained apprehensive about what reckless actions they might take next. Hence, what shall we do moving forward? Icheng, fully aware of the burdensome responsibilities that weighed on Minato as Hokage, refrained from wasting his time and directly posed the question at hand. It was undeniable that the discontent among the various governments was palpable. No one wished for the funds meant for personal gain to be redirected to other ninja villages, even if the civilians sang praises of their village. Icheng was convinced that such sentiments were of little consequence to the officials. Public speeches aside, who truly heeds the thoughts of the common people? If they genuinely cared, the ninja world would have long been devoid of war. Well, I also wish to inquire. Minato had previously mentioned his desire to pass on his position to Icheng and retire. However, Icheng, without a moment's hesitation, outright rejected the notion. Are you joking? I'm already overwhelmed as the captain of the Umbu. You expect me to become Hokage? Dream on. Though Icheng held the welfare of the world close to his heart, he had no intention of exhausting himself in the process. Thus, Minato resorted to an alternative approach. He would handle the mundane tasks himself and delegate all significant matters to Icheng, seeking his counsel. Icheng, slightly exasperated, quickly provided his input. This is quite simple. We should commence with the military. The Umbu have been devoid of conflict for quite some time. It is time to involve them in warfare, targeting those smaller nations. Icheng spoke with indifference. The smaller nations merely served as strategic buffers for the larger powers. Their sole purpose was to act as battlegrounds during times of war, preventing the flames of conflict from encroaching upon their own territories, leaving those smaller nations to endure the hardships. Icheng found this situation rather frustrating, reminiscent of the multitude of small nations during the Cold War in his previous life. We can seize the opportunity presented by the current peace to swiftly subjugate these smaller nations, thus enabling us to advance more rapidly into enemy territories in future confrontations. While the Umbu ensured that ordinary shinobi remained unscathed from war, their numbers were still insufficient. The current count could not sustain the same level of attrition as before. Thus, they would have to rely on executing rapid strikes to sever the enemy's command centers and compel them to surrender. For this strategy, securing these smaller nations as springboards was imperative. Icheng pointed to the nations on the map, stating, "Furthermore, we ought to establish teleportation facilities in key locations, or at the very least, construct highways." In Icheng's perspective, engaging in battles with the various nations of the shinobi world is merely a prelude. The true objectives lie in the forthcoming Moon Eye plan and the ensuing adversaries. including Kagaya Otsutsuki and the entire Otsutsuki clan. Thus, it is imperative to swiftly consolidate the entirety of shinobi strength to enhance the odds of success in the impending Great War. Is that so? Minato shook his head. You always manage to conjure some peculiar new ideas. Although these small nations possess limited territory, their numbers are indeed numerous. Some have remained isolated for long periods, preserving ancient customs even to this day. It appears we shall be quite occupied soon. Well, I Ching shrugged. What is there to fear? This is merely temporary. Once we gain control over the entire shinobi world at this juncture, I Ching and Minato exchanged glances, sharing a laugh. At that time, we shall have even less time to rest. Governing the entire shinobi world will undoubtedly be far more demanding than merely managing a single village like Konoha. That aside, I Ching, what do you think are our chances against the ultimate enemy you mentioned? Minato looked at I Ching, pondering for a moment before insisting, after all this time. Konoha's strength has surged remarkably, and I can hardly envision any force capable of contending with Konoha. At the very least, it shouldn't leave you in such a state of anxiety, right? I Ching had previously discussed matters regarding Obito with Minato and subsequently shared various insights he had gathered. Minato was now well aware of the Moon Eye plan, which he perceived as vast, yet not insurmountable. Given Konoha's current capabilities, what could there possibly be to fear? Nothing at all, I Ching replied, shaking his head. He understood the formidable nature of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Only Naruto and Sasuke, bearing the protagonist's aura, could potentially force a narrative defeat upon Kagaya. In any case, for the time being, he would dispatch the Umbu's vanguard, entrusting command to Shursui, Itachi, and a few others. I Ching waved his hand, awkwardly shifting the topic. Minato perceptively sensed something amiss. Then, what will you be doing? You've dispatched the Umbu forces for missions. What is your role now? Upon being posed with this question, a fleeting look of discomfort crossed I Ching's face. Well, yes. I still need to interrogate the captured members of the Akatsuki organization. Exactly, that's it. Farewell. Chapter 146. Give me Shounen? In the prison, I Ching found himself in the exclusive cell designated for Shounen. As a high-ranking war criminal, individuals of Shounen stature are confined to solitary cells, devoid of any other occupants, and constructed with an astonishing level of fortitude. However, it appeared that Shounen required none of these precautions. After her capture, she remained silent, huddled in a corner, her gaze vacant. Indeed, after enduring so much, it is only natural for one's worldview to shatter. The accomplishments one has fought for can be so effortlessly obliterated by the likes of I Ching. Yahiko's lifeless body lies in the aftermath, and pain, having suffered that blow, is surely doomed, while even Nagato's fate remains uncertain. This individual has astutely unveiled Nagato's identity. How could he not ascertain Nagato's hiding place? If he can discover Nagato's whereabouts, why would he not seek retribution? Yet, I find myself utterly powerless to retaliate. I Ching has easily captured me, and now my chakra is sealed, with no allies in sight, making any thoughts of escape utterly fantastical. In this state of mental decline, Konan has begun to contemplate starvation as a means of ending her life. Nagato, Yahiko. I apologize for the prolonged wait. However, I have arrived. As Konan's thoughts spiraled, I Ching burst through the door. Well, why does our angelic lady appear in such a state? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Konan had no desire to respond. Indeed, her current condition rendered her incapable of doing so. She bore no resemblance to the icy beauty she once was. Her emaciated form and prominent cheekbones akin to the refugees from years past when she first encountered Jiraiya. In a moment of profound awkwardness, I Ching, once socially anxious in a past life, pressed on. Come now, don't be so uncooperative. If you eat something, I can share some information regarding Nagato and Yahiko. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to entice her with something she favored. Indeed, upon hearing the names of Nagato and Yahiko, a flicker of light ignited in Konan's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. Sighing internally, I Ching mused on the peculiarities of a woman's heart. Reluctantly, he forced the food into Konan's mouth. Is he feeding me? Konan's starved mind jolted back to life, only for reason to rebel against the sustenance. However, it proved futile. The latent power that had lain dormant for so long far outweighed her recently revived rationality, especially upon learning that this man possessed information about Nagato and Yahiko. Before long, I Ching's offering had been entirely consumed by Konan. As she regained her composure, she looked up. her expression a complex tapestry directed at the man who had captured her. What does he truly desire? Ah, Konan-senpai, would you care to know why Yahiko met his demise? She replied, regaining a semblance of her former aloofness. I witnessed Yahiko's death firsthand. How could I remain unaware? But seeing is not always believing. One must be wary of the obfuscating foliage that may obscure the truth. Engage in dialectical thinking. In a previous life, I-Ching had harbored a disdain for the verbose bureaucrats and so-called experts, yet now he found his words echoing their pedantic rhetoric. Do you not find it curious? How did the Akatsuki manage to thrive under Hanzo the Salamander's very gaze, only to be so abruptly extinguished by him? It is as if Hanzo, who had always seemed to support the Akatsuki, suddenly decided to obliterate them without warning. How peculiar, is it not? I-Ching's words successfully piqued the curiosity of the emaciated captive before him. Xiaonan lifted her gaze towards I-Ching and inquired, so why? Hooked. I-Ching internally praised himself, then deliberately withheld the answer, saying, if you wish to know, then live well. I have no desire to bear the stigma of a heartless destroyer. With that, I-Ching turned and departed, leaving Xiaonan in a state of bewilderment. Reporting to the captain, all members of the Umbu have assembled. Kakashi stood before I-Ching, delivering his report with utmost formality. Normally, I-Ching did not mind fraternizing with the Umbu, but formal occasions demanded that they project an image of strict discipline to outsiders. After all, it would not do to have others believe that the Umbu were merely a band of rogues. Reporting to the captain, the Umbu logistics are prepared. Itachi mimicked Kakashi's formality in his report. They have indeed grown up, I-Ching mused, shaking his head. This time, they were to engage in battle against numerous small nations. A matter not to be taken lightly. Facing multiple adversaries, there was also the possibility of being puppeteered by great powers. Nevertheless, I-Ching had unwavering faith in his team's capabilities. You may have already heard of the difficulty of this mission. However, it is also a test for you all. Rest assured, your valor will be enshrined in the Hall of Heroes, revered by all, and even in sacrifice, the people of the entire Hidden Leaf Village will remember you. After delivering a few platitudes of encouragement, I-Ching turned to Itachi, his childhood companion, and opened his mouth to offer some advice. Alas, the words escaped him. With no alternative, I-Ching playfully poked Itachi's forehead and said, now, my foolish Itachi, do take care in what lies ahead. Ouch! Itachi furrowed his brow, expressing his mild grievance towards I-Ching. Thus, the mission officially commences. After issuing the command, I-Ching turned and departed, as he had other tasks to attend to, such as seeking out Tsunade. At the Hidden Leaf Hospital, Tsunade looked at I-Ching in astonishment. What brings you, you old virgin? Tsunade clearly still harbored some resentment over previous matters. I need a batch of that medicine. The so-called medicine was a concoction crafted by Tsunade herself. It was a potent pill capable of temporarily expanding the chakra pathways, allowing chakra to concentrate rapidly in a specific area. Consuming this pill could elevate a ninja's abilities significantly, allowing a Jinin to ascend to the ranks of a Jounin, and a Chunin to rise to the level of an elite Jounin. However, the drawbacks of this medicine were equally pronounced. Once the effect wore off, the user's chakra pathways would suffer from fatigue due to prolonged high-stress operation, severely diminishing the ninja's combat effectiveness. Additionally, the rapid chakra flow meant that the user's chakra reserves would deplete at an accelerated rate. For these reasons, Tsunade was reluctant to openly distribute this concoction to any unit. Medicine? What do you need that for? Although I-Ching did not wish for his Umbu to resemble a drug-dependent army, he remained resolute at that moment. Just give it to me. Chapter 147, Mischief. Just give it to me. I-Ching snatched the medicine bottle and turned to leave. Hey, wait. Tsunade reached out to grasp I-Ching's arm. You little brat, do you think this place is one you can enter and exit at will? Do you expect me to do something for you? I have no money to give and no life to spare, but I do have a family heirloom chromosome. I-Ching wrenched free and pushed the door open to depart. Tsunade stood there, bewildered, her face painted with embarrassment as she watched him walk away. What just happened? After a long pause, Tsunade finally realized. This kid was trying to race her. In a fit of anger, she clenched her fists, ready to confront him. Yet I-Ching had already vanished into the distance. Itachi, wait. I-Ching caught up with the departing Itachi and handed him the medicine he had taken from Tsunade. Here, take this. Itachi, halted in his tracks, was puzzled. He had just finished assembling his team and was about to leave when I-Ching suddenly interrupted him. Why didn't you say everything you wanted to say earlier? And this blue pill you're offering looks suspicious. Enough chatter. This was personally formulated by Lady Tsunade, specifically to treat you. Itachi, now even more confused, replied, Iching-san, although you often have me undergo examinations, I feel perfectly fine. Why are you insisting I take this medicine? Just take it without overthinking, Iching insisted, forcibly placing the blue pill in Itachi's mouth, then poking his forehead. Huh. The sudden force left Itachi unable to react, and he swallowed the pill in one gulp. Almost immediately, he felt as though flames were igniting in his throat. A wave of heat enveloped his body. And for the first time, Itachi sensed his strength surging at an astonishing rate, acquiring formidable power in an instant. Iching-san, what is this? Turning to Iching, Itachi felt an uncomfortable surge of newfound strength. Come on, Itachi. Your power has increased. Let us test your results. Iching unsheathed his sword, readying himself for combat. At that moment, Itachi, affected by the effects of the medicine, felt dizzy and nearly lost his capacity for rational thought. He instinctively threw a handful of shurikens. Thud! Instead of the anticipated clash of metal, the sound of blades piercing flesh resonated. Blood splattered as Iching fell to the ground. I hadn't even said start yet. In that moment, Itachi regained his senses, staring in shock at the bloodied Iching. I killed Iching-san? This is impossible. The guilt of having slain a former friend surged through Itachi's mind, and he couldn't help but collapse to his knees, cradling his head. Blood soaked the earth beneath him, and Itachi's eyes, with their three tomo, began to spin slowly, as if a transformation were about to occur. This is interesting. Wait, something feels off. Itachi abruptly lifted his head, staring at the seemingly lifeless Iching. Iching-san, you shouldn't be that weak, right? Damn, he figured it out. Iching, slightly annoyed, stood up. I originally intended to use this opportunity to enlighten you. Sometimes, being too clever isn't a blessing. Dear Ichiraku, a person of your caliber surely wouldn't fall to my hand, would you? Itachi remarked with an air of nonchalance. Oh, is that so? Ichiraku smirked slyly, then raised his hand, invoking the summoning technique. With a loud bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, and before Itachi could register the development, Ichiraku hurled Sasuke, whom he held closely, onto the kunai that Itachi had grasped. Ichiraku, you? Itachi, momentarily at a loss for words, stood frozen, caught off guard. This was a stark contrast to the earlier moment. He could distinctly perceive the soft, yielding flesh of what he had pierced with his kunai, and he could hear Sasuke's anguished cry. The sight of blood splattering before his eyes was painfully vivid. I have killed Sasuke? Itachi's Sharingan activated, desperately attempting to pierce through the illusion, but alas, this was no mere Jinjutsu. Chakra surged violently into his eyes, and under the influence of the drug, the tomo within his Sharingan spun wildly, blood finally streaming forth. When Itachi ultimately confirmed that the figure before him was nothing more than a grotesque puppet fashioned from the remains of a processed animal, his Sharingan had transformed into the Manjiki. Now, I did promise to help you awaken your eyes. I never imagined you would indulge in such fanciful thoughts. Fortunately, I prepared for this eventuality. Ichiraku chuckled, wearing a facade of having foreseen the situation, relishing the moment of mischief. How had he not realized that pranking could be such an entertaining pursuit after all this time? Ichiraku. Itachi, still shaken, turned to Ichiraku. A mixture of fury and bewilderment etched upon his face. Now, don't wear that expression. I genuinely wanted to assist you in awakening your eyes sooner, Ichiraku soothed, sensing Itachi's lingering trepidation. The distinction between the Uchiha clan members with Manjiki Sharingan and those without was profound. As the self-proclaimed foremost clan of Konoha, the Uchiha possessed an array of secret techniques, but many of these intricate arts required the Sharingan to be fully realized. For instance, the throwing techniques that demanded keen reflexes and Jinjutsu that could be amplified by the Sharingan. Even pure taijutsu in close combat could be enhanced by the ability to discern an opponent's movements through the Sharingan. Once the Sharingan evolved into the Manjiki, the various augmentations it provided would see a significant enhancement, not to mention the two inherent ocular techniques and Susanoo. The later stages of Susanoo were comparable to the level of Edo Tensei, becoming virtually invincible when unleashed. It could even be combined with other large entities to form a formidable armored Susanoo. Ichiraku. Itachi began, but before he could continue, he suddenly collapsed towards Ichiraku. Ichiraku understood the gravity of Itachi's condition. He had just received a harrowing shock, compounded by the side effects of the drug. The dual fatigue, both mental and physical, rendered him unable to remain upright. However, once the eyes were awakened, all forthcoming matters would hold the promise of resolution. Both the hereditary ailments and the blindness resulting from excessive use of the Manjiki could be remedied. Iching seldom utilizes the system's marketplace, amassing a considerable collection of points, which he usually redeems for a couple of treats from the Sankai Toanzi shop during its closing hours to satisfy his cravings. In critical moments, he is confident that he can effortlessly find solutions to various issues within the marketplace. However, this is not the time for such contemplations. He must first address the matters concerning the expedition to the various small nations of the shinobi world. Gripping his sword, Iching reflects on the potential challenges that may arise during this campaign. In the Hidden Sound Village, Chapter 148, Stars, Without the Sea, Iching holds little interest in the various small nations. His sole concern lies with the Hidden Sound Village established by Orochimaru. Orochimaru's prowess is not to be underestimated, and the ninjas he has trained are formidable beings of monstrous caliber. It is worth noting that the land of Rice originally lacked any ninja villages. Yet shortly after Orochimaru's arrival, he formed foundational groups such as the Five Sound Ninja and elevated ninjas like Honglian to high-ranking positions. One can easily surmise that Orochimaru possesses exceptional talent in nurturing ninjas. At this juncture in time, Orochimaru must have recognized the formidable capabilities of the Umbu, a professional military force. It remains uncertain whether he will invest effort in this direction. Furthermore, Iching is also certain that Orochimaru harbors interest in Itachi's body. In the original narrative, Orochimaru's objective in joining Akatsuki was to seize Itachi's body, only to be thwarted and deterred by Itachi's overwhelming prowess. However, this lack of interest in Itachi does not imply that he is devoid of ambitions towards others. Orochimaru's gaze has shifted towards Sasuke. Although he ultimately met his demise at Sasuke's hands, Orochimaru's tenacity ensured his survival. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he even received a personal visit from Sasuke, managing to cling to existence until the era of Boruto. While Iching is deep in thought, a notification from the system suddenly captures his attention. Congratulations, host, for triggering a temporary mission, Independence War. Mission Overview. The Otsutsuki clan has long regarded the entire Earth as a resource-rich colony, indifferent to the lives of its native inhabitants. It is now time to announce our impending independence. Mission Objectives. Eliminate all threats posed by the Otsutsuki clan. Mission Restrictions. As a liberator, you must not be as cruel as your enemies. Warfare must adhere to humanitarian principles. Mission Rewards. Increase in character strength by 5. Upon reading this mission, Iching's gaze becomes riveted. His Eagle Eye template has been nearing its maximum level for quite some time, and he is curious about the capabilities that will emerge upon its completion. Will the next template also unlock as a result? Moreover, Iching realizes that although the mission states an increase in character strength, it does not specify which character's strength will be enhanced. This implies that if he possesses multiple templates, it is possible for several to be augmented simultaneously. That indeed piques his interest. And is this an unrestricted time-limited mission? Iching lifts his gaze towards the sky. It is daytime, and the moon is yet to rise. Indeed, it is time to seek her out for a discussion. Within the village of Konoha, a white-haired elder was vociferously calling out for Iching. Were he an ordinary individual, such a direct address towards the captain of the Umbu would undoubtedly attract dissonance. Even Iching's repeated insistence on his aversion to overbearing reverence would not change that. However, this man was none other than the esteemed Jiraiya. Consequently, onlookers merely regarded their interaction as that of friends, paying little heed to the unusual formality. Indeed, Iching quickly met with Jiraiya. "What do you seek from me?" he inquired, noting that the Umbu had already departed for the battlefield, while Jiraiya remained behind. The rationale was understandable. After the troubles with Konan, a bewildered Jiraiya had returned to Miyaboka Mountain, thus missing the Umbu's mobilization order. "The great sage Toad wishes to see you," Jiraiya stated, devoid of any superfluous words. Knowing Iching's disdain for lengthy discourse. "Frogmaru?" Iching paused, momentarily taken aback. What could he want from me? While he harbored no ill feelings towards Frogmaru, he felt no particular fondness either. To Iching, Frogmaru was merely a toad adept in sage techniques, nothing more. Inciting the Sage of Six Paths to seal away his own mother might have been motivated by a desire to prevent Kaguya from further harming innocents, yet after banishing Kaguya, they failed to effectively govern the shinobi world. The forces that shatter the old world are akin to Austria's little mustache, whereas only those capable of constructing a new world resemble Prussia's grand mustache. Nevertheless, I Ching acknowledged that at least objectively, the tyrant Kaguya had been dealt with, and thus he believed the merits and faults to balance each other out, allowing for no further inquiry. Yet, what could this fellow possibly want from me? His gaze fixed intently on Jiraiya, who merely shrugged. The great sage Toad mentioned that the prophecy has shifted. I Ching's direct address of Frog Maru was a behavior Jiraiya had long since grown accustomed to. The honorifics that denote rank seldom escaped I Ching's lips, and if they did, it was often laced with irony. I am unclear about the specifics of this change, which is why I wish for you to seek him out personally. Seek him out personally? I Ching expressed his disinterest, prompting Jiraiya to hastily continue. The great sage Toad shared his prophecy with me, but I could not comprehend it, hence my quest for you, the child of prophecy. The great sage Toad spoke clearly. A new path to the new world has emerged. Though it is fraught with thorns, one must still advance. Jiraiya struggled to grasp the meaning behind the great sage Toad's words, leading him to I Ching, whom he now firmly believed to be the child of prophecy. He realized his own limitations, yet perhaps the prophesied one would not share the same fate. Oh, initially inclined to refuse, I Ching turned to regard Jiraiya, his eyes brimming with intrigue. A new world? A shortcut. It seems Frog Maru possesses some insight. However, Jiraiya, I was not inclined to go, for I do not place my faith in deities. There has never been a savior. We cannot rely on divine beings or emperors. The happiness of humanity rests solely upon our own shoulders. However, the words spoken by the Toad this time piqued my interest. In light of your involvement, I have decided to make this journey, although I am uncertain whether there will be a subsequent occasion. I do not wish to undertake such a venture personally in the future. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya finally exhaled in relief. He had originally assumed that Ichige's temperament would lead to a resolute refusal, but to his surprise, she acquiesced in the end. If Ichige could forge a connection with the great sage Toad, perhaps her demeanor would soften in the future. Ichige, once familiar, is quite amiable. Now, let us disclose the location of Mount My Bokuzen and set forth immediately. Signing a contract with Mount My Bokuzen and utilizing reverse summoning to traverse to the mountain is indeed a rapid method. However, Ichige was disinclined to proceed in such a manner. On one hand, there was the matter of appearance. More importantly, she perceived no need for it. Her current prowess was akin to that of one prepared to ascend to the moon. Did she truly require a contract with a mere toad? This journey would serve as an exploratory endeavor along the way, and it hardly seemed worth the effort. Chapter 149. A satisfactory answer. Mount My Bokuzen. Recognized as one of the three great sanctuaries alongside the Dragon Cave and the Whetbone Forest, possesses a distinctive methodology for cultivating the sage mode. This world inherently harbors forces beyond mere chakra. When such power intertwines with chakra, it manifests as sage chakra. The potency of sage chakra exceeds that of ordinary chakra significantly, enabling the wielder to harness a portion of nature to aid in combat. Naturally, differing approaches to cultivating sage techniques yield varied side effects. For instance, the training method of Mount My Bokuzen is characterized by a brief duration, yet it may also risk transforming individuals into toads or even stone. Conversely, the training method of the Dragon Cave allows for nearly limitless maintenance of sage mode, albeit at the cost of the practitioner gradually adopting serpentine traits. Nonetheless, upon her arrival, Ichige was immediately struck by the extraordinary natural energy permeating the area. The concentration was overwhelming. Even Ichige, who had never practiced sage mode, could perceive a formidable force omnipresent through her observation haki. Closing her eyes, she relaxed her body and allowed her observation haki to connect with this energy. In an instant, a steady flow of energy surged into Ichige's being, and she sensed herself passively absorbing a significant amount of natural energy. This energy continued to coalesce, merging with her limited chakra, and when that proved insufficient, it was further assimilated through her observation haki and armament haki. Hey, young Jiraiya, what brings you here? A green toad with white eyebrows leapt from the mountainside, surprised to see Jiraiya accompanied by a newcomer. Subsequently, the toad appeared nearly astounded. Wait, this individual is actually comprehending sage mode. For an ordinary person, attempting to absorb natural energy without the aid of toad oil is akin to chasing a fantasy. Survival itself is not guaranteed. Yet, This youth before him was capable of absorbing the entirety of the natural energy, effortlessly converting it to his advantage without any discernible transformation. It is as if a brand new mode of sagehood, independent of the three great holy lands, has been unveiled. Jiraiya, who stood nearby, was momentarily taken aback by these words. What is the meaning of this? Has he managed to master sage mode on his own? Wasn't it agreed that one must rely on toad oil? Wasn't it stipulated that one must transform into a toad? Wasn't it required to maintain a prolonged stillness? Merging with nature? For a long time, Jiraiya believed that while Izumi's abilities were formidable, he still held the rightful position of mentor, at least with regard to the mastery of sage mode. However, Jiraiya now realized his grave miscalculation. Upon arriving at Mayaboka Mountain, Izumi had effortlessly grasped sage mode without a teacher, leaving Jiraiya, the toad sage, in a state of profound dismay. After a brief moment, Izumi slowly opened his eyes. Let us proceed. Though there was no visible change in his appearance, his aura had intensified manifold. At this moment, Izumi's chakra and imposing presence had been exquisitely fused with the energy of nature, ready to be summoned in unison. Empowered by this formidable force, Izumi was confident in his capacity for significant enhancement. The large green toad finally recalled the purpose of its presence. I am Fugaku, the sage of the deep seat. The great toad sage sent me to welcome you. Upon arriving at the abode of Fugaku on Mayaboka Mountain, Izumi encountered the toad seated upon a throne, smoking leisurely. The one who brings peace to a chaotic world, I welcome your arrival. Fugaku raised his gaze to Izumi, and despite his toothless grin, his speech remained perfectly coherent. The one who brings peace to a chaotic world? Izumi found this title quite appealing, for indeed, his future lay in restoring order amidst turmoil. However, it appeared that Fugaku had just awakened, suggesting he had recently been resting. Perhaps he was merely conserving energy for survival. Now, enough of the pleasantries. Simply tell me what you wish to convey. Nodding, Izumi was disinterested in hearing a lengthy discourse akin to his previous life. Izumi, I truly admire your forthrightness. Fugaku seemed to make an effort to nod, albeit his corpulence hindered him. Then allow me to pose my question directly. Will you choose to create weapons using human lives, as Kaguya did, to combat your foes? Izumi inhaled sharply, taken aback. To think you are not merely a charlatan, you indeed possess a level of insight. Understanding the nature of Kaguya's adversaries, and yet seeking to thwart her plans? It could only be said that this world of shinobi, while appearing to discuss recognition, was fundamentally about legacy. Naruto's acceptance stemmed from his true identity as the reincarnation of Ashura, the child of prophecy. In contrast, Guy, who relied solely on his own efforts, could at best inflict injury upon Madara, yet he never truly defeated him. As for Guy's successor, he would remain obscure throughout his life, merely a background character in the story of Boruto. Do not doubt, for the adversaries faced by Kaguya are indeed formidable, yet this world harbors powers capable of countering them. Frosmara continued, this world possesses its own natural energies, along with various forms of energy beyond mere chakra. You must be familiar with the land of demons, where the priestesses and yokai wield a chakra that is entirely distinct from the ordinary. Moreover, the land of vegetables, where all can cultivate the flower release akin to wood release, and the land of soup, which is home to an evil deity, possess such peculiar powers, forces that have long existed within our world. I see. This revelation enlightened Ichen, who had not scrutinized the original text in his previous life. Numerous innate powers exist within the world, yet they were ultimately supplanted by chakra, leaving only a scant few to persist in obscurity, while chakra became the unequivocal mainstream. Ichen shook his head, asserting, I will not sacrifice the innocent for the impending war. The forthcoming conflict shall be one of the common folk against the elite, followed by a struggle of liberated humanity against extraterrestrial invaders. What the Otsutsuki clan has plundered from our earth, we shall reclaim with interest. As Ichen spoke, the aura generated by his absorption of natural energy astonished Frosmara. Truly, you live up to your title as the child of prophecy. Excellent. I eagerly await your fulfillment of this promise. With that, Frosmara slowly closed his eyes. This was the answer he sought. Chapter 150. The Man Lunar Landing Project. Well then, I take my leave. With that, Ichen turned to depart. He had now mastered sage mode. All that remained was to await the opportune moment. What of the Otsutsuki clan? Has the era of ninjas truly come to an end? There are no outdated individuals, only obsolete technologies and systems. When the shell organization finally reveals itself, the world, which he would have meticulously reshaped, would unhesitatingly convey this truth to them. Even in the presence of the Otsutsuki clan, he felt no fear. The Otsutsuki clan's physical prowess is lacking. Although their chakra reserves are vast, their methods are rather singular. Relying predominantly on bloodline limits and enhancement pills, humanity merely needs to devise intricate applications of chakra to easily contend with them. The scientific ninja tools of Konoha and the chakra cannons of Kumogakure exemplify such advancements. Even the earth-binding stars from the wind's fury could temporarily seal them. Thus, Ichin was convinced that with the transformation in systems and advancements in technology, overpowering the Otsutsuki clan would pose no challenge. Moreover, under the ideological framework he established, where armed civilians forge politics and politics governs the economy, reminiscent of the systems devised by the Red Russians, Ichin could mobilize all forces at his disposal at any moment. How much strength could the Otsutsuki clan truly bring across the ocean? This answer is quite clear. As Frosmara observed Ichin's retreating figure, he gradually lost his life signs. Prophecy, too, comes at a price. In a fleeting moment, the Toad Sage had delivered such a clear prophecy, exhausting all of his vitality in the process. Having received a satisfactory answer, the Toad Sage departed with a serene smile, free from worry. As he walked through the mystical woods of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya suddenly addressed Izumi, saying, I can sense it. With the enhanced perception granted by the natural energy he had absorbed, Izumi easily detected the fading life force of the Toad Sage. Perhaps he was merely holding on for a final response, he mused. No matter, I shall manage things from here. With that, Izumi unsheathed his great sword and strode toward the exit of Mount Myaboku. Hey, Jiraiya, he continued. Your new task during this period is to assist my shadow clone in handling internal affairs in the Hidden Leaf Village. Do not cause any disturbances. After delivering his instructions, Izumi departed, preoccupied with other matters. And what might those matters be? Would you believe me if I said it was a manned lunar expedition? In truth, Izumi's method of reaching the moon was not aboard a rocket, but through the use of a teleportation technique. Arriving at the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning, Izumi discovered a well-concealed cave. Within this cavern lay a seal of space ninjutsu, connecting Earth to the moon. In the theatrical adaptation, it was through this very means that the Otsutsuki clan traversed between the two celestial bodies, clearing away the surrounding debris. Izumi cautiously entered. Indeed, the Otsutsuki had established numerous defensive measures. The moment he crossed the threshold, he sensed traces of illusionary techniques. However, Izumi's heightened perception would not deceive him. Guided by his keen senses, he gradually located the passageway. Father? On the moon, Shorin glanced at his father and inquired. Following a recent coup, only Shorin and his father remained of the Otsutsuki clan. The puppets busily tidied the palace, which appeared deceptively clean. Just moments prior, it had been soaked in blood. Though the crimson stains had been washed away, the brutal massacre could not simply be erased from existence. Even in the absence of evidence, the horrors lingered, concealed yet undeniable. One cannot simply stifle the truth. The puppets had been indoctrinated by Shorin and his father, devoid of independent thought, blindly obeying their commands. Nonetheless, Shorin and his father were still the architects of their clan's slaughter. Even if no one could currently judge them, history would eventually render the most impartial verdict. I have sensed it as well, Shorin's father acknowledged. Someone approaches. The Otsutsuki clan should have been nearly annihilated, with only their lineage persisting on the moon. Both Shorin and his father regarded themselves as superior beings, believing it justifiable to sacrifice a portion of humanity for the advancement of the world. Their self-important conviction led them to think that only they could save the world. Is it those filthy earthlings? Shorin asked. In his perspective, those earth dwellers who exhibit no progress are indeed inferior. Filthy? Before his father could respond, the voice of an unexpected guest resonated. Yi Cheng, wielding a great sword, appeared in the grand hall. Your father, Shirun, was taken aback. Oh, are you inquiring why I have not fallen victim to the puppet's assault? The attacks are indeed frenzied. Yet regrettably, they lack intellect. Your adoration and unwavering loyalty serve as the sole impetus for the puppet's survival. Such madness leads to their utter demise when you falter. These insights are derived from the experiences of a previous existence. Those who clamored for chaos ultimately became mere remnants, akin to the charred remains savored by Li Mei. A certain unnamed nation harbors a similar breed of lunatics. When they witness the collapse of what they trust, be it chaos or something else, they seal their own fate. I Ching firmly believes this, hence his disdain for the Tsutsuki clan on the moon. Filthy earthlings, Shiren's father cursed, charging forward. With a swift stroke, Shiren's father met his end. Might I elucidate the origin of this term filthy? I Ching approached Shiren, brandishing his sword. Possessing such formidable power and being appointed as the overseer of humanity's justice by the Sage of Six Paths, you have contributed nothing to humanity's advancement. Instead, you merely observe as humanity plunges into war, claiming this is human nature, thus justifying their annihilation. Do you not find that filthy? I Ching struck down Shiren. His creed was simple. If you possess the ability, either use it to contribute or refrain from mocking those who struggle to survive without your prowess. Such hypocrites deserve their fate. The Eye of Heaven, gazing at the floating entity in the distance, I Ching murmured, this is far more effective than nuclear weapons. With the power of armed Haki, he controlled Shiren's corpse, while Shiren manipulated the Eye of Heaven. Total war commenced. With the foundation of those conquered small nations, I Ching's Leaf Village army swept across the entire shinobi realm without difficulty. A year later, they swiftly seized control of Awagakure and Kumogakure, while Sunagakure capitulated to Konoha, leading to a formal merger with Kirigakure, thus unifying the shinobi world. Subsequently, I Ching established a vast orbital weaponry system, preparing for the impending threat of the Tsutsuki clan. Thus, the narrative concludes.